Family, who understands this? I was holding the devil fruit when my two good buddies suddenly changed their faces and tried to snatch it away. This all started from the trending topic about the finale of One Piece. A few of us were messing around in the dormitory when we discovered the devil fruit. Yangyang ate the bone fruit, and I later got the game fruit. What a thrilling experience. Let me tell you, at that moment, my mind was blown. I was clutching that fruit that could change my fate, and suddenly, my two usually brotherly friends, Zhangbo and Liucheng, had their eyes turned red and lunged at me like they had gone mad. The way they acted, they were like bank robbers, not brothers. Ah, family, who gets it? This all started half a day ago. It was an ordinary weekend in 2028. LiuLuo, was sprawled on the bottom bunk of my university dorm, scrolling through my phone, feeling almost like a digital zombie. Suddenly, a trending topic popped up and stunned me. One Piece has ended. Even more shocking was that author Oda said something like, if I weren't a manga artist but a prophet, what would the world be like? Goodness, I had a jolt. Although I'm not a hardcore fan, this news was too big. I immediately shouted to my dorm, hey, One Piece has ended, and Oda said he might be a prophet. Is that for real? Liucheng, on the upper bunk across from me, lazily turned over with a look of disdain. Hey, do you really believe that? It's just hype, paving the way for his next manga. But another upper bunkmate, our night owl Zhangbo, surprisingly woke up and said softly, I actually hope it's true. Liucheng immediately retorted, with your lazy self, staying up all night playing games, do you really think you can eat the devil fruit? If I gave you a burn fruit, would you even light a cigarette first? This stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhangbo suddenly sat up from his bed, grabbed an exercise bar from his bedside, and with a smile that was almost sinister, walked toward Liucheng. What followed was a chaotic scuffle between the two. Just as I was enjoying the spectacle, the dorm door opened with a click. Our dorm's fourth member, Yangyang, leaned against the doorframe, looking pale as if he had just donated 800 cubic centimeters of blood, with dark circles under his eyes, swaying as he walked. You two are at it again? Wait for me. Is it Yangyang's mouth running again? As he spoke, this frail-looking guy tossed a large bag of fruit onto the table and jumped into the fray. I tell you, Yangyang and I are the closest. He sleeps on the upper bunk above me, and we're both smokers. Once he joined in, the tide of the battle turned, and he quickly subdued those two. After the chaos, Liucheng was still running his mouth. Yangyang, you really are a beast. Didn't you have enough exercise last night? Yangyang sprawled on my bed in a big letter shape, gasping for breath. Shut up, I'm tired. There's fruit on the table, hurry up and eat. We were all hungry, so we gathered around to share the fruit. Liucheng took a bite of a peach, complained it wasn't sweet enough, and tried to snatch mine. As I was dodging him, Yangyang weakly called out from the bed, Luo, go, toss me a ginseng fruit, my girlfriend bought it for me. I need a boost. I pulled out 2 ginseng fruits from the bottom of the bag. Just as I was about to make a shooting motion, my whole body suddenly froze. What did I see? One of the ginseng fruits was covered in those bizarre spiral patterns. That mysterious texture could not be made by any prank. My DNA instantly reacted. This was definitely a devil fruit. Oda, that old thief, was serious. At that moment, I stopped breathing. The other two noticed my abnormal reaction, followed my gaze, and in the next second, their peach-chewing mouths also stopped, their 4 eyes fixated on the fruit in my hand, filled with naked desire. To be honest, I was wavering. In my mind, 2 little figures were having a fierce battle. One shouted, eat it, LiuLuo, eat it, and you'll be a Superman, soaring to the top. The other was crying out, are you still human? This is Yangyang's, it's your brother's life, you traded for it. My hand started shaking uncontrollably, slowly lifting towards my mouth. Just then, that rascal Zhangbo suddenly lunged for the fruit in my hand. Right behind him was Liucheng. Greed truly is human nature. But I reacted faster. I stuffed both fruits in my chest, bent down, and dodged their hungry pounces. What do you two want? I shouted, my eyes turning red as I glared at them. Zhangbo was also desperate, yelling, that's not yours. As he lunged at me, Liucheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't move. Zhangbo, with his sleep-deprived body, was no match for me. I freed one hand, punched him, and knocked him dazed against the wall. At this point, Yangyang finally reacted, climbing up from the bed in confusion. What's going on? Why are you fighting? I ignored him, panting heavily, and stared intently at Liucheng, guarding against his sneak attack. Seeing my stance, Liucheng figured it out and took 2 steps back, saying, I want snatch it. I finally relaxed and waved Yangyang over. Yangyang, come here. When he reached me, I took out the 2 fruits from my chest, looked at him with a bright smile, and handed him the one covered in spiral patterns directly. This one's for you, and this one's for me. Then I picked up the ordinary-looking ginseng fruit and took a big bite. The taste was bland, but it felt so satisfying to eat. Yangyang was dumbfounded. He, of course, knew what this was. The trending topic had been up for 2 days. He looked at the devil fruit in my hand, then at my relaxed face, and his eyes turned red. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He knew that if the roles were reversed, this fruit would never reach my hands. Trembling, he didn't reach out to take it but placed his hand over mine, gritted his teeth, and tried to push the fruit back to me. This one's for I wouldn't let him hesitate and directly shoved the fruit towards his mouth. Ugh! Just as his teeth broke the skin of the fruit, an indescribable taste made him start gagging. If I give it to you, just take it. What's with all the drama? I laughed and scolded. I know this thing really tastes like shit. Yangyang struggled to say. Once he recovered, we were all curious about what power it had. He didn't speak but raised his right hand, and suddenly a segment of white bone shot out from his palm, instantly transforming into a short bone knife. Goodness, the bone fruit. This thing wasn't seen in the anime. Simply amazing. Yangyang was also incredibly excited, saying this fruit could control his own bones and even create exoskeletons with huge potential. Just after he finished, Zhangbo suddenly asked, "Where did you find your fruit?" That one question woke us all up, right? If there's one, there must be a second. The next second, the four of us frantically put on our shoes and rushed out of the dorm, sprinting towards the fruit store outside the campus. Yangyang and I ran the fastest, and when we reached the school gate, I immediately said, "Split up to search, the chances are higher." So for the entire afternoon, we turned upside down every fruit store near the school, and even in the city, bought a bunch of useless fruits, chatted up a few girls, but the second devil fruit didn't even leave a shadow. I was as exhausted as a dead dog. I headed back to school first, while Yangyang, that kid, had eaten the fruit and was bursting with energy, wandering around the city. I walked alone along the tree-lined path at school and casually found a bench to lie down on. After a long while, I finally opened my eyes. As soon as I looked up, I jumped up from the bench. Right above me, on that mulberry tree, hung a cluster of dark purple mulberries, and on one of them, each little bump had a distinct spiral pattern. I found it. I can't believe I found it here. At that moment, I didn't care about the people coming and going around me. I jumped up on the bench, leaped, and grabbed that cluster of mulberries. In my excitement, I even crushed a few. I didn't think too much and shoved that devil fruit mulberry into my mouth, even licking the juice off my hands. The classmates passing by were dumbfounded, and several girls looked at me with disgust. Then, a taste that was 1,000 times worse than what Yangyang described exploded in my mouth, and I immediately bent over the chair and started gagging. Ugh, ugh. I was almost in tears, feeling like I had consumed the essence of an entire toilet. Just when I was about to break down, a pair of feet in blue sandals appeared in my line of sight, with cute nail polish on the toes. A crisp and anxious voice rang out. "LiuLuo, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" As soon as I heard that voice, I knew who it was. Me counselor, Yangyang, the dream girl of all the boys in our school. I wanted to raise my head and say I was fine, but the nausea hit me again, and I instinctively made a vomiting gesture toward her. Yangyang's face instantly turned a bit awkward. Ugh, no, I don't need to go to the hospital. Sister Yangyang, just help me back. I quickly grabbed her hand that was about to take out her phone and casually draped my arm over her shoulder, pretending to be weak and helpless. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of the boys around, Yangyang helped me walk slowly. But I was dazed at that moment because right when I ate the fruit, a flood of information rushed into my mind. This fruit is called the game fruit. The first ability it grants is called Idle Expert, which allows you to absorb energy at all times, and all you need to do is idle for an hour every day. I was amazed by this extraordinary. I was secretly pleased with my ability, completely unaware that I was holding onto the counselor's hand and not letting go, my gaze fixed intently on them. When I finally came to my senses, there was a sharp sound, and my face felt hot. Yangyang had already pulled away from me with an angry expression, walking away without looking back. I was completely stunned. What the hell happened? Why are you hitting me? Then, another piece of information popped into my mind. Beginner task, cheer up Yangyang. Reward, gain forgiveness. Reward with beginner gun skills. Gain affection. Reward with intermediate gun skills. Capture her heart. Reward with first level observation hockey. I can't believe it. Capturing Yangyang's heart? This task is way too difficult. As I watched her walk further away, I couldn't care less about my pride and hurried after her. Yangyang, let me explain. She walked faster and faster. So I made up my mind and stepped in front of her. In her haste, she bumped right into my arms. Instinctively, I hugged her tightly, and now it's a disaster. It's like stepping in mud. It's not shit, but it might as well be. She was both shy and angry in my embrace, lowering her voice to say, "If you don't let go, I'll scream for help." I was anxious at that moment and blurted out, "If you call for someone, I'll kiss you." The person in my arms shivered instantly. I quickly softened my tone and said, "Sister Yangyang, I really didn't mean it. Let's go sit on the playground, and I'll explain everything to you. I promise to let you go afterwards. Okay? She didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. I half embraced her and walked into the playground filled with couples at night. As a result, I ran into Huang Xingrue from the neighboring dorm. When he saw me with a girl in my arms, his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, "Luo Gu, is this your sister-in-law?" The girl in my arms, Yangyang, buried her head deeper, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. I could only force a laugh and replied, "Ah, yes, she is your sister-in-law. Just a bit shy, haha. What a joke." I was so embarrassed that I felt like my toes were digging into the ground like they were trying to create a 3-bedroom apartment. That guy LiuLuo even deliberately squeezed my shoulder and made me greet his 2 buddies. Who understands the pain, my family? At that moment, I just wanted to disappear on the spot. It felt like he was publicly executing me. I refused to look up, afraid of being recognized. But LiuLuo had just called out to Qing, and I was worried they might become suspicious. So I could only pinch my throat and hum a greeting like a mosquito. Guess what happened? Those 2 guys didn't think much of it. They thought it was a dear friend's voice. After staring for a while without seeing my face, they just admired my figure and left enviously. Before leaving, they even shouted, "Sister-in-law, goodbye." Let me tell you, I was almost brought to tears by that sister-in-law remark. After a long wait with no one around, we made our way to the top of the viewing platform, where it was dark and quiet. I finally couldn't hold back anymore and glared at LiuLuo with my big eyes and shouted, "LiuLuo, I've never met someone as shameless as you." He saw that I was really angry, tears welling up in my eyes, but not falling, and he panicked, wanting to comfort me. I took 2 big steps back to maintain a safe distance. He tried to explain, saying he didn't know why I was angry before, admitting that he had deliberately approached me, claiming it was human nature. I scoffed. Is human nature forcibly hugging me to meet your friends? I kept a cold face and said nothing, so he started apologizing, promising it would never happen again. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. I will never forgive you, you bastard. After saying that, I tried to leave, but as soon as I stepped down the stairs with my right foot, he suddenly wrapped his arm around my waist and lifted me off the ground. I was truly airborne. At that moment, I regretted provoking this crazy guy. The next second, his face came closer and his mouth sealed over mine. My eyes widened like saucers, and I wanted to struggle, but I couldn't move at all, and tears streamed down my face. To be honest, he only pressed his lips against mine and didn't dare go any further, probably knowing that if he pushed it, I would really bite him. He put me down, and we sat in silence for a long time. Seeing me cry, he started apologizing again, saying he couldn't help it, and suggested I hit him a couple of times to vent my anger. Let me tell you, that was my first kiss. Although I had dated before, it was just holding hands. My heart was in turmoil, both angry and wronged. But looking at his regretful face felt like a soft spot in my heart was poked. But thinking of all the terrible things he had done, I gritted my teeth and coldly threw out, "I will never forgive you," and turned to leave. Just as I walked a couple of steps, I heard it behind me using a very gentle voice, saying, "Yangyang, be my girlfriend." I was almost staggered. For a brief moment, I really felt my heart flutter, but it was quickly drowned by overwhelming hatred. I didn't look back and quicken my pace. Who knew this guy wasn't done yet? Seeing me about to leave the playground, he directly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qing, I like you. I won't give up. I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in." Wasn't this pure cyber madness? His shout ignited the entire atmosphere of the playground, with a group of onlookers howling and even some people seizing the opportunity to confess their feelings. I turned around and gave that blurry figure a fierce glare before fleeing in panic. Later, I found out that LiuLuo acted so boldly because he had eaten some kind of devil fruit and thought he was amazing. Back in the dorm, he confessed to Yangyang, while the other 2 roommates knew nothing about it. I returned home feeling completely dazed. One moment I was gritting my teeth. The next I was blushing, pounding my pillow in frustration, my mind filled with the events of this evening. How could he dare? Where did that sunny boy go? How did he suddenly become a different person? The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I received a message from LiuLuo. My previously calmed emotions flared up again. Afraid that I might actually go find him with a knife, I hurriedly opened Weibo to distract myself. To my surprise, a trending topic left me stunned. Otis said it was true. I had obtained the chop fruit. I'm a huge pirate fan, so I clicked in, and there was an uncle performing a hand trick with a steel knife, the video looking incredibly real. I was shaken. Could the world really be changing? Just as I was pondering, my phone rang. I looked at the caller ID, LiuLuo. My blood pressure shot up again. I deliberately ignored the call, letting it ring 3 times, but eventually I picked up on a whim. He greeted me for a long time, but I refused to speak, leaving him hanging until he finally hung up. Then he called me again from Do Yangyang's phone, and I still said nothing. Do Yangyang was next to him, advising him, saying that I looked easy to talk to, but was actually very cold, telling him not to waste his efforts. When the dormitory was left with only LiuLuo, he called again. This time he really let loose, starting to recite poetry. Yuqing, I really like you. I know that if I don't use this method, I can't enter your heart. I guess you must have been. I couldn't take it anymore and hung up directly. You think that was the end? I blocked him, but the next second, a strange number called me. I hung up one, and another new number came in. I hung up again, and it changed to another. It was like a never-ending Russian nesting doll. I was so angry that I couldn't even eat. I wanted to turn off my phone, but as a counselor, what if the school had an urgent matter? In the end, I couldn't take it anymore. I answered and shouted, LiuLuo, are you done yet? He confidently replied, not done. Who told you to block my number? After saying that, he hung up. I was furious. Was it still my fault? I tried to call back those strange numbers, and guess what? They were all disconnected. I was puzzled. What kind of operation was this? With no other choice, I had to release him from the blacklist and called him. He directly hung up on me. I was really at my wit's end, feeling like I could kill someone at that moment. I took several deep breaths, telling myself to stay calm, and then his call came again. When I answered, I heard him acting. Yuqing, was it you who just called me? I was initially thrilled, but then I realized you wouldn't call me. I guess that must be some bad woman trying to seduce me. I couldn't hold back anymore and started cursing at my phone. LiuLuo, you bastard. You son of a bitch. As I cursed, I felt that the grievances I had suffered in just one day and night were more than in my entire life. I hugged my phone and started to cry. Suddenly, I heard his damned magnetic voice on the other end. The man who can make you shed the most tears must be the man you love the most. Promise me, get lost. I shouted with all my strength and hung up the phone. This time, he didn't call back, probably realizing he had pushed me my limit. On LiuLuo's side, after harassing me, he began to think about how to develop his devil fruit. He downloaded a bunch of games and played all afternoon without any clue. In the evening, Do Yangyang returned and found him still playing games, which struck him as odd. LiuLuo said he was developing his abilities, and Do Yangyang suggested, why don't we have a few rounds of arcade PK? This played out to be a big deal. The two of them plugged in their controllers and started playing a fighting game. As LiuLuo played, he seemed to be on a roll, his skills improving dramatically, almost dominating Do Yangyang. Eventually, Do Yangyang noticed that LiuLuo had closed his eyes and wasn't moving his hands. Yet the characters on the screen were still executing a smooth combo, quickly knocking him out. With the final KO, LiuLuo suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura bursting forth, pushing Do Yangyang to the edge of the bed and even smashing the computer monitor in front of him. Wow, he had gained enlightenment from the game. He excitedly told me that he had developed two new skills. One was called Street Fighter, a buff that could enhance physical abilities in a short time. The other was even cooler, called Street 12 Combo, a set of combos. Although he was still weak and had only learned the first two moves, one was a quick, rolling advance similar to a sweep called Ground Roll, and the other was a powerful Dragon Punch. While LiuLuo was thrilled about his new skills, let's talk about Zhongbo. This guy also had some luck, as he found a devil fruit, a big red apple, in a fruit wholesale market. The market owner, being savvy, stopped selling fruits and turned it into a paid attraction, charging 100 yuan per person to enter and search for treasure. Zhongbo found the fruit and, fearing to prolong the situation, stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was foul, sour, and bitter, making his face turn green. The owner panicked, shouting who told him to eat it. When the crowd heard about the devil fruit, they went crazy, surrounding him to grab the bitten apple. The scene was chaotic. However, Zhongbo didn't care. He felt powerful. When the owner reached out to grab his shoulder, he screamed in pain, his hand covered in blisters. Zhongbo smirked and activated the ability of the heat fruit he had just obtained, sending a wave of heat that pushed everyone back. He felt like the chosen one. Do Yangyang's bone fruit seemed like garbage to him. He called a car and rushed back to the dormitory, his mind full of thoughts on how to show off in front of LiuLuo and get revenge for that punch and kick. But he felt that just that wasn't enough. He had to come up with something even more ruthless. What he came up with, let me tell you, was both malicious and stupid. He actually set his sights on the girl LiuLuo liked, Yuqing. Wow, this guy was not even thinking about how to improve himself, but rather how to steal his brother's woman to save face. Unbelievable. But our protagonist, LiuLuo, was completely different. At that moment, he was with Do Yangyang, trying to comfort Liucheng, who had managed to get a fruit. Do Yangyang patted his shoulder and said, "Bro, don't be so stubborn. That thing is a gamble on your life. It's not necessary." LiuLuo also advised, saying, "This is what true brotherhood is." He continued, "Liucheng, think about it. Are there few powerful figures in One Piece who haven't eaten a fruit? Zoro, with his 3 swords, conquers the world. What does he rely on? It's swordsmanship and haki. The time you spend waiting for others to develop their fruits can be used to train your body in haki. In the future, who knows who will surpass whom? His words awaken Liucheng. Yes, time is fair. There is more than one path. He slapped his thigh, remembering that his grandfather was a martial arts master. Wasn't he that genetic talent? He excitedly told LiuLuo and Yangyang, "Luo go, Yangyang. Thank you. I made up my mind. I'm going home to practice boxing." The 3 of them were happy for him. Having a goal means 1-1T fall apart. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, the door creaked open. The 3 exchanged glances, knowing it was Zhang Bo returning, and instantly lost interest in talking, each going back to their own beds. As soon as Zhang Bo entered, he was brimming with self-satisfaction. He rushed in front of Liucheng, shouting, "Liucheng, I made it big. Heat fruit. For now on, you follow me." While he was talking to Liucheng, his eyes were darting over to LiuLuo, who was smoking on the balcony, practically screaming, "Look at me, envy me." LiuLuo did turn a glance at him, and then he just went back to looking at the cigarette between his fingers. It felt like your heat fruit isn't even as good as half a cigarette. This completely infuriated Zhang Bo. He originally wanted to show off in front of LiuLuo, but LiuLuo didn't even take the bait. Not daring to confront LiuLuo directly with Yangyang there, he could only vent his anger on Liucheng, continuing to manipulate him. "Liucheng, stick with me, and you can pick any girl in our school." As soon as he said this, LiuLuo and the other 2 couldn't help but sneer, thinking, what a small ambition. Liucheng, being tough, directly rejected him. "Zhang Bo, thank you for your kindness, but I'm taking a leave to go home tomorrow, and I don't want to hang out with you." I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, Zhang Bo immediately broke down. How dare he? A mere ordinary person dares to refuse me? His entire face turned bright red in an instant, and the power of the heat fruit instinctively activated, sending a wave of scorching heat toward Liucheng. In that split second, amidst the flash of lightning, Yangyang's bone knife was already pressed against Zhang Bo's neck. The cold blade extinguished the rising flames of his anger instantly. Yangyang coldly said, "I advise you not to seek trouble. Liucheng will be with Brother Luo from now on, understand?" Zhang Bo's face went from red to white in an instant, like a Sichuan opera performer changing masks. He could feel how sharp the knife on his neck was, and his body couldn't help but tremble. But it wasn't over yet. A colder voice came from the balcony, devoid of any emotion, as if it had drifted up from hell. "If you understand, make a sound." Family, who understands? Just this one sentence made Zhang Bo's psychological defenses completely collapse. He was utterly convinced that if LiuLuo said one more word, Yangyang's knife would definitely come down. I understand, Brother Luo." Accompanied by his trembling voice, the sound of dripping water echoed in the dormitory. That's right. This guy was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. As soon as the knife was withdrawn from his neck, he didn't even dare to look back. Scrambling out of the dormitory, guess what the first thing he did with the newly acquired heat fruit was? He roasted his pants. Wow. The first application of the heat fruit. A portable dryer. Incredible. Once Zhang Bo, that little rat, left, the atmosphere in dorm 503 became incredibly harmonious. Yangyang went downstairs to buy some alcohol, and the 3 brothers started drinking. Just as they were drinking, the outside world exploded. The mysterious devilish power was so intense that even ordinary people could feel it. Governments around the world could no longer suppress the news, issuing announcements and dispatching troops to maintain order, plunging the entire world into a state of tension and chaos. And our female instructor, Yangyang, was stunned upon seeing the government's announcement. She immediately thought of LiuLuo, her heart sinking. No way. Did that guy really eat a devil fruit? But then she got even angrier. Bastard. So he dared to treat me like that, because he relied on being an ability user. I will never forgive you. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, deciding she needed to become stronger and not let LiuLuo bully her anymore. So she sat cross-legged and began to meditate. But what happened? Just as she sensed the energy particles around her, her mind was filled with LiuLuo's face, both hateful and laughable, causing her to break her focus and yell at the air. "Ah, LiuLuo, you bastard, I hate you so much." While drinking, LiuLuo suddenly sneezed, thinking it was Zhang Bo cursing him, and didn't take it seriously. The next morning, LiuLuo and Yangyang went to the playground to work out, only to find that the speed of absorbing devilish power while exercising was incredibly fast. The two of them had a great workout before returning to the dormitory and calling LiuLuo to go ask the instructor for a leave of absence. Guess what? In the office, Yangyang was being fawned over by a male colleague, the greasy vibe almost spilling out of the screen, characterized by utter humility. LiuLuo, being quite the actor, walked in with red eyes and choked up, saying, "Sister Yuching, my grandfather wants to see me for the last time." Yangyang initially wanted to follow the rules, but upon hearing this reason, she immediately softened, noticing that his sad expression didn't seem fake, and quickly signed the leave form. After LiuLuo and Yangyang thanked her and left, Yangyang let out a sigh of relief, thinking LiuLuo was going to leave too. But then this guy turned back again. He walked up to Yangyang's desk, blocking others' view with his body, and whispered, "Have you eaten? I need to tell you something." Yangyang was so scared that she shrank back. "Don't mess around. There are so many people here." Seeing her so frightened, LiuLuo quickly softened his tone. "I swear I won't bully you anymore. I really have something to say, come on." Yangyang hesitated for a moment, but decided to go outside with him. At that moment, the fawning male colleague, Yangyang, immediately followed. "Hey, Yuching, where are you going?" "I didn't eat breakfast either. Let's go together." LiuLuo instantly got angry, stretched out his arm to block the doorframe, and with a forced smile, said, "No other intentions. I'm having a meal with Sister Yuching. You're not welcome." Yangyang was about to explode, and the other instructors in the office began to act high and mighty, criticizing LiuLuo for his lack of manners. Let me tell you, LiuLuo wasn't putting up with these people anymore. He directly fired back. "What are you looking at? The world has changed, and you're still pretending to be important? Did we invite you? Don't you know your place and just rush in?" That aura left Yangyang and the room, full of seasoned folks, speechless. LiuLuo gave them a cold glance and closed the door. Outside, Yangyang, though hating LiuLuo, felt incredibly satisfied at that moment, having long been annoyed by these people. Once downstairs, LiuLuo still hadn't figured it out, trying to use his identity as an ability user to impress Yangyang. But she saw right through it, her gaze instantly turning cold. "You think you can impress me with that title? You really underestimate me, Yangyang." LiuLuo instantly realized, regretting it deeply. Indeed, how could such a cool sister be swayed by just a devil fruit? He put away all his ulterior motives and sincerely said, "I will protect you, don't worry." After saying that, he turned and left. Just a few steps away, he heard Yangyang's proud voice from behind. "No need, thanks." Hearing this, LiuLuo smiled, turned around, and gave her a thumbs up, as expected of the woman I like. This single sentence completely broke down Yangyang's defenses. Her face flushed, and she ran upstairs without looking back. The day felt particularly strange. The sun seemed to have run out of fuel, still hanging in the southern sky at 8 in the evening. Everyone felt that something big was about to happen. News about devil fruits was flying all over the internet, with one fruit being hyped up to $1 billion price, while others were priceless. In this final frenzy, the Lover's Garden at Hutching University witnessed the bloodiest scene. A poor rural kid named Yangyang, desperate to change his fate, frantically searched in the orchard. Finally, he spotted a devil fruit, a mix of green and red, on a plum tree. In that instant, the entire orchard went wild, with hundreds of people rushing over like zombies. Yangyang desperately climbed the tree, while those below shook it violently, picking up stones to throw at him. Yangyang's face was covered in blood, his forehead split open by a stone, but he wouldn't let go, howling like a beast as he climbed higher. Under the tree, people trampled each other in a frenzy for position, pulling and dragging, screams echoing. It was pure hell on earth. Finally, amidst the chaos, everyone stopped, because Yangyang, that man whose expression had twisted and broken, had grasped that fruit. The people below started begging for mercy, making promises, and even some girls shouted that they wanted to marry him. But Yangyang couldn't hear anything. He looked at the fruit in his hand, trembling all over, his face revealing a strange expression that was both crying and laughing. Then, he shoved that blood and dirt-covered fruit into his mouth, bite after bite. The taste was bitter and disgusting, but he didn't stop, his mouth torn and bleeding, still frantically swallowing as if he were gulping down his only hope. When he swallowed the last bite, he laughed, a laugh so eerie it made one's scalp tingle. A black vortex swirled around him, a cow's tail sprouted from behind him, and his ears became long and pointed. He stood at the top of the tree, head down, facing the terrified crowd below, and shouted in a voice that did not belong to a human, "Welcome to the era of extreme evil. Ha ha!" Before he finished speaking, he fell straight down from the tree. A small, dark gray shadow instantly dashed into the crowd, and its eerie cries, resembling both laughter and weeping, completely drown out all the screams and pleas for mercy. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. It was like 100 ghosts were having a party in the lover's garden. People passing by were stunned, only daring to look from a distance, with no one brave enough to approach, until finally a dirty, hunched-over figure stumbled out of the woods. He was holding an unripe, rotten fruit, munching on it while muttering, "Peaches are sour, apricots are fuzzy. Under the plum tree, the dead are buried." Goodness, those words sent shivers down my spine. His eyes were like X-rays, scanning the crowd, and no one dared to make eye contact. And guess what happened next? His gaze suddenly fixed on a girl in sportswear. Her name was Yangyang, and she looked exceptionally fresh. There was a guy next to her, probably a friend, who was about to shout for her to run. But when that strange man shot him a glance, he let out a yelp and fell flat on the ground, scrambling away like a lizard with all fours. At that speed, it would be a shame not to compete in the Olympics. But this girl, Yangyang, was really brave. She didn't run away and even thought that the strange man's gaze held no malice. The man stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from her and, in a voice that sounded like sandpaper, said as gently as possible, "I remember you. I'm telling you, it felt just like Sadako whispering goodnight in your ear, causing your scalp to explode in an instant." The weirdo probably realized that something was off, and his expression stiffened for a moment. He didn't say anything more and just turned to leave. By the time the police cars arrived with their sirens blaring, he was gone, and all those students in the orchard had vanished as well. All that was left was a plum tree that had been smashed to pieces, standing there like a ghost. The police were still confused at the scene when suddenly everyone heard a strange sound. At first, they thought it was the wind rustling the leaves, but someone shouted, "No, that's the sound of water." Just as the words left their mouth, the entire world changed. I tell you, in the sky, right above that orchard, a hole opened up without warning, and blue seawater gushed out like a dam had burst. Immediately, that one hole turned into countless others, and the entire sky looked like a colander. The age of exploration had arrived in such a simple and brutal way. On the other side, my buddy LiuLuo and his brother Yangyang had long sensed something was off. As soon as they heard the sound of water, LiuLuo wasted no time and threw down the inflatable raft and life buoys that he had prepared. Their movements were incredibly quick. In no time, they jumped down from the tree and started inflating their gear. "Luo, go look." Yangyang pointed at the sky, his hands trembling. LiuLuo looked up, and good grief, there were holes everywhere, with seawater pouring down like a waterfall, instantly submerging their ankles. LiuLuo panicked, pulled out his phone, and called Yangyang. "Where are you?" "I'm in the orchard, there's so much water." The voice on the other end sounded different. Just as LiuLuo was about to say, "Don't move, I'm coming right over," the phone crackled and lost signal. He threw the phone away and ran towards the orchard. But after just a few steps, he realized something was wrong. The water was rising more and more, and his legs felt heavier, his whole body weak. I could see his face turning green, and he must have been cursing inwardly. "I'm done for. I forgot about this. I'm a devil fruit user, but I'm a poor swimmer. Damn it." Once the water reached his knees, LiuLuo could barely stand, swaying like he was drunk, relying solely on willpower to hold himself up. His devil fruit powers were acting up as soon as they touched the seawater, not only failing to help, but also draining his strength. Just as he was about to drown, a raft came slicing through the water towards him. It was Yangyang. This guy was also a power user. But when he hit the water, his legs weakened too, so he didn't dare jump in. He paddled with all his might, using a paddle made of bones, shouting, "Luo, go, hold on a little longer." Finally, they managed to pull LiuLuo onto the raft. LiuLuo lay on the raft like a dead dog, taking a long time to squeeze out a few words. "Yangyang, go to the lover's garden, quickly." They paddled over and found that Yangyang had already made it to the second floor of a nearby teaching building. The girl was leaning out of the window, and when she saw LiuLuo risking his life to paddle over to find her, her pale face lost all its resentment in an instant. Family, who understands? This thought process is really something. He bullies me because he loves me. Good grief, this self-justifying ability is wasted if he doesn't go into sales. The raft reached the edge of the building, and the water had already flooded up to the first floor. Yangyang jumped onto the windowsill first, and LiuLuo struggled to climb up. Looking at Yangyang, who was both angry and moved, he forced out a smile and said with all his strength, "Yuching, I love you." This single sentence shattered Yangyang's defenses. She could no longer hold back and jumped into his arms. LiuLuo roughly held her face and asked, "Will you be my woman?" "I will." Just as those 3 words left her lips, LiuLuo suddenly tensed up. his whole body rigid, as if he were a steel bar, his eyes rolling back. His hands shook uncontrollably while holding Yangyang. Yangyang was terrified. LiuLuo, LiuLuo, don't scare me. Her voice was tinged with tears. Yangyang initially thought they were just acting in a melodrama. But when he saw the spasms were too real, he hurriedly helped him lie flat on the ground. In fact, LiuLuo was receiving a system reward. Because Yangyang agreed, his beginner task was completed, and the reward was unlocking the first stage of observation hockey. His body didn't originally have this talent, and the game fruit was forcibly transforming him. So how could he not spasm? Although his eyes were closed, everything around him was crystal clear. He could see Yangyang almost in tears, and his heart ached. Honestly, he had liked this girl for 3 years in college, but he had been too afraid to pursue her because he felt inadequate. Now that he had power, his method was a bit childish, but the main point was companionship. As he was upgrading, a group of monsters with fish heads in the sky were excitedly shouting, rushing down with the seawater. So much food. Their blood smells amazing. The students in the classroom instantly erupted. It's the fishmen. The fishmen are coming. Seeing that LiuLuo was temporarily okay, Yangyang handed him over to Yangyang and stood by the window. He cracked his arms, and instantly they were covered in bones, with one long and one short bone knife growing out his palms. The surrounding students gasped, realizing there was another power user. They all crowded around him like they'd found a backbone. Just then, a fisherman with a shark head swung a water blade through the window. Yangyang crossed his twin knives and blocked it. The fisherman wanted to shout for his brothers to join in, but Yangyang's short knife suddenly elongated, and with a thrust, it pierced through the fisherman's belly. Then, with a horizontal slice, a fish head flew up into the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and the students in the classroom screamed in terror. Yangyang cursed inwardly at his teammates, thinking, isn't that scream just guiding the fishmen right to us? Sure enough, several shadows splashed out of the water, climbing in through various windows. We can't hold them off. To the top floor, quick! Yangyang shouted, picking up LiuLuo and letting Yangyang support him as they rushed outside. But the hallway was filled with fishmen. He handed LiuLuo to Yangyang, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and suddenly flung them outward. With a series of dull thuds, the first joints of his 10 fingers shot out like bullets, instantly splattering blood on a dozen fishmen. This move left him exhausted, and he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Just when everyone thought they were safe, the water's surface exploded with a bang, and a swordfish man with long spikes on its nose charged through the waves, its speed like a speeding arrow, heading straight for the exhausted Yangyang. It's over. Yangyang's eyes filled with despair as he desperately activated his powers. But the bones had only just covered half of his hand. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, ready to meet his death. Just as that spike was about to pierce through his palm, a shadow flashed past him like lightning. Then a loud roar erupted in front of him. You dare touch my brother. It was LiuLuo. He finally regained control of his body at the last moment. With a roll on the ground and a powerful push, he shattered the floor beneath him and was already in front of Yangyang. Then came a standard rising dragon fist, all his power concentrated into one punch, and with a crack, that spike harder than steel snapped. The swordfish man was sent flying by the force of the punch. Luo, go, leave it to me. Yangyang, now recovered, shouted angrily, charging out like a cannonball, his fists gathering all his strength and smashing down on the base of the fishman's broken spike. The fishman let out a howl, and the remaining spikes were driven straight into its own brain, its body rolling back into the water. The battle ended, and the other students gathered around like they were watching a spectacle, asking about his well-being. A girl even tried to burrow into LiuLuo's arms, which scared him into quickly dodging away, casting a guilty glance at Yangyang. Yangyang shot him a glare, and he awkwardly walked over. What happened to you just now? Yangyang asked with concern. LiuLuo grinned mischievously. Hey, you care about me? Who cares? Before he could finish, Yangyang covered his mouth with hers. They only separated when Yangyang coughed a couple times nearby. Yangyang's face turned as red as an apple, and she dove into LiuLuo's embrace, pinching his waist hard. The group helped each other up and used the desks as ladders to climb onto the rooftop. The view suddenly opened up. Under the sunset, the water was filled with writhing fish people. LiuLuo looked up and was stunned to see Zhang Bo on the rooftop of the opposite teaching building, leisurely drinking juice with a girl on each side. Zhang Bo also noticed them, gripping his plastic bottle so hard it creaked, his gaze burning with hatred. When he saw Yangyang next to LiuLuo, his eyes turned red, and he cursed, sure enough, all women are the same. He thought Yun Yuqing was with the capable Do Yangyang. Do Yangyang couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the edge of the building, shouting, "Zhangbo, you beast! The sun hasn't even set yet, and you can't hold yourself back?" He was calling out Zhangbo, reminding him that the apocalypse hadn't truly arrived yet, so he shouldn't act so inhuman. But Zhangbo didn't respond. Instead, a sycophant named Chen Yu jumped out, pointing at Do Yangyang and cursing, "What are you? You think you're worthy to talk to Brother Bo?" Zhang Bo's expression changed. He didn't want to confront Do Yangyang yet. Before Chen Yu could react, Do Yangyang gave him the middle finger, then pointed it at his thigh. With a pop, white smoke erupted from the middle finger. Chen Yu didn't understand what was happening when a tremendous force hit the back of his right leg, knocking him to the ground, the excruciating pain almost making him scream. "If I hear you say another word, next time I'll break your mouth." Do Yangyang's voice was as cold as ice. Chen Yu was so scared that he quickly stifled his cries, his face contorted. This scene was witnessed by several people from nearby buildings. In 2 other buildings, the student council president Yu Chang and a plump girl named Han Weiwei were also observing. "I didn't expect there to be capable people in F building," Yu Chang said. "Now C building has no capable people at all. They're doomed." Han Weiwei looked at the fish people swimming below and sighed. "Yeah, C building is hopeless. They probably won't last an hour before those fish people find them." Just then, a tremendous rumble and explosion came from the direction of the city center in the north. Boom! Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire was incessant. When LiuLuo heard that sound, his eyes lit up instantly. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt so fired up. Our Chinese army never even thought about giving up on us. But I tell you, this battle was incredibly brutal. We had the advantage of height, but it couldn't hold back those fish people charging like mad dogs. I watched General Zhuofengwa on the command ship. His fists clenched so tight sparks were flying. One speedboat was flipped over by a monster that leaped from beneath the water, and blood splattered everywhere in the sea, turning it into a sea of red. "Fire! Hit them hard!" The general's voice was hoarse from shouting. The beasts on the other side were also fearless, shooting water arrows at the boats like they were free, and some reckless ones were even climbing up the side of the boat, wanting to engage in hand-to-hand combat. I tell you, what awaited them was our merciless iron hail. In just a few minutes, thousands of fish people were turned into sieves, and the bodies stained that part of the sea into a red-hot pot. But do you think it meant we won? That's naive. Those fish people were as slippery as loaches. Seeing they couldn't win, they immediately retreated back into the water to hide, waiting for their so-called fish king to back them up. The surface of the sea calmed down, but when I looked at General Zhu's face, it was darker than a pot bottom. He was in agony. If we were struggling so much with heavy firepower, what about those unarmed civilians? I didn't even dare to think about it. The worst part? The water wasn't deep enough. Our grand fleet couldn't get in at all trapped in the city center. The streets were lined with tall buildings, like an underwater maze. The military had contingency plans to send out small speedboats to form guerrilla teams, searching house by house. But who would have thought these fish people were so fierce? Wasn't he that just sending speedboats out to deliver heads? I watched General Zhu panting there, his expression so twisted it could wring out water. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and gave the order, execute according to the original plan. Why? Because the people are waiting for us. This is the soldier's duty. There's no choice. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire echoed throughout Qinghe City, and small boats raced into the submerged streets like arrows released from a bow. Let me tell you a story about a small team that brought tears to my eyes. It was a small boat with 4 soldier brothers on board. The one steering the boat was called Dammy, who was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, but his gaze was as steady as a nail. Beside him, 2 brothers were holding their guns, not daring to blink. The one in the middle, named Li Taijun, was responsible for observation. "Dammy, there's someone in the left front calling for help." Li Taijun shouta. No sooner had he finished speaking than, suddenly, a fisherman emerged from the water, climbing up the residential building. Li Taijun raised his gun and then lowered it. It was too far away, and he was afraid of hitting innocent people. He could only wave his hands desperately, trying to signal the people in the building to hide. But with the sound of the wind, waves, and gunfire, who could hear him? His shout ended up attracting the fishermen lurking underwater. "Dammy, hurry, start the engine." Dammy slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the small boat shot forward. Just as the fisherman was about to climb up, Li Taijun panicked, no longer hesitating, and fired a volley, blasting the monster off the wall and turning it into mush. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, the small boat tilted sharply to the left, nearly throwing Li Taijun and another soldier named Liang Hong into the water. Not good. There's something under the boat. Yangyang shooted. He had seen this kind of situation before and knew that in a few seconds, their boat would capsize. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. I'll go down and kill them. Otherwise, none of us will survive. After saying that, he jumped into the bloody water with his gun held high. The moment he hit the water, the gunfire sounded muffled underwater and blood bubbles rose to the surface. The boat stabilized, but Yangyang, who had jumped down, never resurfaced. Yangyang! Yangyang! Li Taijun screamed desperately at the edge of the boat. Another soldier named Yuan Pengfei, who was closest to Yangyang, had tears streaming down his face. Taijun, you keep watch. I'll go down and find him. No, you can't go. Li Taijun grabbed him tightly, his voice trembling. Pengfei, the people are still waiting for us. You can't go. His words were not just a warning. They were a plea. Out of their small team of 10, only the 4 of them remained. Yuan Pengfei pouted, his chin wrinkled with emotion, tears falling like beads from a broken string. But in the end, he straightened up and aimed his gun back at the sea. The driver, Dammy, who had remained silent, suddenly began to sing with a trembling voice. It's a clear morning, accompanied by the sound of the dove's call and the wake-up signal. Rest assured, my motherland, rest assured, my loved ones, for victory, I must bravely move forward. I tell you, that singing immediately spread throughout the entire Qinghai city. Countless small boats, countless soldiers, all started to roar along. The momentum was incredible. Those fishermen were completely stunned, each one too scared to even show their heads. The soldiers of Huaxia have gone completely crazy. The scene cuts back to our school over here. Our teaching building is doing fine. I commanded everyone to dismantle all the desks and chairs and block the rooftop entrance. The fishmen charged several times, but they were all fought back by me and Do Yangyang. It was like handing out free lives. But next door in Building C, it was a scene of human tragedy. At first, a few passionate boys held the front line, but once those few died, everyone else panicked and scrambled backward, watching helplessly as the fishmen rushed up to the rooftop. Family, who understands? Those fishmen were like they had entered a buffet. The screams and chewing sound made my scalp tingle. These people are really stupid. Just then, a notification chimed in my head. The game task has arrived. Beginner task. Rescue Building C. Rescue 10 people for a reward of basic marksmanship. Rescue 20 for intermediate. Rescue 50 for advanced. Wow, what a task. I looked at Building C in the distance and started calculating in my mind. Taking the water route was definitely out of the question, so there was only one way left, parkour. Jump from our F building to the E building, then from E to D, and finally find a way to get to C. But there's a wide road of over 10 meters between Building C and D. How can I jump that? I can't even moonwalk. Yangyang noticed something was off with my expression, her eyes flashing with a purple light, and lightly tugged at my clothes. LiuLuo, what's wrong? I want to go rescue the people in Building C. As soon as I finished speaking, Do Yangyang exploded. Why save them? They deserve it. Just now, when Wang Zhe and the others were holding the front, these trash were all watching the show in the back. Damn it, I'm also quite conflicted. To be honest, I don't really want to save them. Do these people's characters deserve it? Plus, it was too dangerous in the past. But the reward for this game task are too tempting, and I just can't bear to give up. Yangyang saw through my thoughts and came out to mediate. After all, they are human. If we can save them, we should try. All right, I'll think about it. I walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked at the 5 or 6 meters gap between me and Building E. In the past, I would have turned around and left, but now, I'm a devil fruit user, and my physical abilities are no longer human. Do Yangyang also came over. Looking serious. LiuLuo, it's too wide. You can't get across. Yangyang also advised me. LiuLuo, how about we just forget it? It's too dangerous. I am hesitating. Someone in the E building across the way has also noticed us. A girl walked over, looking like a capable person too. Do you want to jump over? She said. I advise you to forget it and wait for the army to rescue you. Those people aren't worth saving. I nodded and asked her, are you also a devil fruit user? As soon as she finished speaking, my eyes lit up, and her next sentence was, but my ability can't help you. My expression instantly changed from ecstasy to frustration. The girl named Miao Shu saw me like this, and, feeling sympathetic, suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Wait a minute. Let me see if I could develop my fruit ability to help you. She said she had the bell fruit, which could create sounds that induce hallucinations. And she wanted to see if she could develop a sound that would excite people and unleash their potential. That sounds great. Who would want a cheat code? I was originally pondering whether I could rush over by using a roll for acceleration. But time passed second by second, and the screams from Building C never stopped. Miao Shu was over there shaking her head for a long time, ringing like a bell, but there was no effect at all. I was anxious. Forget it. I won't wait any longer. I'll try it myself. Luo, go wait a little longer. Yangyang grabbed my arm. Yin Yuqing held my other hand. But she didn't try to persuade me. Instead, she stared at me coldly and said word by word, LiuLuo, you must ensure that you can come back safely. Otherwise, I will jump down with you. I told you, just this one sentence made my head buzz. What mission? What reward? All of it can go to hell. I just want to hold this cold and stubborn woman in front of me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I cupped her face and held her tightly in my arms. At that moment, I finally felt what it meant to be grounded. But just as we were in this warmth, a sudden excited voice came from behind. I did it. I succeeded. It was Miao Shu. I turned around and glared at her with irritation, then looked at Yin Yuqing in my arms. If you don't want me to go, then I won't. Yin Yuqing rolled her big eyes, stood on tiptoe, and clumsily kissed me on the lips. Go ahead, she said. Your world shouldn't only be about me. It should also have the stars and the sea. I just hope you can come back safely every time. Wow, this wave of understanding is top-notch. I was so touched inside. On the opposite side, Miao Shu rolled her eyes and urged, Hey, you two, can you save the dog food for another time? If you wait any longer, everyone in Building C will be dead. I nodded at her, indicating that I was ready. Just a reminder, Miao Shu said, my skill can only give you a buff. Whether you can jump over, it depends on your own abilities. Let's start. Miao Shu began shaking her head frantically, and a surge of exhilarating ringing suddenly pierced my ears. Damn, this feeling's like being on steroids. All the muscles in my body tightened, and I felt an endless supply of strength. But this thing was also consuming my stamina like crazy. I couldn't wait any longer. I did a forward roll and sprinted, pushing off with my feet at the edge of the rooftop, launching myself like a cannonball. Everyone held their breath. Halfway through the jump, I felt my body starting to drop, and Yin Yuqing's face turned pale with fear. But I was confident. I even had time to shout to her, Yuqing, don't worry. I'll be right back. As soon as I finished speaking, my hands had already grabbed the railing of Building E, and with a powerful pull of my arms, I executed a beautiful flip and landed steadily. There was no time to celebrate. I rushed towards Building D, gripping the railing with one hand, and leaped again like a wild goose. I landed steadily on the rooftop of Building D. Now all the teaching buildings were in an uproar. Go for it, LiuLuo. Brother Luo is amazing. The cheers echoed through the sky, but I didn't have time to pay attention to them. I focused on the last hurdle in front of me, the deadly chasm between Building D and Building C, which was over 10 meters wide. On the other side, the student council president, Yu Chong, looked disdainful. What a show-off. There's no way he can make it. I don't have time to listen to him ramble. My mind is racing. The building is 8 stories high, about 10 meters wide, and the opposite rooftop is filled with fishmen. My buff time is almost up. What should I do? What should I do? Countless pieces of information are shattering and reorganizing in my mind. Sweat is dripping into my eyes, stinging painfully. I close my eyes and then suddenly open them wide. In an instant, the world becomes incredibly clear. I found it. The bathroom window on the 6th floor of Building C. In front of everyone's incredulous eyes, instead of jumping forward, I leaped and rolled down to the ground. At that moment, all the cheers turned into screams. Yin Yuqing's face turned pale in an instant, and tears burst out. LiuLuo, you bastard. You jerk. She screamed, about to rush to the edge of the rooftop. Yangyang was so scared that he lost his wits, just as he wanted to pull her back, suddenly. He pointed between the 2 buildings and yelled at the top of his lungs. Sister-in-law, look, it's Brother Luo. Yin Yuqing turned around sharply and just in time saw my figure crash through the 6th floor window with a bang. Diving inside, the key was to catch them off guard. I rolled on the ground, pulled out the shards of glass from my body, and felt the effects of the stimulants rapidly fading. Not daring to hesitate, I dashed upstairs. As I reached the corner on the 7th floor, I ran into a few fishmen rushing down. I casually threw the broken glass as a distraction, and while they were blocking, I rolled under one of them and delivered an uppercut that shattered its jaw. Grabbing its long knife, I slashed backward, and blood spattered everywhere. The remaining fishmen, seeing my fierce appearance, were so scared that their legs went weak, and they turned to climb the ladder to the rooftop. Can I just let him run away like that? No way. I quickly took care of the remaining lackeys, and, with a flick of my toe, a harpoon was in my hand. Without a second thought, I threw it at that bastard's back. There was a splatter of blood, but this guy was tough. He gritted his teeth and kept climbing. I picked up a second harpoon, but didn't throw it. Let me tell you, my mind was racing at this point. I knew the real tough fight was on the rooftop. I glanced around and saw 6 fishermen corpses, a steel ladder, and that unfortunate guy with a fork stuck in his back who was still struggling. along with the small square hole at the rooftop entrance and the fierce shark head at the hole. Where's the bug? How can I best utilize my abilities? Got it. Let me tell you, this move is all about the information gap. I immediately bit down on the knife with my teeth, grabbed a fishman corpse with my right hand, and used it as a human shield, climbing right behind the injured fishman. The shark head above got anxious and yelled at him to hurry up. The little brother did speed up a bit, but I stayed right on his tail, maintaining a close distance like a spirit behind him. At this point, the shark head completely lost it, probably thinking he was a hindrance. Goodness. He directly stabbed his own little brother to death with a fork. The corpse just hung there on the ladder. I was startled and instinctively leaned to the left. A water arrow shot through the meat shield above my head, grazing my forehead as it went down. I couldn't wait any longer. I hurled the corpse shield upward, and in that moment it blocked their line of sight. I gathered my strength and dashed toward the entrance. As the corpse fell, the knife in my mouth was already in my hand. With a reverse strike, I split it in half. Amidst the rain of blood, I knelt and charged onto the rooftop like a cannonball. The few fishmen guarding the gate were stunned and stumbled back in fear. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to rush forward, it was too late. I tell you, the moment I landed, the battle was already over. Although my swordsmanship is terrible, my physical fitness is outstanding, and swinging the long knife felt like a whirlwind dashing around the place. Whenever I encountered an attack I couldn't handle, I would roll on the ground, emphasizing my agility. For a moment, the entire rooftop was filled with flying fish heads, and the sound of screams echoed continuously. When I finally chopped off the last fish head, a sound rang in my mind, signaling mission accomplished. Unfortunately, it wasn't the highest difficulty. There were only about 30 people left on the rooftop after the massacre, and I completed the medium difficulty. As I relaxed, my legs went weak, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed me instantly. I barely managed to hold myself up with the knife to avoid collapsing. My body was drenched in blood and sweat, looking no different from a demon crawling out of hell. The people around who were saved didn't dare to breathe, staring at me with wide eyes, afraid that I might open my eyes and come at them with a knife too. Just as I stood there like a bloody statue. Guess what? A warship arrived in the distance. The smell of blood was so strong that it could probably be detected from several kilometers away. Several officers stood on the deck, looking at our school with furrowed brows, as if they could crush a fly with them. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Right in front was Tsinghua University, and the situation looked grim. A female officer named LiuLuo wanted to take a speedboat to come over and take a look, but her superior stopped her. I finally calmed down, supported by someone to sit down, feeling a wave of fear in my heart. If a few more fishermen had come, I would have been the one lying down today. However, this time the harvest was huge. I discovered that my fruit ability can also find bugs. It's amazing. The sun finally set, and I thought the mission was completed. It was time to return to my own F building. I'm not some savior. Saving them once was just a task. I've done my duty. But you know what is the funniest part? That Yangyang from B building suddenly ran up to their rooftop and shouted at me from dozens of meters away, trying to persuade me to stay and protect the people in C building. Does anyone understand, my friends? This guy is too talented to not be acting. His words were so righteous that he instantly won over the hearts of the people in C building. LiuLuo, what will they do if you leave? If it weren't for the fact that I was the only ability user in our building, I would have definitely gone over. I rolled my eyes at what I heard. Isn't this just moral coercion? The group in building C started to cheer, asking me to stay. Yangyang sensed the atmosphere and said, LiuLuo, just do it for my sake. Face. How much is his face worth? Did I care? I couldn't be bothered to respond. Just gave him a look as if he were an idiot, then turned around, took a running start, jumped, and with a crash, shattered the glass as I dove into the restroom of Building D. The sound of the glass breaking was like Yangyang's face smashing to the ground. My buddy Yangyang in Building F was cheering loudly, absolutely thrilled. Yangyang's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He must have been furious, but he still held it in, probably trying to comfort himself, thinking I was scared of him, which is why I didn't say anything. I don't care what he thinks. I flew over the rooftops and quickly returned to Building F. As soon as I landed, a fragrant figure lunged into my arms, and then my shoulder was hit with a sharp pain. That little girl Yangyang, both angry and worried, went straight for my lips. I didn't dodge and instead held her even tighter. I tell you, you mustn't be so reckless in the future. She let go of my lips, her eyes red as she glared at me. Don't worry, I can't bear to die, I whispered in her ear. Instantly, she lost her temper. Just as we were hugging, that oblivious Yangyang came over. Sister-in-law, once you're done hugging, it's my turn, right? Yangyang and I said in unison. Get lost. This night was really strange. The sky was as dark as death, not a hint of light anywhere. Yangyang was on night watch, and I got up in the second half of the night to stretch my body and practice my newly acquired marksmanship. Yangyang was also awake, sitting there meditating, as she sensed the feeling of crisis. Then something even stranger happened. Yangyang suddenly realized that she seemed to be able to hear a strange bird call, not with her ears, but with her mental power. She tried to soothe that sound, and before long, a small bird with black and white feathers actually flew over and landed on her shoulder. I told you, when she quietly told me about this, I directly exclaimed, wow. Isn't this the ability to hear the voices of all things from One Piece? It's a once-in-a-billion talent. My wife is going to soar. We were both excited when suddenly there was a loud bang, and the entire world shook. I turned my head and, using the moonlight, saw an enormous, strange ship crashing down from the sea above. A colossal wave followed it, rushing towards us. Grab something, I shouted, turning to tightly protect Yangyang in my arms, my right hand gripping the edge of the rooftop. The wave crashed against my back, and I spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly feeling weak. Those with devil fruit powers fear this the most. Once I touch seawater, I'm no better than an ordinary person. After the wave passed, my face turned as white as paper, and blood kept oozing from the corner of my mouth. Yangyang was terrified, staring at me speechless, tears streaming down her face as she tried to wipe my blood, only making it worse. Yangyang crawled out from behind some tables and chairs. He only had minor injuries, but knew right away that it was the seawater causing my condition, and I wasn't going to die. After a while, I finally regained my strength, coughed up a bunch of blood foam, and looked at Yangyang, who was crying heart-wrenchingly in my arms, feeling a deep pang of pain. Once we calmed down and looked further away, both Yangyang and I were left speechless, our jaws nearly hitting the ground. A massive object emerged from the sea, resembling a spiky rugby ball, and then slowly transformed into a giant ship. The hull had two twisted characters on it, one which looked a lot like the character for King. Yangyang was jolted awake by me and, trembling, said, "Is this the ancient weapon, the Fruitto?" As soon as she finished speaking, countless fishmen surged up from the sea, rushing towards the Fruitto ship like a pilgrimage. I watched the scene, feeling my scalp tingle, with only one thought in my mind. This is going to be a disaster. However, it was a blessing in disguise. The military speedboats took advantage of the distraction caused by the fishmen and rushed into the school to rescue people. They saved everyone they could from the library, the teaching buildings, and more. We ability users were also separately arranged on a small ship, considered key protected individuals. Just then, the female officer, LiuLuo, had barely settled us when she received both good and bad news. The good news was that the Fruitto ship had landed in the city, blocked by numerous high-rise buildings. The bad news was that it didn't care at all, crashing through the buildings and heading straight in our direction. Let me tell you about the female officer, LiuLuo. She's like a walking double standard. As soon as she got on the ship, she didn't even bother with us capable individuals and ran straight to investigate those ordinary students. Goodness, after all that probing, our impressions in her eyes were completely wiped out. Take me for example, LiuLuo. My evaluation was mixed. There's also a guy named Yangyang, who was about the same. But then it got ridiculous. She actually thought Yangyang was a good person, saying he saved someone and stayed to protect them, showing responsibility. Then she turned around and labeled me, saying I saved someone and then ran away, that I was just putting on a show, treating lives like a joke. Family, who understands? That was a strategic retreat, okay. And she just went ahead and painted me as a villain. Even worse, my buddy Yangyang, just because he was close to me and had done nothing, was directly classified as scum by her, with not even a chance to appeal. So, with this bias, she stormed onto our ship. As soon as she entered, she saw my buddy Yangyang chatting with two girls. Without saying a word, LiuLuo walked over and gave Yangyang a hard shoulder bump, making him stumble. Yangyang, with his fiery temper, was about to blow up, but then he saw she was an officer and recalled my earlier advice, so he held back. But he held back, and LiuLuo wasn't pleased. Her look was as disdainful as if she were looking at trash, and she said, "What are you looking at? You're blocking my way, you know?" This ignited the powder keg completely. My buddy Yangyang exploded right there, responding word for word, "If I'm blocking your way, then you could just walk around me." After saying that, he mimicked her and bumped back hard with his shoulder, whistling as he walked over to me. LiuLuo was dumbfounded, probably never been confronted like that in her life. Her face turned green with anger, pointing at Yangyang and shouting, "You've gone too far." I actually noticed her as soon as she walked in, and the look in her eyes was filled with so much disgust that it was almost overflowing. I originally wanted to see what kind of trouble she was going to stir up, but I didn't expect her to be even more reckless than Yangyang. Directly starting a confrontation. How could I let my brother suffer? I pulled her behind me, stood up, and smiled at Liu. Officer, what does it mean to be so righteous after hitting someone? He was blocking my way. She was quite brazen. I laughed. So according to your logic, am I blocking your way now? Liu was momentarily taken aback by my words and probably realized she was in the wrong. But with her personality, she stubbornly pointed at Yangyang and said, "You didn't block, but he did just now." As soon as I heard this, I thought, talking reason with someone like this is just a waste of breath. I turned to my brother and said, "Yangyang, go bump into her. Look, isn't she blocking your way?" "All right, brother Luo." Yangyang was so excited he almost took off from the spot. After holding back for so long, he could finally vent his frustration. The others on the boat were dumbfounded, and no one dared to step in. Liu was also in a tough spot, seeing Yangyang really charging over. She actually gritted her teeth and didn't dodge. Just then, a dramatic scene unfolded. "Yangyang, come back." A female voice rang out. It was my wife, Yangyang. This was our script. I played the bad cop, and she played the good cop, giving the other party a way out. At the same time, that guy, Yangyang, suddenly jumped out, spreading his arms to block in front of Liu, striking a pose he thought was cool, ready to be the hero and take a dig at us. But when my brother heard Yangyang's words, he hit the brakes hard and came to a steady stop. Goodness, the atmosphere became so awkward it could be sliced into a 3-bedroom apartment. Yangyang stood there, stuck. He couldn't walk away or stay. He managed to force a smile and was about to say a few polite words when my brother Yangyang smirked, suddenly accelerated again, and charged straight at Yangyang. This time, not only did Yangyang not react, but I didn't expect it either, but when my wife and I exchanged a glance, we both laughed. How coincidental. It was just right for Yangyang to demonstrate what it really means to block the way. Yangyang had long been unhappy with Yangyang, and he was full of energy, shouting, "Watch out, female officer, someone is blocking my way," bang. With a huge crash, Yangyang flew like a cannonball and slammed against the wall of the boat, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood and passing out on the spot. He rushed over, helping Yangyang while loudly scolding him. "What's wrong with you? Can't you just make a turn when someone is in your way? Look at how you knocked into Yangyang, and you still had the nerve to get angry with that female officer." Yangyang quickly picked up on it and replied, "Luo, this isn't my fault. I was going too fast and couldn't stop. I guess that officer was in the wrong too. I misjudged her." We sang in harmony, clearly demonstrating to everyone present what it means to find fault for no reason and what it means to really block the way. Liu's face turned red and white in anger, her teeth grinding, but we had already laid the steps for her. If she continued to make a scene, it would only show her lack of appreciation. In the end, she could only call for someone to carry Yangyang away with a dark face, and before leaving, she shot me a glare, sealing our enmity completely. Soon we arrived on the main ship. Liu sought revenge and directly assigned me and Yangyang to the farthest corner of the cabin. Once on the warship, we realized that the Fruitto ship had been tailing us the whole time. The officers held a meeting to discuss whether to confront it head-on. In the end, the high-ranking leader Guan Xian made a decisive statement. "Forget about it. Protecting civilians is the priority. We need to develop cautiously, got it?" During dinner that night, the atmosphere was quite good. An officer named Wu Haijiang, having had a bit to drink, pulled me aside and asked if there was still a way out for ordinary people like them who hadn't reaped the benefits. I originally didn't want to take on this role, but there was no choice. Everyone was looking at me. I cleared my throat and told them the truth. Let me tell you, the devil fruit is like giving you a cheat code. It's powerful at first, but later on, it might not be compatible with your system, and you can't uninstall it. But you're different. You're building your foundation from scratch, with swords and spears. You will always find the path that suits you best. This power developed from within yourself has limitless potential. This statement left everyone present stunned, and even Liu listened, surprisingly asking me a question. At that moment, I felt that this woman might not be so unreasonable after all. However, the good times didn't last long. In just over 10 days, the whole world fell apart. The real world turned into a giant water balloon. Our little fleet was like a grasshopper almost drowned on that water balloon, with a predator called the Underworld ship getting closer and closer, making it impossible to shake off. Since we couldn't escape, we had no choice but to fight. General Guan Xian issued a deadly order, preparing for a desperate battle. The 9 of us with abilities were gathered by Liu on the deck, ready to carry out a decapitation operation, capturing the leader first. Just as Liu was setting up the tactics, a ding sounded in my mind. The system had come to life again. I looked at the mission, and to my surprise, the highest reward was actually the armed color hockey, but the task requirement was just to repel the Underworld ship. Do you get it? The subtext was that we couldn't win at all. This realization snapped me back to reality. I immediately called Yangyang and my wife Yuqing to the side and quickly explained the situation, setting our B plan. When the battle starts, Yuqing, find a way to sneak over to the nearby escort ship and hide. Yangyang and I will come back to find you as soon as we notice something is wrong. We'll escape together. With the plan set, we returned to the deck. The underworld ship, which was twice the size of our warship, was now in sight. As black as ink, with all sorts of strange fishmen filling the deck, and several giant fishmen over 5 or 6 meters tall, looking terrifying. Boom! With a loud crash, the underworld ship rammed right into us, and a large chunk of the bow of our steel warship was instantly smashed in. Following that, it was like dumplings being thrown down. Countless fishmen rushed over with howls. The battle instantly escalated, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Although our soldiers had guns, they couldn't use them effectively in close quarters and were almost slaughtered unilaterally. Just when we were about to hold on no longer, the old General Guan Xen grabbed the microphone and shouted with all his might, "Soldiers, follow me to kill, not a step back, for the glory of humanity." Let me tell you, that voice gave me goosebumps and my blood was boiling. What escape plan? Get lost. Just do it. The 9 of us, empowered beings, took advantage of the gap opened by the Suicide Squad and jumped directly onto the deck of the Underworld King's ship. With this specially made military long gun in my hand, I wielded it like a dragon, shooting accurately with a series of poo, 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 leading the team into the cabin to kill. Just then, a 6-meter-tall dragon beard fishman set his sights on me, swinging a giant axe even bigger than myself towards me. At that moment, my hair stood on end, and I barely rolled away just in time. But as soon as I turned back, that axe swept horizontally towards me again. The sound of the wind was incredible. I had no time to dodge and could only brace myself with a long gun crossed in front of my chest. With a loud bang, I was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, the immense force knocking the breath out of me and causing me to spit blood in midair. Before I even hit the ground, several miscellaneous fishmen jumped up, attacking me with knives, forks, swords, and halberds. I endured the excruciating pain, twisting my body in the air to evade most of the attacks, but I still ended up with several wounds and crashed heavily onto the deck, spitting out more blood. My combat experience was still too limited. I actually lost focus during the fight. While I was scolding myself internally, I looked up and saw the giant fishman striding towards me, determined to execute me on the spot. I'll tell you, in that moment, I felt completely numb. My whole body was like a puppet with its strings cut, completely unresponsive. With a clatter, my newly acquired long gun slipped from my hands and rolled far across the deck. This is it, I thought. Am I about to log out and restart? My mind flashed through a series of faces like a PowerPoint presentation. There was Yangyang, Yuqing, and a few blurry figures, probably my parents whom I had never met. Forget it, I thought. I watched that silly kid Yangyang desperately rushing towards me, his mouth moving but no sound coming out, just 2 words, stay alive. Good grief. Just as I was closing my eyes, waiting to die, I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye of those 2 traitors, Zhangbo and Yuchong, wearing expressions of glee, nearly ready to pop open champagne to celebrate. On the contrary, Yangyang and that usually quiet Han Weiwei. One was charging over like crazy using skills, and the other suddenly sprouted cat ears and a tail, moving with incredible agility. Just as my eyelids were drooping and I felt my soul about to leave my body, I tell you, a miracle happened. A familiar surge of electricity exploded in my brain and spread throughout my body. Family, who understands? It's my devil fruit ability, game customization. This ability is all about one word, deception. I had previously deceived the phone signal to call Yuqing, and now I was going to use this trick to deceive my own body. I suddenly opened my eyes and forced myself to give the command. My body, now, immediately, recover health. In an instant, all the pain vanished, and my trembling body stood straight. The price was that the broken bones in my chest cracked loudly, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. But I laughed. As long as I could move, there was a chance for a counterattack. Looking at the giant axe coming down, a freeze-frame animation popped in my mind like a Street Fighter game. Here we go. Street Fighter 12-hit combo, triple attack, shockwave skill. I shouted loudly, and under everyone's astonished gaze, I stretched out both hands and forcibly caught the giant axe. To be honest, my strength was still insufficient. I could only barely buy some time, my feet almost sparking against the deck. Just when I was about to give in, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. My good brother Yangyang. He is here. He is here. Countless bone spikes burst out from his body, looking like a porcupine that had come to life. and with a move called Blade White Bone, 1,000 kills, he stabbed all over the back of that fisherman. Immediately after, a large yellow and white fur ball, with a bang, smashed in. It was Han Weiwei. That giant fisherman finally couldn't hold on, let out a wail, loosened his grip on the axe, and was knocked away, crashing onto the deck and twitching a couple of times before going completely still. In that moment, the whole place fell silent. On the fisherman's side, faith had collapsed. On our side, we were stunned by the outburst of Yangyang and Han Weiwei. I was also quite surprised. I didn't expect this girl Han Weiwei to be so reliable at a critical moment. When Liu saw the main monster fall, she immediately called everyone to gather around me for treatment. Miao Shu started shaking her head like a rattle drum. The jingling sound was so pleasant. I felt like the parts of my chest were almost returning to place. I thanked her while recovering, feeling grateful. The healer really is the backbone of the team. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. Several little fishmen actually broke through the outer defense line and charged straight at our healing team. And what happened? Yu Chong and Zhang Bo, those two old-timers, started to perform. Their knives swung slower than an old man doing Tai Chi. And Yu Chong even intentionally let a harpoon scrape his arm. Good grief, the Oscars owe him a little golden statue. The defense line instantly collapsed. And I didn't have my gun nearby. It was really frustrating. But I was back to 70% now. Am I afraid of these little fish? I quickly disarmed one of them, snatched a steel knife, and then kicked the long gun on the ground back to me. Once I had the gun, I had to assert my presence. Street Fighter mode, activate. A surge of killing intent exploded instantly. The tip of the gun was enveloped in cold air, and in 3 quick moves, I pierced through all the charging little fish. I walked up to Liu and told her that I was fine and ready to attack the cabin. I didn't mention the trouble with those 2 old guys for now, as we still needed manpower. Yu Chong and Zhang Bo saw that I was lively again, and their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, especially Yu Chong. I guess his arm wound was probably hurting even more. We rushed to the cabin door, and when the big door opened, I was instantly blinded. Good heavens, it wasn't just 1, but 5. 5 giant fishmen. Having a family meeting here? I said on the spot, "Sister, let's retreat. We can't fight this." But Liu was fired up, insisting that we couldn't back down for the people. Yu Chong was fanning the flames beside her, shouting, "Yao Yao, I support you," louder than anyone, while sneaking away faster than anyone else. Watching the way they were exchanging glances, I felt speechless. When did these 2 get together? Liu pumped up, let out a roar, and charged ahead. I cursed in my heart, silly girl, but I couldn't just watch her throw her life away, so I gritted my teeth, picked up my gun, and followed to help her share the burden. Yangyang and Han Weiwei also teamed up to take on one opponent. The 2 from the library. A guy named Ma Chiwen was so anxious he could have brayed like a donkey, growing 2 donkey ears, teaming up with another girl to deal with one. As for Zhang Bo, that guy froze for a second and turned to run. Miao Shu instinctively followed suit. But they had barely taken 2 steps before they were stopped by the last idle giant fisherman, who shot a water arrow right in front of their feet, making the situation quite awkward. All right, let me tell you, while we were getting beaten to a pulp over here, something happened on Yin Yuqing's side too. She went according to plan to the nearby escort ship to launch a small boat, but as soon as she climbed aboard, she found all the soldiers on that ship had been slaughtered. The deck was full of fishmen. After being spotted, she was chased around the ship by a group of fishmen, and in the end, an octopus-headed creature wrapped her up with its tentacles, and it looked like a steel fork was about to stab down. Just at that critical moment, a guy who was covered in black smoke and looked like a villainous boss descended from the sky, grabbing the steel fork and swiftly dispatching all the fishmen. This guy was the same weird person from the orchard last time. When Yin Yuqing asked him why he didn't save her earlier, guess what he said? He said, "You weren't in life-threatening danger." What the heck? He also said that the soldiers who died on the ship were all deserters. They deserve to die. This guy is like a cyber judge, keeping a ledger in his mind of who should live and who should die. Yin Yuqing was furious and told him to help our main ship. He initially said we all deserve to die. But when Yin Yuqing exploded, saying, "I'm not that kind of person," and claimed she'd wait for him to come back, he seemed to be swayed and actually agreed, saying there were still a few of us who shouldn't die. Before leaving, Yin Yuqing asked him what his name was, and he coolly replied with 2 words, "Extreme evil." Talk about having a middle school syndrome. After saying that, he jumped like a cannonball straight from the escort ship onto our ship. Back to my side. I was almost exhausted, playing a game of cat and mouse with a giant fishman. I was panting heavily, my lungs felt like a broken bellows. And I took a glance at the battlefield. Yangyang and Han Weiwei were trading blows back and forth, and even gaining some advantage. The duo of Liu and Yu Chong was relying entirely on Liu to carry the load, while Yu Chong was just standing by doing nothing. As for the other two unlucky ones, they were already being chased all over the place. Those two, Zhang Bo and Miao Shu, were in really bad shape. I tell you, they were being treated like punching bags by that royal fishman, with no ability to fight back. Zhang Bo's only contribution was his scalding body, giving the fishman a few blisters, but the damage was basically negligible. With such trivial damage, he was still paying the price in blood. That fishman seized the opportunity when he turned, delivering a kick right to his lower back, sending him flying like a shrimp. I watched helplessly as he was airborne, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and after hitting the ground, he was done for. His companion, Miao Shu, was so scared she froze in place, her mind completely blank. The fishman didn't care whether she was in shock or not. It slammed its fist, the size of a cooking pot, down on her head. The scene was something I would never forget, truly. It was like a big watermelon being crushed by a hydraulic press, with a bang, red and white splattering everywhere. And it got even crazier afterwards. After smashing the person, the fishman actually lifted its blood-soaked, brain matter-covered fist to its face and started licking it with its big, blue tongue. Family, who understands? That image nearly burned out my CPU. This was no longer just killing. It was pure humiliation. I was furious at that moment, really. A surge of anger shot up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and my eyes instantly turned red. What tactics, what rationality? All of it went to hell. My relationship with Miao Shu wasn't great, but she's still a person. You beast. You killed someone and then had the audacity to eat in front of us. At that moment, there was only one thought in my mind. I'll kill you. I let out a roar like a wild beast, ignoring the female fish person beside me who was staring at me, and grabbed my spear, charging towards that monster who was eating a person. I pushed my speed to the limit, but that female fishman was no pushover. In a flash, she blocked my path with a thigh thicker than my waist, sweeping towards my head with the force of the wind. In that instant, my world turned red, and all information surged into my brain. My reaction speed seemed to break through some boundary. My mind automatically marked the weakness in her knee joint. I concentrated all my strength into my arm, channeling it into the spear, and without any fancy moves, I executed the simplest forward thrust, driving it deep into her joint. With a squelch, the spear sank completely in. I loosened my grip and rolled away just in time to evade her sweeping leg. The female fishman let out a series of incomprehensible cries. One leg ruined, and she dropped to one knee. Could I let this opportunity slip by? I rushed up, planted my foot on the spear shaft, and pushed it deeper into her. Tears streamed from her eyes in pain. Using the elasticity of the spear, I launched myself into the air, aiming a standard rising dragon fist at her massive chin. Bang! With a tremendous sound, that nearly 6-meter-tall creature was actually sent flying off the ground by my punch, her neck contorting into a bizarre arc, her chin shattered. Half of her tongue turned to mush. She wasn't dead yet, just stunned, but I was still in midair. I spread my arms wide and tightly embraced her enormous fish head, activating the shock soldier technique. Krek, krek, boom. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stopped moving, incredulously staring at the scene above. Let me tell you, it was absolutely shocking. I, a tiny human, had just crushed the fish head in my arms, which was bigger than my entire body, while airborne. Blue, white, and red splattered in the air, like a dazzling and bloody firework of death. At that moment, all the fishmen were stunned, including the one who was about to smash Zhang Bo's head. He watched his beloved's headless corpse fall from the sky, completely breaking down, and frantically rushed over. I kicked off the soft flesh on his wife's chest, executed a flip, and landed steadily. The male fishman clutched the corpse, letting out a heart-wrenching howl, his eyes filled with a murderous rage that seemed ready to swallow me whole. But the real crisis wasn't him. I suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold, my body hair standing on end, a sense of despair washing over me like, don't move. Just wait to die. Following my instinct, I turned my head and, to my shock, saw a 10-meter-tall, giant fishman appearing on the rooftop like a ghost, coldly staring at me, his gaze like that of a corpse. My heart sank. This was it. I had hit a brick wall. My stamina and demonic power were nearly depleted. I wasn't sure I could take on this 10-meter giant, let alone the crazed one below. Run. That was the only word in my mind. I shouted to Yangyang and the others still in battle. Yangyang, retreat. But as soon as I finished shouting, before I could even move, I saw a massive column of water shooting towards me, too fast for me to react. It was over. This time, I was truly done for. My shout became the signal for a complete rout. That bastard Yu Chong was the first to run, not even looking back, directly selling out Liu, who was still holding on. Ma Chiwen and Lin Xuanya also started to flee, but they were caught by the fishmen, each receiving a punch to the back. At a critical moment, Lin Xuanya became the heavyweight. She put the only reinforced bubble around herself, watching helplessly as Ma Qiwen was punched through the back, then used the force of the fisherman's punch to dive into the sea and escape. Only Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei were somewhat reliable. Do Yangyang, using his last bit of strength, unleashed a big move to repel the fishmen, then collapsed from exhaustion, with Han Weiwei carrying him toward the main ship. I watched them get further away, Do Yangyang weakly reaching out to pull me, only to suddenly faint from the strain. In just those few seconds, the entire battle situation turned upside down. We lost, utterly and completely. That terrifying water column instantly swallowed me. I felt every bone in my body howl, creaking in pain. I was lifted into the air, like that female fisherman earlier, about to be publicly executed in front of everyone. But my mind was still clear. I desperately searched the crowd for that promised escort ship. Wanted to see Yin Yuqing one last time before I died. I saw her, that small figure on the deck. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, I knew it was her, and I knew she was crying. It was worth it, I smiled. Just when I thought I was going to be turned into meat paste, two dark shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, fast as lightning. One dark purple figure crashed into the water column, pushing me out from within, while it bore the brunt of the impact itself. The other figure, covered in pitch-black bones, I recognized as Do Yangyang. He caught me and landed steadily. The dark purple figure that saved me was a stranger named Ge. He shook his slightly deformed arm from the water column, seemingly unfazed, grinning with a strange smile, and began mumbling something about sour peaches, cotton apricots, and dead people under the plum tree. What the hell is this guy about? He looked at the three royal fishmen rushing over and actually asked, "Which one do you like to eat?" The fishmen couldn't understand him, and he continued on his own. "Then let's go with the plum. It's the best for burial." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and dashed out. Do Yangyang, covered in black bones, didn't engage in battle. He just held on to me and retreated. Ge's voice came from the battlefield. "Keep going. Hurry up." A weak figure was thrown over by him. It was Liao. Do Yangyang caught Liao and ran toward the escort ship without looking back. His black bones looked fierce, but it was like carrying burning coal on his body. Every second was torture. We finally escaped onto the frigate. As soon as Do Yangyang boarded, the black bones on his body turned into black smoke and dissipated, causing him to faint and convulse in pain. I was in a worse state, my body twisted into a shape that was hardly human, hanging on by just a breath. Yin Yuqing looked at us with tears streaming down her face, both heartbroken and relieved. Everyone was on the deck, watching the dark purple figure on the Pluto ship maneuvering between the four giant fishmen like a ghost. Liao also managed to stand up. Her life was saved by that man, and she silently prayed. At that moment, an extremely untimely voice rang out. "We need to hurry up and leave, or it will be too late." It was Yuchong. The guy had popped out from some corner, panting heavily. He wanted to take the main ship, but found it wouldn't move, so he ran to another boat and finally arrived at ours. Yin Yuqing didn't even glance at him. Yuchong got anxious and started moralizing. "What are you waiting for? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." He wanted to pull everyone to his side. Liao frowned, feeling for the first time that she had never really seen this man clearly. She coldly said, "If you want to leave, go ahead. We were all saved by him. If he doesn't come back, how can we leave with our heads held high?" Yuchong was stunned to realize that Liao was actually alive. Seeing his expression, Liao laughed self-deprecatingly. "What? Did you think I was dead?" Yuchong opened his mouth, but couldn't come up with an explanation. Fortunately, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the Pluto ship, drawing everyone's attention. The 10-meter-tall Fishman King made his move again, and a thicker water column violently blasted the extreme evil away. Just when our hearts were in our throats, the shadow in the water slowly dissipated. It was an afterimage. The real extreme evil had sneaked up behind the Fishman King, and the two instantly erupted into an earth-shattering melee. Fists and feet collided, creating explosive sounds. The scene was like a battle of gods. The people on the ship were filled with excitement, but no one noticed that the ship beneath our feet was gradually accelerating, getting further away from the Pluto ship. Yin Yuqing was the first to react. "What's going on? Why is the ship moving?" Liao rushed towards the cockpit, only to find the door locked from the inside. Even her powers couldn't open it. Liao shouted at the door, "Yuchong, I know it's you, open the door." That guy inside refused to respond, determined to escape on his own. We could only return to the deck and watch helplessly as the Pluto ship grew smaller and smaller. The last scene we saw was a massive column of water shooting into the sky, followed by the sudden stop of the battle, leaving only the cheers of the fishmen. Mr. Extreme Evil, was gone. Yin Yuqing completely broke down on the spot, kneeling on the ground, tearing at her hair, crying out that it was her fault that extreme evil died. She crawled to my side, her tears dripping onto my face. Perhaps sensing her sadness, I miraculously managed to open a crack in my eyes and, using all my strength, said, "Yuqing, don't cry. In this world, no one is undeserving of death. You must learn to be strong in the new world." Before I could finish, I fainted again. Yin Yuqing thought I was dead and fell into complete despair. At that moment, the actor Yu Chong appeared again. He walked to the bow of the ship with a face full of grief and indignation, bowed deeply 3 times toward the direction of the Pluto ship, and said with a heavy heart, "I said we should hurry and escape. Otherwise, all the efforts of that brother would be in vain. Brother, may you rest in peace." Wow, that was quite a performance. The people on the ship initially hated him, but seeing him like this, they actually thought he was right and bowed along with him. Only Yin Yuqing and Han Weiwei looked at that extremely hypocritical figure, their eyes filled with deep hatred. But what could they do? Now on this ship, that scoundrel Yu Chong had used a tactic of self-inflicted suffering to win people's hearts. It was simply moral coercion. Who would dare to speak against it? Let's not talk about their messy situation for now. Let me tell you, in the same ocean, far away from them, another ship was truly a river of blood. But guess what? This time it wasn't the fishmen. It was humans fighting among themselves. On a warship, the deck looked like a slaughterhouse, with bodies piled everywhere. And the stench of blood, I tell you, could make someone vomit even through the screen. On the second-floor balcony stood a naval officer named Meng Helong, nearly breaking down, shouting at the 2 people below. Why? I'm telling you, this situation is simply the 2025 enhanced version of The Farmer and the Snake. The 2 guys downstairs, one is called Wu Xiaoyong and the other is Qin Jiu. Both are devil fruit users, and they were saved by Meng Helong out of kindness. And what happened? They turned around and slaughtered their benefactor's ship. Why? All for a woman. A few days ago, these 2 were bored and went to the lower deck looking for some fun. And guess what? They stumbled upon a stunning beauty, a second-tier little star named Gu Yufei. The 2 of them immediately acted like saviors, lured the girl to their room with food and drinks, and then their beastly nature was exposed. Just as they were about to rip her clothes off, Meng Helong burst in with soldiers, saving the beauty and scolding the 2 of them soundly. Now, they were clearly in the wrong, so that was that. But the problem was, just a couple of days later, they found out that the beauty Gu Yufei had actually moved into Meng Helong's room. Their mentality completely collapsed. Feeling like the wild game they work hard to catch was directly stolen by a support character's punishment. The 2 of them thought it over and decided to take drastic action. Wu Xiaoyong, hearing Meng Helong's questioning, laughed disdainfully. "Why do you ask me? Why don't you ask Gu Yufei how she climbed into your bed?" Upon hearing this, Meng Helong turned pale but still forced himself to explain. "Yufei and I are truly in love." He knew full well that he couldn't fight them, so he could only stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Truly in love? Ha ha ha. Wu Xiaoyong laughed until he was in tears. "You say you're in love with a prostitute? That's hilarious." He waved his hand towards the cabin and dragged the already controlled Gu Yufei out. "Come here, darling," Wu Xiaoyong said, pinching Gu Yufei's chin with such force that tears welled up in her eyes. "Tell him in front of me, who do you love, him or me? Family, who understands?" Gu Yufei was also a smart person. She trembled, glanced at Wu Xiaoyong, then at the almost mad Meng Helong, and finally squeezed out a few words. I love you." The girl knew the score. In this apocalypse, human lives are as cheap as grass. How much is dignity worth? Whoever can feed and clothe her and help her survive is her father. Now, back to my brother LiuLuo. Guess what? My brother LiuLuo actually didn't die. His life was as tough as if he were on cheat mode. At that moment, he was crushed into a meat paste by the water column from the Fishman royal family, with all his bones shattered and his organs ruptured. Dying from the pain was a matter of minutes. But just before he passed out, this guy activated his devil fruit ability, which had a ridiculously absurd name. I could deceive myself. The effect was simple and brutal. It directly blocked his pain nerves. Goodness. The main idea was that as long as I can't feel pain, the Grim Reaper can't catch up with me. Of course, just that wouldn't last long. In the end, it was only after G.E. and Do Yangyang fought desperately to pull him out of the water that he managed to survive. He was unconscious for 6 days, and when LiuLuo woke up, he discovered that not only was he alive, but his demonic power had doubled. Indeed, repeatedly teetering on the edge of death is the fastest way to get stronger, although he never wanted to experience that feeling again. One afternoon, everyone was eating, and the people on the ship were practicing hard, each with an appetite like a bull. If it weren't for fishing at sea, they would have probably starved to death by now. LiuLuo was being all lovey-dovey with Yangyang when that scoundrel Yuchong popped up again. I think we can't just drift aimlessly anymore. Yuchong pretended to be all serious. I propose we choose a captain to unify command. As soon as this was said, everyone in the cafeteria stopped eating. I tell you, even LiuLuo had to admit that this was a reasonable suggestion. But this captain absolutely could not be that hypocrite Yuchong. But how can ordinary people see through it? Yuchong had been acting for days and had already fooled these people. A guy named Chun Yu was the first to jump up. I support Brother Yu as captain. Only Brother Yu truly cares about us. As soon as I glanced over, isn't that Zhang Bo's lackey? His leg was pierced by Do Yangyang. Yet he is still jumping around. Looks like he found a new master. Do Yangyang's temper exploded on the spot, and with a flick of his finger, a burst of energy slammed into Chun Yu's feet, making his face go pale with fear. Choosing a captain? That should be my brother Luo. What does it have to do with you, Yuchong? At this moment, no one dared to speak, but their gazes were like knives, stabbing at Do Yangyang. Yuchong saw the situation and was overjoyed. Everything was under his control. He pretended to mediate. Everyone, don't get excited. We'll have a democratic vote. One person, one vote. Absolutely fair. Good. The crowd immediately erupted, acting as if they had gone mad. Do Yangyang anxiously looked at LiuLuo, and guess how my brother Luo reacted? He was still smiling, and there was even a hint of pity in that smile. When Do Yangyang saw this, he understood immediately and became calm. Since our backbone is smiling, it means everything is within reach. LiuLuo clapped his hands, and the entire venue fell silent. He scanned the crowd and then spoke coldly. The words he uttered were explosive. All right, everyone stop arguing. I agree to one person, one vote, and I agree with democracy. He paused, his gaze turning sharp as a knife. But you ordinary people do not have a right to vote. The venue fell into dead silence. Yuchong's face froze. He had been planning for almost a month, relying on these ordinary people for support, and now that the foundation was pulled from under him, how could he not be anxious? He immediately jumped out to occupy the moral high ground. Why don't they have the right? Do you want to establish a dictatorship? The crowd was instantly incited, emotions ran high, and someone even picked up a bowl and threw it at LiuLuo. Good heavens, this had ignited a powder keg. LiuLuo didn't bother with their nonsense. Once his observation hockey was activated, he instantly locked onto the person who threw the bowl, charging at him like a cannonball, sending anyone in his way flying. The guy was so scared he froze, standing there not daring to move. LiuLuo, don't go overboard. Liao and Yuchong shouted simultaneously. LiuLuo ignored them and grabbed the guy by the neck, lifting him up. Yuchong had calculated everything, but he never anticipated that LiuLuo wouldn't be swayed by public opinion. Tell me, who made you do this? LiuLuo asked coldly. That guy was tough enough, nearly choking to death, still yelling for Yuchong to save him. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo laughed. The you brother you speak of was the first one to escape from the underworld ship. Your teammates are still fighting desperately, and he fled in the ship. Are you asking him to save you now? But he saved me. The guy's neck was turning purple, still holding on. LiuLuo's gaze turned completely cold. This person had even forgotten who saved him. He was simply foolish to the extreme. You can't even tell who saved you. Then you might as well die. As soon as the words fell, there was a crack, and the guy's head tilted to one side. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this move. Who understands, in this day and age, reasoning with a group of brainwashed saints is not as quick as directly taking them out physically. LiuLuo gently placed the body down, and then walked step by step towards Yuchong, his gaze as if looking at a dead person. Do you have any objections? Yuchong felt his legs go weak. He could feel the gaze of everyone on the ship focused on him, hoping he would stand up and say something fair. But could he? He couldn't. He knew LiuLuo would really kill him. LiuLuo's hand slowly rose, and Yuchong, terrified, almost shouted, I have no objections. This is originally a matter between us ability users. It has nothing to do with them. Once these words were spoken, those ordinary people were completely dumbfounded. It turned out they were just tools from the beginning, and now that the tools were useless, they were directly discarded. Just a moment ago, they admired Yuchong, and now they hated him just as much. The following vote was merely a formality. LiuLuo was elected captain unanimously. All right, that girl Liao had quite a bit of backbone, voting for herself, which was somewhat of a final stubbornness. After becoming captain, LiuLuo immediately moved his nest to the captain's room on the 3rd floor. Once he was done, he went downstairs to find Do Yangyang and discovered that this guy was actually staring blankly at the sea, looking as if he had just suffered a breakup. LiuLuo walked over, said nothing, and pulled out a first mate's hat from behind, directly placing it on Do Yangyang's head. I'm the captain, so you're naturally the first mate. I searched for this hat for a long time. Wear it for now, and I'll get you a better one later. I tell you, Yangyang was stunned at that moment, glancing up at the hat while stubbornly saying, "Who cares about your broken thing?" As he spoke, he slipped away to his room as if his feet were greased, moving so fast it seemed like he was about to fly. This is what brothers are for. What he wanted wasn't that position. He wanted to be in my Luo's heart. That night, LiuLuo returned to the captain's cabin, and Yangyang, lying beside him, shyly said, "You were so domineering today, I really liked it." Goodness, who can withstand that? LiuLuo immediately grinned mischievously. There's something even more domineering. Want to give it a try? Yangyang's face turned as red as an apple, and although she said it was still bright outside, she quietly added, "Then come back early today." After saying that, she ran off. LiuLuo lay alone in bed, happily imagining having a football team with Yangyang in the future. When suddenly he thought it wouldn't do, he still needed to train. So, he went up to the deck to practice shooting. But as he practiced, he felt his marksmanship had hit a bottleneck, lacking something. He decided to change his approach and develop his fruit ability, game customization. He figured that since this ability could block pain, could he reverse it and add an excitement buff to himself, stimulating adrenaline and creating a temporary burst mode? Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to explore his neural network. Let me tell you, this task was incredibly delicate, like a bomb disposal expert. One mistake could lead to disaster. He tried several times, at one point making himself feel overwhelmingly sad, and at another almost turning himself into something else. Finally, with his fruit ability nearly depleted, he felt like he had found the right path. His body began to heat up, his heart raced, and a surge of power. Wait a minute. Why was this power rising from his lower body? He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. Good grief. His pants were about to burst. Damn it, the buff didn't kick in, but the debuff was fully loaded. This wasn't a berserk mode. It was practically a Teddy mode. LiuLuo's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and looking around to see no one, he dashed back to the captain's cabin. When he rushed back to the room, Yangyang was still training and suddenly felt a large furnace pressing against her. Before she could react, her mouth was covered. "Luo, what's wrong?" Yangyang was startled, looking at LiuLuo, who was flushed and panting, thinking he had gone mad. There was no time to explain. It was about to explode. After LiuLuo explained the whole situation, Yangyang was both amused and angry. The next day, the two overslept, and when they went to the cafeteria for breakfast, everyone on the ship looked at them with knowing eyes. It was practically a large-scale social death scene. Yangyang, feeling shy, grabbed her food and ran back to her room. Yangyang came over with a smirk, giving LiuLuo a thumbs up. "Luo, why do I say you my brother? In every aspect, you're better than me." The two of them played around in the room for a while, and as Yangyang leaned against LiuLuo's chest, she was suddenly asked about her family situation, and tears couldn't help but flow. It turned out her parents and younger sister were still in their hometown, their lives uncertain. When LiuLuo heard the name of the place, he laughed. "What a coincidence. Your home, Yangyang City, is right next to Yangyang's home, Namling City. It's just on the way." He had originally planned to head south anyway, and now his goal was clearer. LiuLuo walked to the deck, facing the sea breeze, looking at the clouds above that seemed within reach, feeling an overwhelming sense of ambition. But the next second, good grief, a thunderclap from the sky nearly struck me back to my grandma's house, startling me into a shiver. I was just feeling a bit emotional when that guy Yangyang came over and teased me about whether I was tired yesterday. I put on a tough front and said it was nothing, but who understand my old back is sore, it feels like it's not even mine. Just as we were joking around, suddenly, there was a splash in the sea and a figure shot out. We both stared wide-eyed and rushed to the edge of the deck. Wow, it was a mermaid. No, a siren. Let me tell you, that figure, that beauty, absolutely stunning. Just like in the anime, the upper body was a beautiful woman and the lower body was a fishtail. The key point is she was only wearing 2 shells. You know what I mean? My brother Yangyang was almost drooling. That mermaid girl looked at us like we were idiots and babbled a bunch of incomprehensible gibberish. I hurriedly patted Yangyang, telling him to hold on, and I went back to get the translator, Yangyang. What happened? I rushed to bring Yangyang over, but the mermaid was long gone. Yangyang was left sitting there, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, telling me, "Sister-in-law, I think I'm in love." Both Yangyang and I were dumbfounded. This kid had fallen in love at first sight. But at that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. I didn't have time to care about his romantic feelings. Just think about it. If fish people have come, and mermaids too, then those even more powerful races from One Piece, like giants and fur tribes, must be on their way as well, right? This was no joke. I felt an immense pressure and quickly pulled them both away, saying, "Forget about love, go train." The days that followed were all about intense training. I focused on developing my new skill, and Yuqing spent her days chatting with seabirds like she was running a zoo. Her ability to communicate with all things was getting stronger. Thanks to her. One day, a seabird informed her of important intel. We were running low on oil on the ship. But the good news was that there were other ships to the southwest. Yuqing rushed to find me, and when she pushed open my door, a wave of heat hit her, sending her right back. My room was like a sauna, filled with white mist. She knew I was once again working on my crazy skill. This skill, how should I put it, is called Frenzied March, which allows my combat power to double for a short time, but the side effect is cough cough. Anyway, Yuqing has suffered quite a bit. Who understands, family? I've sacrificed so much to become stronger. I was struggling with myself in the white mist when I suddenly felt someone come in. Instinctively, I grabbed my gun. But when I heard it was Yuqing's voice complaining about my lousy skills, I felt a pang of sympathy and reassured her that I wouldn't develop it anymore. Guess what? She was not pleased and hesitantly said something about making a contribution for everyone on the ship, and she was all in. 10,000 words of waves omitted here. After the storm calmed down, Yuqing remembered the important matter and told me about discovering another ship. As soon as I heard it, I jumped up. Fuel. That was essential. I was initially annoyed at her for not saying it sooner, but she shot me a glare, and I realized, it's all my fault. I immediately called everyone to the deck and held a pre-battle mobilization meeting. I made it very clear that we were short on fuel and that the ship across from us might have some. If they were willing to share, it would be a win-win situation. If not, then I'm sorry. But to survive, we must take it by force. I even specially glanced at that kid Yuchang, warning him not to pull any tricks. Our ship powered full throttle towards the southwest, and an hour later, indeed, a black dot appeared on the horizon. Everyone on board cheered. We are saved. At that moment, the other ship also spotted us. Let me tell you, the captain on that ship was quite the character. A real lively guy who even tried to create some ridiculous pirate crew like in cartoons. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard. When his subordinate reported that the Navy had arrived, he was so scared that he dropped the girl he was holding. After realizing it was the end of the world, he started to act tough, even smashing a cup to kill one of his men, purely out of his mind. His first mate, Qin Jiyu, who looked cultured, advised him not to stir up trouble. But the woman in his arms, Gu Yifei, quickly manipulated both of them with just a few words. Wu Xiaoyong immediately made the call, "Let's do it," and promised Qin Jiyu that the prettiest girl on the other ship would be his. I could tell from the look in that woman's eyes that she was also a fierce one, eager for us to hurry over and wipe out those guys. As the two ships got closer, they sent a small boat over with just Wu Xiaoyong and Qin Jiyu. Guess what happened? Halfway through, those two stopped. They started arguing over Yuqing, and I could hear them from afar, bickering about who gets her like a couple of market annies fighting over cabbage. At that moment, my anger flared up. How dare they have designs on my woman? That's simply asking for death. Just then, a realization struck me, and a task appeared. Novice task. Rescue the tormented women. Let me tell you, the moment I saw the task details, the hairs on my back stood on end. I had to rescue 12 women to receive the highest reward. What does this signify? It signifies that these scumbags have definitely committed inhumane acts on their ship. It's nothing short of a hell on earth. I sentenced those two on the spot. Just as they were finally coming over after hesitating, for some unknown reason, they suddenly turned around and ran. I immediately told Wu Haijiang to get ready and shouted to Do Yangyang, "Yangyang, blow up their broken boat." Without a second thought, Do Yangyang launched two bone fists. However, Liao, that sister of mine, full of justice, insisted that we couldn't act recklessly without understanding the situation, and her two wind blades directly shattered Yangyang's attack. I was furious at that moment and ordered Yangyang and Han Weiwei to go into the sea to deal with them. Han Wei hesitated. At that moment, that kid Yuchang dared to jump out and fan the flames, saying something about how I didn't care about others' lives on the school rooftop. Did he really think I wouldn't dare to touch him? Without saying a word, I activated my fervent march, flashed in front of him, and smashed his jaw with a single punch. This completely ignited the powder keg. Liao was furious, thinking I had gone crazy, and a short knife formed from a swirling wind slashed towards me like a chainsaw. I was also caught up in the excitement and shouted, "Come on." I rolled to dodge and grabbed my silver gun. Liao's knife missed, cutting through the railing behind her. The power was truly formidable. She followed up with another strike, her speed frightening. I stopped dodging, shook my long gun, and directly countered with a flurry of gun shadows. I tell you, as soon as my barrage of gunfire erupted, it turned into a visual feast for her. Liu was completely stunned on the spot. Her broken wind blade was fast, but she couldn't distinguish between the real and the fake, so she could only slash wildly based on her instincts. Goodness, she shattered 7 or 8 shadows. But only one was real, and with a clang, a spark flew out. In that moment of distraction, I shot back with a single shot, and, with a puff, I opened a wound on her thigh. She let out a muffled groan from the pain and quickly stepped back. But who understands? How could I let her escape after hitting her? She took 1 step back, and I advanced 10. The spear in my hand seemed to come alive, like a dragon emerging from the sea, relentlessly stabbing at her. The spear tip fell like rain, pressing down on her until she could barely catch her breath. Luckily, it seemed like there was wind supporting her feet, allowing her to run fast. Otherwise, she would have been turned into a sieve long ago. We clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere, and she continuously suffered new injuries, blood gushing out like it was free. Liu felt her heart sink more and more with each exchange. Her wind blade was formidable, able to bite off a piece of my gun each time, but the recoil was numbing her entire arm. What was even worse was that her move was burning blue, the demonic power pouring down, primarily resulting in her being unable to follow up effectively. As for me, I was the opposite, getting more and more excited, feeling like I had endless strength. Every time she tried to run, I would sweep my leg to attack her lower routes, making it impossible for her to create any distance. I can feel that the wind knife in her hand is getting dimmer and her strength is decreasing. I thought to myself, I could wear her down like this, but I don't want to. What I want is to strike a decisive blow, to completely subdue her, so that this woman won't always be at odds with me in the future. I quickly calculated in my mind, and there was only one conclusion. She had reached her limit. Take this shot. I suddenly shouted loudly, deliberately trying to scare her. She was already in a state of confusion, and my shout startled her, making the gun shadows in front of her disappear in an instant. Thinking it was an opportunity, she was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly she felt a gust of ominous wind above her head. I jumped into the air, gripping my long gun that was already full of dents, and with all my strength, I struck down directly. Liu was so scared that her soul nearly left her body, and she hurriedly raised the almost extinguished wind knife to block above her head. But how could she have any strength left? After fighting with me for nearly 20 minutes, she was already completely drained. Crack, crack, 2 crisp sounds. The first sound was the sound of her right arm being smashed and broken by my immense force. The second sound was her wind knife, before dissipating, cutting my long gun in half. Without any obstruction, the remaining force directly sent her flying, crashing to the ground like a broken sack. And she spat out a mouthful of blood. The one called Yangyang was terrified and rushed over to shield her, fearing that I would strike again. I smiled and thought, am I going to kill him? Can he stop me? I ignored the 2 of them and turned to walk towards the unconscious Yangyang on the ground. I had no intention of killing Liu, but this Yangyang had given me a perfect reason to get rid of him today. How could I let him go? No, LiuLuo, don't do anything reckless. Liu shouted anxiously as she saw me walking towards Yangyang. She still wanted to lecture me, saying that although Yangyang wasn't a good person, he didn't deserve to die. Seeing me keep walking, she quickly changed her approach. He's a devil fruit user. He might still be useful. I paused my steps and turned back to her with an extremely sarcastic smile. Is it useful? His harm outweighs his usefulness by a lot. If he hadn't stepped up, Liu wouldn't have dared to confront me so boldly today. Just in the moment I turned around, something strange happened. Let me tell you, my eyes flickered, and Yangyang, who was lying on the ground, disappeared. When I looked again, good heavens, that guy was moving at high speed on the deck in an extremely bizarre posture, without using his hands or feet, as if there were a ghost pushing him from behind. I instantly understood it was his magnet fruit. He used the repulsive force with the deck to eliminate friction, and then used the attractive force to pull himself along. By the time I reacted and wanted to chase him, he had already zipped off the deck and plopped into the sea with a splash. I was completely stunned at that moment, standing by the edge of the boat, watching the huge splash of water, my mind a bit in a whirl. When did this guy become so strong-willed? He would rather jump into the sea to commit suicide, knowing that those with abilities would undoubtedly die in the water, than die at my hands? I always felt something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. When Liu saw that Yangyang was forced to death by me, she completely went mad, screaming as she charged at me, cursing me as a demon and tyrant, only to be tightly held and dragged away by Yangyang. I could still hear her curses from a distance. I sighed. Did she think I wanted this? If it weren't for my principles, do you think you could still be alive? At that moment, Yangyang ran over, looking worried and asking if I was hurt. I waved my hand to say I was fine and asked her how Yangyang was doing. She said Yangyang was almost done too, with Wei Wei watching him. Hearing that, I felt relieved, but I didn't notice that she said watching instead of helping. When I walked to the edge of the deck and looked down, good grief, the fight on the small boat below was indeed coming to an end. But to my surprise, Han Wei Wei was just standing aside, not making a move at all. It was my brother Do Yangyang who was single-handedly chasing after the two of them. Yin Yuqing shot me a glance and explained impatiently, "You two are really brothers. Just because Han Wei Wei didn't listen to you earlier, this little brat Yangyang wouldn't let her help from the moment she got down there. He nearly got angry enough to take on 3 by himself. How impressive." I understood and felt a bit sorry for Han Wei Wei, but I didn't say anything. This girl, at first, thought Yangyang was just boasting and wanted to wait until he couldn't hold on anymore before stepping in. However, the more she watched, the more shocked she became, realizing that Yangyang was actually dominating even against 2 opponents. By the time she wanted to intervene, Yangyang shot a series of finger bones right at her feet, warning her not to move. Now, it was too late. She had been waiting until the outcome was almost decided, and she couldn't even manage to contribute as an assist. "All right, I'm done playing with you guys. My brother is watching from above." With a loud shout, Do Yangyang's body suddenly sprouted jagged bone spikes and blades, reflecting a ghostly light under the sun. The killing intent made the temperature around drop several degrees. The opponent, Wu Xiaoyong, who had the mouse fruit ability, shivered on the spot, as his ability was particularly sensitive to killing intent. The other one, Qin Jiu, who had the push fruit, was even worse off. He had long exhausted his stamina and regretted spending too much time on women in the past. "Do you still want to fight? Let me show you my new move. Blade of White Bones, Thorn Dance." I tell you, the scene that followed is something I will never forget in my life. Do Yangyang moved, integrating the dance he learned in elementary school into his killing technique. The bone blades on his arms gleamed coldly, and every movement seemed to step to the beat of death. It was not a battle. It was a bloody ballet. Blood splattered out like red silk accompanying his dance. The bone blades, shining with white light, sliced through flesh, and the screams were the climax of this dance piece. By the time Do Yangyang completed an elegant bow, there were no living people left around him. The small boat was filled with severed limbs, shattered flesh, and entrails, making it impossible to tell who was who. The closest to him, Han Wei Wei, covered her mouth tightly, too scared to move, fearing to disturb this devil. Clap, clap, clap. Watching this nearly perfect dance of slaughter, I couldn't help but applaud vigorously. To others, he was a devil, but to me, he was my brother. As soon as I clapped my hands, everyone on the boat seemed to wake from a dream, and then with a wow, the people on both boats started vomiting all at once. Even Yin Yuqing next to me couldn't hold it in. I gently patted her back and then jumped directly onto the small boat. Yangyang and I exchanged a glance, and both laughed. The sounds of vomiting around us seemed like background music. He didn't care at all. The only thing he cared about was my earlier applause. The feeling of a soldier dying for his confidant must be something like this. Just then, the officer named Wang Zhong, the traitor who had stealthily stabbed Meng Helong, was in a panic on the deck. Suddenly, someone accidentally jerked their hand, and with a bang, a gun went off, causing all the captives to drop to their knees in fear. Only Wang Zhong stood there alone with a gun, looking utterly terrified. He was just about to explain that I wasn't, but Do Yangyang didn't even look back. With a flick of his finger, bang, a bone bullet made a hole in Wang Zhong's forehead. Liao, seeing this scene from the 2nd floor, began to scream and roar, accusing us of being criminals. Yangyang just turned back and smiled at her, completely unconcerned. I led the people onto that warship, and I vowed, "I will definitely kill you." Liao was still behind, cursing wildly. I just felt it was pathetic. I wondered if she would completely collapse when she saw the truth later. I took a deep breath and walked into the cabin. The mixed stench of filth and decay hit me hard, almost knocking me over. But when I saw the scene inside, I felt like my nerves were about to snap. In the cabin, women were tied to the beds, their limbs bound, their lower bodies rotting, and their vacant eyes staring at the ceiling. Their bodies were covered in burn marks from cigarette butts and cuts from knives. When people are no longer restrained, they can be even more brutal than beasts. As I walked further in, the situation was slightly better. Some women were only handcuffed with one hand, but their spirits had been completely shattered. Seeing me enter, they began to bark like dogs, sticking out their tongues, and even tried to undo my pants. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I felt like my head was about to explode. I held my head and screamed madly. What I had seen before was cruel, but they were still human. But what was in front of me were just empty shells wearing human skin. In a daze, I rushed out, my eyes blood red. For the first time, the passive ability of Street Fighter activated automatically, and the killing intent was so strong that it directly pushed away anyone who got close to me. I walked straight up to the group of kneeling captives, and in front of everyone's terrified gaze, I grabbed one person's arm and literally tore his arms off. Then I smashed his head with a punch. Blood splattered all over me, but the fire in my heart didn't extinguish at all. Just as I was on a killing spree, LiuLuo, the self-proclaimed messenger of justice, charged over. I grabbed her hair from behind, instantly locking my killing intent onto her. Her face turned pale, but her eyes remained defiant. Come on, aren't you justice? Aren't you light? Let me show you what kind of beast the people you want to save have raised. I grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into that hellish cabin. When LiuLuo saw everything in front of her and heard the distant barking of dogs, she froze completely. I could feel something in her mind collapsing with a bang. I released my hand, and she rushed out like a madwoman, charging towards the group of captives she had wanted to save. The wind howled again, and with every bone she crushed, her smile grew brighter. It wasn't until the deck was soaked in blood that she stopped, slowly knelt down, and then lay among the pieces of flesh, her face surprisingly serene. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to speak, nor did anyone dare approach the cabin that resembled the entrance to an abyss. For the next 2 days, Yangyang and I sat on the deck, neither eating nor drinking, watching the sunrise and sunset. We were almost driven to depression by the hellish scene. Until the 3rd day, I stood up and looked straight at the sun. Yangyang, let's go. Things have to be resolved. The darkness has always been there. If we encounter it, then let's fight. Yangyang lifted her head, saw the light in my eyes, and stood up as well. Then, let's fight. We exchanged a smile, feeling the ice in our hearts melt away. As long as my brother is by my side, we can crush anything. Our voices resonated throughout the entire ship, and everyone joined us in shouting, "Then let's fight." This sound also reached LiuLuo's ears. She murmured it back, her eyes growing brighter. Suddenly, her aura surged, and she floated into the air, supported by the wind. "LiuLuo," she shouted my name. I looked at her and felt that her momentum was terrifyingly strong. If we fought again, the outcome would be uncertain. No need to be nervous. She looked at me and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. This woman actually apologized? It's simply the #1 news of 2025. Should I say it's okay? I teased. She wasn't angry, just looking at me with a complicated gaze, a mix of love and hate. "Don't get too complacent. One day, I'll make you apologize to me too. I won't let you off the hook." There was a hidden meaning in her words, but I didn't think much of it. However, Yangyang, with her woman's intuition, sensed something was off. "All right, I need to put an end to this," I said, taking Yangyang and LiuLuo back onto the ship. This time, my mindset was completely different. We helped each woman put on her clothes, and then I personally sent away those women who had been tortured beyond recognition, living in more pain than death. Looking at their relieved and grateful expressions before their demise, I knew I had done the right thing. As for the remaining 11 mentally broken women, I made a difficult decision. I left enough food and fresh water for them, letting them fend for themselves on this ship. Mission? To hell with the mission. My principles are more important than any reward. The warship set sail again, and it was only then that we remembered we had approached this ship because we were running low on fuel. Upon inquiry, we found out that those people had long concentrated all the fuel on this ship, and now it was all ours. Under the moonlight, Yangyang and I sat on the deck. I asked him, "Yangyang, your thorn dance technique felt different from before." He frowned and said, "LiuLuo, did you feel it too?" It's a strange sensation, I can't quite describe it, but if I had to put it into words, I feel it's willpower. My willpower makes my demonic power more aggressive. Willpower? I was suddenly stunned, lost in thought. My shooting skills couldn't seem to break through. It felt like I was missing something. It turned out to be willpower. What was my shooting intent, after all? How can I find it? Watching Yangyang and LiuLuo already step into the second stage made me anxious. After all, I'm a captain. Just then, a charming figure walked over. It was Gu Yifei. She was holding 2 bottles of water and playfully said, "Captain, the vice captain is resting, so I brought you some water." She saw that I had Yangyang by my side and had already given up on me, now setting her sights on the handsome and strong Yangyang. I poured some water and politely thanked her. Yangyang, and I didn't know what she had gone through in the past, nor did we think much about it. But that guy Yangyang didn't even glance at Gu Yifei, his face cold as if she owed him 8 million, directly leaving her there. I tell you, that scene was so awkward. Gu Yifei was there forcing a smile, and in the end, I couldn't take it anymore and quickly tried to smooth things over, letting her leave first. Once she was gone, I poked Yangyang and said, "What are you doing, man? She's a beauty, and your attitude is really hurtful." Guess what he said to me? He leaned in, looking all mysterious, and said, "LiuLuo, you won't believe it. This woman can take a man's life. I dare not touch her. Goodness, I laughed at that moment and said, so you can tell fortunes? He got even more into it and told me he could read bones, especially women's bones, and could tell everything with just a touch. I gave him a look like an old man on the subway, checking his phone, and said, "You're something else, so you've already touched them?" Seeing my disbelief, he got anxious and confessed. He said a few days ago he almost had an in-depth conversation with Guya Fei, but at the last moment, he suddenly felt like there were eyes on him from the ceiling, as if death was having a party up there, staring right at him. He got so scared that he immediately wilted and crawled away. I tell you, his expression really didn't look like a joke. The terror on his face was like it was real. He said he specialized in some kind of mysticism, that whoever gets close to this woman will die, and to stay far away. At the time, I was somewhat skeptical. After all, I'm a firm materialist. So I didn't engage further and went off to practice shooting by myself. As I practiced, I tell you, something miraculous happened. I kept thinking in my mind, what is the purpose of this gun? At first, it was for survival, but later, it became about protecting the people around me. But what does it mean to protect? Just as I was pondering this, I entered a mysterious state, and the gun in my hand moved purely on muscle memory, faster and faster. Yangyang beside me was dumbfounded, saying that I had grasped the will. I only had one thought in my mind. Guarding isn't about being a turtle shell for others to knock on. My protection isn't a fence. It's about smashing all the enemies who dare to touch the people I care about. The moment this thought struck me, I tell you, the feeling was instantly different. The long spear in my hand buzzed, and the killing intent exploded. I instinctively shouted out a move. Round shield charge. Boom! The shadow of a shield covered in spikes shot out from the tip of my spear, crashing straight into the sea, instantly creating a vacuum zone and stirring up towering waves. At that moment, I felt like something inside my body shattered with a crack, and I knew I had broken through. Gun Master Realm. This was definitely a significant lead. The commotion blew everyone on the ship out, and they thought it was a merman attacking. But when they saw it was me showing off, they all sighed in relief. Yangyang was the first to run over, and I was so happy that I picked her up and spun her around. Liao, watching from the side, was almost grinding her little silver teeth and turned to leave. Han Weiwei also wanted to come over to congratulate me, but didn't dare. She quietly slipped away. Yangyang, that kid, ran over excitedly, saying I was too outrageous. I was so pleased that I patted him on the shoulder and said, of course. Otherwise, how could I be your brother? Comrade, Vice Captain. Those 3 words, Vice Captain, hit him hard, and he instantly exploded in anger, howling, and wanted to come over to fight me. We immediately turned the deck into a chaotic scene, and Yangyang just stood by, laughing. But as I turned back, I found she was actually shedding tears. My heart sank, and I quickly got up and ran over, asking what was wrong. After asking, I learned that watching us play around reminded her of her lost family. And just like that, the tears flowed uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst. I quickly hugged her to comfort her and said that we had been heading south for a month, and perhaps we were near Yangyang City by now. There are big mountains there, so her family might not have been flooded and are definitely doing well. After I said that, she seemed to come to her senses. When you're worried, you can get flustered. This girl instantly pushed me away and said she was going to ask the fish in the sea for news. I watched her hurried figure, speechless, and said, fish have a memory of only 7 seconds, so asking is pointless. She paused, turned back to me with a pout, and then burst out laughing, saying I was even jealous of her family. I turned my head away proudly, and she laughed and chased after me. We playfully ran back to the captain's cabin. That night, the situation was intense. As a result, it was poor Liao, who lived below us. The noise was so loud that she couldn't block it, even with her head buried in a pillow. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she kicked the door open and ran out to the deck for some fresh air. Just as she steadied herself, she heard some movement in the nearby corridor. Curious, she quietly crept over. Guess what she saw? A shadow squatting there, frantically stuffing compressed biscuits into its mouth. Liao thought this figure looked familiar, and when the clouds parted and the moonlight shone down, it turned out her shadow stretched right to the feet of that person. When a person looked up, Liao was completely stunned. That face belonged to someone she thought had long since died. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed, gave a kiss to the still sleeping Yangyang, and prepared to head to the deck for some training. Just then, she woke up too and said she wanted to go to the deck to look for seabirds to ask for directions. As soon as we reached the deck, we saw Yangyang and the others had already arrived. But surprisingly, Liao was late today. I was moving my body when suddenly, my observation hockey buzzed in my head like a vibrating phone. Something's wrong. I quickly looked up towards the bow of the ship. The sea appeared calm, but beneath the surface, there was definitely a giant approaching us. Not good. The Sea King, I shouted, and Wu Haijiang immediately triggered the alarm. Everyone on the ship rushed out, holding guns and looking tense. Just as I finished speaking, the sea in front of us suddenly erupted, and a gigantic head emerged. Its mouth was sharp and long, filled with sharp teeth, and its eyes were bulging like big, round marbles. Let me tell you, it was a ribbon fish bigger than our ship. Without saying a word, I unleashed the aura of Street Fighter, hoping to scare it away with my presence. The big ribbon fish seemed truly intimidated and stopped moving. Just then, Yuqing suddenly walked out, wanting to communicate with it. I thought to myself, oh my goodness, please don't do anything reckless. Sea creatures are not the same as ordinary small fish. I quickly followed her, ready to rescue her at any moment. Yuqing softly said, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. The big ribbon fish surprisingly showed a human-like expression of confusion. Just when I thought communication was successful, that creature suddenly lunged its big head towards us. I panicked at that moment, thinking it was about to attack. I rolled over and charged towards Yuqing, instinctively thrusting my spear out. No! Yuqing's shout came too late. My spear had already pierced into its mouth and was caught in its jaws. Only Yuqing knew that it wasn't trying to attack at all. It was just curious and wanted to get a closer look. Well, now I had really annoyed it. The creature shook its head violently, sending both me and my spear flying. Luckily, I let go quickly. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the sea feeding the fish. But I was out of the way, and Yuqing was still there. I watched helplessly as that massive mouth lunged towards Yuqing. My heart sank. I charged back with all my might, but it was too late. Just when everyone thought Yuqing was doomed. The creature suddenly closed its mouth and gently nudged Yuqing with its large head, its expression strangely resembling that of someone seeking praise. I suddenly slammed on the brakes in the middle of the road, and everyone was stunned. What the heck? Later, I found out that the big ribbon fish had just gone wild, not because I poked it, but because it thought I was going to harm Yuqing. It felt a sense of familiarity with her and considered her one of its own, which is why it acted to protect her. Goodness, what a pure misunderstanding. Yuqing named it Little Ribbon, and then turned around and playfully winked at me, asking me to go apologize to Little Ribbon. I was so embarrassed. It felt like I was coaxing a child. But seeing Yuqing so happy, fine, I'll give you this favor. I mustered up my courage and said sorry. Little Ribbon was quite considerate, nudging me with its head before diving straight into the sea. In no time, it came back with my spear in its mouth. As soon as I saw this opportunity, I quickly asked Yuqing to check if there was any land nearby. After a flurry of communication, Yuqing suddenly turned around and shouted with all her might to all of us. Yes, there is land not far ahead. The entire ship went wild. Everyone was jumping and bouncing around like it was New Year's. In my excitement, I hugged Xiao Dai's big head and gave him a big kiss, then turned to kiss Yuqing. She pushed me away, spitting and looking disgusted. What is that smell? It was then I realized my mouth was full of the smell of fish, and I leaned over the railing and started to vomit. But while we were celebrating with champagne, the scene was completely different on the islands in the southwest direction. Those islands used to be the peaks of tall mountains. But now they had turned into a paradise in the apocalypse. A group of local tyrants with the surname Xiong had taken over the islands. The leader, Xiong Wutao, was a top billionaire before the disaster, and through his money and ruthlessness, he managed to acquire 4 devil fruits. He took his family to the island, ruled over it, and eliminated the former officials, declaring himself the island lord. Today, the island was brightly decorated, hosting a grand wedding. The groom was Colonel Guan Shangming, a Navy officer who had drifted here on a warship. Seeing this new resource, especially one who could use the Tremor fruit, Xiong Wudao thought he should quickly recruit him. So, he directly packaged his daughter, Xiong Wenwen, who had eaten the transparent fruit, and married her off to him, playing the political marriage game. At that moment, Xiong Wenwen was sitting in the bridal chamber, her heart racing. She always felt that Guan Shangming didn't truly like her, but she kept convincing herself that he was a responsible man, and once they pledged their vows, he wouldn't betray her, trying to self-encourage. Outside, the wedding procession had arrived. The cheerful laughter of Guan Shangming drifted in, and Xiong Wenwen's heart finally relaxed a bit. But just as the groom was about to enter, her uncle, an old man who used to be a university professor, blocked the way. Hearing that Colonel Guan was well-rounded in both literature and martial arts, he said, I can't compete with him in martial arts, but in literature, let us have a little contest. He stroked his beard with a proud look and said, I have a couplet here. If you can match it, you can pass. If not, you'll have to down these 5 bottles of white liquor in one go. I tell you, I was caught off guard right on the spot. I said, Uncle San, you give me the first line, and I'll give it a try. The old man heard this and laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, the 2 women behind him, dressed as if they were going to a dance party, suddenly pulled open a red banner. It read, "The magpie on the branch encourages joy, can't bear the red-headed Whitehall." The brothers behind me were dumbfounded, thinking we were here to pick up the bride. But how did it turn into a death threat? Family, who understands? This line is purely messing with my mentality. Red-headed refers to the bride, and Whitehall is just the funeral hall prepared for me, right? This is a warning to me. Don't mess around, or today's wedding will turn into a funeral. I sneered inside, haha, whose funeral is still uncertain. But on my face, I pretended to be innocent with a pained expression, saying, "Uncle Sam, this is too much. How can you make it so difficult?" The old man laughed heartily, pointing at the several bottles of liquor, saying, "No problem. If you can't match it, it's fine. Drink 4 bottles of this liquor, and I'll accompany you with one. How's that?" I glanced at the bottles of high-proof liquor. Good heavens, if I downed 4 bottles, I wouldn't be able to carry out any plans today and would just lay down flat. The old foxes of the Xiong family really have double insurance. If the literary doesn't work, they'll use force, determined to get me drunk. I could only continue to act, sighing, "Oh, Uncle Sam, if I drink this, I won't even be able to enter the bridal chamber today. Can you bear to see one waiting in vain?" The old man just smiled and said nothing, refusing to budge. "Fine, it's just matching a couplet, right? You think I'm easy to deal with?" I pretended to think hard, my mind racing. Magpie matches encourage joy. The sounds are close, and the meanings fit. Red-headed matches Whitehall. I must break this life and death situation. After about 10 minutes, I suddenly slapped my thigh, pretending to have an epiphany. I cleared my throat and said loudly, "The koi leaps over the dragon gate," unwilling to see the yellow lantern's blue shadow. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole place went silent. The old man, Xiong Wooly, was muttering my couplet, his expression going from disbelief to shock and finally to admiration. I tell you, my couplet was simply a stroke of genius. Koi matches magpie. Both are auspicious things. Leaps over the dragon gate matches encourage joy. The sounds fit as well. What's even better is the koi leaps over the dragon gate. Isn't that just flattering the Xiong family? Saying that marrying Xiong Wenwen is a big catch, and my future is bright. The latter half, unwilling to see the yellow lantern's blue shadow, directly expresses my feelings. I don't want to be alone. I want to be well with my wife. This wave is called strategy. It not only broke his death threat, but also flattered him and expressed love, truly flawless. The old man kept saying 3 goods and directly opened the way for me. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that marrying a wife is even more exhausting than going to war. Just as I went upstairs, I was stunned again. The floor leading to the bride's room was densely packed with wine glasses. I cursed 1,000 times in my heart. The Xiong family really didn't intend to let me pick up the bride sober. "Fine, if you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end." I rolled my eyes and came up with a plan. Without saying a word, I picked up a glass of liquor and chugged it down, starting my performance. "Wenwen, my good wife, for you, I might end up finishing my life at your doorstep today. There's no way I can enter the bridal chamber. I'm sorry." I drank 5 glasses, relying on my constitution. I was a bit tipsy, but my words were filled with despair. In my heart, there was only one thought: hurry up and open the door. I was betting that Xiong Wenwen would feel sorry for me. Sure enough, just as I raised my 8th glass, the door creaked open. A little kid who looked like a baby walked out, saying in a baby voice, "Stop drinking, stop drinking. My sister is about to cry because of you." This was Xiong Wenwen's brother, Xiong Feifei. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. This guy was the toughest final boss today. He stood at the door with an unhappy look. "All right, this is the final challenge. If you get past me, my sister will be yours." I burped and cooperatively asked, "Feifei, how do I get past your challenge?" "Simple." Xiong Feifei smiled, then slammed the door shut again, saying, "As long as you can push this door open, you win." I looked at the door in front of me. Good heavens, it's a specially made tempered glass door. This little brat was a user of the baby fruit ability. His body was that of a baby, but his strength was absurdly great. If I pushed it from the front, I'd definitely expose my strength today. I grinned and shouted at the door, "Feifei, you better use some strength. Don't let me push it open in one go." From inside came a fierce little grunt. I could just imagine that little guy's muscles bulging, both hands pressing hard on the door. "I'm coming," I shouted. Then, I didn't even go to push the doorknob. I went around to the hinge side and suddenly exerted force at the connection between the door and the wall. Bang! With a loud noise, the door opened. But it didn't open normally. It spun around like a revolving door. You see, he was pushing hard on the doorknob from inside, while I was pushing hard on the hinge from outside. This just formed a torque, right? The harder he pushed, the easier it was for me to open the door. The offensive and defensive positions were different. I stepped into the room, and the little brat was thrown out due to inertia. In the monitoring room, his father, Guotao, turned green. He knew that at this moment, if I wanted to make a move, his daughter Xiongwenwen would be like meat on the chopping block. But I wouldn't do that. I walked to the bedside, looking at the woman in the wedding dress, pulled out a bouquet of flowers from who knows where, knelt on one knee, and said in the gentlest voice of my life, "Wenwen, come with me. I promise to love you well from now on." Xiongwenwen immediately cried. Her face filled with happiness, and she heavily agreed. The Xiong family in front of the monitor all breathed a sigh of relief. Her brother Xiong Feifei also thought his dad was overthinking. I was just a pure love warrior. Even her mother, the still charming Yuan, looked at me with eyes that were almost sparkling, as if she was about to say that Ming was really nice. But inside, I was sneering. What a pity this beautiful face. If only the heart was as beautiful. Family, do you think this is the end? No, my plan is just beginning. At the wedding scene, it was a sea of people with drums and gongs sounding. The Xiong family, in order to win people's hearts, even provided rice for all guests. You know, in this day and age, a mouthful of rice can save a life. Everyone was laughing and celebrating, while this joyful noise was being continuously absorbed into the dark by an invisible force. The bride and groom have come out. With a loud shout, I held Xiongwenwen and walked up to the stage amidst blessings. Meanwhile, my Navy brothers mixed among the guests had quietly climbed over the wall and dug out their gear from the ground. Let's play some more music. The good show is about to start. The host shouted, "First bow to heaven and earth." We bowed. Then he shouted again, "Second bow to your parents." Here it comes. Xiongwenwen and I held the tea and walked to her parents. Her father, Guotao, with a big belly and a rosy face, and her mother, Yuan, in a bright red chi-pao with charming eyes. We both knelt down. "Dad, Mom, please drink tea." As I handed the tea to my mother-in-law, Yuan, this woman actually dared to scratch my palm with her finger as she took the teacup. My heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, even at this time. She was still trying to challenge me? She thought I was flirting with her, but little did she know that the next second I grabbed her hand, pulled her hard, and directly dragged her into my arms. Crash! The teacup shattered into pieces. The whole place was stunned, and at that moment, outside the courtyard, gunfire erupted. I held the charming woman tightly in my arms, my eyes showing no mercy. My right arm's muscles burst through the sleeve of the dress, and my fist, containing a shockwave of power, struck her panicked face with a heavy blow. She attempted to activate her lightning fruit ability, but it was too late. This punch pierced directly through her chest, and then I pushed her away, using her as a cannonball to smash into Guotao beside us. Guotao instinctively caught his wife, but the terrifying resonance power instantly transmitted from her body into him, shattering his internal organs. Even the chair beneath him turned to dust. Yuan stared at me with wide eyes until her death, probably unable to comprehend how such a good son-in-law could suddenly turn murderous. Xiongwenwen was completely dumbfounded, looking at me, her face a mix of tears and smeared makeup, opening her mouth to ask why, but instead coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was my doing. During the tea ceremony, I had secretly injected a shockwave into her body using a concealed technique. She was wearing defensive armor, so she wouldn't die, but I wanted her to experience this despair. Why? Guotao, who was still barely alive, roared, his hands turning into iron chains that tightly wrapped around me. I shouted, "I am a soldier of Wagwa. How can I sink to your level?" The fruit ability erupted, and the iron chains snapped apart. But at that moment, a gust of foul wind came from behind. It was that little brat Xiong Feifei. He punched me in the back, and I flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing through a wall. I lay in the ruins, coughing up blood, and with all my strength I yelled, "Yangyang, what the hell are you waiting for?" Seeing I wasn't dead, Xiong Feifei's eyes turned red, and he charged at me to finish the job. Just then, a figure rushed out from the shadows, laughing maniacally and shouting, "Haha, come on, taste my joyful grand release." It was Yangyang. His laughter fruit had absorbed all the joyful energy from the wedding scene. An invisible, immense pressure instantly enveloped Xiong Feifei. The viciousness of this move lay in the fact that the happier others were, the more painful it was for the attacked. Xiong Feifei had just lost his mother and was hurt by his father. Now his mind was filled with the images of others' laughter, a dual torment of spirit and body. The baby was furious. This little brat began to transform amid extreme pain, his body rapidly swelling, resisting Yangyang's powerful move. The other two devil fruit users from the Xiong family, who were ready to flee, stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. One turned into a giant python and charged at Yangyang. The other went to check on Xiong Watao's injuries. My best fighter, Zheng Kong, kicked out a gust of wind and temporarily blocked the snake man. Meanwhile, Liang Jiming discovered that Xiong Watao was done for, but Xiong Wenwen, thanks to her armor, was only severely injured. Xiong Wenwen looked at the chaos, at her parents lying in pools of blood, at her struggling younger brother, and the love in her eyes had completely turned to hatred. She suddenly laughed maniacally, blood tears streaming down her face, screaming my name, Guan Shangming. The ruins exploded, and I stood up, covered in blood. Xiong Wenwen stared at me intensely, making a decision. Jiming, say Fei Fei, we're leaving. Liang Jiming immediately shot out 2 vines towards Jiangzheng. Seeing this, I unwillingly shouted, pretending to rush over to block them. Jiangzheng understood me well. He feigned fear, immediately rolling away and abandoning the suppression of Xiong Fei Fei. Once Xiong Fei Fei was free, Liang Jiming quickly picked him up, and Xiao Wensheng pushed back Zheng Kong. Several people protecting Xiong Wenwen as they rushed into the already prepared secret passage without looking back. Chase them. We absolutely cannot let them escape. I stood at the top of the mountain, unwillingly roaring, my voice echoing far away. Watching them escape by boat, shrinking into a small black dot on the sea. I finally couldn't hold on anymore and let out a long sigh. Acting is exhausting. If they really chose to fight to the death, we would have lost quite a few people today as well. An officer came to report. Colonel Guan, all the resistors have been eliminated. I nodded. The Xiong family's cancer had finally been removed. What I was most concerned about was another matter. Had they found their food supplies? As soon as I finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded from the foot of the mountain. My heart sank, and everything went dark as I fell backward. When I woke up again, I was already in a room. I grabbed Jiang Zheng's arm, urgently asking, the food? Did you find the food? Jiang Zheng and Zheng Kong exchanged glances, their faces looking extremely grim. I'm asking you. Jiang Zheng gritted his teeth, filled with grief and anger. Shangming. The granary was blown up. They had planted explosives in advance. Those bastards never intended for the island's people to survive. I felt the world spinning, gasping for breath, forcing myself to calm down. How much did we manage to rescue? Probably just enough for everyone on the island to eat for a week. Now Guan Shangming couldn't sit still. I tell you, this guy really had a sense of responsibility. He immediately made the decision to open the granary, distribute the food, let everyone eat their fill first. Otherwise, if we really cause a situation where people eat people, he can't be the island master anymore. But to be honest, while the island had stabilized temporarily, the sea was in chaos. Those members of the Xiong family who had just fled, Xiong Wenwen and the others, hadn't even tasted the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Why? Because a warship, like a ghost, was heading straight for them. Xiong Wenwen immediately broke down, her pretty face twisted like an emoji, gritting her teeth and cursing. Guan Shangming. You bastard. You really won't leave us any way out? All right, her brother, the baby fruit user Xiong Fei Fei, was practically a moving spring of water. Just over an hour later, he had healed significantly and stood up lively, fiercely declaring, Sister, let's fight him. I'll make Guan Shangming know that the Xiong family is not something to be trifled with. But while they wanted to fight, the 2 little brothers beside them, Xiao Wensheng and Liang Jiming, were already weak in the knees. The 2 of them quietly shuffled backward, their eye contact frantic. What to do? We can't withstand this firepower. Should we surrender? As a result, the half-dead old fox, Xiong Guatao, coughed twice and spoke faintly. Family, who understands? This old man is a PUA master. He didn't even need to look to know what these 2 were scheming. Cough, cough. Want to surrender? Do you really think Guan Shangming, with his vengeful personality, will let us accomplices go? If we go back, it's definitely a dead end. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wensheng and Liang Jiming turned pale. That's right. They had helped the Xiong family escape. Would Guan Shangming let them off? Now, the thought of surrendering was completely gone, seeing he had these 2 under his control. Xiong Guatao's lips curled into a cold smile, and then he began analyzing. I tell you, this old man really had some skills. Don't be afraid. Think about it. If Guan Shangming truly had such strong naval power, he would have flattened our island long ago. Why bother putting on such a show for us? This ship is most likely a paper tiger. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly regained confidence. But they didn't know that on the opposing warship, our protagonists LiuLuo and the others thought it was a ship sent from the island to rescue them and were excited. And what awaited them? A barrage of cannonballs. LiuLuo's face darkened at that moment, coldly saying, This island, I'm definitely taking it. Prepare for battle. I tell you, That scene was unbelievable. A cannonball whizzed through the air, and LiuLuo made a huge leap, swinging his spear and executing a round shield thrust. With a loud bang, the cannonball exploded in midair like fireworks. Everyone on the ship was dumbfounded, thinking, wow, is this even a human? He actually faced a cannonball head-on with a spear. But then, on the opposite ship, that little guy Xiong Feifei was even more fierce. He shouted, "Watch me," and dashed out like a little jumping bean, punching another cannonball. With a bang, that small fist covered in black patterns smashed the cannonball to pieces. At this point, it was LiuLuo's turn to be collectively shocked. His pupils constricted, and he blurted out, I didn't expect. Someone has already mastered armed color hockey." As soon as he said this, Yangyang and the others felt immense pressure, realizing they hadn't even touched the door to training, while someone else could shatter cannonballs with their fists. Luckily, LiuLuo was quick-witted and immediately reassured the troops. Don't panic. Look, that's just a kid. He is definitely a devil fruit user. His arm color is probably a power that comes with the fruit, not something he trained. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yangyang still put up a front, saying, "Hey, I told you, even someone as diligent as me hasn't mastered it, so how could anyone else?" But then Liao directly called him out. "You are indeed diligent. I just hope that when you're being diligent in the future, you don't shout randomly." This comment made everyone laugh. The two ships drew closer, and they finally ceased fire. Xiong Guotao stood at the bow of the ship, and after seeing the people on the opposite side, he felt uneasy, sensing something was off. So he shouted, "Mighty heroes, from where do you come?" LiuLuo's side also found it amusing and mimicked his tone, replying, "I can't dare to be called a hero. I'm just a survivor who escaped from Qinghe City." Upon hearing this, Xiong Guotao and the others were all stunned. After all this time, it was a misunderstanding. They weren't the people from Guangzhou at all. I tell you, this old fox's eyes turned, and he came up with a scheme. He immediately started acting, portraying Guan Shangming as a villain who usurped the nest and bullied men and women. He even pointed at the side, where Xiong Wenwen, dressed in a bright red wedding robe and covered in blood, was standing, saying this was the evidence, on a day meant for great joy. The groom turned his back and even killed his mother-in-law. It was a scene filled with tears and heartache that moved anyone who heard it. Most of LiuLuo's people believed it, especially Yangyang, who immediately started cursing, saying that Guan Shangming was simply inhuman. Only Liao, who knew Guan Shangming as the son of her family's acquaintance, found it unbelievable. However, the world had changed too quickly, and human hearts were hard to gauge. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Mr. Xiong, rest assured, if this is true, I will personally take Guan Shangming's head." Xiong Guotao's heart sank. This was bad. He had run into someone familiar. This LiuLuo stand up to investigation. Sure enough, LiuLuo immediately suggested, "What are we waiting for? Let's kill our way back to the island right now and seek justice." As soon as this was said, the two little brothers, Xiao Wensheng and Liang Jiming, were so scared they nearly wet themselves, exclaiming, "We can't go back! We can't go back!" The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Yangyang's bone knife was already out, coldly staring at the two. LiuLuo also looked at Xiong Guotao with an expressionless face, his gaze sharp as a knife. At this critical moment, the little one, Xiong Feifei, stepped forward, standing in front of his father, glaring coldly at LiuLuo. Wow! The momentum of the two clashed instantly, and the deck creaked under the pressure. Xiong Feifei even radiated a kind of oppressive aura similar to Conqueror's hockey. Though still weak, LiuLuo was taken aback. Just as a fight was about to break out, Xiong Guotao quickly intervened to smooth things over, saying that charging in now was definitely not feasible. They could only sneak attack under the cover of darkness at night. LiuLuo thought about it and agreed, but seeds of doubt had already been sown in his heart. Time flew by, and it was soon midnight. The two ships quietly anchored in the sea, but beneath the surface, a storm was brewing. Who would have thought that on LiuLuo's warship? Someone was clinging to the hull like a gecko? This person was Yu Chong, the user of the magnet fruit ability, who had previously pretended to jump into the sea, but had actually been hiding in the cargo hold of the ship. He originally planned to sneak onto the Xiong family's ship, but as soon as he moved, he noticed something was off with the sea. There were sounds of paddling, but no boats. He used his ability to probe, and to his surprise, he detected iron. He instantly understood invisible fruit. On that invisible ship were Xiong Guotao and his two sons, who were trying to sneak away. They had left Xiao Wensheng and Liang Jiming on the ship as bait while they were already prepared to escape. Unexpectedly, A mysterious magnetic force pulled their small boat straight towards the warship. When they got closer, the two groups of fugitives stared at each other, both stunned. Xiong Guotao was quick-witted. Seeing Yu Chang's ghostly appearance, he knew he was not one of LiuLuo's men. After a few words, the two groups reached a consensus, and Yu Chang successfully boarded the pirate ship. The four of them paddled the transparent small boat, disappearing into the night. Finally, they were on land, just as they left. Xiao Wensheng and Liang Jiming, who had been used as bait, realized what was happening and also launched a small boat to escape. However, all of this was under LiuLuo's surveillance. He led his men directly onto the Xiong family's empty ship and then chased after Xiao Wensheng and their small boat with the warship. After firing 2 cannonballs, the two quickly surrendered and confessed everything. When LiuLuo heard about the invisible fruit from them, he understood everything. A cold sweat broke out on him. If Xiong Wenwen hadn't chosen to escape, but instead planned a sneak attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just then, Li Yao's expression changed drastically. She suddenly thought, Yu Chang wouldn't have run away too, would he? She didn't have time to explain and turned to run towards the warship's cargo hold. Everyone followed her, and after hearing her explanation, they were all stunned. Yu Chang was actually not dead. He had been hiding on the ship for so long. Of course, they found the place empty. I tell you, LiuLuo's face turned as dark as a pot bottom at that moment. He wasn't angry that Yu Chang ran away, but that Li Yao had kept it from him. It felt like being stabbed in the back by someone from his own side, and his sense of trust collapsed in an instant. He didn't say a word to Li Yao, only coldly leaving behind a sentence. If you want to leave, you can't be kept. Those who should leave will always leave. The meaning couldn't be clearer. He was telling her to get lost quickly. After saying that, he walked into the captain's room without looking back. On the deck, only Li Yao was left, facing the sea breeze, her heart shattered. She stood there for a long time, and Han Weiwei came over to comfort her, telling her that trust doesn't come from thin air. It is earned through life and death experiences with LiuLuo and Do Yangyang. Li Yao understood, but she decided not to explain. She took a deep breath and said to Han Weiwei, "Please call LiuLuo over. I have something to say to him." LiuLuo was sulking when he heard from Han Weiwei that Li Yao was looking for him, and he walked onto the deck with an impatient expression. "What do you want?" he asked. And then, family, the high-energy moment arrived. Just as LiuLuo approached, Li Yao suddenly turned around, swiftly wrapped her arms around LiuLuo's head, and kissed him hard on the lips. I tell you, LiuLuo was completely frozen, his brain blank and buzzing, just like an old television without a signal, staring blankly. It wasn't until Li Yao's tongue retracted that he finally reacted, staggering backward, both shocked and angry, shouting, "Are you crazy? You're insane." And guess what? This crazy woman not only didn't feel embarrassed, but she also licked her lips, looking all nostalgic. At that moment, my pupils were shaken. This girl really had something going on. I cursed her, called her insane, and turned to run, genuinely scared. This kind of play was too advanced for me. I couldn't keep up, but to her, my awkward escape looked like a trophy. And she laughed so hard she was shaking. I realized she was deliberately messing with my mentality, taking revenge for my previous disbelief in her. Fine, you win. She stood alone on the deck, probably having come to terms with it, deciding that once we reached the island, she would part ways with us and go her own way. The next morning, we finally boarded the boat and arrived at Wanyuan Island. Goodness, there were already people waiting on the island. The leader, a Navy colonel named Guan Shangming, was particularly excited upon seeing Li Yao, calling her Yao Mei, and his eyes were scanning our group, clearly searching for someone. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Seeing his expression, Li Yao felt upset too, and went up to give a standard military salute, her voice hoarse. "Shangming, Major General Guan, sacrifice for the country." I tell you, at that moment, the entire dock fell silent. Guan Shangming froze, but just for a second or two, then he straightened up and returned a military salute, his expression as hard as stone. Not a single tear shed. Then he took a deep breath, turned around to his Navy subordinates, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I am Guan Shangming, Navy Colonel. Since the day I enlisted, I vowed to serve my country and people for life, 100 deaths without regret. 100 deaths without regret. 100 deaths without regret." His roar made my ears buzz. At that moment, I felt one thing. This father is a hero, and his son is definitely a good man. With people like this, there is hope for the country. But just as my admiration was still fresh, as I followed him into the island, my brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Something was off. What was going on this island? Logically speaking, with someone like him in charge, life shouldn't be bad, but looking at the ordinary people by the roadside, they were all gaunt and emaciated like in a refugee camp. Could it be that Guan Shangming was putting on a show for us? As a result, when we reached a large tent, the mystery was revealed. He directly brought up those two idiots, Xiao Wenxing's subordinates, and only then did I realize that these two fools had blown up the island's only granary to gain credit. Damn! Yangyang exploded on the spot, his temper even more explosive than mine. A bone knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Xiao Wenxing. If I hadn't reacted quickly and blocked it with my spear, these two would have already turned into raw marinated traitors. I said coldly, Yangyang, wait to kill him later. I want to stab him too. Guansheng patted Yangyang on the shoulder and said that these two really deserved to die, but he thought that the previous pirate leader, Bear Boss, must have more than one stash, like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. He suggested that these two should make amends and find other hiding places for food. If they succeeded, he would spare their lives. You know what? This trick actually worked. The next day, these two led us to overturn the Bear family's mansion and really dug out a secret chamber underground. We were so excited at that moment, but when the door opened, we were dumbfounded. It was mostly gold bars, and there was only a little food, enough for all the islanders to eat for just over a month. The problem circled back. If we were to farm, by the time we harvested, it would be too late. Just when I was feeling overwhelmed, my family members didn't understand, and my game system pinged with a task. Beginner task, save the people on the island. The rewards were divided into 3 tiers. Save 100, 000, save 1 million. And the rewards were completely different. Wow, this is just an official spoiler. It means there must be a solution, and I can save 1 million people. I went through my game fruit abilities and finally settled on one skill, game customization. This ability can create illusions and confuse the senses. My idea was simple, acceleration. I had to give seeds a speed boost. So I locked myself in a small dark room, day after day, mumbling to a pile of seeds, praying for them to sprout. It took more than 10 days, and I almost became a relic myself. But finally, one seed gave me some face and shot up right in front of me. The speed was visible to the naked eye. I was as happy as a 200-pound child at that time. When I closed the door, they rushed in and went crazy, thinking the savior had arrived. But 3 days later, with a single sentence from Yangyang, we were all brought back to reality. Luo, haven't you noticed? Why is it only growing tall and not producing any wheat ears? I looked down and couldn't believe my eyes. The wheat seedlings were growing tall and lush. But they were just bare stalks, not a single ear of wheat in sight. This thing is just a showy package, growing tall without doing any work. My hopes were instantly shattered, and I just stood there in a daze, as if I had lost my soul. At that moment, I realized that I had only used my abilities to make it grow, which is called growth, but I hadn't allowed it to bear fruit, which involves the laws of inheritance and continuation. I can accelerate time, but I can't create the continuation of life out of nothing. This had me feeling emo. What to do? As a result, guess what happened? I was so worried that I fell asleep and had a dream where I had a bunch of kids with Yangyang. And Liao also had a bunch for me. 2 soccer teams were running around in front of me, and I was so delighted. When I woke up and looked at Yangyang beside me, inspiration hit me all of a sudden. I understand. This thing can't rely on brute force. It needs willpower, just like my previous understanding of round shield charge, which is infused with the will to protect. So for this wheat to bear ears, there must be a will for inheritance and continuity. I closed my eyes and concentrated all the joy and hope of seeing the continuation of life, that feeling of treating the dream as my father, into a small seed. Then I planted it again. Family, a miracle happened. The tender sprouts broke through the soil, and the wheat seedlings grew wildly. At the very top, a small golden wheat ear popped up. It worked. Moreover, because of this realization, my game fruit ability directly advanced to the 2nd tier. All skills were fully upgraded, and I even gained a displacement skill similar to moonwalk. It was simply exhilarating. The next day, Guan closed the door with 2 dark circles under his eyes and came to knock. I directly handed him the pot with the wheat ear growing. He was stunned at that moment, not looking at the wheat, but at me. He said my entire aura was different, as if I had been in super god mode all night, with an incredibly strong sense of pressure. I smiled and said this time it should be fine. He was so excited that his voice became hoarse and said that if it was true, he would give me a big gift. I thought to myself, you're poorer than I am. What big gift could you possibly have? However, I still told him the last question. This super wheat is a success, but it also consumes a lot. Ordinary soil can't support it all and requires a massive amount of nutrients. As a result, this guy is also tough. He thought for a moment and said, use the ashes of those bastards from the bear family as fertilizer. At least they can contribute something to the people after they die. I tell you, this awareness is incredible. 3 days later, nourished by the ashes, That wheat seedling lived up to everyone's expectations and completely grew full wheat ears. The whole camp was in an uproar. Guan Xiaoming, a tough guy, cried like a 200-pound child, repeatedly muttering that there was hope. Yangyang was the happiest. His joyful harvest was like an unlimited buffet, and his strength was skyrocketing. Yangyang, the silly one, clung to my arm, refusing to let go, insisting that I was his only brother and not to steal me away. Everyone surrounded me, and Liao stood not far away, watching with a gaze that was quite complex, filled with pride and reluctance. Only Yuqing understood me best, already starting to plan how to reward me well that night, and whether to unlock some new maps. I quickly coughed twice to bring these people's attention back and said, all right, don't get excited. The important matters come first. I told them that I need to go into seclusion next, as I have to consecrate the mountain of seeds in the warehouse one by one, and it will probably take me more than half a month to finish. I told them not to be idle either and to get the land ready for me. Once I finish consecrating one seed, they can plant one, so we can have a seamless connection and maximize efficiency. Guan Xiaoming, that guy, is straightforward in his work. He immediately decided on the spot, saying that he had already sent someone to prepare the land, and we could start planting tomorrow without me worrying about anything. Not only that, but he also insisted on throwing a celebration banquet for me today. Although the conditions were limited, the sense of ceremony must be in place. Once he said that, my brothers and sisters on the ship were even happier than I was, all standing tall. After all, the captain is impressive, and it brings them glory too. As night fell, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Not only our people, but the crowd of refugees on the island all came, surrounding me tightly, their eyes looking at me as if I were a living Buddha descending from the heavens. Indeed, Guan Xiaoming had done a great job promoting me, and the news of my ability to produce grain had spread far and wide. Countless people were calling my name, and some even knelt down to bow and pray for me, which made me feel a bit embarrassed, but honestly, I was deeply moved. However, seeing their gaunt and haggard faces made me feel the immense pressure. At that moment, Guan Xiaoming pulled out a big megaphone from somewhere and insisted on putting it in my hand, urging me to say a few words. All right, if I have to speak, then I will. I held the microphone, cleared my throat, and said, hello everyone, I'm LiuLuo. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. I smiled and said, actually, there's not much to say. It's my luck to be able to create this thing. But I also have to thank you all, because it was you who made it possible for me, a kind person, to have a place to use my abilities. Yes, you heard me right. I'm talking about a kind person, not a good person. Family who understands. In this day and age, you can't just casually claim to be a good person, otherwise you'll be roasted on the fire every day. I won't do such foolish things. The people on my ship looked at me, their eyes almost sparkling, probably thinking that my status had risen another level. But just as the atmosphere in the room was at its peak, I caught a glimpse of a discordant note out of the corner of my eye. Gu Yafei. This girl was hanging on Yangyang like a parasite, and the resentment and jealousy in her eyes were impossible to hide. Yangyang, this martial arts enthusiast, was still foolishly asking her if she was feeling unwell. I couldn't help but laugh. A pure love warrior encountering a top player. Wasn't this just handing over a free kill? Just then, the climax of the event arrived. Guan Xiaoming said he wanted to give me a gift, and I thought to myself, what could it be? Well, he opened the box. I was stunned. It was a devil fruit. A genuine devil fruit. The entire room instantly erupted. This thing was actually taken from the old den of the Xiong family and was originally meant for Yangyang. But this guy was particularly loyal and said that since Guan Xiaoming and Yangyang were both ability users, if he ate it too and fell into the water, there wouldn't even be anyone to fish him out, so he refused it. You know what happened next? As soon as Gu Yafei heard this, tears started flowing, and she began to cry to Yangyang about her weak constitution and how she couldn't help him. With a few drops of cat urine, this honest guy immediately broke down and vowed to definitely get her one in the future. I am still in shock. Yangyang actually came to find me, asking if I could give him this devil fruit, and he would return it to me when he finds another one. I outright rejected it at the time. What a joke. Am I really that familiar with you? Besides, this thing is like a cabbage. Just pick it up whenever. When I saw him dejectedly go back to report to Gu Yafei, I suddenly understood. I turned to Yangyang and complained, damn it, they really only target honest people. Yangyang was so pleased, winking at me. Luo, Gu, do you believe me now? My bone-reading technique is reliable. I roll my eyes at him. That night, the four of us gathered around that black and yellow, spiral-patterned fruit, as if we were looking at a rare treasure. This thing clearly wasn't a kind that appeared in one piece. Yangyang urged my wife, Yuqing, to take a bite and see what ability it had. As a result, Yin Yuqing hesitated for a moment and directly put the fruit back in the box. She said, I don't want to be a dry duck. We were all confused. Who could refuse a devil fruit? She looked at us with disbelief and finally expressed her true feelings. You three are all capable users. What if one day you all fall into the sea? I'd have to watch you all perish helplessly, right? We need someone on this ship who can swim. TSK. I couldn't argue with that logic. My wife's perspective was simply on point. In the end, there was no choice. The fruit would be temporarily kept by her, the captain's wife and treasure keeper. However, to maintain team harmony, we were hesitant and cautious. Guess what? In another unknown sea, people were shedding blood over another devil fruit. On a shabby fishing boat, a few starving individuals, their eyes gleaming with greed, discovered a devil fruit growing on a potted pomegranate tree. One of them, named Wang Bin, had just grabbed it when someone smashed his skull with a sharpened wooden stake, killing him instantly. The murderer, Yangyang, was about to grab the fruit when a huge wave hit, rocking the boat, and the fruit rolled into the gap between two massive wooden boxes. He frantically reached in to retrieve it, scraping his face against the boxes until it was bloodied and mangled, his bones almost exposed, just a hair's breadth away from getting it. By the time the others arrived, a bloody brawl for the fruit erupted instantly. In the end, only one person was left standing in the entire warehouse. He pulled out the severed arm that was stuck in the gap, grabbed the pulp mixed with blood, and stuffed it all into his mouth. Then, the most bizarre thing happened. A child's laughter suddenly echoed in the cabin, eerie and coming from all directions. Immediately, the two enormous wooden boxes that no one could move popped open by themselves. The corpses on the ground were lifted by an invisible force, one by one, and flung into the boxes. Finally, the last surviving person also broke down mentally and crawled into a box, lying down. With a loud bang, the lid closed automatically, sealing tightly. That ship was alive. It cleaned up the bloodstains by itself, and then, like a curious newborn, it revved up its engines and aimlessly wandered around the sea. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed just like that. I finally got all the seeds sorted out, and I've lost a couple of sizes. I feel completely drained, almost like I'm so exhausted that not even electronic pickled vegetables could save me. Just as I straightened my back to catch my breath, Yangyang jumped out like a monkey, shouting that he had recently figured out a new trick and insisted on performing it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Kong stepped forward, saying he had also made some breakthroughs recently and could serve as a sparring partner. Wow. When these two stood in the middle of the warehouse, their aura was impressive, really something. I shouted start, and the two instantly moved. To my surprise, Yangyang didn't use his bone fruit ability this time. Instead, he relied solely on physical techniques to clash head-on with Zheng Kong. I was amused to see how much Yangyang had improved in martial arts. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't that simple. He must have been holding back some big move. Sure enough, that big move came out of nowhere. I watched as the two of them were about to collide like two small cannonballs. Zheng Kong suddenly lifted his leg, and wow, another gale kick. Let me tell you, this time it was much more powerful than the last. The wind it generated stung my face. The leg wind was like a knife, heading straight for Yangyang's waist. If it landed, he would probably be carried off on the spot. But what happened next left me dumbfounded. Who understands this, folks? Yangyang suddenly became like a jellyfish, dodging in a way that completely defied human ergonomics. His waist bent backward entirely, while his upper body and legs surged forward. The scene was bizarre beyond belief. Coupled with his cheeky gotcha grin, it startled Zheng Kong. Zheng Kong kicked into thin air, right at the moment when his old strength had faded and new strength had not yet manifested. Yangyang immediately closed the distance to his face. How could he let this opportunity slip by? His twisted waist snapped back with an explosive force, and he threw a punch straight at Zheng Kang's face. However, Zheng Kong was no pushover. Realizing he couldn't take the punch head-on, he stomped down hard, creating afterimages, and just a split second before the punch reached his face, he swiftly sidestepped. Damn, was that shave? The crowd erupted. When did this kid master all 6 forms? Although his shave was still lacking. Not quite at the level of instant teleportation, it was already impressive. Truly a martial arts fanatic. Yangyang's punch missing was not surprising. But his next move was even more remarkable. His waist seemed to turn on its own, and his legs moved sideways like a crab, swiftly catching up. The key was, while normal people would use their hips to walk like a crab, he didn't. He used his calves. His kneecaps acted like universal wheels, allowing his calves to move freely in all directions. I tell you, the shock this brought to everyone was greater than when Zheng Kong used shave earlier. After all, shave is learned through practice, but Yangyang's move, if you broke your legs and reattached them, you still couldn't learn it. Yangyang didn't even have time to be shocked, because Yangyang's foot was already aiming for his lower region. That kick was incredibly sneaky, and Yangyang hurriedly raised his leg to block. There was a loud bang as their legs collided. But strangely, right after that, a second bang sounded. Then I saw Yangyang let out a cry and curl up like a shrimp, painfully kneeling on the ground. We quickly surrounded them, and then we understood. Let me tell you, the most outrageous move came. At the moment their legs collided, Yangyang's calf suddenly cracked, and a piece of bone actually grew out, bypassing Yangyang's knee that was trying to block with precise guidance, landing solidly right where his brother didn't want it. Fortunately, he managed to ease up at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been a total disaster. His girlfriend, Gu Yifei, rushed over with a worried look. "Honey, are you okay?" Her words were caring, but I could clearly see that her eyes were filled with fear of losing her support. And she was probably thinking, what a useless guy getting knocked down like this. Yangyang was also pathetic, holding back all his big moves, but getting caught off guard by such a bizarre tactic. In the end, with Gu Yifei's help, he left in embarrassment, looking anxious, probably eager to go back and check if anything was damaged. Watching them walk away, I rolled my eyes at Yangyang. This guy was too ruthless just to show off. What do you call that move? Yangyang saw that I wasn't really angry and smiled foolishly. I just came up with it. It doesn't have a name yet. I thought for a moment, what about a name? How about Eerie Bone Technique? As soon as the name came out, Yangyang's eyes lit up. It's strange and related to bones. Simply a perfect match. After finishing the battle, Guan Xiaoming originally wanted to throw a celebration for me, but I declined. Now everyone is busy farming, and doing such frivolous things seems pointless. Besides, I was indeed exhausted and just wanted to spend some quiet time with Yangyang. That night, when we returned to the room, we had just finished an exhilarating battle and were about to enter the sage time. Yangyang was still drawing circles on my chest, asking me when we would leave. I thought about it. I came here to find her family, but I had been delayed on this island for too long. The day after tomorrow, I said. Let's rest tomorrow and set off the day after. However, as soon as I finished speaking, before we could even enjoy a moment of intimacy, the entire world suddenly started dancing wildly. That's right, it was an earthquake. A super earthquake that affected the entire globe. Countless islands abruptly emerged from the sea, and the map of the entire planet was reset. Goodness, giants, fur tribes, all appeared like dumplings from other worlds, and the surface area of the entire planet directly doubled. Our island, Wanyuan Island, certainly couldn't escape either. The houses collapsed in an instant, and our home turned into ruins in a second. The only relief is that the crops we just planted are fine, but the people on the island are all in shock. Their newly built homes were reduced to nothing in a second, and no one can smile. The sky is also filled with dark clouds, and heavy rain is about to pour down. I was carrying a large stone slab, protecting Yangyang as we crawled out of the ruins. We looked quite disheveled. I had my pants on inside out and my upper body was bare, while Yangyang was wearing my oversized tank top. It was no wonder. The earthquake hit us so suddenly. If it weren't for my observation hockey giving me an early warning, we would have probably had to face people completely naked. Yangyang and the others hurried over and asked me how things were on the island. I looked up at the sky. What else could it be? The houses had collapsed. It was about to rain, and with the current medical conditions, I didn't know how many more people would die after a heavy downpour. Everyone's faces were numb, with no sign of hope. No way, it can't be like this. My gaze sharpened, and I ordered Yangyang. Yangyang, go find Guan Xiaoming immediately and have him send someone to clear out a large area. I have an important use for it. Without a second thought, Yangyang took off running. Guan Xiaoming was also efficient. In just over half an hour, he cleared a huge open space and then, following my instructions, gathered everyone on the island. I looked at the weary people with numb expressions, and my heart ached as well. But I knew that the most important thing now was to ignite the fire in their hearts. I rubbed my face, forced out the brightest smile, and nodded at everyone passing by me. Sure enough, the crowd began to change. With LiuLuo around, there is definitely nothing to worry about. Look, he is smiling so brightly. He must have a way. I felt a pounding in my heart, and honestly, I didn't know if my newly acquired 2D game development skills were up to par. Just then, the heavens decided to set the mood, and a bolt of lightning struck down, followed by a torrential downpour of rain. Everyone was looking at me, waiting to see what I, the backbone of the group, would do. I took a deep breath, my voice resonating throughout the crowd. It seems that the heavens have never been fond of us, and today they have destroyed our home again. Are we really going to give up like this? Are we really going to be knocked down this way? People of Hua, we never say die. A few words ignited the indomitable spirit in everyone's hearts. Seizing the moment, I shifted my tone and smiled broadly. However, the heavens are also quite lovable. Even though they bully you, they have brought me to your side. Today, I will present a spectacular performance, a world-class magic show. With that, I closed my eyes and slowly raised my hands. As I moved, a tall building rose from the ground. White porcelain-tiled walls sprang up. The black and gray earth transformed into a floor adorned with an eastern dragon, and an endless great wall appeared on the walls, enveloping everyone in a massive, roofed bathroom. The rain was kept outside, bright lights shone above, and the surrounding walls brought an unparalleled sense of security. Then, the resounding national anthem began to play. I tell you, when that song played, the whole place was on fire. Everyone started singing loudly, and that defiant roar seemed like it could pierce through the sky. On the surface, I seemed to be thriving, but in reality, my mana was almost empty. I was only able to hold on thanks to a skilled player who gave me a mana potion, or I would have collapsed on the spot. I gritted my teeth and held on, just hoping that the rain would stop soon. Finally, it seemed that the song really pierced through the dark clouds, and a beam of light shone down. People also noticed that there were holes of light appearing in the ceiling. The rain stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief and released my abilities. Only then did Yangyang and the others notice my pale face and that I was drenched in sweat. "It's nothing, just a bit tired," I said, and as soon as I finished speaking, my vision went dark and I collapsed. I was really too exhausted. Anyone would have reached their limit. I slept deeply, and when I woke up, it was already noon the next day. Fortunately, the rain hadn't defeated everyone. Instead, it felt like a baptism, and everyone's spirits were restored. After resting for another day, the four of us, me, Yangyang, Yangyang, and Han Weiwei, set sail on the warship prepared for us by Guan Shangming, with the blessings of everyone on the island. After 3 days at sea, I sensed something was off. Yangyang also frowned and said, "Luo, something's not right. We should have arrived at Nanling City by now. Why are we still drifting at sea? Our direction is correct, and we haven't encountered any major storms. Since the path is right, it must be the world that has a problem." A realization struck me, and I connected all the previous clues. The great earthquake, the fishmen, various newly emerged races. Oh no, this world has been modified into the map of One Piece. The entire planet has expanded several times. No wonder it still takes 3 days to reach our destination. I share my speculation with them, and all 3 of them were stunned. After clarifying the situation, I formally said to the always reserved Han Weiwei, "Weiwei, welcome to the tyrant's territory." The chubby girl excitedly waved her fist, finally feeling like she had found home. Just as we were talking, Yangyang shouted from outside, "Brother Luo, come out quickly. We found land." We quickly ran outside, and sure enough, there was a fairly large island in the distance. However, this island was definitely not original to Earth, as there were 2 warships docked at the shore, which were the same 2 that Guan Shangming had sent out and lost contact with earlier. We cautiously approached and first boarded the warship to take a look. Goodness, there wasn't a single person on the ship, and the food had hardly been touched. It was clear something had happened. Isn't this just the opening scene of a horror movie? Yangyang felt a bit scared and wanted to steer clear. But I shook my head. The world had turned into this, and there was no escaping it. So the 4 of us rowed our small boat and landed on this eerie island. As soon as we set foot on the island, Yangyang darted forward like a wild dog, and the 2 girls and I followed behind, stunned by the sights on the island. The plants here completely defied science. I couldn't believe my eyes. I even saw a fruit on a tree that, when opened, contained a little bird that hadn't even grown its feathers yet. Folks, this ecosystem is a bit too advanced, isn't it? I was pondering over this tree that grows little birds, wondering whether I should get a species identification for it. But hold on. Those 2 girls were shouting not far away, making a racket as if they had unearthed some extraordinary treasure. I exchanged a glance with Yangyang and quickly dashed over. Wow. Getting closer, I was struck with the same expression as an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone. Among a bunch of grass about half my height, there was an enormous and bizarre plant with a giant flower in the middle, and inside the flower stamen, there were countless little snail-sized. Snails? At first, I was puzzled, thinking, it's just a snail, why the excitement? But when I leaned in closer, let me tell you, I almost popped my eyes out. These little snails had buttons with numbers from 0 to 9 on their shells. Some had only 1 button, but the shape. Who understands, right? This is just like the snail transponder from One Piece. Alive, growing out of the flower. Wow, telephone snails? Yangyang was also stunned. Yangyang carefully picked one up and analyzed, saying it was probably just like that tree with the bird earlier. This flower must be the production base for the telephone snails. As soon as I heard that, it all clicked for me. So that's the principle behind that thing in the manga. It turns out to be some kind of biological technology. This flower is the base station, and the snails communicate with each other through biological waves, with this mother plant converting the signals. Oda, you have been deceiving us for so long. Han Weiwei was also extremely excited, holding a small snail as if it were a rare treasure. Just then, Do Yangyang, like he had discovered a new continent, pointed at the bottom of the flower's stamen and shouted, "Luo, go, quick look, gold, and 3 silvers. Could this be the few models used for the Demon Slayer order for the generals?" We huddled together to take a look, and indeed, it was hidden deep. Do Yangyang's eyes turned green with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Brothers, I feel like we're going to get rich." I pondered for a moment. Relying on this thing to monopolize the market was definitely unrealistic. Who knows if there are other islands producing this as well. However, well, haha. If we could gather some initial funds, becoming a cattle rancher would still be quite enjoyable. So this matter was settled. Yangyang took out her precious sheepskin scroll and said we should name the island to help her draw the nautical chart. Do Yangyang immediately suggested, "Let's call it Rich Island." So straightforward. I rolled my eyes at him. That name was so kitsch it could be polished with age. I turned to Han Weiwei and said, "Weiwei, since it's your first day joining us, I'll give you the naming rights." This was a way to elevate her status. And the little girl blushed with excitement. After thinking for a long time, she weakly suggested, "How about Snail Village? A good name. Better than my Rich Island." Do Yangyang was being silly. As we were joking around, Han Weiwei suddenly laughed, a genuine, heartfelt laugh that made her whole being relax. She joined in the fun and said, "How about we call it Rich Snail Village?" As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 of us were stunned. Not because of the name, but because her whole aura had changed, radiating a true sense of belonging. I immediately declared, "Done. We'll call it Rich Snail Village." Later I learned that in that moment, she felt her demonic powers stirring, as if something was about to awaken. After the commotion, it was getting dark. Just then, lights suddenly lit up along the road leading to the mountaintop. A warm yellow glow reminiscent of old tungsten filament lamps from decades ago, which was heartwarming. But a chill crept up my neck. Something unusual must be amiss, so I immediately decided to set up camp on the spot and discuss it tomorrow. That night, Do Yangyang and I took turns keeping watch, and I kept my eyes on that winding path of lights, which looked more and more like the intestines of some giant beast. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully. The next morning, as dawn broke, we could no longer hold back and started climbing up that path. Let me tell you, this island is truly deceptive. It looks close, but by noon, we felt like we were still in the same spot. Yangyang urged us to eat some dry rations first. Do Yangyang was munching on his biscuit, but his eyes were fixed on a strange creature nearby that looked like a rabbit but had horns on its head. Suddenly, his biscuit didn't taste good anymore, and he started shouting that he wanted to eat wild game. I thought this island was strange, but eating an animal should be fine, right? I just nodded. Do Yangyang received the order, flicked his left hand, and 5 finger bones shot out, hitting the horned rabbit, which fell to the ground. Interestingly, a wolf-like beast that was originally crouched and ready to hunt glanced at us politely when we made our move, then turned and walked away, showing no intent to steal food, as docile as a domesticated animal. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. To be honest, the rabbit meat had a hint of grassy fragrance. After we were full and satisfied, we continued on our way. The next scene was even more absurd. Along the way, whether carnivorous or herbivorous, all the animals we encountered greeted us like family, friendly as could be. It really felt like we were strolling through a giant wildlife park. Do Yangyang even impulsively rode a tiger-like creature, and surprisingly, it cooperated well. However, this bizarre piece abruptly ended as the sun was about to set. The vine-tailed tiger, which had been as docile as a big cat, suddenly bared its teeth and surrounded us, its eyes fierce and seemingly ready to eat us. "Luo, something's not right." Han Weiwei had already taken a stance. I had petted it earlier in the morning, so why did it turn hostile all of a sudden? Damn, must be hungry. I couldn't figure it out, so I could only guess. Do Yangyang had blind trust in me. Upon hearing hungry, he let out a howl and charged. "You're hungry. I'm hungry too. Let's see who eats who." Once he made his move, the battle commenced. I shook my long spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows, thanks to my 2D game crafting ability, which stunned those tigers. Han Weiwei was as agile as a chubby raccoon, her claws shining with cold light. To be honest, these tigers looked fierce but were useless. They either died quickly or fled in no time. Is that it? Do Yangyang stepped on a still-breathing tiger, acting all arrogant. Having won, we had to celebrate, so we planned to have a feast of roasted tiger meat. However, just as we finished eating the tiger meat, trouble really came. I was tearing at the meat when I suddenly felt something was off. My observation hockey warned me that killing intent surrounded us from all directions. I stood up abruptly and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Before my words even fell, the forest rustled, and countless eyes lit up. Oh my! This time it wasn't just a dozen tigers. It was thousands. Creatures as large as rhinos, resembling antelopes, and roosters with flowers on their heads. Both carnivores and herbivores had all arrived, all staring at us with the intent to devour us alive. "Luo, good, this isn't right. Why are the herbivores joining the fray?" Do Yangyang's voice trembled. Han Weiwei, patting her round belly, casually said, "No way, we just ate a rabbit and a tiger, right? Are they really holding a grudge?" Her words snapped me back to reality. Suddenly, everything clicked in my mind. Since we started eating the rabbit, that wolf had kept its distance. After we finished digesting the tiger, it was time for the tiger to attack us. Now that we had just eaten the tiger, the entire island's animals had come. Damn, I understand now. This entire island, it's a living ecosystem. Eating the animals here is equivalent to destroying its balance. From that moment on, we transformed from tourists into an invasive species, added to its hunting list, and became a part of its ecological cycle. There's no way back. I looked behind, and it was all monsters, so we charged toward the mountaintop. Yangyang cleared the way, I held the rear, and the two girls were in the middle. Make sure not to fall behind. Got it. Do Yangyang shouted loudly, his bones cracking, directly entering the bone blade state. Transforming into a human Gatling gun, countless bone spikes and bone blades sprang forward without restraint, carving out a bloody path. I was under immense pressure at the back, as a giant rhinoceros charged at me like a tank. I quickly turned my long spear, and a massive shield instantly formed, executing a shield bash. With a loud crash, I managed to block it, but the shield shattered. Using the recoil, I hurried to catch up with the team. We fought and ran for a solid 2 hours. And suddenly, the beast herd in front scattered, as if they were afraid to enter some forbidden zone ahead. We all sat down on the ground, panting like broken bellows. And Do Yangyang looked like his bones were about to shoot out. After catching our breath, I looked in the direction of the mountain peak, my mind clear as day. Going down was a dead end. The only chance of survival was at the top. I shared my thoughts, and although everyone was exhausted, determination reignited in their eyes. Let's go. No matter what's up there, let us do it. Fueled with adrenaline, we charged up to the island's summit in just an hour. It was eerily silent here, filled with massive chaotic rocks and scattered white bones. The howling wind sounded like wailing ghosts. Just then, from a cave entrance, there was a thunderous sound, and a huge blob of green, viscous liquid, resembling mucus, was spewed out as it flowed over the white bones. They seemed to come to life, starting to piece themselves together. In the blink of an eye, 2 towering skeleton giants, each 100 meters tall, stood up, covered in that disgusting green mucus. My scalp went numb, and when I turned back, I saw the beast pack at the foot of the mountain eyeing us hungrily. There was no way out. I took a deep breath and looked at the 3 of them. There was no choice left. Victory means survival. Defeat means death. Let us fight. Kill. The 3 of them shouted in unison, their momentum instantly reaching its peak. I directly initiated the 2D game creation, with hundreds of clones rushing towards the giant. My true self activated a buff, and my skin turned pink. With a single rising dragon spear, I struck directly at one of the giant's heart areas. With a splat, green slime splattered all over me, and I realized that thing was actually alive, wriggling like little worms. Before I could react, the giant's fist came crashing down. I couldn't dodge it, and could only brace myself. I executed a shield bash. I defended with all my might, but with a loud bang, I was sent flying into a pile of rubble. Just as I was buried, a new skill suddenly unlocked in my mind. Steel hardening. My muscles and demonic power tightened instantly, and my ability to withstand blows surged. I leaped out of the pile of stones, though covered in dust. I was unharmed. With this skill, I grew bolder and went head-to-head with the giant. Meanwhile, Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei teamed up to deal with another giant, while Yin Yuqing cleared away the smaller skeletal monsters. The battle intensified, and I seized an opportunity, sweeping my spear horizontally, the scorching demonic power directly severing the giant's calf. The massive creature crashed to the ground, spilling green snot everywhere. But I knew very well that this was useless. As long as those disgusting things were around, this skeletal frame could stand up again at any moment. I tell you, as soon as that thought flashed through my mind, the back of my neck went cold. This is not just a sixth sense. It's like my observation hockey was sounding the alarm, crazily popping up like a phone notification. Without even thinking, I executed a tactical roll and slipped away 10 meters. The next second, where I had been standing, there was a loud crash, and a bone club thicker than my waist smashed down, creating a huge pit in the ground. Damn, if I had been a second slower, I would have been turned into a massive serving of meat sauce over rice. I was choking on the smoke and coughing uncontrollably, not caring about my image, shouting at the top of my lungs. Damn it. Do Yangyang. Han Weiwei. Are you two really that bold? Hold it down for me. I'm going to find a way to scatter its ashes right now. My two teammates were also stunned at that moment, but as soon as they heard me shout, their expressions changed immediately, as if they had received a military order. The problem was that big guy went berserk, completely ignoring Han Weiwei, who was frantically attacking him, and charged at me like a dump truck with its navigation system on. Do Yangyang panicked and used all his skills, but what happened? It was like just scratching it. It barely staggered for a moment. Does anyone understand that kind of despair? Do Yangyang's eyes turned red, and he roared, "No one is allowed to go over." Good heavens, just that one shout made me feel like he had completely transformed. The bone knives and spikes on him started retracting wildly, crunching and morphing, and within a few seconds, a stunning white bone armor covered his entire body. The voice that came out was as cold as an AI customer service representative. The decree of the tyrant is what I act upon. Bone armor, General's path. Holy crap. I could almost hear the background music in my head. A white bone road instantly spread out beneath his feet, and in a flash, he disappeared. I didn't even see it clearly. The next second, there was a huge bang, and he was already standing behind that giant. The giant looked completely bewildered, and when it looked down, it was shocked to find that one of its legs was completely gone, shattered into pieces. Do Yangyang, that kid, made an explosive modification on the spot, directly breaking through to the second gear. This move was all about extreme rescue. Just as Do Yangyang finished his transformation, Han Weiwei couldn't sit still any longer. I'm telling you, this girl has a fierce competitive spirit, and when she saw Do Yangyang level up, how could she hold back? She suddenly let out a roar, and I wondered what she was up to. Guess what? Her chubby figure instantly transformed into a supermodel's streamlined body, with two little sharp teeth sprouting from her mouth, and her gaze was as wild as a leopard ready to hunt. This was no ordinary orange cat. She had evolved into the ultimate feline boss. She transformed into a yellow-white beam of light and circled around the giant's neck. When she reappeared, she was already standing next to Do Yangyang. The giant's massive head suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, green liquid spilling everywhere. My jaw nearly dropped. Were these two in cahoots? Group leveling up? Then these two started to complement each other. No, wait, it was Han Weiwei who began teasing Do Yangyang. She flashed a devilish smile at Do Yangyang, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. Stop staring. There's no dish with you on my menu. Do Yangyang was left speechless, his face turning so red it could barely be seen through the gaps in his armor. I couldn't watch any longer. My wife, Yangyang, was still struggling over there. And these two were acting like they were in a romantic drama. I directly yelled, "Are you two walking the runway over there? Hurry up and help your sister-in-law." Now, the fighting power had increased, but here came a problem. Do Yangyang and I were over here dismantling bones until our hand were almost broken, while Han Weiwei and Yangyang cleared out the small monsters over there. What happened? The ground was covered in green goo, and just when we dispersed it, it started wriggling back together like an indestructible slime. We had been at it since noon, and the sun was almost setting, completely exhausted. Just when we were about to lose hope, Yangyang, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly stood up with a look of discovery on her face. It turned out she had been using her mental power to sense things and actually heard that puddle of green slime talking. At first it was roaring, then begging for mercy, and finally even started negotiating, saying it was willing to give us half its body if we spared it. Let me tell you, all of us were dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre operation was this? Using something so disgusting as a bargaining chip? Where did it get its confidence? But who was Yangyang? As soon as she thought about it, she sensed something was off. Without wasting any time, she rushed over and started stabbing at that blob, shouting, "I'll make you stop talking. I'm going to chop you to pieces." Good heavens, this method of torture actually worked. After a bit more communication, Yangyang charged straight to the deepest part of that green liquid and started eating. I was so shocked, just as I was about to pull her back. She shook my hand off and said with sparkling eyes, "Hurry and eat. This stuff is a huge boost. Only by eating can we completely deal with them." The three of us were stunned for a second, looking at each other, and then, good heavens, that scene under the moonlight amidst the pile of bones. The four of us looked like starving ghosts reincarnated, frantically slurping up that green stuff, our bellies round and full. I have to say it looked disgusting, but it tasted sweet and sour, like eating jelly. Yangyang burped and said he felt like his strength had more than doubled. We all ate until we were stuffed, but there was still more than half left on the ground. That blob of green stuff was still trembling there, practically embodying my mental state. What to do if we couldn't finish it? I suddenly had a brainwave. Pack it up and take it with us. Yangyang quickly made a big bone vat on the spot, filling it to the brim. Then, when we went down the mountain, a miracle happened. Those beasts that had surrounded us tightly before, as soon as they caught a whiff of what was in our vat, scattered like they had seen a ghost, clearing a path for us and sending us off with cheers. If I had known this stuff was a pass, I would have definitely packed a few more vats. Just like that, we returned to the battleship and continued on. However, we hadn't sailed for long when a gigantic island appeared in front of us, much larger than the mountain we had previously stayed on. Yangyang and Yuching both said there was absolutely no mountain this big near their homes. I looked and saw that the shore was full of people, and I thought to myself, finally, we found an organization. But before our boat could get close, we heard alarm bells ringing loudly from the shore, and a bunch of people were pointing guns at us. We parked the boat and rowed over in a small boat, only to hear a leader on the shore shout at us, "Don't come up yet. Wait for Lord Saint and Lord Ma to arrive." I couldn't help but laugh. What era is this? Saint? Lord Ma? Are we in a period drama? I ignored him completely, exchanged a glance with Yangyang, and we both thought, really? I lifted my leg and started walking onto the shore. Suddenly, all the guns across the way were raised, safeties off. My foot froze in midair, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The moment my foot touched the ground, they would dare to shoot. But am I LiuLuo easily scared? As my foot came down, Han Weiwei moved. She shot out like a bolt of lightning, and by the time my foot landed with a thud on the shore, the guards finally reacted, only to find their hands empty. They were still in shooting stances, but their guns were gone. Looking again, Han Weiwei stood in front of me, having tucked away a dozen guns under her armpits, shrugging at them with a look of utter arrogance. The rest was simple. Yangyang went up and beat the leader like a punching bag, while we casually grabbed a soldier for questioning. Only then did we learn that this place is called Sanyuan Land, which used to be the peak of Yuyang Mountain. But when the world was just flooded, it merged with other worlds and became what it is now. Furthermore, the rulers here are not humans, but a group called the Saint Clan. These beings look similar to humans, but are taller, with their veins on the outside of their skin, resembling tattoos. They saved these survivors and established some kind of holy sect, brainwashing them into submission. In the end, most of the Saint Clan members left by boat, leaving a few behind to act like local emperors. Hearing this, I felt something was off. Isn't this racial enslavement? The three words popped in my mind, celestial dragon, but it didn't quite fit, yet there was an evil aura about it. Just then, the main character arrived. A burly man dressed inappropriately pushed through the crowd, shouting, "Where the hell are the guns? Where's the devil fruit user?" Behind him was a tall figure wrapped tightly in clothing, easily over 2 meters tall, and incredibly ugly. Seeing his demeanor, I felt a jolt. He fit the image of the celestial dragon too perfectly. That guy was probably from the Saint Clan. When our eyes met, the air was thick with gunpowder, and the murderous intent was almost palpable. His terrible Chinese came out slowly. "Give me, kill. Go." The man beside him, Lord Ma, seemed hyped up, shouting, "Long live the Saint Clan." He ripped his shirt to reveal a disgusting black symbol on his chest and charged at us. Yuching directly drew her sword to intercept, saying she wanted practice on him. Lord Ma thought he was impressive, yelling that he was a quasi-Saint Clan member with the holy symbol. I could tell right away that this thing was a sinister way of exchanging life for power. I calmly said, "Yuching, make it quick. We still need to find your and Yangyang's families later." The moment I said this, everyone present looked at me with hatred, as if I had said something blasphemous. But Yuching simply responded crisply, "Okay." Once she said okay, Yuching turned back to me with a sweet smile, but when she faced Lord Ma, her expression turned colder than ice. Let me tell you, she looks gentle on the outside, but she doesn't hold back when it comes to fighting. The flash of her sword was as quick as lightning. Lord Ma was stunned, probably still thinking about how impressive his holy symbol was. And he had no time to react. He was tough too. Realizing he couldn't dodge, he attempted a desperate move, slashing straight for Yuching's neck. My heart jumped, but then, believe it or not, Yuching flipped her hair. That long, shiny black hair was as hard as steel wire, stopping the blade and even sparking. In that split second, with a puff, her sword had already pierced into that guy's stomach. Before he died, He trembled and asked, Are you a devil fruit user? Yuqing didn't even spare him a glance, shook her head, and pointed at the three of us, making it clear, I'm not, they are. Then she sheathed her sword. The whole process smooth and stylish. I went up and affectionately patted her head. My Yuqing has become quite decisive now. After dealing with the minions, my gaze shifted to the main character, the Saint Clan male. Guess what? He smiled at me. He even bowed, speaking in a thick accent of Mandarin, saying he had offended us. I was left with an expression like a subway elder looking at a phone, thinking, what kind of operation is this? Does anyone understand this? The speed of his face changing is faster than a Sichuan opera, but I knew full well these guys absolutely believe in the culture of if you can't beat them, join them, then come back to kill you. He didn't even blink when his subordinate died. Should we keep such a person around for the new year? Without saying a word, I walked over with a murderous aura. The brainwashed guards nearby immediately exploded, all barking like little dogs defending their master, screaming to kill us. A few dim-witted ones rushed up, only to be pierced in the knee by Yangyang's bone spines, kneeling on the spot. The rest only dared to shout from a distance. Just as I was only a few steps away from that Saint Clan male, he suddenly drew a short knife. The guards thought he was about to unleash something big, excited like it was New Year. But the next second, thud, he knelt down. He pointed the knife at his own belly, saying he wanted to die, to apologize, and beg me not to blame his kin. I felt a chill. Wow, is he playing the self-inflicted pain card? These guys are too ruthless, even to themselves. If they developed further, what would happen? I deliberately asked him, do you really want to die? Without saying a word, he suddenly stabbed halfway in. Blood started to flow, and he was still there acting, begging for my forgiveness. At that moment, I took a step back, not out of fear, but because I found these people too terrifying. That ruthless intensity in their bones was chilling. When he was about to pass out, I leaned close to his ear and quietly said, I forgive you. He gave a strange smile, but I added, however, I will kill every last one of your entire race. His eyes instantly widened like copper bells, and he was so furious he couldn't even curse me, ultimately dying from anger. After resolving this major threat, I turned my attention to the group of spineless guards. I called over the leader, and Yangyang slapped him twice, making him completely disoriented. I asked him who the boss was, and he trembled as he said it was the round master. We thought it was a cylinder and gave Yangyang another round of slaps. He cried and explained for a long time before we understood that this place was divided into 3 parts, South Round, Middle Round, and North Round, and the boss was called the Round Master. When Yuqing heard this, she hurriedly asked about her family, saying her sister was named Yangyang. The leader had a look as if he knew something, but then shook his head. Yangyang got angry again and raised his hand, prompting him to quickly say, I know someone who looks similar, but her name isn't Yangyang, it's Sheng Kai. She's the Round Master of the Middle Round, and also the Saintess of the Holy Clan. This revelation left us all stunned. How did Yuqing's sister become the enemy's Saintess? That was a lot to take in. When Yuqing asked about her parents, the guy became clueless, and Yangyang dragged him aside for some one-on-one tutoring. I hugged Yuqing to comfort her, but it was Wei Wei who was clear-headed. She said, since Sister Yukai is already the Round Master, she must have the ability to protect uncle and aunt. When we heard this, we realized, yeah, such a simple truth. Worrying just complicates things, and we didn't T-react at all. The atmosphere finally became a bit lighter. In the end, Yangyang didn't T-let the leader go either. Instead, she dragged him along as a living map. Later, we found out that this unfortunate guy was named Huan. Yangyang couldn't T-help but criticize the name, saying it was born to be a traitor. We walked for 2 hours with this living map, and finally saw signs of people. At first, it seemed fine, with everyone having food and drink. But after walking a few steps, we heard the sound of a gong being struck ahead, and a young boy shouted at the top of his lungs, what a great joy! Uncle Li Air's daughter is pregnant with the child of the Holy Clan. Their family is about to become part of the Holy Clan. I was standing there, and everyone looked dumbfounded. What's going on? This brainwashing is too thorough, right? It's simply a new kind of slavery. I directly called that guy over, pointed at a bystander girl next to me, and coldly asked him, if she were pregnant with your child, would you be so happy that you'd be banging gongs all over the world? When the people around heard this, they looked at me as if I were an idiot, chattering and mocking. How could this guy even compare to the Holy Clan? The guy I questioned turned red in the face, struggling to find words. His mother rushed out wanting to pull him away, but was directly stopped by Yangyang and Wei Wei. At that moment, the main character arrived, a proudly pregnant Li Air girl, looking like a colorful peacock. She pointed at the boy and disdainfully asked us, him? How can he even compare to the Holy Clan? As a result, that boy suddenly erupted, shouting, I don't even care. What is so great about having a child? The entire place instantly fell silent. I immediately started clapping. Good boy, you've got guts. There is still hope for this place. Just then, a ding sounded in my head, and a task appeared called Redemption of the 3 Circles on Land, with quite a generous reward. Even the armed color of hockey was activated. It seems I have to get involved in this matter. Seeing that she was challenged, Lier girl couldn't save face and broke down, screaming for the Holy Clan to come and kill us. I'll tell you, I basically never hit women in my life, but this time I really couldn't hold back. I rushed up in a stride and, with a backhand, slapped her screaming mouth, making a crisp sound that directly dislocated her jaw. A woman who feels proud for her man. I respect her as a tough one. But if a woman feels proud because of her man's race, LiuLuo wouldn't even apologize. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Call the guards. Collier girl sat down on the ground, hesitating with her dislocated jaw. Her mouth couldn't close, drool continuously flowing out. However, at this moment, her way of speaking was really similar to that of the Holy Clan. You're finished, you even dare to hit her, you're done. You'll be severely punished by the Holy Clan. You're really looking for death. She is pregnant with a Holy Clan child. The people around chattered as they ran off, looking for guards, looking for the Holy Clan to come. LiuLuo didn't move, letting them play out. He just turned back to look at Yangyang and the others, and said expressionlessly, "Today, I want to be a tyrant." The 3 paused for a moment, then exchanged smiles. Haha, this general has been waiting for the tyrant's order and can't wait any longer. Yangyang said with a very teenage bravado, exhaling deeply. He really was about to lose his patience. Tyrant? I like it. Han Weiwei's chubby face made a very mismatched gesture. Her tongue slid across her lips, revealing her tiger teeth. Chubby and wild, rare. I will always stand behind you, regardless of whether you are a tyrant. Yin Yuqing's eyes were filled with deep affection. She didn't care if LiuLuo was a tyrant, as long as he was LiuLuo. Not far away. Han couldn't help but shiver upon hearing their words, instinctively taking 2 steps back, wanting to leave. However, under Yangyang's gaze, he ultimately took those 2 steps back and walked back. Just as the 3 were talking, a commotion broke out not far away, with a dense sound of footsteps approaching. They actually hit a woman from the Holy Clan. Hit a woman from the Holy Clan? Who has such guts? As the footsteps grew more urgent, the noise became louder, and a dozen soldiers with guns rushed over. Step aside, is the Holy Clan okay? The leading soldier, named Yang Pengfei, pushed through the crowd and asked this first. But when he saw that it was actually the air girl, his expression suddenly changed. He thought the woman from the Holy Clan was from the Holy Clan, but didn't he expect she was a woman of a Holy Clan man? Are you okay? The lords of the Holy Clan will be here soon. Don't worry. Yang Pengfei was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. He was very loyal to the Holy Clan. If it weren't for the Holy Clan, he might have starved to death. Although Yang Pengfei was grateful to the Holy Clan, he couldn't bear to look at the air girl's current appearance. So he immediately turned to the crowd and asked, "Who hurt her? Don't you know she is pregnant with a Holy Clan child?" Yang Pengfei's face was full of anger. "I did it," LiuLuo said lightly. "Good fellow. You're pretty calm, acting tough with me. Just wait until the Holy Clan arrives and see how you die," Yang Pengfei said, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to capture LiuLuo. LiuLuo looked at the soldiers approaching him with guns, his face still expressionless. What if she wasn't pregnant with a Holy Clan child? Wouldn't he be fine then? After LiuLuo asked this, 2 soldiers had already walked up to him, and without needing Yang Pengfei to answer, one soldier directly replied, Hee, if she wasn't pregnant with a Holy Clan child, then it would definitely be a small matter." As he spoke, the soldier pinched 2 fingers together, implying just how small this small matter was. Haha. LiuLuo couldn't help but laugh at this answer, but there was an irrepressible sadness in his laughter. "You? What are you laughing at? You're really a madman." The soldier was also startled by LiuLuo's laughter, poking the barrel of his gun against LiuLuo's chest, angrily scolding. "Sorry, I'm not satisfied with your answer." As soon as the word meaning was uttered, LiuLuo's hands moved. He grabbed the barrel of one gun and, before the 2 could react, he flung them away. In front of the exaggerated gazes of the crowd, the 2 flew 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Like a carp that had jumped ashore, flopping around in the Red Sea water for a moment before going still. "You! Don't come over, you! We surrounded you. Don't come over." When Yang Pengfei finally reacted, he saw LiuLuo slowly walking towards him, and he immediately shouted in fear. The other soldiers also came to their senses, quickly surrounding LiuLuo as per Yang Pengfei's orders. LiuLuo just stood there, watching the soldiers surround him. "Have you surrounded me? Now it's my turn," LiuLuo said with a mocking expression, but there was a strong bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Hearing LiuLuo's words, Yang Pengfei directly raised his gun and fired a shot into the sky. Although he didn't understand LiuLuo's words, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid. He had already sensed that among LiuLuo's group of 5, aside from that timid Wuhan, the others were not ordinary people. But then he understood what LiuLuo meant. Almost instantly, countless LiuLuos appear behind them, each holding the same gun as they did. For a moment, all the soldiers quickly turned around, confronting LiuLuo, who was holding a gun. You, don't do anything reckless. The Holy Clan will be here soon. One soldier couldn't hold back first, tried to use the Holy Clan to threaten LiuLuo. Hearing this, LiuLuo shook his head, then shaped his hand into a gun and pointed it at the soldier who spoke. Your answer is terrible. Bang! As LiuLuo's words fell, a red blood hole suddenly appeared on the soldier's forehead. Blood slowly flowed out, and his body slumped softly to the ground. He died without understanding why. However, the others were terrified. From the moment they were surrounded by LiuLuo, they knew he was a devil fruit user. But such a bizarre ability truly frightened them, because the dozens of LiuLuo didn't fire a single shot, nor did they hear any gunfire. In fact, they didn't know that behind the fake LiuLuo stood another person, Yangyang. When LiuLuo aimed at someone, it was when he raised his hand. The people outside were even more shocked, covering their mouths. Even Li'er's dislocated jaw made her painfully snap it back. She didn't expect things to develop this way. She thought that when the guard arrived, LiuLuo and his group would be severely punished, and then she could humiliate the others thoroughly. After that, she would become someone no one dared to provoke on the street. But she never imagined that LiuLuo and his group were actually devil fruit users. Who else wants to answer my question? LiuLuo's devil-like voice rang out again. The weather, which was not hot, now made all the soldiers sweat profusely. Big brother, stop playing. We didn't know you were a devil fruit user. Yang Pengfei, the leader, stepped forward with his gun lowered. All right, then you answer. At this moment, LiuLuo appeared nonchalant, as if the person just now wasn't killed by him, resembling a tyrant in some ways. A tyrant is not just an enraged monarch, but someone like King Zhou, who kills countless people with a smile. Yang Pengfei regretted hearing LiuLuo's words. Had he known, he wouldn't have spoken up. After a few wipes of sweat, Yang Pengfei finally spoke. No matter whose child she is pregnant with, I will take care of it. Yang Pengfei knew what LiuLuo wanted to hear, but even knowing that, he still felt guilty, especially when he met LiuLuo's gaze. It felt as if the other could see through his heart. Gulp, gulp. Yang Pengfei desperately swallowed his saliva, feeling as if he was being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Pointing at his gun barrel, he felt no warmth at all. Finally, LiuLuo spoke. You're very smart, but unfortunately, it still doesn't satisfy me. Saying this, LiuLuo pushed the gun he made with his hand forward. No, I was wrong. How could I be wrong? At the life and death moment, Yang Pengfei shouted out. He knew that this was the answer the tyrant wanted. Your answer is not wrong, but the person answering is wrong. Your eyes are full of fear. LiuLuo didn't finish his sentence when Yang Pengfei quickly explained. I'm afraid of you. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo smiled and nodded. Just when Yang Pengfei thought he might live, the gun pointed at his head suddenly pulled the trigger. A blood hole appeared at the back of his head, making Yang Pengfei's eyes bulge. Why? Because people are not afraid of people. You are a ghost? Haha. LiuLuo finished speaking and laughed maniacally. He didn't want to think about how to complete the task. He didn't want to think about how to save humanity. He only wanted to kill these things that had forgotten they were human. You madman. Finally, a soldier broke down, turning his gun towards the center at LiuLuo and pulling the trigger. The moment the real gunfire sounded, everyone, including the ordinary people outside, could no longer hold their tense nerves. They were tortured enough by this madman, fearing that the next question would be directed at them. They were clearly human. Yet they were terrified. It was clearly easy to answer, yet no one dared to respond. Everyone knew the answer, but no one could calmly say it. They didn't understand why this was happening. Since the apocalypse began over 3 months ago, they had never encountered such a question. During this time, there were those who wanted to sneak away, but as soon as they tried to leave, they would be surrounded by a circle of madmen, as if there were a monitor watching everyone at all times. So no one left, and continuously, people were driven over by a group of identical-looking madmen with guns. Kill him, kill him. Hurry, kill him, beat him to a pulp. I never want to see him again. Amidst the crowd shouts, all the soldiers aimed their guns at LiuLuo, and in an instant, they opened fire. The dust raised by the bullets instantly engulfed LiuLuo. When the bullets were exhausted, Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Of course, this did not include Yun Yuqing and others. Is he dead? That madman is dead? He must be dead. Even the Holy Clan couldn't survive. Haha, he is finally dead, finally dead. People began to cheer, although the dust had not yet settled, and they couldn't see the result. But they forced themselves to believe that the madman was dead. As the crowd shouted, the dust finally settled. Once the dust cleared, the cheers abruptly stopped, because they discovered that when the dust settled, the ground was only left with dense bullet marks, and there was no sign of the madman's corpse. Just as everyone began to be stunned, a voice rang out from the roof of the house. Are you looking for me? Haha, who wants to answer the question next? LiuLuo shouted with a mocking expression. Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn to the man squatting on the roof, filled with fear. In fact, from the very beginning, when LiuLuo used his 2D game creation ability to create clones, he had already reached the rooftop. This allowed him to have a broad view while being at ease. Therefore, the previously killed Yang Pengfei really could not feel the heat at his fingertips. The ability of the 2D game creation fruit could only create sounds and similar projected false objects. It truly couldn't generate heat. When they confirmed that the man on the roof was that madman, they didn't shout this time. Instead, they all lowered their heads. From LiuLuo's perspective, it resembled a classroom where the teacher was about to ask questions. Is no one going to answer? LiuLuo's mocking voice came again, making everyone lower their heads even more. Then I might have to call names, haha. At this moment, LiuLuo enjoyed this feeling very much, standing high above. No one dared to make eye contact with him. If he carefully experienced himself, he would feel that at this moment, the Street Fighter fruit skill had undergone a qualitative change. As if it was transforming. Since you all want to kill me so much, let us start with you. LiuLuo pointed his finger at the group of soldiers from earlier, instantly allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. The saying goes, if a fellow traveler dies, the monk should not die. This was exactly the case. The group of soldiers instantly collapsed, some even kneeling on the ground, loudly begging for mercy. Seeing this situation, LiuLuo helplessly smacked his lips. Why is it such a simple question, yet no one dares to answer? Yangyang glanced at LiuLuo and instantly understood. But just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Han Weiwei. You've had your fun. It's my turn now. With that, Han Weiwei's voice vanished from the spot. If it were purely a matter of speed, no one could match her. By the time she returned, ordinary people hadn't even reacted, not even the soldiers. Thud, thud, as one soldier after another fell. Ordinary people widened their mouths in fear, but didn't dare to shout. It was evident they were truly terrified of the tyrants. If someone were to observe closely, they would find a small hole in the heart area of each fallen soldier, as if their hearts had been pierced by a finger. The subsequent Q&A session proceeded very smoothly, but many lives were lost. Only 1 out of every 5 survived. This made LiuLuo feel increasingly terrified of the Holy Clan. If such a race roamed the world, it would be a catastrophic disaster not only for humanity, but for any race. Their timing for arrival was impeccable, and their means of manipulating hearts were far beyond what humans could compare to. Even all of humanity's religions might not measure up to them. Can humans really resort to suicide to seek forgiveness? The reason LiuLuo was so ruthless was that, like a pyramid scheme, if this group were to be released into humanity, it would truly spell trouble. Hey, the one in the yellow clothes with a scar on his face, you come answer. LiuLuo looked at the man who had just been brought over. This time, LiuLuo didn't choose randomly. It was because this man gave off a different feeling. As expected, the man didn't disappoint LiuLuo. The Holy Clan is just a pack of wolves in dogskins, pretending to be friendly with humans, but they actually want to devour them. Upon hearing this, not only did LiuLuo's eyes widen, but others were also stunned. It was the first time they had heard such a fresh and unconventional answer. LiuLuo couldn't help but raise his thumb. The man, seeing this, grinned, pulling at the long scar on his face as if a centipede was crawling. We are the revolutionary army that has always resisted the Holy Clan. Why don't you join us? The man said again. What the hell? The revolutionary army has appeared? LiuLuo realized this guy was trying to recruit him. Sure enough, every class has a few bad students. Yuqing, it's up to you now. I need to talk to this guy, LiuLuo said to Yun Yuqing. If it came to manipulating hearts, Yun Yuqing was actually more suitable at this moment. Since leaving the Wood Spirit Island, her soul had significantly improved. The previous time she controlled her hair to receive Lord Ma's sword was due to her understanding of the life return move from the Pirate King. Thanks to her strengthened soul, so LiuLuo was at ease leaving it to her. All right, you go. Leave it to me, Yun Yuqing said coldly. It wasn't that she had any objections to LiuLuo, but because she had seen too much blood in such a short time that her heart had grown somewhat indifferent. However, she understood that this wasn't LiuLuo's fault, as these people truly deserve to die. But she couldn't help but worry about her sister, Yangyang. Let us not forget, Yangyang was a saintess in the Holy Clan. She didn't dare to think about what she would do if Yangyang was also brainwashed. However, heaven did not give LiuLuo and the self-proclaimed Revolutionary Army man the chance to converse, as the Holy Clan members arrived. From a distance, nearly 100 people could be seen, riding unknown animals. This was a team entirely composed of the Holy Clan, and they were not holding guns, but rather a white stick covered in black patterns. If they added some cloth strips, one might really mistake them for the funeral sticks of the black and white impermanents. Asarli heard that his woman had been attacked by humans who were almost tamed. He had initially planned to come alone, but received news halfway that the opponent was very strong, likely a devil fruit user. So he turned back, calling the army of the Holy Clan stationed in the southern border, which delayed quite a bit of time. Seeing this, LiuLuo jumped down from the roof and walked up to the scar-faced man who called himself a revolutionary. It seems we won't be able to chat today. Let us talk after the battle, LiuLuo said in a very calm tone, completely devoid of the tension of facing an impending battle. I think we should go together. There's no need to resist hard, the scar-faced man named Song, he said. The Revolutionary Army had been formed for 2 months. At first, they were very grateful to the Xiaomo clan. Back then, the Holy Clan wasn't called the Holy Clan, but the Xiaomo clan. Gradually, some people felt something was off and began to propose governing this land together with the Xiaomo clan. However, the Xiaomo clan had long prepared, directly pushing 3 humans to the forefront. One named Su Sheng, one named Yangyang, and another named Dang Liangjun. These 3 were all saved by the Xiaomo clan, and the Xiaomo clan had even given them devil fruits. With these 3 standing out, plus the previous help from the Xiaomo clan to humans, they managed to control 3 territories. However, later on, issues arose in the northern border area, and Dang Liangjun was killed, allowing humans to control 1 territory. Some would surely ask why the Revolutionary Army didn't seek help from the northern border. This brings us to the Lord of the northern border, who was also a devil fruit user. The reason he killed Dang Liangjun wasn't for humanity. He simply found him troublesome and didn't like being bossed around. Back to the current situation. LiuLuo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to confront the Holy Clan to test the waters. After this period of reflection on killing, he had formed certain ideas about his game task. He felt that not everyone here needed to be saved. Rather, it was those who still had their hearts towards humanity. Therefore, as long as he killed the others, these people wouldn't be polluted. However, this was still a massive undertaking, and an unavoidable link was the Holy Clan. You go first. If we can't fight, we can still run, LiuLuo said. Of course, although LiuLuo said this, he didn't believe they would lose. Song hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and quickly fled north. He had coincidentally run into LiuLuo and the others today. He had originally come to recruit those who had not been deceived into the Revolutionary Army. Watching Song back, LiuLuo couldn't help but think of the Revolutionary Army and the Pirate King. Could they share the same mission? Could it be that the Holy Clan is truly the Celestial Dragons? Why do the 5 elders listen so obediently to the Celestial Dragons, even blurring the lines between black and white, right and wrong? A pack of dogs, how could they not listen to their master? What is the buried history? If the Celestial Dragons are not human, then everything makes sense. Why are they so desperate to cover up history? It truly is terrifying to think deeply. However, this is not the time to consider these things, as the people of the Holy Clan have already approached. With the arrival of the Holy Clan, those who were originally downcast and waiting for their names to be called now had hope in their eyes. This made LiuLuo and the others feel even more heartbroken. Even Hu Han, who was standing by, felt an inexplicable discomfort upon seeing this scene. Could it be that I was the one who was wrong? In the past, Hu Han didn't feel this way, but at this moment, viewing it from an observer's perspective, it really seemed like the humans were like dogs waiting for their master. Their eager eyes were strikingly similar. Yuqing, you continue to ask questions. We will handle the rest. LiuLuo's words were cold, serving as a bucket of cold water on everyone. They had originally thought that with the arrival of the Holy Clan, these people would surely be frightened and flee. But they did not expect that LiuLuo and the others would completely disregard the Holy Clan. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Not a single one will escape. Yuqing's heart had hardened, Those who survive would definitely spare no effort in promoting the goodness of the Holy Clan. They were the root of a race's calamity and deserved no sympathy. Yangyang, Weiwei, it's time for us to perform. LiuLuo looked at Yangyang and Han Weiwei, who were excited with straw in their mouths. Understood. After Yangyang spoke, a long white bone spear slowly grew from his hand, with a dragon coiled around the shaft. Its mouth spitting out the spear tip, about 2.5 meters long, extraordinary in appearance. Luo, go ahead. LiuLuo steadied himself to catch the spear thrown over. Once it was in his hand, it felt indescribably warm. This spear was completely different from the bone knife Yangyang had used before. It could even be said to be an independent fruit skill. This was because the spear possessed a will, an unbreakable bond of brotherhood. This was also something Yangyang had thought of when he broke through to the second rank a while ago on the way here. He always felt that it was inconvenient for LiuLuo to carry a spear wherever he went. Such a small detail might not even have crossed Yuancheng's mind. But Yangyang had thought of it. Kill. LiuLuo didn't say much, nor did he express any thanks, because there was no need for that between them. The three formed a triangle, with LiuLuo as the tip, charging towards the Holy Clan's army. Although the Holy Clan's army consisted of only 100 people, the ferocious beasts they rode were quite large. With a charging momentum, they could rival thousands of troops. Dust flew, and a killing intent surged. Although the Holy Clan had a clan rule not to offend strong opponents, this was premised on the strong not destroying their foundation. And at this moment, the humans they had tamed were indeed their foundation. Therefore, this battle was inevitable. Blade of bone, 1,000 slaughters. Endless bone knives and spikes erupted from Yangyang's body. They were not foolish enough to clash head-on with the cavalry. First, Yangyang would disrupt the enemy's charge. After entering the second rank, Yangyang's bones became even more powerful, and the force of his eruptions was incomparable to before. Instantly, several Holy Clan members at the forefront fell victim. However, these people surprisingly were not killed outright. After rolling off the giant beasts, they could still stand up, demonstrating their formidable strength. They were then picked up by teammates who passed by. Moreover, those giant beasts seemed clumsy, but in reality, they were quite agile. Very few were tripped by those in front. So even though Yangyang was like a human Gatling gun, never stopping, the actual damage he inflicted was quite small, unless he hit a vital spot. However, despite the low lethality, it did slow down the enemy's charge. Watch this. A sly grin crossed LiuLuo's lips. As he raised his hands, a mountain hundreds of meters tall appeared above them. This not only startled the charging Holy Clan cavalry, but even Yangyang and Han Weiwei beside him were shocked. However, they quickly regained their composure. Knowing this was just a trick, LiuLuo's ability to create 2D game constructs. But the others, especially the ordinary people, were unaware. Seeing the scene, some who had been thoroughly brainwashed mourned for themselves while praying to the Holy Clan. Get it? LiuLuo pretended to struggle as he threw the giant mountain at the charging Holy Clan cavalry. Run, help! On either side of the formation, people still had a chance to retreat, but the Holy Clan cavalry in the middle were frozen in place, closing their eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't feel the sensation of being crushed by the mountain. Instead, they felt a chill around their necks. A yellow flash, marked with white lightning, darted among the Holy Clan cavalry in the middle. When they opened their eyes, their expressions were inscrutable, a mix of joy at having survived and anger at being deceived. Of course, there was also a sense of helplessness as they felt weak all over. When they used all their strength to touch their necks, red blood instantly filled their palms. They tried to speak but found their throats were leaking air, only able to make gasping sounds. By the time the other cavalry noticed what was happening, it was too late. There was no time to rescue them. A massacre began to unfold. Yangyang's thorn dance reappeared. LiuLuo wielded the white bone spear, rampaging around as if in a world without enemies. Han Weiwei didn't even unleash her wildness, continuously leaping onto the backs of the giant beasts. In no time, hundreds of Holy Clan cavalry lay dead in the yellow earth. Yangyang picked up a white stick with black stripes. This thing is quite powerful. It had actually shattered one of his bone knives and had a force that impacted his body. It was indeed not simple. However, it seems we have no use for it. Han Weiwei also came over and said to Yangyang after glancing at him. This stick was a conduit for the power of their bloodline tattoos, capable of channeling their own strength. Luo, what are you doing? What's so interesting about the corpses? Han Weiwei asked in confusion as she saw LiuLuo flipping over a corpse. I want to see what they really look like. LiuLuo tore off a corpse's clothing, revealing the skin underneath. The veins, like earthworms, formed some grotesque patterns on the skin. I remember Doflamingo's body didn't look like this. Doflamingo was a celestial dragon in One Piece. Could it be that the Holy Clan isn't celestial dragons? LiuLuo felt slightly comforted, but then thought about how humans could have children with the Holy Clan, which meant there might be some changes. With this in mind, LiuLuo became uneasy again. To be honest, what he feared most was that 1,000 years later, humans would be ruled by other races and wouldn't even realize it. There might even be a group of people working for them. That would be too tragic. LiuLuo absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. While LiuLuo and the others were fighting, Yangyang had basically finished her side. The number of dead was far more than she had imagined. In fact, she had also considered the possibility that the Holy Clan were celestial dragons. However, this guess was too shocking to be voiced, so no one dared to speak out loud. At this moment, seeing LiuLuo's behavior, Yangyang had a realization. Perhaps LiuLuo harbored the same suspicion as she did. Lu! Yangyang called out to LiuLuo, saying nothing else, but when their eyes met, they both understood the unspoken words between them. Still not too clear. I hope it's not true. LiuLuo exhaled deeply, his expression unchanged. Yangyang nodded in agreement, saying she hoped it wasn't true. Hey, what are you two talking about? At that moment, Yangyang and Han Weiwei also approached. LiuLuo decided not to hide this time. He felt it was necessary for them to understand the severity of the situation. After hearing the speculations from LiuLuo and Yangyang, Yangyang and Han Weiwei were left speechless for a long time. Damn, I thought something was off with the Holy Clan. Turns out they're celestial dragons. Yangyang was the first to speak. It's still uncertain. These are just guesses, LiuLuo said as he touched his nose. What guess? In cases like this, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let someone go. Han Weiwei nodded in strong agreement with Yangyang's words. Only Yangyang remained silent. The three exchanged glances and did not continue speaking. At this moment, Yangyang felt very troubled. If the Holy Clan was truly celestial dragons, how should she face her sister Yangyang? All right, let's not talk about this for now. We're not sure if it's true or not. Let us find your family members first. Yangyang had previously inquired about others, but had found no results. The only confirmed person was Yangyang. However, the Central Circle and Southern Circle were hundreds of kilometers apart, which couldn't be reached in a day or two. After some planning, the four of them decided to first meet with the administrators of the Southern Circle, and if possible, eliminate them as well. They aimed to completely liberate the Southern Circle. Even if chaos or even war ensued later, it would be better than the current situation. At least it would be a battle between people. As for the survivors from the QA session, LiuLuo did not intend to take them along, but planned to hand them over to the Revolutionary Army. Just as LiuLuo was contemplating how to contact the Revolutionary Army, the previously escaped Song he unexpectedly returned, bringing along many people. What surprised LiuLuo the most was that among them was a devil fruit user, a woman named Xiao. After some discussion, the two groups decided to directly attack the management area of the Southern District. If victorious, they would let the Revolutionary Army radiate outwards from the center to reclaim sovereignty. If they failed, the Revolutionary Army would continue to hide and wait for the right moment. Watching Xiao issue commands in an orderly manner, it did seem somewhat like a revolutionary army. It appeared that this organization was not just a joke. Xiao was nearly 40 years old, but looked much younger. She had a decent appearance. Initially a university teacher, she was the first to sense something was wrong with the Holy Clan and organize the Revolutionary Army with others who shared her feelings. LiuLuo, I know your strength is formidable, but I still want to know your specific situation. Xiao paused and continued. Let me first tell you about my abilities. I have eaten the chocolate fruit. Chocolate? LiuLuo and the others instinctively exclaimed, revealing curious expressions. This was another devil fruit that had never appeared in One Piece. So everyone was eager to know what abilities it possessed. However, under the four pairs of expectant eyes, Xiao appeared somewhat sad, as her development of the chocolate fruit was quite poor. Currently, apart from being able to create chocolate to ensure the Revolutionary Army's food supply, the only attack capability she had was the chocolate quagmire. My ability is quite weak. The only function is to ensure the Revolutionary Army won't starve, Xiao said bitterly, producing 2 pieces of black chocolate in her hands and handing them to LiuLuo and the others. Yangyang and Han Weiwei almost immediately stuffed the chocolate into their mouths as soon as they received it. Although they hadn't starved in recent days, they hadn't eaten any of the pre-apocalypse foods either. This chocolate was a rare commodity, not only high in calories, but could also save lives in critical moments. As the chocolate entered their mouths, The taste was similar to that of before the apocalypse, though LiuLuo preferred it to be a bit sweeter. Dark chocolate was still not something he was used to. Taking advantage of the moment while eating, LiuLuo briefly introduced himself and Yangyang and Han Weiwei's devil fruits, without mentioning Yangyang's special abilities. Great, with this we can indeed have a fight against Su Shang and those people, Xia Mingyue said excitedly. Most of the Shimarozu had already left the area. At this moment, the highest combat power in the southern circle consisted of only 4 people. Among them, 2 were devil fruit users. One was a martial artist, and one was a powerful Shimarozu. The 2 devil fruit users referred to were Su Shang with the pointer fruit and Chen Zidong with the elephant fruit. The martial artist was a swordsmanship expert named Zhao Gua, who had reportedly been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. Xia Mingyue relayed information about these individuals to LiuLuo and the others in detail, but she hadn't fought against them before, so their exact strength was still unknown. Just as LiuLuo and the others were preparing to head to the southern management area, Su Shang and his group had already set out, riding on the Shimarozu's unique lion dog mounts. Although their speed couldn't compare to high-speed trains or airplanes from before the apocalypse, it was much faster than running on 2 legs. Suddenly, Shalexi, who was sitting on the lion dog, shouted loudly, "What did you say? Over 100 Holy Clan members in the south are dead?" Shalexi's eyes widened, and his breathing grew heavy, completely different from his earlier calm demeanor. It seems there's no need for negotiation. These people must die. The others were also taken aback by this news. Even Su Shang would need to expend considerable effort to defeat over 100 Holy Clan knights. "Who dares to offend my clan? I will make them pay in blood," Su Shang said fiercely. From the moment he received the devil fruit from the Shimarozu, he had completely devoted his life to them and had always referred to himself as a Shimarozu. "They must die, damn it. There really is a reckless giant elephant fruit user." Chen Zidong chimed in, showing how thoroughly they had been controlled by the Shimarozu. "Everyone, speed up. We must reach the south by tomorrow." With Su Shang's order, hundreds of Shimarozu began to accelerate. However, the human soldiers at the back couldn't keep up. After all, they were relying on their 2 legs. Nevertheless, these people had no complaints and were even eager to rush to the south to take revenge for the Holy Clan. These individuals were die-hard fans of the Holy Clan, which was why they could become soldiers. Of course, the benefits they received were substantial. Their family members didn't need to farm, and they had the right to choose their partners preferentially. They might even have the holy symbols engraved on them, fully joining the Shimarozu, which was the dream of all soldiers. As the army marched forward, they kicked up clouds of dust, appearing like a yellow dragon from a distance. They only stopped their steps close to midnight. Reporting to Lord Su, many of the human soldiers behind could not keep up. A human with a double-shouldered holy emblem walked up to Su Shang and said, "What a waste. You can even lose them while running." Su Shang cursed and did not take it seriously. He turned to the saint and said, "Shalexi, should we continue our journey overnight? We could definitely arrive before sunset tomorrow." Although Shalexi also wanted to resolve the situation with LiuLuo and his group quickly, he was worried that pushing the soldiers too hard would affect their physical condition. So he said, "Let's not. If we keep running, the soldiers behind won't be able to keep up. Let's rest for the night and wait for those who couldn't catch up." Shalexi's voice was loud, and the human soldiers who heard this looked at him with admiration. "All right, let's take a break and set off early tomorrow morning." Su Shang nodded and said. After a night passed, almost no human soldiers could catch up, and no one cared where they had gone or if they were still alive. However, after a night of rest, the saintly soldiers were well rested. As dawn broke, they prepared to set off again. By noon, news from LiuLuo and others reached them. "Lord Su, this person escaped from the front. He said he encountered certain individuals." A soldier brought a blood-soaked man to Su Shang. "Quickly tell Lord Su everything you saw." The bloodied man, hearing the soldier's words, paused for a moment, then began to cry, as if he were a wrong child suddenly encountering his father. "My lord, those people are too despicable. They forced us to curse the Holy Clan, and if we didn't do it well, they would kill us, sob." The man wiped the blood from his face while also wiping away his tears. However, the tears and blood were clearly distinct. "What the hell are they trying to rebel?" Su Shang was furious, feeling as if his ancestral grave had been dug up. "Quick, take me there. I want to see what kind of people dare to be so bold." Su Shang's beard trembled with anger. Since joining the Holy Clan, he had never encountered such a situation. Su Shang took the lead, with others closely following. Not just Su Shang, but everyone else was also burning with anger. The Holy Clan had never endured such humiliation since arriving in this world. When they saw LiuLuo, he did not engage in a question-and-answer session. There was no need to use observation hockey to perceive. The sound of the cavalry's footsteps traveled far. They had been waiting for a long time. Bastard, do you know what you were doing? Do you know how many humans the Holy Clan has saved? This was Su Shang's first sentence upon seeing LiuLuo. He knew LiuLuo's group had come from the sea, so he knew they were definitely not part of the revolutionary army. LiuLuo looked at Su Shang's furious face and listened to his beast-like roar, remaining calm and expressionless. The two stared at each other for a long time before LiuLuo shook his head and said he didn't know. LiuLuo was telling the truth. He really didn't know how many humans the Holy Clan had saved. Fine, you don't know. Let me tell you, the Holy Clan has saved a total of 160,000 of us, so you should understand how foolish your actions are. Although Su Shang's voice was still loud, there was a hint of pride in it. Nearby, Xia Mingyue felt a sudden tremor in her heart upon hearing Su Shang's words, fearing LiuLuo might be persuaded by him. The revolutionary army was so passive because people like Su Shang always held the moral high ground, while they were powerless to refute it. But they were very clear in their hearts that they were the ones who were right. Sometimes, when looking back at ancient battles, one wonders why they first exposed the opponent's weaknesses before starting a war. It is for this reason. Holding onto the moral high ground gives them an advantage. However, today he encountered LiuLuo, who, although he did not want to engage in a debate, understood that if this matter was not clarified, the people on this island would never understand. The people of Huagua have a very obvious weakness. They place great importance on kindness, which is a virtue, but at times, it can also be a fatal flaw. Upon hearing Su Shang's words, almost everyone looked at LiuLuo with indignation. Even those who had previously sensed something wrong with the Holy Clan felt ashamed. LiuLuo could sense the gazes of the people around him. Suddenly, with apathy, LiuLuo laughed. This further enraged the ordinary people around him. What are you laughing at? You still have the face to laugh after what you've done to our benefactor. What a thing. Only relying on your strength to bully others. The crowd began to hurl insults at LiuLuo and Yangyang, cursing them relentlessly. Although Yangyang and the others still stood firmly behind LiuLuo, when they heard Su Shang mention the saving 160,000 humans, they too began to have doubts. At that moment, LiuLuo suddenly extended both hands and pressed down in the air, signaling for everyone to be quiet. However, there were simply too many people present for it to quiet down. The next moment, Su Shang suddenly raised his index finger and pointed to his lips, signaling for silence. Instantly, the entire place fell silent, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Is it a fruit ability? A show-off? LiuLuo thought to himself. All right, you speak. I want to hear your answer, Su Shang said in a deep voice. Thank you for saving 160,000 people, LiuLuo said, still expressionless. And, do you realize you were wrong? Hearing LiuLuo's words, Su Shang was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion. Wrong? LiuLuo shook his head and continued, saving 160,000 people is indeed worthy of gratitude. But if those who were saved have their human rights and status naturally lowered several levels compared to those who helped them, then the act of saving loses its original meaning. LiuLuo paused deliberately at this point to give everyone time to digest. He looked around the crowd. Some seemed to understand, some felt something was amiss, while others muttered curses. This is a form of soft enslavement, not true salvation. A rescue aimed at lowering the human rights of others is not real salvation. We not only cannot be grateful, but should even kill him, because his purpose was never to save. LiuLuo's words were loud, echoing in everyone's ears, compelling them to try to understand. The words themselves were not complicated. The complexity lay in the thinking. Some people found it difficult to turn that corner. A sudden good deed turned into a bad deed. In fact, when looking at a problem, one should not focus on what was done in the middle, but rather on what it might ultimately become. The one who feeds you medicine may not necessarily want you to live. They might want to marry someone else. LiuLuo spoke the most malicious words. People from other places might not understand the connotation of this statement, but the people of Huagua understood it all too well. LiuLuo compared the medicine fed to Wu Dalong by Pan Jinlian to the initial salvation of the Holy Clan. It seemed so kind, but was actually harboring ill intentions. Many people's eyes suddenly widened as if they had discovered something, looking back and imagining the days of the past few months. They couldn't help but shiver all over. They are willing to do dirty and tiring work out of gratitude to the Holy Clan, even to repay the life-saving grace of the Holy Clan. They do not want their benefactors to plow the fields and farm. But what about the Holy Clan? They take advantage of these feelings to constantly promote the greatness and goodness of the Holy Clan. Remember, greatness is always proclaimed by others. Suddenly, a huge roar exploded in LiuLuo's ears. You're talking nonsense. The Holy Clan is the greatest. They saved us. We should be grateful. Su Xinghong's face was flushed, his eyes nearly bulging out. LiuLuo knew that there was a reason the Holy Clan gave these people the devil fruit. They were absolute die-hard fans. The Holy Clan saved you, but they didn't save your mother. LiuLuo was not angry. His tone was very calm. However, this statement left everyone present confused. What does it mean? He paused for a moment and continued, so, I'll say something on behalf of your mother. Damn your ancestors. How could she give birth to someone who forgets their roots and wants to exchange their ancestors? After LiuLuo finished cursing, everyone understood that Su Sheng's joining the Holy Clan was indeed about exchanging ancestors. The person who would want to curse him the most, the one who would be most pained, was none other than his mother. Yangyang and Han Weiwei were the first to burst out laughing, tears almost streaming down their faces. No one expected that LiuLuo's previous words were actually a setup for cursing someone. Only Yangyang seemed somewhat distracted at this moment. The closer she got to the truth, the more worried she became. Seeing LiuLuo cursing the ancestors directly, she truly didn't know what to do if Yangyang really joined the Holy Clan. Su Sheng held back for a long time. His neck was thick with rage, but he didn't know how to retort. The sharp laughter of Yangyang and Han Weiwei rang in his ears again. So he turned to look. When Su Sheng and the others looked at the two, they were stunned. Their originally angry expressions turned bizarre. This situation arose not because of Yangyang and Han Weiwei, but because of Yangyang standing beside them. How could the Saintess be here? Has she defected too? This was the common thought of Su Sheng and Chen Zidong, which was also the reason they didn't immediately take action. Impossible. You are definitely not Saint Kai. Why are you pretending to be our clan Saintess? The most agitated was Xialexi. Yangyang's status was much higher than Su Sheng and the others, and she could be said to control the strongest means of the human race. If Yangyang had defected, it would mean a complete collapse, as she was the strongest among everyone and the main figure promoted by the Holy Clan. Seeing the situation, LiuLuo and the others immediately figured out the reason. Yangyang exchanged glances with LiuLuo and stepped forward. I don't know any Saint Kai, nor do I know any Saintess. I only know one human. Her name is Yangyang, and she is my sister. Yangyang's words were cold, not only informing others of her relationship with Yangyang, but also warning herself. If Yangyang really joined the Holy Clan, then she would absolutely not recognize this sister. Hearing Yangyang's words, Su Sheng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Yangyang herself, it would be fine, because Yangyang's strength was formidable. If she were here, Su Sheng and the others felt they would have no chance of winning. If my sister also. Before Yangyang could finish her sentence, Su Sheng suddenly made a silencing gesture, and instantly, Yangyang felt that she couldn't make any sound. Su Sheng was truly afraid to let Yangyang and the others speak. It was the first time he felt that a straightforward battle was more enjoyable. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded, because a voice reappeared in his mind, and unlike before, this time it appeared directly in his brain rather than in his ears. Why are you afraid to let me speak? Scared? Garbage who sells their ancestors. When Su Sheng saw everyone looking at him with strange expressions, he understood that this voice was not only heard by him. This was Yangyang's latest ability to communicate with distant beings through their souls. I want to kill you. You sold your ancestors. Su Sheng was truly anxious, even though he had indeed joined the Holy Clan and sold his ancestors. It was still very embarrassing to have it said to his face, especially with LiuLuo's previous curse. It made him even angrier. His index finger, which was previously at his mouth, instantly pointed at Yangyang, who was standing at the front. A cold light shot out from his fingertip with incredible speed. The others had no time to react. Only LiuLuo, who possessed observation haki, sensed this crisis early. However, he had no weapon in hand. He could only rush to Yangyang's front, turning his back to protect her, and activated his steel hardening. All the muscles in his body suddenly exploded and then tightened together, causing the upper half of his shirt to tear apart. The power of the devil surged throughout his body, beginning to reorganize. With a loud bang, it sounded like a bullet hitting an iron plate. A wisp of green smoke rose from LiuLuo's back, and a stream of crimson blood flowed down his spine. This sounded the horn of battle. Yangyang, who reacted instantly, was covered in sharp spikes and charged at the opponent. As he passed LiuLuo, he handed LiuLuo the long spear he created with his right hand. Han Weiwei, like a cat whose fur was ruffled, transformed into a flash of lightning, her eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. "Luo, are you okay?" Yangyang was also startled. She hadn't expected the opponent's attack to be so strange. Cough, cough. "I'm fine." LiuLuo coughed lightly twice, smiling as he spoke. If it weren't for the steel hardening, he would have at least been seriously injured today. Although the opponent's strike was not very strong, it was indeed dangerous. In the time it took for the two of them to exchange a couple of words, Yangyang and his companion had already engaged the enemy. "Your opponent is me, little guy." Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall and wider than two Yangyangs combined, LiuLuo knew without looking that this guy was definitely modified by the devil fruit. Although Chen Zidong looked clumsy, his speed was not slow at all, especially with a single step equaling 3 of other steps. He instantly collided with the rushing Yangyang. The moment they engaged, Yangyang felt just how terrifying the opponent's strength was. If he hadn't entered the second gear phase and had the support of the wood spirit, he would have struggled to withstand this hit. Indeed, the strength of a beast-type devil fruit user was no joke. However, Yangyang was not foolish enough to compare strength with the opponent. Using the reaction force from the collision, Yangyang quickly pulled away, sending dozens of bone knives from his chest forward at the first opportunity. However, they were directly swept aside by Chen Zidong's massive fists, only cutting a bit of skin and causing no effective damage. "Is that all? Little brat." Chen Zidong shouted arrogantly and charged at Yangyang again. White Thorn, Dance of Chaos. Facing Chen Zidong's approach, Yangyang struck an elegant pose. But there was an inexplicable strangeness to it. This was Yangyang's improved version of the previous Thorn dance, incorporating strange bone techniques. If someone observed closely, they would notice that Yangyang's posture at this moment violated common sense in every way. His right arm was raised, but the forearm twisted upwards, and the left leg that was extended forward also had a twisted joint. The entire body was covered in sharp edges, no longer random, revealing an indescribable charm everywhere. When Chen Zidong's fist was already in front of him, Yangyang finally moved. Although there was still a collision with Chen Zidong's fist, it gave Chen Zidong the feeling of hitting a rotating post. Clearly, his fist struck the opponent's forearm, but at the moment of contact, the opponent's forearm bent with his strength, as if it had broken directly. However, when his arm was fully extended and the force had dissipated, the bent forearm instantly sprang back. The bone blade shot out in an instant, leaving a deep scratch on his arm. Chen Zidong immediately retracted his arrogance, but it brought him no benefit. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This battle was too bizarre. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed like he had been chasing Yangyang the entire time. Yet the one getting hit was always him. Moreover, with a tough skin and a body as strong as an elephant, he was still deeply scratched by the bone blade each time. He could clearly feel that the bone blade was enveloped with a peculiar power. It was this power that made the bone blade sharper. As the battle dragged on, he had a new realization. It wasn't that the bone blade had a peculiar power, but that Yangyang possessed that peculiar power in his entirety. This power not only made the bone blade and bone spine sharp, but also made Yangyang's movements more agile and unpredictable. Although there were no fatal wounds, Chen Zidong was now completely stained with blood, and his cries of pain had not ceased. In contrast, Yangyang seemed to have all his bones broken, and one could never predict the direction of his next attack. Chen Zidong knew that if this continued, he would be worn out by Yangyang. He planned to use his strongest power. After all, strength conquers all. This is an unchanging truth. Chen Zidong let out a roar like a bull. His height grew again, and his massive head completely changed shape with a long elephant trunk swinging out. His enormous ears, resembling a fan, also swayed incessantly. Yangyang looked at the drastically changed Chen Zidong and did not attempt to block his incoming massive fist this time. The fist was too large, almost as thick as his waist. He bent his waist directly at a 90-degree angle to evade the punch, and in an unusual manner, quickly distanced himself from Chen Zidong on all fours. Want to settle the score? Standing upright, Yangyang instantly retracted all the white sharp edges, and his twisted limbs returned to their original positions. The entire body crackled with sounds. "Kid, I admit you are very strong, but you're definitely not my opponent. You will never understand my power." Chen Zidong's rough voice echoed throughout the arena. Indeed, if it came to pure strength, no one dared to compare with him. But he did not know that aside from strength, there was something called will. You know nothing of strength," Yangyang said disdainfully, as white bone armor began to extend upward from his feet, completely encasing his head. It looked like an ancient helmet, extraordinarily handsome, with curved blades extending backward from the top, indicating that this armor was not just for show. especially when the eye slots of the bone helmet suddenly opened. A strong killing intent and immense will erupted fully. The other fighters who had been engaged in fierce combat were also shocked by this powerful force. This is impossible. How could it be so strong? When Chen Zidong felt Do Yangyang's strength, he instantly realized he had lost. However, he was unwilling to accept it. He could let go of everything else, but in terms of strength, he had to fight back. In the world, no animal is stronger than an elephant. Mu Chen Zidong's expression twisted, letting out a thunderous roar as he charged at Do Yangyang, who was clad in white bone armor. The ground trembled, stones flew, and a fierce wind rushed toward him. Do Yangyang's only visible eye was very cold as he watched the colossal beast charge at him. There was not a hint of tension, as if he were a general seasoned by countless battles. What you said was just in the past, Do Yangyang said slowly, as if narrating the outcome of story. But to Chen Zidong, it felt like a thunderclap. That was just in the past. That was just in the past. That was just in the past. Chen Zidong seemed to be entranced, these 5 words echoing endlessly in his mind, impossible to shake off. No, the current elephant is still the most powerful force. Die for me. Chen Zidong roared, his hands clenched in iron fists raised high, like 2 giant war hammers swinging through the air, smashing down toward Do Yangyang. Tyrant's order, I shall march forth, bone white armor, general's path. Just as the shadow cast over Do Yangyang, he finally moved, a road made of bones instantly forming beneath his feet. The momentum erupted completely. As if a million soldiers were behind him, the tyrant's command had been given. The general at the front line prepared to charge. Chen Zidong's fists remained unstruck, but his massive body, like a mountain, lifted off the ground. Almost instantly, Do Yangyang had reached the end of the bone road, and the end, with the long-nosed Chen Zidong, was sent flying in an instant. Boom! Boom! The first sound was the blast of air being shattered. The second was the sound of their collision. The energy shockwave from the impact directly created a large pit in the ground beneath them. This moment passed quickly, but for Chen Zidong, it felt exceptionally slow. The sound of bones breaking rang in his ears, yet could not capture his attention. In his mind, there was only one sentence. As he tilted his head back, his body slid through a massive arc, looking at the enormous sun in the sky. I know nothing of strength. Boom! His body fell heavily to the ground, and the earth could hardly bear such a weight, raising clouds of dust and flying stones. He did not die, so the battle did not end quickly. The bones on the ground, like the claws of hell, moved toward him again, and he could not react at all. Blood poured incessantly from his mouth and nose, and his ears and eyes were not spared either. He knew the Grim Reaper was approaching. Bastard, stop! Seeing this scene, Zai Alexi's eyes turned red with anger. No one cared for Chen Zidong more than him. After all, he was cultivated at great expense by the Shimo tribe. One devil fruit and the sacrifice of dozens of holy clan lives had rescued Chen Zidong from the fishman's grasp. Zai Alexi absolutely would not allow him to be easily killed by Do Yangyang. Get away from me. Instantly, the blood vessels that had coiled around Zai Alexi's upper body began to pulse, as if an engine had been refueled with gasoline. Both speed and strength instantly doubled, and faintly. There were scattered flames burning in his chest. The surrounding air warped, turning into a white gas. Facing Zai Alexi's sudden surge of power, Han Weiwei, who was fighting him, was not very surprised. This is how it should be. Otherwise, it would be too pathetic. 2 adorable cat ears suddenly appeared, and his originally black pupils instantly changed to a mix of yellow and blue, the beard appearing from the chubby cheeks, along with the sharp teeth revealed by licking her lips, suddenly transformed the originally plump girl into something fierce. Burn fat. If the previous Shalexi was like an engine running at full power, then at this moment, Han Weiwei was the one who had ignited her own motor. The originally plump body quickly became lean, with oil seeping out of her skin, only to be ignited by the heat of her body. Flames surrounded her, and her wide robe was set ablaze, revealing her alluring fur, capturing the attention of all the men present. Beautiful? Wild, just one word, wild. This wildness could only be understood aesthetically by others, but Shalexi, charging towards her, felt it through power, momentum, and action. Like a nimble cat, her athletic right arm and long fingers, equipped with sharp nails, were already in front of Shalexi. His forward-moving punch gave him the illusion that he couldn't stop her. That slender waist, exposed muscles, and agile movements constantly reminded him that this was no illusion. Therefore, Shalexi stopped thinking about trading injuries and desperately twisted his head, trying to dodge Han Weiwei's claw. Swish, tick-tock. The two exchanged positions, standing back to back, and Shalexi's punch ultimately did not touch Han Weiwei's skin. However, Han Weiwei's claws left 4 deep scratch marks on his face, reaching down to the bone. Blood flowed uncontrollably, making the already ugly Shilexi even more horrifying. But that wasn't what hurt him the most. What hurt him most was that Yangyang had already reached Chen Zidong. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, like a ghost from the underworld, instantly making his hair stand on end and his muscles tense. At this time, still caring about others. What misunderstanding do you have about cats? Han Weiwei's claws were already close to his back. The previous move, burning fat, was a new skill developed after his upgrade to the second tier. Utilizing the orange cat's ability to quickly accumulate fat, it created an explosive energy in his body. Speed, strength, and even agility had all received a tremendous boost. Death was imminent. Shilexi painfully closed his eyes as he had no time to dodge. He regretted coming to this place, having lost humanity's trust in the holy tribe and his own life. He wasn't the only one regretting. Su Sheng also regretted that his two teammates were too weak. If he had brought Zhao Guo, he believed the outcome would have been different. For what he could see, he was only slightly at a disadvantage. Although LiuLuo's countless clones made it difficult for him to distinguish between real and fake, and the barrage of gunfire frequently injured him. However, it hadn't caused any substantial harm. Now, seeing Chen Zidong and Shilexi both facing fatal attacks, he had no choice but to step in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. With all his strength, he pushed out 10 fingers, finally forcing back the barrage of gunfire and creating a distance of several meters. He quickly moved forward, striking out with both palms toward Chen Zidong and Shilexi. Boundary, stop for me. At that moment, he seemed to be standing in the middle of the road, directing traffic like a traffic officer. A peculiar resistance suddenly appeared in front of Yangyang and Han Weiwei. However, neither stopped. Yangyang's body continued to charge forward, and Han Weiwei's nails had already pierced the skin. Nevertheless, the brief pause allowed Chen Zidong and Shilexi time to dodge critical hits. At this moment, Su Sheng's face had turned red, his fingers continuously bending in the opposite direction, and his expression revealed just how much pain he was in. However, this pain brought about a good result. In the end, Han Weiwei's claws only took away a layer of skin, and Yangyang also missed his target. In less than a second, Chen Zidong and Shilexi had walked a circle in front of the gates of hell. LiuLuo saw this scene and was instantly furious. Although he knew that even if the two were saved, they would not pose a threat to Yangyang and Han Weiwei. Su Sheng saving one of the other two right in front of him was something he couldn't tolerate. How dare you play in front of me? Are you looking for death? LiuLuo shouted angrily, bending his long gun with both hands, and his right foot quickly stomped the air, causing white smoke to rise. It was as if the air had ignited from the rapid friction of his foot. Instantly, a cloud of white mist rose beneath him like a cloud. As his left foot also jumped up, LiuLuo's entire body instantly left a trail of white smoke, somersaulting through the air towards Su Sheng. Yangyang, who was watching from the side, was also stunned by LiuLuo's movement. From a speed perspective alone, it had already surpassed a roll on the ground. However, the principles of both were the same. From her angle, she could feel the air on both sides of LiuLuo being distinctly pushed apart, showing just how fast he was. The main point was that this move was incredibly cool, truly resembling the Monkey King riding on a cloud. But Su Sheng wasn't idle either. He raised a rock gesture with both hands towards Chen Zidong and Shilexi, which surprisingly made the originally wobbly Chen Zidong stand upright. Shilexi's veins also bulged. Was this the legendary rock spirit? However, when he turned to look at the charging LiuLuo, he thought to himself, this is bad. To be honest, he had somewhat underestimated LiuLuo earlier. After all, he hadn't used his full strength. Unfortunately, time could not be turned back, and others could not understand his feelings at this moment. The wind passed by like a knife, and the momentum was like a raging fire. The great sage riding the clouds came, daring to shatter the sky. Shatter the sky. The clouds had completely covered LiuLuo, with only a sharp voice emerging, sounding neither human nor monkey, with the tail end of the word sky drawn out long. In fact, LiuLuo had initially only used gun slashing, but it activated the fervent march and Street Fighter buff skills. Coupled with some resentment and ferocity, it instantly transformed this skill. A realization suddenly appeared in LiuLuo's heart. The scene of Sun Wukong causing a ruckus in heaven he had seen on TV during his childhood vividly flashed before his eyes. Unknowingly, countless powers of free demons began to converge wildly, then were reorganized by a powerful will. Some entered the long gun LiuLuo held, some flowed into his arms, and some transformed into pure white mist. When this mist spread to Su Sheng, The pristine white was stained with flaws, and the blood color was striking within the clouds. Everyone stopped their movements. Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei no longer believed that Chen Zidong and Shalexi could fight back. Chen Zidong and Shalexi believed that if Su Shang fell, they would definitely not survive either. Everything awaited the dispersal of the mist for a result. Countless members of the holy tribe began to pray in their hearts. This moment felt extraordinarily long. Finally, a vague figure appeared before everyone. What happened? Why is it just one person? This was the question in everyone's hearts. But no one dared to voice it, fearing to disturb the beast within the mist. As the clouds and mist gradually thinned, the blurry figure became clearer. Amidst the swirling smoke, LiuLuo stood there with a long gun resting on his shoulder, his head lowered. People followed LiuLuo's gaze and saw Su Shang lying at his feet, pale and weak. What was strange was that Su Shang had no large wounds on his body, which should not have been the case. However, when people saw his hands, it seemed to make sense. Su Shang's left hand was completely bare, with all 5 fingers long gone, and his right hand had only a pinky left. Those who knew about Su Shang's fruit ability understood that he was finished. He had consumed the finger fruit, and all his abilities were tied to his 10 fingers, but now he was left with just 1, which meant he was essentially useless. When they looked back at LiuLuo, although they were far away, they instinctively took 2 steps back. This person was truly ruthless. Treating Su Shang this way was worse than killing him outright. If LiuLuo knew this, he would surely cry out in injustice. His heart wasn't that cruel. He actually wanted to kill Su Shang directly. However, the problem was that Su Shang had also developed the finger fruit to its 2nd stage. When LiuLuo attacked, Su Shang made the most painful yet sorrowful decision: to trade fingers for life. Fingers connect to the heart. Life is intertwined. 10 fingers form a cage, imprisoning oneself. This was what LiuLuo heard when he rushed to Su Shang's side. The 10 fingers interlaced, placed above his forehead. This was the scene LiuLuo saw. Then, when he brought down his long gun, it encountered a tremendous obstacle, as if a huge pillar was blocking Su Shang's head. In the end, LiuLuo only severed 9 pillars, allowing Su Shang to miraculously survive to this moment. Looking at the barely breathing Su Shang, LiuLuo felt no sympathy. It was all self-inflicted. Who could he blame? Slowly squatting down, saving others in front of me. Who do you look down on? LiuLuo's question seemed simple, as if he was just reprimanding the other party, but it gave others a different feeling, especially when LiuLuo tilted his head. It felt like the embodiment of a great sage, as if asking why he was given the position of a horseherd back then. Who did he look down on? Huh. However, the only response Su Shang could give was the blood foam spewing from his mouth and his terrified gaze. To be honest, with each finger he lost, it felt like he died once. He was truly afraid of LiuLuo, that relentless, brutal aura. It was terrifying. For the Knights of the Holy Clan, all of this was unacceptable. The massive elephant fruit user, Chen Zidong, was heavily injured and had no fighting power left. Xiao Lisi, a Holy Clan warrior granted the surname Xiao, could still fight, but against the wildly fierce Han Weiwei, he had no chance of winning. At this moment, the strongest Su Shang had also fallen at LiuLuo's feet. They had never imagined that humans could be this powerful. Was this the true power of the devil fruit? Xiao Mingyue, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. From the start of the battle until now, from Do Yangyang's armored white bones, to Han Weiwei's wild return, and now to LiuLuo's cloud-splitting strike, she finally recognized the terrifying power of the devil fruit, which was definitely not just about creating food. With such strong humans, this world will surely be conquered by humanity, Song Yi said, looking at LiuLuo's imposing and unruly figure. The people around him looked at him upon hearing his words. Before this, many believed that only by clinging tightly to the Holy Clan could they live well in this new world. But at this moment, they had a new understanding. Indeed, such thoughts were also why the people here had been subtly enslaved. Since the emergence of the Xiao Mo clan, they had been far stronger than humans. They overlooked humanity's most formidable talent, which is its nearly limitless potential. The sky was cloudless and dazzlingly bright. To the north, a black that was moving quickly, particularly noticeable. A giant bird resembling an eagle flapped its several-meter-long wings, scattering the few clouds into fragments. Its sturdy claws retracted beneath its abdomen, and its round, owl-like eyes stared intently down below. On its back stood a woman. The woman had no traces of makeup on her face, but she was breathtakingly beautiful. With delicate features and a curvaceous figure, any woman would pale in comparison to her. If LiuLuo saw her again, he he would surely exclaim, "Wife?" Indeed, this woman was Yun Yuqing's twin sister, Yun Yucai. Yun Yuqing once mentioned that the time when they were born was right after a heavy rain, just when the sky cleared up. Yun Yuqing was born first, so she was the elder sister, named Yuqing, while her younger sister Yun Yucai was born just when a rainbow appeared after the rain, hence named Yucai. However, at this moment, Yun Yucai's face showed no sign of the post-rain clear sky, but rather dark clouds. Just a couple of days ago, she received intelligence from the southern region's messenger bird. She had been thinking about her sister, and she finally found her. However, the trouble was that her sister had engaged in a fierce conflict with the Holy Clan. This made her extremely angry and furious. How could her sister be compared to a few members of the Xiao clan? "Xiaohei, we've arrived, you can go down." Yun Yucai gently tapped her right foot on the back of the four-clawed giant eagle. The obedient giant eagle dove down towards the ground. This creature was not an original life form from the Blue Star, but one that came alongside the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan also claimed that there were no creatures they couldn't tame in this world, which is how this four-clawed giant eagle, named Xiaohei, came to be. The closer Yun Yucai got, the more panicked she felt, because the ground below was rumbling. It was the Knights of the Holy Clan launching a charge. Seeing this scene, she became even more worried about her sister Yun Yuqing, and in her anxiety, she jumped directly from several hundred meters in the air. In fact, she did not know that this was the Holy Clan's last bit of stubbornness. "Stop!" Yun Yucai shouted sternly, and a pair of colorful giant wings instantly unfolded. The various colored feathers shot down like arrows. The Holy Clan cavalry at the forefront fell one after another, and even the giant beasts beneath them were pierced through their bodies. LiuLuo and the others were also startled by this sudden change. LiuLuo hurriedly rushed towards Yun Yuqing, not caring about delivering a final blow to Su Sheng, fearing that something might happen. Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei exchanged glances from a distance and returned to LiuLuo's side, as they could both sense that a very powerful presence was approaching. Such a vast range and such strong attack power. Asking Do Yangyang, he could not do it. Although Blade White Bone, Thousand Slaughters could achieve such an attacking range. Its attack power was absolutely not comparable to those falling feathers. Although many knights of the Holy Clan were killed by this attack, the survivors had no sorrow on their faces, only excitement. Especially Su Sheng and the other two originally thought they would meet their end here today, but unexpectedly, there was a turning point. They recognized the skill as the colorful falling feathers of the Holy Clan Saintess, so how could they not be happy? When LiuLuo saw the situation of these Holy Clan people, his heart tightened. It seemed that the newcomer was an enemy, not a friend. However, in the next second, he was stunned. As Yun Yucai descended closer to the ground, LiuLuo and the others could clearly see her appearance. Aside from the pair of colorful wings, she looked exactly like Yun Yuqing. The two were strikingly similar, but their temperaments were different. Yun Yuqing was relatively gentle, while the newly arrived Yun Yucai exuded a sense of oppression typical of a superior. Yun Yucai. Yun Yuqing looked at the descending woman, her eyes instantly lighting up. If the other party weren't a woman, LiuLuo might have charged at her head first. "Sister, I finally found you." Yun Yucai also immediately spotted Yun Yuqing, folding her wings and rushing towards her. Yun Yuqing pushed aside LiuLuo, who was standing in front of her, and tightly embraced Yun Yucai. This scene left Su Sheng and the others, along with the Holy Clan, utterly dumbfounded. Sister? In fact, if Su Sheng and the others had arrived half a day later, they would have received a message bird from Yun Yucai, and this battle would never have taken place. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Su Sheng looked at his bare palm, feeling a strong sense of unease. Although he and Yun Yucai were both round lords, there was still a significant gap in strength and status. Even the Holy Clan LiuLuo, she could not look Yun Yucai in the eye. The title of Saintess was not to be taken lightly. Apart from the royal family of LiuLuo, almost no one could stand tall and speak to Yun Yucai. As for why a human like Yun Yucai could have such status, everyone would naturally find out later. "Yun Yucai, are mom and dad all right?" After they embraced, Yun Yuqing asked the question that was weighing on her mind the most. The moment she heard this, the joy on Yun Yucai's face instantly vanished, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Seeing this, Yun Yuqing immediately understood, and tears fell like a broken string of pearls. However, having gone through many things, Yun Yuqing managed to maintain her last bit of rationality. What happened? The fishmen, dad and mom, led the fishmen away. Woo. At this point, even if Yun Yucai was strong, she couldn't hold back in front of her only family. This matter was known only to a few members of the Xiao clan, and she had never mentioned it to anyone else. Yin Yuqing bit her lip, holding back her sobs, trembling as she embraced Yun Yukai. At this moment, Yun Yukai had completely lost her saintess demeanor, climbing into Yun Yuqing's arms and crying heartily, venting the pain she had bottled up for so long. No matter how powerful she was in front of her sister, she remained the one in need of protection. After a long time, their cries finally subsided. When Dad left, he told me to find you, that we were the only two left in this world. Once Yin Yukai calmed down, she held Yin Yuqing's hand and said pitifully, "Don't worry, Yin Kai. I won't let you leave me again." Yin Yuqing's eyes were exceptionally firm. "Come with me on the ship and leave this place. Don't be a saintess anymore," Yin Yuqing said directly. This left Yin Yukai momentarily stunned, and then anger appeared on her face. LiuLuo, witnessing this, felt nervous and awkward. He feared that Yin Yukai might suddenly harm Yin Yuqing, but also felt that as sisters, they should be left to talk without his interference. LiuLuo didn't understand what familial affection was. He had never experienced it. Yin Yukai also noticed this man who looked even younger than herself, but didn't pay much attention. "Sister, do you have any misunderstandings about the Shou-Mo clan or the Holy Clan?" Without waiting for Yin Yuqing to respond, Yin Yukai turned and walked towards the Shou-Mo clan's cavalry. "Do you know who she is?" Yin Yukai's words were filled with authority, causing all the Holy Clan members to lower their heads, which LiuLuo and the others had not anticipated. However, what happened next was even more unexpected. "She is my sister, and you dare to attack my own sister. You all know the crimes you've committed here, right?" Yin Yukai's voice grew colder, like ancient ice. The Holy Clan members looked up at Yin Yukai, their eyes filled with determination. "So, are you traitors who have betrayed the rules of the Holy Clan ready to accept judgment?" Yin Yukai seemed like a sovereign, and under her gaze, the Holy Clan members bowed their heads in unison, as if this had all been rehearsed. Yin Yukai was someone who had truly studied the teachings of the Shou-Mo clan. A single look from her instantly made these Shou-Mo clan members understand her intentions. The first rule: spare no effort to win over the strong. One may bow and scrape before completely subduing them. The second rule: if faced with an invincible enemy, even if it means death, one must seek the enemy's understanding. What Yin Yukai was doing now was merging these two rules together. Moreover, she needed to create an illusion for LiuLuo and the others that humans and the Shou-Mo clan were equal, or even the humans held a higher status. Countless colorful feathers appeared in front of Yin Yukai, like swords piercing towards the Holy Clan knights who bowed their heads as if resigned to their fate. A unified movement, a unified sound, a unified death. At this moment, LiuLuo and the others indeed found it hard to comprehend. Wasn't the Holy Clan supposed to be the one with higher status? How could humans have rights surpassing those of the Holy Clan, even to the point of indiscriminate slaughter? LiuLuo was very unaccustomed to this scene, frowning tightly and quietly calling over Song Yi. "What's going on? Didn't you say the Holy Clan was the center of power?" I don't know. I heard that the lives of people in the Central Round region were indeed better than here, but I've never seen anything like this." Song Yi was also confused. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Could it be that the Shou-Mo clan was genuinely trying to help others in a way they were familiar with? Realizing this, Song Yi spoke again. Maybe customs are different. This is just how they help others." At this moment, Song Yi indeed began to question his previous understanding. LiuLuo's frown deepened as he quietly activated the power of the demon within him, starting the bug exploration. Just as he fell into thought, hundreds of Holy Clan knights had already lost their lives. "Shou-Lushi, come here." Yin Yukai caught a glimpse of LiuLuo watching her with a furrowed brow out of the corner of her eye. She knew that to make these people believe in her, she needed a strong dose of medicine. "Saintess, I didn't know she was your sister." Shou-Lushi had not died because he knew he had a more important task. A slap landed heavily on Shou-Lushi's face. "How did you govern the southern round?" As Yin Yukai spoke, she looked at Su Sheng, who was left with only a finger, and Chen Zidong, who was covered in wounds. "You two can't even tell what you are anymore. Can you? Look at what you've done to this place. I asked you to take care of the Shou-Mo clan because they once helped us, not for you to become their servants." Chen Zidong and Su Sheng's eyes widened in shock, and at that moment they began to doubt themselves. Have we been wrong all along? Have we misunderstood the intentions of the Holy Clan? Seeing the expressions of the two, Yin Yukai knew that she had made some progress. Now it was time for her main act. It wouldn't be easy to regain humanity's trust in the Holy Clan and her sister's trust in her. After scolding them, she ignored the two and turned her cold face back to Shou-Lushi. "Shou-Lushi, you have truly disappointed me and the Holy Clan. They kept you here hoping you would build a lasting friendship with humanity, and look at what you've done." As she spoke, a silver feather that glimmered with a cold light appeared in her hand. Immediately, LiuLuo knelt on the ground, filled with regret. He knew his life was coming to an end. However, he felt a sense of pride. He would sacrifice himself for the Xiao clan, which was the glory of every Xiao clansman. "I'm sorry, I was blinded by desire. I am guilty." Just as his voice fell, the silver feather had already sliced across his neck, blood gushing out. "Long live humanity!" Yangyang shouted loudly, igniting the passion of all the humans present. The four words, "Long live humanity," exploded like a bomb among the crowd. Then, Yangyang shouted again, "Long live the friendship between humanity and the Holy Clan." Everyone echoed loudly, chanting, "Long live the friendship between humanity and the Holy Clan." The trust that was about to collapse was suddenly salvaged by Yangyang. One must admit her methods were very clever. There was a reason she could become the saintess, and this was part of it. Cheers and shouts followed, Yangyang's voice resonating through the skies. Seeing all this, Yangyang finally let out a sigh of relief. So it was these people who were causing trouble. I thought, how can my sister possibly be a bad person? This might be the most genuine thought every sister has about her younger sister. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they are willing to believe each other and even find excuses to trust one another. Not to mention that Yangyang was performing so perfectly at this moment. Whether it was Su Sheng and Chen Zidong's bewildered and astonished expressions, or Yangyang's ruthless methods against the Holy Clan, all of it was telling that everything was fake, and it was all because of the emergence of a disgrace within the Holy Clan. However, LiuLuo's brow remained furrowed. His quick, analytical mind, although it hadn't found a fatal flaw, still had several points that were unclear. For instance, did Yangyang not know any of this beforehand? Of course, it could also be understood that Yangyang had been giving the Holy Clan face, and it was only because it involved her sister today that she suddenly erupted. Just then, Yangyang and Han Weiwei walked over to LiuLuo's side. "Luo, what are you thinking about? Afraid she won't recognize you as her brother-in-law? Huh? Ha ha." Yangyang and Han Weiwei had already believed in the deaths of the Holy Clan and LiuLuo, which were undeniable evidence. However, they did not know that some evidence was precisely fabricated to prove a point. "Don't worry, Luo, if she dares not recognize you. Yangyang, and I will take care of her." Han Weiwei had put on a jacket at that moment, but her figure was still alluring. After all, even though orange cats easily gain weight, they still need to eat. It wouldn't be long before she could return to her former self. LiuLuo felt confused amidst their banter. Could it be that he was overthinking? Just then, Yangyang walked over with Yangyang. Seeing this, LiuLuo's mind went blank for a moment, feeling a sense of nervousness for the first time. Although he wasn't a parent, he was the only family Yangyang had. Two delicate beauties, almost identical in appearance and roughly similar in figure, walked hand in hand toward LiuLuo. Yangyang, upon seeing LiuLuo, couldn't help but smile, suppressing a laugh. "I didn't expect that the tyrant who fears neither heaven nor earth, and even dares to lay hands on teachers, would have such an awkward moment. Yangyang, let me introduce you." As Yangyang curiously sized up LiuLuo and the others, Yangyang first took LiuLuo's hand and said. This suddenly made Yangyang's eyes widen. Although she had previously noticed that these people had a special relationship with Yangyang, she hadn't expected her sister, who had almost never dated, would so readily take another man's hand. "This is LiuLuo, he's your brother-in-law," Yangyang said, almost losing her voice at the end. However, she still insisted on clearly saying the words brother-in-law. After a pause, she returned to normal and introduced Yangyang to LiuLuo. "This is my twin sister, Yangyang, whom I've mentioned before." Upon hearing this, LiuLuo quickly extended his right hand to shake hands with Yangyang. In fact, he was a bit nervous, and his palms were sweating. Hello, I'm the brother-in-law." After LiuLuo said this, he realized it was too late. How awkward. He originally wanted to introduce himself as "I'm LiuLuo," but the words brother-in-law kept echoing in his mind, resulting in the current situation. This instantly made Yangyang and Yangyang burst into laughter, while Yangyang and Han Weiwei behind LiuLuo also laughed unkindly. "Hello, I'm the brother-in-law. Haha." Yangyang mimicked LiuLuo's earlier manner, extending his hand toward Han Weiwei. Hello, I'm his sister-in-law, ha." Han Weiwei also cooperated perfectly, and their antics nearly had Yangyang and Yangyang rolling with laughter. LiuLuo's face turned red from embarrassment, and he felt like throwing Yangyang and Han Weiwei off the boat. However, after this playful banter, the relationships among the group became a bit closer, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. That night, LiuLuo and the others had already boarded Yangyang's four-legged black eagle and arrived at the management area of Nanyuan. After dinner, Yangyang snatched Yangyang away from LiuLuo's side. "Brother-in-law, is it okay if my sister and I sleep together tonight?" Before leaving, Yangyang provocatively said this to LiuLuo. Brother-in-law. This was the new nickname Yangyang had given LiuLuo, naturally because he was indeed 4 years younger than the two sisters. However, LiuLuo greeted her with a humble smile, fully in agreement, which drew teasing looks from Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei. But when Yangyang turned around, LiuLuo rolled his eyes. "The first time my wife is taken away, and I still have to send her off with a smile. What a humiliation. Liu, do you want me to keep you company tonight?" Han Weiwei, after the two sisters had walked away, stood up and turned around, showcasing her alluring figure. "Not bad. Not bad. I estimate this piece of meat will grow back in 2 days," Do Yangyang commented, staring at Han Weiwei's slender waist. "TCH, with her eating habits. I bet it won't take more than a day." "I'll bet," LiuLuo said seriously while looking at Do Yangyang. Han Weiwei, hearing their words, instantly fumed. However, as her gaze swept over the others nearby looking at her, her anger quickly subsided. "I can't be bothered with you guys, you just don't appreciate beauty," she said, then walked over to a man nearby, whose eyes were fixated on her. Today, the slimmed-down Han Weiwei wore very little. Just a pair of hot pants and a small tank top, perfectly outlining her stunning figure. Her long, powerful legs seemed almost boneless, yet her waist boasted six-pack abs, causing countless men's throats to gulp. Han Weiwei gently lifted the man's chin with her finger and asked, "Am I beautiful?" "Gulp, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful," the man stammered, entranced by her elongated eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, her delicate nose, and exquisite face. "If you still think I'm beautiful tomorrow, I'll marry you. How about that?" Han Weiwei smiled, showing 2 adorable tiger teeth, nearly making the man's heart explode with excitement. His face flushed. "Could it be that heaven has finally shown mercy and is granting me such a beautiful woman to carry on the Li family line? It must be my parents watching over me from above. Bless me, wife." Han Weiwei had no idea of the dramatic thoughts swirling in his mind. After waiting for a long time without hearing a response, she pretended to be wronged and asked, "What, you don't want to?" "No," the man shouted, trying to grab Han Weiwei's hand that was lifting his chin, but alas, he grabbed nothing but air. However, his shout startled everyone around. "Ido, Ido. I swear to love only you for life. If I break this vow, let heaven strike me down." The man panted, but was ultimately silenced by a delicate finger press to his lips. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I don't want to kill you." Han Weiwei realized she had gone too far, not expecting him to swear such a toxic vow. "No, I'm not afraid. I can tell you right now." The man paused, excitedly glancing around at the envious gazes of those nearby. He knew that the woman before him was not only beautiful in appearance, but held an extraordinary status. He absolutely could not disappoint the manifestation of his ancestors or the prayers of his wife in the afterlife. "You're beautiful, you're beautiful. You'll always be the most beautiful in my heart." Seeing this situation, LiuLuo and Do Yangyang awkwardly covered their eyes, but still peeked through a gap to observe. Han Weiwei turned back to them, giving a look that said, "What do you think? I'm the best in the world. Remember your words. Tell me sincerely tomorrow, and I will definitely marry you," Han Weiwei said seriously, then walked back to LiuLuo and Do Yangyang. "Weiwei, you're joking a bit too much. What if he really says it tomorrow? What will you do?" "Then I'll marry him," Han Weiwei said with a serious expression. LiuLuo and Do Yangyang were stunned, realizing she was serious. "Weiwei, I actually think you're beautiful too. Why not play around a bit, okay?" LiuLuo said with a flattering face. If Han Weiwei left, there would only be 3 people left on his boat. At this moment, the situation on the boat was not about who relied on whom, but rather mutual dependence. To be honest, LiuLuo's boat could not do without Han Weiwei, this fierce woman. "Exactly, Weiwei. I've always thought you were." Do Yangyang also wanted to chime in. If Han Weiwei was no longer on the boat, he would probably be the one suffering the most. Think about it. 3 people on a boat, a couple, and a third wheel. How would Do Yangyang survive? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Han Weiwei's smiling get lost. The two, seeing that Han Weiwei completely ignored them, immediately turned their attention to the blissful man. The man, upon seeing LiuLuo and Do Yangyang's gazes, was instantly frightened and quickly turned to run, not forgetting to exchange a look with Han Weiwei, signaling, "Wait for me tomorrow." At this moment, Han Weiwei also lost interest and planned to return to her room to rest, but was pulled back by LiuLuo and Do Yangyang. Hee Weiwei, today we can finally sit down peacefully. How about we drink some wine and eat something? Do Yangyang said with a flattering face, then looked at LiuLuo. Right? We've never had a drink together. Today is just right. LiuLuo quickly agreed. Han Weiwei knew exactly what these two were up to. They wanted to feast on her all night. However, she also felt that they truly didn't want to part with her. Although she pretended to be reluctant, her heart felt warm. In the room of Yun Yuqing and Yun Yucai, the two sisters held each other tightly, sharing their feelings of longing, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Sister, do you still plan to leave with them? Of course. Otherwise, they wouldn't even find their way. I'm a navigator on our boat, Yun Yuqing said proudly, wiping her own tears and then wiping Yun Yucai's. TCH, you're a navigator? You can't even walk straight. How can you be a navigator? If there's anyone who knows Yun Yuqing the best in this world, it's probably Yun Yucai. So what if I can't walk straight? I can communicate with all things. I can ask for directions. Ha ha ha. Just admit I'm impressive, Yun Yuqing said triumphantly, completely defenseless in front of Yun Yucai. However, she didn't notice that Yun Yucai's expression changed drastically upon hearing her words, but quickly returned to normal, feigning surprise and envy. What? Sister, you can communicate with all things? Impressive, right? So, even though they're all devil fruit users, they really can't do without me on that ship. Yun Yuqing became more and more proud. Although she was the weakest in combat, her value in other aspects was indeed quite significant. Yun Yucai had already learned about LiuLuo and the other strength from others, knowing they were not weaker than herself. It seems the ship really needs to be kept. Originally, Yun Yucai didn't intend to keep these people. Although she truly didn't want to part with her sister, there were no mixed feelings involved. However, the nature of LiuLuo and the others was beyond her control. Most importantly, even if she left here, with LiuLuo and the others' protection, it was hard for her sister to encounter any danger. But now she decided to change her mind. Brother-in-law and younger brother, it seems I need to use some tactics. Even if I can't keep you all, I must keep my sister. A cold glint flashed in Yun Yucai's eyes as she formed a plan in her heart. Something she could do, but she was unwilling to pay the price. If the benefits were enough to move her, she was willing to make some sacrifices. Sister, if you could stay, it would be great. Also let brother-in-law and younger brother stay together. We could settle down here nicely, Yun Yucai said cutely as she cuddled into Yun Yuqing's arms. Acting spoiled, Yun Yuqing instinctively held her, but quickly pushed her away. In the future, don't call him brother-in-law or little brother anymore. He cares a lot about his pride. She paused and continued. Your brother-in-law can't possibly stay here. He told me before that once he found Yangyang and settled down with my family, he would go off to adventure in this new world. Moreover, Yangyang's family hasn't been found yet, and we don't know. Yun Yuqing didn't finish her sentence, but pulled Yun Yucai tightly into her embrace, leaving Yun Yucai a bit bewildered. However, hearing the whispered words in her ear, Yucai, I'm actually very lucky. Although my parents are gone, I still have you. Seeing you live well now makes me content. Yun Yuqing's words made Yun Yucai's heart tremble. In fact, today was indeed her happiest day. However, she still wanted to pursue things that could make her even happier. I'm sorry, sister, I might hurt you, but I swear to make you the happiest sister in the world from now on. Sister, I am also very content. Today is my happiest day, although I wish you could always be by my side. I'm sorry, Yucai, sister. Yun Yuqing also felt indebted to Yun Yucai. Although she was only half an hour older, she had always considered herself a sister and fulfilled her responsibilities as one. She could imagine how sad Yun Yucai must have been when their parents left, while Yun Yuqing at least had LiuLuo's constant companionship and protection. But Yun Yucai had always been alone, and Yun Yuqing couldn't bear to think about how she managed to get through that. Sister, I won't leave you. I know you and brother-in-law are going to leave, so I just want you to stay with me a few more days. Yun Yucai didn't want Yun Yuqing to continue being sad. Let those memories stay buried deep in her heart forever. Hearing Yun Yucai's words, Yun Yuqing immediately agreed. Okay, however many days you want to stay, I will stay. Seeing Yun Yuqing agree so readily, Yun Yucai felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. She knew she was taking advantage of her sister's feelings for her. Next, Yun Yuqing told Yun Yucai how they had made it this far, talking about the Pluto ship, LiuLuo, and Do Yangyang's deep friendship, and also about that strange person, Extreme Evil. I don't know how he ended up. I hope he survived. At this point, Yun Yuqing couldn't help but think of the person who had once taken the ship away, Yuchang. In the end, she was so angry that she couldn't sleep. And it was Yun Yucai who comforted her instead. Forget it, I won't talk about it anymore. Thinking of him makes me angry. He even wanted to compete with your brother-in-law for captain. Who does he think he is? You don't know how badly he was beaten by your brother-in-law back then. Yin Yucai looked at Yin Yuqing with disdain as she chattered on. This was how she always acted when talking about LiuLuo's bravery. Finally, the story came to an end. Yucai, you tell me how you've been doing these days. Yin Yuqing said. But Yin Yucai didn't talk as much as she had imagined. In less than 10 minutes, she finished. She mainly talked about how she met the Shimoa tribe and how she became a saintess. At that time, the Shimoa tribe and the fishmen came to Blue Star. The fierce fishmen began to hunt humans everywhere. However, the Shimoa tribe appeared in front of humans in a heroic manner at that time. This was also one of the important reasons why humans were unknowingly enslaved. Yin Yucai was one of the many who were saved. And the reason she was able to obtain the devil fruit from the Shimoa tribe and become a saintess seemed like a twist of fate. When the Shimoa tribe entered Yin Yucai's home, it was already the third day after the apocalypse had begun. Just as they rescued Yin Yucai and were preparing to leave, they made a shocking discovery. They found a devil fruit in her family's fruit bowl, right in front of everyone's eyes. In order to gain the trust of humans, the Shimoa tribe ultimately gave this devil fruit to Yin Yucai. After eating this devil fruit, Yin Yucai instantly grew wings, which astonished the members of the Shimoa tribe. Even the Shimoa tribe members present at the time immediately knelt down. In the eyes of the Shimoa tribe, having wings was a divine existence. The reason for this belief was that all royal members of the Shimoa tribe had a pair of black wings. So when the royal members of the Shimoa tribe learned of this news, they quickly brought her into the royal family. It wasn't long before she became the saintess of the Shimoa tribe, the spokesperson for the holy people in front of humans. The next morning, with Do Yangyang's furious shout, LiuLuo and Han Weiwei finally woke up. Han Weiwei, your leg is about to crush me. Do Yangyang pretended to struggle as he lifted Han Weiwei onto his neck, taking her thick right leg off him. The three of them didn't know how much they had drunk and eaten. Han Weiwei had truly made both of them sick. However, Han Weiwei also paid the price. In one night, she returned to her original size. Get lost. Wasn't it you who cried and begged me not to leave yesterday? Han Weiwei wasn't going to let Do Yangyang off easily and kicked him hard in the face. Who begged you? Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Do Yangyang covered his face, unable to see his expression, but his quick movements to find his shoes reflected the truth. LiuLuo looked at the two, helplessly amused. However, seeing Han Weiwei's current size, LiuLuo finally felt relieved. No longer paying attention to the two, LiuLuo left the room alone, wanting to see Yin Yuqing. It felt a bit nostalgic not seeing her for a night. After all, they had never been apart since the apocalypse began. When he exited the room, he happened to see Yin Yuqing and Yin Yucai coming out together. However, there was one person who surprised LiuLuo. It was the man who had said he would love Han Weiwei forever yesterday. He was currently holding a bouquet of flowers he had picked from who knows where, anxiously and excitedly waiting. The moment he saw LiuLuo, the man quickly lowered his head. Seeing this scene, Yin Yuqing and Yin Yucai were also a bit curious. What's wrong? Do you know him? LiuLuo smiled and shook his head. Just wait and see. It's also a sad story. LiuLuo kept them in suspense. A little while later, Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei came out. At first, when Han Weiwei saw that man, she felt a bit nervous. But the man only glanced at her before anxiously looking back. Do Yangyang almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw Han Weiwei's face darken, and he quickly covered his mouth. Just as Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei closed the door, disappointment appeared on the man's face. When they walked past him, the man finally spoke. Excuse me, I want to know if the girl from yesterday is still here? Do Yangyang finally burst out laughing. However, he received a hard kick from Han Weiwei on his backside and said to the man unhappily, she's dead. Hearing this, the man angrily threw the flowers in his hand to the ground, thinking that Do Yangyang's laughter was mocking him. He mocked him for being overconfident. A liar. I just said how lucky I am, a big liar. After saying that, the man left without looking back, leaving Han Weiwei with an innocent expression, exploding in place. It turned out that the farthest distance was not between life and death, but that I was right in front of you, yet you did not recognize me. What the hell kind of person is this, wasting such beautiful flowers? LiuLuo hurried over to smooth things over, picking up the flowers from the ground. Weiwei gave these to you. You're always the cutest presents on the ship. Goo, I won't lose weight, Han Weiwei shouted as she snatched the flowers from LiuLuo's hands, then called out to Do Yangyang, who was laughing not far away. Do Yangyang, last chance. Hurry up and praise me, or you're dead. Upon hearing this, Do Yangyang immediately stopped smiling and ran to Han Weiwei's side, starting a flurry of sweet talk. The two sisters, Yin Yuqing and Yin Yucai, who had witnessed the whole process, had a rough idea of what was going on. If it weren't for Han Weiwei and LiuLuo, Yin Yucai really wouldn't dare to acknowledge them. She couldn't understand what Han Weiwei had experienced that night. After the farce, everyone began to head towards the central circle, as Yin Yuqing had promised Yin Yucai to stay there for a while. The central circle was now Yin Yucai's home, and its construction was much better than here. On a vast, desolate sea, a group of unknown seabirds was happily flying, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. A raft made of metal sheets was slowly drifting on the water. On the wooden raft were only two people, a man and a woman. The woman was only of average beauty, but her figure was exceptionally hot. The man was much less impressive. Not only was he short, but he also had a strange face that made it hard to tell whether he was smiling or crying. Just as the flock of seabirds flew overhead, the short man suddenly moved, his body instantly soaring into the air, reaching nearly 100 meters in height. The tail behind him grew dozens of meters long, like a black python, weaving in and out of the flock of birds. Before the birds even had a chance to react, the man had already landed back on the metal raft. "Not eating fish today, eating these," the man said coldly, flicking his tail and tossing a few birds, each about 30 to 40 centimeters long, onto the wooden raft. As he finished this, countless feathers began to fall from the sky. "So beautiful," the woman said, ignoring him, as she looked up at the falling feather rain with a mesmerized expression. This man and woman were Lin Xuanya, the bubble fruit user who had barely survived the battle against the king of fishmen on the Pluto ship, and the infamous villain who was ultimately thrown into the water by the Fishman King. At that time, Lin Xuanya had not just become a user of the donkey fruit, but had also wrapped a hardened bubble around herself, allowing her to survive even after falling into the water. The battle had been too intense, and humans were already at a disadvantage. So she had hidden beneath the main ship, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, to her surprise, the infamous villain had suddenly appeared. This man shocked her. He fought alone against a royal fishman. Although he was ultimately defeated and sent into the water by the Fishman King using the Pluto ship's abilities, she was attracted to him. So, at the first opportunity when he fell into the water, she saved him into her bubble. However, when she wanted to escape, she found that the only functioning boat had already been taken away by someone else. With no choice, she could only hide beneath the warship, praying not to be discovered by the fishmen. It seemed like God had heard her prayer, as she was never found by the fishmen and ultimately survived. The reason she wasn't discovered was that while fishmen were amphibious, they preferred to stay on land, which was the exact opposite of mermaids. Therefore, fishmen generally avoided going into the water unless necessary, which is why they created boats in a world full of sea. Moreover, at that time, the fishmen knew about the devil fruit user's fear of seawater. So when the infamous villain fell into the water, no fishman thought he could survive. After that, the Pluto ship left, giving the two a chance to survive until now. The infamous villain skillfully removed the feathers and entrails from the seabirds. Clearly not his first time doing so. Why do we have to go this way? There's not even a piece of land. I must have bad luck for 8 generations. Lin Xuanya complained as she took the clean seabirds from the infamous villain's hands. For nearly a month, they had changed directions countless times. At first, Lin Xuanya thought the infamous villain had found a way to land. But as the days passed, she realized he was definitely not looking for land. Because half a month ago, they had clearly seen a small island, but the infamous villain had turned away. However, Lin Xuanya only complained. She wouldn't actually want to leave this man, although he looked bad, even ugly, and never communicated with her. Having him around gave Lin Xuanya a strong sense of security. The journey had not been smooth, but they had not faced any life-threatening situations. "Oh, what a dull person. How did I end up meeting you?" Facing the infamous villain's silence, Lin Xuanya had to give up, taking out a strange round pot and placing the seabirds inside. Then, she blew out a huge bubble, wrapping the strange pot within it, and it rose into the air. Under the sunlight, the large bubble was rendered in colorful hues. Before long, the surface of the bubble turned red, and steaming hot air began to distort the surrounding air. This was a fruit skill Lin Xuanya developed for cooking, called Thermal Cooking Pack, a rather confusing name. Those who didn't know might think it was a rice cooker. Before this, the infamous villain had only eaten raw food. The compressed biscuits salvaged from the main ship were all for her. Just as Lin Xuanya, like a housewife, chattered on while waiting for the seabirds to roast, the infamous villain, who had been staring at the sea, suddenly spoke up. Finally here, the infamous villain's sudden words caught Lin Xuanya off guard. "This fool is talking? Did the sun rise from the west today? What is here?" Lin Xuanya asked in confusion. The infamous villain fell silent again. But this time he pointed in the direction with his chin, signaling her to look ahead. She saw a small ship emerging on the surface of the sea. Is this what he has been looking for? A ship? Or the people on the ship? Lin Xuanya continued to ask with curiosity, but the infamous villain didn't answer, just kept staring at the approaching ship. There were not many people on this ship, only 4 in total, 3 adults and 1 child, with only 1 woman among them. These 4 were none other than Yangyang, who had escaped from LiuLuo not long ago, and the 3 members of the Xiong family. Oh, come quickly and see. What is that? Is a person? Xiong Wenwen said, holding a telescope, looking at the scene in the circular lens, incredulously. The 3 who had been cultivating heard Xiong Wenwen shout and hurried over. Xiong Feifei, like a flying arrow, snatched the telescope from Xiong Wenwen's hands. Wow, impressive. You can actually drift on the sea with just a piece of metal raft. I want to try it too, Xiong Feifei said excitedly, already eager to dismantle the boat beneath his feet piece by piece. Don't even think about it. If you dare to do that, I'll smack your bottom, Xiong Wenwen said fiercely, leaving no room for doubt. As Xiong Feifei's strength grew, it seemed his intelligence had regressed to that of a child. Just a few days ago, he almost pulled the ship's wool off to play frisbee, nearly scaring Yangyang to death. Faced with Xiong Wenwen's threat, Xiong Feifei instinctively touched his bottom, fearing this sister. If I don't dismantle it, I won't. I'll just go over and play with them, Xiong Feifei said proudly, as if he had discovered a new way to have fun. Xiong Wenwen rolled her eyes at him, sighed, and turned to look at Xiong Guitao and Yangyang. Since Feifei wants to play, let's go take a look. Not many people can drift on the sea like this. I want to see it too, Xiong Guitao said, affectionately ruffling Xiong Feifei's hair. As the captain of the boat now, after all, it was impossible for Yangyang to take charge with the Xiong family of 3 aboard. Yangyang and Xiong Wenwen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although Yangyang was an outsider, he had been getting along well with the Xiong family during this time, and even had the prospect of joining the family as a son-in-law. As the ship drew closer to the metal raft, a delicious smell of barbecue wafted through the air. Ah, it smells so good. Where's the barbecue? I haven't eaten in ages, Xiong Feifei said, almost drooling. It wasn't he just him. The other 3 felt the same way. The aroma was indeed very tempting. Thanks to Lin Xuanya's thermal cooking pack. Unable to contain himself, Xiong Feifei dashed out with a whoosh, moving so fast that it was hard to follow with the naked eye. Lin Xuanya, who was eating roasted seabird with G.E., suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blow in. The roasted seabird in Lin Xuanya's hand vanished. G.E. quickly extended his left hand to save the roasted seabird. In his hand, he was holding a chubby baby-s arm, which was reaching for the roasted seabird. However, it was too short to reach. Lin Xuanya was stunned by the sudden appearance of the cute baby, who was holding the half-eaten roasted seabird in one hand while the other was tightly grasped by G.E. Bad guy. Ah, it smells so good. Xiong Feifei glared at G.E., but couldn't he resist the temptation of the roasted seabird, bringing it to his mouth. His small mouth was indeed tiny, but he was so fast that he presented a scene reminiscent of Jerry from Tom and Jerry devouring roast chicken at lightning speed. In an instant, the bones of the roasted seabird scattered everywhere. Bad guy, give it to me. Xiong Feifei's baby face showed a fierce expression, looking quite comical. The next moment, G.E.'s actions left a shadow on Xiong Feifei's childhood. Suddenly, G.E. opened his mouth wide, inhumanly so, and stuffed the whole roasted seabird into his mouth. Xiong Feifei was dumbfounded, and Lin Xuanya began to doubt whether this was a dream. A suddenly appearing baby could eat a seabird as wide as a shoulder in an instant, with a mouth 5 centimeters wide that could open wider than its head. Everything felt surreal, causing her mind to short-circuit as she covered her gaping mouth, staring blankly. However, while she was stunned, Xiong Feifei was not, though he was momentarily shocked. He began to cry the next second. As he cried, the small arm that G.E. was holding slowly turned dark, and a powerful aura erupted. The surrounding seawater was even blown away. At that moment, an anxious voice called out, "Feifei, stop." 2 thick iron chains formed a bridge between the ship and the metal raft. Xiong Wenwen and Yangyang ran toward Xiong Feifei. However, Yangyang was much faster than Xiong Wenwen. He glided along the iron chain like a maglev train. "Feifei, listen to me." Yangyang reached first, grabbing Xiong Feifei's other arm in an attempt to stop him. But the next moment, he was flung away by Xiong Feifei without a hint of hesitation, not giving Yangyang any face. Luckily, Yangyang was a magnet fruit user. Before he fell into the sea, he quickly used his ability to attach himself to the iron chain. Damn it, this little brat doesn't give me any face at all. Just wait until I become your brother-in-law. I'll see how I deal with you. Of course, he could only think this in his heart. After throwing Yu Chang off, Xiong Feifei didn't hesitate for a moment and threw a punch at Ji. However, Ji was no pushover. Even though Xiong Feifei had already developed basic armament haki, he was not inferior in terms of strength and physical durability. The two fists collided in midair, creating a powerful shockwave that blew Lin Xuanya away. Fortunately, Lin Xuanya quickly reacted, wrapping herself in a bubble that kept her floating in the air. Xiong Feifei, I see your bottom is about to bloom again. Xiong Wenwen's roar from behind instantly made Xiong Feifei's body tremble, his momentum having. As Ji released his hold on the small arm, the tiny Xiong Feifei was directly flung away, caught in Xiong Wenwen's arms. The reason Xiong Wenwen did this was that she recognized Ji and Lin Xuanya's strength. Since leaving Wangdao Island, they had already decided to form a powerful pirate crew to dominate the seas. Are you okay? It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on him, Xiong Wenwen asked as she held Xiong Feifei in front of Ji. After the battle at Wangdao Island, she had learned a lot and was no longer the arrogant rich girl she once was, especially in the face of strong opponents. She was even more humble than her father, Xiong Wutao. However, Ji ignored her and looked past her at Yu Chang, who was approaching from behind. Just as Xiong Wenwen felt a bit awkward, Lin Xuanya, floating in a bubble, jumped down. Hey, what could possibly happen to him? Don't mind him. That's just who he is. Is the little one okay? Lin Xuanya said to Xiong Wenwen while following Ji's gaze to Yu Chang. Yu Chang, how'd you end up here? Lin Xuanya had no idea that the reason she and Ji could only sit on the metal raft was that Yu Chang had taken the only operational ship away at that time. But she didn't know someone did. Ji's devil fruit granted him a unique ability. He could know everything in the world. Of course, right now he could only know some things about himself, and only events that had already occurred. So he knew that Yu Chang was the one who nearly caused his demise. This was also why he had traveled such a long way to find Yu Chang. He believed in repaying kindness and seeking revenge. This was Ji's life creed. Hey you are Lin Xuanya. Yu Chang also recognized Lin Xuanya, but he did not recognize the extreme evil. At that moment, he only saw a black shadow fighting fiercely from a distance, unable to see the face clearly. Otherwise, he would have turned and fled immediately. The cause and effect had unknowingly been planted. Do you know each other? Hearing Yu Chang's words, Xiong Wenwen asked happily. This made it more likely that the two in front of them would join their team. However, things were not as simple as she thought. Do you believe in cause and effect? Extreme evil said to Yu Chang in a tone, but this ordinary statement made Yu Chang feel a vague discomfort. What's going on? Why am I scared? Ridiculous. Yu Chang exhaled and secretly reminded himself. Xiong Wenwen did not understand the meaning of this sentence. However, Lin Xuanya, who had been following extreme evil closely for more than a month, had guessed something. It seems that the person he has been looking for is Yu Chang. Yu Chang felt a chill when extreme evil looked at him, but he could not recall having any contact with this person. What cause and effect? We've never met. What are you talking about? Yu Chang replied. Don't believe it? Yu Chang's hoarse voice rang out again, but this time it seemed to directly appear in Yu Chang's ears. Instantly, everything around began to change. The iron raft he was standing on transformed into the deck of that warship from that day. Yu Chang panicked and looked around. The huge black ship nearby and the distorted words Pluto nearly drove him to collapse. The black figure on the Pluto ship, along with the tall Fishman King, still exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Peaches are sweet, apricots are soft, and under the plum tree, the dead fill the ground. This was the voice of cause and effect, extreme evil, once again appearing in Yu Chang's ears. Ah, you are that shadow You are extreme evil. At this moment, Yu Chang could no longer guess who the other party was. The name extreme evil had been repeated by the people on the ship for a long time. Yu Chang was frightened and turned to flee, but he found that no matter how he ran, he could not escape this deck. In Yu Chang's world, more than 10 minutes had already passed. However, in the eyes of Xiong Wenwen and the others, extreme evil had only just asked that question. Seeing Yu Chang's face change repeatedly, his eyes somewhat dazed as he stared at extreme evil, Xiong Wenwen knew that something bad had happened. Hey, what did you do to Yu Chang? Can we talk calmly? Xiong Wenwen still held on to a glimmer of hope. A powerful pirate crew needs strong crew members as support. Not everyone can be like my hawk in One Piece. However, extreme evil did not even look at her. Instead, Yu Chang's body had already begun to tremble violently. Xiong Wenwen knew she could not wait any longer. Feifei, go and beat him. Xiong Wenwen went directly through the small bear Feifei towards extreme evil. It was just short of saying go Pikachu. However, she did not know that when she said this, she had already intervened in this cause and effect. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. and the surroundings were no longer as before. On the warship, Yuchong was now being stepped on by extreme evil and was struggling violently. Seeing Bear Fei and Xiong Wenwen suddenly appear, a look of excitement burst forth in his eyes. It seemed there was still hope. Yuchong, Xiong Wenwen, and Bear Fei were stunned for a moment at the sudden situation, but quickly reacted. This should belong to a kind of illusion-type ability. However, she also knew that if they died here, they would probably really die. Bear Fei and Xiong Wenwen rushed towards extreme evil. Since it was already impossible to turn back, they absolutely could not give extreme evil the chance to become an enemy. Fei, kill him. Okay, sister. I'll let you take my roast chicken. Bear Fei immediately activated Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. As the three types of Haki were fully unleashed, the small body emitted a terrifying aura, like a raging dragon at sea, stirring up monstrous waves. The dark little fist was like a missile, striking towards extreme evil's chest. Xiong Wenwen also wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Lin Xuanya, who had also come in. The two were about equal in strength, and they became entangled in battle. Extreme evil's peripheral vision swept past the powerful Bear Fei, and his brow furrowed slightly, planning to decisively deal with the already injured Yuchong beneath him. In a twist of cause and effect, extreme evil suddenly swung his left arm, emitting an inexplicable force, trying to divert the cannonball-like Bear Fei from the attack path. However, when this force collided with that dark little fist, it did not produce the result extreme evil had imagined. The small fist only paused for a moment, slightly changing direction, and the impact force was also reduced somewhat. Seeing the situation, extreme evil could only abandon the idea of killing Yuchong. He knew this was the power of Armament Haki, capable of shattering most energies in the world. Black smoke and fire instantly ignited on extreme evil's body. A long tail grew out, and this time there was also a black horn on his head. Without any hesitation, he threw a simple punch at Bear Fei. The two fists, one large and one small, collided in the air with a bang, and both retreated. However, Bear Fei retreated about 10 meters, while extreme evil retreated 20 meters. This showed that purely in terms of strength, Bear Fei was already on par with the mythical beast-type extreme evil. Of course, this was also due to Bear Fei's momentum helping him. Ha. You retreated more, I won, huh? Bear Fei exclaimed happily upon seeing this situation. The baby fruit was indeed incredibly powerful, but this kind of power that sacrificed intelligence probably few people would want. Extreme evil, whip punishment. The distance between the two was only 40 meters, but extreme evil's tail seemed to grow infinitely. It crossed the 40-meter distance like a raging python, fiercely striking towards the laughing Bear Fei. The air was torn apart, and howls echoed, like countless evil spirits pleading in pain. The black smoke emanating from the tail made it look even more bizarre. Bear Fei's laughter suddenly stopped. Although the tail whip was incredibly fast, Bear Fei still easily dodged it. Observation Haki was not to be taken lightly. Although Bear Fei's intelligence was not high, his reaction speed was frighteningly fast. One whip missed, and another followed. Countless whip shadows appeared in the sky, overwhelming and terrifying. Among these whip shadows, a small white figure kept rolling and jumping, moving up and down. Although there were many whip shadows, not once did they manage to hit this little figure. This is so much fun, I love jumping rope. When these words reached extreme evil's ears, even the cold-hearted him felt a bit embarrassed. The tail instantly shrank, like a spirit snake returning to its hole, retreating behind him and swaying somewhat dejectedly. Why did you stop? I haven't had enough fun yet. Bear Fei pouted, looking incredibly adorable. If this were in the streets before, countless women would definitely have picked it up and bitten it crazily. But now, only the extreme evil knows how terrifying this baby, who is not even as tall as his calf, really is. Sacrificing intelligence for strength is not something that can be easily dealt with. However, this is the world of causality of extreme evil. With the cause comes strength, and I suppress it with the last syllable of the extreme evil shout. A tremendous force suddenly descends upon Xiong Fei, causing his already small body to bend over instantly, making him seem even smaller. At this moment, Xiong Fei feels as if a great mountain is pressing down on him. This is the causality of me in him. The extreme evil tosses out a sentence, ignoring Xiong Fei, and walks towards Yuchong, wanting to make Xiong Fei retreat in fear. Not far away, Xiong Wenwen and Lin Xuanya also stopped their fight upon witnessing this scene. There are only 4 people on the ship. If another one dies, Forming a pirate crew would be a far-off dream. But she also knows that it is too difficult to defeat extreme evil here. Perhaps it could be done outside. Originally, there was still a glimmer of hope for Yu Chong, but seeing the situation, his face turned ashen. How could I be so unlucky? First, I was beaten by LiuLuo and didn't dare to show my face, and now I run into this freak. Thinking of this, Yu Chong closed his eyes and waited for death to come. He hadn't even touched the edge of the second gear of the devil fruit. Faced with extreme evil, he had no strength to fight back at all. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. Yu Chong opened his eyes in surprise. A small figure was blocking in front of him. His face flushed, using both hands to support the foot of extreme evil that was stepping down. He is my buddy. You get away from me. Xiong Feifei's body slowly began to swell, pushing against the foot of extreme evil, gradually rising. The baby is angry. In an instant, Xiong Feifei's power fully erupted. The demonic power on his body had solidified into a physical form, and countless lightning sparks were constantly bursting out. He chased after the extreme evil that had been pushed into the air. Although Xiong Feifei's intelligence kept decreasing as his strength increased, he knew what was precious within his limited intellect. The people around him are precious. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to harm those around him. His fist, now several times larger, charged toward extreme evil, causing even the usually calm extreme evil to show a look of fear in his eyes. This punch was the most powerful strike he had ever seen. The rich demonic power and the immense strength contained within it made the very space feel as though it was about to be torn apart. Faced with this punch, extreme evil chose to dodge. However, dodging one punch wouldn't be enough to avoid dozens of punches. Ultimately, Xiong Feifei's massive fist landed squarely on extreme evil's stomach. At the moment blood spurted out, extreme evil was directly sent flying. However, the moment he landed, he exerted force to regain his balance, his feet landing steadily on the ground. Huff, huff. Extreme evil gasped for breath, feeling the importance of observation hockey after this setback. Just moments ago, after delivering hundreds of lashes, he hadn't even touched a hair on Xiong Feifei. But in just a few punches, he was hit. Of course, the previous tail whip and these few punches were of different qualities, but if extreme evil also possessed observation hockey, he definitely wouldn't have been defeated in just a few punches. Are you okay? Lin Xuanya unexpectedly ran to extreme evil's side and asked with concern. It turned out that the moment she and Xiong Wenwen stopped, she lost track of Xiong Wenwen. Not long after, she also realized that the severely injured Yu Chong had disappeared. That person has already run away. Otherwise, we shouldn't fight anymore, Lin Xuanya anxiously suggested. From the current situation, their side was indeed at a disadvantage. No one can escape causality, extreme evil said lightly, looking towards an empty area on the deck. He indeed couldn't find Xiong Wenwen, but he could sense Yu Chong's presence. The two, upon seeing extreme evil's gaze drift over, were scared. Hearing extreme evil's words, they immediately understood. There was no escaping, especially for Yu Chong. However, Xiong Wenwen felt that extreme evil's skill must have flaws, otherwise it would be too much of a cheat. Xiong Wenwen's guess was not wrong. Extreme evil's skill is called causality domain, and for those who are not within this causality, the more intruders there are and the stronger they are, the more demonic power extreme evil consumes. As long as the consumption continues, the one who falls first will definitely be extreme evil. Therefore, at this moment, extreme evil was already prepared for a decisive outcome. Countless gray and black smoke began to appear behind extreme evil. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The sound of ghostly wails made one's scalp tingle. As the smoke increased, a fierce-looking ghost beast with a green face and sharp teeth slowly formed. The black smoke ghost beast stood several dozen meters tall, with a bull's head, a horse's face, and a body like a tiger or leopard, looking very powerful. Similar to extreme evil, it also had a long tail, but extreme evil's tail was more aesthetically pleasing. The evil thought ghost beast is a fruit skill that extreme evil acquired after breaking through to the second gear. It can consume malice and devour souls. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. However, at this moment, the evil thought ghost beast was still in a phantom state and had not fully solidified into a physical form. It could only move along with extreme evil's actions. Extreme evil's originally closed eyes slowly opened, and the ghost beast's blood-red eyes also slowly opened. Entering causality will inevitably be bound by causality, extreme evil said to Xiong Feifei, whose size had already surpassed that of a normal person, as if it were a reminder. However, Xiong Feifei didn't understand any of this. He only knew that in this world, a punch could silence everyone. Die for me. Xiong Feifei charged toward extreme evil again, his black fists emitting a metallic sheen. This time, extreme evil did not dodge, but charged straight toward these fists, with the ghost beast phantom closely following. As extreme evil threw a punch, the ghost beast phantom also struck down with its massive claw, and the combined force of fist and claw collided heavily with Xiong Feifei's fists. The energy from the collision exploded instantly, but this time neither of them retreated. A wild struggle began. The deck beneath their feet cracked instantly, iron sheets flew everywhere, and countless sparks flew out. The deck could not withstand the two's tussle and directly collapsed, causing both of them to fall into the space beneath the deck. Although this is a world of consciousness, the things here seem to exist as if they were real. When someone dies, they're truly dead. The struggle continued. The scattered energy surged wildly, even making Lin Xuanya and the others on the deck afraid to check. With another loud explosion, the cabin directly exploded, and the two continued to fall, having already entered the ship's cargo hold. If it's just like this, then you've lost. Extreme evil's voice, like a ghostly whisper, echoed in Xiong Feifei's ears. Impossible. At this moment, Xiong Feifei showed no signs of cuteness at all, resembling a raging beast. Both exerted their strength simultaneously, and this time neither resisted the rebounding force, each separating backward. The three people on the deck, although unaware of the specifics of what was happening, knew that the time to determine the victor had arrived. In the causal domain, more than half an hour had passed, while only a few seconds had elapsed in the outside world. Feifei, Wenwen, why aren't you responding? Speak up. Xiong Guotao, who was still controlling the iron chains on the ship, sensed something was wrong. The five people opposite him stood there, seemingly under some kind of spell, with vacant expressions and not a word to say. Not good, something's wrong. Xiong Guotao dared not hesitate any longer. If anything happened to his daughter or son, he would truly have no face to meet his deceased wife. Two iron chains, carrying his hefty body, rushed towards the metal raft. However, he ultimately did not land on the raft, but seemed to enter a 3D projection scene. Everything before his eyes suddenly changed dramatically. He saw the woman on the deck who could blow bubbles, but he did not see his children. Feifei, Wenwen, are you there? Xiong Guotao panicked instantly, anxiously shouting around. Dad, I'm here. Boom. Just as Xiong Wenwen revealed herself, a massive explosion left him speechless. A huge hole was blown in the deck, and a tiny figure was thrown out. Feifei. The moment Xiong Guotao saw Xiong Wenwen, he was unable to feel joy as he saw his son covered in blood. Having been blasted out, his breathing became tense and difficult. Immediately after, the extreme evil charged up, also injured but not as badly as Xiong Feifei. However, with Xiong Guotao's arrival, the extreme evil sensed that its demonic power was nearly depleted. I must end this battle quickly. Punishing evil, double violent stab. The extreme evil's tail suddenly spread out, forming a sharp force at its tip, as if it could pierce through anything. Behind it, the evil spirit beast raised a massive tail in sync with its movements. One large and one small, one thick and one thin. The two tails violently lunged at Xiong Feifei's now shrunken body. The howling wind was powerless, only able to whimper. The sound of breaking air was like thunder. Boom! Rumble. Even those not in the center of the attack could feel the terror of this move. The faces of several people turned pale. No one believed Xiong Feifei could survive this attack. Even Xiong Wenwen, as Xiong Feifei's sister, could only close her eyes in despair, desperately clutching onto Yu Chang's hand. She knew that the source of all this disaster was this man. What kind of sin has my Xiong family committed to leave no way out? For a brief moment, Xiong Wenwen began to regret everything the Xiong family had done. It seemed to ring true, that saying. It's not that retribution doesn't come, but the time has not yet arrived. Who would have thought that the person who was supposed to escape with him, Yu Chang, would be the one to take their lives? Xiong Wenwen had given up struggling, but Xiong Guotao had not. No. Life connection. Xiong Guotao seemed to make a significant decision, and a red chain, along with a green chain, rushed towards Xiong Feifei. At this moment, a very interesting scene unfolded. The tiny Xiong Feifei stood before two massive tails, like gigantic pythons, exuding a fierce aura, determined to tear him apart. Behind him, there were also two iron chains resembling pythons, seemingly aiming to pierce through him. The four pythons simultaneously stabbed into Xiong Feifei's body, causing his small frame to tremble violently. Just now, he had realized his predicament. Although Xiong Guotao's entrance weakened the power of causal suppression, it still could not provide him with an opportunity to turn the tide. Thus, he had prepared himself for death. However, When the 4 wild pythons pierced into his body, he was stunned. His consciousness remained clear, although there was a slight pain. It was definitely not the sensation of his body being torn apart. A very bad thought appeared in his mind. Instinctively, he turned his head to look towards the lower back of his body. His father, Xiong Guitao, had 2 massive blood holes on his chest, with blood gushing from his mouth and nose. As Xiong Guitao was killed by the extreme evil's final blow while trying to save his son, the demonic power within the extreme evil was also on the verge of depletion. The causal domain could no longer hold, and in an instant, this world turned to nothingness. They returned to the real world. At this moment, Xiong Guitao's body was still gliding through the air. However, his eyes had completely lost their luster, as if his eyeballs had turned gray. Ultimately, he did not land on the metal raft, but fell heavily into the sea. Dad. Originally, Xiong Wenwen, who had returned to the real world, saw that Xiong Feifei was unharmed and thought it was just a dream that could not harm reality. But the enormous sound of falling water startled her. Turning around, she only saw a massive splash and a gradually sinking, blurred figure. Yu Chang, seeing the situation, dared not hesitate any longer. The power of the magnet fruit was instantly activated. He directly pulled the heartbroken Xiong Wenwen towards the approaching ship. Xiong Feifei, held in Xiong Wenwen's arms, looked blankly at the body that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. When they finally landed on the ship, he glared fiercely at the extreme evil, vowing to remember that face in his heart. He would return all the pain he felt at this moment on the day they met again. Ultimately, the extreme evil chose not to strike again, simply watching the ship grow more distant. Others might not know, but he was very clear about how terrible his own condition was. Indeed, causality has no end. Days passed, and people all over Blue Star began to recognize the new world and new species. Wherever there is intelligence, there will undoubtedly be war. It sounds very contradictory, but that is the fact, for intelligence and foolishness are like twin brothers that resemble each other closely. More than half a month ago, in the southern sea of the Red Earth continent, known as the South China Sea in the pirate world, which corresponds to the South American continent before the apocalypse, the floating island established by multiple countries in South America, South American floating island, discovered the shadow of the Red Earth continent. This made them exceedingly happy because, in the One Piece manga, the Red Earth continent is a land controlled by humans. Therefore, they believed that even if there were dangers on the Red Earth continent, they would not be too great. However, after they landed on the island, they realized how wrong they had been. Fortunately, relying on some remaining high-tech weapons, they managed to hold their ground and avoid being counterattacked by giants. A similar scene was also unfolding in North America, now known as the North Sea, where a new world floating island formed by the superpowers of Canada and the Eagle Country launched an attack on the Red Earth continent. Although their weapons were advanced and powerful, they could only barely secure a foothold on the Red Earth continent. This was still dependent on the achievements of all the super powerful devil fruit users. As for the East Sea, which corresponds to the Asian region before the apocalypse, it is different from these places. The Huagua also discovered the Red Continent. However, instead of resorting to war immediately, they dispatched a team composed entirely of devil fruit users to investigate the situation on the Red Continent. Among them, Huagua's nature-type shining fruit user, Gavin Tao, served as the captain, while the super-type ball fruit user from Xiong Country, Malorki, acted as the vice-captain, along with 8 other fruit users from various countries, embarking on the exploration of this mysterious and enchanting continent. In the center of the central circle region of the Three-Circle Land, LiuLuo and his companions had been staying here for nearly a month. Fortunately, Su Sheng and others were watching over the ship. Otherwise, LiuLuo wouldn't have felt at ease. Today, after finishing their training, Yangyang, feeling bored, called LiuLuo to prepare for a good stroll through the streets before leaving. The Central Circle region was the only place in the entire Three-Circle Land with such conditions, showing signs of revival in various industries. This further convinced LiuLuo and others of Yun Yukai's words. But one question lingered in LiuLuo's mind. Could it be that the real challenge lies in the Northern Circle? This had been a frequent topic of discussion between LiuLuo and Yun Yuqing in recent days, and they planned to leave here in a few days to take a look at the Northern Circle, on a relatively smooth road paved with cement. Both sides were filled with an array of goods, giving a sense of a cement crossing experience. However, this did not dampen LiuLuo and Yangyang's enthusiasm for shopping. The reason they didn't invite Yun Yuqing and Han Weiwei along was that the two women had already explored the area and seemed uninterested in the streets here. Brother Luo, look at those handcrafted items. They are really beautiful. Yangyang excitedly pointed to a shop selling handicrafts. These items, which were on the verge of disappearing before the apocalypse, had surprisingly revived during this period. The two strolled along, stopping here and there, unknowingly covering most of the street. Suddenly, a very harsh, scolding voice came from not far ahead of LiuLuo. "You dead woman, if it weren't for me, your daughter would have been dead long ago. What's wrong with letting her sleep with me?" A man, with several blood marks on his face, angrily scolded a middle-aged woman who tightly shielded her daughter behind her. "I've already slept with you. Isn't that enough? You beast! If you dare to touch her, I'll fight you." The woman cried while revealing a fierce glare. The girl, around 16 or 17 years old, cowered in fear behind her mother. "Damn it, you ungrateful thing. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death long ago." The man, feeling furious at the woman's words, reached out to pull the woman aside. But in the next moment, a hand like a vice firmly grasped his wrist. It was LiuLuo who had intervened. "Who gave you the right to hit someone?" LiuLuo coldly asked. The man, seeing LiuLuo, initially tried to struggle against his grip. However, after a futile attempt, he realized it had tightened instead and finally spoke up. "I saved her, not just her, but her daughter as well. Without me, they would have been dead long ago," he declared with righteous indignation, feeling he was on the side of justice. In his mind, this mother and daughter should be at his mercy because he was their savior. This was a typical case of a benefactor turning into a master. Especially with a life-saving grace, he felt entitled to their lives. Yangyang, standing aside, recalled LiuLuo's words. If the rescued person is naturally lowered in status because of the assistance, then the rescue loses its meaning. Not only can they not be grateful, but they must also resist. Is this your justification? LiuLuo's face turned cold as a new suspicion regarding his game mission arose in his mind. Could it be that the game mission is to promote a certain ideology? With this thought, LiuLuo chose not to kill again, but turned to the mother and daughter. Everyone is born equal. Even if someone helps you or saves your life, that does not change this fact. LiuLuo's voice was loud, and he had subconsciously used the power of 2D game creation to create several loudspeakers suspended in the air within his control range. If someone tries to change that, what you should do is not to continue feeling grateful, but to kill him. At this point, LiuLuo paused, his voice becoming even colder. Because his purpose is to control you, not to save you. His aim is to enslave you, not to rescue you. If you still feel guilt, then think of the child behind you. Imagine your future grandchildren. LiuLuo's words made the mother, who had been looking down and unsure of what to do, suddenly raise her head, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. This was the first reaction of any mother upon hearing LiuLuo's words. The child was more important than her own life. The brilliance of motherhood would not allow them to sink into darkness. The surrounding people, upon hearing LiuLuo's words, were stunned for a few seconds before turning their fierce gazes toward the man. "Yeah, you can't just occupy someone else's daughter because you saved them. Is this still human?" Someone shouted angrily. "Damn it, I thought something was off. It turns out he never intended to save them, just had his eyes on that mother and daughter. What a beast. Damn it, I hate these hypocritical guys the most." Countless people began to gather around the man, and some had even picked up stones, throwing them at him. One person started, and soon others followed suit, though not everyone had good aim. LiuLuo quickly raised his voice to stop them, for he still had more to say. Otherwise, what were a few stones to him? He would fear getting shot at during such a joyous moment. "Everyone hold on. You can deal with this man however you want later. I still have a few things to say." LiuLuo's voice echoed through the street again. "Quick, say it, brother. We can't hold back any longer. Come on, little brother, hurry up. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back." In a moment, a tide of people surged, and LiuLuo knew the seeds had been sown. They just needed to spread, and no matter whether it was the Holy Clan or any other race, they wouldn't be able to silently enslave humanity in the three-circle land. I just have one thing to say. I hope everyone spreads the events of today because I know many people are troubled by such matters. We Huahua people will absolutely never be enslaved again. No one can. LiuLuo's words stirred the crowd's emotions, and many were filled with passion. This was how the Huahua people were. Some pains were buried deep in their hearts, an eternal hatred they could never sever. That's right. No one can enslave us Huahua people. Not in the past. Not in the future. It was unclear who shouted first, but suddenly the street erupted in cheers. Countless people began to shout along. And the reason the Central Circle region was not like the Southern Circle was that even the Holy Clan was uncertain whether this method of enslavement would work. So they began experimenting in the Southern Circle. Once successful, it would be implemented throughout the entire three-circle land. Fortunately, LiuLuo and the others arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. LiuLuo was still excitedly tidying up on the street because he felt he had found the secret to completing the game task. However, at that moment, someone had already reported everything he was doing on the street to Yangyang. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Yangyang leaned helplessly against her chair, murmuring, "It's over, completely over. The 3 circles are finished." However, as she murmured, her gaze grew colder. "Sister, don't blame me. It was all his own doing." It wasn't until the evening that LiuLuo and Yangyang returned to their residence. In a living room, LiuLuo and Yangyang excitedly recounted everything they had encountered that day. "Damn, you two went out without me?" Han Weiwei had already forgotten that Yangyang had called her earlier. So, LiuLuo and Yangyang naturally replied to her with a roll each. At that moment, Yangyang suddenly pushed the door open and entered, her face showing an excited expression. "Brother-in-law, you were amazing today. I didn't expect you to accomplish what I've always wanted to do, but didn't know how to do so easily." Yangyang immediately showered him with compliments. And it was the first time he had received such praise from his sister-in-law. He could only humbly gesture in thanks. Just as LiuLuo finished speaking, Yangyang instantly grabbed his raised hand, looking very admiring. "This is not coincidence. I've encountered it too, but I didn't know how to handle it." Others saw Yangyang's reaction. Although they were a bit surprised, they could understand. After all, what LiuLuo had done would earn immense praise from any qualified leader. After chatting for a while, the group dispersed because Yangyang kept showering LiuLuo with compliments, making it hard for everyone to adapt. They thought it was just that Yangyang was too happy today. Yangyang was the last to leave, but as she departed, she took Yangyang away from LiuLuo's side, citing that Yangyang was leaving. LiuLuo understood. Through their interactions over the past few days, it was clear that Yangyang and Yangyang had a very good relationship. After everyone left, LiuLuo planned to take a shower in the public bathroom of a large house. Only 2 rooms had private bathrooms. One belonged to Yangyang, and the other was occupied by Han Weiwei. After entering the bathroom and stripping off all his clothes, LiuLuo began to wash his hair in the warm, misty steam, contemplating how to convey his thoughts when he went to the northern circle. At that moment, there was someone else doing the same thing. Yangyang. "Sister, take your time. I'm going to find brother-in-law. I still have some things I don't understand about how he could proceed so smoothly." Yangyang opened the bathroom door and stuck her head in, speaking to Yangyang, who was already lying in the bathtub. Hearing Yangyang's words, Yangyang was very happy. She was glad that Yangyang was getting closer to LiuLuo. After all, these two were the most important people to her. If they could get along well, Yangyang would be happy too. "Okay, go ahead. I'll take my time bathing, haha." "Yeah, take your time. Wait for me tonight," Yangyang said with a mischievous grin towards Yangyang. "Hurry and scram," Yangyang playfully scolded. Finally, the bathroom door closed again. Yangyang's smile paused for a moment. She shook her head and began to create bubbles with soap in the water. Outside the door, Yangyang's face turned cold as soon as the bathroom door closed. "Sister, don't blame me." Inside the bathroom, the steam surrounded LiuLuo, and suddenly he stopped rubbing his hair. Don't forget, he possessed observation haki. Although there was no danger at this moment, the keen hearing provided by the haki still allowed him to hear the sound of the bathroom door opening. He quickly raised his head to wash the foam off his face. "Who's there?" LiuLuo asked. Through the mist, he could vaguely see a humanoid figure. The reason LiuLuo didn't lock the bathroom door was that there were only 5 people in total, and 3 of the women had their own bathrooms. So even if Yangyang came, they could only compare sizes, and nothing unexpected would happen. "Luo, I went to your room to find you, but I guess you were here." The blurry figure finally spoke, and LiuLuo's heart instantly relaxed. The only person who called him Luo was Yangyang. Moreover, judging by the blurry figure, LiuLuo confirmed it was Yangyang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought the person coming was Yangyang. He didn't dare to think that. "You got some guts. What if Yangyang and I were both here?" LiuLuo, after confirming, pulled her into the mist, feeling a rush of heat in his heart. "I want to find Yangyang. She's in her room." Yangyang trembled as she spoke, her voice almost melting. However, she ultimately didn't finish her sentence, as LiuLuo's lips had already pressed against hers. Before coming, Yangyang had prepared herself. But when that moment actually arrived, she was still incredibly flustered. However, her panic only made LiuLuo more convinced, as Yangyang was indeed someone who was both naive and playful. LiuLuo greedily touched the trembling little lamb. The warm water had soaked her clothes, and he could no longer block his gaze. LiuLuo was like a bull seeing red. Every muscle in his body was activated, transforming into a steel eagle. How could he let go of the lamb that had already been discovered? What to do, what to do? Yangyang's breathing became increasingly rapid. She felt her brain rushing with blood, leaving her thoughts a bit chaotic. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She originally wanted to disguise herself as her sister Yangyang to get close to LiuLuo. Then, when he was lost in himself, she would strike. But now, she was about to lose herself as well. Her slightly trembling legs and her hands that involuntarily reached out toward the eagle's wings all told her that it was still possible to retreat if she waited any longer. No, absolutely not. At that moment, LiuLuo suddenly picked her up by the waist and pressed her against the wall, lifting her feet off the ground but freeing her hands. This was an opportunity, a very good opportunity, as LiuLuo's head lowered. Yangyang. She kept calling her own name in her mind, trying to regain her calm. A feather, only as long as a pinky, finally appeared in her trembling hand. But before she could make a move, her body suddenly felt weightless. Then, her waist was tightly gripped by an iron hand, twisting her so that she faced the wall, preparing to attack from behind. Only two words appeared in her mind. It's over. No, absolutely not. Yangyang almost used all her willpower to force her body to twist around. LiuLuo was taken aback for a moment when he saw this situation. But the next second he burst into laughter. Sticking to the ears of Yangyang, who had just turned around, LiuLuo asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Hearing LiuLuo's words, Yangyang didn't react immediately. In the next moment, the will she had just gathered instantly crumbled. The last thought in her mind was, there's still a chance. Didn't they say that in situations like this, a man's vigilance tends to dissipate? I still have a chance. However, in the end, Yangyang did not see that moment. When she finally found an opportunity, she realized that the war was already over. What are you looking at? Let's call it day. Otherwise, Yangyang will find out. Let's go back, LiuLuo said with a smile. Looking at the reluctant face of Yangyang, fake. This was very much like Yangyang. Every time after it ended, she always looked unwilling. Perhaps conquering men is a woman's lifelong obsession. Upon hearing this, Yangyang instantly exploded, but she still had to pretend to be enchanted. She was truly on the verge of breaking down. What the hell? Being discovered by Yangyang. I'm right in front of you. In the end, Yangyang was reluctantly pushed out of the bathroom by LiuLuo. In fact, it wasn't LiuLuo's fault for not recognizing Yangyang's identity. First, the two looked too much alike. Second, the steam in the bathroom prevented LiuLuo from observing closely. Third, when a man is preparing for battle, he tends to think simply, defeat the opponent. Aside from these 3 points, the most important reason was that LiuLuo didn't consider the matter from that angle at all. After LiuLuo clarified his body and left the bathroom, he went back to his room and fell into a deep sleep. However, on the other side, Yangyang, who had also just finished the battle, was hiding in the bathroom, crying her heart out. LiuLuo, you bastard, do you deserve my sister? You can't even tell me apart from her. Every good thing about men. At this moment, Yangyang had pushed all the blame onto LiuLuo. But she didn't think about it. Wasn't she also using the fact that he couldn't distinguish her from Yangyang to come up with such a plan? At this moment, a voice from outside the door called out, Yangyang, are you done washing? Don't dawdle, come out. Although Yangyang said this on the surface, she was very worried inside because Yangyang went straight into the bathroom as soon as she returned, without even talking to her. If it weren't for her confidence in LiuLuo's character, she would have probably gone looking for him with a knife by now. Hearing Yangyang's words, Yangyang had to take a deep breath to suppress the anger inside her and replied, I'll be done soon. After saying this, Yangyang stood up and looked at herself in the mirror, and the anger in her heart was completely ignited. Since the 3 yuan land has already been destroyed by you, I might as well just leave. LiuLuo, you're forcing me. I want you to regret it. In fact, the thought of leaving the 3 yuan land had crossed her mind since she learned today that LiuLuo was spreading new ideas. Now, it was a perfect excuse to take Yangyang and leave this place, making it so LiuLuo could never find them. Making him regret for a lifetime would perhaps be even more painful than killing LiuLuo. Thinking of this, the originally gloomy Yangyang's lips curled into an evil smile. After coming out of the bathroom, she saw Yangyang, who had already burrowed into bed. Sister, how can you sleep so early? Yangyang was momentarily stunned by the question. She indeed couldn't sleep, but there weren't many entertainment options in this era. So, even if she couldn't sleep, she had to. What do you want to do? There's nothing to play outside now. Yangyang asked in confusion. Sister, How about I take you out to see the stars? Upon hearing Yun Yu Kai's words, Yun Yu Qing's eyes widened instantly. She knew that Yun Yu Kai had flying abilities and was powerful enough to take her up into the sky without any problem. Stars only dare to shine at night. Even when they shine, they cannot illuminate the road ahead. With one hand holding Yun Yu Qing, Yun Yu Kai flew in the air, her colorful wings flapping from time to time. Sister, look at that cluster of stars. I remember when we were little, you told me there was a firefly nest. Yun Yu Kai said with a smile, chattering about their childhood stories. Yun Yu Qing just silently smiled and listened. Not long after, a huge shadow flew in from the horizon. Sister, it must be uncomfortable for you to be carried like this. Let's sit on Xiao He, Yun Yu Kai said joyfully. But when she looked down at Yun Yu Qing, she froze. There were not many tears, but they were crystal clear, although her heart was filled with reluctance. She climbed on at Xiao He's broad back with Yun Yu Kai. Are we leaving? Yun Yu Qing asked expressionlessly, turning her back to Yun Yu Kai and looking at the darkened house not far away. Sister, what are you talking about? Leaving? We're just going to see the stars. Yun Yu Kai was startled by Yun Yu Qing's words and hurriedly went over to grab her hand, explaining, does it really have to be like this? Yun Yu Qing turned around and looked into Yun Yu Kai's eyes, her gaze filled with pleading. In fact, she sensed something was off when Yun Yu Kai praised LiuLuo a few days ago. So when she heard Yun Yu Kai was going to find LiuLuo, she quickly finished her shower. She understood her sister and also LiuLuo. But after searching around LiuLuo's room and finding no one, she realized where they had gone when she walked past the bathroom. At that moment, she knew there was no turning back. Sister, what are you? Yun Yu Kai saw the look on Yun Yu Qing's face and felt as if her heart was being grasped tightly. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yun Yu Qing biting her lip. Sister, I ask you, does it really have to be like this? Yun Yu Kai knew that Yun Yu Qing had figured everything out, even the incident between her and LiuLuo in the bathroom. But she understood that there was no turning back. They had to leave now. Sister, how did you know? Yun Yu Kai was a bit scared to meet Yun Yu Qing's gaze. After speaking, she lowered her head, but Yun Yu Qing lifted it up. Meeting Yun Yu Qing's earnest eyes, she felt an immense sense of shame. Yu Kai, I am your sister. What could you possibly hide from me since you were little? Yun Yu Qing said with a bitter smile. Then, why did you still come out with me? Yun Yu Kai asked in confusion. Yun Yu Qing remained silent for a long time, and the only sound was the wind howling outside. He has brothers and sisters, and you only have me left. Upon hearing Yun Yu Qing's words, Yun Yu Kai, who had been holding back tears, instantly broke down. Sister, Yun Yu Kai lunged into Yun Yu Qing's arms, crying uncontrollably. Yun Yu Qing looked back at the house with the lights out, tears streaming down her face, shining alongside the starlight, so dazzling. Stars might exist to illuminate the tears of the night. Compared to the road ahead and how to walk it tomorrow, the tears of a night seemed trivial. But if someone understood, if someone could see, perhaps many tragedies, many sacrifices, and many separations between you and me could be avoided. I am sorry, Luo. I hope your ship gets bigger and bigger, and I hope there's a woman who can replace me and stay with you. The darkened house faded away under the moonlight, becoming smaller and smaller until it disappeared, leaving only a trace in Yun Yu Qing's heart. LiuLuo, lying in a shape, slept particularly soundly that night. This may be the last gift that Yun Yu Qing left for him. The sky gradually brightened, and the great sun in the east rose as scheduled. However, someone had left without saying goodbye. LiuLuo, who had searched all the rooms, collapsed on the ground, pulling at his hair in despair. Yangyang and Han Weiwei, who had gone outside to search, walked through the doorframe. Luo Gu, has sister-in-law not come back yet? Han Weiwei asked anxiously. LiuLuo raised his head at her words, his expression nearing collapse, and shook his head. The moment he first discovered that Yun Yu Qing and Yun Yu Tsai were missing today, he sensed something was wrong. Now, reflecting on everything that happened yesterday, it all seemed strange. No matter how much Yun Yu Qing thought, with her personality, she would never go to the bathroom. So the person who spent time with him in the bathroom yesterday was likely Yun Yu Tsai. At that moment, he was blinded by desire and didn't think about these things. Looking back now, he couldn't help but shudder. Yun Yu Tsai could not possibly be there to help. The most likely scenario was that she was there to kill him. Seeing LiuLuo's expression, Yangyang and Han Weiwei were also frantic. Luo Gu, I'll go out and look again. Right, Yangyang, and I will go look on the street. Maybe. Before Han Weiwei could finish her sentence, LiuLuo's emotionless voice stopped her before she could step out of the doorframe. No need, they have left. His tone was very flat, but his bloodshot eyes revealed the anger boiling inside him. Yun Yu Tsai, you'd better not let me find you. This sentence, squeezed out from between LiuLuo's teeth, lowered the temperature around them. Go to that wench's usual office, LiuLuo said, striding toward the door. Yangyang and Han Weiwei said nothing and followed closely behind. They knew that this land was about to face a storm of blood and would soon earn the name of a tyrant. In the management area, a security-like member of the Holy Clan blocked the three furious LiuLuo. You can't go in. Only the Holy Clan and those invited by the Holy Maiden can enter. But the next moment, LiuLuo smashed his fist into the guard's head, crushing it. The other members of the Holy Clan were stunned for a second before immediately triggering the alarm. Unfortunately, they had no idea what they were about to face. When a dozen Holy Clan warriors arrived and saw it was just a few humans, they immediately showed disdain. Humans dare to cause a ruckus here? The moment LiuLuo heard this, he understood why Yangyang had never allowed them to come here. Because this place would expose all her secrets. LiuLuo said nothing, responding with a pair of iron fists. In an instant, he reached them. A long and used rising dragon fist directly shattered the opponent's head into pieces. They had no idea what they were up against. A tyrant? No, an enraged tyrant? Next, this four-story building was swept through by LiuLuo from bottom to top, leaving no survivors in his wake. Don't come near. The Holy Maiden will never let you go when she returns. A Holy Clan member who thought he was doomed shouted this, only to find that the killing god did not strike. Where did the Holy Maiden go? LiuLuo's voice was like a messenger from hell. Just hearing this question made the Holy Clan member wet himself. The stench of urine couldn't mask the smell of blood. I don't know. LiuLuo suppressed his urge to kill and asked again, if you tell me where she went, you can live. I really don't. LiuLuo didn't give him a chance to continue talking, punching through his neck, blood splattering everywhere, but it felt completely natural. Because this world had already been stained red by LiuLuo, with limbs and corpses everywhere. Blood flowed down the staircase continuously, but the ground floor was still covered in blood, the last layer flowing out the door. When LiuLuo finished searching Yangyang's office and still found no trace of her, he roared from the top floor, making anyone who heard it think a beast was loose. From the rooftop, at this moment, members of the Shumo clan were rushing in from all directions. I want you all to die, you must die, The helplessness of not being able to find her, the resentment of having no target, and the deep self-reproach for not discovering it in time. Countless emotions surged within LiuLuo's heart, like a volcano just awakened, ready to erupt at any moment. Yangyang was LiuLuo's heart and soul. His heart felt like it was being cleaved by a knife, but he had nowhere to vent. And the arriving members of the Shumo clan became the perfect outlet for LiuLuo's anger. Why take her away from me? Why? LiuLuo seemed to be speaking to himself, staring into the distance, longing to see Yangyang appear in a panic, then rush to hug him, calming the anger in his heart. But there was none. Then let this world bear my wrath. Boundless fury radiated from LiuLuo, and a ferocious beast seemed to materialize beside him, roaring. Yangyang and Han Weiwei, who were behind LiuLuo, were also startled by the sudden appearance of the beast. Luo Gu, sister-in-law will definitely be found. The thunderous roar from the sky interrupted Yangyang's words. The thunder was so loud it felt like the earth was shaking. The wind roared in response to the thunder, sweeping across the land. Trees bent low, some unable to withstand the pressure, broke and flew apart. Flowers and grass were even more tragic, with some torn into pieces. The Shumo clan warriors rushing and were forced to stop upon seeing this scene. The howling wind carried dust and stones flying everywhere. Dark clouds rolled in with the thunder, and even the sun had to temporarily hide its brilliance, not daring to say a word, shrouded in darkness. This scene covered the entire southern region, causing people to hide in their homes, not daring to show their heads. They were not only frightened by this phenomenon, but they could also sense a powerful energy brewing amidst the wind and thunder. All along, LiuLuo's fruit abilities had leaned toward support, especially in long-range attacks, which had always been his weakness. But from today onward, everything was different. The game fruit, after comprehending the will of inheritance and continuation, evolved to the second level, with the greatest breakthrough being 2D game creation. However, this ability previously only allowed the creation of illusory things or sounds. But today, LiuLuo inadvertently combined 2D game creation with the will of inheritance and continuation. The formless illusion evolved into real existence, upgrading from 2D game to 3D game. And the drastic change in the world at this moment was due to 3D game creation, which manifested LiuLuo's inner world. The sky, interwoven with thunder and lightning, hung low, imposing a powerful sense of pressure that made it hard to breathe. The wild wind contained a brutal element, attempting to destroy everything it encountered. Suddenly, the dark sky lit up with a dark red glow. A massive volcanic phantom appeared in the dark clouds, occasionally sparking and making a gudong sound. This sight caused those who witnessed it to let out piercing screams. Boundless fear enveloped the entire southern circle region, and people were acutely aware that once the volcano in the sky erupted, this land would be devoid of life. A mouthful of fresh blood uncontrollably spewed from LiuLuo's mouth. His demonic power had just been completely exhausted, but fortunately, he had another reserve of demonic power from the Idolmaster. Otherwise, LiuLuo might have been instantly turned into jerky by this terrifying fruit ability. It wasn't just about the demonic power. There was also the issue of physical endurance. One must bear the weight of the crown. A powerful fruit ability must have an equally powerful body as its source. But now LiuLuo's body was far from being able to unleash this world-destroying skill. He could feel that the moment the volcano spewed lava would be his moment of death. Die. Maybe if I die, I won't feel so miserable. A thought appeared in LiuLuo's mind. But the next moment, another part of himself emerged in time. If you die, who will search for your Yangyang? The moment this thought surfaced, another mouthful of blood gushed out from LiuLuo. But this time it was dark red, with some coagulated blood clots mixed in. No, I absolutely cannot die. LiuLuo instantly calmed down. For the first time, he felt the true existence of his inner demons. Luo, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Yangyang and Han Weiwei were on the verge of tears. They had rushed to his side the moment LiuLuo spat out the first mouthful of blood, but LiuLuo showed no reaction, only staring blankly at the distant volcanic eruption, his eyes seemingly reflecting boundless rage. Yangyang Weiwei, I'm fine, LiuLuo said, looking at Yangyang and Han Weiwei, who were supporting him on either side. His originally pale face regained some color. Why are you crying? How old are you both? LiuLuo pressed his crimson lips together to hold back his tears, then used his hands to wipe away their tears. I still have Yangyang and Weiwei. If I die, they will definitely be very sad. LiuLuo propped himself up and stood up with their support. The volcano, which was about to erupt in the sky, suddenly calmed down and fell back into a deep sleep. The raging winds ceased, the thunderous roars quieted, and gradually the dark clouds dispersed. LiuLuo took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Luo, good, don't worry. We will definitely bring back sister-in-law. Han Weiwei and Yangyang shouted almost simultaneously. Hearing their words, LiuLuo was taken aback. Forget it. Having you by my side is enough. LiuLuo did not turn around. His voice revealed a sense of exhaustion. After experiencing a special life-and-death moment, LiuLuo's state of mind had changed. The people in front of him were the most important. Hey LiuLuo, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing LiuLuo's words, Yangyang instantly became angry. If I lost that day, would you just say forget it? Yangyang loudly questioned. Yeah, what are you talking about? How can it just be forgotten? Han Weiwei also said angrily. Hearing this, LiuLuo finally turned his body. Looking at the two with angry expressions, LiuLuo dared not meet their gaze immediately. You're right. How can it be forgotten? She is my greatest love, and also my irreplaceable partner. LiuLuo raised his head again, tears in the corners of his eyes, a wide grin revealing all 8 of his teeth. He smiled bitterly, yet sweetly. What is a partner? Even a temporary separation cannot block future reunions. All right, then let's get ready to set off. And Yangyang, how did you talk to the captain? LiuLuo said loudly. People always have to experience low points to grow. Yangyang and Han Weiwei could clearly feel that the man in front of them had become stronger. This strength was not just in power, but also in his heart. LiuLuo's smile was infectious, and Yangyang and Han Weiwei also grinned widely. However, Yangyang was not someone who easily admitted mistakes. What? I'm still the vice captain. Wow. It turns out you all set your own positions. What about me? What about me? Han Weiwei said excitedly. You, can be my... Yangyang was about to say my little brother when Han Weiwei spoke first. I am also the vice captain. Hey, there's already a vice captain. There is only one captain. But I think there could be multiple vice captains. In the end, under Han Weiwei's intimidation, Yangyang had no choice but to acknowledge her identity as vice captain. Wow. There are only 3 people on this ship, 1 captain and 2 vice captains. All right, enough of that. Let's prepare to deal with the guys below, LiuLuo said. At this moment, the floor below was already filled with densely packed Shur-Imo tribe warriors. A great battle was inevitable. Captain, leave it to me, and let you see what the first vice captain can do. Yangyang cast a glance at Han Weiwei. Since everyone was a vice captain, He could only fight for the title of the first. This time Han Weiwei did not refute. Indeed, in terms of seniority and the time on board, Yangyang was undoubtedly the first vice-captain. "Captain, your second vice-captain request to battle," Han Weiwei said without showing any weakness. LiuLuo looked at the two who were acting silly and could only nod in agreement. "Agreed to battle, and no injuries allowed." "Understood. Understood." Yangyang and Han Weiwei jumped directly from the upper floor, charging into the sea of people below. LiuLuo did not go down. The first reason was that he was indeed injured. If it weren't for the energy reserves from, it might have really cost him his life. The second reason was that LiuLuo believed in the strength of Yangyang and Han Weiwei. Dealing with these small fries was more than enough for them. Watching the Mo tribe members being tossed into the air and then looking at Yangyang and Han Weiwei weaving through the crowd, a simple hypothesis appeared in LiuLuo's mind. He felt that the current devil fruit users were much stronger than those in the One Piece manga. The Straw Hat Pirates were undoubtedly among the top tier in terms of talent. However, at this moment, whether it was the speed of advancement or the intensity of strength, they were far behind LiuLuo and Yangyang. The only possibility for this situation was that the quality of demonic power in the world now far surpassed that of the pirate era 1,000 years later. LiuLuo, referencing One Piece and his own thoughts, divided physical skills into several stages. Currently, there were 5 levels: Soldier, Master, Grandmaster, Heroic, and Great Heroic. However, LiuLuo had a feeling that the Grandmaster level in One Piece might not be the peak. It was just that the devil fruit trees of that era had begun to wither, and the quality of demonic power had declined significantly. Therefore, it was not enough to support the breakthrough of powerful individuals at the Grandmaster level. Of course, today LiuLuo, from the perspective of an observer, speculated about the battle between Yangyang and the others, which may not be entirely accurate. In fact, LiuLuo's guesses are close to the truth. Above the Great Noble level, there is the King level, and above the King level, there is the Saint level. These 7 levels correspond to the tiers from 1 to 7 of devil fruit users. The existence of the 3-color hockey axe as an additional power, making it possible to fight beyond one's level. However, what enables such battles is not only hockey, but also many other things. After all, the current world is not like the world depicted in the One Piece manga. In that world, various treasures and powerful weapons have already been exhausted by the ancestors, some even destroyed. Therefore, although these two worlds are one, the gap is significant, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they are 2 different worlds. A chaotic battle lasted for over an hour, and under the onslaught of Yangyang, the human bulldozer, and Han Weiwei, who dodged rapidly, the fight was nearing its end. During this time, some warriors from the Mo tribe rushed up, but LiuLuo easily dealt with them. "Yangyang, Weiwei, leave a few who can talk alive," LiuLuo shouted. He still needed to find the whereabouts of Yun Tsai. Otherwise, no matter how vast this world was, it would truly be forget it. The two agreed readily, but in the end, they did not leave a single person alive, because these Mo people were really tight-lipped and could not extract any information. "What should we do, Brother Luo? These people are really hard to crack," Yangyang said, frowning while wrapping a cloth around his injured arm. Both of them sustained some injuries during the fight. "Weiwei, go bring over everyone nearby. These people must know something." Shortly after, Han Weiwei returned with a large group of people. Since these individuals lived nearby, it meant they were highly trusted by the Mo tribe, so they naturally knew more. "Does anyone know where the Mo people who left earlier went?" LiuLuo asked loudly. There was silence in the crowd. Seeing this, LiuLuo knew he had to use some methods. There was no need to go easy on these people. A handgun appeared in LiuLuo's hand in an instant. This time it was not a fake, but a real gun crafted from 3D game creation. "I will ask again. If no one answers, one of you will have to die," LiuLuo said coldly. "Why? Didn't you say that all humans are born equal?" a man said indignantly, trying to use morality to bind LiuLuo. LiuLuo was not someone he could bind. What a joke. Humans are indeed equal, but dogs that betray their ancestors are not. "You." Bang. LiuLuo showed no mercy and shot the man directly in the head. "I will ask again. Does anyone know where the Mo people who left went?" This time, the reaction was indeed different from before. However, LiuLuo was sure that these people really did not know where the Mo people had gone. Second question. "Does anyone know who might know about this situation on the Sanyuan land?" LiuLuo asked again. This time, an answer finally came. If anyone understood the Mo tribe the best, besides their own people, it would be their opposing forces. Of course, this was not referring to the Revolutionary Army, as they were still too weak. Instead, it referred to the only area still controlled by humans on Sanyuan land, the North Circle. A few months ago, the North Circle had the largest war with the Central Circle, but in the end, the Shimo tribe left in disgrace and acknowledged the North Circle's control. So, who in the North Circle knows the Shimo tribe best? The answer was obvious. The ruler of the North Circle, Huqing. After receiving this information, LiuLuo did not trouble these people any further, but he certainly would not let them go easily. As LiuLuo and the others were about to leave, he tied these people up and called as many people as possible to come and watch. He then exposed these people's treachery and betrayal of their ancestors to serve as a warning. Originally, LiuLuo did not plan to kill them, but many confessed their crimes. It turned out that after these people got close to the Shimo tribe, they began to commit various wrongdoings, large and small. The result was predictable. They were executed by LiuLuo. After leaving the Central Circle, LiuLuo and the others traveled day and night towards the North Circle. All three knew that the Sanyuan land was not small, but they did not expect it to be so vast. It took them a full 8 days to finally reach the edge of the North Circle. The North Circle and South Circle were separated by a wide river, which forced LiuLuo and the others to stop. When they saw the nearly 1,000-meter-wide river before them, they were all stunned. There were hardly any people around, let alone boats, and all three were devil fruit users, so swimming across was out of the question. Brother Luo, what should we do? Should we build a boat? Yangyang asked LiuLuo. What else can we do? LiuLuo shrugged. After he finished speaking, Yangyang and Han Weiwei started walking toward the giant tree nearby. Hey, what are you doing? Chopping down trees to build a boat, Yangyang said, puzzled as to why LiuLuo asked. Come back. Let you know why I am the captain, and you are just the vice captains, LiuLuo said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a small boat over 10 meters long appeared on the river. Yangyang and Han Weiwei were not surprised at all. Instead, they gave LiuLuo a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? Is this it? Then you should try it out," Han Weiwei said with a scoff. LiuLuo did not tell them about the evolution from 2D game creation to 3D game creation. Under the astonished gazes of the two, LiuLuo stepped onto the small boat, one step at a time. "Hurry up, or I'll leave by myself," LiuLuo said with a smile. "Brother Luo, this." The two looked at each other with puzzled expressions and climbed onto the boat. During the journey across the river, LiuLuo explained the 3D creation of the two. Once they reached the other side and truly entered the North Circle, the faces of the three returned to seriousness. If they still could not obtain any information about the Shimo tribe from here, then there would truly be no hope. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and LiuLuo and his party finally overcame many difficulties to reach the central location of the North Circle, which is where the ruler of the North Circle, Huqing, is located. The reason it was said to be difficult was that this place was truly different from the South Circle and Central Circle. During this time, they encountered dozens of groups of robbers and experienced over 20 thefts. This place was essentially a chaotic hell without any restraints. Killing and being killed often happened in an instant. Walking on the blood-soaked and filthy roads, LiuLuo finally understood why people in the North Circle were quietly fleeing to the Central and South Circles. He also understood why the game mission, Save Humanity, included the North Circle region. However, LiuLuo had no idea how to save the North Circle. Just as LiuLuo and the others were anxiously hurrying along, a voice sounded behind them. "Hey, do you have any food? I'm hungry." A burly man with a face full of stubble was barefoot, using his dark hands to pick food scraps from his teeth. LiuLuo could no longer remember how many desperate souls they had encountered. "Yes, I have some," LiuLuo said, shaking a bag, then pulled out a piece of soft bread. This was created using LiuLuo's ability to create 3D games. Although this kind of food could be eaten, it wouldn't alleviate hunger. In fact, eating something so delicious would make a person feel even hungrier. "Quick, throw it to me." The man was constantly swallowing saliva, his eyes lighting up like a hungry wolf. "All right, here you go," LiuLuo politely said, tossing the entire bag over. The man raised his hands, eagerly awaiting the bag's arrival. Unfortunately, the next moment his head exploded. Then his body was kicked away by a suddenly appearing figure. Thus, the bag was securely caught in the man's hands. "How could someone like you deserve to eat such good food, huh?" The suddenly appearing man had a shiny bald head that reflected light. After doing all this, he didn't even look at LiuLuo and the others, turning around to take a piece of bread from the bag and putting it in his mouth. After chewing a couple of bites, he suddenly stopped. "This isn't real food." Guohaiguang sensed the devilish power from the bread, suddenly turning to look at LiuLuo and the others. "Are you a devil fruit user?" Guohaiguang glared at LiuLuo and the others, feeling deceived. especially since he had high expectations for that bag of bread. In contrast, LiuLuo shrugged helplessly, indicating that it was the man's choice to eat the bread, and it wasn't his responsibility. LiuLuo really didn't want to complicate matters. Finding Bei Yuan and clarifying where Yun Kai might have gone was the top priority right now. You're not from Bei Yuan? The three of LiuLuo nodded and prepared to leave. However, the next moment, 3 pebbles flew toward them. LiuLuo's observation, Haki sensed the threat. These pebbles posed a significant danger. An iron door suddenly appeared in front of them. Boom! The massive explosion bent the iron door and pushed LiuLuo and the others back to their previous position. I said, did I let you go? Guohaiguang's eyes were filled with burning flames. Want to fight? Yangyang stepped forward, his body already sprouting menacing spikes. He is also a devil fruit user. Guohaiguang looked at Yangyang in surprise, not expecting that 2 of the 3 were devil fruit users. However, the next moment, he realized he was wrong. All 3 in front of him were devil fruit users. Though he wasn't eager to fight, practicing a bit wouldn't hurt. Han Weiwei looked at her long nails, appearing harmless but uttering the most malicious words. I only deserve to practice? Guohaiguang's sweat dripped down his forehead. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation where all 3 were devil fruit users. Although he had just broken through to the 2nd level a few days ago, which is why he dared to stop LiuLuo, he didn't believe he could take on 3 opponents, especially not knowing if they had the same level of abilities. Wait, don't make a move, Guohaiguang said as he stepped back a few paces. Suddenly, a beam of light reflected off his head and shot into the sky. Then, an orange signal flare appeared in the sky. Guohaiguang was a user of the explosion fruit. At the 1st level, he could only create explosions using parts of his body. However, upon reaching the 2nd level, he could turn anything he touched into a bomb. This was a qualitative leap, significantly better than Mr. Five from One Piece, who could only blow his nose. This signal flare was creatively made by reflecting sunlight with his bald head. However, at this moment, this move brought him no help. LiuLuo and the others watched the signal flare slowly dissipate above them, and then looked at Guohaiguang's shiny head, all giving a thumbs up, but their steps were getting closer. My boss will be here soon, don't go too far, Guohaiguang said while preparing a handful of pebbles in his hand. How are we going too far? Yangyang asked maliciously, his body covered in bone blades, ready to launch at any moment. Guohaiguang yelled and threw all the pebbles. However, LiuLuo and the others were already on guard, and Yangyang's bone spikes were instantly launched. They collided in the space between them, resulting in a massive explosion. In an instant, broken bone shards flew everywhere, and the explosion turned to dust, blocking the vision of the 3. Run! Guohaiguang thought of only one word as he saw the situation. He could tell from a previous attack that he was definitely not a match for the person who sent the bread, let alone the bony guy who had just attacked. However, he had only run a few meters when he heard a voice behind him, causing him to nearly wet himself. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you say we couldn't leave? Guohaiguang instinctively looked back, only to meet a giant face. I'm a ghost. Guohaiguang, scared out of his wits, instantly sped up. Damn it, you're the ghost? Your whole family is a ghost. Han Weiwei, furious enough to kill, accelerated again and knocked Guohaiguang to the ground. Meanwhile, in a huge building with the word gambling written on it, someone rushed inside in a hurry. Inside the gambling house, big. Damn it. Why is it still small? This is the 10th round. Come on. Countless gamblers, bare-chested, roared at the gambling table, many of them already red-eyed. Many had lost everything. A desperate gambler flipped the table in front of him. You guys are cheating. It's been 10 rounds of small numbers. It's absolutely impossible. The gambler, with bloodshot eyes, shouted loudly, but his cries garnered little sympathy because at the gambling table, if some lost, naturally, some won. Even those who realized something was off closed their eyes tightly, being the beneficiaries of the profits. Give me my wife back. Give her back. I'm done gambling. The gambler yelled as he rushed toward the inner room, but was held back by someone from behind, firmly gripping his hands. Returning your wife is impossible. But if you want to quit gambling, you have to bring your daughter here first, a one-eyed man said with a sinister smile. It turned out that within just a few hours, the man had lost 2 acres of this year's harvest and even lost his wife and daughter. I'm begging you, please let my wife go. I swear I will never gamble again. The gambler, seeing that struggling was useless, began to plead. But this only drew laughter from the crowd. Haha, I remember how he said the same when he lost his sister before. Brother, without a wife and kids. You can be all alone and better showcase your gambling skills. Look at me, I lost my wife yesterday and got a new one today, haha. The words of many gamblers, along with their laughter, slowly drowned out the man's pleas. At that moment, the door of the gambling house suddenly opened. "Brother Yin, we brought the person back. This kid looks really fresh," said a subordinate, holding a struggling little girl. "Daddy, daddy, boo-hoo, I want mommy." The little girl cried louder and more pitifully upon seeing the man pressed to the ground. Xiaowan, let go of me." The man struggled even more violently, but unfortunately, he was facing two big men and couldn't break free. As the little girl was about to be taken to the inner room, the man's eyes nearly bulged out. "I bet my life, I bet my life." After the man shouted these two phrases, the once lively and noisy casino fell into silence. In this casino, the biggest bet wasn't money or food, but life. And the person who was about to gamble with this man was the owner of the casino, Huiqing, known as the god of gambling. Gambling with a god of gambling was equivalent to courting death, so such moments were rare. People had seen death, but had never seen someone go to their death with such hope. Betting one's life was a unique feature of the southern region. Huiqing had originally heard about the news of the signal flare from his subordinate and was preparing to check it out. The bald man was his second strongest subordinate. However, just as he came out of the inner room, he heard someone wanted to bet their life. As a qualified gambler, one must never miss a bet. So he immediately set aside the bald man's matter. "Open a table, bet your life." Huiqing laughed loudly and shouted. A nearby subordinate, anxious, was about to remind Huiqing again, but was directly silenced by a car that sliced his throat. "Was there anything more important than betting one's life, fool?" Huiqing said coldly, instantly receiving cheers from all the gamblers in the room. "Bet your life, bet your life." Under the unified shouts of the crowd, a huge round wooden table was brought out, followed by two armchairs. "Please," Huiqing said very politely to the man who wanted to bet his life, making a very gentlemanly gesture. The man's breathing was rapid, but he knew there was no turning back at this moment. If he won, the whole family could leave together and gain a lifetime supply of food. If he lost, his wife and daughter would belong to someone else, and he would lose his own life. "What do you want to play? Just say it." Huiqing laughed heartily, saying that such an opportunity was not encountered every day. "Dice, winner takes all." "Good." After the two said this, someone brought two sets of tools and placed them in front of the two men. "Bet big or small?" Huiqing asked again. As a qualified gambler, these questions must be clarified before the game begins, especially since this time they were betting on lives. "Bet?" The man hesitated, recalling how he had won 10 rounds of small bets before. He didn't believe there wouldn't be a big one. "Bet big. I don't believe there won't be a single big one." "Good, you have guts, I like it." Huiqing excitedly gave the man a thumbs up made of gold. The man was also stirred up and picked up the dice cup on the table, shaking it wildly. "This time, my fate is in my own hands. I can do it." The more the man thought, the more excited he became, as if he could already see the dice showing 24 points. There were 3 dice in the cup, with the maximum being 3 sixes, totaling 24 points. Seeing that the man had started moving, Huiqing also picked up the dice cup and began to shake it wildly. Both were gamblers, and in terms of shaking dice, they were indeed evenly matched. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, it was like a dance battle, and neither could stop shaking. It seemed that whoever shook longer would suppress the other in momentum. After several minutes of intense shaking, the man, caught between excitement and fatigue, first placed the dice cup on the table. Then Huiqing also slammed his dice cup down on the table. "Open, open." The only sound remaining in the room was this, as people were already impatient, even more excited than when they were betting themselves. The man's hand pressing down on the dice cup trembled continuously. He knew that this seemingly simple container would ultimately determine his fate. It's laughable that a person's life was ultimately decided by a wooden cylinder. The man's face was turning blood red, while his ears appeared extremely pale. He glanced back at the inner room, and his trembling hand slightly steadied. "Do you want to go first, or should I?" Huiqing asked excitedly, his mouth wide open as if he wanted to eat the man. "Why you go first?" The man almost shouted. "Okay, then I'll go first." Huiqing stared at the man for a few seconds, then suddenly lifted the dice cup, scaring the man to sit down in his chair. "Ha ha ha!" Huiqing laughed heartily upon seeing the other party frightened. However, when he looked at the 3 dice in the cup, his laughter abruptly stopped. "Ha ha ha ha!" His laughter ceased, but the man's laughter began. The man laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. It turned out that Huiqing's dice cup contained 1, 3, 1, 2, and 1, 1, totaling only 6 points, which is considered extremely low in gambling. As long as the man's dice showed 2 points or more, he would likely win. It should be noted that the only thing lower than 2 points is 1 point, making the man's chance of winning exceptionally high. "Damn it, how could this happen?" Huiqing, seeing only 6 points, angrily pounded the table with his fist, causing the table to shake slightly. "Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky." Why don't you gamble a round two? I'd better not. I haven't lost my wife and kids yet. Not worth it, not worth it, hee hee. The many gamblers began to discuss again, some being sarcastic, while others hoped for a turnaround. Although they were all gamblers, they did not want to see miracles happen among them, which reflects the inherent rigidity of their class. Kid, it's your turn, Hua Qing said fiercely after the atmosphere cooled down a bit. However, this time the man was not afraid, but rather found Hua Qing somewhat endearing. Wife Xiaoan, I'll be able to take you away soon. The man slowly tilted the dice cup and began to lift it. At that moment, everyone in the room held their breath. 4 points, 4 points, 4 points, the man murmured, because he knew that as long as there was 1 4, he would be in an invincible position. There were 3 dice in total, 1 4, and even if the other 2 were both 1, that would still make 6. The dice cup was illuminated, and the first die, close to the edge, was revealed. 3, it's 3, what good luck! People exclaimed, and no one thought the other 2 would be 1s. That would be too unlucky. As the angle of the dice cup opened wider, the second die slowly showed its face. 1 1 ha 1 ha. Hua Qing saw the true appearance of the dice and laughed until his stomach hurt. Meanwhile, beads of sweat instantly fell from the man's forehead, hitting the table like death knells. His previously steady hand began to tremble again, and he felt his strength waning, eventually unable to hold the dice cup. He flipped it again. Hurry, hurry. People began to urge him, and Hua Qing grinned savagely, staring intently at the man. He was afraid the other party wouldn't dare to reveal the result and ruin this round. Under the pressure of the crowd, the man gathered his courage again and placed his hand on the dice cup. I swear this is my last time. Buddha bless. As long as I win this time, I will never gamble again. The man thought about these things, his mouth mumbling incessantly. The entire venue fell silent again, all eyes fixated on the black dice cup. The first 2 dice appeared first, and finally, the third die also revealed itself. The side was blank, devoid of any color. Seeing this, the man's originally crimson face turned pale instantly. Sweat began to fall like raindrops. The appearance of the blank side meant that this die had only 2 possibilities. One was a single red in the center, and the other was 2 compact blue dots. One was life, one was death. Gulp. The man kept swallowing saliva, but couldn't lift the dice cup. The small dice cup felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds, making his hand tremble continuously. However, this time no one urged him, allowing the man his final dignity. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. I am the police, everyone freeze. Men to the left, women to the right. A thunderous shout echoed, instantly shattering the silence of the casino. Its power was immense. Gamblers instinctively began to flee upon hearing those words. The scene descended into chaos. And the moment Hua Qing turned around to check the situation, someone had already crashed into a table. The 2 dice rolled out instantly. I'll fucking kill you all. Hua Qing turned back, seeing this scene, instantly furious. Countless playing cards flew into the chaotic crowd. Blood spouted in an instant. Only a few on the outskirts had the chance to escape, but they were blocked by Yangyang, who was disguised as a police officer. There was only one exit, and no one had expected there would be a day to flee. Death continued. Yangyang couldn't see what was happening in the middle, only hearing screams of agony. Suddenly, a card printed with the ace of spades flew through the gaps in the crowd towards Yangyang's neck. However, just as it approached, a thick bone appeared on Yangyang's neck. The card ultimately left a trail of sparks and a deep scratch on the doorframe. Damn, this is going to cost me my life. Fortunately, Yangyang's reflexes were quick enough. Otherwise, his head would have been taken off. The power of this card was not small. Yangyang touched the deep indentation on his neck, feeling alarmed. But then several more cards shot through the crowd from different angles towards Yangyang. This time, Yangyang was prepared. His hands instantly brandished twin blades, slicing 4 of the cards to pieces. However, the last card came at too strange an angle, and Yangyang had to step back, clearing the way for the blocked door. The next moment, he was engulfed by the crowd. The people in the casino were like startled wild horses, breaking free from their restraints and rushing away. LiuLuo and Han Weiwei, behind Yangyang, were dumbfounded. What the hell? They really are running for their lives. Not even looking back. No one had expected that Yangyang, pretending to be a police officer, could cause such a situation. It seemed these people had been frightened quite a bit before the apocalypse. They probably had developed psychological trauma. The casino gradually emptied, and the gaze between Yangyang and Hua Qing sparked. However, Hua Qing's peripheral vision also caught sight of the bound Guohaiguang. This idiot, how did he get caught? Boss, save me. Guohaiguang instinctively cried out for help towards Hua Qing after being suddenly pulled by LiuLuo. My gambling game isn't over yet, Hua Qing said coldly, showing no concern for Guohaiguang, as if he were an insignificant character. However, in his heart, he valued Guo quite a bit. But now, he didn't want to put himself at a disadvantage right from the start. He was betting that the other party wouldn't kill Guo. They had brought him over instead of killing him, which meant they wouldn't really harm Guo. It must be said that Huiqing was indeed a person with a strong gambling instinct, constantly engaged in psychological games. As he finished speaking, he signaled to his subordinates with his eyes. 2 lackeys quickly set the gambling table back up, helping the limp man, whose eyes were vacant, back into his chair. The reason the man was in this state was that just before the dice rolled out, he had actually seen the number on the last die. A blood-red 1. Seeing all this, LiuLuo and the others were also frozen in place. What the hell is going on? Their little brother was tied up, and they didn't care, but still had the leisure to gamble with others. They really didn't take Do Yangyang as a police officer at all. Hey, my brother Luo. Do Yangyang was about to speak when LiuLuo interrupted him. Huiqing, I want to ask you some questions, LiuLuo said, giving Do Yangyang a look, signaling him not to provoke the other party anymore. This time, Huiqing indeed guessed right. LiuLuo and the others really had something to ask of him, even though they had captured Guo at this moment. However, compared to Yin Yuqing's status among LiuLuo's trio, it was evidently far higher than Guo's in Huiqing's mind. Gambling is not just about skill, it's also about chips. The moment Huiqing turned around to continue gambling, LiuLuo and the others had already lost a round. You can ask me anything, but first, let the bald guy go. Huiqing, at this moment, was in the dominant position and immediately made a lion's demand. LiuLuo chuckled, giving Han Weiwei a look. The next moment, a piercing scream sounded. Guo cried out in pain as his palm was pierced by a nail. Don't stab me, His other palm was also stabbed. Big brother, big brother. Guo yelled desperately, knowing that only Huiqing could save him. Stop. Huiqing could no longer hold back and ordered Han Weiwei to stop the torment. This time, LiuLuo won. Having more chips doesn't mean you can win. You also have to be bold enough to throw them into the center of the table. What do you want to ask? Speak. Huiqing still did not turn around. Speaking. We want to know where Yangyang will go after leaving the 3-circle land. When Huiqing heard the name Yangyang, he had already turned his head, because here, very few people know this name. Everyone only knows the saintess of the Holy Clan. She left? Huiqing frowned and asked, his sharp eyes fixed on LiuLuo. Do you know where she might go? LiuLuo's words were equivalent to indirectly acknowledging the fact that Yangyang had left. Huiqing stared at LiuLuo, trying to see something in the other person's eyes, but apart from what he already knew, there was nothing else. After a long while, Huiqing finally spoke again. I don't know, you can go. Guo, you can handle it however you want. Huiqing's voice was filled with indifference. And this time, LiuLuo and the others knew that he had truly given up on the hostage in their hands. Brother, Guo shouted in disbelief. He never expected that one day these words would come out of Huiqing's mouth. In fact, Huiqing didn't want to, but he also didn't want to provoke the Xiao clan. If it weren't for being forced, he would never have occupied the North Circle. But after occupying it, he also knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He would have to return it to the Xiao clan sooner or later. That's why he didn't care about this place, only indulging in his own pleasures. He never regarded it as his territory. So, what will it take for you to speak? LiuLuo's words gave Guo hope. Gamble, 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 my brother won't refuse a gamble. Guo grasped the lifeline and decisively stood by LiuLuo's side. Betraying, king. Huiqing shot a fierce glance at Guo, then swept his long gaze over LiuLuo and the others. If you want to gamble, that's fine, but what I want is a life just like his. At some point, Huiqing had already finished shaking the dice and looked at the man across from him. It's your turn. The man struggled to pick up the dice cup, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He had barely picked it up when the dice suddenly fell to the ground. 3 dice rolled onto the table, showing 1, 1, 1. 3 crimson dots, as if they were the eyes of hell. His luck had truly fallen to the limit. 3 points, the smallest number, almost something many people couldn't even roll. It's over. No, I want to see yours, I want to see yours. The man shouted desperately, even though he knew it was nearly impossible for the other side to roll a 3. But now he was gambling with his life. He couldn't afford to miss even a 1-point chance. Huiqing sneered, casually opening the dice cup. 1, 1, 2. The 3 dice seemed to mock the man. In fact, he didn't know that since he entered here, he had lost all his luck. Suddenly, the man began to convulse all over, his cheeks rapidly sinking in. A transparent spirit emerged from his body, then was sucked into a blank playing card in Huiqing's hand. A gambler with red eyes slowly appeared on the blank card. The 2 of spades. With this card, Ho Ching had collected 52 cards, only missing 2 jokers. And LiuLuo was the one he had chosen for the small joker. So, do you dare to gamble? Ho Ching provocatively looked at LiuLuo. What is there to be afraid of? LiuLuo disdainfully met Ho Ching's gaze. Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei wanted to say something, but LiuLuo gestured for them not to worry. All right, you have guts. Ho Ching once again gave LiuLuo a thumbs up. Please take a seat at the table. LiuLuo hesitated not at all and sat down in the chair opposite Ho Ching. Let's talk about the stakes first. I gamble my life. What do you gamble? LiuLuo asked lightly, but with a hint of firmness. I'll give you the answer you want. That is not good. I would be at a disadvantage. LiuLuo said with a smile. Then what do you suggest? How about this? I don't want your life. I just want this North Circle area. What do you think? LiuLuo hadn't forgotten his game task. This North Circle was an important part of it, related to whether he could obtain armament hockey. If he got armament hockey, it would give him more confidence in searching for Yun Yuqing afterward. After hesitating for a moment, Ho Ching anxiously said the word good, because while he was contemplating just now, he had thought of the scene where he would have to leave the 3-circle continent if he lost. This made him very angry. How could he possibly lose? That is why he hurriedly agreed to LiuLuo, showing that he had absolute confidence. This was something that gamblers absolutely could not tolerate. They were particularly obsessed with winning. Seeing the expression on the other side, LiuLuo sneered. A warrior who is ready to lose on the battlefield should not step onto the field, because that would only lead to losing his life. What shall we play? You tell me. Ho Ching felt insulted by LiuLuo's smile and quickly looked for a game to play. Let us play poker, simple and quick. How about each person having 10 fingers? LiuLuo said casually, suddenly pretending to discover something significant, and exaggeratedly added, Oh, sorry, I forgot. You only have 9. As he spoke, LiuLuo raised his thumb. Although he was saying sorry, his eyes were filled with disdain. The reason for doing this was firstly to remind Ho Ching not to cheat, and secondly to remind him that he had once lost. Of course, he also wanted to provoke the other party. Sure enough, Ho Ching slammed the table, stood up, and fixed his murderous gaze on LiuLuo. 9 fingers can still win you. Ho Ching gritted his teeth, almost saying each word slowly. Losing his thumb was his eternal pain. That was the only time he had ever lost in his life. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he might have already died by now. Vasing ho kvinkis furus gaze. LiuLuo bared his teeth and shrugged. All right, I respect you as a man, LiuLuo said happily, having just won a finger. This was almost a crushing victory. Don't underestimate that one finger. Next, you will know how terrifying it is to be missing a finger. Let us get started. Let the bald guy deal the cards. How about that? LiuLuo said, smiling at Guohaiguang. However, in Guohaiguang's eyes, LiuLuo's smile looked so evil. Not to mention that his hands had already been pierced. Just the fact that he had just revealed Ho Ching's Achilles heel meant he had made Ho Ching resent him. And now he was making himself conspicuous in front of Ho Ching. It was likely that no matter the outcome of this gambling game, Guohaiguang would not be able to leave here unscathed. All right. Ho Ching dared not show any weakness and also smiled at Guohaiguang. Haiguang, come, deal the cards. The kinder Ho Ching's words were, the more scared Guohaiguang became. Facing the smiles of LiuLuo and Ho Ching, even a timid person would probably be scared to death. At this moment, Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei, who were watching from the side, also felt a bit sorry for the bald guy. But who told you to be unlucky? Stealing from Brother Luo. Who can you blame? As Han Weiwei loosened the ropes on him, Guohaiguang trembled and walked toward the gambling table of fate. With blood-soaked hands, he trembled as he picked up a brand new deck of cards. He began to clumsily shuffle, the blood nearly staining each card. Occasionally, a few cards would fall out. LiuLuo and Ho Ching both memorized the fallen card and the bloodstains on it. Soon, 3 cards were dealt into LiuLuo's hands. Upon seeing the back of these 3 cards, LiuLuo couldn't help but smile, as one of them was a card they had previously memorized, a spade A, the highest card among all. LiuLuo flipped the card over, revealing a shiny black A, stained with bright red blood. All in, LiuLuo said, extending both hands with 10 fingers, but after a moment, he retracted his right thumb. The 8 fingers represented the fact that one card had to be placed as a base bet every round. Otherwise, if the opponent folded, it would be as if the game hadn't been played. LiuLuo's intention was simply to annoy Ho Ching, nothing more. Ho Ching's eyes widened instantly as he stared at his hand, filled with conflict. His cards were a loose hand, a 7-9. He wasn't particularly afraid of LiuLuo's revealed A, but the 7 and 9 were not strong enough. If LiuLuo also had a loose hand, his chances of winning were still considerable. Moreover, even if LiuLuo lost, he still had 1 finger left, but if Ho Ching lost, It would mean the end of the game for him. At that moment, the difference of one finger became evident. Ultimately, Huaqing chose to fold the cards and shot a murderous glance at Guohaiguang. The source of everything was that spade A, and the origin of the spade A was Guohaiguang. At this moment, Guohaiguang felt like he wanted to die. It really wasn't his fault. He was just dealing the cards normally. Guohaiguang collected the 6 cards again and began to shuffle once more. This time, he endured the intense pain in his hands and ensured that no card was revealed. Finally, under the satisfied gazes of LiuLuo and the others, he dealt the cards again. 3 cards appeared in LiuLuo's hands once more. Though LiuLuo didn't get the marked card this time, a smile quickly climbed back onto his face. I'm all in again. LiuLuo extended his hands again, but this time he retracted 2 fingers, as the opponent's bet plus the base bet left him with only 8 fingers. Seeing LiuLuo go all in again made Huaqing grind his teeth in frustration. His hand was actually quite good this time. It was no longer a loose hand, but a pair of 3s. Although he suspected LiuLuo was bluffing him, he couldn't afford to take the risk. Moreover, a pair of 3s was too small to go all in with. After Huaqing folded his cards again, the game moved into the 3rd round. LiuLuo continued to go all in, and Huaqing chose to fold again. Huaqing began to regret letting Guohaiguang deal the cards because he realized his tricks were now useless. Every card was covered in bloodstains. If he tried to use the cards he had secretly hidden on him, it would be immediately noticed. Huaqing stared at LiuLuo, recalling that from the very beginning, LiuLuo seemed to have plotted against him, even accounting for his tricks. The game continued, reaching the 6th round, by which point Huaqing only had 3 fingers left. However, this time he had a good hand. 4, 5, 6 in a straight. This was a decent hand in a game of Jinhua. Unless there was a flush or a larger straight, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. No consideration was given to 3 of a kind because the chances of that happening were too slim, especially with just 2 players. Huaqing knew this was his first and last chance. I'm all in. Originally, Huaqing wanted to imitate LiuLuo's gesture and extend both hands, but after doing so, he realized he could represent 3 fingers with just 1 hand. He nearly caused himself internal injuries from holding his breath. In contrast, LiuLuo still wore a broad smile. Are you ready to finish? Unfortunately, perhaps it was just luck, but LiuLuo also had an excellent hand this time. He had a flush made up of hearts Q, hearts 6, hearts 2 foot, which could almost beat most hands. Hurry up, don't dawdle. At that moment, Huaqing had to admit that seeing LiuLuo's disgusting smile made him anxious. I'm all in. As soon as the words left LiuLuo's mouth, he tossed his cards onto the table. Huaqing froze for a moment upon seeing the cards. Did he cheat? How could I just draw a good hand? And he also has a good hand? This was likely what all cheaters instinctively thought. But at this moment, Huaqing had reached a dead end. He couldn't afford to lose. His expression shifted slightly, and the ability of high-stakes gambler quietly activated, transforming his originally colorful 4, 5, 6 straight into a matching 4, 5, 6 flush. This was a straight flush, only slightly less likely than a 3 of a kind. Haha, didn't he see that coming? I have a straight flush. Huaqing expressed his excitement. LiuLuo watched as he slammed his cards onto the table, his eyes twitching involuntarily. Anyone could see that Huaqing's previous panic was definitely not an act. This meant he had already believed he had lost. But now the result was that he had won. LiuLuo slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a dangerous glint, fixating on Huaqing. How did he do that? Devil fruit? LiuLuo realized that this game had changed its nature. It was no longer about gambling skills determining the outcome, but rather the powers of the devil fruits. If that's the case, let's see whose devil fruit is stronger. Subsequently, both players' hands immediately improved several levels, almost all becoming high cards, with both winning and losing in their tussle. However, neither dared to go all in as before, because the outcome was no longer determined by the chips, but by the person holding the chips. In just 10 short minutes, the two had played nearly 30 rounds. At this moment, LiuLuo still held the upper hand, with 11 fingers remaining. Huaqing had returned to 8 fingers. 3 cards were dealt into LiuLuo's hands again. This time, he didn't rush to look at his cards. After Huaqing finished looking at his cards, LiuLuo began to speak. This can't go on. How about we decide the winner with just 1 round? Huaqing hesitated for a moment at this suggestion, but this hesitation made him explode with rage like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He wouldn't allow himself to hesitate because he didn't believe he would lose. All right, let's decide it in 1 round. Good, that's brave, LiuLuo said, raising his thumb again, drawing Huaqing's murderous gaze. However, he paid no mind. LiuLuo never looked at his own cards, but Huaqing did. Originally, he had a J9 but he changed it to QK for a straight flush. But upon hearing LiuLuo's words about deciding the outcome, he changed the canned Quinto aces. Throughout the game, there had been no three of a kind, which was a bit of dignity given by both players to this gambling match. But at this moment, Huiqing couldn't care less. The highest three of a kind, besides the lowest loose cards 2, 3, 5, followed the ecological principle of the mouse eats the elephant, making other cards unable to compete. But no one would really dare to do that. First of all, with such cards, you would almost just throw them away after a glance. The chances of getting a three of a kind are already small. Who would really think they can counter a three of a kind? Even though this isn't an ordinary gambling game, Huiqing still doesn't believe the other party would actually play with such cards. That would be too bold. He guessed correctly. LiuLuo indeed wouldn't gamble with cards like 2, 3, 5 foot because that would truly be gambling. Those who rely on luck and chance to win money in a casino will ultimately lose badly. The ones who can actually win money are generally those who have nothing to do with gambling. They rely on absolute victory. Show your cards. Let's see. Their brief conversation ended, and they both picked up their cards and slammed them on the table. LiuLuo's hand wasn't big. It wasn't a three of a kind or a straight flush, but just a simple pair, one pair of aces plus a 3. Huiqing saw the other party's cards in midair and immediately smiled. But when he turned his gaze to LiuLuo's face, the mocking expression made him feel a chill. What is he laughing about? Why does he think he has won? With this thought, Huiqing instinctively looked at the cards he was about to slam down on the table. The first card was the Ace of Hearts. The second was the Ace of Diamonds, and the third card made Huiqing's eyes widen in shock. How could it be a 2? Huiqing roared, then immediately raised his head, looking at LiuLuo with murderous intent. You cheated. LiuLuo scoffed. How could a non-cheating hand win? Same to you. You lost. Huiqing's eyes remained fixed on LiuLuo, but his breathing gradually calmed down. It was indeed true. Both were playing tricks, but LiuLuo was better. He had indeed lost. It turned out that in the previous rounds, LiuLuo had always wrapped his cards in new appearances and made marks on them. When LiuLuo saw Huiqing with the marked cards he had prepared, he knew he was going to win. The two had been disguised with the ability he crafted in 3D games under a shell of the Ace of Hearts. So LiuLuo deliberately claimed it was a decisive battle this round, which meant Huiqing would definitely keep the Ace of Hearts and turn the other two cards into aces. Thus, when LiuLuo retracted his ability, it resulted in the current outcome. AA3 perfectly beat AA2. So LiuLuo was never really gambling against the other party. In a casino, only those who don't gamble can achieve victory. Neither of them spoke, but their gazes never left each other. The air seemed to solidify. Both Huiqing's subordinates, and Yangyang and Han Weiwei were ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, Huiqing looked at LiuLuo and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Ha, do you know? My fruit is called reckless gambling, but I lost. Ha ha, because you wanted to win too much. Do you know what my fruit is called? Huiqing, upon hearing this, suppressed his laughter and curiously asked, what is it called? Game. Life is like a play. Why take it seriously? LiuLuo said, and in an instant, the solidified air dispersed, and the winds finally dared to roam. Huiqing felt relieved, but secretly resolved that he would never lose to another person in his remaining life. Little did he know that this vow would indeed come true, as he would never lose to anyone else again, but he did lose to LiuLuo twice. Of course, that is a story for another time. There is no need to elaborate now. Now, tell me, where might Yangyang be? LiuLuo asked seriously. Can I ask why you need to find her? Huiqing also curiously inquired, as Yangyang was not weak, and the Shimo clan behind her was even more powerful. When he saw LiuLuo's unwillingness to speak, he became even more curious. Perhaps every gambler is curious about what cards the other party is hiding. Then you tell me why, and I'll help you with one more thing. How about that? Huiqing said seriously. After hesitating for a moment, LiuLuo nodded. Okay, then before you leave, help me clean out all the Shimo clan members. How about that? Upon hearing this, Huiqing ultimately nodded with difficulty. Although he didn't want to provoke the Shimo clan, he certainly couldn't say he was afraid. Besides, he was about to leave here, so he was even less afraid. In the end, the two exchanged information, and Huiqing finally understood the reason behind this gambling match. LiuLuo also learned roughly where Yangyang had gone. Initially, Huiqing was also an important target recruited by the Shimo clan, so he had some understanding of them. They had a headquarters, which should be in the north, but the exact location was unknown. Although the information was scarce, it was like a treasure for LiuLuo and the others. With a direction, there would be hope. After staying on the island for nearly 20 more days and completely eliminating the Shimo clan members on Sanyuan land, LiuLuo finally received the notification that the game task was completed. What he received was not a piece of text, but a method, which could be said to be a way to refine the power of the devil. It was the legendary armed color hockey. To say it was a method isn't quite right. It resembled a strange will. It could only be understood, but not conveyed. Thus, LiuLuo couldn't pass this method on to others. Indeed, armed color hockey wasn't that simple. This was something LiuLuo had finally gotten after more than 2 months of ups and downs on Sanyuan land. Moreover, he paid a huge price with Yangyang. The game Fruit gave him the opportunity for rapid success, but it didn't eliminate the costs and hardships involved. At this moment, LiuLuo had returned to the southern Yuan region. In a courtyard, he was excitedly starting to experience the power of armed color hockey. However, the result left him somewhat disappointed. On both arms, there were only a few black lines on his fingertips, just like the initial bare Fei. It seemed that he still needed to practice. Damn it! LiuLuo cursed out loud, but he was very happy inside, because he could feel the power at his fingertips. Hard as rock. If he used this method to apply hardened rigidity again, his bodily defense would rise to another level. Even Han Weiwei, without using her will, could only leave blood marks on him at full strength, unable to injure him at all. Moreover, while practicing, LiuLuo also discovered that fingers infused with armed color hockey and those without it were fundamentally different. He felt that his fingers could pierce through the air, not in the way of waving the air, but in a way that could strike the wind elements. This must be the reason why armed color hockey can restrain elementalization. Because armed color hockey is originally a transformation of the devil's power, which allows it to capture all elements in the world and be more advanced than them. Just when LiuLuo was immersed in armed color hockey, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. LiuLuo, I have completed everything I promised you. I'm leaving now. The next time we meet, I will definitely win your life. Above a huge poker table, Huiqing flew over LiuLuo's head with 2 or 3 people. LiuLuo's game task was completed, which meant that Huiqing had cleaned up the Shimo clan members on the 3-round land. It also meant that he was leaving here. This was the bet of the day. Although Huiqing's character was not great, his gambling skills were undeniably good. Ha! Win my life with your 9 fingers? Ha ha! LiuLuo joked, laughing wildly. The 9 fingers were Huiqing's eternal pain. I hope I don't see you again. Huiqing left a sentence and hurriedly flew off into the distance. LiuLuo watched the black dot left in the sky, and the exaggerated emotions on his face calmed down. It's time for us to set off. LiuLuo's tone was very plain, but his eyes were incredibly firm. He called Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei over, and the 3 discussed that they would say goodbye to the Revolutionary Army people and set off immediately. Do Yangyang, who was preparing to leave, seemed a bit melancholic, as he hadn't heard from his parents in all these days. Even though no one said it directly, he understood that the chances of them being alive were slim. LiuLuo went over, put his arm around his left shoulder, and gently patted him without saying a word. Han Weiwei also imitated him, putting her arm around his right shoulder, also without speaking. They waited until acquaintances from the Revolutionary Army gradually came over. Among them was someone LiuLuo didn't expect. It was Zhao Guo, who was said to be the strongest in swordsmanship on the 3-round land. In fact, he had always been an undercover agent within the Shimo clan. His true identity was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for LiuLuo completely liberating the 3-round land, he might not have thought that it could be played this way. As for Su Sheng and Chen Zidong, they had quietly slipped away shortly after LiuLuo left. They genuinely thought they had misunderstood the intentions of the Shimo clan. They believed they couldn't survive in the Shimo clan or among the human race anymore, which is why they ran away. By the coast, LiuLuo and the other 2 had boarded a ship they hadn't been on for a long time. The only sadness was that they had come as 4, but were leaving as 3. Safe travels. Safe travels. Amidst everyone's blessings, LiuLuo and the others returned to the sea and set sail once again. The 3 stood at the front of the deck, waving goodbye to everyone until they became a small black dot, and then completely disappeared. I didn't expect there to be such extraordinary people in this world. Just that they left too hurriedly and couldn't sit down for a drink, sighed Zhao Guo, who was wrapped in bandages. Ha! When you fight the Shimo people, you don't even care about your life and still think about drinking, Xia Mingyue said with a teasing expression. Hey, that's not urgent. If I miss this opportunity, who knows how long it will take to kill all the Shimo clan members. That's the truth, Xia Mingyue nodded in agreement. Without LiuLuo's appearance, who knows what the fate of the 3-round land would have been? Probably no one could say for sure. However, they all had a general idea in their hearts that their fate would definitely not be good. But I really didn't expect him to win against that gambler Huiqing. It's simply unscientific. Zhao Guo recalled how he had once tried to win Hui Qing over, even betting his family heirloom sword, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to recruit allies and lost the heirloom sword. Haha, still feeling sorry for your sword? Unfortunately, he's already gone, and you probably won't have a chance. Xiao Mingyue spoke again. Hey, why do you always say such unpleasant things? What's wrong? If you did it, are you afraid of being called out? If you have the ability, go win it back. Zhao Guo was both angry and amused by Xiao Mingyue's words. Mingyue, wasn't it you who said your chocolate fruit was military food? How come you're holding a grudge? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyue instantly resembled a cat stepped on its tail. You're the military food fruit. Your whole family is military food. After saying that, Xiao Mingyue ignored Zhao Guo and turned to leave. On the side, Song Yi watched the two quarrel, chuckling to himself, not saying a word or looking their way, feeling quite at ease. What are you laughing at? Zhao Guo glared at Song Yi, laughing that the world has added another pair of lovesick men and resentful women. Song Yi looked up at a 45-degree angle, his words carrying an indescribable melancholy. Hearing this, Zhao Guo instantly teleported behind Song Yi and kicked him. Still lovesick men and resentful women? I think you've been hit too little. Song Yi, who fell on the beach, quickly turned around and smiled. Hey, Zhao Guo, don't be anxious. I am a lovesick man and resentful woman. I am. Get lost. The sky was ominously dark, and the strong wind whipped up waves that crashed violently against every drifting ship. The ship was shaking violently, and even the extraordinarily skilled LiuLuo and his companions were caught off guard and fell over. Damn, why is the wind suddenly so strong? Yangyang, who had just stood up, hadn't finished speaking when heavy raindrops began to fall. A storm arrived very suddenly. The three hurried back to the cabin to wait for the rain to pass. Encountering such a heavy storm right after coming out was not a good omen. The rain fell for an entire day. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun rose again, that the dark clouds were cleared away. Back on the deck, LiuLuo and his companions were frantically picking up fish washed up by the waves. This is too great. Waking up to food being delivered, huh? The heavens are really good to us, Yangyang said with a silly smile, looking very happy. But the moment he raised his head, he couldn't smile anymore. Luye, Luye. Yangyang's voice was filled with panic. What's wrong? Look at the sun. Yangyang pointed to the sun just rising in the east. What's wrong? It's beautiful. LiuLuo's voice also trembled. Damn, the direction is wrong. Hearing LiuLuo's pig-like scream, Han Weiwei, who had originally been confused, finally reacted, and the fish she was holding no longer smelled good. They had originally been heading north, but now the bow of the ship was facing the sun. Sure enough, a ship in a storm is the easiest to lose direction. Who knows how far they had gone in the wrong direction? After a flurry of anxious operations, they finally set sail north again. A huge white seabird flew towards them. The seabird had a pelican's beak stuffed with thick papers. As it approached LiuLuo's ship, its tongue quickly flicked out, sending several sheets of paper flying, which ultimately landed on LiuLuo's ship. Damn, this is a messenger bird. Seeing the scene, the three were stunned. But thinking about the telephone snail below their cabin, it wasn't surprising. Quickly, let's see what it says. The white paper had a red 5-star flag printed on it. This was actually a letter sent by Huagua. The three exchanged suspicious glances and quickly looked at the contents of the letter. Hua Nation announces to the world, a gigantic landmass has been discovered near the original territory of Hua Nation, close to Chuan Province, connecting to the Magic City in the east and expanding to the City of Reversal in the south. The area is vast and boundless, referred to as the Red Earth Continent. After reading the letter, the three of them were filled with excitement. The general meaning of the letter was that Hua Nation had finally found new land and had reached an agreement with the giant race residing there. They could coexist peacefully on the Red Earth Continent, inviting those who saw the letter to gather and jointly create a new era. Moreover, this messenger bird was a distinctive postal carrier of the giant race, gifted to Hua Nation after establishing a friendly relationship. We should be not far from the Red Earth Continent, right? Said Yangyang, who had some sense of direction. He had roughly deduced the location of the Red Earth Continent. It spanned across the entire globe, and the northernmost part should be right above what was previously the southern border of Hua Nation before it was submerged. Yeah, it shouldn't be too far, but it seems a bit distant from where we're supposed to gather in our country. Although they were also in the southern part of Hua Nation before the apocalypse, there seemed to be some distance from the Magic City and the City of Reversal. Furthermore, the current blue star had expanded many times, making it even farther away. Let's not think about that for now. We should first head north to find your sister, LiuLuo continued. The ship sailed again on an uncertain course, heading north. Life on the ship was quite boring. Apart from the endless blue sea, there was just a vast blue sky. After 4 or 5 days, aside from cultivating, the three of them spent their evenings playing cards for leisure. They could only play Do Di Zhu, as they couldn't gather enough people for Mahjong. With such a big ship, it was just the three of them, truly remarkable. On the 6th day, something fresh finally happened. "Captain, we've spotted enemy activity," Do Yangyang shouted madly, while holding a newly grown telephone snail. LiuLuo didn't even need to hear it from the telephone snail. He could hear it clearly from outside the window. However, LiuLuo still cooperatively responded to the telephone snail. Received, going out immediately. Vice Captain Han Weiwei received it. Going out immediately. LiuLuo and Han Weiwei used golden and silver telephone snails, so one call could directly notify the other three. Unfortunately, the third silver telephone snail was temporarily unused. Once LiuLuo and Han Weiwei arrived on deck, they immediately understood why Do Yangyang had said they had discovered enemy activity rather than just spotting another ship. In the distance, a large sailing ship flying a black skull flag was approaching the ship where LiuLuo was located. Although LiuLuo and the others had encountered the breaking army pirate group, it was the first time they had seen someone so boldly flying a flag. "Luye, why don't we also become pirates? It looks so cool," Do Yangyang said, staring at the pirate flag not far away with a face full of enthusiasm. "Exactly, Luo Ge. I've already thought of our name. Hanveiv Igalu Shaimadin." "What name?" LiuLuo asked curiously, not because he wanted to form a pirate group, but simply out of curiosity. "The Bone Cat Pirates on the tip of the gun, what do you think?" "Isn't it great?" Han Weiwei said excitedly. However, it earned her eye rolls from LiuLuo and Do Yangyang. Seeing this, Han Weiwei immediately became furious. "Do Yangyang, what do you think we should call ourselves?" "So scary," Do Yangyang said proudly. LiuLuo and Han Weiwei looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about? What is so scary?" "The scary pirates, Isn't it frightening?" Do Yangyang said while opening his mouth wide, pretending to be a monster. "Ha ha!" LiuLuo and Han Weiwei burst into laughter, unable to straighten their waists from laughing. "Ha ha! Scary. Ordinary people would definitely be scared seeing a lunatic." Han Weiwei laughed, while also taking the opportunity to mock a bit. "Yangyang, yours is even more ridiculous than Weiwei's." After laughing for a while, LiuLuo finally stopped and spoke. The moment he finished speaking, a shadow floated next to LiuLuo. "Luo Ge, let me use mine. Get lost." Although Han Weiwei's name was slightly better than Do Yangyang's, it wasn't much better. It was too literary and didn't sound like a pirate group's name at all. Do Yangyang seized the opportunity to strike back. "Haha, you're not much better than mine. You're laughing at me." Immediately, the two began to tussle with each other. As they were not really fighting, Han Weiwei easily overpowered Do Yangyang with her weight. They didn't know that everything was being watched by the people on that pirate ship. "What did you see? Are they panicking over there?" Yu Chaeyong asked a subordinate who was using a telescope. "Captain, they are laughing," the subordinate said somewhat awkwardly. "What? Why are they laughing?" Yu Chaeyong instinctively asked. After asking, he regretted it a bit. But as the captain of the fierce dragon pirate group, he absolutely couldn't admit to being foolish. However, his subordinate reacted quickly. Anyone around the captain had some skills. "Captain, when we go over, I will definitely ask them clearly." "Okay," Yu Chaeyong nodded seriously. But he had already decided that he would not allow the people on the opposing ship to laugh anymore. As the pirate ship got closer, Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei stopped their playful fighting. "The fierce dragon pirate group, that name is quite intimidating," Do Yangyang said with a smile. "What is intimidating?" "Your scary pirate group is more intimidating." Hanbei relentlessly critices. "Get lost. That sounds better than your bone cat on the tip of the gun. People would think it's a literary group." "Do Yangyang, do you want to fight again?" Before they could finish their argument, the two started fighting again. LiuLuo smiled wryly, but didn't take the opposing pirate group seriously. With the armed color of hockey, LiuLuo's strength had greatly increased. Generally, a person who had developed their fruit ability to the second stage was definitely not his opponent. It's worth noting that even now, he could fight equally against both Han Weiwei and Do Yangyang together. "All right, stop it. They're coming over. At least show some respect," LiuLuo said softly, causing Han Weiwei, who was pinning down Do Yangyang, to stand up. The two also returned to a serious demeanor. Hearing the voice from the pirate ship, the people on the opposing ship quickly put down their weapons, saying, "As long as you join the fierce dragon pirate group, you will have a way to survive." Upon hearing this, LiuLuo and the others raised their hands, indicating that they were unarmed. However, in the eyes of the other party, it was interpreted as them having surrendered. "Haha, Captain, They must have felt your momentum and surrendered. Is that so? Umph. Make sure to ask them why they were laughing. Yu Chaeyong said, puffing out his chest proudly, showing a face of disdain, as if their surrender was something that was expected. Yes, Captain, I will definitely find out. As the two were conversing, the two ships finally collided. However, since LiuLuo and the others had already surrendered, the fierce dragon pirate group also controlled their speed. Yu Chaeyong leaped through the air and landed steadily in front of LiuLuo and the others. Why is it just the three of you? Hurry up and call everyone out, Yu Chaeyong said with an unhappy expression. Captain, our ship only has the three of us, LiuLuo said with a strange expression. Hearing this, Yu Chaeyong looked at Yangyang and Han Weiwei, who both quickly nodded in agreement. Impossible. How could there only be 3 people on a ship? Are you trying to fool me? Yu Chaeyong's face was filled with disbelief. Search for them. Those cowards must have hidden when they saw me. Upon hearing Yu Chaeyong's order, his subordinates immediately sprang into action, but were stopped by LiuLuo and the other two the next moment. There are many valuable things on this ship: an unknown devil fruit, half a barrel of wood spirit liquid, and a transponder snail. Who knows if these pirates are clean or not? If they really steal something, it would be a waste of time to look for it. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? One of Yu Chaeyong's subordinates shouted loudly. Rebel? Did you forget to take your medicine before becoming a pirate? Yangyang retorted sharply. Not everyone gets the same treatment as Han Weiwei. Yangyang was unaware that the other party had taken their gesture of indicating they were unarmed as a sign of surrender. Damn it, you're the one who hasn't taken your medicine. Tie them up. Yu Chaeyong was completely furious. Upon hearing the order, his men immediately drew their weapons and charged at LiuLuo and the others. The result was predictable. The next moment, the ordinary people on the ship fell to the ground, leaving only Yu Chaeyong still standing. Bah. Hey, good son. Before Yu Chaeyong could finish his words about Conqueror's Hockey, he was interrupted by the cheeky Yangyang. It turned out that LiuLuo had just directly used the Street Fighter fruit skill, and after 2 enhancements, Street Fighter was already powerful enough to rival the reactions brought by Conqueror's Hockey. Dealing with these ordinary pirates was more than enough. Upon hearing Yangyang's words, Yu Chaeyong's face turned from green to red. He wanted to fight desperately, but felt he couldn't win. If he didn't fight, Yangyang's words were too hurtful. Come over and talk. What were you thinking coming out to be a pirate? LiuLuo waved at Yu Chaeyong, signaling him to come closer to talk. All 3 could see that this guy in front of them was not cut out to be a pirate. Tying people up? Isn't that what pirates do when they want to kill? Yu Chaeyong was already feeling hopeless. Since becoming a pirate, he hadn't robbed a single ship, and today he finally encountered one, only to run into these 3. I haven't done anything heinous. I haven't even robbed a single ship. I only bullied the people on the ship a bit. I definitely haven't killed anyone. Oh, I didn't see that coming. By your logic, you're still a good person, Han Weiwei said with a smile. Yes, this sister is absolutely right. I'm just a good person. Get lost. You sure know how to climb the ladder. Yangyang scolded with a laugh. However, Yu Chaeyong really started to roll away, heading toward their own ship. Damn it, you really are a talent. Come back here. Yu Chaeyong rolled back immediately. LiuLuo and the others were amused by Yu Chaeyong's behavior, becoming even more curious about why he wanted to be a pirate. Brothers, I was just joking, trying to scare people. Upon hearing this answer, LiuLuo and the others had a renewed understanding of the low standards for becoming a pirate. Is that fun? Not at all. Not fun at all. Yu Chaeyong was almost in tears. How could it be fun? By the way, are you also a devil fruit user? LiuLuo asked seriously. I am an eel fruit user. Upon hearing this answer, the 3 burst into laughter again. What the hell? The captain of the fierce dragon pirates is actually an eel. Don't laugh. I'm not an ordinary eel. Yu Chaeyong's face turned red from embarrassment as he defended himself. My eel is an ancient species, not a small eel but a big eel. After Yu Chaeyong finished speaking, LiuLuo and the others' laughter suddenly stopped. Eels have ancient species? That's certain. Every animal has its ancestors. What is it called? Dragon king whale. Upon hearing this answer, LiuLuo and the others' eyes widened again. A small eel was actually a whale in ancient times, and it had such a domineering name as Dragon king whale. The Dragon king whale is an ancient creature that resembles a massively enlarged eel. During its time, it was the ruler of the sea. I wondered why it was called the fierce dragon pirates. Turns out there's big cargo. LiuLuo looked at the unassuming Yu Chaeyong with surprise. Yu Chaeyong looked quite old and chubby, resembling a homebody from before the apocalypse. No wonder he made the decision to become a pirate. Can you change forms and show us? Han Weiwei asked curiously, though she wasn't the only one. LiuLuo and Yangyang were also curious about what the Dragon King whale looked like. Unfortunately, Yangyang had only developed his fruit ability to a certain level and couldn't fully transform. At most, he could grow taller and change his hands into something resembling seal flippers. Immediately, LiuLuo and the others felt disappointed. However, they didn't continue to make things difficult for Yangyang and sent him off the ship, of course also confiscating his pirate flag. What are you looking at? This is for your own good. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, they might just wipe you out, Yangyang said, while rolling up the pirate flag to scare Yangyang. Actually, Yangyang wanted to modify this flag and hang it on his own ship. But after LiuLuo and the other ships sailed far away, Yangyang hung up a new pirate flag. Humph, you thought taking it away would make it disappear? You're all fools. Yangyang shouted indignantly at LiuLuo's departing ship. Captain, why don't we just not hang it up? One of the frightened pirates whispered. Everything was different from what he imagined. Wasn't it said that they would rob anyone they encountered? Wasn't it said that they weren't afraid of anyone? To have wilted on the first ship and had their flag taken away was too much. LiuLuo's ship continued to sail north, while Yangyang and his crew headed south, wanted to distance themselves from LiuLuo. After a day's sailing, the two ships were nearly 1,000 nautical miles apart, with no sign of each other. However, as night fell, both ships began to head east simultaneously. Tonight's night felt particularly calm, aside from the occasional ripples under the moonlight. Visibility was limited. A blue beam of light shot up rapidly from the seabed, reaching into the sky, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire sea surface. As the blue light faded, a huge flower, still in bud, appeared in the sky. The flower's petals resembled those of a lotus, but they were narrower and had many more petals, making it also look like a chrysanthemum. Although it was only half open, it already showcased its beautiful figure. As the last bit of light was absorbed by the night sky, the flower vanished, but at the same time, a pure and powerful demonic force began to radiate outward. When this force reached LiuLuo's ship, the three people on board immediately lifted their heads and took a deep breath to the fullest extent. This power entered their bodies, and LiuLuo instantly became intoxicated. It felt so comfortable. It felt as if his whole body had just undergone a massage. The most important thing was that this force penetrating his body made LiuLuo suddenly feel a desire to swim freely in the water. This startled LiuLuo. A devil fruit user wanting to swim in the sea was akin to an old lady lighting a candle in the toilet, just asking for trouble. LiuLuo looked at Yangyang and the others with fear, only to find they were also looking at him. It seemed they were facing the same issue. What on earth was that flower? This power was too strong. Yangyang exhaled deeply and said, "It's so intoxicating, phew. Even better than eating Hanvei Shaimedin." Just as LiuLuo was about to speak, he suddenly froze, and the three of them looked towards the east again. Although there was nothing in the night sky, they could hear a calling voice and felt an impulse to move closer to the east. The devil flower, also known as the mother of devil fruits, requires a devil flower as a precursor for every devil fruit born on the devil fruit tree. Of course, some devil flowers may be malnourished and unable to complete this transformation, thus arriving in this world prematurely, bringing a piece of the devil fruit tree's bark, blooming in this world for its final splendor. In this world, the bark of the devil fruit tree has another name, sea stone. Sea stone is formed after the devil flower completely absorbs the nutrients from the bark of the devil fruit tree. That is why it possesses the strange ability to bind all devil fruit users. After all, it is the one that nurtured the devil fruits. At this moment, LiuLuo was not the only one experiencing the same situation. This strange energy had almost spread throughout the East Sea. However, the further one was from the devil flower, the less impact they would naturally feel. The closest area belonged to the territory of Huagua. Countless ships began to change direction, heading towards the place where the devil flower was about to bloom. LiuLuo's ship was no exception. If this opportunity was missed, who knew when the next one would come? Furthermore, LiuLuo knew that there would definitely be many others heading there, and it was very likely they would encounter the Shimmer tribe. They only had a rough direction, but didn't know the exact location. If they could meet this time, it would save them a lot of time. The ship's engine was turned up to maximum, and the sails were raised, making the ship's speed the fastest it could be. However, as the saying goes, the mountain is far and the horse is slow, and this was the sea. The light column had seemed close before, but in reality, it was not so simple to reach. 3 days passed, and fortunately, every night, that light column would rise again to guide their direction. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where to go. As the days went by, that stunning flower was unfolding more and more, and the power they received was getting stronger. The calling voice growing louder. LiuLuo estimated that based on their daily condition, it might take another half-month for the devil flower to fully bloom. Every time he saw it, he felt an impatient urge. Damn, this thing is addictive, Yangyang said with a bitter smile. Just now, if there hadn't been a railing, he would have almost jumped off the deck. It was simply too tempting, that powerful force, that strange energy that could allow him to swim in the sea. He felt that if he could really obtain this devil flower, the greatest flaw of devil fruit users would be completely covered. The sea would no longer be a forbidden zone for them. It might even become their home ground. I want to take a bite. I can't stand it. Han Weiwei stared at the flower that was about to disappear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just then, LiuLuo was about to respond, but was drawn to the sound of cannon fire coming from the right side of the ship. It was still a bit far away, and he couldn't see exactly what was happening, but he could tell that one ship was being chased and fired upon by another. At that moment, the fleeing ship ahead burst into flames, the raging fire illuminating the situation on the ship a bit. Although he still couldn't see the people on board clearly, the flag on the ship was very familiar to LiuLuo and the others. Damn, the Loach pirate crew, that guy has put up the flag again. Yangyang said gleefully. I didn't expect what I said back then to really be true. Unfortunately, good advice is hard to give to a stubborn fool. Yu Chaeyong didn't listen at all. Brother Luo, what should we do? Han Weiwei asked with some concern. After all, although Yu Chaeyong wanted to be a pirate, he wasn't a bad person at heart. Moreover, his initial intention of becoming a pirate was just for fun. If he could run over here, it would save his life. If he couldn't make it, then it would be his end. LiuLuo said in a calm tone, not stirring up any waves in his heart. He had long anticipated that they might frequently encounter other ships during this time, because during this period, humans had finally been able to catch their breath. So there were definitely not few people going out to sea. And with the devil flower acting as a guiding light, it would be hard not to encounter others. However, he hadn't expected it to be in such a manner. LiuLuo's ship turned off the engine and relied solely on the sails to move forward slowly. The dragon pirate ship seemed to be in sync with them. Originally heading northeast, upon seeing LiuLuo's ship, it immediately changed course to head straight north. It wasn't that Yu Chaeyong recognized LiuLuo's ship. He knew that escaping like before would ultimately lead to death. Heading towards LiuLuo's ship, although it had the suspicion of leading the disaster east, there was no other way at the moment. Yu Chaeyong, although appearing a bit foolish, still acted like a commander should when his life was on the line. One must say that setbacks and hardships are the best nourishment for human progress. The distance between the three ships grew closer, and Yu Chaeyong recognized LiuLuo's ship. His previously charred face finally revealed a bright smile. We're saved. We're saved. Brothers, we're saved. Yu Chaeyong cheered loudly. He also knew that LiuLuo and the others would definitely not watch him die. The others on the ship were also moved to tears. Who wants to die if they can live? But the next moment, 7 or 8 cannonballs struck the ship's hull, and the violent explosion once again drowned out the cheers of these people. The already crumbling ship could no longer hold up, starting to break apart in the middle and slowly sinking into the sea. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. No, please. Someone save me. My leg. Yu Chaeyong stood frozen in place, watching the scattered limbs and the sinking ship, feeling at a loss. Today, he truly understood what real pirates were like. Comics are just comics. Blood and death are the main themes of this world. Luo Mingho originally intended to capture the opponent alive for supplies, but seeing a third party intervening, he feared something unexpected might happen. He ordered to sink this ship first. After all, the grudge had already been formed, and he certainly couldn't give the opponent a chance for revenge. Speed ahead, intercept that ship in front. Luo Mingho commanded. The ship beneath him quickly changed direction, trying to maneuver around the dragon pirate cruise ship to block LiuLuo's ship and force it to stop. Oh, it seems they are targeting us again. Let's go meet them. Yangyang turned around and said to LiuLuo with a smile. Originally, he had no ties with the dragon pirates. Turning off the engine was already enough to owe Yu Chaeyong. As for whether they could make it in time, that depended on Yu Chaeyong's luck. But now the other party wanted to focus on LiuLuo, so they had a clash. So saving the dragon pirates became a convenient matter. Captain, they're coming at us. A small minion exclaimed in shock. But what greeted him was a heavy slap from Luo Mingho. What are you shouting about? Can't you see? Luo Mingho's eyes turned cold if you dare to turn around. I'll make sure you can never turn back. As LiuLuo's ship approached the dragon pirate ship, Luo Mingho's scissor ship crashed violently into the dragon pirate ship. The dragon pirate ship was instantly shattered into pieces, with flames, wooden planks, and iron frames flying everywhere. The scissor ship lived up to its name, completely cutting the ship in half. A small portion of the dragon pirates managed to escape in a small boat to LiuLuo's ship, but most were crushed without any chance of survival. Seeing this scene, Yangyang's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face, but he couldn't say a word. Fear, guilt, anger, and many other emotions brewed in Yangyang's heart. These people were brought out from an island by him. But now, there were barely 20 survivors left. The dream of conquering the sea clashed harshly with reality, which was becoming increasingly cruel. "Luo, our ship can't hold on," Yangyang exclaimed in panic. The bow of a scissor ship crossed its massive steel blades, resembling a pair of upright scissors. It was clearly specially modified. Their ship, on the other hand, was a different kind of escort ship, unable to withstand the impact. "Scissors? Then I'll give you a hammer." LiuLuo knew his ship couldn't withstand it, so he had to step in himself. The fervent march quickly activated, making all his muscles surge with power. Bug Exploration rapidly gathered information and then flew towards the scissor ship. As he descended, a huge hammer appeared in his hands, smashing down onto the scissor blade at the front of the scissor ship. Everything came too suddenly, and the hammer was too gigantic, momentarily stunning the pirates on the scissor ship. Even the captain Luo Mingho was dumbfounded. Is this something a person can do? How can a hammer be this big? The hammer was as large as a house, and the wind it stirred could blow a person away. With a loud bang, a massive spark erupted in the night sky, composed of fiery embers, flying everywhere, perfectly matching the dragon pirate ship that was burning fiercely on both sides. Although the hammer was huge, it lacked some quality. It shattered on impact, but it also bent the scissor blade, rendering it ineffective for further attacks. After completing this, LiuLuo used the rebound force to quickly fly back, narrowly avoiding the collision with the scissor ship. This sequence of actions looked very simple, but it required the cooperation of every muscle and the exquisite analysis of bug exploration. For instance, if he had let go of the hammer handle at the moment of using the rebound force, LiuLuo could have been seriously injured by the backlash. So this move seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. When LiuLuo returned, the crew on the scissor ship finally reacted. They didn't know how powerful that last strike was, but the visual shock was immense. "Oh, that's terrifying. Where's Yangyang? Wasn't he just here? Is this a deity?" Hearing the pirates on the ship, Luo Mingho's heart began to feel uneasy. Although the damage caused by that strike wasn't significant, the control of that power was astonishing. One miscalculation could lead to a collision with the scissor ship, which was no joke. Being smashed to pieces would be the least of their worries, and they might not even leave a trace behind. "Mingho, should we retreat? I see the opponent is not easy to deal with." Sun Jianpeng, the second in command on the ship, finally spoke up. "Retreat? The flag has already been seen by the opponent. How can we leave without a fight? Otherwise, how can our tool pirates survive on the sea in the future?" The tool pirates were named after their two devil fruit powers. Luo Mingho had the scissor fruit, while Sun Jianpeng had the wrench fruit. Both were superhuman-type devil fruit users. And this scissor ship was the creation of the two. They were both capable of second-level abilities, and compared to the dragon pirates, they were indeed much stronger. However, they didn't know what kind of monster they were about to face. In the end, the two ships crashed violently into each other. But the scissor ship was still a bit stronger, nearly destroying LiuLuo's ship. However, at this moment, they couldn't afford to feel heartbroken. Countless pirates from the tool pirates had already rushed over. "Be careful," LiuLuo turned and said to the people from the dragon pirates, because the Street Fighter attack did not distinguish between friend and foe. Boom! Centered around LiuLuo, a strong force stirred the surrounding air, directly forming a circular vortex. The vortex expanded continuously, and all ordinary people who encountered it lost consciousness without even a groan, their eyes rolling back. However, compared to the dragon pirates, the tool pirates were indeed stronger than just having top-tier power. Surprisingly, 7 or 8 ordinary martial artists steadied themselves against LiuLuo's imposing attack. "Conqueror's Haki! Conqueror's Haki! Conquerors!" LiuLuo's move made everyone stop, followed by exclamations of shock. At that moment, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng only had one thought in their minds. Those with Conqueror's Haki are destined to be kings. The two stopped in their tracks and began to scrutinize LiuLuo, looking him up and down, not missing a single detail. Originally prepared for battle, LiuLuo and the others were also dumbfounded. Are we fighting or not? Moreover, LiuLuo felt a chill from the way Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng looked at him. Could it be that these two, like men? LiuLuo struggled to think this thought in his mind. He instantly shivered and involuntarily took a step back. "What are you two staring at our captain for? Are you sick?" Yangyang immediately understood LiuLuo's thoughts and shouted, Luo Mingho and his brother exchanged glances upon hearing this. There was a shared understanding in their eyes, and then they nodded to each other. Together, they walked toward LiuLuo. Seeing Do, Yangyang, and Han Weiwei immediately take their stances and wave their hands to signal, "Wait. If you can defeat both of us alone, we'll admit defeat and acknowledge you as our captain, never betraying you," Luo Mingho said to LiuLuo with a serious expression. In fact, this was the goal he and Sun Jianping had set from the beginning. Since the day they set sail, they had been looking for a qualified captain. They both had a clear understanding of themselves. Regardless of their personalities or their devil fruits, they could never become the overlords of the sea. According to the One Piece manga, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are natural-born kings. Therefore, they have always been looking for someone who can lead them to glory. Some people want to become the Pirate King, some want to be the Four Emperors, but there are also those who wish to be helpers beside kings, like Marco or Rayleigh. Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping are exactly such people. The two often joke that neither has the temperament of a king. Even if they try to act fierce, they are at most just butchers. However, to become Luo Mingho's boss, there is still one last requirement, which is to possess powerful strength. "Are you scared?" Sun Jianping said with some disappointment, his originally fiery gaze starting to cool down. LiuLuo had not responded, actually struggling to process the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Do Yangyang suddenly stepped forward. "Not just any random fish can challenge our captain. You should defeat me, the first mate, first." As Do Yangyang finished speaking, to avoid being underestimated, he instantly surrounded himself with bones, and in a moment, a skeletal armored general stood before Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping. Seeing this scene, their eyes began to heat up again. They could feel that Do Yangyang was very strong. This also indirectly reflected how strong the man who would become a captain was. LiuLuo, seeing this, remained silent. How strong Do Yangyang really was had always been a mystery. Perhaps even he himself did not know. After all, that mysterious black bone had only appeared once, and no one knew what level of power he could reach in that state now. "All right," Luo Mingho was just about to say, "let's first experience the strength of the first mate," but unfortunately, he was interrupted by Han Weiwei. "I think you should first get to know the second mate, Han Weiwei." Her voice became increasingly enchanting. The fat began to burn, and her clothes instantly turned into flames, while her yellow-white hair seemed to cling to her body like intimate lingerie. With her explosively fit figure, she stepped out from the flames with a proud gait, her wildness returning, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. This entrance instantly drew the eyes of Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping. Not to mention how strong the aura was, the effect was indeed a complete victory over Do Yangyang. The alluring and wild voice echoed again. "What do you think, boys?" Han Weiwei's gaze swept over everyone on the ship. Only Do Yangyang and LiuLuo rolled their eyes. The others had already begun to shine with excitement. What kind of person did I provoke before? Yu Chaeyong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, completely intimidated by the presence of Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei. Not making a move back then was probably because they looked down on me. Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping's eyes sparkled because they felt the strength of this crew. Just taking Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei as examples. Either of them alone would definitely not be opponents for Luo Mingho. In fact, at this moment, it was no longer necessary for LiuLuo to fight them one-on-one. The appearance of Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei had already earned their recognition. "What? Are you staring blankly?" Han Weiwei walked over with a catwalk, swaying her enchanting figure towards the two. "Well then, let's get to know the second mate," Sun Jianping said. The reason they recognized her, but still needed to fight, was that this was a dual selection. They had to demonstrate their strength to gain LiuLuo's approval. So, this match would definitely see Sun Jianping and the others go all out. LiuLuo indeed wanted to see how strong these two were. From the beginning, LiuLuo planned to adopt an elite soldier approach and also test character and personality. However, after coming out of the three-circle land, he no longer thought that way, because many things had to rely on human strength to accomplish. Someone like Luffy would simply not work in this world. The reason for not recruiting Yu Chaeyong was first because his current strength was lacking, and second because he was not suitable for being a pirate. His personality was too weak, and he lacked the spirit to fight hard. He could be a competent naval officer instead. As everyone cleared the area, the three prepared themselves. During this time, Luo Mingho originally wanted a 1v1 match, as they had already recognized this crew and just needed to showcase themselves. However, he was ruthlessly rejected by Han Weiwei, who insisted, "I just want to take on two at once." In fact, she wanted to prove her position. With new members joining, Although LiuLuo and Yangyang would definitely not say anything, her personality required her to stand out and prove herself as a qualified second mate. The battle began, and Han Weiwei took the first action, instantly transforming into a yellow-white flash, moving around the two. It felt as if one person was surrounding the two. Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping couldn't find any flaws in Han Weiwei for a moment, but fearing LiuLuo and the others would see through them, they immediately counterattacked. Luo Mingho crossed his arms, instantly transforming his arms into a pair of sharp scissors. V-shaped trap. As he spoke, Luo Mingho's arms began to swing rapidly, sending out silver-white scissor marks flying. He knew Han Weiwei was very fast, so he couldn't attack at a fixed point. Instead, he used the scissors to divide the area into countless sections. Each scissor mark formed a shape, floating in the air, ready to close and form an IT any moment. Hee. Can such a thing cut me? Han Weiwei was quite confident in her speed, so she didn't take it to heart. However, the next moment, as she stepped into the area, her innate danger sense as a cat made her hairs stand on end. The blades on both sides were closing in at incredible speed, and it looked like they were about to cut Han Weiwei in half. In that instant, time seemed to slow down as several members of the Scissor Pirates watched LiuLuo's Street Fighter move closely. They were all eager to see just how strong the crew they were about to join really was. The next moment, Han Weiwei did not disappoint them. In less than a fraction of a second, she reacted with lightning speed, like a nimble cat battling a snake. It was incredibly fast. Her upper and lower body folded together, avoiding the scissors' half-closing attack. Then she shot up like a slingshot, charging straight at Luo Mingho. Seeing this, LiuLuo and Yangyang both broke into a sweat. This was indeed extremely dangerous. Luo Mingho, looking at the approaching Han Weiwei, momentarily couldn't react, still making motions to prevent the scissor marks from closing in. But Han Weiwei was already almost upon him. This was the cat's godly reaction speed, something humans could hardly comprehend. In fact, just now, Han Weiwei could have taken the hit directly, but that would cause injury, which she absolutely did not want to see. She wanted to win overwhelmingly to prove her position on this ship. Mingho, don't panic, I'm here. Precise capture. Sun Jianping's hands transformed into two large wrenches, reaching out to grab the flying Han Weiwei. The moment they touched, the wrenches instantly began to shrink, tightly gripping Han Weiwei's hands. The wrench began to twist, but it wasn't smooth. It faced tremendous resistance. Don't forget, the animal-type devil fruits are known for their strength. So even though Han Weiwei is a woman, her strength is not inferior to LiuLuo and the others, and may even be stronger. For a moment, the two were at a stalemate. However, gradually, Han Weiwei's arms began to twist. Even if her strength was great, the wrench was designed specifically for twisting things. At this moment, Luo Mingho, who had reacted, rushed over, flying directly over Sun Jianping's head. His hands transformed into scissors, cutting straight towards Han Weiwei's head. This time, Luo Mingho didn't dare to hold back at all and went all out. Han Weiwei seemed to be in danger again. The cold blades reflected the moonlight into Han Weiwei's eyes, while the two wrenches formed by Sun Jianping firmly held her hands. In the eyes of the many pirates, this looked like an unsolvable problem. Han Weiwei should immediately surrender to survive. But only Sun Jianping and Luo Mingho, who were closest to her, could see her expression. A hint of a cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. Not good. Even though Han Weiwei couldn't pull her hands out, it didn't mean she couldn't move. Although her hand strength wasn't as strong as the wrench, her body strength was much greater than Sun Jianping's. Han Weiwei suddenly pulled back with all her might, instantly dragging Sun Jianping forward, and in a moment, the roles of attack and defense were reversed. Luo Mingho was swinging the sharp scissors and, facing Sun Jianping, who suddenly entered his attack range, quickly stopped his combined arms. However, just like before, he was too fast and ended up cutting off a portion of the hair on both sides of the crouching Sun Jianping's head. Sun Jianping reacted quickly. The moment Han Weiwei yanked him, he decisively let go. So even if Luo Mingho didn't stop, he would only cut off the hair on the top of his head. But this scene still frightened many pirates. However, they began to feel fortunate that their captain was very foresight. Otherwise, they might have already perished. This is able to dodge. Too strong, right? No wonder this is the ship we want to join. Even the second mate is so powerful. Scary. Luckily, we have already surrendered. Amidst the discussions of the many pirates, Han Weiwei's face blossomed with an excited smile again. The real performance was just beginning. Sword claws. Just as Han Weiwei's voice fell, her fingernails began to grow wildly, and in a moment, they reached a length of 40 to 50 centimeters. Each nail, seemingly forged from fine steel, resembled semi-transparent short swords, making any thought of resistance impossible under the interplay of moonlight and firelight. Sun Jianpeng, who had lost 2 patches of hair, and Luo Mingho, whose face was pale, exchanged glances and understood from each other's eyes that, having failed to succeed just now, they had already lost. With her speed, Han Weiwei would never allow Sun Jianpeng to catch her again. Therefore, the other side only needed to use their speed advantage to exhaust both of them. And they had achieved their goal of showcasing themselves, having pushed Han Weiwei into danger twice and almost injuring her. So when Han Weiwei charged over again, the two hurriedly shouted without hesitation, "We surrender." Their voices were very high-pitched, sounding somewhat desperate. Hearing this, Han Weiwei quickly hit the brakes and came to a steady stop in front of the two. "Damn, this is just the beginning. There's no need. This isn't a life-and-death battle. If this continues, we are definitely not your opponents," Sun Jianpeng immediately said humbly, giving Han Weiwei enough face. "All right, let's leave it at that for now." After speaking, Han Weiwei walked proudly towards LiuLuo, chest out and head held high. These two are okay. Their cooperation is quite good, just a bit lacking in strength and speed. As Han Weiwei walked back to LiuLuo's side, she commented on Sun Jianpeng and Luo Mingho. She didn't consider that among all those present, there might still be a chance to compare strength. But for speed, unless Do Yangyang directly opened the way through the White Bone Road, it would be impossible. "Look at you being so smug," Do Yangyang said with a sneer. "What? Just being smug?" Han Weiwei quickly approached Do Yangyang, puffing out her chest, scaring Do Yangyang into retreating quickly. This woman, whenever she transforms, always wants to flaunt her impressive figure everywhere. At this moment, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng also approached. Although the challenge had ended, Han Weiwei had still said a few good words for them. But if they wanted to board this ship, they still needed LiuLuo's personal nod. "If you want to get on my ship, are you qualified?" LiuLuo deliberately paused, causing Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng to take a big breath. Consider it a warning. After all, they were somewhat different from Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei. Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei were tested through blood and fire, and their emotions were in place with impeccable character. On the other hand, Luo Mingho and the others felt more like subordinates. However, LiuLuo took a big breath again, causing the two who had just shown smiles to regain their seriousness. "On my ship, you must adhere to 3 rules. First, do not kill innocents indiscriminately. Second, do not insult women. Third, do not betray this ship." After LiuLuo finished speaking, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng waited for a long time and saw that the other party had indeed finished speaking. They quickly responded, "Captain, rest assured. We will definitely do it." Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng shouted in unison. The 8 pirates behind them who hadn't passed out also shouted along. "Luye, aren't these 3 rules a bit too few?" Do Yangyang asked in surprise. "Not too few. We are pirates. Why do we need so many rules? If we have ideas in the future, we can add more." "That's true," Do Yangyang chuckled and began to chat casually with Luo Mingho and the others. Yu Cheong watched all this and felt quite uncomfortable, but he had no choice. After all, without LiuLuo's words, he would have already been dead by now. It was pointless to blame LiuLuo. The only thing he could blame was his own weakness. Moreover, he developed a deep aversion to pirates in his heart. However, at this moment, no one cared what he was thinking. Everyone was discussing what to name the pirate group in the future. Calling it the Tool Pirate Group was out of the question. Everyone chattered away, but ultimately couldn't come up with a decent name. In the end, it was still LiuLuo who personally decided on the name of the pirate group. Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group, Heavenly Dynasty Dragon Sun. Not bad, not bad. Luo Mingho quickly echoed. In fact, when LiuLuo thought of this name, he thought of the Celestial Dragons and the Shimatsuki clan, which led him to want to use this name first. "What about our ship?" a pirate asked. "Let's call it Sea Dragon. All future ships will be called Sea Dragon," LiuLuo said again. Sea Dragon, good, good. These pirates didn't care whether it was good or not. As long as LiuLuo said it, they would say it was good, which made LiuLuo feel quite embarrassed. However, Do Yangyang was thriving, so LiuLuo returned to the captain's room afterward, leaving Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei to host the situation until the other pirates woke up. This time, LiuLuo was called down, and everyone moved back to the original ship, which is now called the Sea Dragon. During the time LiuLuo was away, the cutter, Luo Mingho, had already created a new flag. The wrench, Sun Jianpeng, had also nearly finished repairing the Sea Dragon, but had removed the front scissors and replaced it with a dragon head. Do Yangyang assigned both of them the position of bosun, so they were jokingly referred to as the wrench and the cutter, while their former subordinates were the real sailors. It must be said that these two were very useful, working in an orderly manner. After LiuLuo boarded the ship, he found that the captain's cabin had been cleaned thoroughly. Just as LiuLuo was feeling that having more people was good, Yangyang suddenly approached him. Luo, I have something to tell you, Yangyang said cautiously. During this time on the ship, he felt very uncomfortable, especially on this ship that had killed countless of his brothers. The feeling was even worse. In fact, LiuLuo had already noticed, but he didn't say anything. Luo Mingho and the others sank his ship because Yangyang was also flying the pirate flag, which couldn't be blamed on anyone. To be a pirate, one must have the awareness of death. This was also one of the reasons LiuLuo didn't rescue them immediately back then. Go ahead, what is it? LiuLuo had already guessed, but did not say it directly. Luo, I want to borrow your ship to leave here. Sure, which ship can I give you? But you have to think carefully. It's not very safe here now. Next time, you might not have such good luck meeting me again. LiuLuo didn't refuse him, but also informed him of the dangers, letting him decide for himself. Yangyang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to leave. He really didn't want to stay any longer. LiuLuo didn't persuade him further and told him he could leave anytime. Before long, a pirate came to tell LiuLuo that Yangyang had left with his men and asked if he should be kept. LiuLuo certainly wouldn't go back on his word. After leaving the captain's cabin, he watched as his old ship gradually moved further away and felt a bit inexplicably reluctant. He didn't know what would happen to that ship, but he guessed it wouldn't be good, even if Yangyang didn't fly the pirate flag again this time. Captain, the first mate asked you to come down for a discussion. A crew member in his 20s rushed over, looking very excited as he conveyed Yangyang's words. Okay, I got it, you can go down first. All right. The crew member was full of excitement. He didn't expect the new captain to be so polite. After the crew member left, LiuLuo walked to a small box, hugged it to his chest, and headed downstairs. Along the way, many crew members nodded and greeted LiuLuo. He politely returned their smiles. After all, it was their first meeting, and LiuLuo gave them enough face. It wouldn't be like this in the future. It was really too exhausting. Which ship's captain lives so tired? Luo, you're here. As soon as LiuLuo pushed open the captain's cabin door, Yangyang was the first to greet him, and then everyone else stood up one after another. Captain! Everyone shouted in unison, with Yangyang and Han Weiwei being the loudest, as they had this idea beforehand. All right, everyone sit down, LiuLuo said with a smile, nodding as he walked to the main seat. You called me over. What is the matter, my first mate? You have to ask the second mate. She asked you to come down to choose our pirate flag, Yangyang said with a big smile. Luo, look at these flags. Which one suits us? I think this one is good. Han Weiwei spread out 3 flags and pointed to one with a golden and black bone dragon design. LiuLuo looked at the other flags, and indeed found that compared to the one Han Weiwei pointed out, the others were either not fierce enough or too ugly. All right, let's go with the one you pointed out. Great. I knew Luo would choose this one. Han Weiwei raised an eyebrow at Yangyang, provocatively. All right, is there anything else? LiuLuo saw that Yangyang was about to bicker with Han Weiwei again, and quickly said, Luo, let me introduce you to these people. They're the backbone members of our ship. Yangyang glanced at Han Weiwei and excitedly said, This is Du Liang, a sword practitioner, very good. Already at the advanced soldier level. This is Huang Yueying, also a sword practitioner, also at the advanced soldier level. This is Hu Bin, a fist practitioner, at the intermediate soldier level. This is Lu Dashing, a gun practitioner at the intermediate soldier level, just like you, Luo. There were a total of 8 people, with the other 4 being at the low soldier level. Among them, there were only 2 women. One was Huang Yueying, and the other was Lin Xiaoran. However, LiuLuo was most concerned about the gun practitioner. He hadn't expected to meet someone who practiced guns. That would be very useful for him. After all, he was also very strong in gun skills. Moreover, he had a feeling that he might naturally break through to the intermediate gun master level soon. Captain, let me introduce you to the situation on our ship. After Yangyang finished his introduction, Luo Mingho stood up to speak, as he and Sun Jianping were the most familiar with the ship's situation. After listening to his introduction, LiuLuo learned that there were originally 137 people on the ship, making it 138, including himself. Except for the people in the room at that moment, the others were all ordinary people. All right, if you're all done, I want to say something, LiuLuo said as he placed the small box he brought onto the table. Yangyang and Han Weiwei exchanged glances. They both knew what was inside. As LiuLuo opened the box, everyone's eyes immediately fixed on it. Devil fruit? Is it really a devil fruit? A yellow devil fruit lay quietly in the box, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Sun Jianping and Luo Mingho also exchanged glances, both shocked. Although they had eaten devil fruits before, they had never collected any. Collecting devil fruits is a crazy and wealthy endeavor. Yes, this is a devil fruit. As of now, I don't know what type it is or what abilities it has. LiuLuo intentionally paused as he continued. I plan to give it to you, or to one of the brothers outside. But the condition is that in the next month, whoever performs well will have the qualification to compete for it. There are only 10 qualifications, and the strongest among those 10 will be the owner of this devil fruit. As soon as LiuLuo finished speaking, the people at the table immediately erupted in cheers. This devil fruit could be said to be within their grasp. After all, those sitting here were the backbone of the ship. Captain, I love you. Moi. Lin Xiaoran went wild, showing no restraint. However, LiuLuo didn't mind. It was normal to say anything when excited, and he could understand. Captain, I love you too. I love you too. After a round of cheers, the news also reached the outside of the ship, which was met with another wave of cheers. With everyone's enthusiastic support, LiuLuo ultimately decided not to stay in the conference room any longer and simply moved the meeting onto the deck. Once again, it was announced. Everyone quiet down. Quiet down. The captain still has something to say. Listen to Brother Luo finish speaking. Yangyang shouted loudly. He was momentarily confused, sometimes calling the captain, sometimes calling Brother Luo. There's one more thing to announce. Yangyang, go bring out the wood spirit. Soon, under LiuLuo's gesture, Yangyang brought the remaining half-barrel of wood spirit onto the deck. What's this stuff? It looks so disgusting. It must be something good. Maybe it's a reward the captain is giving us. I feel like that thing is moving. Many pirates saw what the first mate brought up and discussed among themselves. Some thought it was a miraculous medicine, while others believed it was a show of power prepared by LiuLuo. This thing is called wood spirit, and I got it on island, LiuLuo said as he scooped one up and swallowed it. He then showed a look of intoxication. Even now, the wood spirit's help to LiuLuo was minimal, but it still felt comfortable and tasted good. Captain, what is this stuff? A bold pirate asked loudly. Come here, LiuLuo directly called over that pirate. He liked bold people. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on him. The pirate hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, pushed through the crowd, and walked over. What's your name? Reporting to the captain, my name is Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin stood tall and spoke loudly, as if he were a soldier waiting to be inspected. Yangyang, Luo Mingho, and others standing next to LiuLuo also nodded in agreement. LiuLuo was quite satisfied. All right, you just asked me what this is. I believe everyone has this doubt. Do you dare take a bite now and tell everyone? LiuLuo invisibly gave him an opportunity. This was fate. But this fate was indeed something he fought for himself. Zhou Yin did not hesitate, immediately scooping a large spoonful and swallowing it to show his trust in the captain. Before he could swallow the first bite, he scooped up a second spoonful. However, LiuLuo did not stop him. This was his opportunity, and LiuLuo was willing to give him a chance to become stronger. When the second spoon was swallowed, Zhou Yin's expression changed, and the large spoon in his hand fell into the barrel with a thud. Other pirates widened their eyes. Could it really be poison, a weapon punishing us? Some pirates even placed their hands on their sword hilts. None of this escaped LiuLuo's eyes, but he didn't care. After all, they had just met. Trust needs to be cultivated. However, when LiuLuo looked at Luo Mingho and the 8 middle-tier powers, their gazes were still gentle. They were not like those ordinary pirates. They knew how strong LiuLuo and the others were, and if they wanted to kill them, no one could withstand it. So, there was no need to put on such a show. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhou Yin knelt down with a flushed face. Captain, thank you for the reward, Zhou Yin said excitedly, as he could feel his strength rising vigorously. In almost no time, he went from no rank to low-level soldier. In fact, the wood spirit is a powerful accelerator, especially effective for ordinary people to break through to soldier level, but eating too much becomes useless. When LiuLuo and the others ate it back then, it allowed them to quickly reach the peak of low-level soldier rank too. That's why there was such a significant increase in power. Can I eat more? I can't eat anymore. Let's talk about the effects, LiuLuo said with a smile. But tears appeared in Zhou Yan's eyes. He knew this was a chance to change his fate, and this opportunity was given by the man in front of him. Without any words, he just nodded firmly, not knowing if he was saying, I can eat or I will recognize you as my captain for the rest of my life. Zhou Yan picked up the spoon again and began to eat frantically. At this moment, the other pirates also realized that what they were seeing was probably some miraculous medicine. Looking at Zhou Yan, who was eating like crazy, they showed envious expressions. It wasn't long before Zhou Yan could no longer fit anymore after all. His strength was still too far behind, unlike LiuLuo and the others back then. He had only eaten about 20 spoonfuls, but even so, it directly allowed him to break through to mid-level soldier rank. This shows how powerful the wood spirit really is. Are you full? If you're full, share your feelings with the brothers. LiuLuo continued to smile. Yes, Captain. Zhou Yin bowed deeply, respectfully addressing LiuLuo, then began to share his feelings. When the pirates heard that he was now at mid-level soldier rank, they erupted into loud cheers. How great would it be if I were that person? Just now, I was still doubting the captain, damn it. Yes, from now on, Captain, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase chickens, I will never catch dogs. Hearing the discussions among the pirates, LiuLuo knew his goal had been achieved. All right, everyone quiet down. The second thing I want to say is, LiuLuo said, deliberately pausing. Then he scanned the entire crowd with his eyes. And the pirates immediately straightened their chests. In the future, as long as you achieve merit, you can eat a spoonful of with spirit. The cheers and shouts of the pirates instantly exploded the entire deck. Who wouldn't want to directly break through to mid-level soldier rank? Now, everyone was desperately trying to show off in front of LiuLuo, eager to encounter enemies. Yangyang and several senior officers, seeing all this, also cast admiring glances at LiuLuo. The previously somewhat scattered pirates suddenly became united after LiuLuo's operation. It must be said that LiuLuo is quite talented in manipulating power. He just didn't want to do it before. Captain, the ship ahead is fighting with the Iron Blood people. A pirate urgently shouted to the captain's cabin from a huge three-masted sailing ship, flying a pirate flag with a skull, wearing a straw hat. What? Is it the Iron Blood pirates? Sure, Haoqiang was so excited that he even pushed the captain's door inwards. This wasn't his fault. As long as one had encountered a ship from the Iron Blood pirates, they would inevitably suffer. Their Straw Hat Pirates were no exception. Yes, you heard it right. It's called the Straw Hat Pirates, for obvious reasons. Because, sure, Haoqiang's devil fruit is the rubber fruit. Hurry over and see if there's a chance. Hopefully, the Iron Blood Pirates have run into a tough opponent this time. But when Sure Haoqiang looked through the telescope, he was already disappointed. What a small ship, and there is only one. What use is that? Captain, do we still need to go over? Sure Haoqiang frowned and hesitated for a moment. Let's go over and take a look. Just consider it as watching a show. Treasure Pirates. Captain, Yangyang, Diamond Fruit User. First Mate, Meng Yuanfei, Coal Fruit User. Second Mate, Huang Yan, Brass Fruit User. Besides that, there are a dozen or so soldier-level pirates under them, making it a very powerful pirate crew. Those Iron Blood madmen are about to start fighting again. Meng Yuanfei said casually while looking through the telescope. Others may not understand the Iron Blood pirates, but the treasure pirates are very familiar with them. 2 months ago, when the three giants of treasure just formed their pirate crew, they encountered the arrogant Iron Blood pirates. That battle was extremely fierce, with nearly all the crew members on both sides nearly wiped out before they finally stopped. So arrogant, this should be his 7th battle, Huang Yan said with a displeased expression. He had long been unable to stand the Iron Blood crew, but the boss, Yang Un, had always strictly ordered that no conflict should occur with Iron Blood before obtaining the Devil's Flower. Boss, let's go take a look, Huang Yan suggested unwillingly. Okay, Yang Un nodded, saying just one word. What did you just say, boss? Huang Yan reacted and immediately turned around, shouting loudly, brothers, turn around and charge towards Iron Blood's broken ship. Meng Yuanfei also put down his binoculars and walked in front of Yang Un. Boss, what's going on? Are you confused? Although Meng Yuanfei was also unhappy, he knew that Yang Un's decisions were sound. They were evenly matched with the Iron Blood pirates. If a real fight broke out, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. Don't forget, their main goal this time is the Devil's Flower. Iron Blood has offended too many people. Yang Un glanced at the two brothers, a sinister smile crossing his lips. The two brothers reacted and shouted in unison, awesome. Haha, boss, you really have it. You were just holding back. Huang Yan quickly added, not forgetting to give Yang Un a thumbs up. In fact, Yang Un had another reason from the past. Seeing that they were about to approach the Devil's Flower, it was time to show their reputation. Otherwise, if small fries came to trouble them later, it would be annoying. Yang Un's prediction was not wrong. Several ships were heading towards the Iron Blood pirates. Some of the ships had been bullied by the Iron Blood crew. But there were only 4 such ships, all of which were strong enough to require the Iron Blood pirates to fight hard to capture. As for the weaker ones, they had already perished at sea. The Iron Blood pirates, true to their name, kill mercilessly. Other ships were merely there to watch the show, including the powerful Fanyao pirates and Luin pirates. One-on-one, LiuLuo looked at the few who stepped forward from the Iron Blood pirates in surprise. He had thought it would be a chaotic battle, but he didn't expect the other side to propose such a request. However, after thinking it over, he understood. Everyone's goal was the Devil's Flower. No one wanted to use their full strength right now. Moreover, ships were continuously arriving, clearly with ulterior motives. Right, one-on-one duel. The losing crew must bow and apologize, Zhang Hua said coldly. Hell, what if I don't? LiuLuo said, casually while picking at his nails. The Iron Blood Pirates only had 2 vice-captains who were devil fruit users, while Captain Zhang Hua was a powerful swordsman. The strongest among them were just those 3, with 4 or 5 other soldiers not even worth mentioning. In contrast, on LiuLuo's side, although the ship was small and the total number was few, there were 4 devil fruit users standing directly behind LiuLuo, including himself. That made 5 people, all of whom were of second-tier strength. Don't think that just because you have more people you'll win. I'm a natural-type devil fruit user. Wang Shubin, the first mate of the Iron Blood Pirates, stepped forward. However, this statement was somewhat ridiculous. The reason this battle was happening was precisely because the other side thought they could bully the Tianlong Pirates with their numbers. Hearing this, the newly joined members of the Tianlong Pirates felt a bit intimidated. Natural-type devil fruits are indeed stronger than ordinary devil fruits. Even the 2 brothers, Luo Mingho and Luo Mingho, felt a bit anxious. Standing beside him, Do Yangyang glanced at the 2 and smiled, whispering, "What are you afraid of? These guys aren't enough for me to deal with," Do Yangyang said arrogantly. Hearing this, the 2 brothers, Luo Mingho, instantly gained confidence. If the first mate said that, then if they were still afraid, they might as well not be pirates. The next moment, LiuLuo spoke up. "Where are you? Do you have a say in this?" "Yangyang, teach him a lesson. It looks like he's also a first mate. Show him how to be a good first mate," LiuLuo said defiantly, angering the Iron Blood Pirates, who gritted their teeth but dared not complain. LiuLuo, like them, actually did not want a full-scale war. After all, the Devil's Flower was the only objective. However, he absolutely could not let the newly established Tianlong Pirates lose face. "Captain is mighty. Captain is awesome." The Tianlong Pirates erupted with enthusiasm, feeling they had not boarded the wrong ship. Luo Mingho and son Zhamping exchanged glances. No mistake, this is what they wanted. Hee, leave it to me. Not just anyone can be a first mate. Do Yangyang stepped forward and mocked Wang Shubin. Do Yangyang's words ignited the excitement in the crowd again. First mate, first mate, first mate. The Tianlong Pirates began to go wild, but the Iron Blood Pirates were not weak either. Although they had not gained any advantage in terms of face, they were definitely not lacking in enthusiasm. "Don't talk big. Who educates whom is still uncertain," Wang Shubin sneered. So much nonsense. Do Yangyang's words fell as he jumped onto the opponent's deck, already overpowering them in momentum. Fighting on the opponent's deck gave them the home advantage. And Wang Shubin had not acted because he dared not board LiuLuo's ship. After Do Yangyang landed, he did not give Wang Shubin a chance to speak. He immediately entered his blade bone form and launched an attack with 1,000 crystals. Although Wang Shubin wanted to curse one last time, it was too late. Thick smoke rose behind him, continuously billowing as if something was brewing within. By the time other pirate crews arrived, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Treasure pirates, wow. It seems the Iron Blood people have kicked the iron plate this time, but I think this guy covered in spikes is still a bit lacking, Meng Yuanfei, who had once had a fierce battle with Wang Shubin, said. It is lacking. Natural types are indeed, no joke, really disgusting. Huan Yan also chimed in, carefully watching the battle between the 2. At this moment, in their fight, Do Yangyang was indeed at a disadvantage. Although he was always on the offensive, he had not inflicted any damage on Wang Shubin. Wang Shubin's fighting style was too erratic. His speed was not particularly fast, but it was very strange and unpredictable. "I don't see it. I think that spiky guy can win," Yangyang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Why? Just keep watching and you'll know." "I didn't expect you to have some skills," Do Yangyang said with a smile. "I have plenty more. I don't know if you can handle it," Wang Shubin said coldly. In the next moment, a huge python emerged as the white mist around him began to condense. Inviting the moon, the white snake hisses. Originally, this white snake made of smoke only looked frightening, but after a flash of light in the sky, the gigantic white snake seemed to come alive, flicking its tongue and staring intently at Do Yangyang with its vertical pupils. "Oh, quite intimidating, but I wonder if it can take a hit." As they spoke, the bone armor enveloped Do Yangyang's body once again, and with this exoskeleton-like armor, his speed and strength broke through the limits once more. One large and one small. 2 white shadows collided continuously. Roar! The smoke-white python seemed to be in pain or perhaps angry, roaring incessantly. Each of Do Yangyang's attacks dispersed a circle of smoke around it. The man and the snake exchanged blows hundreds of times in mere seconds. It seems that Wang Shubin has become stronger again. Indeed, very strong. I haven't seen him use this move before. Zhang Hua, holding a giant iron sword, coldly responded to Hiyashin's words. However, The opponent is also quite strong. Is he a bone fruit user? Yashin furrowed her brows and continued speaking. This time, Zhang He remained silent, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand. In contrast, LiuLuo over here felt little tension. Why? Because their captain showed no signs of nervousness, even having someone bring him a chair and a cup of water. The opponent is quite strong, a pirate said. Looking at the smoke giant python, which was several dozen meters long and thicker than a barrel, somewhat afraid. Strong my ass. Didn't you see the first mate being hit and smoking? Another pirate immediately retorted. Exactly, strong my ass. I estimate the first mate can finish it off in 100 moves. I think 50 moves would suffice. Suddenly, LiuLuo quickly turned his head to look at the few pirates talking. Then he shook his head seriously. A few pirates thought they had said something wrong and immediately fell silent, but they were surprised to see LiuLuo suddenly burst into laughter. No, just one move is needed, LiuLuo said confidently. Hearing this, the Tianlong pirate crew instantly erupted in excitement. Even the usually calm Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng joined in shouting. Captain is mighty, Captain is awesome, Captain is awesome. Some pirates shouted for a long time, grabbing their companions and asking, wasn't he at the first mate fighting? At this moment, the Tianlong pirate crew's first mate, Do Yangyang, also had this question in mind. Wasn't he at me fighting? Why are you shouting Captain is awesome? Shouldn't he at be first mate is awesome? The next moment, he understood why. LiuLuo suddenly shouted loudly, Yangyang, show me your new move. If you can't defeat the enemy in one blow, I'll lose face. Damn, I thought so. So you're just bragging, Do Yangyang thought to himself, but his actions didn't slow down. After a massive strike, he used the rebound force to create distance. At that moment, inside the white snake's body, Wang Shubin was startled by LiuLuo's shout and quickly pulled away. The cheering gradually subsided, and the breathing sounds also calmed down. On nearly a dozen nearby ships, there was no sound, waiting for the final battle to come. Winning in one blow? Wishful thinking, said the iron-blooded pirate crew leader, Zhang He, tightening his grip on the sword. Winning might be possible, but one blow. Treasure pirate crew leader, Yangyang, gently shook his head. Tianlong pirate crew? I haven't heard of them, but they're indeed good at bragging, said Straw Hat pirate crew leader, Shi Haokong, with disdain. One blow. If it were me, that would be different, said the Fanya pirate crew leader, Gong Yangbua, with a proud expression. I look forward to this blow. Give me a surprise, said Li Qixing, the leader of the Luin pirate crew, full of anticipation. But regardless of whether others believed it or not, Do Yangyang believed that he could definitely defeat the enemy in one blow. Because, under the order of the tyrant, there is no retreat. The order of the tyrant is the path I, the general, must take. Do Yangyang's voice was deep, as if he were speaking to himself. If there is no road ahead, then I will carve a path with my body. In an instant, Do Yangyang's white armor was stained with black patterns, and despair and hope coexisted in his eyes. Life and death are just a thought away. I choose to live for you, and likewise to die for you. Armor of bone, road to the end. Energy circles spread outwards, directly sending many people from the Iron Blood pirate cruise ship flying. When the energy surged, Zhang He and Yashin's faces changed dramatically in an instant. They could feel how powerful Do Yangyang was at that moment. Even Zhang He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The powerful energy burst from the ship, although the force had significantly diminished. People on other ships could still clearly feel it. The three members of the treasure pirate crew exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Shi Haokong nearly had his hat blown off, quickly covering his head with both hands in fright. Today was destined to be Do Yangyang's moment of fame. No one could deny that at this moment, Do Yangyang could only be described with one word: strong. And at this moment, the one feeling it most acutely was his opponent, Wang Shubin. How did he do it? What kind of will is this? Although he was wrapped in the giant white python, he felt not a shred of safety. Do Yangyang now seemed to have become that cold dragon, while he was merely a snake crawling on the ground. The pressure of his race made him tremble. The next moment, he saw a black and white, jagged path made of bones rushing towards him like a mountain peak. Terrifyingly fearsome. Horrifically fierce. But he couldn't just sit and wait for death. The giant tail of the white python swung violently towards the bone road filled with massive bone spikes. Boom. Bang bang. The smoked giant tail snapped several of the giant bone spikes, but the price was dissipating into smoke. And ultimately, it couldn't block the path of the bone peaks. At this moment, the only thought in Wang Shubin's mind was to escape, to flee for his life. He knew that when the Bone Peak Road was laid at his feet, it would be the moment of his death. There was originally no road ahead. But you came. Then there must be. The last word Yangyang nearly shouted out. His body's black patterns instantly lit up, and he charged straight towards the bone mountain and forest. As the towering bone spikes taller than Yangyang were shattered, his speed increased a notch. No. Zhang Hua's eyes widened. Regardless of whether it was a one-on-one duel or not, he dragged his massive sword towards the halfway point where Yangyang was. Because he knew that this strike would truly take Wang Shubin's life. You should interfere, LiuLuo said coldly. He instantly arrived, crouched down, evidently having just used a ground roll. 3D game creation activated. A spear appeared in LiuLuo's hand in an instant. Although it wasn't as strong as the one Yangyang had given him, it would suffice. Get out of my way. Zhang He was also furious, swinging his giant sword towards LiuLuo. He knew that if Wang Shubin died, the strength of his Iron Blood Pirate crew would be greatly reduced. He also knew that countless financial wolves were watching him. Once the Iron Blood Pirates suffered casualties, the pack that smelled blood would tear him apart. LiuLuo did not dare to be careless in front of Zhang He. Yangyang had already shocked the world, and his older brother could not let him down. Frenzied March, Street Fighter, the two skills were activated in an instant, and the killing intent intertwined with overwhelming bloodlust. Mist and frost quickly buried LiuLuo's figure, and black patterns condensed on the gun tip. Both armament hockey and observation hockey were fully activated. The overwhelming momentum erupted again, instantly stunning almost everyone on the Iron Blood Pirates ship. Wah, what is that? Yang Un, Meng Yuanfei, and Huang Yan exclaimed in unison. It was as if they were cutting wheat, and everyone on the ship fell to the ground in unison, bringing them an incredibly strong visual impact. It's the Conqueror's hockey from the captain of the Straw Hat crew. Sure, Hao Qiang almost jumped up. This was the hockey he most wanted to cultivate. How could the captain of the Straw Hat crew not have Conqueror's hockey as a backdrop? Is this Conqueror's hockey? Truly terrifying. Li Qixing took a deep breath, even more excited than when Yangyang struck earlier. Conqueror's hockey is not just a type of hockey, but also a symbol of destiny. I will definitely obtain it, said the captain of the Fangyao pirates, Gangyang Bo, revealing his sharp teeth, then ordered his crew to start leaving. Although the crew was very reluctant, they had no choice but to leave. No one on the ship dared to refute Gangyang Bo's words. He was the king of this ship, but today he saw what a true king looked like, so he was somewhat anxious to leave. When LiuLuo burst out of the mist again, a cold cloud was crushed underfoot. His body flipped in the air, the gun tip cutting through the air, sparking a shower of sparks. He directly unleashed his strongest blow. Cloud, treading, shattering the sky. Get lost, Blood 2 strike. Zhang He twisted the giant sword with all his might, the jagged hilt cutting into his hands, blood flowing down the grooves of the sword hilt and blade. The great sword seemed to come alive, exuding a fierce aura. Boom! The black patterned spear collided with the blood-colored great sword in midair, the shockwave directly shattering the three-layer cabin on the ship. In the next moment, both the blood-colored great sword and the black patterned spear shattered simultaneously, fragments moving faster than bullets. Even the capable Hiyashin, in her second gear, was instantly pierced by several shards. Fortunately, she avoided the vital parts. Otherwise, she might have been the first devil fruit user to die today. Both the spear and sword shattered. LiuLuo and Zhang He were also blown away. However, the difference was that blood gushed from Zhang He's 7 orifices, while LiuLuo's face turned pale but was otherwise unharmed. In midair, LiuLuo instantly activated armament hockey and steel hardening, blocking countless shard attacks, ultimately leaving only a few scratches on his face. Zhang He, however, was in a dire state. Before his body even hit the ground, there was not a single good spot left on him. Boom! In the end, Zhang He crashed through the ship's hull, disappearing from everyone's sight. LiuLuo, after rolling 5 times in the air, finally landed on the deck, steady and firm. The difference was apparent. As soon as LiuLuo landed, cheers erupted like a landslide and tsunami. And this time it was not just the people of the Heavenly Dragon Pirates. Other surrounding pirate crews also cheered. First, because of the battle between the two. Although it was only one strike, it was indeed powerful. Secondly, because they had either been bullied by the Iron Blood Pirates or heard of their infamous reputation. The captain is awesome. The captain is awesome. The Heavenly Dragon Pirates are awesome. The Heavenly Dragon Pirates are awesome. From this moment on, Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng were completely at ease. Knowing their choice was not wrong at all. A strong captain, a strong first mate, a strong second mate. Not a single weakling. The members of the Heavenly Dragon Pirates also felt a surge of pride. The ship beneath their feet, the flag above their heads, made the whole world aware. The cheers came quickly and left just as fast. because Yangyang had already chased down Wang Shubin, and the moment Wang Shubin saw Zhang He being defeated, he completely lost the will to resist. Yangyang's figure was already becoming blurry, like a black and white light flashing and rushing forward. In the next moment, there were no dazzling fireworks nor violent explosions. It was as if Wang Shubin had never existed in this world, and what Yangyang had just done seemed merely to clear a path. A low voice came from the slowly dissipating smoke. I have not disgraced my mission. Simple 4 words seemed to carry his infinite honor. The surrounding pirates erupted again. The Heavenly Dragon pirates went even crazier, even more exaggerated than LiuLuo had just been. They felt Yangyang's power and equally felt how strong his show-off ability was. LiuLuo pulled his legs out from the deck and walked step by step toward the smoke. Come out. Huh. Do you still want to catch you? However, although LiuLuo said this, his footsteps did not stop. Hee, how about it? Awesome, right? The silly voice came out, as if it were 2 different people from the earlier voice. It instantly disappointed the surrounding pirates, who had originally thought they would see a cold, domineering general, only to find he suddenly became a loser. No one likes to see someone show off, but showing off with real ability is something people love. In this regard, Yangyang had indeed succeeded. Awesome, awesome, LiuLuo quickly echoed, and the 2 finally threw their arms around each other's shoulders and walked toward the sea dragon. As for the Iron Blood pirates, there were plenty of people to deal with that. They didn't need to do this dirty work. Just as the sea dragon was preparing to set sail again, the second in command of the Iron Blood pirates, Yangyang, who had been inconspicuous, suddenly spoke up. Can you take me away from here? I can join you. Yangyang was very clear about her current situation. Continuing to stay with the Iron Blood pirates would likely end in sinking with the ship. Hearing this, the pirates of the Heavenly Dragon pirates showed proud expressions and then looked at LiuLuo. LiuLuo was just about to shake his head when Yangyang excitedly said again, Wait, don't refuse so quickly. I know the whereabouts of a devil fruit. As long as you take me away, I will lead you to find it. Instantly, LiuLuo, who was about to shake his head, firmly nodded. No one could refuse the temptation of a devil fruit, not even a god. LiuLuo was not a god, and he could not resist it. Wait a moment. There are still many good things on this ship. Consider it the interest for the devil fruit. Although Yangyang felt very uncomfortable in her heart, it was too late. No one could turn back. Now she should try her best to gain some favor with the Heavenly Dragon pirates. She waved at a few members of the Heavenly Dragon pirates, signaling them to come with her to collect the things. Yangyang, are you really just leaving like this? Suddenly, a man with a gloomy face stepped out. Yangyang saw the newcomer and also stopped, letting out a long breath with a hint of sadness on her face. If this man were an ordinary crew member, Yangyang wouldn't even acknowledge him. But this person was Zhang He's younger brother, named Zhangde. I have said long ago that if the Iron Blood continues like this, it will inevitably lead to disaster, but he wouldn't listen. Hearing Yangyang's words, Zhangde became even more agitated, stepping closer to her and gritting his teeth as he said, Don't you know why this is happening? I certainly do. When I first boarded the ship, he said he would become the strongest man. If he couldn't, then he would let me go. But now it's proven that he is not, so I want to leave. Even if he comes, he can't stop me. Yangyang's voice grew colder as she pushed Zhangde away and quickly walked past him, leading the members of the Tianlong pirates toward the captain's cabin. LiuLuo and the others listened to their conversation from a distance, not expecting such a turn of events. In just a few minutes, Yangyang returned with the Tianlong pirates, carrying quite a few boxes, some of which looked very heavy. What are these things? Why are they so heavy? Yangyang asked curiously as he lifted one of the boxes. Good stuff, Yangyang said, opening one of the boxes to reveal silver black metal that looked very high quality. I don't know what this is, but it's very hard. LiuLuo gestured to Han Weiwei, who understood and walked over. She scratched the metal with her nails, but it didn't leave a mark, convincing everyone of Yangyang's words. These are really good things. Hurry and move them down, huh? LiuLuo laughed happily, feeling that this battle had finally yielded some rewards. Among the boxes, there were 3 large boxes of the metal, while others contained herbs and what seemed like gold. Afterward, LiuLuo decided not to stay any longer and ordered the ship to change course, continuing toward the direction of the Devil's Flower. The surrounding ships, seeing LiuLuo was leaving, automatically cleared the way. Thus, when the sea dragon passed by them, the pirates on board displayed proud expressions. Outside the captain's cabin on the 3rd floor, LiuLuo and the newly arrived Yangyang looked at the surrounding pirate crews. Haha, the Straw Hat Pirates, impressive, really impressive. LiuLuo couldn't help but laugh as they passed by the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes, some people are like that. They don't have the fate to become a king, but insist on dreaming of being one. Yangyang scoffed, speaking with double meanings. Who was that man just now? He used to pursue me on the ship, just a minor character. Hearing this response, LiuLuo shook his head and didn't continue the topic, as he didn't believe that the Iron Blood Pirates had a chance of survival. The shouts and killings from behind were no joke, so who he was didn't matter. Where's the devil fruit? Can you tell me now? Are you looking for it now? Yangyang asked, knowing everyone's goal was the devil's flower. I'll tell you after we get the devil's flower. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo paused. He began to suspect that Yangyang might be deceiving him. Facing LiuLuo's suspicious gaze, Yangyang knew that if she couldn't make this man believe her, he might immediately kick her off the ship. The devil fruit originally belonged to Zhang, but he didn't eat it immediately because he hesitated between becoming a devil fruit user or a swordsman. LiuLuo actually understood Zhang's hesitation very well. Not everyone could have both. Time. Doing one thing takes time, and splitting it in two may lead to failing at both. And the result? It was stolen by a thief. Yangyang shrugged and said, because his first mate was also a swordsman and very stubborn. He believed that swordsmen were the strongest beings, and only those who practiced swordsmanship were real men. While the devil fruit was a form of cheating. Hearing Yangyang's explanation, LiuLuo subconsciously nodded. To be honest, the last sentence did have some truth to it. So he stole the devil fruit and ran away? Yes. LiuLuo nodded while looking at Yangyang, his expression starting to grow cold. Damn it. The person has run away, and you're telling me this? But I know where he is because the person who made him steal it is me. Yangyang met LiuLuo's gaze without a trace of fear, instead smiling. Ha ha ha. LiuLuo joined in the laughter. After all this time, it turned out that taking down the Iron Blood Pirates wasn't LiuLuo and Yangyang, but this small woman with phoenix eyes and cherry lips in front of him. While laughing, LiuLuo gave her a thumbs up and retreated into the captain's cabin. I'm tired. I'm going to rest for a bit. You can look around the ship. To be honest, LiuLuo was a bit scared. He needed to hide his devil fruit quickly, as he felt that his previous hiding place was no longer safe. Watching LiuLuo disappear behind the door, Yangyang's expression dimmed, and she smiled bitterly before finally walking down to the third floor. Perhaps being a thief once and being a thief 1,000 times made no difference. As long as others knew, you would be a thief for life. In fact, Yangyang's original intention for having the first mate of the Iron Blood Pirates steal the devil fruit was because Zhang had a strong talent for swordsmanship. However, he also developed a strong desire for the abilities of the devil fruit. That's why Yangyang had the first mate steal the devil fruit. Moreover, it wasn't meant for the first mate to go and not return, but rather to wait until Zhang was very confident in his swordsmanship before coming back. At that time, the strength of the Iron Blood Pirates would receive a significant boost. A devil fruit plus a powerful swordsman would instantly elevate the Iron Blood Pirates to a higher level. Unfortunately, things went awry. After that, Zhang became brutal, as if he had turned into a different person. This left Yangyang very disappointed. And then, it led to the present where the Iron Blood Pirates became history. What Yangyang wanted was simply a very strong pirate crew that could protect her. As night fell, the Tianlong pirates fell into a frenzy once again. After a baptism of battle, the members of the Tianlong pirates felt a strong sense of belonging to this collective. This time, because sharp-eyed pirates discovered alcohol on the Iron Blood Pirates ship, no one had to worry about running out of drinks halfway through. LiuLuo was also quite happy today and drank quite a bit with them. Captain, let me help you up. No need, you all. Hick. Continue drinking. I'm going back to the captain's cabin to study the map. LiuLuo staggered as he held onto the railing, slowly walking back to the captain's cabin on the third floor. As soon as he entered the room, he collapsed onto the bed. Zen. Rainqing. I drank quite a bit today. You stay up there? LiuLuo said, struggling to turn his body over. In the dim light, he saw a figure walking towards him. It was Lin Xiaoran, who had followed LiuLuo after seeing him swaying as he came up, feeling concerned. Unexpectedly, you got drunk and ended up like this, haha, and you're still the captain. Lin Xiaoran looked at LiuLuo's embarrassing state, not shy at all, but instead laughed heartily like a tough girl. Come on, is Yuqing coming? LiuLuo squinted at the hazy beauty in front of him, suddenly perked up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but pout in disgust, then gently gave him a pat. Hurry up and sleep. You even mistook someone for Yuqing, and still want me to serve you? Dream on Lin Xiaoran laughed at her own words. Probably no one else had such an experience. The captain of the highly regarded Tianlong pirate group during the day was actually being patted by her. After being patted, LiuLuo settled down and slowly closed his eyes. A faint snoring sound began. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran sat down on the bed. This captain's bed is way more comfortable than mine. How great would it be if I could sleep here every day? Suddenly, a voice appeared beside Lin Xiaoran's ear. startling her so much she jumped up and quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. If you sleep with him now, then don't talk about this bed. Even this ship will belong to you. She didn't know when, but Hiyashin had already come to Lin Xiaoran's side. When did you arrive? Lin Xiaoran was very panicked, because if what she did to LiuLuo earlier were to be spread, she would probably be in big trouble. Just arrived. Lin Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, the next moment, she heard Hiyashin say again, I just saw someone give him a hard pat. As she spoke, Hiyashin patted LiuLuo's sensitive spot again. LiuLuo couldn't help but turn over, which scared the two women enough that their hearts nearly stopped. However, upon hearing LiuLuo's snoring sound again, the two finally exhaled the breath they had been holding. You also patted him. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Lin Xiaoran quickly said after catching her breath. I patted him, and you patted him. Can they be the same? I'm not one of the people on this ship. Instantly, Lin Xiaoran's eyes showed a look of panic again. You won't tell anyone, right? Let's see how you perform later. No. I will definitely listen to you from now on. Lin Xiaoran paused, her eyes rolling, then said, but you can't hurt the captain or our pirate group. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. I'll leave now. I will definitely perform well in the future. Just watch. While saying this, Lin Xiaoran retreated towards the door, but just as she was about to leave, she turned back. No, I can't leave. What if you hurt our captain? Lin Xiaoran said in a bit of fear. However, the next moment, she found that Hiyashin had disappeared. A cool breeze blew behind her. Then I will just hurt you now. Ghost. This time Lin Xiaoran was truly scared, turned around, and ran off without daring to look back. However, when she went downstairs, she told Yangyang and others about the reduced content, but no one believed her. LiuLuo was someone with observation hockey. Who could approach him without his consent? Come here, Xiaoran. Have a drink with me. Han Weiwei casually pulled Lin Xiaoran over. Captain's room. Watching Lin Xiaoran flee in a hurry, Hiyashin closed the captain's room door again. Yangyang was right. No one could approach LiuLuo without his consent. Get up. What are you pretending for? The person has left. ZZZ. Actually, Hiyashin originally planned to come and discuss some matters with LiuLuo, so Yangyang and the others knew she was coming up. But she never expected to encounter this situation. Still pretending, huh? Hiyashin's hand suddenly turned semi-transparent and actually passed through LiuLuo's backside, truly grabbing his sensitive spot this time. Let go. Are you crazy? LiuLuo sat up abruptly, bouncing on the bed. In fact, he was genuinely drunk today, so when he returned to the captain's room, he did think of Yangyang and indulged in his fantasies. But who knew Lin Xiaoran would suddenly appear and even block his observation hockey? Ultimately, realizing everything, he had no choice but to pretend to sleep. But he didn't expect these two women to be more ruthless than the other. I say, are you sick? Hiyashin. LiuLuo scolded with a face full of exasperation. Who told you to pretend to sleep and deceive young girls? It seems LiuLuo really couldn't argue, because he did pretend to sleep and he did deceive. What do you want to talk to me about? Hurry up. LiuLuo quickly changed the topic. I want to officially join the Tianlong pirate group. Damn, I told you, you're sick. Do you think that's possible? LiuLuo shot her a glare. Hiyashin was a devil fruit user, and she was pretty enough, even not losing to Yangyang. But LiuLuo had always found it hard to understand this woman. So when she boarded the ship, LiuLuo didn't know whether she was a bomb for his ship or someone else's. I don't think that's impossible, as she spoke. The clothes on Hiyashin's body automatically fell off, as if someone was helping her change behind her. Stop, what are you doing? This trick won't work on me. LiuLuo's gaze did not shift. His expression grew colder, but inside, his body was ablaze. After all, he was still a man, and especially just after drinking, and most importantly, he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. I know you don't trust me, so if I become your woman, wouldn't you be at ease? Hiyashin stated her reasoning. Then wouldn't you still be betraying the Iron Blood Pirate group? LiuLuo thought her relationship with Zhang Hua was the same. Betraying Iron Blood? That's because I never belonged to the Iron Blood Pirate group. Don't you want to give it a try? I've never had a man. As soon as she finished speaking, Hiyashin's clothes had completely fallen to the ground. The pink body stained with red frost, delicate and dripping dew, blushing face with nowhere to hide. LiuLuo felt he could hardly control his chest, his heart pounding violently as if it were about to explode. When the sun rose again, sunlight filled the entire captain's room, and LiuLuo suddenly sat up. Looking around at the mess and the curled-up Hiyashin like a kitten, everything that happened last night replayed in his mind. Damn, LiuLuo, you're really not a human being. LiuLuo didn't make any excuses for himself about everything that happened. This sentence contained guilt towards Yangyang, shame for not being able to control himself, and rough self-reproach towards the person in front of him. A cat eating the fish placed before it is not a problem. But why use such a cruel method? It must be said that humans are very complex animals. Everyone is a contradictory, symbiotic entity. Just when LiuLuo felt very helpless, Hiyashin's somewhat swollen eyes slowly opened. "What are you doing?" Her voice was a bit hoarse, and her eyes were filled with fatigue. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo's heart trembled violently. No blame, no accusation, just asking you what you're doing, a very casual remark. "Nothing much, are you? Okay?" LiuLuo asked cautiously. "I have no strength in my whole body. I want to sleep a bit longer." "You don't have to stay with me," Hiyashin said. Closing her eyes again, LiuLuo hesitated for a moment, ultimately said nothing, turned around, put on his clothes, and walked out of the captain's room. The door clicked softly shut, as if it were a switch, and tears streamed down Hiyashin's face. Her earlier words were not true at all. That woman would not want her man to leave her side, but she also saw LiuLuo's embarrassment. At that moment, she felt very wronged, even more humiliated, more so than betraying Ironblood. Her words last night were not wrong. She betrayed Ironblood because she never belonged to Ironblood. The bond between them was lacking, the kind of feelings that could drive one to fight desperately for each other. But that did not mean she felt no guilt for betraying Ironblood. On the contrary, she felt a deep sense of guilt. When she passed by Zhang De, she quietly told him to bring his brother Zhang Hua to escape from the sea. At this stage, the strong ones were all devil fruit users, while the Zhang brothers were both physical cultivators. So the chances of escaping from the sea would be very high. After doing this, her guilt was somewhat alleviated, but from that moment on, she swore she would never, ever go through such a thing again. That is why she came to find LiuLuo, trying to seek a bond, looking for a solid relationship that could lead to mutual sacrifice. She thought that the greatest bond between men and women was the intertwining of bodies and hearts. But today, she realized it might not be that simple. Just as Hiyashin was lost in thought, the door to the captain's room suddenly opened. It turned out LiuLuo had come back. Hiyashin quickly wiped her tears, trying to hide her weakness. But LiuLuo had already seen it. "What are you pretending for? If you want me to stay with you, just say it. Why cry?" LiuLuo said very bluntly, then climbed onto the bed. "I didn't tea. What is there to cry about?" Hiyashin retorted stubbornly. Then let me see what this is," LiuLuo said, sticking out his tongue and licking the corner of her eye, tasting the bitterness. Hiyashin was momentarily stunned, but LiuLuo was still smiling. He had already made his choice when he walked in. He could never give up on Yangyang, but he could not deny Hiyashin either. So he made the adult choice, to have both. After all, the world had already changed, so let the storm come even stronger. As for whether Yangyang would accept it in the future, that was a matter for later, to be discussed then. "Why did you come back?" After a long while, Hiyashin finally spoke again. "Because you're here, I can't control myself." "Haha," LiuLuo said jokingly. "I thought you wouldn't come back, woo-woo." This time, Hiyashin did not suppress herself and cried out completely, but this time her tears were sweet. After a long while, LiuLuo hugged Hiyashin's shoulders and leaned back on the bed. "Yashin, what are you really after?" LiuLuo finally asked the question that had been hidden in his heart. He was genuinely confused. "I thought you wouldn't ask." Hiyashin rolled her eyes at LiuLuo, then bit her lip, pondering for a long time before saying, "I don't want to make such choices anymore between loyalty to life and loyalty to partners." After saying this, Hiyashin saw LiuLuo's bewildered expression. Those who had not experienced it found it hard to understand this sentence, especially LiuLuo. He had indeed never had to choose. What it means is, I want to entrust my life to someone else. At this moment, LiuLuo instantly understood. Hadn't he and Do Yangyang, Han Weiwei, always entrusted their lives to each other? Who is someone else? LiuLuo pretended to be clueless, looking at Hiyashin. But in response, Hiyashin bit him fiercely, almost taking a chunk out of the flesh on his arm. Whoever I bite, I'll entrust my life to them." Hiss, nice. Turning around, LiuLuo pressed Hiyashin down. Since she had given him her life, he had to repay her well. On the deck, "Luoge, are you getting up today?" Do Yangyang looked at Han Weiwei, who had just walked over in surprise. Usually, Han Weiwei was the last to get up. "Did you not notice that Hiyashin is also missing?" Han Weiwei looked at Do Yangyang with disdain, as if she were dealing with a fool. Instantly, Do Yangyang's eyes widened, and the others nearby showed expressions of "so that's how it is." Only Lin Xiaoran looked furious. "I didn't expect her to be such a woman. So shameless. How could she do such a thing?" Lin Xiaoran silently cursed to himself. It seemed the weather was about to change. There would be another sister-in-law from now on. Han Weiwei patted Do Yangyang on the head and then turned to leave. Although she felt a bit guilty towards Yangyang. Wasn't much. When Yin Yuqing left without a word, she knew Yin Yuqing must have had her difficulties. But LiuLuo almost died because of her. Who owed whom was hard to say. Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of debt. For an entire morning, LiuLuo did not make an appearance. However, no pirate dared to discuss him privately. There were a few who started it, but they had already been beaten up by Yangyang. Most people were training hard, trying to be selected to compete for the devil fruit. Especially those who had broken through to the soldier level. They were all fully focused. In the afternoon, LiuLuo finally showed his face and introduced Hiyashin's new identity to everyone. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, hello. A group of pirates shouted in unison. Not one of them sounded heavy. They truly were a bunch of rabble. Hee, Sister Yashin, hello. After the ordinary pirates left, Yangyang came up to shout at Hiyashin. However, he didn't shout sister-in-law, hello, but Sister Yashin, hello, which was a reminder to LiuLuo and a hint to Hiyashin. LiuLuo certainly knew what kind of trick he was playing. Fortunately, in the morning, LiuLuo had already told Hiyashin about his relationship with Yin Yuqing. Hiyashin expressed her full support, continuing to search for Yin Yuqing, with Yin Yuqing taking the lead and her taking a back seat. In the following days, as they got closer to the Devil Flower, more and more ships appeared in the sea area. Not only human ships appeared, but even the Fur tribe, which had never shown up before, also made an appearance. The Fishman tribe, which had caused a stir at the beginning, also appeared in groups. However, LiuLuo had not discovered the whereabouts of the Shima tribe. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so peaceful these days. Although there were more ships, no one had the audacity to cause trouble. Because the matter between the Tianlong pirates and the Iron Blood pirates had spread, naturally, no one would be reckless. With no one coming to cause trouble, the members of the Tianlong pirates could not find opportunities to earn merits. So a few nosy guys began looking for trouble with other ships. That afternoon, LiuLuo was in the second-floor training ground, guiding Liu Dishing in practicing gun techniques. Suddenly, a pirate rushed up in a panic, saying that something had happened. Both the first mate and the second mate had been captured. According to this pirate's reliable information, a strong wind had suddenly swept down from the sky and had taken Yangyang and Han Weiwei away. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo was alarmed. His senior brother and second brother had been captured by a monster. He was so shocked that he couldn't move his feet and hurriedly ran up to the deck. However, when he arrived, he found that it wasn't as he had imagined. In the sky stood 3 people, 2 of whom were naturally the captured Yangyang and Han Weiwei. The third person was LiuLuo's old acquaintance, Liao. I didn't expect it to be her. I was wondering who had such great power, LiuLuo thought. Relieved to see that his worries had been unfounded, and he shot a fierce glare at the pirate who had brought the news. The pirate was stunned for a moment, and then lowered his head in shame, thinking, the captain probably blames me for being too panicked earlier and losing the people from the Tianlong pirates. I mustn't act like this again in the future. Seeing LiuLuo come over, several important leaders, including Hiyashin and Luo Mingho, hurriedly approached. Brother Luo, Captain, you're here. That woman over there is really powerful. She blew the first and second mates up into the sky with just one gust of wind, and they can't come down. Sun Jiangping said, looking pale with fear. LiuLuo glanced at him speechlessly, pursed his lips, and pointed helplessly at Liao in the sky. An acquaintance. After LiuLuo's words, the group of pirates froze and took a few seconds to react. I was wondering why the first mate, who is so strong, could be captured so easily. Exactly. You didn't see the speed of the second mate. It was faster than the wind. The crowd immediately began to ease the earlier embarrassment, showering compliments regardless of whether Yangyang and Han Weiwei could hear them. Captain, why didn't you say so earlier? We worried for nothing. Luo Mingho sighed in relief. Wait, Brother Luo, since she's an acquaintance, why did she capture our people? Hiyashin asked with a frown. As soon as she spoke, everyone froze again. That's why I felt something was off. I said my suspicions were justified. LiuLuo finally understood where the problem lay, but he knew Liao's character. She would never kill someone without provocation. Upon inquiry, he found out that the pirates who had been killed had actually made advances on Liao because they found her beautiful and had not been discreet about it. LiuLuo, long time no see. At that moment, Liao also spotted LiuLuo and smiled at him from the air. Long time no see. LiuLuo had undergone significant changes during this time. The matters between him and Liao were trivial now. A Yuchong was nothing, just a small fry that could be killed anytime. However, Liao indeed looked much more beautiful this time, especially with that strong woman aura, which made it hard to resist. I was wondering why these guys were flirting with a woman. Come down and chat, Liao said again. Just come down. It's pointless to stay up there, and I thought those two had really been taken by a monster. In fact, Liao was doing this on purpose. She wanted to show off her abilities in front of LiuLuo. As the three landed on the deck, LiuLuo ordered his men to prepare a feast. While waiting, LiuLuo introduced the people behind him to Liao one by one. When he mentioned Hiyashin, Liao's body noticeably paused for a moment, and she finally shook hands with Hiyashin awkwardly. In fact, Hiyashin had sensed something was off from the beginning. This woman wouldn't want to come aboard this ship, would she? The two women each had their own agendas, but on the surface, they were cordial, as if they were long-lost sisters. Liao, what brings you here? LiuLuo asked in confusion. However, Liao did not answer his question. We've known each other for a long time. Why are you still calling me by my full name? Just call me out from now on, and I'll call you Luo. How about that? Liao's words were actually a test. If LiuLuo had truly moved on from the matters of Yangyang, he would likely agree. All right, Yao, LiuLuo called out, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. He didn't think much of it. He just felt a bit awkward. I've long since left Wanyuan Island, just drifting at sea. What about Guan Shangming? I don't know. Before I left, he said he was going to find the headquarters. LiuLuo nodded at this. It sounded like something Guan Shangming would do. The group chatted while eating. Since both LiuLuo and Liao had let go of the past, they spoke freely. Even past unpleasant matters between the two, when brought up by Han Weiwei, made them laugh heartily without any tension. However, Hiyashin grew increasingly alarmed as she listened. This woman was really going to join the crew. This won't do. If Yan Yuqing takes half, that's fine, but you want me to give you half too? No way. Sister Yao, what are your plans for the future? Hiyashin's sudden question caught everyone off guard. Liao stared at Hiyashin for 2 seconds. This woman is no pushover. I don't have any plans. I'm thinking of joining a pirate crew recently, Liao joked. Hiyashin's expression changed instantly, but she ultimately held it in. Sister Yao, then you should join us at Tianlong. You must have heard that in this sea, we are the best. Han Weiwei raised her thumb proudly, being exceptionally arrogant. Indeed, if we become pirates, our Tianlong pirate group is definitely the first choice. And besides, if there's nothing to do, you can take me up to fly around the sky. That would be great. Yangyang said happily. LiuLuo looked at the two and couldn't help but laugh. It was a pity that these two weren't involved in pyramid schemes. Liao ignored the two, glanced at Hiyashin, and finally looked at LiuLuo. What do you think? LiuLuo opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. Liao's strength was unquestionable. LiuLuo now wasn't sure if he could defeat her, as the growth of a natural-type devil fruit user in the early stages was very rapid. Liao glanced at Hiyashin and saw her stiff smile, which made her burst into laughter. I, Liao, am not someone who can be easily swayed. I need to think about it. Think about what? Is there a pirate crew more impressive than ours at Tianlong? Han Weiwei felt she had drunk a bit too much. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, suddenly, a person ran over from Liao's warship. LiuLuo recognized him. His name was Wu Haijiang, who had fought alongside LiuLuo on the Mingwang ship years ago. He didn't expect that after all this time. He was still with Liao. Wu Haijiang, you're here too. Why didn't you come over? Hee. I was handling something just now. Wu Haijiang nodded and smiled at LiuLuo and the others before walking over to Liao. Sister Yao, that person is chasing us again. Although Wu Haijiang spoke softly, everyone present was no ordinary person, so they could naturally hear him. Connecting it to the pirate ship that had just approached, they could roughly guess. Who is it? Why are they chasing Sister Yao? Han Weiwei asked without filter, immediately questioning. An annoying guy. I'll deal with him and come over, Liao said, turning to leave. But as soon as she turned her head, she stopped. The Dragon Sea Pirates. I've heard about them recently. 3 men and 2 women came through the panel between Liao and LiuLuo, one of them being a foreigner. The leader had red hair, and it was he who had just spoken. At this moment, everyone felt that the newcomers were not friendly, and the members of the Dragon Sea Pirates immediately gathered around. Don't be afraid, we're just here to take a look, and to bring our sister-in-law back, said a pale-skinned man with triangular eyes who looked quite sinister. What's making all that noise? So annoying. Han Weiwei, whose face was already flushed, appeared drunk, but her mind was very clear. At their level, if they didn't want to get drunk, they wouldn't tea. You. The sinister man was about to speak, but was interrupted by the red-haired man. They say the Dragon Sea Pirates are arrogant. It seems to be true, the red-haired man said, pausing for a moment, showing disdain. But to be honest, I could easily wipe out a crew like the Iron Blood Pirates. In the next moment, the red-haired man casually stomped his foot, instantly generating a powerful energy that caused most members of the Dragon Sea Pirates to faint. Conqueror's Haki? Apart from the earlier Xiong Fei, this was the second person LiuLuo had seen who could use Conqueror's Haki. Redhead, don't go too far. Liao erupted with her own aura, a fierce wind starting to swirl around her. Too much, I've pursued you for so long, and you come here to drink. Today you must give me a clear answer. The red-haired man was the captain of the Hellfire Pirates. He had been pursuing Liu for 2 months, but unfortunately, Liu had always refused. Why didn't he use force? First, it was because Liu's speed was too fast, and she could fly. If she really wanted to escape, they couldn't stop her. Second, it was because the red-haired man had genuinely fallen for Liu. All right, since you want an answer, I'll give it to you. I like him. Are you satisfied now? Liu's face was full of anger, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. LiuLuo, who had been suddenly dragged into this, looked completely confused. Did I drink too much just now? How'd I get involved? He instinctively looked at Yangyang, only to find he looked just as puzzled. However, Han Weiwei seemed to know in advance and was quietly observing Hiyashin's reaction. All right, the red-haired man said 3 times in a row, then turned his gaze to LiuLuo. I want to duel with you. Do you dare, Captain of the Dragon Sea Pirates? Hearing this, LiuLuo didn't meet his gaze, but quickly looked at Hiyashin, indicating he was innocent. Although Hiyashin felt very displeased, she had no choice but to acknowledge it. She shook her head to signal that it was fine. Hey, our captain is talking to you. A bald man from the red-haired crew saw LiuLuo's reaction and his anger surged. As he spoke, hundreds of long needles were thrown at LiuLuo. However, they were all cut to pieces in midair by a pair of giant scissors. It was Luo Mingho, whose arms had transformed into scissor blades, glinting coldly. Just this? Easily wipe out the Iron Blood Pirates? You're looking for death. The bald man charged directly at Luo Mingho. This time, the red-haired man did not stop him. He needed to make the Dragon Sea Pirates recognize the current situation. Of course, LiuLuo wouldn't stop Luo Mingho either. LiuLuo knew he had always wanted to show off. Since joining the Dragon Sea Pirates, he hadn't really fought yet. However, after a few rounds of combat, Luo Mingho quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The bald man was not only a devil fruit user, but also had reached a master level in physical combat. If Luo Mingho continued to fight, defeat was inevitable. But Sun Jianping would not just stand by and watch. As soon as Sun Jianping entered the battlefield, everything changed. With their exquisite cooperation, they immediately suppressed the bald man. 2 against 1, what kind of man is that? A woman with a face full of freckles stepped forward holding 2 curved blades. LiuLuo knew that this battle was unavoidable. Just as Han Weiwei was about to stand up, Hiyashin suddenly got up. Leave it to me, Hiyashin said coldly. She also wanted to prove herself, hoping to make Liu retreat and let some members of the Dragon Sea Pirates know that she wasn't someone who only relied on men. Be careful, LiuLuo said with concern. Don't worry, I can handle her. As she spoke, Hiyashin's body began to fade, and in an instant, she disappeared. The freckled girl quickly raised her blades in defense. At this moment, only 2 people remained beside the red-haired man, a pale-faced man, cold as a snake, and a girl in high heels who bore a slight resemblance to the red-haired man. Looking at LiuLuo's side, the famous Yangyang and the second mate Han Weiwei remained unmoved, along with Liu, who had just poured LiuLuo's strength. However, LiuLuo knew that even with one more fighter, if this battle truly came down to a win or loss, he would be lucky to achieve a Pyrrhic victory, which was not what he wanted to see. I accept your challenge. LiuLuo's goal was the Devil's Flower. That magical flower he absolutely did not want to give up. All right, you all step back. The outcome will be decided by me and him, the red-haired man said anxiously. In fact, at this moment, the red-haired man did not want an all-out war. He just didn't expect the Dragon Sea Pirates to be this strong and was somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, LiuLuo gave him a way out. Even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to step down. The Devil's Flower could grant the power for devil fruit users to go into the water, and no devil fruit user could afford to give it up. As the red-haired man retreated back to his side, Hiyashin, Luo Mingho, and Sun Jianping also stepped back. If you lose, Liu will be mine, the red-haired man said to LiuLuo, his eyes fixed on him. The battle was not the goal, winning Liu was. He was being a bit clever here. Once LiuLuo agreed, regardless of the outcome, Liu would lose her good feelings toward LiuLuo. Because Liu was not a commodity, and she had a strong temperament. From the moment you boarded my ship, we had to determine a win or a loss. What does it have to do with her? LiuLuo said with a smile, regardless of what Liu was thinking. Whether she really liked him or was using LiuLuo as a shield, LiuLuo would never say what the red-haired man wanted to hear. Because LiuLuo considered Liu a friend, and that was enough. Yangyang on the gun, LiuLuo called out loudly without turning back. Luo, go here. A coiling dragon bone spear was handed to LiuLuo by Yangyang. Holding the spear gave LiuLuo a feeling of fighting alongside his brothers. The warm spear felt comfortable in every part. This isn't a place to fight. Let's go up, LiuLuo said calmly. At first, everyone was confused. Where to? Up in the sky. But as LiuLuo slung the spear over his shoulder and took a step forward, a stone step appeared under his feet. Everyone widened their eyes in shock at this scene. The red-haired man was also caught off guard by LiuLuo's display. Fortunately, a staircase appeared in front of him. Otherwise, he would have been quite embarrassed. As the two walked forward, a massive platform hundreds of meters high appeared in the sky. What kind of devil fruit does he have to possess such abilities? Red-haired felt for the first time that he might have kicked a metal plate this time. At that moment, the suddenly appearing high platform in the sky immediately attracted the attention of other ships. Damn, the Celestial Dragon Pirates really know how to stir things up. Let's go take a look. What kind of tricks are they pulling? Is it the Hellfire crew? There's definitely something to watch. On the platform, Red-haired said with a righteous expression, since you're wasting your devil fruit powers like this, I won't take advantage of you. In reality, his true thoughts were, not all the showboating in the world should be done by you. It's my turn now. Just as LiuLuo was puzzled about what he really meant, Red-haired moved. His body jumped into the air, turning bright red, with magma rolling inside him, and his clothes instantly turned to ashes. He threw 2 punches, instantly igniting the air. In the sky appeared 6 large characters. Duel of the strongest. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo couldn't help but be amused. Although he was suspicious of the high platform being a show-off, it was mainly to protect his ship. Meanwhile, Red-haired was completely showboating for the sake of showboating. To be honest, it was a bit petty. Although LiuLuo thought this way, other pirates did not share the same sentiment. Countless ships instantly swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. A good duel had instantly turned into a performance. LiuLuo truly felt the arrival of the pirate world for the first time. People in the world of pirate comics sometimes appear to be lacking intelligence. And there's a reason for that. All right, can we fight now? LiuLuo asked. It's fine, let's go. The expressions of the two slowly calmed down, and the sparks began to fly in their gazes. Until Yangyang shouted, Luo, go for it. The originally tense atmosphere collapsed again. Go, Celestial Dragon. Go, Hellfire. The Celestial Dragon crew is really strong. I've seen how powerful their first mate is. Nonsense. The Hellfire crew is the real deal. You haven't seen how they kill mermaids. On a pirate ship with a huge character gamble written on it, it was bustling with activity. Kulme. Those betting on the Celestial Dragon to win go to the right. Those betting on Hellfire to win go to the left. The odds are currently 1-1. Huaqing stood on the mast, shouting loudly. Can you afford it? Some pirate crews finally felt tempted. Can you afford it? Give me back my money. I, Huaqing, never owe gambling debts. If not, ask LiuLuo and Red-haired. Huaqing shouted towards LiuLuo and Red-haired, who were about to start fighting. He knew LiuLuo, and naturally, he also knew Red-haired from betting. The only difference was that LiuLuo ultimately won, while Red-haired lost, losing half a ship's worth of wine and the wealth accumulated over time. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Huaqing became anxious. Gambling was his life. And if they didn't agree, it would be the end of him. A giant playing card appeared beneath his feet, flying towards the platform. You two, say something. How's my gamble? You two have to be my guarantors. LiuLuo and Red-haired exchanged helpless glances and could only nod towards the surrounding pirates, indicating that Huaqing was right. Upon seeing this, Huaqing was instantly overjoyed. Haha, you two continue. I'm going to start betting, haha. With LiuLuo and Red-haired as guarantors, the other pirates naturally stopped worrying about Huaqing not being able to pay up and began to join the betting. What was originally a monumental battle had suddenly changed in flavor, and the tense atmosphere felt a bit like a children's brawl. In fact, if either LiuLuo or Red-haired lost, they could even be accused of throwing a fixed match. The two exchanged glances, and they could read from each other's eyes. Are we still fighting? That was the question. If they fought, it wouldn't feel right. If they didn't fight, the stage was already set. In the end, they decided to at least exchange a few blows. After going back and forth for a dozen rounds, neither of them managed to hurt the other, except for Red-haired's clothes being set on fire at the start. LiuLuo felt like his clothes didn't even have a wrinkle. The pirates below were instantly displeased. At this rate, are you planning to tire us out? The main reason was that after several days of traveling, they were already very close to the Devil Flower. So, since the Devil Flower wasn't mature, they weren't in a hurry. Are you still going to fight? This is just child-esque play. Yeah, what the hell? We all place bets. Exactly. We're all renowned pirates. What is going on? The Hellfire crew and the Celestial Dragon crew were also stunned at this moment. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. They were below the platform, feeling embarrassed for LiuLuo and red-haired, occasionally tapping their toes in frustration at the shouts from other ships. Let us settle it with one decisive move. Okay. The two decisively pulled back, preparing their strongest moves. Although LiuLuo and red-haired hadn't truly fought with all their might, he felt an unprecedented pressure from the other party. So this time, he was going to use his trump card. 3D game creation. Crazy absorption of LiuLuo's devil fruit power caused the sky to darken. Instantly, all the pirates' shouts were suppressed, and they could feel that this time, the two were serious. Red-haired's entire body was already engulfed in magma, resembling a monstrous beast crawling out of a hellish volcano. Treat this as a game, where reality and illusion coexist. As LiuLuo's voice fell, a massive volcano appeared behind him. LiuLuo's body flew backward, merging with the volcano in an instant. When the flames of hell come to the world, you will know what gentleness is. Red-haired was completely wrapped in magma. The words of the two were just expressions of their respective techniques' will. This was later referred to as will speech, explaining why characters in pirate comics sometimes ramble on. Everyone has their own will, and each will has its own language. LiuLuo and the others were merely translating what they wanted to convey. The sea roiled continuously. Giant waves and fierce winds surged. Just as the pirates were getting into it, a massive change was quietly happening to the south. Damn, why are the waves so high? Boom. When they realized it, the waves had already reached a height of over 100 meters, endlessly stacked. Boom. Even terrifying beasts couldn't let out such a roar. Each rise and fall felt like a 100-foot-tall building collapsing. The giant waves crashed violently against the ships watching from the periphery, nearly wrapping those ships up like toys in a pool. Help, help, run. The waves were merciless, and the sea had become a deadly weapon. Some ships were even capsized outright. At this moment, people finally realized that something was wrong. No matter how strong LiuLuo and the red-haired man were, able to stir the heavens and earth, it was absolutely impossible for them to cause such a situation. Waves of monstrous sea surged like the claws of death, reaching for a small boat that seemed insignificant. What is going on? What happened? LiuLuo floated in midair, trying to see further and clearer. What? What is that? From his perspective, after countless shocking waves, there swam numerous gigantic bodies. Not good, it's the Sea Kings. LiuLuo didn't care about his battle with the red-haired man anymore and shouted loudly. But at this moment, even if people could hear him, there was no way to escape. All the boats had already crowded together, and with the giant waves crashing in one after another, they couldn't move at all. Damn it! How could we encounter Sea Kings? And in groups? Yangyang and the treasure pirate crew cursed unwillingly. Facing the waves, they realized that they had no means to fight back. They could only let the waves batter them. If it were just one or a few Sea Kings, the pirates present could easily handle them. Even if this group of Sea Kings attacked from various directions, it wouldn't be impossible to fend them off. However, this group of Sea Kings used their massive bodies to stir the sea, and in their rapid advance, they formed a tsunami-like catastrophic attack. At this moment, everyone was in despair. This kind of power could not be resisted by human strength. Countless ordinary pirates were crushed into meat patties by the waves. Some boats even became part of the waves, smashing violently into other boats. No. Oh, Mom, come save me. Help. I don't want to die. Countless unwilling, fearful, and despairing voices echoed amidst the sound of the waves. Yangyang, take care of them. Liao, take me over there. Hearing LiuLuo shout, the red-haired man, standing opposite him, finally regained his normal expression. From their angle, it looked much more terrifying than what was seen below. He admitted that he had been frightened just now. What are you going to do? The red-haired man asked instinctively. Take him down. At this moment, Liao had already flown over, and the enormous volcano behind LiuLuo slowly shrank, eventually being held in LiuLuo's hand. Brother Luo, don't worry, I'll take care of the people on the ship, Yangyang said firmly. Didn't he know what LiuLuo was planning to do? But he knew what he should do. Once the tyrant's order was given, he would do his utmost to fulfill it. Yangyang had never had a defensive skill before, but at this moment, he felt a will that was as hard as rock and as resilient as reeds. Extreme resilience soft bone. Countless white bones, like ribbons, grew from all directions, eventually forming a dome-like membrane above the sea dragon ship. In the face of the giant waves, hardness would only cause the ship to capsize. Only resilience could withstand the erosion. A massive wave crashed down like a mountain collapsing, heading towards the sea dragon ship. Bang! Countless seawater poured down from the gaps in the soft bones in the air, and the ship shook violently, the frequency extremely rapid. But in the end, the Sea Dragon ship held on. This made the 4 members of the Hellfire pirate crew still on the Sea Dragon ship look at Yangyang with somewhat different eyes. The White-Bone God General truly lives up to its name. The tyrant's order, nothing is impossible, impressive. However, moments later, their gazes were drawn to the small black dot in the sky. LiuLuo, to die alongside you, I am very happy. Liao tightly embraced LiuLuo, flying over the waves and charging towards the Sea Kings. LiuLuo originally wanted to say, I don't plan to die, but was kissed by Li Yao's relatively thick lips. The clumsy kiss didn't have any flair, but at this moment, LiuLuo didn't refuse. The passion between life and death is something that everyone cannot reject. It is also the most intoxicating. At this moment, the red-haired man, drenched all over, witnessed this scene. Although he felt displeased, he revealed a smile of blessing. He had just lost to courage. He was frightened by the hundreds of Sea Kings. But LiuLuo was not. Not only was he not scared, but he also charged towards them. Maybe a woman like Liao. Only you are worthy of her in this world. Xin felt a bit bitter seeing this scene, but she knew that because of LiuLuo's words, she would risk her life. She had no reason to stop them, especially not knowing if they could come back. If he can come back, then there will be one more sister-in-law on this ship, but this time I want to be the big one. Xin unconsciously blurted out what was in her heart. I agree. Yangyang, looking exhausted, supported Han Weiwei and said with a smile, because my brother will definitely come back. That's right, but this time I agree to let you be the big one. Han Weiwei also gritted her teeth and said. The focus returned to LiuLuo. The two were now close to the Sea Kings, and the destructive aura emanating from him made this group of Sea Kings feel uneasy. A shark-shaped Sea King suddenly jumped out of the sea, opening its massive mouth, aiming to bite the tiny figure in the air. At this moment, LiuLuo had put all his will, all his control, and all his demonic power into the game volcano in his hand. He could no longer use any other moves. I'm coming. Liao grabbed LiuLuo with one hand and quickly concentrated to form a massive green blade with the other. Hurricane Blade. LiuLuo recognized it at a glance. The hurricane blade surged with the wind, instantly extending to 100 meters long. Although it was still not as large as the Shark Sea King, it was enough to meet its head. At this moment, the living people finally noticed the figures flying in the sky. Is that the tyrant of the Dragon Sea Pirates? It's him. What is he going to do? Is he trying to block the Sea King's charge? If he really can stop them, then we have a way out. If this group of Sea Kings didn't have the wind and waves to assist them, the numerous pirates wouldn't be so helpless. If they stopped to fight, even the black pirates might pay a huge price. But they could definitely save a portion of themselves. If you really can stop it, I'm willing to make you the king of the East Sea. I hope you can hold on. Don't let me be happy for nothing. At this moment, LiuLuo had become the hope in everyone's hearts. If the Sea Kings continued their charge, there would be no possibility of survival for them. This was something everyone could recognize at this point. And at this moment, LiuLuo stood up. How could they not be excited and pray for him? Among the waves, countless ships and countless eyes watched LiuLuo and Li Yao in the sky. The sword struck down like a green peak, and the gigantic Sea King let out a thunderous roar. Blood spilled like water being poured. Its mouth was split open, but it didn't injure the skull. The pain-stricken shark, Sea King, quickly submerged back into the water. At this moment, the volcano in LiuLuo's hand, which seemed to be palm-sized, shook so violently that LiuLuo felt as if his hand was about to break. The energy stored by the head had already been absorbed. However, even though the volcano LiuLuo molded this time didn't possess the world-ending might that could destroy a land like before, he still felt himself on the brink of collapse. I'm running out of time. If we don't release it soon, it's going to explode. Yao ascending. The moment Liao heard LiuLuo shout, she gritted her teeth and desperately controlled the wind element to lift them both. It may look simple from the outside, but the mini volcano in LiuLuo's hand continuously emitted a terrifying aura that could disperse the demon power she had gathered. Stop it! In the midst of speaking, LiuLuo released the restraint on the game volcano in his hand and then pressed down hard. The mini volcano swelled in the wind, and in an instant, it grew to over 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, and finally 1,000 meters tall, towering and unreachable. At this moment, LiuLuo, above the volcano, looked like a deity. Dark red patterns appeared at the mouth of the volcano, indicating that it was on the verge of eruption. Yao, run quickly, LiuLuo said with a pale face, feeling his whole body go soft. Once this move was unleashed, it would not distinguish between friend and foe. Its instinct was to destroy everything. The sea kings in the ocean also felt their lives were threatened, roaring loudly, some with hard heads charging towards the volcano, while others showed fear in their eyes and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the once mighty Sea King army fell apart. The waves they created lost all subsequent power. Finally, when the volcano reached a height of 1,300 meters, it crashed into the sea with a thunderous roar. Roar! Bung! Boom! The cold seawater seemed to stimulate the volcano, and crimson lava began to spew out, causing the dark blue seawater to boil instantly. Countless sea kings were crushed beneath the mountain, ultimately struggling and being scalded to death. Others were hit in vital spots by the lava, and before they could swim far, sank to the bottom of the sea forever. It was clear that the Sea King's plot had been unraveled. Deep beneath the sea, thousands of meters down, the merfolk, resembling humans but much larger, watched as more Sea Kings sank, tears almost flowing from their eyes. The relationship between merfolk and Sea Kings was closer than that between humans and dogs. No one could take away our sacred flower. The merfolk king trembled with rage, believing that the demon flower, which grew in the sea, was a gift from the heavens to the merfolk. They had been searching for an opportunity for days, but to no avail. However, the merfolk who went up to investigate today found that the humans who were most active on the sea had gathered their ships together. This excited the merfolk king, who immediately organized an attack to eliminate the strongest enemies competing for the demon flower. King, the fishmen are coming. An ugly male fishman approached. Generally speaking, merfolk looked down on fishmen, believing themselves to be the true nobles of the sea, while fishmen were seen as unevolved hybrids. However, today the merfolk king did not drive the fishmen away. Instead, he forced a smile. Take me over. It seems we need to find some helpers. The surface of the sea had returned to its usual calm, but the sea dragon was bustling. The surviving pirates came to express their gratitude, bringing gifts they deemed worthy. Among them, the most generous was Huoqing, who presented LiuLuo with half a ship's worth of gold, though it was unclear where he had acquired it. However, the scene was maintained by Yangyang and Han Weiwei, while LiuLuo had not shown his face since returning. Captain, is he all right? Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng rushed over after just repairing the ship's damage. Don't worry, he's fine, just exhausted, Do Yangyang said, patting the shoulders of the two. Brother Luo has 2 sisters-in-law to take care of him, so you can relax. Come with me to drink with the treasure hunters. These bastards can really drink. After Han Weiwei finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around Luo Mingho's neck and headed toward the treasure pirate crew. Do Yangyang looked at Han Weiwei's explosive figure, pouted, and followed. Weiwei, deputy, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? How about you look at me? Another second-in-command, Huang Yuan, who possessed the bronze fruit ability, flexed his muscles, striking what he thought was a handsome pose. With you like that, give a rest. Look at my first mate. Meng Yuanfei, the coal fruit user, quickly lifted his shirt to reveal a robust physique. First mate, I'm not saying you, but your skin is too dark to match Weiwei. Better look at me. My skin is just right. Huang Yuan hit Meng Yuanfei's sore spot. He was a coal fruit user. How could he not be dark? Their banter drew laughter from the pirates, while Yang Un, the captain of the treasure pirate crew, watched quietly with a smile, not wanting to spoil the mood after their near-death experience. You two, cut it out. At that moment, a very androgynous voice rang out. Everyone turned to see members of the Hellfire pirate crew approaching, and the speaker was a girl who bore a slight resemblance to Chi Fa. Little sister, don't boast. I'm very strong, Huang Yuan said, knocking on his arm, producing a metallic clanging sound. Is that so, big brother? Then how about this? The girl rolled up her sleeves, revealing her pale, tender arms. Ha 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 ha! The pirates erupted in laughter, thinking the girl was trying to be funny. But the next moment, the laughter stopped abruptly as her pale, tender arms suddenly bulged with muscles, tearing her shirt at the left shoulder. If that was all, it wouldn't have frightened the surviving pirates. The girl's muscles continued to grow, her arms thickening significantly, her right arm thicker than her entire body. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing and the dripping of drinks from chins created an awkward silence. Is that even human? A pirate blurted out. The Hellfire pirate crew immediately turned to look. Normally, at another time, this pirate would have faced dire consequences for such a comment. However, today nobody wanted to stir trouble on the ship. Seeing this, Han Weiwei quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Wow, sister, is that muscle for real? Can I touch it? Han Weiwei walked over to the girl, stepping lightly. The muscular girl, named Mo Huiyuan, was Chi Fa's younger sister, possessing the superhuman muscle fruit and was a master-level fighter, making her the 3rd most powerful member of the Hellfire pirate crew. Sister, Go ahead and touch, Mo Huiwen said, suddenly feeling a bit shy. At first, Han Weiwei didn't think much of it and reached out, finding the muscles as hard as rock and very substantial. Sister, touch here. My chest muscles are the strongest. Suddenly, 2 towering mountains appeared, startling Han Weiwei into retreating quickly. This little girl, something's off. Sister, do you want to touch? Touch, Mo Huiwen said, smiling awkwardly and gesturing that it was unnecessary. The members of the Hellfire pirate crew quickly pulled their young lady back. She has her flaws, and those close to her are naturally well aware of them. The red-haired one awkwardly touched the back of her head and shot a fierce glare at her sister. Look over there, someone is arm wrestling. Let's go take a look. The red-haired one happened to see Shi Haoqiang from the Straw Hat Pirates arm wrestling with an unknown pirate and decisively changed the subject. The others also became interested and gathered around. Captain, go for it. Captain, you can do it. The Straw Hat crew shouted with all their might. But Shi Haoqiang's face turned red, and he was unable to secure a victory. Haha, good lad. If you win today, I'll let you do anything, said a woman who was nearly 40. This woman still had a captivating charm. Her outfit was eye-catching, wearing short shorts and a men's tank top, barefoot with brightly painted nails. Her name was Tung Xiang, the only female captain present, and her pirate crew was aptly named the Illusionary Fragrance Pirates. The crew had quite a few women. However, the person arm wrestling Shi Haoqiang was not one of her crew members, but a free pirate named Wu Ming, whose captain and ship had perished in the recent tsunami. Tung Xiang had her eye on his strength and wanted to recruit him, which is why she made such a statement. Young man, come to my ship. Today I'll let you have the most beautiful one. Liang Yuheng of the Flying Wing Pirates also extended an invitation. Oh, the most beautiful? Are there women on your ship? Tung Xiang glanced at the people behind him and said with a slight sneer, Hey, I never said it was a woman. What is wrong with a handsome man? Liang Yuheng quickly retorted, What if this young lad prefers that? Ugh, you men are so disgusting. Ha ha. Their banter immediately elicited laughter from the surrounding pirates. But no other captains stepped in to compete for this young man. At this moment, Shi Haoqiang's face was already red with anger. After all, he was a captain and couldn't lose to an inconspicuous little character. I absolutely cannot lose. Absolutely, absolutely. Though he thought this in his heart, his strength was almost exhausted. Although he was a devil fruit user and had developed his abilities to the second stage, Wu Ming on the opposite side was no slouch either. He was a master-level swordsman, and in terms of physical strength, he was on par with him, even having better endurance. If things weren't going well, they could only play hardball. The two men clasped their right hands, and Wu Ming began to control his muscles, making them roll. Wu Ming suddenly felt as if a tongue was licking his palm, and in that moment of surprise, he unwittingly relaxed some of his strength, allowing Shi Haoqiang to seize the opportunity to push him back. Oh! Captain is mighty! Captain is mighty! The Straw Hat crew erupted in cheers. Although others sensed something was off, they figured it was just a game and didn't take it seriously. Brother, it's okay. Even if you lose, I'll let you have your fun today. Tung Xiang naturally noticed the earlier anomaly and once again tried to recruit Wu Ming. Women only slow me down when I draw my sword. Sorry, I'm not interested in women. Wu Ming firmly rejected her, causing the cheers to grow even louder. Ha! Well said, little brother. Just come to my ship. It's all men. Liang Yuheng from the Flying Wing Pirates thought Wu Ming was going to join his ship and quickly said. However, Wu Ming still shook his head. I want to join the Celestial Dragon. As soon as he spoke, the entire venue fell silent. No one expected this young man to have such high aspirations. Wanted to join the strongest crew right off the bat. Wu Ming then looked at Han Weiwei, finally fixing his gaze on Do Yangyang. Let me join the Celestial Dragon Pirates. Whitebone General, you are the one I admire the most. Upon hearing this, the crowd took a few seconds to react. So he is not aiming for the tyrant? The Whitebone General is indeed powerful. The crowd had been intimidated by LiuLuo's powerful strike earlier and had forgotten about Do Yangyang, who had once defeated enemies with a single blow. Now that they thought back, they could understand Wu Ming's thoughts. Indeed, compared to LiuLuo's strength, Do Yangyang was more relatable to the masses. Do Yangyang was stunned for half a second, and his face instantly lit up with joy. He instinctively glanced at Han Weiwei, raising his eyebrows in provocation. Look, I also have an admirer, haha. So you want to be my little brother? Do Yangyang put on a serious face and walked towards Wu Ming. Yes, I want to be your subordinate and execute the tyrant's orders together, Wu Ming said, leaning closer to Do Yangyang's ear. That move of yours was really cool. Ha. Do Yangyang's facade instantly crumbled, feeling ecstatic. Was this what it felt like to be admired? All right, I'll take charge from now on. You follow me and don't listen to anyone else. After finishing, Yangyang quickly added, except for Luo Gu. Otherwise, we won't be able to execute the tyrant's orders. Right, except for the captains. From now on, I'll listen to you and execute the tyrant's orders together. The tyrant's orders became a terrifying phrase from that day on. Whenever someone heard it, it meant someone had already met the king of hell. Although Teng Xiang and Liang Yuheng were somewhat unwilling, they were still not in a position to compete with the celestial dragon pirates for people. The two decisively left to seek other targets. There are now quite a few who have become free pirates, and those who survived were not weak, effectively filtering out a wave of people for them. The treasure pirates and hellfire pirates also noticed the opportunity and began signaling to their subordinates, searching through the crowd. Although not many members of the celestial dragon pirates had died, they would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. After some recruitment efforts, their numbers reached a new high of over 140, as more than 20 of the original pirates had died. The additional 30 or so were all martial artists above the soldier level, which directly elevated the overall strength of the celestial dragon pirates. In the captain's room, LiuLuo lay on the bed, once again employing his special skill, pretending to be asleep. However, the two women beside him were chattering incessantly. Although they didn't argue, the topic was very sensitive, and LiuLuo felt it was inappropriate to listen, let alone interject. Are you really going to leave? I still have my own things to do, and I don't like this kind of life. I still prefer being the boss, Liao said. Indeed, Liao's personality was like that. She would absolutely not tolerate sharing LiuLuo with other women. Even if LiuLuo belonged solely to her, she might still leave. LiuLuo was irreplaceable to her, but he was not her whole life. She had her own aspirations and would never be tied down by a man. In the future, she might return to the Navy or even establish her own pirate crew, but she would never settle for being beneath anyone, not even LiuLuo. All right, I agree to your conditions. The conversation between the two has come to an end, and LiuLuo can finally stretch his back. Ow! That sleep was really refreshing. LiuLuo opened his drowsy eyes, pushed himself up with his arms, and had a look of contentment on his face. However, a sharp pain shot through his waist immediately. Mom, while I'm here working my butt off to negotiate conditions, you're sleeping soundly, Hiyashin said with an annoyed expression. The condition she and Liao reached was that during Liao's time on the ship, LiuLuo belonged to Liao. LiuLuo would only be returned to Hiyashin after Liao left. Although Hiyashin was initially very unwilling, she thought about how Liao had fought hard for LiuLuo, and since Liao promised she wouldn't stay too long, Hiyashin reluctantly agreed. The captain's room door was finally pushed open, and the moment LiuLuo stepped out with the two women, he instantly attracted everyone's attention on the ship. The previously noisy scene quickly cooled down. Some looked envious, some with admiration, some with gratitude, and some with worship. Each person's gaze was different, but what was the same was that, at this moment, they chose to be silent. Whether it was the powerful Inferno pirates or the unruly Fong pirates, they had no choice at this moment. Although LiuLuo had previously fantasized about the scene of his appearance, he was still taken aback at this moment. The two women behind him also showed a proud expression. See, this is the man I chose. Look, this is the man I brought out and brought back. Though their mindsets were different, their pride was undeniable. In this quiet atmosphere, someone suddenly shouted Pirate King, instantly igniting the crowd. Pirate King, Pirate King, Pirate King. Yangyang led Wu Ming and the others, shouting until their necks turned red and their eyes nearly popped out. Han Weiwei didn't back down either, leading her newly recruited subordinates and shouting with all her might. Of course, there are also those who kept their mouths shut, and that was the Inferno pirates. Chi Fa looked at LiuLuo on the third floor with a fierce gaze. One day, this kind of cheers will belong to me, and by then, you will be under my feet. After their eyes met in the air, Chi Fa turned and left, and the Inferno pirates naturally followed, closely behind. Were they leaving? Yangyang and Han Weiwei had somehow appeared in front of the Inferno pirates. The atmosphere instantly cooled down, causing the Fong pirates, who were about to imitate the Inferno pirates, to stop in their tracks. They couldn't match the strength of the Inferno pirates. Can we? Yes. But you need to tell my brother and say goodbye. That way it seems polite, Yangyang said with her head tilted in a cold tone. Chi Fa's eyes flashed with killing intent, but Yangyang stared straight at him without a hint of avoidance. In the end, Chi Fa, dissatisfied, pouted and turned to shout at LiuLuo above. I'm leaving first. We will definitely have a good fight next time. Chi Fa knew that today, no matter what, he couldn't make a move. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. Thus, Yangyang was sure of him, which is why she acted this way. What is this? Leaving without even saying thank you? My brother Luo almost risked his life. Didn't you see he was stuck in that room for so long? If LiuLuo knew Yangyang was thinking this, he would probably fall from the third floor. No problem. You're always welcome. LiuLuo waved with a smile. He didn't deny the title Pirate King, which LiuLuo could understand, but one day he would make the other party willingly call those 3 words. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was when he accepted the surrender of the Luo Mingho brothers, or maybe it was when they left the 3 circular land. LiuLuo's mindset underwent a significant change. He developed immense ambition and wanted to conquer this ocean world. As the Inferno pirates left, the scene cooled down a bit. But as LiuLuo came down and toasted with the captain, the atmosphere heated up again. Ironically, by the end, the Fong pirates didn't dare to leave. Captain Ganyang Bo was genuinely intimidated by Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei, the 2 traitors. No matter how much they cursed internally, they kept smiling throughout. When night fell, various pirate crews also took their newly recruited members and left the Sea Dragon. Du Yangyang, Han Weiwei, and a group of cadres reported to LiuLuo about the situation on the ship. This time, due to the attack by the Sea Kings, 28 people went missing, and 56 were injured. This was still under Do Yangyang's protection. The remaining people, like those from other ships, were thankful to have half left. I heard we have a lot of new members joining. LiuLuo didn't feel too upset upon hearing this number. Pirates have always lived with their heads on the line. Being able to keep so many people alive was already a great achievement for LiuLuo. That's right, these are my new little brothers, Wu Ming said, calling out to LiuLuo very obediently, giving LiuLuo a sense of being a gang leader. Welcome to the Tianlong Pirates, LiuLuo said with a smile. Since they were Do Yangyang's recruits, LiuLuo naturally had to give them face. What about the others? LiuLuo asked again. I. The others are my little brothers, 131. Each of them is a pirate of at least rank 3. Han Weiwei's figure had already returned to normal, looking eager for praise. However, LiuLuo just nodded and said, observe these people more. If there are any issues, get rid of them quickly. There were too many new recruits this time, and LiuLuo was genuinely worried about someone with ulterior motives slipping in. Don't worry, I will keep a close watch, Han Weiwei said seriously, receiving LiuLuo's approving gaze. All right, that'll be all for today. You've all had a long day. Let's all find some rest. With LiuLuo's polite, closing remarks, everyone began to leave one by one, but Luo Mingho and Sun Jiangping stayed behind. LiuLuo thought they had something to discuss, but the 2 just said, Captain, do you need a bigger bed? Get lost. In the following days, LiuLuo's life started off quite comfortably, but then it became somewhat torturous. The reason was that Li Yao was simply too competitive. Ever since LiuLuo humiliated her a few days ago, she launched a series of attacks. Unlike the 2 women, who became more playful as they became more skilled, she became more adept the more she played. The door to the captain's room was gently pushed open, and LiuLuo stepped out with his hands on his hips, looking pale and haggard, with a beard that had grown out after not being trimmed for a long time. The reason he hadn't trimmed it was that Li Yao said she liked it this way. It felt comfortable and bristly. Looking back at Li Yao, who had already fallen asleep, LiuLuo let out a sigh and shook his head. Closing the door, he headed toward the training room on the 2nd floor, which Sun Jiangping had specially built for him, utilizing part of the dining area. Entering the training room, a long spear appeared in LiuLuo's hand. He then closed his eyes, began to adjust his breathing, and started to forget all previous images, until only the long spear remained in his mind. The next moment, LiuLuo's eyes snapped open, and the spear in his hand followed his gaze, flying out. Thrust, flick, slash, and draw. These simple, basic movements felt extraordinary in his hands. The thrust was like a silver snake chasing a bird, fast as lightning. The flick was like a nimble monkey leaping, extraordinarily agile. The slash was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, powerful and heavy. The draw was like a flying swallow, spreading its wings, graceful and comfortable. No matter how busy LiuLuo was these days, he always made time to practice his spear technique. In this state of extreme fatigue, he gained a deeper understanding of breaking through to the mid-level of spear mastery. No matter how painful or exhausting it was, he could never let go of the spear, just like when Li Yao mocked him. LiuLuo would grit his teeth and continue to fight. Although the outcome might be a loss, his spear had never fallen, its tip remained sharp. This is willpower. I can lose, but I will never fall. Even if the spear shaft is no longer firm, the spearhead can still stain the battlefield with blood. Kill. LiuLuo's movements became faster and more casual. Yet within this casualness was a trace of rigor. Each strike seemed casual, but upon closer inspection, it was very standardized. The combination of casualness and standardization gave LiuLuo's spear technique a certain elegance. Each strike seemed to lack force, yet at the moment the spear pulled back, it pierced through the air. The spear shaft twisted continuously, like a snake slithering through the grass, with the spear tip as its venomous fang. LiuLuo slowly closed his eyes again, immersing himself in every thrust and retraction. Every bit of force was controlled perfectly by him. It could be said that he exerted 5 times the strength of one. What if it were 10 times the strength? The sleeves of his arms instantly transformed into strips of cloth, and his rugged muscles resembled a waking beast, revealing sharp angles. At this moment, the spear in his hand seemed to come alive, struggling as if trying to break free from LiuLuo's grip. A powerful sense of weakness and fatigue instantly enveloped LiuLuo's entire body, and his recently awakened muscles drew lines of blood. His hands trembled continuously. The spear that was meant to thrust forward seemed to encounter tremendous resistance in the air. "You're already tired, take a break," a voice said in LiuLuo's ear. This voice was too familiar. It was Liu. There is nothing shameful about losing. I'll 1T tell anyone. Don't force it. You're already very impressive. It's already the 7th time. You've proven yourself. Just fall. Boom. Almost instantly, LiuLuo felt all his strength vanish, and his body fell straight back, crashing into a black water pool. The water was cool, but very soothing. All the muscles in his body relaxed at that moment, and LiuLuo's vision began to blur. So confortable. With your woman, what's there to be ashamed of? It's much better to be comfortable. Just as LiuLuo's eyes were narrowing into a slit, they suddenly widened. A real man, how can he admit defeat like this? LiuLuo let out a roar, and all his muscles flushed with heat. The spear that was about to slip from his hands was once again fiercely grasped by him and thrust forward. An extreme force brewed in this seemingly inconspicuous push, filled with exhaustion and disarray. It appeared very weak and slow, seemingly incapable of striking. Sizzle. But the air was crazily pierced through, sparking countless flashes. It gave an illusion of being unable to dodge. When LiuLuo fully extended the spear, that power was finally brewed to completion, capable of piercing through everything, unstoppable. All resistance vanished in that instant, and LiuLuo instinctively retracted the spear to thrust again, but there was still a spear in the original position. Continuing to retract and thrust, time seemed to stop, and in an instant, thousands of spears were thrust out, ultimately forming a giant, sharp wooden stake, as if a bundle of long spears was combined. A segment of willpower appeared in LiuLuo's mind. Weakness does not mean helplessness. Helplessness does not mean defeat. I still have my final stubbornness. The unextinguishable spear. At this moment, a quiet change was also happening in his body. He smoothly broke through to the mid-level of spear mastery. His muscle strength increased again, and his capacity to store demonic power was enhanced. The unextinguishable spear. As LiuLuo thrust out the final spear, a massive arrowhead formed from tens of thousands of spears surged forward. Boom! The iron walls of the training room could not withstand this spear, instantly tearing a huge hole, then continuing forward. LiuLuo instantly knew something was wrong. But the next moment, the giant arrowhead broke through the ship's last defense, heading towards the sea. It directly split the seawater into 2 sides, unstoppable. Eventually, it disappeared from LiuLuo's view. Phew! Thank goodness he was positioned on the far left side of the ship, or it would have pierced through the entire vessel. As for who would ultimately suffer, that was up to fate. LiuLuo could not control it, because once the unextinguishable spear was thrust out, it would never extinguish and would always seek its target. The huge noise caused by LiuLuo immediately attracted the crew on the ship. "Captain WH, what happened?" A pirate broke in, but upon seeing the huge hole behind LiuLuo, he said in fear. This was clearly not something that could be caused by cannonballs, and there were no other ships nearby. Therefore, there was only one possibility, that it was caused by the captain himself. What kind of monster is he? Is he training or destroying the place? Oh, it's nothing. Just let the first mate come over to fix it. Okay. After this pirate left, LiuLuo made excuses to other pirates and then ran towards the captain's cabin. He decided to quickly return to have another battle with Liu. At this moment, he was excited and thrilled. He would definitely make Liu cry and never dare to be arrogant in front of him again. However, it must be said that LiuLuo's breakthrough this time owed a great deal to Liu. Of course, Hiyashin also played an important role. Without her, LiuLuo would not have been able to practice so recklessly these past few days. "Luo, what just happened?" As soon as LiuLuo came out, he ran into the hurriedly arriving Hiyashin. "It's nothing. I've just broken through to the mid-level of spear mastery." That's great, haha. Though Yashin had been a bit unhappy these past few days, she couldn't help but smile at this moment. LiuLuo knew that although this was a promise between two women, he had to take on the main responsibility. He stepped forward and hugged Yashin. You've worked hard, LiuLuo said softly. As long as you know, Yashin pretended to be strong, but LiuLuo could hear her grievances. Come with me. What for? You'll know soon. Hearing this, Yashin obediently closed her mouth, as she actually knew what LiuLuo was planning. Liao, don't blame me for not keeping my word this time. It was his request. The two quickly returned to the captain's room and ran into Liao, who was about to leave. What are you doing here? Isn't it? Liao's words were cut off as LiuLuo picked her up and threw her onto the bed. LiuLuo, what do you want to do? I absolutely won't agree to this. Don't even think about it. Liao's expression gradually turned cold. However, LiuLuo didn't care at all. Damn it, if you don't agree. That's fine. It feels like you've been taking advantage of me these days. Seeing that LiuLuo wasn't saying a word, Liao turned to Yashin. We agreed on this originally. How can you go back on your word? It's not that I wanted to come. He insisted that I come. Yashin replied with a forced smile, shrugging her shoulders as if to say, do you think I wanted to come? This made Liao speechless with anger. Fine. Then I'll leave, Liao said, attempting to stand up and leave, but LiuLuo directly held her around the waist. No one is leaving today. Do you think this is just any place where you can come and go as you please? Seeing that LiuLuo was serious, Liao bit her lip and suddenly smiled. Fine if I'm here, I'm here. I'm just afraid you can't handle it. Let's see who ends up embarrassed. LiuLuo was waiting for her to say that, and he picked up Liao again, throwing her onto the ship. This time, she didn't resist. The sky, which had just been sunny, suddenly turned dark and ominous, as if daytime had already ended. The sea dragon had now reached the vicinity of the Devil's Flower, waiting to confirm its location again tonight. By tomorrow morning, they would be right in front of the Devil's Flower. Ships were coming from all directions, a considerable number of them, from various races and types. From above, they looked densely packed. Where there are people, there is bound to be conflict. Some obscure ships had already begun to be cleared away. In this moment of darkness, ships engulfed in flames were particularly conspicuous. Everyone knew of the power of the Devil's Flower, but many were unclear about their own strength. The Fangtooth pirates had disappeared, reportedly wiped out by a military ship coming from the east. Captain Yangbo seemed to have surrendered to save his life. However, the Sea Dragon didn't need to worry about that. The reputation of the Pirate King Tyrant had already spread. Even ships coming from other directions had some knowledge of it. They knew there was a pirate group called the Heavenly Dragon, which was very powerful. Their captain had even single-handedly killed hundreds of sea kings. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated, but it also indicated the strength of this captain. At this moment, this captain stood refreshingly on the observation deck of the Sea Dragon, a look of delight on his face. The unquenchable gun truly lives up to its name, having made the two women drop their weapons and scream continuously. Especially Liao, who initially had a "you will die today" demeanor, but was heavily cared for by LiuLuo and had fainted more than once. LiuLuo looked up at the pitch-black sky. Something's not right. This doesn't look like storm clouds. The sky was too black, and very evenly so, unlike the usual storm clouds. Moreover, there was no sign of rain, as if it had turned dark prematurely. Just then, LiuLuo suddenly trembled, sensing a mysterious energy gathering in the middle of the sea. This is the aura of the Devil's Flower. I thought something was off. It turns out you were behind this. Just as LiuLuo finished speaking, a massive blue pillar of light shot up from not far away, enveloping several ships. The light beam shot straight into the sky, beginning to bloom. This time, the Devil's Flower was nearly fully unfolded. The power emanating from it was even more formidable, causing LiuLuo to tense up, almost prompting him to jump into the sea. It was too tempting. Fortunately, this power only targeted devil fruit users. Otherwise, it was likely that there would be very few people left on the ship. I don't know if obtaining this Devil's Flower is a blessing or a curse. It really is a devil, LiuLuo murmured, feeling an urge to leave this place. He sensed that this flower was definitely not simple. Luogo, are you okay? I almost fell over the railing just now. It was really scary. Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei approached with looks of fear. Seeing their condition, LiuLuo immediately thought of the Luo Mingho brothers. Not good, not good. Scissor hands and wrench, the bosun fell into the sea, and we couldn't stop them. Upon hearing this shout, the three didn't waste any words and quickly jumped down to check the situation. When LiuLuo and the others arrived, they discovered that Zhou Yin and Wu Ming had already gone down to save them. However, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping seemed very uncooperative. It took several more people to finally rescue them. until LiuLuo and Do Yangyang pulled Luo Mingho and Sun Jumping back onto the ship. The two finally realized that they had just taken a swim in the sea. Upon hearing their account, LiuLuo, Do Yangyang, and Han Weiwei couldn't help but shiver. The devil's flower had not fully bloomed yet. It would take at least another day or two. If that was the case, wouldn't it be even harder to resist afterward? Luo, should we leave? I feel like this thing is really eerie. Even Do Yangyang, who feared nothing, was now feeling scared. Unknown things are the most frightening. The closer LiuLuo got to the devil's flower, the more he felt it was a real life form. It seemed to attract all devil fruit users for some sinister purpose. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. If things don't look good, we'll leave immediately, LiuLuo decided, wanting to see how powerful this force would become. Additionally, LiuLuo noticed a problem. In the past, this kind of allure had increased gradually, but this time it had surged dramatically. This left everyone completely unprepared. Also, the timing of the devil's flower blooming was off. It wasn't at night, but during the day, creating an illusion of night. What could this mean? No one could explain it yet. They would have to see what would happen tomorrow. The darkness in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sun reappeared right in the center of the sky. Everything that had happened suddenly felt very abnormal, but at this moment, no ship was willing to leave. Everyone was waiting for the devil's flower to fully bloom, all believing they would be the lucky ones. Get ready to move. Give the order for everyone to stay alert. The path ahead is narrowing. With LiuLuo's command passed down, all the pirates of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group assembled on the deck. They headed towards the few ships that had been engulfed by the light pillar. The moment the sea dragons started moving, all the ships within 100 miles began to move, but only the strongest ships could push through. However, the few ships covered by the light pillar didn't need to move since they were already in the final circle. Everyone felt their luck was extraordinary, not needing to experience a deadly charge. But at this moment, the ships were engulfed in a dead silence. Apart from the sound of waves crashing against the vessels, there was nothing else. On a ship named Sea, which countless pirates lay sprawled in disarray. Their chests still rose and fell, yet no one stood up. The other ships were in a similar situation, which was quite eerie. The dead silence here was in stark contrast to the ongoing battles in the outer circle. At this moment, any neighboring ships had already opened fire. The circle was only so big, and clearly, it couldn't accommodate everyone. Captain, there's a ship coming over. It's not a pirate, Zhou Yin said as he walked over to LiuLuo. Not a pirate? Just as LiuLuo hesitated whether to sink the other ship, it had already opened fire. So LiuLuo couldn't be blamed. The sea dragon immediately moved closer, opting not to use long-range attacks to avoid damaging the ship, but instead prepared for close-quarters combat. Nothing unexpected happened. The other ship had only one devil fruit user, who was no match for the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group. After quickly dispatching the opponent, the sea dragon accelerated again, rushing towards the final circle. Along the way, they dealt with 6 ships, 4 of which were pirate ships. And LiuLuo didn't give the opponents any chance at all. This made the journey a bit easier. Subsequent ships preferred to seek out vessels on the other side rather than encounter the sea dragon. Finally, as the sun set, the sea dragon entered the final circle. As LiuLuo stepped into this area, he sensed something was off. He didn't know if it was his ears or something else, but it felt as if the sounds of this world had diminished. When he asked others, it turned out everyone felt the same way. This was strange, but LiuLuo couldn't pinpoint the reason and could only attribute all the oddities to the devil's flower. Brother Luo, should we take care of those ships? Do Yangyang made a throat-cutting gesture. At this moment, it was a situation where they would inevitably battle upon meeting, and there was no need to hold back. Taking down a ship equated to an increased chance to compete for the devil's flower. Let's wait a bit. I feel those ships are also not right, LiuLuo said as he took the binoculars from Zhou Yan's hands. All around the ship, not a single shadow could be seen, further confirming LiuLuo's thoughts. The pillar of light at noon was definitely problematic, and those ships covered by it were certainly suspicious. Let's deal with the ones behind first. We can't let other ships come in. If they want to leave, let them go. If they don't want to and still want to come in, then. Understood. After receiving LiuLuo's orders, Do Yangyang and the others boarded the Hurricane, which was Li Yao's ship, and had been following closely behind. The Hurricane began to move back, intercepting the other ships that were still rushing over from behind. Brothers of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group, we all had drinks together. Give us a way out, Stone Haokong of the Straw Hat Pirates said, keeping his distance from the sea dragon, which saved them from many battles. Captain Straw Hat, I think you should go back. Our captain said this route is blocked, Do Yangyang said with a smile on the deck. Seeing Do Yangyang, Stone Haokong immediately felt disheartened. If it were someone else, perhaps they could negotiate. All right, since the Bone General has spoken, I'll 1T go this way. I'll find another place to enter. Yangyang hesitated for a moment upon hearing the other S words, but ultimately nodded. Good words are hard to persuade a dead ghost. With the strength of the Straw Hat crew, they would likely end up with nothing but scraps of their ship, yet they were still desperately trying to push in. Little did they know that ahead lay the true hellish battlefield. Subsequently, a few more ships arrived, yet no one was willing to heed Yangyang's advice. Of course, when they saw the Black Dragon flag on the mast, they dared not engage him. In the end, they all chose to enter from other directions. This led to significant congestion in other areas. Treasure pirates. Boss, these bastards don't dare to come from the Heavenly Dragon side. They all came to us. What should we do? Huang Yan said angrily. Looks like I want to pick on soft persimmons. You two move around a bit. Just like the rules over at Heavenly Dragon. If they want to come in, they need to find another way, Yang In said coldly. He knew that this was no time to preserve strength. If they were seen as soft persimmons, it would spell trouble. At that point, everyone would want to come through him. Not only would their reputation be tarnished, but it could also cause problems during the competition for the Devil's Flower. Ultimately, a very strange phenomenon formed at sea, with over a dozen pirate ships encircling the surface in a massive circle. Dozens of ships piled up outside, continuously circling this ring, attempting to find a weak point. However, not everyone was as patient as LiuLuo and Yangyang. For example, Akagami. This guy would directly eliminate any ship that approached without leaving a trace. Gradually, some ships couldn't find an opportunity and had to wait at a distance, looking for a chance. This included the Straw Hat, Illusion Fragrance, Flying Wing, and Sounding Pirate groups. Yet the Sounding Pirate group didn't feel they couldn't get in. They just thought it was meaningless to enter now. Li Qixing felt that it wasn't yet time for the final showdown. As the moon hung high and stars fell like beans, a dazzling blue light slowly blossomed from the seabed. LiuLuo and the others, being close by, saw it particularly clearly. The light was so blue it made one feel uneasy, and just looking at it gave them goosebumps. At this moment, LiuLuo felt very clearly, as if he hadn't seen his mother in years. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. He had never had a mother, so how could he feel that way? But at this moment, it was so strange. As the light beam rose from the sea surface, LiuLuo and the others were surrounded by ordinary pirate groups, and the urge to jump overboard and return to their mother's embrace was incredibly strong. Fortunately, LiuLuo had prepared in advance. Otherwise, they would have truly been doomed this time. When that flower bloomed again, all the devil fruit users within the circle heard a voice saying, "If you want to gain my recognition, you must destroy all the ships on the periphery. If you cannot gain my recognition, even if you obtain it, it will be useless. You will be cursed by your mother." This sentence echoed in LiuLuo's ears like a devil's whisper. LiuLuo wanted to retort, "Why should we believe you?" But he knew he wouldn't get an answer. The Devil's Flower wouldn't respond to his questions. In fact, this question was not just on LiuLuo's mind. Everyone felt this could be a deception. No one was a fool, yet most were madmen. When the first shout of battle rang out, others were also swept along. At this moment, no one was willing to give up. Even knowing this might be a lie, they could only choose to believe. From the moment they walked this way, everything had already been determined. The Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group encountered a tough opponent after dealing with 4 ships, the Sounding Pirate Group. "Can you tell me why before the battle begins?" Li Qixing asked, holding a massive bow and arrow as he stood at the front of the ship. "You have been eliminated by the Devil's Flower," LiuLuo replied flatly, his tone very calm. Once the Sea Dragon charged, no explanation would help. Eliminated? Although this answer surprised Li Qixing a bit, he could understand it. However, he did not know that this was the instigation of the Devil's Flower. "Then let us fight. It is my honor to battle with a tyrant." After Li Qixing said this, he picked up the giant bow in his hand, and a thick arrow feather was placed on the string. After making this movement, Li Qixing's entire demeanor changed. His originally small eyes appeared exceptionally spirited. "This arrow of mine is called Silent. With my life, as the arrow, I will surely kill one person." Li Qixing's voice was very calm. However, at this moment, everyone on the Sea Dragon, including LiuLuo, felt as if they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. LiuLuo knew that Li Qixing said such things because he did not want to die. It was precisely because he did not want to die that he would fight desperately. LiuLuo knew that this arrow would definitely not be aimed at himself or at the powerful Yangyang and others. But it was uncertain when it came to Luo, Mingho, and the others. This was not what LiuLuo wanted to see. "You should leave. Get out of here immediately, or you will know my terror," LiuLuo said hesitantly again. In fact, there was another reason for doing this. He had already dealt with 4 ships, and now letting one go, He wanted to see how the Devil's Flower would react. At Lu Qixing's words, he put down the bow and arrow, cupped his fists in salute to LiuLuo, and left without looking back. He had completely given up on the contest for the Devil's Flower, and just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. At this moment, the ships that had originally gathered together and were waiting for an opportunity were either dead or fleeing. The raging fire made this sea area as bright as day. Countless people lost their lives in it, and it wasn't until the real sun rose that the massacre came to an end. Back in the final circle, everyone looked exhausted. Everyone quickly rested, leaving just a few people on guard, LiuLuo said in a flat tone. He wasn't particularly tired, but he felt somewhat numb inside. Too many people had died last night. Moreover, many of them were people he had met before. However, LiuLuo didn't feel much sympathy. Since they chose to go to sea, they had to be prepared to remain in the sea forever. Since they chose to compete, they had to pay the price for their greed. Just as LiuLuo was resting, a sudden alarm sounded from outside, and LiuLuo jumped directly off the bed in excitement. "Luo, what's wrong?" Yangyang asked in a bit of panic. "I don't know. I'll go take a look," LiuLuo replied and hurriedly went outside. The moment he stepped out of the captain's cabin, he knew what was happening. On the boundless sea, huge black ships appeared at every angle, each ship bearing the twisted character's underworld king. The underworld ships were not the names of these vessels, but a unified term. In the eyes of the fishmen, these two characters merely represented king. LiuLuo was unsure how many kings there were among the fishmen, but at this moment, he looked around the final circle and saw at least a dozen underworld ships. I wondered why the fishmen kings hadn't appeared. It turns out they were waiting here. LiuLuo increasingly felt that this was a conspiracy. After they had fought all night, the fishmen kings struck today. It was impossible to say that there hadn't been prior arrangements. However, what LiuLuo couldn't figure out was how the Devil's Flower had communicated with the fishmen. But the next moment, as countless ugly male merfolk warriors rode various sea creatures up from the surface, LiuLuo thought of a possibility. The Devil's Flower did not want the users of devil fruits to obtain it, so it reached an agreement with the fishmen. And then the fishmen and the merfolk set up the ambush at this moment. LiuLuo's thoughts were getting close to the truth. But one thing was wrong. The Devil's Flower not only did not want the users of devil fruits to obtain it, but also did not want anyone to obtain it. As long as the Devil's Flower was not disrupted within a certain period after blooming, it could become a new organism, capable of freely walking on the sea. "Luo, go, what should we do?" Everyone looked at LiuLuo, waiting for him to make a decision. Primary task, Devil's Flower. Obtain a petal of the Devil's Flower. Increase 2 points of development experience. Reward mid-level gun skills. Obtain 3 petals of the Devil's Flower. Increase 5 points of development experience. Reward game space fruit skills. Obtain the entire Devil's Flower. Increase 10 points of development experience. Reward Conqueror's Hockey. After receiving this news, LiuLuo let out a breath. The game fruit had already made a choice for him. LiuLuo turned to look at the middle, at those ships that had once been enveloped in blue light. "Since you were so afraid of being obtained by others, then I will definitely obtain you." "Preparing to fight?" "I was just looking for you, fishmen kings." LiuLuo made his final decision, and the pirates on the Sea Dragon quickly entered battle preparation. This time, LiuLuo would not flee in panic as he did last time. He didn't know how much the fishmen king's strength had increased, but he was very clear about himself. Fishmen kings, prepare to accept punishment. Countless merfolk launched the first attack, while LiuLuo and other senior officers stood still. These miscellaneous fish didn't need them to take action. The merfolk, who had lived deep in the ocean, also did not expect that the ordinary people on the ship would be so strong. Wu Ming and Zhou Yin fought the hardest, almost always at the forefront, while Lin Xiaoran moved like a thief, launching sneak attacks everywhere. However, at this moment, LiuLuo was most concerned about Lu Dishing, the gunman. After numerous instructions from LiuLuo, although there had been some progress, LiuLuo was still not satisfied. "It seems that making you my disciple is not going to work. Your mindset and talent are lacking." LiuLuo looked at Lu Dishing, who was standing relatively further back, and shook his head with disappointment. "A gun is the king of all weapons. You cannot lack the momentum of charging forward." Lu Dishing's gun looked like a stick. It seemed powerful, but lacked soul. However, what surprised LiuLuo was that Huang Yueying, the sword woman, was quite extraordinary. She wielded a long knife with great skill, and the most impressive part was that she kept moving forward without retreating an inch. Even though her thigh was injured, she did not care. She knew that today's battle was decisive for the ownership of the devil fruit, so she had to give her all. Moreover, new members were constantly joining the Heavenly Dragon Pirates, which gave her a great sense of crisis. As for the others, although they were also fighting hard. They did not stand out. As the battle intensified, every corner of the ship was filled with the sounds of killing, and blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. Some pirates, blinded by rage, even jumped into the sea to fight the merfolk. This was a huge problem, as the speed of the merfolk in the water was acknowledged as the fastest in the world. A dozen pirates jumped into the sea and never came back, causing the bloodthirsty black pirates to restrain themselves a little. "Captain, it's bad. The merfolk are below and are drilling holes in the ship. They have already opened a breach." A pirate hurriedly ran up to LiuLuo and said, "This is bad. I didn't expect this to happen," LiuLuo thought, which was the last thing he wanted to see. They were all users of devil fruits. Although powerful, they did not dare to go into the water. And while ordinary body cultivators could go into the water, they were not strong enough. After hesitating for a moment, LiuLuo focused his gaze on the two rampaging figures, Zhou Yin and Wu Ming. Zhou Yin, Wu Ming, Huang Yueying, lead all the soldiers above the rank of soldier into the water and be sure to block the merfolk trying to board the ship. Upon hearing LiuLuo's shout, Zhou Yin, Wu Ming, and Huang Yueying quickly dealt with the merfolk in front of them and began to gather the people around them. "Ming Hao, Zhan Peng, you two go down and deal with those merfolk that have boarded the ship." Understood. After assigning tasks, LiuLuo no longer paid attention to the situation on the ship, as the underworld ship was about to arrive. "Prepare for battle. This time, we must seize the underworld ship." A bloodthirsty smile crossed LiuLuo's lips. "This time, I must crush the head of the merfolk king." A fierce glint appeared in Liu's eyes as well. Without waiting for the underworld ship to come alongside, LiuLuo leaped into the air with Dou, Yangyang, Han Weiwei, Liu, and Hiyashin, landing directly on the underworld ship. Even while still in the air, a bloody storm had already erupted. Blue wind blades and white bone knives cleared a space around them. The merfolk royal family had yet to emerge from the cabin, either due to their size or their customs. However, this time, they would pay a heavy price for their noble status. A massive hammer appeared in LiuLuo's hand, and he smashed it down toward the cabin. The moment it touched the cabin, blue ripples appeared once more. But this time, they could not withstand LiuLuo's immense force. Fervent march made LiuLuo's skin turn red, like an engine running at full speed. Boom! The cabin exploded instantly. Countless wooden planks and iron sheets flying everywhere. Ah, the merfolk royal family can't hide anymore. LiuLuo has completely dismantled the roof. Tall merfolk let out strange cries upon seeing LiuLuo and charged at him. "Merfolk King, are you not coming out? You don't have enough to watch." A dragon bone spear sliced through the air, shooting past LiuLuo and was firmly caught in his hand. Unquenchable spear die. LiuLuo was eager to see the practical effects of the unquenchable spear. The bone spear shook rapidly before LiuLuo quickly thrust it out and retracted it, forming a massive bone spear before him in an instant. The merfolk royal family, faced with this giant bone spear, suddenly fell into weakness and despair. They felt they couldn't escape this spear, and their bodies seemed to lose the urgency to flee. However, their minds remained sharp, creating a highly efficient scene. Their eyes burst with a powerful will to survive, but their bodies appeared limp. "Ah, what is this thing? Why do I feel like I can't escape?" spoke the merfolk in their language. "I feel bound by will. We must hold on." "No, absolutely not. The pride of the merfolk royal family. I cannot abandon it." One by one, the merfolk shouted and began to brace themselves, while some struggled to move aside. But it was all too late. The massive white bone spear moved like a beast from the abyss, and the first few royal merfolk barely had time to react. They were instantly pierced through the chest. If not for their tall stature, they would have been turned into mush. 1, 2, 3, 4, like skewered candied haws, until the fifth female royal merfolk closed her eyes, waiting for death. Suddenly, a huge black shadow enveloped her. The merfolk king finally made a move. His hands had turned black, clearly using armament hockey. Despite this, he was still pushed back by the unquenchable spear. His legs left deep trails in the ground, and the ship's deck shattered. "Ah, hua!" The merfolk king let out a massive roar, his scales vibrating all over his body. Finally, before being pushed off the ship, he exhausted the power of the unquenchable spear. "Ooh, ooh!" The merfolk king's two huge gills expanded wildly. "Is that all? Then it ends here." LiuLuo had indeed overestimated the merfolk royal family. In the beginning, they were incredibly strong, but after more than half a year, it seemed the merfolk royal family was not that formidable. They may have had some advantages early on, but in the later stages, they might be surpassed by ordinary merfolk with strong talents. They were too focused on their physical strength, neglecting that this world was a world of will, a world where the weak could defeat the strong. They had not adapted to this. By the time the Merfolk King managed to recover, LiuLuo was already closing in on him. Forced into a corner, he could only use his armament hockey-wrapped hands to defend. Bang! Bang! Armament hockey was indeed powerful. LiuLuo did not injure the Merfolk King's outstretched hands, but sent him flying into the sea, causing huge splashes. A massive figure quickly swam far away in the water. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy. As LiuLuo spoke, he accelerated, lifting the bone spear like a throwing spear and hurled it. Am I going to die so soon after just arriving in this world? No, absolutely not, absolutely not. The Merfolk King stirred up a huge will to survive, and an arcane power appeared instantly, increasing his swimming speed. He narrowly dodged LiuLuo's bone spear. However, at this moment, he could not care less about the lives of other merfolk, and hurriedly swam away. Damn it, that bastard got away. LiuLuo spat fiercely into the sea and turned his gaze to the few remaining merfolk royal family members who had not yet died. Don't kill us. Please don't kill us. We're begging you. We're begging you. However, LiuLuo was not Yangyang. He couldn't understand their babbling until one royal merfolk knelt down. He realized they were begging for mercy. Heh, begging for mercy? When you first arrived, did you care about the pleas of humans? LiuLuo sneered disdainfully. Black patterns spread across his fist, and his body surged forward like a racing car with a loud bang. LiuLuo completely took over the underworld ship. The fierce battle he had imagined ended unexpectedly quickly. Although the Merfolk King was powerful, he had not adapted to this era. Their physical strength was great, and they even cultivated armament hockey, but they knew nothing of will. This might explain why the Merfolk royal family rarely appeared in One Piece. The only one named Sebastian, on the contrary, was an ordinary merfolk like Jinbei who possessed great strength. This was the choice of the times. Nature selects the fittest, and this was also their own choice. As the members of the Tianlong pirate group boarded the underworld ship, the merfolk had no means to retaliate and could only retreat. In this battle, although the high-ranking members of the Tianlong pirate group suffered almost no casualties, many mid-level and lower-level pirates lost their lives. Among them, the most painful loss for LiuLuo was Yangyang, a powerful pirate on the verge of breaking through to the master level, who lost his life in the battle at sea. Almost all pirates who went to sea were injured, but Wu Ming and Zhou Yan were relatively okay, only lightly injured. Instead, the two women, Huang Yueying and Lin Xiaoran, were seriously injured, but fortunately, they did not lose any limbs. LiuLuo naturally would not be stingy toward these people and immediately brought out the barrel containing the wood spirits. Each ordinary pirate received a bowl, which was equivalent to one wood spirit cell, enough for an ordinary pirate to reach soldier level. The others who went to sea were all above soldier level. So LiuLuo prepared 3 bowls for each of them, while those who were seriously injured had no limit until they were full. In the blink of an eye, the barrel of wood spirits was nearly empty, which was still due to the deaths of many people. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group had suffered significant losses, going from over 150 members to barely 70. Nearly half had died. However, those who remained were the true core of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group. Only those who could withstand the test could become true members. After checking on the injured crew members, LiuLuo rushed to the captain's cabin. He had always been curious about the mysterious water-based power on the Merman King's ship. Upon entering the captain's cabin, he was captivated by the magical scene before him. A huge water sphere floated in the air, with a fist-sized sphere at its center, which was the core of the water sphere. The entire water sphere was filled with a powerful force, giving a very gentle feeling, as if it were the calm sea. However, when LiuLuo tried to touch it, it felt like stirring up huge waves, possessing terrifying power. Startled, LiuLuo quickly distanced himself from the water sphere. If the Merman King had used the power of this water sphere earlier, LiuLuo wouldn't have won so easily. Perhaps it was because LiuLuo had acted too quickly earlier, and the Merman King, with his pride, chose to use the water sphere's power without even exchanging blows, which was equivalent to admitting defeat. Regardless, this thing now belonged to LiuLuo, even though he couldn't use it yet. LiuLuo did not hide it and immediately called over the senior members like Yangyang, but in the end they also found they couldn't use it. Nor could they get close. Why not try ordinary people? We're all devil fruit users, Hiyashin said, looking at the water sphere thoughtfully. Her words immediately lit up the eyes of those present. LiuLuo then called everyone on the ship, even Huang Yueying and Lin Xiaoran, who had just been able to get up after being seriously injured and restored by the wood spirits. Indeed, this time the attempt was effective. Ordinary people could touch the water sphere, but they still couldn't control it. Yueying, Xiaoran, you two should try it too. If you can control the water sphere, I'll immediately promote you to bosun, LiuLuo encouraged them. In fact, whether they could control the water sphere or not, LiuLuo had already planned to promote their status because their contributions were significant this time. Okay, Captain, you said it. Huang Yueying originally saw that others couldn't do it and was not planning to try, but now she was energized. Let's see if you can control it. You'll immediately be the third bosun, LiuLuo said with a smile. Huang Yueying said no more and began to walk towards the water sphere. When her hands touched it, her entire body's injuries were surprisingly enveloped by the water energy, and they began to heal slowly. Gradually, a pulling force emerged from the water sphere, but it wasn't strong. Huang Yueying was only pulled in halfway. What's going on? Huang Yueying panicked a bit and looked back at LiuLuo and the others for help. However, LiuLuo and the others had just touched the water sphere, so who could know what was happening? After hesitating for a moment, Huang Yueying finally withdrew her arm, and the water energy surrounding her immediately dissipated. Captain, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't control it, Huang Yueying said, somewhat disappointed. It's nothing, it was just a trial. LiuLuo quickly stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. I'll try. Lin Xiaoran, seeing Huang Yueying put in half her arm, was already a bit impatient. Now that Huang Yueying had declared failure, she rushed forward, but due to her leg injury, she ended up misstepping and fell into the water sphere. Xiaoran! The crowd gasped, and Hiyashin, closest to the water sphere, reached out to grab her. However, the water sphere suddenly surged, pushing Hiyashin's hand back. I'm Fine. In fact, Lin Xiaoran was also startled, which was why she didn't speak at first, but when she felt no discomfort inside the water sphere, she finally spoke. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran was okay, everyone felt relieved. Xiaoran, how does it feel? Can you control it? Hiyashin asked. However, Lin Xiaoran did not rush to respond. Instead, she reached out to grab the core sphere of the water sphere. In fact, this sphere was called Sea Spirit in the world of fish people, and such a large sea area could produce a sea spirit. Although the name contains spirit, it is not a living being and has no consciousness. In fact, any ordinary person could control it, except for devil fruit users. The sea spirit could actually be absorbed into one's body. But the proud fish people royal family disliked doing so because it would lead other fish people to think that they relied on the power of the sea spirit, while their own strength was very weak. The previous Merman King had already exceeded the range of communication with the sea spirit when LiuLuo knocked him off the ship. When Lin Xiaoran completely held the sea spirit in her hand, a wonderful feeling instantly filled her heart. It was as if she was holding an ocean in her hand. This feeling was simply amazing, and Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone was startled, thinking something had happened, and hurriedly called her name. It's okay. This is just too amazing. As she spoke, the huge water sphere vanished, all transferring into Lin Xiaoran's body. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately understood that Lin Xiaoran had truly managed to control this powerful water sphere by sheer accident. Envious glances were cast toward Lin Xiaoran. The most unhappy one was Huang Yueying. The moment Lin Xiaoran went in and was fine, she realized that perhaps only by entering and grabbing it could one control the water sphere. Although Huang Yueying felt a bit unwilling, the opportunity was something she had let slip, so she had no complaints. It's called Sea Spirit. The water sphere is created to protect itself, but it is indeed simple to control it by grabbing it. Yueying, do you want to give it a try? Lin Xiaoran said nonchalantly, causing LiuLuo and the others to tense up. This was a perfect treasure for enhancing strength. Yet she was suggesting others try it. If it were anyone else, they would probably want to hide it immediately. Huang Yueying hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not reach out her hand, though she felt quite touched inside. All right, Xiaoran, hurry and put it away. Since you've tamed it, it's yours now, and no one else can take it, Huang Yueying said, her words very friendly. But she was also reminding others not to covet this sea spirit. Of course, this did not include LiuLuo and the other devil fruit users, as it would be useless to them. Well, since you have tamed it, then it will be yours from now on, LiuLuo also spoke up. He didn't want to see any conflicts within the pirate crew, nor did he want to witness any acts of murder or plunder. So, what abilities does this sea spirit have? Xin spoke again. Actually it's nothing much. It can absorb energy from different sea areas and then let me use it as if it were like the power of a devil. Except it's water, Lin Xiaoran said with a happy face. This sea spirit is like a weapon, but this weapon needs to accumulate energy, and it takes a long time to recover after use. At this moment, LiuLuo finally had some understanding of why the king of the underworld was described as a weapon in the One Piece manga. The ship itself is not powerful, but it has things like sea spirits on board, and the longer the time passes, the stronger the accumulated energy may become. It can indeed destroy an island in one go. When LiuLuo and the others appeared on deck again, the war was basically over. Most of the ships had defeated the king of the underworld, but a small number had been completely destroyed. Only 3 or 2 of the king of the underworld managed to escape, which no longer posed a threat to them. However, at this moment, the mere folk in the depths of the sea had not yet been struck hard. They had only temporarily retreated. The sun was now positioned directly overhead, and LiuLuo glanced up before looking at the few ships in the center of the circle that had remained motionless. I wonder what will happen this time. Let's see what other tricks you have, LiuLuo thought to himself. He knew that the devil's flower would soon reappear. It had been approaching maturity since yesterday, so it would emit its energy every 12 hours. Sure enough, after a while, the sky darkened. LiuLuo quickly called over Yangyang and the others, then instructed the ordinary crew members to surround them, and even tied himself to the ship's mast with ropes. After making all the necessary preparations, everyone looked towards the center of the final circle, waiting for the devil's flower to release its magic again. A blue, ghostly flower rose from the seabed. This time it wasn't just light that rose, it began to rise itself. Beneath its roots and stems was a large piece of dark brown bark, as if it were a small boat supporting it upwards. Any fish or seaweed passing by it instantly vanished without a trace, making those watching feel a chill run down their spines. This was truly something devilish, and they were actually trying to take notice of it. Finally, its figure completely emerged from the surface of the sea, and suddenly the blue light surged, making the whole world incredibly quiet, so quiet it was unsettling. Even LiuLuo shouted, "Be careful," with his mouth open, yet he couldn't hear his own voice. He saw Yangyang and the others also with their mouths open, but he still couldn't hear what they were saying. Just as LiuLuo was about to convey information through lip movements, the deep blue light had already engulfed their ship. Pirates below the rank of master instantly began to convulse as if struck by electricity, their bodies becoming weak and powerless. Meanwhile, those like LiuLuo, who were devil fruit users, felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. If someone could peek into their souls, they would find that each devil fruit user's head had a faint blue line connecting them to the devil's flower. LiuLuo first felt a blackout, and when he woke up again, he found himself on a black continent. At the very center of this black land was a large, alluring blue flower. It was at the moment of fully blooming. Perhaps shocked by what lay before him, LiuLuo was momentarily stunned before realizing his situation. Yangyang, Wei, Xin, Leo. LiuLuo called out all their names, but there was no response. Damn it, what kind of place is this? How'd I get here? LiuLuo cursed and began to take deep breaths. He knew that anger and frustration would not help. Looking again at the giant flower in the distance, LiuLuo understood that this had to be the work of that thing. Hello there, little one, you are standing on your father's feet, and to be precise, I am your aunt. A voice suddenly appeared in LiuLuo's mind. What father, what mother? What are you talking about? Where's this place? Where are my companions? LiuLuo directly replied. You don't even recognize your father and aunt, you little brat. The voice responded again. Hearing the other party's words, LiuLuo knew they would not answer his questions, so he planned to activate BUG Exploration to analyze what the other party said. But LiuLuo found that BUG Exploration had failed. He quickly tried other abilities, only to find that neither 3D game creation nor any other fruit abilities were of any use now. However, this made him calm down even more, because if he couldn't stay calm now, the outcome could be very dangerous. Recalling the words in his mind, he looked at the ground that resembled tree bark patterns and then at that blue, glowing flower. LiuLuo gradually understood. What he was standing on might be the bark of the devil fruit tree, the same piece that had supported the devil's flower to rise from the water. He was a devil fruit user, so calling the devil fruit tree father was indeed not unreasonable. The one transmitting thoughts to him should be that devil's flower, which he referred to as his aunt. As LiuLuo thought about all of this, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He also realized that this world should not be a real world. It was likely a world created by some form of spiritual power. What do you want me to do? LiuLuo asked directly. He knew that the devil's flower, bringing them all to this world, was definitely not as simple as just recognizing relatives. I don't need you to do anything. I just need you to stay here quietly. When Auntie fully descends into this world, she will take good care of you. The voice of the devil's flower was very gentle, but LiuLuo felt a chill run down his spine. No way, I have to get out of here quickly. LiuLuo knew that once the Devil's Flower descended, there would definitely be no good outcome for them. But at this moment, he had no clue what to do. And most importantly, he didn't know what had happened to Yangyang and the others, whether they had also been brought to this world. At this moment, Yangyang and the others were experiencing almost the exact same thing he had just gone through. The only difference was that this black-skinned island was very large, so they couldn't run into each other right away. LiuLuo ran towards the edge of the black-skinned island, wanting to see if he could leave from the sea. At this moment, his devil fruit ability had been stripped away, so he thought he should no longer be restricted by the sea. Sure enough, when LiuLuo tried to dip 1 foot into the seawater, he found that he didn't have any adverse reactions. It really works. A smile finally appeared on LiuLuo's face. However, the smile was only for a moment. Looking around the entire island, it was barren with nothing at all. There was absolutely nothing to build a ship with. Damn it, does it want you to swim away? But it seemed there were no other options. So LiuLuo swam vigorously in one direction, trying to leave this spiritual world. But just as LiuLuo blinked, he suddenly saw a ship approaching him from a distance. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo was overjoyed and shouted loudly, vigorously waving his arms in an attempt to attract the attention of the vessel. Indeed, his efforts bore fruit as the ship began to sail towards him. However, as the ship got closer, LiuLuo started to have doubts. How could there be a ship in this place? Even if there is, it definitely isn't their ship, LiuLuo thought, glancing again at the approaching vessel. He suddenly realized that this ship looked exactly like the ones they had seen in the center of the finals. Damn it, I knew there couldn't be such good luck. LiuLuo cursed anxiously and quickly swam back, knowing that there was definitely something fishy about these ships. By the time LiuLuo was close to the shore, he could see the situation on the chasing ship behind him. Hollow eyes, stiff bodies, resembling walking corpses, yet their eyes were fixed on LiuLuo without blinking. Damn it, so they were waiting here. LiuLuo finally understood why those ships had remained silent for a day and night. It turned out their souls had long been taken by the demon flower. The purpose of taking these people's souls was to deal with them at this moment. After reaching the shore, LiuLuo hurriedly ran towards the center of Blackskin Island, but the pursuers behind him were not slow either. And some were even faster than LiuLuo. Damn, how can they run so fast? It's not scientific. At this moment, LiuLuo, who had lost all his powers, truly felt like a tiger fallen to the plains being bullied by dogs. It shouldn't be like this. I can understand losing my devil fruit ability. But why has my physical strength been stripped away too? LiuLuo was a mid-tier gunner, even without his devil fruit. His physical qualities were not something ordinary people could compete with. But now he couldn't even outrun an ordinary person. As he saw the pursuers closing in, LiuLuo realized he couldn't escape and could only fight. Although he had lost his strength, the awareness of a strong person remained. When LiuLuo waited for the opponent to approach, he turned around to dodge their hand, and then threw a powerful punch aided by the rotation of his waist. With a thud, when his fist struck the opponent's temple, the person instantly turned into smoke. Damn, this is really a ghost. LiuLuo complained as he quickly continued to run forward, not daring to waste a moment. After running a few thousand meters, LiuLuo's speed began to decrease. But the people chasing him were still going strong. It's over. I never thought I'd die here. At this moment, LiuLuo felt like his lungs were about to explode. His legs were sore to the bone, and the sweat pouring from his body could probably fill a basin. Just when LiuLuo was about to give up on escaping and prepare for a desperate fight, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. An unfamiliar middle-aged man with a beard, looking like a bad person, but he wasn't being chased. Suddenly, LiuLuo saw a glimmer of hope. When encountering a bear, one doesn't need to outrun the bear. Just outrun the companion. The man saw the large group of people chasing LiuLuo, and, although he didn't understand what was happening, he knew something was wrong. Otherwise, LiuLuo wouldn't be running. Before LiuLuo could shout at him, he turned and started to run. Damn, this old guy has sharp eyes. LiuLuo cursed inwardly, his legs working hard to move. People are like that. Once there's a glimmer of hope, they can unleash infinite potential. The middle-aged man ran less than 1,000 meters before he started to gasp for breath, clearly lacking in stamina. Don't chase, or I'll kill you first. The bearded man, now panicked, stopped and showed a fierce expression, trying to scare LiuLuo away. But at this point, would LiuLuo be scared? The group behind was much more terrifying. You want chase, huh? Then let us both stay here today. The bearded man was indeed panicking. He directly ran towards LiuLuo, which startled LiuLuo. When it comes to life and death, people can be worse than beasts. LiuLuo, wanting to use the middle-aged man as a scapegoat, saw the man realizing he was about to be the scapegoat and thought he'd rather take someone down with him. The two were equally matched, neither stronger than the other. Don't, bro, let's talk. Let's talk properly. Talk. Damn it. No one else leaving here alive. Seeing the bearded man going crazy, LiuLuo glanced back and saw the group had closed in to just a few steps away. Stop, bro. We can't die like this. Let's fight back. LiuLuo urged again. This time the bearded man seemed to react a bit, frothing at the mouth, and nodded without saying a word. At this moment, neither of them had any ulterior motives, knowing that even if they killed each other, they wouldn't escape far. Damn it. How did I end up with such a bastard? When the bearded man reached LiuLuo's side, he couldn't help but curse again. LiuLuo just chuckled and didn't respond. After all, they were both on the brink of death, so being cursed it didn't matter much. After catching their breath, the first corpse-like figure charged at them. I don't believe you still have strength left. The bearded man lunged first, directly pinning the corpse to the ground, but was quickly flipped over. LiuLuo wanted to help, but another corpse charged at him, leaving LiuLuo no choice but to grapple with the one in front of him. He punched the opponent in the face, but this time his strength was much weaker, and the opponent merely tilted its head. It tried to grab LiuLuo, but he bent down to dodge. In an instant, LiuLuo realized that while the corpses had almost inexhaustible stamina, their agility and attack methods were not the same as normal people. Despite this, LiuLuo found it hard to kill the opponent, and soon more corpses came rushing in. Two of them directly pinned the bearded man down, some tearing at his head, others digging at his chest, and the scene began to turn bloody. LiuLuo also rushed over to the two corpses, totaling 3 now, which made it impossible for him to react quickly enough. Just as LiuLuo was tackled to the ground, a loud roar suddenly erupted from the center of the bearded man's chaotic fight. Get away from me! Instantly, the 3 corpses on him were blasted away, and a powerful energy radiated outward. LiuLuo was all too familiar with this energy. It wasn't demonic power, nor the power of a fruit user, but willpower. Right? I never thought of that. Willpower exists within the soul. Get the hell away from me. LiuLuo's right arm acted as a spear as a large shield appeared in his hand. The next moment, the sharp point directly blasted off the head of the corpse in front of him. Then, following the same method, LiuLuo resolved the other 2 corpse demons as well. Bro, you're amazing. LiuLuo, who had gotten back on his feet, quickly gave a thumbs up to the big beard. However, when he saw that the other party was covered in blood, with even organs exposed, LiuLuo suddenly lost his voice. A surge of indescribable grief and anger rose within him. Damn, you know I'm awesome now, right? But I guess I won T survive. The big beard said with difficulty, his eyes looking at LiuLuo with a hint of pleading. You really are a bastard. But you have to promise me one thing. If all the strong members of the Star Moon pirate crew die, you must protect the others on the ship. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo didn't speak, just nodded heavily. After a moment, he spoke, Star Moon pirate crew. I'll remember. Unless I die, I will definitely protect the people on the ship. All right, remember your words. You're not as bad as I thought, the big beard said, exhaling his last breath, and his body began to dissipate, turning into blue smoke in an instant. Damn! LiuLuo clenched his fists tightly, the will of the game volcano manifesting on him, instantly changing the colors of heaven and earth. A massive volcano began to appear in the sky above Black Skin Island. At this moment, Yangyang, who was also being chased by corpse demons, saw the volcano in the sky and instantly knew it was LiuLuo's strongest move. Well, I understand now. Ha ha, Luogu, you're really my good brother. Yangyang laughed heartily, stopped running, and turned to face the corpse demons chasing him. When my brother appears, it's your end. Go to hell, General Road, Yangyang said, and his body was filled with overwhelming power. Although there was no road paved with bones ahead, it didn't hinder Yangyang's charge. The others from the Heavenly Dragon pirate crew were either under attack or wandering aimlessly. But when they saw the volcano in the sky, they understood their captain was angry. LiuLuo, you've noticed this. Liao shouted LiuLuo's name directly, but there was a bit more admiration in her eyes than before. Luye, I'm all sing. Han Wei went wild, launching a countercharge against the corpse demons. To entrust my life to you, seems like I made the right choice. It's hard to even think about dying now. Hiyashin, who was being pinned down by a corpse demon, originally had a desperate expression, but now showed a hint of a smile. Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping silently chanted, Long live the captain, long live the Heavenly Dragon pirate crew, the Inferno pirate crew. Chi Fa looked at the sky, again seeing that scene he could never forget in his life, his clenched fist starting to tremble. Damn, why is it you again? After cursing, He punched the corpse demon, biting his thigh in a blue smoke. Although he was cursing, using it felt really good. However, he still wanted to say thank you. Otherwise, he would have met his end today. Ultimately, Chi Fa helplessly spoke to the sky. He also understood that LiuLuo's actions not only saved him, but also saved his entire Inferno pirate crew. Damn, it feels like I owe more and more favors. Chi Fa thought reluctantly, knowing he would have to fight for his position as Pirate King in the future. The Treasure Pirate Crew. Tyrant, phew. I wasn't too convinced by your Pirate King title, but today I'm convinced. Yangyang resolved the last corpse demon and lay softly on the black ground. Just now, he really thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, seeing the volcano in the sky, he instantly understood that the will could be used. At this moment, Yang even started to cry. No one expected that the seemingly strongest Yang would have such a moment. After being chased for 2 kilometers, just when he was about to despair, he unexpectedly saw a miracle. Those who had witnessed LiuLuo's game volcano naturally understood its meaning. However, those who hadn't seen LiuLuo thought it was another trick of the devil's flower, designed to drive them into despair. A rapidly running bunny girl frowned, looking at the volcano in the sky. She was a member of the fur tribe, a true bunny girl, but at this moment, she was in a terrible situation, being chased by a group of corpse demons. I feel like I've seen this move somewhere. Yaholina murmured to herself. The fur tribe's physical strength was indeed strong. Even after being chased by corpse demons for a long time, she could still speak. It seems that in this world, besides will, one can only rely on their race's most primitive strength. Right, that man who blocked the tsunami. On that day, when LiuLuo blocked the Sea King, although the fur tribe members were not nearby, they saw LiuLuo through a telescope. Why can he use the devil fruit abilities? After having doubts, Yaholina began to change direction, running toward the volcano in the sky. The group of corpse demons behind continued to chase relentlessly. If the scene were seen in other places, it might be thought of as a group of perverts. In fact, not just Yaholina thought so. Nearly everyone who didn't know LiuLuo thought the same way. However, they didn't have the physical strength of the fur tribe, and ultimately were devoured by the corpse demons. Of course, there were some smart individuals, like Song Xingran, the captain of the Ice Flame pirate crew, who thought about the aspect of will, and Luo Yuezheng, who originally planned to respond to the call of Huagua and was preparing to go over, also thought about the will. What kind of person is this? So smart. How do you think of it? It's incredible. I must meet this person and thank him properly. Is he the tyrant of the Heavenly Dragon pirate crew? I've heard of this move. It seems it's not wrong to gather more information. Pirate King? It seems he truly is a remarkable person. Pirate King, LiuLuo, I Kong Ranfeng, will remember today as life-saving grace and will repay it in the future. The volcano in the sky rumbled continuously, shaking the heavens and earth. It seemed as if the crater contained thousands of raging flames, ready to erupt at any moment. At this moment, there was nothing in front of LiuLuo. The corpse demons had no room to resist under his will. LiuLuo's eyes were red as he bowed 3 times at the spot where the big beard had originally been. Although I don't even know your name and have only known you for a few minutes, today you truly saved my life. From now on, you're my brother. I remembered what you said. Safe travels. LiuLuo felt guilty in his heart. If it weren't for him, perhaps the big beard wouldn't have died. But he knew that once a person was dead, they could not come back to life, and he only wanted to survive. In the face of survival, who wouldn't be selfish? So at this moment, he could only turn that guilt into anger and burn through the sky. Who? LiuLuo took a deep breath, his eyes fixated on that blue devil flower. The devil's flower seemed to sense the malice in LiuLuo's gaze, trembling its petals a few times. I know you can hear me. My aunt, LiuLuo said with a wicked smile, his eyes turning cold. Your actions have made me extremely angry, and this anger will destroy the world. LiuLuo seemed to be murmuring, as if talking to himself. However, no sound appeared in his mind. But LiuLuo was sure he could be heard. Since you chose to ignore my words, I will make you pay the price. LiuLuo lowered his head, his back arching upward. Ah! The cries sounded like a beast's roar, suddenly lifting his head and letting out a roar that reached the sky. The anger in his heart was unleashed, and endless fury began to burn. In the sky, a 1,000-meter giant volcano shadow, which could barely contain itself, seemed to receive a command at that moment. The crater was covered with dense, red patterns, as if lava was flowing down. Violent gases erupted, turning the sky a fiery red, even cracking it. This mental world, created by the demon flower, although lacking demonic power, was dominated by souls, making the absence of demonic power completely meaningless. What was the true power deep within the soul? Just as this world-destroying volcano was about to erupt, the demon flower finally reacted. A deep blue beam of light shone from the huge flower core, and the sky, which had originally developed cracks, returned to its original state. Do you think that's all? LiuLuo's eyes turned crimson as he stared fiercely at the demon flower. In the next moment, countless lava began to erupt, dazzling red, as if it were blood, vowing to drench the world. Boom! The might of destruction changed the color of heaven and earth, and nothing could rival it. The sky, which had been restored by the blue light, was now directly burned into a massive black hole. The black hole seemed to be a tranquil night sky, exuding an indescribable serenity. At that moment, all the corpses and ghosts on the island instantly turned to ashes, rising in wisps of blue smoke towards that black hole. Many managed to escape with their lives at the last moment. At this moment, although they didn't know what had happened, nor did they know who LiuLuo was. When they were saved, they all knelt down, praying devoutly to the master of the towering volcano. Ah! How dare you? How dare you? I will make you die. This time, the demon flower, LiuLuo's aunt, could no longer hold back. A voice filled with malice echoed in LiuLuo's mind. If voices could attack, LiuLuo would have been a vegetable by now. You want me dead? Heh, haven't you always been trying? LiuLuo mocked disdainfully. The demon flower did not respond to LiuLuo's words, but began to demonstrate through action. A huge blue flower suddenly had a leaf that started to sway wildly, finally breaking free from its restraints, riding the breeze, and flying towards the volcano's mouth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this scene. They knew this was the moment that would determine whether they could leave. The captain of the original Fong pirate crew, Yangyang, clasped his hands together, reciting something under his breath. You must hold on. As long as this time lets me survive, I will definitely recognize you as the Pirate King. Who dares to deny it? I will be furious. Redhead looked at the enormous blue petal in the sky, and then at the gigantic towering volcano, involuntarily sighing. It wasn't that he thought LiuLuo's volcanic wouldn't hold. It was just that he felt that no matter whether LiuLuo succeeded or not, at this moment, he was undoubtedly the king of the East Sea. I am not as good as you. You have won. King of the East Sea. The blue translucent petal, like a water sprite, swiftly approached the volcano. The fiery red volcano continued to spew countless lava, attempting to wash away this world. At that moment, cracks also appeared around the black hole, resembling glass about to shatter. The petal's speed increased, as if the demon flower could no longer wait. And the lava erupting from the volcano increased, slowly turning dark red, like blood plasma. Finally, the petal arrived, without hesitation, piercing through countless lava and plunging into the volcano's mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. Almost instantly, the lava that had been surging out seemed to malfunction at the moment the petal fell. The erupting lava began to become intermittent, and the flow was noticeably reduced. What terrified people the most was that the originally red veins on the volcano's mouth slowly dimmed. No, no. LiuLuo, you bastard. Hold on. Yangyang, seeing this scene, seemed to go mad, frantically pounding the air with his fists. Did you lose too? King of the East Sea. Ha! Redhead did not know what the final smile meant. It seemed to mock LiuLuo, but also himself. LiuLuo lost and gave it his all, while he could only be a spectator here. Redhead's strongest was far from LiuLuo's, although it was not apparent in the outside world, because LiuLuo dared not fully release his will, or he would be devoured by demonic power. But in this world, he could use it without restraint. The demon flower seemed to have imprisoned everyone, but it also released the fierce beast that was LiuLuo. Luo, it won't just end like this. Yangyang stopped, a smile passing across his lips. He could sense that the volcano was still continuing its energy. LiuLuo had not surrendered. Luye, it seems you haven't lost except to Sister Yangyang, right? And the only time you did created your world-destroying volcano. I know its power, and I know your strength. Han Weiwei, with a wild and untamed look, showed her indifference. Luo, I believe in you. There is nothing in this world that you cannot accomplish. Hiyashin shouted nervously, her hands tightly clenched. Is this all you can do? Then go ahead and destroy. LiuLuo clenched his jaw, the veins on his head bulging, looking terrifying. The whole person was like a beast rushing out of hell, venting the pent-up frustration in his heart. Boom! The shadow of the volcano in the sky suddenly trembled violently. The dark red veins that were about to extinguish were reignited, even more dazzling than before. Boom! In the next moment, the previously rustling lava seemed to burst forth like a river breaking through a dam, soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. The sky turned red, and the wind was tinged with pink. The cracks around the black hole crackled loudly, ultimately shattering. No. Stop, quickly stop. Finally, that voice reappeared in LiuLuo's mind. He could no longer hold back, but unfortunately, it was too late. The volcano shadow not only did not stop, but erupted even more violently. What terrified everyone was that the volcano shadow descended upon the head of the demon flower. The shadow instantly enveloped this black land, and countless people screamed in panic. They knew that this volcano was not aimed at them, but such a strong visual impact made it hard for their mouths to close. Some even fell to the ground, yellow liquid flowing between their legs. LiuLuo, you bastard. What do you want to do? Stop, stop. Yangyang is truly terrified. The back and forth changes are driving him to the brink of collapse, and at this moment, he is lying on the ground like a madman. No, no, stop, stop. I beg you, I beg you. The voice of the demon flower continues to echo in LiuLuo's mind, but this time, it has turned into a plea. The sky seems to shatter like glass. Having already breached the inner defenses of the demon flower, this is the spiritual space it created. If this space is shattered, its consciousness will completely disintegrate. LiuLuo, please stop. I beg you, we can negotiate. I am willing to give you all my petals, all of them, so you can still swim in the sea. However, LiuLuo did not respond, still controlling the volcanic shadow to smash toward its main body. Really, I beg you. Let's discuss it. I can even share half of my flower core with you, which can enhance the power of the devil fruit. No, I hate you. Since you insist on doing this, then let's die together. The voice of the demon flower began to turn desperate. A furious wind began to sweep across the entire Black Skin Island. It was like the wailing of a banshee, hoarse and piercing, causing people to cover their ears. Changes also occurred at sea, with countless gigantic waves launching an assault on Black Skin Island, and the seawater began to spread toward the shore. The entire world was on the brink of destruction. The demon flower, glowing blue, abandoned its restraints on others, wanting only to keep LiuLuo, the bastard who ruined its plans, here forever. Yangyang and the others suddenly felt a dazzling light that made them squint, and when they could see the world again, they found they had returned to their original world. Kill. We absolutely cannot let them rush up. My arm. Damn. I would rather die than let you go. A cacophony of sounds immediately filled Yangyang and the others' ears, and all they could see was blood red. They did not know when they had been lifted to the top of the third-floor cabin. The ship had already been occupied by mermaids, and the members of the Tianlong pirate crew could only huddle on the stairs for a final stand. It turned out that after LiuLuo and the other souls were absorbed into the spiritual space of the demon flower, the mermaids launched attacks on various ships. At this moment, it had been almost an hour since they entered the demon flower's spiritual space. In this hour, many pirates died, countless mermaids were killed, blood stained the deck, and flowed into the sea. Some broke out in battle, while others broke through before dying. That was how they managed to hold on until now. Brothers, protect the captain and the first mate. I'm going, Wu Ming shouted as he jumped directly from the third floor. There was no other way. The number of mermaids was simply too many, and many had already begun to form human ladders to climb up from other places. Wu Ming did not dare to let these mermaids come up to fight because at this moment, there were 7 still breathing corpses lying on the rooftop. The rooftop space was already small, and if he wasn't careful, those lying bodies could be lost. Hu Bin is already gone. Lin Shaoran has also exhausted his strength, and Yu Ying is holding the stairway alone. It's my turn now, but it's a pity I didn't receive the tyrant's order. Wu Ming's body descended through the air, feeling a sense of melancholy. As the strongest presence among the crew at this moment, he would never jump down and make a last-ditch effort unless absolutely necessary. Blood Fireblade. Wu Ming's sword no longer had a sheath, yet he still made the motion to draw it, the blade emerging from his left hand's fingers. Flesh and steel clashed, sparks flying, blood staining the blade, which began to heat up. The world was filled only with hot blood and battle songs, never to extinguish. Finally, the long knife drew a perfect arc and a huge, ugly head shot up into the sky, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Because when their wounds were cut open, they were evaporated by the high temperature, and even the wounds were refined. A steaming hot knife, a man brimming with killing intent, firmly blocked the steps of countless tall mermaids. The number of killing mermaids increased, piling up at Wu Ming's feet. Another sweeping slash from the long knife severed a mermaid's head, and this time, unexpectedly, a rush of blood sprayed from the headless corpse. His knife has cooled down. Brothers, kill. The mermaids, seeing the situation, felt no sadness. Instead, They were immensely excited. To see blood was a victory for them. Is it coming to an end? At this moment, Wu Ming leaned against the iron wall of the cabin, breathing heavily. His gaze somewhat absent as he looked at the long knife in his hand, now stained with rust. "Old buddy, let's go for one more round." Shattered blade slash. As his voice fell, Wu Ming's previously waning spirit revived, countless veins bulging, his eyes filled with blood. The long knife in his hand developed numerous cracks, and all the rust fell away, appearing as new. Wu Ming gradually closed his eyes, seemingly reluctant, yet also unwilling, until countless mermaids charged over. Some already within a single step of him. He really has no strength left. Haha. Let me take advantage of this. This time I've really made a great contribution. Ha! This ugly mermaid couldn't help but laugh. But when he raised his steel fork, Wu Ming's eyes instantly opened. A simple, unadorned slash, rising from below, instantly silenced the wind, silenced the sea. At this moment, the world contained only the sound of the shattering blade. A powerful sword aura formed a 10-meter-long blade. But this blade was composed of countless shards. All the fishmen in front of Wu Ming were instantly sent flying. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, the long knife in his hand shattered into countless pieces, falling onto the deck. Ah, kill, kill. This time he was doomed. He had lost his knife. The number of mermaids charging up was even greater than before. Seeing this scene, the fighting pirates couldn't help but shed tears. They knew Wu Ming was finished. But Wu Ming was laughing exaggeratedly. "Do you think this move of mine has only this much power? Bone mooch." In the next moment, the previously dissipated blade shadow reappeared, transforming into countless shards that shot out in all directions. This time, it directly cleared a vacuum zone of mermaids from his ship. However, this time Wu Ming also knelt on the ground, his arms hanging limply, all his strength exhausted. But he had bought enough time for Yangyang and the others to wake up. "Captain, first mate, I did my best." Although at this moment all the mermaids could sense that the man, not far away, was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. No one dared to take a step toward him. At this time, a powerful mermaid crawled out of the sea. He had just taken down a ship. "What's going on? Are you all going to be cowards?" He shouted loudly at the surrounding mermaid soldiers. "Charge, charge!" But still no one dared to move. A few clever ones quickly rushed towards the staircase, while those who weren't so clever ended up having their heads smashed by the merman powerhouse, one punch each. "Damn it. I want to see how many heads and arms you have," the merman powerhouse cursed as he walked towards Wu Ming. However, no one understood his words, but they could tell from his expression what he intended to do. "No, Wu Ming." Huang Yueying's eyes were filled with tears as she slashed away the merman in front of her, trying to rescue him, but there was no way out. The empty space ahead was immediately blocked by more mermen. "Wu Ming, it's all my fault, sob." Lin Shaoran burst into tears. Although she could control the sea spirits, it wasn't very effective, and she had already exhausted her energy at the beginning of the battle. However, it couldn't be helped. The merman had attacked fiercely at the start. At this moment, Zhou Yinshou stood beside LiuLuo and the others, serving as the last line of defense. He wanted to help, but he didn't dare to move an inch from his spot. He was almost going crazy. The merman powerhouse was already close to Wu Ming, who could only lift his head and coldly stare at him. If he weren't leaning against the wall, he would have collapsed to the ground. "I heard you're very strong, but you look like a softie now, weaker than a baby fish at the bottom of the sea." Wu Ming listened to the mermans chattering and didn't understand what he was saying, but he could roughly guess from the disdainful expression that it was just mockery. Wu Ming turned to look at Zhou Yin, their eyes meeting, and Zhou Yin understood the message in his gaze. "Protect the captain, protect the first mate. No one is allowed to come down." Before Wu Ming could turn his head back, he suddenly felt his neck being tightly grasped and lifted. "First mate, I can't follow the tyrant's orders anymore." Wu Ming's words were slurred, but his eyes sharpened. "Do you think you can kill me? No one can kill a swordsman unless he does it himself." At this moment, his heart was filled with the will to die, but he still wanted to do something, like dragging the merman powerhouse down to hell with him. The last sword is myself, and you can't hold it." Wu Ming's voice was small and hoarse, and no one could hear it. The only one who could hear was the merman, who still couldn't understand. So the merman powerhouse didn't know what was about to happen. But when he saw Wu Ming daring to bare his teeth at him, he suddenly increased his grip, wanting to eliminate Wu Ming. However, for a sword, if you hold the hilt, nothing happens, but if you grip the blade, the harder you hold, the greater the harm. A black aura erupted from Wu Ming, enveloping him entirely, forming a black sword. Gradually, a decaying aura began to swirl between the two. "What the hell is this?" The next moment, The merman's hand that was gripping Wu Ming was suddenly severed. Wu Ming was finally free. However, he didn't fall to the ground, but remained suspended in the air. Wu Ming's body had become invisible, and only a large black sword revealed its edge. At this moment, Wu Ming had already broken through to the intermediate level of swordsman, and he was only a step away from the high level. But all of this was meaningless, as he could feel the call of hell. A call that was so strong. He had only one chance to attack. Once done, he would have to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the rooftop. The tyrant said he won't allow you to die. You stop right there. The next moment, a white figure shattered the merman powerhouse, and Yangyang, dressed in white bone armor, slowly walked towards the black sword. I'm sorry I'm late, but you can't just walk away like this. As Yangyang spoke, the visor of his helmet lifted, revealing his handsome face. Without any hesitation, Yangyang reached for the hilt of the black sword, and countless black auras like ghostly hands grabbed his outstretched hand. Tyrant's order. Do you still remember? Come out. Yangyang endured the excruciating pain, desperately pulling out. The white bone armor couldn't withstand the encroachment of death, and the bones on his arm continuously turned to dust and fell away. At this moment, Wu Ming, upon losing his target, had already accepted the call, and his consciousness began to blur. His whole being felt weightless, and as he fell into the abyss, suddenly, for words entered his ears. Tyrant's order. This was the agreement he made with that man. As long as LiuLuo spoke, he would return with someone named Yangyang to complete it together. He doesn't T want me to leave? Yes, he doesn't T allow you to leave. You come back. The next moment, Wu Ming completely lost consciousness, but in the second before that, he had given his body the command to run back at full speed. The black sword instantly disappeared, and the taste of death dissipated with the wind. Yangyang caught the weightless Wu Ming in his arms. After a quick examination, he found that Wu Ming was not dead, and his gaze instantly turned cold. Kill. Leave none alive. With LiuLuo gone, Yangyang became the backbone of the ship. As his voice fell, four figures flew down from the rooftop. Kill. Brothers, the captain and the others have awakened. Kill. The once hopeless Tianlong pirates erupted with a powerful momentum, with Huang Yueying leading the charge at the forefront. However, in the end, not many mermen were killed because Yangyang, Han Weiwei, and the others had already lost their tempers. Although they had just awakened, their bodies couldn't move immediately. This was likely due to the aftereffects of their souls being away from their bodies for too long. So they had almost witnessed everything Wu Ming had done. How could they not be furious? Even when the mermen fled back to the sea, they were still engulfed by a massive tornado created by Liao. In the end, not a single merman escaped from the ship. On the rooftop, a group of people surrounded LiuLuo. Even breaths came from LiuLuo's nose, and he appeared very calm. Everyone then looked at the enchanting demon flower. Damn it, steer the ship over. I'll smash it to death. Yangyang was only speaking out of anger. Now that LiuLuo had not awakened, no one dared to touch that delicate flower. If something went wrong and caused LiuLuo's soul to never return, it would be troublesome. So not only would they not touch that flower, but they also had to protect it. They could only imagine the danger LiuLuo was in. Everyone had been released, but LiuLuo remained in a coma. The demon flower seemed determined to kill LiuLuo in the spiritual world. Steer the ship over to prevent other pirates from trying to seize the demon flower. Liao was the calmest at this moment. Everyone agreed. But as their ship moved towards the demon flower, the remaining dozen ships also began to move toward it. However, since LiuLuo and the others had switched to the underworld ship, their speed was faster, and they reached the edge of the demon flower first. Our captain hasn't woken up yet. No one is allowed to touch this flower. Yangyang shouted at the top of his lungs while standing on the deck. What is your captain worth? Our captain is still asleep. Someone from the ship sneered. This ship came from the east, and they didn't know the Tianlong pirate group, let alone LiuLuo. You're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Yangyang became furious, and his skeletal armor instantly covered his whole body, ready to fight to the death, but was stopped by Liao. She knew very well that they couldn't win. After all, they were just one ship, while those wanting the devil's flower numbered 11. This brother, our captain, is the one who let you out, unlike your captain, Liao patiently explained. However, in the ears of the other party, it sounded wrong. They didn't know that the volcanic illusion in the spiritual world was man-made. Haha, you say your captain let us out? Who do you think you are? If you want to grab the devil's flower, just say it. But my brothers won't agree. But as his words fell, he suddenly found a hand full of magma piercing through his chest. You. Ultimately, he couldn't say what he wanted to, and as the magma hand was withdrawn, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. The other ships watched this scene, somewhat stunned. The owner of the magma hand was recognized by some. However, they could confirm that they were not allied with the Tianlong pirate group. Could it be that they had formed an alliance? All the people on this ship were killed, and even the king of the EC didn't recognize them. Damn it. Chi Fa coldly issued the order, and the members of the Hellfire pirate group who hurried over followed suit, brandishing their knives. The captain of this ship was already dead, and there were only 2 other devil fruit users left, who were no match for the Hellfire pirate group. Other ships, upon hearing Chi Fa's words, understood, but those who didn't understand found it hard to grasp the meaning behind it just from that one sentence. Until Yangyang from the treasure pirate group also stood up. The volcanic illusion in that world earlier was the captain of the Tianlong pirate group. So until he wakes up, no one can touch the devil's flower. That's right, he saved us. Without him, we would all be dead. I only realized it because I saw him use his will. A pirate who had heard of the tyrant's reputation stood up again. This time, everyone understood. Those few ships that wanted to take action earlier now showed expressions of shame. I thought, how could a volcano suddenly appear? Now it makes sense. Is the captain of the Tianlong pirate group really that powerful? He can actually break the world by himself. I should get to know this captain better and express my gratitude. Some people had good thoughts, while others had bad intentions. They didn't believe LiuLuo saved them, but thought he was forced to save himself, and inadvertently saved them. In their eyes, a casual rescue didn't count as saving, and there was no gratitude to speak of. This is the true nature of pirates. However, these people didn't dare to speak out now, fearing public anger. Yet their eyes, fixed on the devil's flower, never wavered. At this moment, LiuLuo was fiercely battling the devil's flower. The once beautiful petals of the devil's flower were now almost gone, but LiuLuo's volcanic illusion had also run out of magma. LiuLuo was drenched in sweat, his head pounding more and more, but he dared not relax for a moment. It was now a competition of wills. Whoever wavered first would be seized by the other and defeated instantly. LiuLuo, let us talk. At this rate, neither of us will benefit. You will die. LiuLuo had no unnecessary words. He had his own will. Previously, to survive, he could betray the big beard. But now, to take revenge for the big beard and to release the guilt in his heart, he could also choose to fight the devil's flower to the end. The duality of humanity was once again manifested in him. Moreover, the more the devil's flower spoke like this, the more it indicated that it was on the verge of collapse. Ah, you truly are a pest. Then go die. The devil's flower roared again, and a few scattered petals flew out like massive blades, slashing at the volcanic illusion. This was not the first time the devil's flower had done this. One could see the bottom of that volcanic illusion was covering cuts. Boom! Whoosh! Every time those petals touched the volcanic illusion, LiuLuo felt as if someone was drilling into his brain, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, yet he did not shout out. He feared showing weakness, feared being afraid, feared leaving regrets and frustrations today. LiuLuo clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. With only one thought in his mind, crush it, crush this damned flower. The blade-like petals ultimately could not shatter the volcano, dissipating into specks of blue light in this world. Ah, LiuLuo, LiuLuo, I give up, I give up. Let me go, let me go. If my flower stamen is gone, I will die. The pleading voice of the devil's flower echoed in LiuLuo's mind again. If you let me go, I will give you everything. Please don't kill me. I just want to preserve a fragment of consciousness. I can leave the devil's flower. As long as I survive today, I can be free from it. The dark volcanic illusion pressed down hard on the devil's flower, which had only its stamen left. LiuLuo would never believe its lies. Even if it were true, it was useless. Today, it would undoubtedly die. There was no other choice. Combined, in the real world, the devil's flower suddenly shook violently, all its petals spreading out. If an ordinary person saw it, they would certainly gasp in amazement. The golden stamen resembled a sprite, and the blue transparent petals were layered upon each other, more beautiful than any skirt in the world. What would happen when such a beautiful thing appeared before a group of pirates? Yangyang and the others instantly became tense, not only watching those who were eager to move, but also keeping a guard against their own people nearby. Since ancient times, wealth has moved people's hearts, let alone the devil's flower, which far exceeds riches. To be honest, even though Yangyang and the others had the urge to seize it, but they had even more precious things to protect. Family, love, gratitude, loyalty, faith, and even the members of the Tianlong pirate group turned against the devil's flower. They left the front open for others, drawing their swords and raising their blades, their brows furrowed and gazes stern, intimidating the smaller ones. The Hellfire pirate group. The treasure pirate group, the Fur clan, as well as LiuLuo, Kong Ranfeng, and others followed suit. The wind howled, only the heads of ships and sails fluttering, creating a tense atmosphere. Brothers, I see these people want to find an excuse to monopolize the Devil's Flower. I estimate they had already formed an alliance. A pirate shouted to the surroundings. Regardless of whether LiuLuo was the one who saved them or not, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that this could serve as an excuse for Yangyang and others to block them. Of course, it could also become an excuse for their attack. Yes, who knows if what they say is true or false. I suspect there are just a few ships coming together to deceive us. The truth has become unimportant in the face of profit. It can even be used to bite back. Stop talking nonsense. No one is allowed to approach the Demon Flower until our captain wakes up. Yangyang has put on his white bone armor again, and Han Weiwei's wildfire is burning once more, ready to fight to the death. I don't care to explain, but if anyone dares to take a step forward, they will die. The red-haired figure with bright crimson hair flies with the wind, and the Conqueror's haki has been unleashed, creating a strong aura that makes this group of restless pirates feel a bit unsettled. Although I, Yangyang, am not a good person, I still know shame. And I understand that a life-saving grace is greater than the heavens. Today, no one is allowed to approach the Demon Flower. Indeed, I, Yangyang, stand here today. I want to see who dares to come over. The treasure pirate group is not made of clay. Those who want to test it can come. After Yangyang's 3 statements, their bodies transformed simultaneously. The dazzling diamond made Yangyang exceptionally radiant. The pitch-black hole looked somewhat frightening to Meng Yuanfei. And the brilliant brass made Yangyang even more imperious. Although I have never seen the Pirate King, I have heard of him. Though from different races, I cannot forget the grace of saving my life. The bunny girl Mo Yeholina led 2 warriors from the Fur tribe, all turning their backs to the Demon Flower. Although people could not understand what she said, her actions had already made her stance clear. Today to regain a life and live a few more hours is already a great deal. At worst, I will just return it. I have never been one to owe others. Kong Ranfeng is not the captain of the Curved Blade Flame Pirate Group, and the captain of the Curved Blade Flame Pirate Group is still alive, so he could only step forward himself. Ranfeng, are you crazy? Come back. Zhao Gang shouted immediately. Captain, you have what you want, and I have what I want. Today our paths are different. There is no need to force it. Bastard. Kuan Ranfeng, are you betraying the Curved Blade? Zhao Gang's anger made his teeth clench, but Kong Ranfeng remained calm. The Curved Blade is no longer. It was the Curved Blade that betrayed me, and it was you who betrayed the flame, not me who betrayed the Curved Blade. Although Kong Ranfeng is not picky about details, he does not want to take on the label of traitor. All right. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and repeated 3 times. Since you say the Curved Blade betrayed you, then today you cannot be spared. Zhao Gang's hand instantly turned into a Curved Blade. He is a user of the Curved Blade fruit, a superhuman. So he has also entered the spiritual world of the Demon Flower. And he has heard that the tyrant LiuLuo once single-handedly held back the Sea King's assault with a volcano. This is why Kong Ranfeng said that the Curved Blade betrayed him. He clearly knows, but pretends to be confused. Just right. I also want to experience your Curved Blade. Flames instantly covered his body, the heat igniting the air, and a raging fire shot into the sky. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Flame fruit, this devil fruit, holds special feelings for anyone who has watched the Pirate King anime. At this moment, people finally understood the implications of their words and the origins of their pirate group. The Flame fruit chose you. It didn't choose wrong, Hiyashin said quietly. The Flame fruit? Yangyang's mouth curved into a smile. Is this devil fruit cursed? It seems that everyone it chooses is quite good. After Yangyang said this, others looked at him in surprise. Is this considered a curse? The Curved Blade Flame Pirate Group has already fallen into infighting, and ordinary pirates are frozen in place. One is the captain, and the other is the first mate. Who should they help? So naturally, the position of the second mate became the focus of everyone's gaze. The Curved Blade Flame has already split, so I will leave too. Don't think I. Lung Yunfeng, look indifferent. Saying this, he walked towards the cabin. This sudden change made the other restless pirate groups hesitate as well. The balance of power between the 2 sides has begun to tilt towards the side protecting the Demon Flower. If they want to force their way in, they are likely to pay a huge price. So no one wants to be the first to take the risk. Everyone knows that the first to stick their neck out might die a miserable death. This is the kind of thought that people with deep desires have. The greater the desire, the more selfish they become. They will think of the term, the first to stick their neck out, but they will never think that working together is the only chance. The scene instantly fell into an awkward silence. A group of people, I look at you. You look at me, their eyes constantly exchanging glances. But no one dared to step forward. The Tianlong pirate group, the Inferno pirate group, the Treasure pirate group, etc., saw this scene and wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They feared that their laughter would provoke the other side into anger and unreasonable actions, which would be troublesome. This kind of scene is what they are most willing to see at this moment, so they're also willing to maintain it. After all, it is most important for LiuLuo to return. In the Curved Blade Flame pirate group, Kong Ranfeng and Yangyang were fighting fiercely. But Yangyang had already formed the initial stage of armament hockey, although Kong Ranfeng had developed the flame fruit to the second stage. He had not yet comprehended the meaning of the flame and could not elementalize, so he was constantly being suppressed by Yangyang. Should we help? Hiyashin quietly discussed with Liao. Let us wait a bit longer. He can hold on for a while. If we move, those people will act too, Liao said, not daring to act rashly. Now it's really a case of if the enemy doesn't team move, I one team move. However, while they did not move, someone else began to act. Back in the cabin, Lung Yinfeng looked around with a sly gaze to see if anyone was following. After confirming that no one was there, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The demon flower's mine. He closed his eyes and began to recall the location of the demon flower and the surrounding scenery in his mind. He stretched out his hands and drew a circle in the air. At first, this circle only showed blue seawater and ships, but as the scene continued to change, the figure of the demon flower finally appeared. Without any hesitation, Lung Yinfeng instantly drilled inside. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters behind Yangyang and the others, exactly at the location of the demon flower. Although everyone at this moment had not yet cultivated observation hockey, their perception was certainly not lacking. The moment he appeared, everyone sensed it. Ha! The demon flower belongs to me now. My name is Lung Yinfeng. Ha ha! Lung Yinfeng laughed arrogantly, his hands reaching for the demon flower. In that instant, Kong Ranfeng and Yangyang both stopped. Despicable! Kong Ranfeng cursed angrily, and Yangyang's expression flickered because he and Kong Ranfeng did not know that Lung Yinfeng had such a skill. Since he was guarding against them, he must be planning something. Thus, Yangyang did not think that Lung Yinfeng would return to the ship again. Meanwhile, Do Yangyang and the others were like ants on a hot pot at this moment, wanting to rush forward to stop him, but it was already too late, and they couldn't move freely. Move, and I'll kill you no matter where you are, Cold Cloud Wind. I, the Hellfire Pirate crew, will definitely kill you. The Scimitar Flame Pirate crew, I will make sure you all die. Stop. No, please. The crowd shouted in unison. But Cold Cloud Wind only responded with a cold laugh. With his space fruit, it seemed that no one could stop him. As for the Scimitar Flame Pirate crew, he had never taken them seriously. They were merely a stepping stone for him. A bunch of idiots. You aren't even worthy of my attention, Cold Cloud Wind sneered, his hand already grasping the base of the Devil's Flower. At this moment, as long as Cold Cloud Wind exerted a gentle force, the Devil's Flower would be completely plucked. Thank you, fools, for distracting me, and also thanks to our East Sea King, Lord LiuLuo, for letting me out. Ha ha! Cold Cloud Wind felt that victory was assured and began to taunt the surrounding pirates, even though they had indeed helped him. However, he felt disgusted just by looking at them. Damn it, Cold Cloud Wind, just wait for me. Bastard, put that down. The curses erupted loudly, echoing for a long time. Cold Cloud Wind, however, kept smiling. The louder they cursed, the happier he became. I guess this counts as avenging LiuLuo. Such a thing is not something you trash can covet, Cold Cloud Wind thought disdainfully, but the next moment, his eyes burst with terror. A violent power erupted from the Devil's Flower, and he knew very well that this power was something he could not contend with. Above the golden flower core, a terrifying volcanic shadow appeared. The shadow of death had already enveloped him. No, this is mine. No one can take it away. Suddenly Cold Cloud Wind howled, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. But when that power affected them, they all reacted. Ha ha! LiuLuo is out, ha ha! Let's see who dares now. Is it Liu? He has come back, the East Sea King. This human is very different from others. He is unique, Mo Yaholina said in the language of the Fur tribe. Damn it, this bastard must be crucial. Redhead cursed, but then couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. All right, this time it's not our business. Everyone tidy up and get ready to leave, Huang Yan said playfully. The atmosphere instantly relaxed, and Do Yangyang and others couldn't help but laugh along. The members of the Dragon Sea pirate crew were even more excited, shouting loudly. This is their captain. As long as he appears, no problem is too big. Gigantic waves of 1,000 meters, hundreds of sea kings forming a tide, an unsolvable mental world. Before the tyrant, nothing is an issue. It was unclear when it started, But LiuLuo had become the faith of the Dragon Sea pirate crew. They were willing to give everything for such a captain. At this moment, the people outside, although they did not get the Devil's Flower, were very happy to see Cold Cloud Wind being humiliated. However, happiness aside, some were already preparing to leave. The tyrant is not to be trifled with. Boom! The will of the volcanic game completely erupted, causing Cold Cloud Wind's body to tremble violently, and he began to convulse uncontrollably. His hand grasping the Devil's Flower grew weak. This was because his soul had been shattered by the powerful will. Don't forget, at this moment, the volcanic game was not mixed with demonic power. It was purely a manifestation of will, acting only on the soul. People did not notice that a petal from the flower core of the Devil's Flower also fell, landing at Cold Cloud Wind's brow, and vanished in an instant. Splash! Cold Cloud Wind fell into the sea, creating a splash before being swallowed by the water. Go fish him out, Liao said coldly. He thought of Yangyang, who had pretended to fall into the water to escape. So this time, regardless of whether he lived or died, he didn't want to fail in this kind of situation again. The volcanic shadow slowly rose to the sky, then became blurred, and the momentum dissipated, its figure vanishing. LiuLuo, wake up, wake up! Xin frantically shook LiuLuo's body. She hadn't seen LiuLuo open his eyes, still worried. Perhaps this is true love, fearing he might encounter any accidents. Liao looked at Yangyang, then nodded towards the Devil's Flower. Yangyang turned to glance at LiuLuo and also nodded. The next moment, the bone road directly slammed the ships around the Devil's Flower away, then took the entire Devil's Flower along with its base that was about to turn into sea prison stone. At this moment, no one dared to have any dissatisfaction. That man had returned. If they dared to make a noise, they knew the consequences. Originally, they did not care, but now they only hoped LiuLuo would not settle accounts later. A few minutes later, under Xion's bosom, LiuLuo, nearly shaken to vomiting, finally opened his eyes. Wow, so big, he chuckled. In fact, LiuLuo's consciousness had already awakened earlier. He just couldn't control his body immediately, so he could feel the softness of the jade rabbit. A single sentence from LiuLuo instantly dispelled the worried looks on everyone's faces. They were all pirates, ruthless killers. At this moment, laughter erupted. However, LiuLuo soon became serious and hurriedly asked, "That kid didn't escape, did he?" Everyone knew he was talking about Cold Cloud Wind. "No, I had someone fish him out. This time, whether he lives or dies, I will present him in front of you," Liao said irritably. LiuLuo smiled awkwardly and did not respond. "If you're angry, go ahead. Anyway, he is already mine." "All right, LiuLuo, does this kid have any issues?" Yangyang asked from the side. "Is there a problem?" "The problem is big." LiuLuo ultimately did not completely erase the consciousness of the Devil's Flower. A wisp escaped. And just when Cold Cloud Wind's soul was shattered by LiuLuo, it helped the Devil's Flower successfully seize control. "Keep an eye on this person. Tie up his hands and feet. I suspect he is no longer himself," LiuLuo said, not even able to determine it himself. They would have to wait for him to wake up to know. However, the others did not understand LiuLuo's words. "What do you mean he is no longer himself?" LiuLuo explained his speculation, and everyone suddenly understood. "Hurry up and tie him up. This guy can teleport. Tie him to the mast." "Damn, he was just shouting at me," Yangyang said, slapping Cold Cloud Wind's face twice. Then he was dragged down by several pirates and tied to the mast. Afterward, LiuLuo listened as everyone recounted everything that had happened while he was unconscious. That was really dangerous. LiuLuo was shocked after hearing it all, especially when he heard about Wu Ming's outburst, nearly leading to death. "Thank you all, captains." LiuLuo deeply bowed to Redhead and the others. "This won't do. This won't do." Yangyang and Redhead quickly came forward to support LiuLuo. "If it weren't for you letting us out, we would have probably died long ago." "Exactly. If it weren't for you, we would have been dead long ago. We should be thanking you." Everyone chimed in. Only Redhead remained silent. LiuLuo saved his life, and in return, he saved LiuLuo once, which is considered even. However, he was still thinking about having a match with LiuLuo to compete for the title of King of the EC. "Everyone, listen to me." LiuLuo raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. "This is a different matter. There are those who borrow money and don't pay it back, and there are those who repay kindness with enmity. Besides, this is about life. If you're like those people, I have no way to help you," LiuLuo said, looking at the group that was already evacuating. "You can't say that. They are trash. It's not fair to compare us with them," Kong Ranfong, who had run over from who knows where, said with a reproachful expression. "Exactly. What are they? Do they even qualify to compare with us? Once word gets out about today's events, I wonder how they will have the face to venture out on the sea again, Huang Yan said disdainfully. Indeed, when dealing with petty people, if you lend them money and they pay you back, you should expect them to say thank you. But with gentlemen, when you lend them money, they will thank you when they pay you back. All right, I take back what I said. Ha, LiuLuo said with a bitter smile. At this moment, seeing other ships about to flee, LiuLuo suddenly remembered what the bearded man had instructed him. Wait, I have something to ask everyone. Have you seen a pirate crew called the Star and Moon Pirates? LiuLuo's eyes began to scan the ships preparing to leave. Some ships were flying pirate flags, while others were not, but it seemed none had any signs related to the Star and Moon. Star and Moon? Is it the ship we saved before? Chi Fa turned to ask his sister, Mo Huiwen. It seems so. I remember the pirate ship had stars and a moon, Mo Huiwen replied. That's definitely the Star and Moon Pirates. The first mate of the Inferno Pirates, Quang Shi, said with certainty. Hearing this, LiuLuo felt a bit anxious. Saved? What does that mean? Seeing LiuLuo's expression, Chi Fa explained the situation. It turned out that after the 4 devil fruit users from Chi Fa's crew fell unconscious, only Sister Matzi and Yang Qian were left struggling. In the end, they were heavily injured but managed to drag Chi Fa and the others back to consciousness. Upon waking up, Chi Fa and the others saw the situation and couldn't help but be furious. They were in just as bad a state as Do Yangyang and his group. So, they ended up killing all the mermaids on their ship. But that wasn't enough to relieve their anger, and they charged toward a nearby ship to kill more mermaids. That ship was the Star and Moon Pirates ship, but they weren't as lucky as the Heavenly Dragon and Inferno crews. By the time Chi Fa and the others arrived, almost all the people on that ship had been killed, and only a little girl with a severed arm was still alive in the cabin. Where's the little girl? Is she there? Take me to see her, LiuLuo said, grabbing Chi Fa's shoulder with an excited expression. Everyone was puzzled, but seeing LiuLuo's current excitement, didn't he ask right away? She's on my ship, unconscious, Chi Fa said, leading LiuLuo back to the Inferno pirate ship. On the deck lay a girl about 12 or 13 years old, quietly resting with one arm severed. LiuLuo rushed over at his fastest speed to check her breathing and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She is still alive? That's good. This was not only his promise to the bearded man, but also a promise to himself. If he couldn't find a way to vent his feelings, he would likely fall into guilt. After bringing the little girl back to the ship, he quickly asked Yashin to take her down for treatment. The little girl had merely lost too much blood, which in this world was not a big problem. In the end, LiuLuo did not hide the presence of the bearded man in the spiritual world, but also didn't reveal everything. He just mentioned that the bearded man was the first to discover the will. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Fate, truly, is something no one can see clearly. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss how to divide this devil flower. After a moment of reflection, LiuLuo shifted the topic to the devil flower. They had helped a lot, so it was only right that they shouldn't do it for nothing. Forget it. You guys can divide it. I don't want any. I didn't help much, Kong Ranfeng said with a somewhat bitter smile. His pirate crew had disbanded. Captain Zhao Gang had betrayed him, and the second mate, Lung Yinfeng, nearly stole the devil flower, although it had nothing to do with him. He valued his face the most. This must be Brother Ranfeng, right? The chosen one of the fire fruit. Indeed, all are righteous men. LiuLuo had heard Do Yangyang talk about what everyone had done while he was unconscious, so he knew a bit about each person. He greatly admired Kong Ranfeng and even wanted to keep him in the Heavenly Dragon Pirates. Stop it. I'm blushing, Kong Ranfeng said with a regardless. You helped me, so you must take this devil flower, whether you want or not. I can't let it seem like I, LiuLuo, am losing face. LiuLuo's words sounded like a tongue twister, but the meaning was very clear. He was telling everyone present and those preparing to flee. Follow me, LiuLuo, and you'll have food to eat. Go against me, LiuLuo, and you won't even get a piece of dung. This time, Kong Ranfeng stopped speaking. LiuLuo turned back, plucking a petal from the devil flower, which, despite being large, only had 18 petals. LiuLuo then gave one petal to Kong Ranfeng, one to Liu Zhengyue, who planned to find the Huagua base, 3 to the treasure pirates, and 3 to the Inferno pirates. This had already distributed 8 petals, leaving LiuLuo with only 10 remaining. At this point, LiuLuo plucked 3 more petals from the devil flower and walked towards the 2 ships of the fur tribe that hadn't approached. As LiuLuo walked, a bridge formed between the sea dragon and the fur tribe's ships. Mo Yahua Lina, a rabbit-faced creature with human features, looked at the petal LiuLuo held, and it was undeniable that it looked appealing. However, due to the language barrier between the two tribes, she initially didn't dare to approach, fearing a conflict. However, in Yangyang's recounting, they had not overlooked their contributions. When LiuLuo reached the Fur tribe's ship, holding a petal of the devil flower, even though they still couldn't communicate, they could feel each other's goodwill. The Fur tribe consisted of various animals with human faces who walked upright. LiuLuo didn't speak. He simply handed 3 petals to Mo Yahualina and smiled while extending his right hand to express his gratitude. However, Mo Yahualina looked confused, thinking he wanted her to return the petals. LiuLuo then realized that she didn't understand what a handshake was. So he demonstrated by clasping his left hand with his right, showing 8 teeth to indicate that it would make him happy. This time, Mo Yahualina understood and smiled happily, promptly shaking LiuLuo's right hand. So you just wanted to touch my hand, huh? All right. In light of you bringing the devil flower, I'll let you touch it. If LiuLuo had known that Mo Yahualina thought this way, he might have knocked himself out. After conveying their friendship, LiuLuo turned back to the sea dragon. At this point, only 7 petals of the devil flower remained, and LiuLuo didn't plan to give any more away. He intended to keep them for internal use on his ship. He then asked Yangyang to put away the devil flower. The sea dragon soon fell into a state of celebration. The living are grateful for their survival, while the dead have been cast aside. This is the life of a pirate. Everyone must be prepared for the next death. After sending off the other pirate crews, LiuLuo left the deck to check on Wu Ming and the little girl's injuries. Wu Ming was severely injured and remained in a coma, and it was uncertain if he would wake up. The little girl had lost an arm, but due to her young age, she was also in a high fever and unconscious, repeatedly calling out Daddy. The girl bore some resemblance to Big Beard, with similar eyes and eyebrows. Luo, how do you plan to distribute the devil's flower? Hiyashin asked while wiping the little girl's forehead with icy water. Each devil fruit user gets 1 petal, ensuring they won't be afraid of the sea in the future. As for the flower's core, I want to keep it for this child, LiuLuo replied. This was his way of honoring Big Beard. The core of the devil's flower not only allowed fruit users to enter the sea, but also contained mysterious powers. It was the energy that nurtured the growth of devil fruits, but it was not as pure as a real devil fruit. Overall, it was quite good, preventing them from being useless in the water and granting them some superpowers. Yeah, that child is quite pitiful. Hiyashi nodded in agreement with LiuLuo's words. From now on, I'll be her uncle, and she'll be my niece, LiuLuo said again, looking very seriously at Hiyashin. Oh, I didn't expect to become an aunt so soon. Just a few days ago, I was still an unmarried young lady, Hiyashin joked. What aunt? It's uncle. At that moment, Han Weiwei walked in. Nothing much. Your brother is saying he wants to be the child's uncle, LiuLuo replied. Then what am I? Han Weiwei asked excitedly, pointing at herself. You are her aunt, LiuLuo laughed. Ha, I'm an aunt now, huh? Han Weiwei looked at the little girl, but her laughter suddenly stopped. By the way, I almost forgot about the serious matter. That guy is foolish. Hearing Han Weiwei's disjointed words, LiuLuo began to suspect she had drunk fake alcohol. Who is foolish? I think you're the one who's drunk, LiuLuo said, trying to pinch her cheek, but found he couldn't grip her after she lost weight. It's not me who's foolish. It's Lung Yunfeng who's foolish. Who the hell is Lung Yunfeng? LiuLuo had no idea who that was since he hadn't woken up when Lung Yunfeng arrogantly introduced himself. The one tied up on the mast outside. Hiyashin couldn't take it anymore and quickly said. Only then did LiuLuo understand. You damn girl. All you do is drink. Just go drink yourself to death. You could have just said he was tied up. LiuLuo cursed, pulling Han Weiwei out. Don't come over. Go away. I want to find LiuLuo. I want to find LiuLuo. Lung Yunfeng kept shouting, demanding to find LiuLuo while telling others to get lost, looking very frightened. What do you want with me? LiuLuo pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Lung Yunfeng, who was still tied up. Get away. I want to find LiuLuo. I am LiuLuo. LiuLuo felt that communication with people today was impossible. You're LiuLuo? Lung Yunfeng looked at LiuLuo with a crazed expression, his brows gradually furrowing. LiuLuo quietly observed him, trying to figure out what was going on, whether he was truly insane or just pretending. The two stared at each other for a long time until LiuLuo finally couldn't hold it in anymore. What do you want with me? Do you know me? LiuLuo asked seriously. He knew that while Lung Yunfeng had heard of him, he definitely didn't know him. However, the devil's flower could recognize him. Upon hearing LiuLuo's words, Lung Yunfeng's brows suddenly relaxed, showing surprise. Who is looking for you? I'm looking for LiuLuo. Liu Yi. I can't hold it in. The pirates around them also burst into laughter, led by Do Yangyang. Hey Luo, you're also a fool. Han Weiwei took the opportunity to retaliate, and LiuLuo signaled to Liao to quickly deal with this silly girl. In fact, today was the hardest day for Han Weiwei. Life and death changed many times in just an hour, making the alcohol hit her especially hard. Don't stop me, Yao Mei. I'm not drunk. LiuLuo covered his forehead, trying to calm down a bit, as he still needed to continue communicating with the tied-up fool in front of him. I'm just having the hardest day ever. At that moment, LiuLuo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, nearly driven to death in the mental realm, and now being mocked by his own crew. However, LiuLuo, with his head down, still smiled. It was good to be able to laugh. Hu Bin and the others could no longer laugh. Today, they could laugh without reservation. If it weren't for these people, LiuLuo, Do Yangyang, and the others might already be dead. A week later, the Sea Dragon returned to its original course, continuing north in search of Yangyang. Two noteworthy things happened. The first was that after LiuLuo distributed the petals of the Devil's Flower to everyone, he received a notification that the game task was completed and successfully obtained Conqueror's Haki. This greatly enhanced LiuLuo's Street Fighter fruit ability, allowing him to attack people's souls and control his targets. The second thing was that yesterday, Liao had decisively left her ship. LiuLuo felt no reluctance. It was something they had agreed upon long ago. She had her own things to do, and LiuLuo would not interfere too much. In the captain's cabin, "What is your name?" LiuLuo eagerly asked the little girl who had just woken up, smiling warmly. The little girl stared blankly at LiuLuo, neither crying nor laughing, just looking at him, making LiuLuo feel a bit uneasy. She wouldn't he know I caused her father's death, would she? LiuLuo thought instinctively. Perhaps it was the guilt of a thief. Don't be afraid. The bad guys have been chased away, Yashin said gently. Finally, the little girl reacted, turning her head towards Yashin, blinking her eyes, and her mouth moved slightly, but she still didn't speak. I'm your uncle. No one will bully you anymore, LiuLuo said softly, knowing that this girl had gone through many terrifying experiences, and he felt very uncomfortable inside. When the little girl heard the word uncle, her emotional response finally changed. She opened her mouth wide, but made no sound. Her eyes filled with fear as her empty right shoulder trembled slightly. Her gaze grew even more terrified, likely realizing that her right arm was gone. She trembled violently, her mouth open to the limit, about to make sound, but her left hand tightly covered it. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads away, and LiuLuo also pursed his lips tightly, raising his head to prevent tears from falling. The red-haired person once said that the little girl was found in a wooden barrel in the hold. They had discovered her while looking for wine. When she was found, the little girl was tightly covering her mouth. No one knew what she had seen or heard. LiuLuo took a few deep breaths, gently wiped the corners of his eyes, and looked at the little girl again. He carefully removed her hand from her mouth. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. From now on, no one can hurt you again. Uncle swears, no one can hurt you anymore. LiuLuo solemnly raised his right hand and vowed. However, there was still no effect, although the little girl's hand was lowered. The fear in her eyes could not be dispelled. Let's go outside for a bit, let her calm down. It might help. Yashin grasped LiuLuo's hand and said softly. There was really no other way at this point, and LiuLuo nodded helplessly. Since he won't speak, I'll call you Xingyue. Xingyue, Uncle will step out for a while. Don't worry, no one will hurt you. After saying this, LiuLuo dared not look into the little girl's eyes. That gaze was too frightening, filled with endless fear and desperate helplessness. But just as LiuLuo was about to close the door, the little girl suddenly sat up, startling LiuLuo. Uncle, don't go, please, don't go. At that moment, everyone realized she was not mute. She could speak. LiuLuo did not know that what he had just said, Xingyue had experienced once before. After that time, Uncle never returned. Only the piercing screams and Uncle's loud reminders remained. Xingyue, whatever you do, don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Faced with Xingyue's pleading eyes and desperate cries, LiuLuo could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Uncle won't leave, Uncle won't leave. Uncle will always protect Xingyue. LiuLuo rushed over and hugged Xingyue tightly. LiuLuo's earlier guess was correct. The big beard was indeed the little girl's father, named Dong Hacheng, and the little girl was named Dong Xingyue. The first mate of the Xingyue pirate crew, who was also Xingyue's uncle, was named Dong Hanlong. It was he who hid Dong Xingyue at the last moment. In the end, his body happened to fall on top of a wooden barrel, concealing Xingyue's scent. But the cruel mermaid, to ensure he was dead, stabbed Dong Hanlong fiercely with a wide blade, inadvertently severing Xingyue's arm. Yet she did not let out any cries of pain, covering her mouth tightly with her left hand. Through the gap in the barrel, she could see her uncle's unclosed eyes. Eventually, Xingyue fell asleep in LiuLuo's embrace. During this time, LiuLuo wanted to release her a few times, but the moment he did, Xingyue would open her big eyes and look at him pleadingly. There was no choice but for LiuLuo to keep holding her. In the afternoon, LiuLuo woke up from hunger. This won't do. I can go without food, but she can't hold out. So LiuLuo sat up, and as soon as he did, Xingyue opened her big eyes. Xingyue, shall we eat something? Xingyue stared blankly at him, and LiuLuo knew it was a futile question. Eventually, through calling out, food was brought to them, and with the joint efforts of LiuLuo and Hiyashin, Xingyue ate quite a bit. Brother Luo, why don't we bring the stamen of the devil's flower for Xingyue to try? Hiyashin suggested, feeling very sorry for Xingyue's condition. All right, it was prepared for her anyway. Let's give it a try. LiuLuo sighed as he looked at Xingyue, thinking that at this point, they could only try anything. The golden stamen, about the size of 2 fists, was currently emitting an enticing fragrance. If it weren't for the crew of the Tianlong pirate crew having gone through life and death tests, LiuLuo really wouldn't have trusted keeping it for so many days. Xingyue, is it okay to eat this? It's delicious, just smell it. LiuLuo held the golden stamen in front of Xingyue's nose. Xingyue's small, adorable nose twitched, and she swallowed. Seeing this, LiuLuo knew there was hope and exchanged surprised glances with Hiyashin before placing it by Xingyue's mouth. Sure enough, Xingyue took a big bite. The stamen of the devil's flower melted in her mouth, its sweet taste reaching deep into the soul, completely opposite to the flavor of the devil fruit. LiuLuo had already known this when he tasted the petals, which made him suspect whether the devil fruit was actually a fruit produced by many devil's flowers. When the entire stamen was consumed by Xingyue, her eyes began to look somewhat intoxicated, similar to how Han Weiwei looked when drunk. This was a situation LiuLuo and the others had not encountered when they ate the petals. Uncle, please don't leave. Xingyue's eyelids grew heavier, and she stretched out her only little hand to try to grasp LiuLuo, but she could only grasp at shadows, ultimately falling into darkness. In the darkness, she saw her father and her uncle. Her uncle said nothing, but his eyes were filled with hope. Her father told Xingyue, "Uncle will take good care of you, and won't let you be harmed." Her father also told her that Uncle had promised him he would always be there to watch Xingyue grow up. After leaving the captain's cabin, LiuLuo intended to go to the deck to feel the sea breeze and relax his heavy heart. However, just as he reached the second floor, he was called by a voice. "Where's LiuLuo? Where's LiuLuo?" LiuLuo did not turn around, but already knew who was speaking. Originally named Lung Yinfeng, he was now called Silly Flower by the crew. The reason for the nickname Silly Flower was first because he was silly, and second because he loved flowers, even though there were very few on the ship. After observing for a few days, people had confirmed that he was indeed silly now. Perhaps it was because the consciousness of the devil's flower was destroyed by LiuLuo, so even when possessing Lung Yinfeng, he could only appear as a fool. "I am LiuLuo." No matter whether the other party was silly or dazed, LiuLuo still answered him every time. "You are LiuLuo? Then who am I looking for?" Silly Flower's words nearly choked LiuLuo. LiuLuo took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. "You looking for me?" LiuLuo said, pointing with his hand. "Who am I? What do I need him for?" "I'm looking for LiuLuo." LiuLuo stared intensely at Silly Flower's serious eyes, confirming that he was indeed silly. Otherwise, he really wanted to hit himself right now. "I said I definitely won't answer him after this, every time he makes me talk." LiuLuo scolded himself in his heart. "All right, then you go look for LiuLuo." After saying this, LiuLuo ignored him and quickly turned to run to the deck. It wasn't really LiuLuo's fault. It was just that Silly Flower called his name every day, and he couldn't help but respond. Now, he was forced to pretend not to know himself. Whoever wants to call LiuLuo can call him. "I don't know LiuLuo," he muttered to himself as he walked away. Suddenly, a head popped out of thin air. "Who are you just talking about? LiuLuo?" Silly Flower appeared in front of LiuLuo again. Perhaps because he had become silly, his spatial transfer ability had become stronger and stronger. Within 100 meters, he could almost go wherever he wanted. No, I don't know who LiuLuo is," LiuLuo said, feeling both amused and exasperated. "All right, if you see him, just tell me. Just say." Silly Flower began speaking, but then forgot his words. Or perhaps he had never thought about what to say at all. LiuLuo looked at the Silly Flower gazing at the sky, her eyes darting around, and shook his head helplessly. He didn't intend to continue entangling with the Silly Flower and planned to leave, but just as he turned around, he heard the Silly Flower speak. She said her aunt was looking for him. Hearing this, LiuLuo, who had just turned halfway, froze in place. Aunt, the devil's flower? LiuLuo had no relatives growing up. The only elder he had was the devil's flower. At this moment, LiuLuo had guessed the true identity of the silly flower. She was indeed the devil's flower. However, this also made him completely at ease with the silly flower. After all, she was truly silly. If she weren't, she wouldn't dare to say such things. Unless she wanted to die. All right, I'll find him and let him know, LiuLuo said with a smile, confused but now having an aunt, albeit one he couldn't acknowledge. Okay, thank you, the silly flower said again. Her soul still retained memories of cold cloud wind, so she understood some human matters. She never failed to say thank you or hello when meeting people. And if one didn't know what kind of person Cold Cloud Wind was, they would never guess how cunning he could be. Finally, after some twists and turns, LiuLuo reached the deck, greeted a few pirates exercising, and then looked out at the endless sea. He let out a long sigh, allowing his body and mind to relax. Now it's only Wu Ming who hasn't woken up yet. Sigh, I don't know. He will definitely wake up, otherwise, who would inherit my devil fruit? You must wake up. A few days ago, LiuLuo had discussed with the mid-level members of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group that the ultimate ownership of that devil fruit belonged to Wu Ming. This result was unanimously approved by everyone, and no one raised any objections. The sea breeze gently blew through LiuLuo's long hair, which he hadn't cut in a long time, making it flutter amidst the disheveled strands. In the distance, a large fleet of ships passed by. At the front was a three-masted sailing ship, followed by 4 or 5 smaller ones. But their flag was not the pirates' iconic skull flag. Instead, it displayed a strange triangular pattern, with a pair of black wings on each side of the triangle, without any additional textual explanation. Captain, should we go over and take a look? A pirate who idolized LiuLuo asked. LiuLuo pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. According to the information provided by Huaqing, the base of the Shima tribe was very far away, and they hadn't rushed there because of the previous matter with the devil's flower. So stopping the other party didn't seem to hold much significance. Forget it. No need to go over. All right, Captain. The Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group. Wow. That name is quite ambitious, Yangyang said while holding a telescope, looking at the black-bone dragon flag on that pirate ship, sneering. Then she turned to look at the person standing on the front deck of the ship. Long hair was blown into a disarray by the sea breeze, making it impossible to see their face. Sister, aren't you going to take a look? That dragon looks quite majestic, Yangyang said to her sister Yangyang, who was quietly practicing nearby. No, what's there to see about a stinky pirate group? Yangyang replied softly. Over the past half-month, they had encountered many pirate groups on their journey, some even coming to pick fights. But the results were always disappointing for Yangyang. Almost every person who had a ship dared to fly the pirate flag, which greatly tarnished her impression of pirates. All right, we probably still have more than a month to arrive. Aren't you going to be bored like this? Practicing, what's boring about that? Yangyang replied indifferently. Apart from chatting a few words with Yangyang, she spent almost all her time practicing, continuously honing her skills. All right then, I'll practice with you. Who told you you're my sister? Yangyang said as she directly pounced on Yangyang, teasing her. Thus, the two different ships, each carrying their longed-for person, passed by each other. As the distance between the two ships grew, LiuLuo felt a strange sense of panic. He fully activated his observation hockey, but still couldn't find where the problem lay. What is wrong? Huh, why am I still so restless? LiuLuo thought it was the influence of the silly flower, Xingyue, and Wu Ming. Just then, Han Weiwei rushed over in a hurry. Lu Yi, Wu Ming. No, he's awake, but he's become mute. You need to go check. Han Weiwei said urgently. LiuLuo's heart trembled. Without saying a word, he quickly ran towards the room where Wu Ming was. The room was already packed with people. Wu Ming, what's wrong with you? Say something, Yangyang asked nervously. As Wu Ming was his only little brother, Wu Ming was lying on the bed, unable to get up, his body wrapped in bandages. He had been severely corroded before, almost relying on the wooden spirit to cling to life. Just being able to wake up at this moment was already a great fortune. Wu Ming struggled to open his mouth but couldn't make any sound. His eyes showed confusion. What's going on? Why can't I speak? Wu Ming's gaze slowly became frantic. He could clearly feel his tongue moving, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Even a normal cry was difficult to produce. He struggled to sit up, but the intense pain throughout his body felt like it was tearing him apart. The pain brought him to the brink of tears, yet he couldn't even scream. Finally, 2 lines of tears streamed down his scarred face. At that moment, he finally understood. Those who deceived death, no matter how much they hurt, were not worthy of screaming. They could only die in silence. Wu Ming, don't cry, don't cry. Brother, don't worry, Luo Ge will definitely heal you, Do Yangyang said with concern. The others watching quietly turned their heads away, silently shedding tears. They didn't dare to look at Wu Ming's current tragic state. Luo Ge is here, the captain is here, Han Weiwei shouted excitedly, and the people in the room quickly retreated to make way for LiuLuo. When Wu Ming saw LiuLuo enter, he struggled to sit up, but LiuLuo quickly pressed it back down. Don't get up, don't get up. What's wrong? You just can't speak? LiuLuo asked with concern. His question was very direct. For such a strong person, beating around the bush would be an insult. Sure enough, Wu Ming calmed down and nodded. In fact, the moment he understood everything, he had already come to terms with it. The lives of the entire crew, let alone exchanging his voice for them, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He would not hesitate. So after nodding, he tried to smile and shook his head. I know, someone as strong as you wouldn't be afraid. LiuLuo instantly understood his meaning and continued. However, I promise you today that I will definitely restore your voice, using everything I can. LiuLuo said firmly, as this was his duty and responsibility as a captain. LiuLuo's words and gaze instantly touched Wu Ming's soft side. He widened his eyes, unwilling to let the tears flow down. So, what you need to do now is to recover your body well. I'm still waiting for you to fix the Shimo people properly, LiuLuo said seriously, as if issuing a command. Instantly, Wu Ming's eyes were filled with passion and killing intent. These were eyes that had seen the Grim Reaper. By the decree of the tyrant, nothing is impossible. Wu Ming, I swear not to forget. By the way, Yashin, go get the devil fruit. When LiuLuo arrived, he had already asked Yashin to fetch the devil fruit. By the time he finished speaking, Yashin had already rushed over. Wu Ming, this is a gift from your brother Luo. How about it, surprised or not? Yashin teased. Everyone cast envious glances at the small box, but there was no sign of jealousy. However, Wu Ming immediately shook his head and looked at LiuLuo, signaling him not to. This is prepared for you. Come on, open your mouth. Although the first bite might taste a bit bad, the power afterward is still very strong. LiuLuo took the devil fruit from Yashin's hand and was about to put it into Wu Ming's mouth. Wu Ming quickly closed his mouth in fright. He was not just pretending to refuse, he really did not want to eat it. At this moment, his talent displayed in the sword path was already enough for him to give up the devil fruit. Moreover, although this time it caused him to lose his voice, it gave him a new understanding of death, and he did not want to waste too much time developing the devil fruit. No, Captain, I really don't want to eat it. Wu Ming tightly closed his mouth and shook his head desperately. Then he suddenly saw the knife hanging on the wall, not far away, and instantly had hope. He desperately signaled to everyone with his head, pointing at the knife on the wall. This time, everyone understood, and LiuLuo slapped his forehead, feeling regretful. He almost ruined a great swordsman because of himself. In fact, the reason LiuLuo didn't think of it was that he had always wanted to give Wu Ming some compensation, and the only precious thing he had on him was the devil fruit. Therefore, he overlooked these things. It's my fault, I almost forgot about this. LiuLuo said self-reproachfully, but after a pause, he placed the devil fruit beside Wu Ming. If you don't eat it, this devil fruit is still yours. LiuLuo looked at Wu Ming, who was shaking his head madly, and quickly said, Don't be anxious, I'm not insisting that you eat it. I'm saying that the right to distribute this devil fruit is yours. You can give it to whoever you want. Don't be so quick to refuse. At least let this captain do something for you, right? My hero, LiuLuo said sincerely. His words were not exaggerated. If Wu Ming had not stepped up at a critical moment, there probably wouldn't be a Tianlong pirate group anymore. This time, Wu Ming did not refuse and subconsciously looked at Huang Yueying in the crowd, but quickly looked away again. But who knows who he was looking at? However, because Wu Ming's glance was too quick, Huang Yueying thought he just glanced past her. Did he just look at me? Probably just a glance at the crowd. Sweeping over me, Huang Yueying thought without much consideration. However, the observant Yashin noticed this detail, but did not say much. Wu Ming's awakening made LiuLuo's heart completely at ease. Although Xingyue had not fully recovered yet, he believed that under his care, she would gradually get better. As for Lung Yunfeng and the Foolish Flower, it was confirmed today that they would not pose any threat to the Tianlong pirate group. Everything was moving in a positive direction. He just needed to find Yin Yuqing, and it would be completely perfect. The speed of the Mingwang ship, Sea Dragon, was incredibly fast, cutting through the waves, covering almost a month's journey in just half a month. One day, LiuLuo was in the captain's cabin, painting with Xingyue in his arms. He didn't know if it was because of the devil flower or Xingyue's own talent. But from his perspective, the painting was very profound. The only downside was that this child still didn't like to talk. Apart from saying a couple of words to LiuLuo, she hardly spoke all day. LiuLuo was very patient. He knew that some wounds needed long-term companionship to heal. Xingyue, is this painting of your uncle? LiuLuo asked jokingly. During this time, he had gained some insights into caring for children. Xingyue softly replied in a nasal tone, making LiuLuo want to kiss her. He had realized it before, but since Xingyue came, LiuLuo found that he really liked children, especially since Xingyue was very cute, with big eyes and fluttering eyelashes. Why is there a mountain behind your uncle? LiuLuo asked in confusion. Xingyue paused her pen, hesitated for a moment, leaned down to LiuLuo's ear, and whispered, Daddy told me that uncle has a mountain. Hearing this, LiuLuo's hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but shiver. He swallowed hard and looked at Xingyue in surprise. When did your dad tell you this? Xingyue raised her little head and thought for a moment. It was when uncle gave me the golden watermelon. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo's tense body finally relaxed. The golden watermelon was the flower core of the devil flower. LiuLuo deduced that it might be because of the soul obsession of the big bearded man, which lingered in the spiritual world of the devil flower. After Xingyue ate the flower core, it just happened to mean she had received this obsession. It could also be seen as a farewell between father and daughter. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you keep painting, LiuLuo said with a smile, amused by his earlier reaction. When did he become so timid? Just then, a crew member's shout came from outside. Captain, we've discovered an island. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo carried Xingyue and walked out. A huge island appeared before LiuLuo. The greenery on the island was not dense. Instead, there were many simple houses, and several ships were docked along the coast, some flying pirate flags. Just right, let's inquire about the location of the Shimo people and take a break, LiuLuo said with a smile, feeling that Yangyang was not far from him. On the island, soldiers in the lookout tower had already spotted the sea dragon. Tianlong Pirate Group. Is this the legendary pirate group of the East Sea King? Let me see. Another soldier snatched the telescope. Damn, that's the Blackbone Dragon flag. It's definitely the Tianlong pirate ship. So cool, the soldiers said excitedly. They had heard many tales of the pirate group, about Tianlong and the tyrant, and today they finally saw them in person. How could they not be excited? I haven't finished watching yet. Give it to me. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and let the people below report. Just say the Tianlong pirate group is here. In no time, the words Tianlong pirate group spread across half the island. In a huge house. Say it again. Who is here? Yansu asked the soldier who had come to deliver the message, a bit panicked. Boss, it's the tyrant, the Tianlong pirate group. The soldier repeated what he had just said. Why are they here? I hope nothing goes wrong. Yansu was still very fond of his own little territory. He certainly did not want any accidents. All right, I got it. You can go now. Yansu waved his hand to signal the soldier to leave. After wandering around for 2 circles, I ultimately decided to go greet them. After all, the name of the Tianlong pirate group is too big, especially during this recent period when they have been particularly popular. Any pirate who arrives here has to mention the Tianlong pirate group to some extent. At this moment, the sea dragon had approached the small island, and as we got closer, we could see a couplet hanging at the harbor. The upper line read, North and South. Do not engage in unjust acts. The lower line stated, Heaven and Earth, you need a place to rest. There was no horizontal inscription, but many pirate groups' names were left below, including the familiar names of LiuLuo's Inferno and Treasure. Wow, the owner of this small island is quite something, starting to engage in the pirate business already. LiuLuo looked at the huge couplet and couldn't help but chuckle. The meaning of this couplet is very simple. The upper line tells you not to cause disputes on the island, and the lower line explains the reason. Because everyone needs a place to rest. The names of the pirate groups below serve to intimidate the lesser ones, making it a qualified horizontal inscription with a touch of brilliance. This is quite interesting. They have some guts. Hiyashin, standing beside LiuLuo, also said with a smile. As the sea dragon was about to dock, the members of the Tianlong pirate group had already gathered on the deck. According to their ranks, Yangyang and the others stood in rows behind LiuLuo. Splash. The giant anchor had dropped, and after more than a month, the sea dragon finally had a chance to stop. However, LiuLuo was surprised to see quite a few people standing on the beach, all staring at them. Could there be a conspiracy? LiuLuo curled his lips. Even if there were a conspiracy, it couldn't stir up any waves in the face of absolute strength. If it were the old LiuLuo, he might have been more cautious, but now, his ship had 6 devil fruit users, a powerful swordsman, and 2 master-level body cultivators. Zhou Yin and Huang Yueying had broken through to the master level shortly after the devil flower incident, and everyone else had also improved by a small level. So, isn't this enough? This was LiuLuo's confidence. As the sea dragon lowered the gangway, LiuLuo led everyone down slowly, and the previously noisy beach suddenly fell silent. These guys are too strong. I hope nothing unexpected happens, Yansu silently prayed in his heart. He began to regret not preparing well enough earlier. He should have taken out the red carpet he treasured to lay before LiuLuo's feet. Is that the tyrant? Such a strong aura. Just one look makes my breath quicken. The Bone God General. So handsome, even more so than in Legends. Wait, isn't the second mate of the Tianlong pirate group a very sexy and hot beauty? Why has she turned into a fat woman? Is that the female master of the Tianlong pirate group? She's really beautiful. At this moment, no one dared to be the first to speak. But they dared to think. Their thoughts were all sorts of strange. They had all heard that the Tianlong pirate group had arrived and rushed over from nearby to see this pirate group hailed as the strongest in the EC. The scene was very strange. Everyone was not afraid of the pirate group, but instead looked as if they were seeing a celebrity from past life. Hello. I am the representative of this island. Yansu, welcome to the Tianlong pirate group. Yansu dared not say he was the owner of the island, only that he was a representative. Today, he was being extremely cautious, even using the word welcome. The members of the Tianlong pirate group laughed heartily at this, and Yansu could only awkwardly smile back. LiuLuo was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But one should not strike at someone with a smiling face, especially since they had not provoked him. He raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and politely nodded to Yansu. Hello, I am LiuLuo, the captain of the Tianlong pirate group. I've heard so much about you. I want to ask, are these people all gathered by you? LiuLuo looked at the people around him, which frightened Yansu. He realized LiuLuo did not like this and quickly turned to instruct the soldiers behind him to chase these people away. Turning back to LiuLuo, he said, No, I didn't gather them. They all came on their own, admiring your reputation. LiuLuo was once again at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The flattery he had heard during this time was not as much as today. After that, Yansu invited LiuLuo to the center of the island to eat at his residence. LiuLuo, unable to refuse the warm invitation, ultimately left only a few people on the Sea Dragon to guard the ship, while the others followed LiuLuo to eat. Of course, considering Yansu's caution, those left on the ship had a very comfortable time, with food and even women prepared for them in the evening. However, these few did not dare to act recklessly and only left the meat and wine. At night, a ship swayed and approached the small island. Don't worry, brothers. From now on, following me means you will definitely eat well and drink well. On this welcoming island, my brother is the boss, and I am the second in command, Yangyang said, wildly drinking from a bottle while speaking arrogantly. The people on the ship immediately cheered and praised Yangyang. Yangyang is Yansu's younger brother. Recently, after hearing about the might of the Tianlong pirate group, he gathered a group of people to form his own pirate group. Yansu doted on his younger brother the most. After failing to persuade him, he could only agree and even send him one of his master-level helpers. So, after wandering outside for more than a month, he found some like-minded companions and planned to return for supplies. As the ship approached the coast, the crew was attracted by a huge ship not far away. Captain, look, it's the Tianlong pirate group. A sharp-eyed pirate was the first to spot the black-bone dragon flag. It really is. I didn't expect to see the Tianlong pirate group. This ship is so big. I hope I can join the Tianlong pirate group in the future. I've heard that everyone inside is at the master level. No need to say. That's the team of the king of the EC. How could it not be strong? The words of the many pirates instantly extinguished Yangyang's original heroic passion and ignited his jealousy. Isn't it just the Tianlong pirate group? Isn't it just the tyrant? As long as you follow me, you will definitely be stronger than the people of the Tianlong pirate group in the future. Oh ho! Captain is mighty. Captain is mighty. We believe in you. The pirates were instantly ignited by Yangyang's passionate words. Who among the pirates does not want to stand at the pinnacle of the sea? Coupled with the fact that they had been drinking, they suddenly felt the ambition to step on the Tianlong pirate group in the future. The soldiers on lookout not far away looked at their second-in-command with disdain, thinking to themselves that it would be great if they could return a little earlier and see if they could be intimidated by the momentum of the Tianlong pirate group. The people on the Sea Dragon not far away also heard Yangyang shouting. Lu Dasheng, who was guarding the ship, stood at the bow and shouted, "What the hell?" Shouting in the middle of the night, "Shut up." Suddenly, the port fell silent, and Yangyang's group was instantly sobered up halfway. As the sound came from the direction of the ship of the Tianlong pirate group they had just mentioned, a group of people looked at Yangyang with pale faces. They were just talking big, but now they really didn't have the guts to confront the dragon pirates. Yangyang felt a bit awkward under their gaze. But at this moment, he knew he had to show the composure expected of a captain. "You're the dog. Run." Yangyang didn't dare to shout at the top of his lungs, regardless of whether the dragon pirates heard him or not, and quickly turned to run. As soon as he ran, it triggered a chain reaction. His still-dazed companions thought the dragon pirates were chasing them. They ran frantically, and some even started crying out for their parents while running. LiuLuo was confused. He indeed hadn't heard Yangyang's insults. "What's going on? Why are they suddenly crying?" "I just cursed at them," LiuLuo muttered to himself. "Brother Dishing, come drink with us. Who cares about them?" "Okay, I'm coming." LiuLuo ignored Yangyang's group and continued to head back to the table to drink and eat meat. In the room, LiuLuo and Yangyang had just finished exercising. They had never done it on the ground before. Plus, having drunk quite a bit of alcohol, they were both very much enjoying themselves. During dinner, LiuLuo had already asked Yansu about something, and to his surprise, he actually found out some information. In the northwest direction of the guest island, after a month of travel, one could see a large island where Yansu confirmed that there were indeed the kind of Shimo people LiuLuo had described. "Luo, when are we setting off?" Yangyang asked softly while leaning on LiuLuo's shoulder. "The day after tomorrow. Let the brothers rest tomorrow, and we'll set off the day after," LiuLuo said, gently kissing her forehead. He could sense Yangyang's inner tension. The second house was about to meet the first house. How could she not be nervous? Actually, it wasn't just her. LiuLuo was also very nervous, but more so excited. Thus, fueled by the moment, the two engaged in another round of passion. That night was very fulfilling. Not only LiuLuo, but also the other members of the Dragon Pirates felt quite fulfilled. It must be said that Yansu's ability to control this island was indeed impressive and perceptive. He knew what men were like. So rather than waiting for them to seize things, he sent them over in advance, which could also earn him some goodwill. LiuLuo was aware of this, but chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he couldn't just eat meat every day while the lower-ranked people weren't even allowed to drink soup. That would likely lead to rebellion. As for Xingyue, she was sleeping with Han Weiwei. Apart from LiuLuo and Yangyang, she only got along well with Han Weiwei. Perhaps it was because the plump Han Weiwei gave a sense of security. The next day, it was almost noon when members of the Dragon Pirates began to return to the Sea Dragon. LiuLuo and the higher-ups of the Dragon Pirates remained on the island, planning to explore it in the afternoon. Yansu wanted to accompany them, but was refused by LiuLuo, who was already feeling a bit sore from Yansu's flattery. He truly couldn't stand Yansu's compliments. They were precise and harsh. On the street, LiuLuo and the others were surprised by the shops on both sides. This place was much better than the 3 Yuan mainland. Food, clothing, taverns, restaurants, and even those kinds of places were all available. Xingyue was happily eating a sugar-coated hawthorn stick made of various fruits. She hadn't had something like this in a long time. Since yesterday, during dinner, she remembered her father's words, "Uncle will take good care of you," and she was increasingly convinced of that. Luo Gu, sister-in-law, their SA clothing store ahead. Do Yangyang and Han Weiwei ran back with excitement on their faces. "Let's go take a look, see if we can custom-make one for each brother," LiuLuo also said happily. The 5 of them cheerfully walked towards the clothing store. Although the materials and styles of the clothes disappointed them a bit, it was already quite good that they had reached this level at this time. LiuLuo asked the shopkeeper if they could custom-make the clothes, and to his surprise, the answer was yes. Moreover, they could deliver it the next morning. At this moment, the Dragon Pirates had only 36 members left. The number had decreased by more than half, and LiuLuo's request was simple: a dark blue base color with a black-bone dragon embroidered on the left chest. Just as LiuLuo was about to pay with a gold brick and leave, he ran into Yangyang, who had hurried back yesterday. Yangyang entered with a large group of people, looking quite emotional. "Brothers, today we're going to have our uniforms made for the Dragon Pirates. And tomorrow I will have my brother get me a big ship. Once we are full and satisfied, we will set sail," Yangyang said passionately, froth forming at the corners of his mouth. Good, good, good. Captain is mighty." The pirates immediately cheered. Following such a captain did sound enjoyable. Yangyang brushed past LiuLuo and the others, but the next moment he stopped. "Wait a minute." Yangyang turned back to look at Yangyang's graceful silhouette, unable to help but swallow hard. Compared to the one from last night, this was truly worlds apart. "What's wrong?" LiuLuo turned back and asked. Yangyang was about to speak when he was tugged by the bespectacled man beside him, signaling him not to provoke trouble. The bespectacled man, named Zhu Mingliang, was a strong master sent by Yansu to Yangyang. Although LiuLuo and the others did not exude any aura, he still sensed a hint of danger. However, Yin Chong shrugged off his hand. Yesterday, because he had insulted the dragon pirates, he had been lectured by Zhu Mingliang. Damn it, I'm a captain. Why should I listen to you? You can be the captain if you want. Yin Chong secretly cursed in his heart. Moreover, he had just boasted that on Guest Island. He was the king. How could he back down? What kind of people are you? Yin Chong asked arrogantly. Newly arrived pirates, what's the matter? LiuLuo was feeling bored today and wanted to see what the other party was up to. Newly arrived pirates, Yin Chong said, shifting his gaze to Hiyashin, then continued, you stole things here, what do you say? Originally pretending to smile, Yin Chang's face suddenly dropped, showing a fierce expression. Steal things? What have we stolen? LiuLuo smiled again. This left Yin Chong dumbfounded. Generally speaking, when he said this and displayed this fierce look, ordinary people would be scared and quickly defend themselves. At that point, he could arrest them and search them. Hiyashin, Yangyang, and the others also noticed that LiuLuo was genuinely toying with the other party, so they didn't interrupt, each wearing a look of anticipation. You stole money. Yes, you stole the boss's money. After saying this, Yin Chong turned to look at the boss. You say, didn't they steal your money? The boss, of course, recognized the second-in-command on Guest Island and knew that if this gentleman got angry, he could forget about doing business. Yes, you're right. The boss glanced at LiuLuo and the others, seeing that they were all glaring at him fiercely. This made the little guilt in his heart disappear. He knew that following Yin Chong would definitely not lead to any losses, and he remembered that gold brick. If LiuLuo and the others were caught, he wouldn't even need to look for the money. What are you looking at? You all stole my money, stole my 2 gold bricks. Yangyang glanced at LiuLuo, saw that he was still smiling, and decided to have some fun with these people. Is it these 2? Yangyang pulled out 2 gold bricks the size of a baby's fist from his pocket, which the shop owner had seen when he was paying earlier. Yes, it's these 2. As soon as the shop owner's words fell, he noticed Yangyang's mocking expression as he pulled out another 2 bricks from another pocket. So, are these 2 yours? The shop owner was also taken aback by the question, hesitating for a second. After all, who would complain about having too much gold? Yes, they're all mine. I didn't expect you to steal 4 bricks. The shop owner exclaimed excitedly. And these? Han Weiwei tilted her head adorably and smiled as she pulled out 5 more gold bricks from a cloth bag at her waist. The shop owner was about to admit it, but thought that denying it at this moment would make things even more convincing. So he said with righteous indignation, these are not mine, but those 4 are indeed stolen from me. I'm not greedy. What's mine is mine, and what's not mine, I don't want even if you give it to me. The shop owner was probably hypnotizing himself with his own performance, and after the series of events, even Yin Chong and his lackeys were dumbfounded. Due to the shop owner's excellent acting, they even began to suspect whether LiuLuo and the others really stole the money. All right, take the money. I'll give it to you now. Just arrest them. Yin Chong was happy, as if he was about to snatch the gold from Yangyang's hands and planned to have his subordinates arrest LiuLuo and the others. Then that beauty would be his. However, the hand that wanted to snatch Yangyang's gold was caught firmly by Yangyang. Let go of me. Do you know whose territory this is? You're rebelling against me. Let go. Yin Chong struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free, so he immediately threatened. LiuLuo couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Were they revealing their true colors so quickly? Yangyang was also in a playful mood today, feigning a silly smile while increasing his grip. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking instantly resonated from his palm. Let go. Zhu Mingliang, hurry up and kill him. Yin Chong screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his face already pale with pain, beads of sweat rolling down. Brother, please be merciful. He is Yin Su's younger brother. Zhu Mingliang spoke with a tone of request, but his attitude was quite arrogant. Yin Chong, no matter how wrong he was still Yin Su's brother, and it wasn't appropriate to break his hand directly. So he resorted to threats, as he was still in someone else's grip. Oh! LiuLuo exclaimed in surprise. LiuLuo and Yangyang exchanged glances, both surprised. They didn't expect to encounter such a coincidence. However, in Zhu Mingliang's eyes, their expressions showed that they were scared. Knowing you're scared, hurry up and let go, or you won't know how you died. Zhu Mingliang shouted loudly again. LiuLuo and the others cooperatively displayed a look of horror, but they hesitated about whether to give Yin Su some face. If they didn't give it, yesterday he had treated them well in every aspect, and today he would kill his brother. If they did give it, it felt like they were giving him too much face, fearing Yin Su couldn't handle it. Just when LiuLuo was hesitating, hurried footsteps came from outside. After Yin Su's younger brother Yin Chong went out today, he felt his left eyelid twitching and his heart racing, always sensing that something was wrong. So he sent someone to follow Yin Chong and report his whereabouts at any time. Just now, He heard that his brother Yangyang and LiuLuo and the others went into a clothing store, so he hurried over, fearing an accident would happen. He knew his brother's temperament very well. Everyone looked towards the door, and they saw Yin Su rushing in a panic. When he saw his brother's hand being held by Do Yangyang and saw Zhu Mingliang pointing at LiuLuo's nose, his vision went dark, and he almost collapsed to the ground. It's over. How did I not foresee this? Yangyang. Oh, Yangyang, I can't save you this time. Yin Su thought to himself, filled with self-reproach. He really cared for this brother, especially after he obtained the devil fruit. He doted on him even more. But he never expected that his affection would lead Yangyang to such a fate. Before Yin Su could say anything, Yangyang revealed a hideous expression the moment he saw his brother arrive. Brother, kill him. Yangyang roared, still unable to forget the beauty beside LiuLuo. And her, I must play with her to death today. Yangyang pointed at Hiyashin with his other hand, which made LiuLuo, who initially intended to give Yin Su some face, completely darken his expression. Do Yangyang's grip tightened again, and with a series of cracking sounds. Yangyang instantly screamed in pain. Zhu Mingliang also instantly took out a dagger from behind, ready to stab Do Yangyang's arm. Stop, you bastard! Yin Su was truly on the verge of collapse. They hadn't anticipated that their arrival would escalate the conflict again. Zhu Mingliang's dagger ultimately stopped in front of Do Yangyang's arm, not because he heard Yin Su's words and reacted quickly, but because a bullet had pierced through his forehead. The shooter was a cold-faced man with short hair who had come with Yin Su. His name was Xing Liangyu, a former soldier and a powerful sniper, now at the mid-tier strength of a division level. Zhu Mingliang's eyes were filled with confusion. Did your gun miss? No, his gun has never missed. He wanted to shoot me, but this only added to his confusion, and he no longer had time to think as his body could barely support his combat strength. And darkness engulfed him. Gurgle. Blood slowly flowed from the round hole in his forehead, quickly staining the ground red. However, soon another liquid flowed out from beside him. The shop owner trembled with both hands holding the gold, and the stench of urine was already running down his legs, mingling with the bright red blood. The other lackeys who had followed, Yangyang originally planned to rush in, but at this moment they raised their hands, unsure of where to put them. They truly were a bunch of rabble, only able to make a commotion. Captain Liu, don't make a move. Don't make a move. Yin Su hurried over to apologize to LiuLuo. But the next moment, Yangyang's screams rang out again as Do Yangyang, seeing he had already fainted, squeezed his arm again. This directly caused Yangyang to wake up in pain. Brother, save me. This time, Yangyang was a bit more obedient. However, Yin Su did not turn his head at all, still looking at LiuLuo, knowing that only if this person nodded would Yangyang have a chance to live. With a thud, under the watchful eyes of the crowd and the incredulous gaze of Yangyang, Yin Su directly knelt before LiuLuo. Tyrant, could you please spare him? Yin Su, I'm begging you. I'm bowing to you. Yin Su trembled slightly, having never done such a humiliating thing. His strength on the island was comparable to that of some powerful pirate crews. However, he knew that he was no match for top-tier pirate crews like the Hellfire or the Celestial Dragons. As his words fell, he was about to bow to LiuLuo, but LiuLuo's foot pushed him up, preventing him from doing so. Yangyang was left dumbfounded. Was this really his older brother? Was he still the king of this island? Why is big brother bowing? Tyrant? Yangyang's eyes widened, as if he had discovered the most terrifying secret in the world. The other pirate lackeys also looked at LiuLuo and the others in fear. A sharp-eyed pirate noticed the black-bone dragon emblem in front of the shopkeeper. They instantly realized how foolish they had been to provoke someone like him. Black-bone dragon flag, Celestial dragon pirate crew. A small lackey pointed at the emblem, his legs wobbling, and he collapsed to the ground. Some might not know the tyrant, but no one would be unaware of the Celestial Dragon pirate crew. Thud. His actions immediately triggered a chain reaction, and suddenly 4 or 5 dozen people knelt down from inside the shop to the outside. Upon seeing this scene and hearing all the previous words, the shopkeeper stared at the black-bone dragon in front of him, yellow liquid streaming down from his legs. So the chance to survive has always been in front of me. If I had gone to the harbor yesterday, everything would have been different. Ha! Who can I blame for looking for death? Ha! Suddenly, the shopkeeper laughed madly, his expression frenzied, as he ran towards Yangyang with his wet pants. Ha! Who can I blame for looking for death? Ha! While saying this, the shopkeeper scooped up the mixture of blood and urine from the ground and splashed it towards Yangyang. At that moment, Yin Su heard the shopkeeper's words, and 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. He slowly raised his head, which was originally going to bow. "Big brother, save me. Get this madman away, big brother. Big." Yangyang shouted to Yin Su while using his other hand to block the mixture being splashed by the shopkeeper. But when he met Yin Su's eyes, he was instantly stunned. Those eyes were filled with apology and regret. Yangyang understood the meaning behind it instantly, and, disregarding the mixture splattering on him, hurriedly shouted at Yin Su, big brother, I'm your biological brother. You can't leave me behind. What will you tell mom and dad if you die?" At this moment, Yangyang was no longer begging for help, but was threatening. This indeed had an effect. Yin Su's gaze changed urgently, and he raised his head again to look at LiuLuo above. "Tyrant, brother Luo, can I exchange my life for his? Can I?" LiuLuo hesitated upon hearing this. He was moved by Yin Su. Regardless of his methods of education, the love he had for his brother was indeed commendable. However, the next moment, he stopped hesitating. With a bang, a gunshot rang out. Yangyang quickly drew his gun and shot, the bullet hitting Yangyang right between the eyebrows. "Ugh, ugh. Yin Su screamed in terror, as if the sky had fallen. He rushed to Yangyang's side, holding him tightly in his arms. "Whoa. Why? Yangyang, why did you do this?" Yin Su roared at Yangyang, who was about to put the gun back in its holster. Yangyang remained cold and indifferent. "Your life for his? That's too much of a loss." Yangyang provided an answer that surprised everyone. It turned out that the reason he shot was that simple, but there was something unspeakably profound about it. LiuLuo looked at Yangyang's cold demeanor and felt an indescribable coolness. He was completely relaxed now. Yin Su continued to glare fiercely at Yangyang. Their eyes clashed in the air, neither willing to yield. "Get lost. I knew you wanted to join a powerful pirate crew. Now you've already reached your goal, right?" Yangyang's expression showed a moment of confusion. Then his pupils quickly contracted, and he quickly said, "You're right. I wanted to leave when Hellfire came. Today, I saved you half a life, so we're even. All right, get lost. Get lost." Yin Su's eyes were filled with bloodshot anger, as if he wanted to eat Yangyang alive. Yangyang showed no hesitation, turning away with a cold face. Yin Su, holding Yangyang, began to wail loudly. LiuLuo and the others exchanged glances. At this moment, with Yangyang dead and the shopkeeper going mad, it seemed irrelevant to them. They said no more and turned to leave. Once they were out the door, the heartbroken Yin Su revealed a look of hatred towards the direction LiuLuo and the others had left. "Brother, I will definitely avenge you. Just wait. I will make them all go down to accompany you," Yin Su thought with deep resentment. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper beside him was already unable to distinguish the situation. Still splashing dirty water and mumbling, "Looking for death. Who can I blame? Who can I blame?" The shopkeeper grinned foolishly at Yin Su. "Go to hell. Damn your ancestors." Yin Su's anger was completely ignited, lit by a madman. Instead of directly killing the shopkeeper, he used ordinary methods to beat the shopkeeper violently while sitting on him. Really looking for death. Who can I blame? Yeah, you're looking for death. Who can you blame? "Huh." Yin Su stood up, panting, and spat at the shopkeeper, who was now a blurred figure. After leaving the clothing store, LiuLuo lost interest in continuing to browse and decided to return to the ship. However, unexpectedly, as they turned the corner, they encountered Yangyang, who had left early. "Waiting for us?" LiuLuo asked directly. LiuLuo didn't have a bad impression of Yangyang. His cold and ruthless demeanor and doing only what he thought was right resonated with LiuLuo's character aesthetic. If he had to point out a flaw, it would be that he left Yin Su too abruptly. Yangyang nodded coldly in response to LiuLuo's question. "Ha! Are you thinking of joining our Celestial Dragon pirate crew?" "Ha! The Celestial Dragons are the strongest," Yangyang said proudly. "We are much stronger than Hellfire. Even the red-haired guy has to call my brother Luo the East Sea King." Han Weiwei and Yangyang harmonized, almost elevating the Celestial Dragon pirate crew and LiuLuo to the heavens. All right, what are you two doing?" Hiyashin chided Han Weiwei and Yangyang with a glance, then said to Yangyang, "Let us head back to the ship first and talk when we're on board." I have to say, Hiyashin is increasingly showing the style of the female captain of the Dragon Pirates now. Moreover, to be able to subvert Han Weiwei, a member of the Qingyao faction, is not just a simple matter of skill. Back on the Sea Dragon, LiuLuo gathered all the crew members on deck. At the bow of the ship, LiuLuo stood side by side with Yangyang. For a talent like Yangyang, the Dragon Pirates desperately needed him. For a long time, the Dragon Pirates had not had a truly sought-after sharpshooter, which greatly weakened their long-range attack capability. Yangyang's arrival just filled this gap and also provided an opportunity to train crew members interested in shooting. Is that our new crew member? Luo Mingho, who was behind Han Weiwei, asked in a low voice. Yeah, pretty handsome, a cold sharpshooter, Han Weiwei added. He's a mid-level master. Hearing this, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng felt an immediate increase in pressure. Neither of them had even broken through to the mid-level of the second rank yet. They had already accepted Wu Ming. After all, what he did was indeed impressive, and they couldn't argue with that. Now, with a mid-level master sharpshooter joining, their status on the Sea Dragon was in jeopardy. Don't forget, there are also newcomers like Huang Yueying and Lin Xiaoran. LiuLuo watched the people below whispering to each other, smiled and nodded at Xing Liangyu, who returned an awkward smile. LiuLuo quickly raised his hand to signal for silence. I've called everyone over, and there's nothing too important. I just want to introduce our new member of the Dragon Pirates, LiuLuo said, deliberately pausing and gesturing for Xing Liangyu to step forward. Xing Liangyu, a powerful master sharpshooter. The pirates below immediately cheered, but some began to doubt the sharpshooter's actual strength. Was there a difference in strength compared to swordsmen of the same rank? After all, there weren't many who could cultivate a firearm to the point of having willpower. At least, at that moment, the members of the Dragon Pirates had not seen such a thing. Is a master sharpshooter really that powerful? One pirate asked. Yeah. Are you strong? Even a master sharpshooter can't beat my brother, haha. Another pirate teased. Others began to join in the commotion. Seeing this, LiuLuo stepped back and chose to let it be. He actually wanted to see how strong Xing Liangyu was. And as pirates, they always valued strength. So Xing Liangyu had to show off his muscles at that moment. Sure enough, Xing Liangyu took a step forward. Then how about we give it a try? Xing Liangyu said in a low voice, his expression still serious. Okay, I'll go. The pirate who spoke first was very eager. Regardless of winning or losing, he was already in front of everyone. And most importantly, LiuLuo was watching. Moreover, his strength was not weak, being at the mid-level of the second rank. However, Xing Liangyu just shook his head. You can't. You're too weak, Xing Liangyu said coldly. What did you say? You have no right to act tough here. The initially happy pirate was instantly provoked by Xing Liangyu's words and prepared to draw his knife and give this ignorant show-off a lesson. However, just as he started to exert force, with his long knife drawn halfway, he saw Xing Liangyu suddenly move. In less than a tenth of a second, a short gun appeared in his hand, and the next moment, a gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of the gun being returned to its holster. Everyone's gazes slowly shifted from Xing Liangyu to the pirate. Hey, something's off. How come he seems fine? Did he miss? Hey, are you okay? You were just fast. But you didn't even hit. Yeah, I could hit from this distance, huh? As everyone laughed, they realized that the pirate had remained motionless. Logically, he should have been the happiest one, and suddenly no one could laugh anymore. Oldly, what's wrong? Are you scared? Another pirate who was close to him asked. Oldly swallowed hard and did not answer. Instead, he slowly looked at the knife handle in his right hand. The crowd's gaze followed his, and they saw that the long knife had been returned to its sheath, and at the top of the handle, there was a deformed bullet embedded. The reason Oldly did not draw his knife was that he felt an immense force on the handle the moment he tried to pull it, forcing the knife back into its sheath. At that moment, the scene fell silent, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. People instantly understood where that bullet had landed. It struck at the hearts of everyone present, leaving them all in shock. If Xing Liangyu had aimed for a long-time hit, it would have been one thing, but that shot from drawing the gun to shooting and holstering took less than half a second. It was simply too fast. Clap, clap. Beautiful, beautiful. LiuLuo led the applause, not to mention anything else. Just his gun-drawing skill was worthy of praise. Soon the applause subsided, and at that moment, Xing Liangyu had earned everyone's respect. However, LiuLuo still wanted to see where Xing Liangyu's limits were. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? LiuLuo asked, looking at several captains of the Dragon Pirates. Because there were too many sailors, they simply referred to them as captains. There were currently 4 captains: Luo Mingho, Sun Jianpeng, Huang Yueying, and Lin Xiaoran. As for Wu Ming, he was slightly higher than the captains, but held no actual position, always considered to be Do Yangyang subordinate. Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng exchanged glances, both somewhat hesitant. I'll do it, Huang Yueying said cheerfully. She had a nickname on the ship, Ironhead Doll, with a doll-like face, but a particularly tough head. Always the first to charge into fights, and aside from not comparing distances with men, she wanted to compete in almost everything. The pirates cheered as Huang Yueying stepped forward. In the eyes of these ordinary pirates, she had even more influence than veterans like Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping. Wu Ming, who was next to Do Yangyang, also showed a curious expression. This time, Xing Liangyu did not refuse and looked at Huang Yueying with caution. It wasn't that he was afraid, but as a sharpshooter, he always had to stay alert. As the crowd saw the sparks flying from the gazes of the two, they quickly retreated to give enough space. LiuLuo walked over to Han Weiwei and whispered a few words. Han Weiwei nodded, her chubby body twisting a bit to loosen up. On the scene, Huang Yueying's movements were similar to those of Li earlier, her right hand gripping the knife handle, ready to draw at any moment. Xing Liangyu's hands were naturally hanging down, making it easy for him to draw his gun quickly. Their first battle would be a contest between drawing knives and drawing guns. Huang Yueying indeed lived up to her nickname Iron Head Doll, as she aimed to compete with Xing Liangyu in speed. Both of them locked their gazes onto each other, with neither finding a good opportunity to strike. For strong individuals, it wasn't something that could be rushed. They were both looking for each other's flaws. Suddenly, a strong wind whipped up a wave, crashing heavily onto the deck. The wind swept through the hall, leaving behind sparkling droplets of water. In an instant, the momentum built up by the two people completely erupted, and their hands moved quickly. With a clang, a flash of silver erupted, and the long knife was drawn in an instant. Fire snakes breathed out, and bullets were unleashed. Huang Yueying quickly moved under her feet, positioning the long knife vertically in front of her forehead. Bang! The bullet hit the long knife, bending it and pressing it against Huang Yueying's forehead, momentarily slowing her speed. But just for a moment, she forcefully flicked the knife, sending it flying away. Huang Yueying moved swiftly, aiming to close the distance to Xing Liangyu. But Xing Liangyu was not to be underestimated, firing bullets one after another. Bang, 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 and then a thud. 5 bullets targeted Huang Yueying's head, chest, legs, and the other hand that wasn't holding the knife. 3 of the bullets were deflected by Huang Yueying. 1 was deftly dodged, but the bullet aimed at her left leg caught her off guard. It struck the right side of her calf directly. However, despite the heavy cost, Huang Yueying managed to get close to Xing Liangyu. The injury to her left leg seemed to have not caused her any harm. She didn't even furrow her brows. A greenish-yellow glow flashed, blindingly bright, making it hard to see. Xing Liangyu was no exception, his vision instantly filled with blinding whiteness. Seeing this scene, Huang Yueying smiled, raising the long knife to strike downwards with incredible speed, and most importantly, without stirring a breath of wind. The strike was very indifferent, like a firefly. Whether you notice me or not doesn't matter, I just shine there. However, Xing Liangyu seemed to have anticipated this, closing his eyes and swiftly dodging to the right. Huang Yueying, although shocked, did not stop the knife in her hand. If one strike didn't work, then 2 would. The second horizontal sweep was launched. This time the attack range was something Xing Liangyu absolutely could not evade. Unfortunately, Huang Yueying was once again disappointed, as Xing Liangyu fired several shots at his feet, using the recoil to instantly fall backward, with a long knife grazing the tip of his nose. Xing Liangyu narrowly avoided Huang Yueying's second strike, which made her feel uneasy. The first time could be said to be luck, but the second time could definitely not be explained by mere luck. It was indeed not luck. When his eyes were blinded, Xing Liangyu fully activated his observation haki. That was how he was able to evade Huang Yueying's attacks each time. When Huang Yueying attempted to deliver a third strike, she found her body uncontrollably moving away from Xing Liangyu. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out after Huang Yueying had distanced herself. Yueying, you lost, but keep trying. Han Weiwei's playful voice came from behind Huang Yueying. It turned out that the whispers between LiuLuo and her earlier were about ensuring Huang Yueying's safety and not letting her get hurt. There were only a few people on the ship who could move faster than bullets, but only Han Weiwei could react faster than bullets. After landing, Huang Yueying did not feel disappointed. Thank you, second officer. I will, Huang Yueying said with a smile. This match was actually very helpful for her. She had already guessed that Xing Liangyu possessed observation haki, so she didn't really consider it a loss. After all, if not considering observation haki, she had indeed won. However, one point must be clarified. The requirements for seizing advantageous geographical positions were very high. Without the advantage of surprise, it was challenging, especially in front of someone of equal strength. So, Huang Yueying had the advantage of a smaller battlefield in this match. Of course, this was also due to Huang Yueying's decisive character. After all, she had forced Xing Liangyu to not even use his own marksmanship. That could be seen as a success. Not far away, Wu Ming, who had been watching Huang Yueying's conclusion with an unchanged expression, suddenly pouted. If he weren't about to reach the high tier of the master level, he would have insisted on competing with Xing Liangyu. He Yaoxin had been observing Wu Ming's expressions since Huang Yueying came on stage. Seeing Wu Ming finally react, she became more certain of her thoughts. Looks like I need to have a word with LiuLuo to prevent any issues later. Xing Liangyu successfully joined the Tianlong pirates. Although his strength was already sufficient to be a captain, he only held the status of an ordinary pirate due to the lack of any achievements. The next day, after a resupply, the Sea Dragon ship departed from Welcome Island. As they left, Yansu still came to see them off, which surprised LiuLuo and the others. According to the information provided by Yansu earlier, the Sea Dragon ship set off towards the northwest. Not long after leaving, a messenger bird appeared in the sky again. In the conference room, I can't believe it. It's only been a little over a month, and the giant clan has actually declared war on us. Yangyang said with frustration. It's all those guys in North America. They're truly barbarians, always invading wherever they go. Now look, they've kicked a steel block and dragged us into it, Han Weiwei said angrily. Indeed, the message from the messenger bird was that the giant clan had begun to attack humans, and Huagua was also in crisis. Therefore, they called upon all the living people in the world to gather at the location previously announced by Huagua, the new Asia floating island. LiuLuo kept tapping on the newspaper with his fingers. They definitely had to go. As a Huagua citizen, he had no reason not to support. However, they were already nearing the island of the Shermora clan, and leaving now would render all their efforts over the past few months in vain. All right, we definitely need to go to New Asia floating island, but not now. Tell the Sea Dragon ship to proceed at full speed to reach the Shermora clan's hiding place as quickly as possible. And then we will go to New Asia floating island. LiuLuo made the final decision. Although this seemed somewhat selfish, there was no other choice. They were so close to finding the enemy's home, he had to take a look. No one else objected. They all understood LiuLuo's reasoning. Only Xing Liangyu remained frowning. LiuLuo signaled Yangyang to talk to him, as it was important to communicate in this situation. After everyone else left, LiuLuo was stopped by Yaoxin. What's wrong? You don't want to go? LiuLuo asked somewhat unhappily. He thought Yaoxin didn't want to find the island of the Shermora clan and thus didn't want to see Yangyang. However, the next second, he felt a painful twist at the base of his thigh. Am I that kind of person? LiuLuo, you're going too far. Yaoxin's face instantly turned cold. This was the only possible factor for the two to argue. Issues regarding Yangyang. I was wrong. Hey, LiuLuo immediately admitted his mistake. If you dare say that again, I'll leave right now. Don't. Rest assured, absolutely no next time. LiuLuo immediately raised two fingers, pretending to swear. Yaoxin gave him a big eye roll. All right, I'm not going to bicker with you. Let's talk business. Then Yaoxin told LiuLuo about Wu Ming and Huang Yueying's situation. No way. Wu Ming likes Huang Yueying? LiuLuo tilted his head, looking confused. He was almost about to start a bug exploration to study it. How is that not possible? Wu Ming has said before, women only affect my sword drawing speed. Such a man. No way. LiuLuo still didn't quite believe it. People always change. They experienced the most dangerous time of the dragon pirates together, and both of them were at the forefront. Yaoxin said this, and LiuLuo began to believe it a little. However, after believing it, the expression on his face instantly became gloomy. It should be known that although Wu Ming's injuries from the last battle had healed, his body was left with scars. The main issue was that Wu Ming's face was almost disfigured. If it were another woman, LiuLuo would have forcibly taken her back for Wu Ming, but these were all from the dragon pirates, and there was no way to take action. This left LiuLuo in a difficult position. Yaoxin, what should we do? LiuLuo had no choice but to seek help from Yaoxin. What can I do? I just want to say that if Wu Ming really wants to confess one day, and if Yueying doesn't like him, she shouldn't hurt Wu Ming's feelings. You're right. LiuLuo agreed deeply with Yaoxin's words. How about we call Yueying over to talk to him? LiuLuo asked Yaoxin again. In matters of love, women are indeed much more delicate than men. Yaoxin nodded. This was exactly her idea, just to give Huang Yueying a heads up. When LiuLuo saw Yaoxin get up to find Huang Yueying, he worriedly asked again, Wait, Yaoxin, are you sure Wu Ming likes Yueying? Yaoxin nodded deeply, indicating she was very certain. All right, then you go ahead. LiuLuo watched Yaoxin leave and began to plan how he should speak to Huang Yueying later. At that moment, Wu Ming also found Yangyang, who was practicing. Wu Ming, are you looking for me? Yangyang sensed Wu Ming's presence the moment he appeared. He had gained some mastery over observation hockey, although it wasn't quite formal yet. Wu Ming first nodded and then shook his head, which left Yangyang confused. So is there something or not? In fact, Wu Ming meant there is something, but it's not a big deal. Seeing Yangyang's puzzled face, Wu Ming stepped forward, grabbed his arm. and pulled him towards Yangyang's room. Once inside, Wu Ming quickly took out paper and pen and wrote, "Help me give the devil fruit to Huang Yueying. Thank you." "What? Why are you thanking me?" Yangyang said with a disdainful expression. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off. "What? You want to give the devil fruit to Huang Yueying? Why?" Yangyang asked with a surprised expression. Wu Ming's eyes rolled around. Then he picked up the paper and pen again. "Because Huang Yueying lost, and she's very competitive." The pen paused on the paper as Wu Ming bit his lip and continued writing. "Once, we were all the bravest swordsmen, and I don't want her to lose." Yangyang nodded deeply. It couldn't be denied that they were indeed the bravest swordsmen. Yangyang didn't think further. In the conference room, a huge space contained only 3 people: LiuLuo, Hiyashin, and the iron-head doll, Huang Yueying. A gasp echoed loudly in the empty conference room, causing LiuLuo to quickly cover Huang Yueying's mouth. Once Huang Yueying's emotions calmed down, LiuLuo dared to let go. "What did you say? Wu Ming likes me?" Huang Yueying asked excitedly. When LiuLuo and Hiyashin saw Huang Yueying's expression, both were stunned. What is this expression? Is she happy? Is she surprised? This is different from what we imagined. After Huang Yueying finished speaking, she looked expectantly at LiuLuo and Hiyashin, waiting for their response. In the end, both of them nodded a bit foolishly. "Wow, that's awesome, huh?" Huang Yueying stood up and spun around in celebration. LiuLuo and Hiyashin exchanged glances, both unable to believe it. LiuLuo even pinched Hiyashin's thigh. "What are you doing? Oh, looks like it's real." "Really? Why didn't you pinch yourself?" "Hee, you already pinched me, haha." In their banter, both relaxed. Since Huang Yueying also liked Wu Ming, everything was perfect. Their matchmaking could be considered a success. In fact, Huang Yueying had liked Wu Ming since he boarded the ship. First, Wu Ming's swordsmanship was the strongest on the ship. Second, Wu Ming was focused on the sword path and didn't care about anything else. That indifference was also something Huang Yueying liked. Later, they experienced life and death together. And during that time, Wu Ming's intensity made Huang Yueying feel like a little girl. It wasn't just admiration, there was also worship. Yangyang searched around Huang Yueying's room and finally learned from someone that Huang Yueying had been taken to the conference room by Hiyashin. What does my sister-in-law want with him? Yangyang didn't think much and headed to the conference room on the first floor. "Luo Gu, you're here too." As soon as he entered, Yangyang saw LiuLuo and Huang Yueying celebrating with excitement. Could it be that they know Wu Ming is going to give the devil fruit to Huang Yueying? "Yangyang, why are you here? Is there something?" LiuLuo said somewhat unexpectedly, but when he saw the box Yangyang was holding, he exchanged surprised glances with Hiyashin. "This is Wu Ming sending Yangyang to propose. So eager." "Huh? What are you all so happy about?" Yangyang didn't answer LiuLuo's question, but wanted to confirm his guess. "It's nothing, nothing," Huang Yueying quickly said, her face slightly flushed. After all, she hadn't confirmed whether Wu Ming really liked her. "What are you holding in your hand?" LiuLuo asked directly. "Hee, Yueying will be even happier later. Look at this." Yangyang walked in front of Huang Yueying and opened the box. Inside lay a yellowish devil fruit. When Huang Yueying saw what was in the box, she immediately covered her mouth in excitement. There was only one devil fruit on the ship, so there was no need to guess its origin. "My sister-in-law just told me. And he sent such a precious gift. Is he going to confess to me?" Huang Yueying thought happily. "Wu Ming asked me to give this to you. Why didn't he come himself?" Huang Yueying's question left Yangyang confused. "Yeah, why didn't Wu Ming come himself?" Maybe he's shy? What's there to be shy about? I promised him," Huang Yueying said directly. Yangyang was stunned. "What do you mean you promised him?" Yangyang wanted to explain why Wu Ming wanted to give her the fruit, but LiuLuo directly covered his mouth. "All right, stop talking. We all know now. Just go call Wu Ming over." Saying this, he grabbed Yangyang's shoulder and turned him 180 degrees towards the door. Just like that, Yangyang left the conference room in a daze and went to Wu Ming's room. "Wu Ming, Luo Gu wants you to come over. Let's go." Wu Ming picked up paper and pen to ask why, but Yangyang directly pulled him away. When the two returned to the conference room, they saw Huang Yueying shyly lowering her head, while LiuLuo and Hiyashin seemed to be saying something to her. "Ironhead doll, such a remarkable woman. Can make people blush like this." "Luo Gu, what are you guys talking about? Even Ironhead has a day to blush, huh?" Yangyang said with a laugh. He indeed had never seen Huang Yueying like this before. "Nonsense, haha. Wu Ming, come here. Why are you standing at the door?" LiuLuo waved at Wu Ming, who was hesitating at the entrance. Wu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart, but since LiuLuo called him, he could not go. He nervously glanced at Huang Yueying and then apprehensively walked over to LiuLuo's side. "You brat, did you give Yueying the devil fruit?" LiuLuo asked directly. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming quickly raised his head, wanting to deny it. But it seemed that the devil fruit was indeed what he had given her, so he hurriedly took out paper and pen, wanting to explain why he sent it. However, it was snatched away by LiuLuo, and Wu Ming looked at him in confusion. "Are you bullying a mute?" No need to explain, we all know. LiuLuo patted Wu Ming on the shoulder, smiling as he said. Yangyang stood dumbfounded on the side, sensing something unusual. His eyes kept darting between Huang Yueying and Wu Ming. No way, no way. Surely I'm not the only one who doesn't know, right? While Yangyang was pondering, he suddenly saw Hiyashin pulling Huang Yueying's hand, and then LiuLuo, under Wu Ming's strong struggle, placed Wu Ming's hand and Huang Yueying's hand together. Huang Yueying was someone LiuLuo was very optimistic about, both in appearance and strength, so he was very willing to facilitate this. However, as soon as Wu Ming touched Huang Yueying's hand, he immediately pulled away, shaking his head furiously, then turned and ran. He felt he was simply not worthy of Huang Yueying. "Hey, stop right there!" Huang Yueying shouted angrily, but Wu Ming's footsteps did not stop, and he was about to reach the door. "Don't run, I like you." In an instant, Wu Ming's feet were pinned to the floor. "From the moment you boarded the ship, I liked you. You're different from the others, you take things seriously. Although you don't like to compete with others, you have always been the strongest." From Huang Yueying's words, it was clear she had been paying attention to Wu Ming for a long time. And indeed, as she said, Wu Ming's personality was completely opposite to Huang Yueying's. Huang Yueying wanted to compare everything, almost wishing she had a little brother to measure sizes with others. Wu Ming, on the other hand, never liked to compare, but had always been silently working hard. This might also be why Huang Yueying fell in love with Wu Ming. "So I'm confessing to you. Will you agree?" Ironhead Doll stood up again, who said women are not as good as men. LiuLuo and the others all widened their eyes and gave a thumbs up. Wu Ming stood in place for 2 to 3 minutes, ultimately still unable to turn his body, and shook his head with difficulty. "You deserve better, and I can't even talk right now, looking like a ghost." Wu Ming exhaled, about to move his feet, when suddenly hurried footsteps came from behind, and then a pair of lotus arms fiercely wrapped around his waist. "If you don't agree, don't think about leaving. I've already eaten your engagement token, ugh." In fact, Huang Yueying understood what Wu Ming was feeling at that moment very well. So she had to be proactive, and more proactive. The smell was so bad, it almost made Huang Yueying vomit. Hearing Huang Yueying's retching, Wu Ming instinctively turned around to help her, but was blocked by a delicate doll-like face. Immediately after, his lips were enveloped by warm jelly. Looking closely at Huang Yueying, he saw deep affection in her eyes. And Huang Yueying thought Wu Ming was so handsome, she felt he wasn't ugly at all. The black lines on both sides of his face added a bit of mystery to Wu Ming, and the center of his face was almost unharmed, resembling Sun Wukong's face. However, such a wonderful scene lasted only for less than 2 seconds, and both of them pulled away at the same time, bending down and looking wide-eyed. "Ugh, ugh, ha ugh. Now you know how strong the smell is, right? I made you not agree. I'll make you sick," Huang Yueying said triumphantly. It turned out that the taste of the devil fruit could not even dilute the sweetness of love. "Ugh, that's too disgusting, ugh. How can there be something so disgusting?" Wu Ming complained while throwing up. However, the others present widened their eyes, glancing at each other, their expressions filled with surprise. "Damn, the devil fruit, and it has a miraculous use for healing mutes?" This was something no one expected. The entire place fell silent, and Wu Ming finally reacted, not caring about throwing up anymore, and quickly looked at Huang Yueying, his eyes seemingly asking, "Did I just speak?" Huang Yueying was also too nervous to speak, nodding vigorously. Seeing Huang Yueying nod, Wu Ming's heart was suddenly filled with excitement, joy, and happiness. Following that momentum, he quickly opened his mouth and expressed what he had been holding in his heart. "I like you too. I like how you always want to compete with others. So cute. I always watch you from a distance, secretly smiling." Before Huang Yueying could respond to this, Yangyang couldn't take it anymore. His legs and arms twisted continuously. The whole person seemed to be twisting like a twist. It was simply too cheesy. Was this the Wu Ming he used to know? How did he become like this? Yangyang even doubted whether he would continue to carry out the tyrant's orders with him. But what was most surprising was that Huang Yueying stood there, silent. Wu Ming panicked. He had finally mustered the courage to say such things, and thought he had angered Huang Yueying. At this moment, a magical power slowly rose within Huang Yueying, a power that could reshape everything. "Yueying, are you okay?" Wu Ming was initially worried that his words had made Huang Yueying unhappy, but seeing her dazed expression, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The moment Wu Ming's words rang out, Huang Yueying's dazed eyes began to turn. The corners of her mouth quickly lifted. Ha ha ha! Wu Ming, I can reshape you, ha ha! Huang Yueying said happily. LiuLuo and the others were left stunned. Being happy was understandable, but what did reshape mean? Even though Yangyang's twisted body instantly returned to normal. In the brief moment just now, Huang Yueying had gained a preliminary understanding of the devil fruit she had just eaten. If she had to give this devil fruit a name, the most appropriate one would be Pinch Pinch Fruit. The Pinch Pinch Fruit has the super ability to reshape everything through her hands, allowing any object to be changed in shape under the control of the fruit's user. If it were in the original world, Huang Yueying could instantly become the queen of the cosmetic surgery industry. Whatever painless pointed chin, whatever uninjured apple cheeks. With just a little movement of her hands, it would be a breeze. However, the combat effectiveness of the Pinch Pinch Fruit would still depend on Huang Yueying's development abilities. The first to react was LiuLuo, who at this moment couldn't care less about letting the two show their affection, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Yueying, do you know what kind of devil fruit you just ate? If I had to name it, I think it should be called the Pinch Pinch Fruit. Huang Yueying nodded and thought for a second before saying, Pinch Pinch Fruit? Another new devil fruit that had never appeared in the One Piece manga. Quickly tell me, what abilities do you have? Yangyang ran over, filled with curiosity, while Huang Yueying was still wanting to experiment. You come here, first mate. What for? Huang Yueying didn't speak, but instead grabbed Yangyang's arm and pinched the skin on her forearm. Yangyang instantly became uneasy, wondering what was happening. Hey, why doesn't it hurt? At this moment, the skin on Yangyang's arm had been pinched up 4 to 5 centimeters high, but she felt no pain at all. Doesn't it hurt, Yangyang? LiuLuo asked, baring his teeth, and Yangyang shook her head in surprise. Finally, when it reached 10 centimeters, Huang Yueying let go, but Yangyang's skin did not bounce back. It remained deformed, looking like a sharp tower had grown on her arm. Yangyang and LiuLuo both reached out, curiously touching and pinching it, but it still felt the same. At this moment, Huang Yueying reached out again, pressing down on the tower top and flattening it back down. In my hands, you are all like clay. I can mold you however I want, haha. Isn't it amazing? Huang Yueying said proudly. Turning to look at Wu Ming. You can talk so much now. Why aren't you saying anything? Am I impressive? Huang Yueying had a look that seemed to demand praise, which made Wu Ming very uncomfortable. However, Wu Ming eventually managed to say that line. You're impressive. You're the most impressive. Haha, of course. Later. I'll give you a nice massage. Huang Yueying raised her eyebrows at Wu Ming, making his face turn red. Hearing the conversation between the two, LiuLuo and the others moved away in disgust. All right, you two hurry up and leave. If you don't, this conference room will be filled with a sour smell. LiuLuo joked. This made both of them blush. Although Huang Yueying was domineering, she still didn't dare to be arrogant in front of LiuLuo. LiuLuo and the others watched as Huang Yueying took Wu Ming's hand and left, and the tension in their hearts finally eased. Now Wu Ming's muteness was resolved. Love was found, and the devil fruit had transformed into a devil fruit user. LiuLuo could finally take a breath. Back in the captain's cabin on the 3rd floor with Yashin, LiuLuo said, Yashin, how did you find out about those two? You're too impressive. Hee. This is nothing, just a small thing, Yashin said dismissively, which made LiuLuo curious about what she had done before to be so observant. Yashin, what did you do before? Want to know? Yashin teased, glancing at LiuLuo. LiuLuo nodded seriously. Yashin leaned in and whispered in LiuLuo's ear. If you make me comfortable, I'll tell you. Okay. After a round of intimacy, LiuLuo finally learned about Yashin's job before the apocalypse. She was a high-ranking executive in a private company, so she had some unique insights into people and things, such as having the first mate of the Iron Blood Pirates steal a devil fruit. Unfortunately, she encountered a captain who just didn't get it, so she couldn't do anything about it. The sea dragon was moving quickly across the sea, and Huang Yueying's hands were also quickly moving over Wu Ming's body. The black scars on Wu Ming's body were gradually smoothed out by her hands. When Huang Yueying pressed down the last scar, she looked up and was instantly stunned. The originally uneven black scars, which were hard to tell what shape they would take, had now all been flattened. Countless skulls and bones emerged on Wu Ming's body, and overall it looked like a tattoo depicting hell. Seeing that Huang Yueying had not moved for a long time, Wu Ming thought she was scared. What's wrong, Yueying? Maybe we should stop? Amazing, it's really too amazing, Huang Yueying said in disbelief. Such an unnatural occurrence was the most shocking. There was not a single flaw to pick out. Those bones and skulls looked almost real. What's amazing? Wu Ming asked in confusion. At this point, Huang Yueying was already mesmerized. Hearing Wu Ming's words suddenly made her feel a gust of eerie wind pass by, which scared her. Wow, Ming, this really is scary. Huang Yueying exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming quickly turned around to show his front, where the scars were fewer. If it's scary, then don't look at it. I'll wear clothes from now on, Wu Ming said gently. But when he looked into Huang Yueying's eyes, he found her staring at his belly. Following Huang Yueying's gaze, Wu Ming's eyes widened. A huge, winding pattern full of monsters nearly covered his entire front. Wasn't that where the scars used to be? Flowing white clouds and blue seas, gentle breezes and red-yellow suns. LiuLuo stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze distant as he admired the rare, beautiful scenery. After several days of storms, the weather had finally calmed down, but the sun was already close to setting. The sea breeze tousled LiuLuo's long hair, but even when it covered his eyes, he remained indifferent. The sea dragon had been moving at full speed for more than 20 days, but the island Yin Su mentioned was still nowhere to be seen. This made LiuLuo doubt whether he had been deceived or if the sea dragon had gone in the wrong direction. Luo, what are you thinking about? Hiyashin had walked up to LiuLuo's side without him noticing. Nothing, just looking at the scenery. Hiyashin looked at the back of this man, her eyes filled with love. How could she not know what LiuLuo was thinking? Are you hoping for clear skies? LiuLuo hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately nodded. Yeah, don't worry. I estimate we will arrive soon. Maybe we can see it before the sun sets. Hiyashin comforted, walking to LiuLuo's side and holding his hand. LiuLuo gently squeezed her delicate hand and turned to look at her, smiling. The sunlight shone on LiuLuo's face, as if dusted with gold powder, and Hiyashin could see the fine hairs on his face. Thus, the two stood at the bow, watching the sun disappear on the horizon together. When the last ray of light faded, the two felt a hint of disappointment and prepared to return to training. But just as LiuLuo turned his head, a black shadow rose from the sea surface. What is that? Is that an island? Based on his experience from spending more than half a year at sea, LiuLuo immediately recognized that it must be an island. Yashin looked quickly. It's an island, it's an island. LiuLuo excitedly said, pulling Hiyashin's hand. Yes, it's an island. Yin Su didn't lie to me. There really is one. LiuLuo was so excited that he directly lifted Hiyashin up. However, once Hiyashin's face left LiuLuo's sight, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. In fact, she both hoped to find Yin Yuqing and didn't want to find her. Why not want to? It's needless to say, it's naturally because of her selfishness, wanting to monopolize LiuLuo. Why hope? Because she could see that LiuLuo loved the woman named Yin Yuqing deeply. She didn't want LiuLuo to experience the pain of longing every day. Not long after, LiuLuo calmed down. Call Williams over, LiuLuo shouted to a pirate not far away. Williams Dukin, who boarded the ship alongside the Luo brothers from the very beginning, serves as the navigator. Captain, you call me Williams Dukin, he said as he jogged over, speaking fluent Chinese. Do you see that island? How long until we arrive? To be honest, if I could fly, I want to fly over right now, LiuLuo said. Captain, wait a moment, let me take a look, Williams said as he picked up the telescope and began observing the island that had just appeared. Captain, I estimate that, at the earliest, we won't reach it until tomorrow noon, Williams concluded shortly after. That long? All right, you can go down first, LiuLuo acknowledged his impatience, knowing full well that the distance between the two places was not as simple as it appeared. Soon after, Yangyang and others received the news and rushed over. Luo go. Haha, we're about to find Sister Yuqing. Are you excited? Yangyang teased. Ha, of course I'm excited. Luo go must be laughing so hard he can't breathe, Han Weiwei chimed in. LiuLuo felt a mix of anger and laughter, his earlier urgency easing considerably. On this ship, only the two of them dared to speak to LiuLuo like this. You two hurry up and get lost. Seeing you two annoys me. LiuLuo teased. Hey, we're leaving, but you still have to find her. It's quite exhausting, so maybe we leave. Yangyang said with a cheeky expression, clinging to LiuLuo's arm, pretending to be reluctant. Hiyashin, who had been a bit tense, also started to laugh. Whatever. Let us take it one step at a time. Where there's a will, there's a way. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Hiyashin motivated herself with a series of encouraging words. Seeing the group's energy, Hiyashin realized that it would be impossible to sleep tonight. So she called for a table to be brought and prepared some food and drinks. Under the full moon, the cups clinked continuously. LiuLuo's heart couldn't calm down at all. It had been over 2 months since Yin Yuqing left, and every night LiuLuo imagined their reunion. Now that they were about to meet, not only was Hiyashin anxious, but LiuLuo was also very uneasy. What will her reaction be when she sees me? Will she think I came too late? How should I treat Yin Yuqing? Countless thoughts swirled in LiuLuo's mind, making him drink continuously to numb himself. As the saying goes, Wine doesn't intoxicate people, but people intoxicate themselves. Even the starry sky felt tasteless. In LiuLuo's dream, Yan Yuqing ran towards him with Yan Yucai, both smiling. But just as they were about to reach him, Yan Yucai suddenly revealed an evil smile. Immediately, a fog enveloped LiuLuo's vision, and Yan Yucai pulled Yan Yuqing into the mist. A strong wind blew, and the smoke dissipated instantly. But Yan Yuqing and Yan Yucai disappeared along with it. LiuLuo suddenly woke up, looking around. Yangyang and the others had already laid down on the deck. And only Yaoxin stood a short distance away, her back turned, unsure if she was looking at the stars or the moon. A sense of indescribable loneliness washed over him. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo couldn't help but feel guilty, thinking only of the person far away while forgetting the one right in front of him. Carefully walking behind Yaoxin, he gently embraced her. Yaoxin struggled a bit, but then recognized it was LiuLuo. What are you looking at? The stars or the moon? LiuLuo joked. Yaoxin turned back, smiled, and rolled her eyes at him, replying, I'm not looking at the stars or the moon. I'm looking at the night sky. Hearing her words, LiuLuo couldn't help but laugh, surprised that Yaoxin had this literary side. Isn't the night sky just telling of loneliness? Do you know what I'm looking at? LiuLuo asked seriously. Yaoxin glanced at him and turned away. I don't know. I'm looking at you. Right beside me, LiuLuo said earnestly, leaning forward to seek eye contact, but all he received was an eye roll. Stop it. Do you think I'm an 18-year-old girl? Yaoxin said as she tried to shove LiuLuo away with her shoulder, but her heart was trembling, and her breathing felt heavy. Who doesn't love listening to sweet nothings at night? But she didn't want to appear overly sentimental in front of LiuLuo. However, LiuLuo didn't care about that. He just held her tighter. I don't care how old you are. I want to let you go, LiuLuo said seriously. How cheesy, let go. Yaoxin began to struggle violently, trying to break free from LiuLuo's embrace. She didn't understand why fear arose in her heart. Yaoxin, I know what you're thinking. Don't be afraid, okay? I will definitely give you a thorough explanation. Trust me. LiuLuo's gentle voice finally made Yaoxin stop struggling. Tears welled up in her eyes without her noticing. Sigh, I guess I'm stuck with you for life. Yaoxin said, turning her head to look at LiuLuo, tears streaming down her face, but her lips curled into a smile. LiuLuo gently cradled her head and kissed away her tears. Sweet, I will make sure she stays sweet, LiuLuo said with a smile. The sweet he referred to was not just emotional, but genuinely sweet. Perhaps due to Yaoxin's devil fruit, her tears had both a sweet and a bitter taste. When she cried from happiness, it would be sweet. When she cried from sadness, it would be bitter. Being able to express her inner emotions through tears was a kind of happiness. At least it allowed the one she loved to know how she felt at that moment. As dawn broke, the fiery sun rose slowly from the east. The sea dragon began to bustle again, with people practicing, competing, and singing loudly. After last night's experience, both LiuLuo and Yaoxin felt quite calm. Yaoxin's earlier motivational words had all come to fruition. As the sea dragon approached the island, the situation on the island became clearer. A huge flag displayed a strange triangle, with a pair of black wings on each side. The triangle was considered strange because each edge was an awkward line, yet when combined, it looked perfectly harmonious. I feel like I've seen this flag somewhere, LiuLuo said, puzzled, but couldn't recall where. Hey Luo, I feel the same. This flag looks familiar, Yangyang chimed in. LiuLuo then looked at the others, but they all shook their heads, indicating they didn't remember. Forget it, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about it after we land on the island, LiuLuo said, turning to shout at the pirates on the ship. All crew, prepare for battle. This might be a tough fight, but we will never lose. Victory! 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 At this moment, the Tianlong pirate group had become united under LiuLuo's leadership, their morale incredibly high, especially after visiting the welcoming island. They understood how glorious the flag flying above them was. As the sea dragon dropped anchor into the sea, the members of the Tianlong pirate group rowed 5 small boats towards the island. On the surface, this island appears to be uninhabited, but if someone observes closely, they will find signs of human presence, such as the small paths trampled through the grass. Something feels off about this island. It doesn't seem like anyone is here. When LiuLuo and the others set foot on this land, they all felt something was amiss. However, the flag floating in the center of the island couldn't deceive anyone. There must be people on this island. If not, the flag would not remain here after the people left. Everyone, be careful, LiuLuo's voice was loud. Not just a reminder for himself, but also for those on the island. If someone comes out, it means they have no ill intentions, but if they don't come out, then they need to be even more cautious. The sound traveled far, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response ahead. LiuLuo also stopped waiting, gave Han Weiwei a glance, and continued walking towards the island. Just as they walked a few hundred meters, suddenly a beam of black light shot over, and Yangyang instantly raised the bone shield, placing it in front of LiuLuo. Han Weiwei also transformed into a shadow and rushed towards the source of the light. The next moment, a scream echoed. This scream seemed to have disturbed the land, and from all directions, countless black beams of light shot towards LiuLuo and the others. Yangyang seemed to sense the danger in advance, managing to block the beams each time. However, there were simply too many beams. This method was not sustainable. Soft bone. Heaven's canopy, countless soft bones resembling white silk surrounded the members of the Yangyang pirates. The black beams struck above, causing the soft bones to tremble and scorch but not penetrate. With such defense, the Yangyang pirates immediately launched a counterattack, especially Xing Liangyu. With dual guns in hand, he continuously fired bullets, each one accurately reaching the enemy's foreheads. Scatter and pursue Xing Liangyu's fingers constantly pulled the trigger, and bullets casually burst from the gun barrels. Yet in the air, they traced beautiful and desperate arcs, killing the enemies. At this moment, Han Weiwei was getting closer to the enemy. It turned out these people were hiding underground like a bunch of rats, occasionally popping their heads out. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Han Weiwei, a fierce cat. With 10 fingers like swords, she continuously harvested lives, even pursuing them into the tunnels. When entering the tunnel, Han Weiwei's vision was momentarily lost. However, her body still skillfully dodged several beams of light in the darkness. Previously, after witnessing Xing Liangyu's observation haki, Han Weiwei and Yangyang had been diligently training. Finally, a few days ago, they had comprehended the observation haki in their hands. Inside the tunnel, the moment Han Weiwei opened her eyes, 2 ghostly lights dissipated, and countless blood splattered. Han Weiwei's figure weaved through the chaotic tunnel, leaving no survivors in her wake. On the surface, the Yangyang pirates had charged forward. Seeing the might of the Yangyang pirates, the opponents dared not engage in direct combat and began to flee. LiuLuo picked up something from the ground that resembled a crying stick, and at this moment, he was even more certain that this place was the territory of the Xiaoma tribe. Although this stick was somewhat different from what LiuLuo had seen before. Being hollow in the middle, the one he had seen before was solid. Yangyang, I'm here to get you. Yangyang, I advise you not to resist. You're already surrounded. LiuLuo shouted to the sky, his voice immediately echoing across the entire island with the power of the devil. At this moment, underground in the center of the island, a strange-looking man over 3 meters tall, with black wings on his back, watched LiuLuo arrogantly through binoculars. Surround us? With just your few dozen people? It seems you are the one the saintess spoke of. You really have come, he said. He was a royal member of the Xiaoma tribe, named Mo Li. When Yangyang left earlier, Yangyang had informed Mo Li that soon a brazen man would come looking for her. When they saw that man, their task was to kill him and trample him underfoot. Let them all come back. This person I will deal with personally, Mo Li said with an evil smile, as if he could already imagine the scene of trampling LiuLuo beneath his feet. As a sudden drumbeat echoed, the black beams of light instantly vanished, and the Xiaoma tribe members disappeared without a trace. In the center of the island, within a huge semicircular valley, there were countless caves filled with Xiaoma tribe members. This was the stronghold of the Xiaoma tribe. The open mouth of the valley resembled the jaws of an ancient beast. At this moment, the Yangyang pirates stood at the entrance of the valley. The wind howled, and as it passed through the valley entrance, it emitted a beastly roar, seemingly trying to repel everyone. The cloaks of the crowd flapped wildly, and their long hair whipped about chaotically. LiuLuo turned to look back at the Yangyang members, whose eyes were filled with fearlessness. Follow me into the valley. Let us see who can keep up with the pace of the Yangyang. LiuLuo shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the valley for a long time. Yangyang is mighty. Yangyang will prevail. Yangyang is mighty. Yangyang will prevail. In an instant, the Yangyang pirates, with fewer than 40 members, exuded the momentum of a 1,000,000-strong army. With LiuLuo leading, they slowly walked into the valley, including LiuLuo. A total of 42 people reached the center of the gorge. Scanning the valley walls, they saw the Xiaoma tribe members densely packed, all elites of the tribe. Unlike the 3-round land, nearly 10,000 of them stood in silence, each one filled with murderous intent. Yangyang, come out. What are you waiting for? Your brother-in-law has arrived, and you don't even welcome me? LiuLuo sneered. The next moment, LiuLuo saw a man resembling Magellan, the warden from the One Piece manga, fly out from the largest cave. Is that Magellan? The members of the Tianlong pirates were momentarily stunned, not expecting such a race to actually exist in the world. Who are you? Where is Yin Yukai? LiuLuo frowned and asked. According to what he knew, Yin Yukai should be the leader here. As the saintess of the Xioma tribe, LiuLuo was aware of her high status. However, the first person to speak was not Yin Yukai, which gave LiuLuo a bad feeling. I don't know who Yin Yukai is, but I can tell you who I am, Emoli said, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. The next moment, all the Xioma tribe members in the cave began to shout in unison. King, king, king. The sound was so loud that, combined with the echoes in the valley, it forced some of the weaker Tianlong pirates to cover their ears. However, LiuLuo, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile faintly. The king of the Xioma tribe? Then they're still part of the Xioma tribe. At this moment, a significant worry in LiuLuo's heart was lifted. It seems the Xioma tribe is not the final celestial dragon, and this race should have been nearly wiped out, because a character like Magellan could not be found a second time in the One Piece manga. And a proper king ending up as a warden also indirectly indicated that the celestial dragons of that time were definitely not the Xioma tribe. At this moment, LiuLuo looked up at the sky, watching the constantly soaring Morley with a pitiful expression in his eyes. But the next moment he thought again. Yin Yukai should understand all of this better than her. So why would she follow this hopeless race? Could it be that she was really brainwashed? However, he felt that Yin Yukai was not such a simple woman. I am the 19th prince of the Xioma tribe, Morley. Morley finally stopped in the air directly in front of LiuLuo, his expression arrogant, as if simply stating his name was a favor to LiuLuo and the others. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. All right, it doesn't matter who you are. Where's your tribe's saintess? Let her come out and speak. LiuLuo turned his head slightly, saying impatiently. This time, he did not mention Yin Yukai, but rather saintess. He was indeed a bit anxious. But Morley didn't care whether he was anxious or not. You say Morley is unimportant? How dare you say Morley is unimportant? Morley widened his eyes and shouted. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but more of it was anger. The originally calm Morley almost lost his mind in an instant. LiuLuo's words were unbearable for all members of the Xioma tribe. Not only was Morley furious, but the other members in the valley cave also shouted in anger. And the scene instantly became chaotic. The members of the Tianlong pirate group immediately became vigilant, nervously watching the people around them. Only LiuLuo lowered his head, unable to see his expression. I'll ask you again, did you hear me clearly? Although LiuLuo's voice was not loud, it was particularly clear amidst the chaotic noise. The dull sound was like the low roar of a monster in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the scene quieted down. LiuLuo slowly raised his head, and when Morley met LiuLuo's gaze, he couldn't help but flap his wings forward, increasing the distance between them. How can this be? Why am I afraid? Why do I see death? Morley couldn't help but think in his heart. Those eyes were simply too terrifying, as if they concealed a gigantic mountain made of corpses, with blood having pooled into a sea at its foot, red and bloody. The saintess has long left, Morley instinctively replied. However, after he finished speaking, he realized he was afraid just now and instantly became enraged, his already strange face turning hideous. He could feel that at this moment, countless Xioma tribesmen's gazes were fixed on him, filled with surprise, panic, and disbelief. Ants die for this king. Morley did not hesitate any longer, his wings suddenly flapping as he flew towards LiuLuo. He was angry, he was furious, he wanted to kill. But LiuLuo felt the same way. The fire of anger ignited his killing intent. The fervent march that had originally been playing in his mind was suddenly struck again. Cold chill. Death, blood, kill. 5 strong mental sensations instantly merged with the original power of the fervent march, surging into his body. Coldness and fervor coexisted. Death and high song ran parallel, march of slaughter. Like the low chant of a demon, like the outburst of a madman, a hoarse yet clear voice came from LiuLuo's mouth. The next moment he moved. He reached back to grab the bone spear that Yangyang had already handed over. And flames and ice instantly awakened the raging dragon on the bone spear. Without more words, he executed a simple diagonal thrust towards the already flying Morley. The fire dragon roared, and the ice dragon howled. The wind was burned by the blazing flames, and then turned to frost by the icy chill. As if time had stopped, Morley's expression changed from anger to panic. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand LiuLuo's casual strike, but But he never expected LiuLuo's casual strike to be so powerful. What kind of monster has the saintess brought to my tribe? Morley thought, but his movements showed no hesitation. His originally black fists emitted a metallic sheen, and from his wrists, golden patterns climbed up his arms, finally stopping at his elbows. He punched at the ice and fire twin dragons emerging from LiuLuo's bone spear, although there was a moment of pause. The ice and fire twin dragons ultimately turned into sparks and scattered ice crystals. Boom! Bang! The fist and spear had not yet collided, but a strong force had already begun to tear apart. The air around Morley twisted, and the ground beneath LiuLuo's feet began to crack. Thud! Finally, LiuLuo's bone spear collided with Morley's fist, and the ground beneath LiuLuo's feet could no longer hold, directly collapsing downwards. The surrounding air was unbearable, disappearing into a vacuum, making it so that almost no sound could escape. At the center of the collision, the clothes on both of them instantly turned to nothing, but neither took a step back. The two of them momentarily remained locked in place, the ground continuously collapsing, the area growing larger. From the ground to the air, a massive sphere was formed, with no air above and no soil below. LiuLuo's bone spear began to tremble slightly, as if the dragon on the spear was writhing in pain. In contrast, Morley's fist remained firm, showing no signs of wavering. "Haha, you can't hold on anymore, can you?" Morley excitedly said as he saw LiuLuo's trembling bone spear. He then subconsciously glanced at the surrounding Mo tribesmen, his eyes filled with pride, as if to say, "Now I am the true king. I knew our king was the strongest. Of course, I've always known that no one could be a match for the king. That human is too overconfident, actually attempting to compete with the king. The 19th prince has developed his power to the wrists. Remarkable." In an instant, all the Mo tribesmen began to praise Morley, their admiration and respect beyond measure. These voices reached Morley's ears, making him even happier. Just as he was about to turn around, intending to finish LiuLuo in one go, he felt an extremely terrifying force about to erupt from the tip of the spear before his fist. The gun that will never stop, the fire that will never extinguish. "Die for me, unextinguished spear," LiuLuo shouted, although no sound could be heard outside. The powerful momentum could still be felt. The unextinguished spear grows stronger against strength. In terms of pure physical strength and physique, LiuLuo was indeed somewhat inferior to the royal family of the Mo tribe. But this world was not one where strength was the only measure. A strong will could destroy all the power before it. Boom! The ice and fire twin dragons reappeared, and countless free demonic powers began to surge wildly, causing the entire valley to rumble, with the fierce wind even blowing down the Mo tribesmen in the cave. By the time Morley reacted, it was already too late. When he wanted to unleash his strongest move, the ice and fire twin dragons had already taken shape. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the clouds, and all the Mo tribesmen turned pale. Fear, panic, surprise, and sorrow replaced their earlier pride and disdain. "No!" Morley roared, throwing out his other fist, the originally glowing patterns shining even brighter, even showing signs of climbing upward. But it was all in vain. The enormous ice and fire twin dragons leaped out, flying towards the sky, bearing the giant Morley. Attached to his fists, the black metallic color of the armament hockey was present, and at this moment, one fist had turned bright red from the heat, while the other had transformed into a blue ice crystal. No, if I keep this up, I will die. Ivildi. The threat of death and the terror of the ice and fire dual dragons had already climbed up Mo's heart. No, even if I die, I absolutely cannot die like this. The honor of the royal family, I will protect it. At this moment, the only thing that could support Li in unleashing his power was the honor of the Zymo royal family. In the next moment, Li's arms suddenly surged with power, and his wings flapped desperately, stirring up a black whirlwind. The power of the demon of freedom began to surge wildly into his fists and wings, and a wonderful feeling climbed up Li's heart. The desperate courage had been summoned, and his originally black wings turned golden yellow, with power increased by more than 10 times. The armament hockey, which had been nearing its limit, regained its vigor, and the patterns on his forearms also turned golden yellow. Boom! Boom! Li's body had already been pushed out of the canyon, but he steadied himself, and the golden wings seemed to possess infinite power. There was even a posture of pushing back the unquenchable spear transformed dual dragons. His fists, one after another, slammed toward the heads of the ice and fire dual dragons, with such immense power that each collision produced an earth-shattering sound. The raging dragons roared, wanting to break free from the obstruction. His fists were like hammers, trying to protect his most precious things, and for a moment, they were actually in a stalemate in the air. The ice and fire dual dragons, transformed from the unquenchable spear, could not advance, while behind Mo, a golden storm had begun to rise. Is this all? Then it's over, LiuLuo said in a low voice. He bent the dragon bone spear under his foot, using the recoil of the spear and his own leap to soar into the air. His figure instantly shot up to 300 or 400 meters high. But at this moment, Mo was at a height of 1,000 meters. Although LiuLuo could not reach him, his spear could. LiuLuo's long spear was already in the throwing motion. At this moment, the Xiamo tribe members were staring intently at LiuLuo. They did not know how powerful this spear was, nor did they know if their king could withstand it. Let you taste this, true unquenchable spear. As he spoke, LiuLuo's dragon bone spear had already been thrown, and combined with the killing march, it instantly transformed into a giant dragon composed of red and blue flames and ice crystals. Mo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was filled with horror. He knew that this strike was definitely not weaker than the one he was currently blocking, but the golden storm behind him had not yet fully brewed. Can't wait any longer. The golden storm, the indomitable pride, at the last moment, Mo tried his best to gather more demonic power. And then the two storms behind his wings surged forward, using the recoil to quickly pull back distance. Boom! One of the storms immediately collided with the ice and fire dual dragons, and the golden wind, like a golden knife scraping bones, instantly stripped away the flames and frost from the bodies of the two dragons. Roar! The ice and fire dual dragons let out their final howl, taking away a large wave of the golden storm and ultimately disappeared. However, the other storm entangled with the true unquenchable spear in midair. This is the opportunity. Seeing this scene, Mo, who was already close to his physical limit, instantly became excited, because at this moment, LiuLuo was still in the air, not having fallen. And the golden storm that defeated the ice and fire dual dragons had already freed its hands and feet. Molidove down, his wings sweeping over the much smaller golden storm, bringing it under his wings, and charged toward LiuLuo, who was still suspended in midair with nowhere to gain strength. Oh no, Brother Luo, he can't exert his power in the air. Yangyang immediately exclaimed, but he was already too late to help. Mo's speed was simply too fast. Phantom Body, Hiyashin, without any hesitation, immediately transformed into a green, semi-transparent form and flew toward LiuLuo. Previously, LiuLuo had the upper hand, so they could watch him show off, but now that LiuLuo was in danger, they would definitely not stand by and watch. It was truly a case of the loved ones in pain, while the enemies rejoiced. LiuLuo had already fallen to a height of 200 meters, with a wild wind howling in his ears. The giant ice and fire dragon transformed from the unquenchable spear was still entangled with the golden storm in the distance. Mo, who stood over 3 meters tall with golden wings, had almost become a golden arc, madly closing in on LiuLuo. The semi-transparent Hiyashin, although closer to LiuLuo, was much slower. If this continued, it would definitely be Mo who arrived first, not her. Time seemed to pass slowly, as if everyone was moving at a crawl, but this was due to the extreme speed, creating an illusion. At this moment, LiuLuo looked very dangerous. But he himself was not flustered, although he could not use his strongest apocalypse volcano in time. With steel hardening combined with armament hockey, he would only suffer some minor injuries. And also, let us not forget that he had the Conqueror's Hockey. The combination of Conqueror's Hockey and Street Fighter could generate unimaginable power. These were all his hidden trump cards. The trump cards had not yet been revealed, and the outcome was still unknown. So although it appeared extremely perilous, in reality, it was all within LiuLuo's expectations. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Soul Attraction. The transparent Hiyashin built a bridge between herself and LiuLuo, allowing her to quickly approach LiuLuo while simultaneously attracting him towards her. This moment disrupted LiuLuo's calculations, and he didn't even have time to use steel hardening. As the saying goes, caring causes distraction. Hiyashin was also afraid that LiuLuo would encounter any accidents. Rumble. Seeing this scene, Mo's heart was even more overjoyed. He knew this was his only chance, and his speed increased once more. Like a fighter jet with maximum horsepower, as he approached LiuLuo, the golden storm carried in his right wing was unleashed like a bomb. At this moment, LiuLuo, with no place to gain strength, was forcibly pulled over by Hiyashin, and the two crossed each other face to face. In the instant their gazes met, The slight regret in LiuLuo's heart was instantly dispersed by the pair of concerned yet determined eyes. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? LiuLuo was instantly moved by the deep affection in that gaze. She just wants to protect me. Seeing Yangyang resolutely turn her head, as if to bear the remaining golden storm alone, LiuLuo became afraid. Although this golden storm had been greatly weakened, it still possessed very strong destructive power. Although he did not fully understand Yangyang's strength, he knew it was dangerous. Yangyang, come back. The gate of the phantom. Open. A huge, semi-transparent, ancient wooden door appeared in front of Yangyang, with intricate patterns carved on it that changed constantly. At first, it depicted white clouds and the sun, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, but suddenly it turned into dark clouds and ghostly figures. As the ancient wooden door's gap widened, Yangyang found it increasingly difficult to control, and even her spirit form became somewhat blurred. She had consumed the phantom fruit, a fruit not belonging to the One Piece manga, with very powerful abilities, the simplest of which was the ability to switch between physical and spiritual states. The ability of the gate of LiuLuo is to turn everything that passes through the wooden door into nothingness, or in other words, to transport it to another world. This is her most powerful move. However, her current strength does not allow her to fully open this door. As the gate of LiuLuo struggled to open a gap of 5 or 6 meters, the golden storm had already arrived. Whoosh! Most of the golden storm was absorbed by the gap of the gate of LiuLuo, but a small part, exceeding 6 meters, went beyond the width of the gap, transforming into countless golden blades of wind, scattering in all directions. Am I going to die? That was fast. The golden blades of wind were already close at hand. But Yangyang had no time to care, as she needed to close the gate of LiuLuo. Otherwise, the golden storm would wreak havoc again. Creak! Creak! Whoosh! The wooden door slowly closed, and the golden blades of wind cut into Yangyang's skin. Although she had entered a semi-transparent state, which could reduce some physical damage, the willpower within the golden storm was unavoidable. Blood quickly stained her body. I'm so tired. This time, I will never betray you. I hope you will remember me in the future. I was once the captain's wife of the Tianlong pirate crew. Yangyang thought of this, wearily turning her head to take one last look at LiuLuo, but suddenly she became alert. She did not see LiuLuo's figure. How could she be willing to die if she could not see him safely escape? Suddenly, a voice appeared in her ear, gentle, yet carrying a hint of reproach. What a fool! Do you not trust me? Immediately after, a warm and strong embrace wrapped around her, and for a moment, the golden blades of wind could not break through, as if golden knives met steel plates, producing a harsh grinding sound. How did you get here? Yangyang turned her head to look at LiuLuo, who she did not know how long it took to reach her side, tears in her eyes, and asked softly. However, LiuLuo did not answer her. Instead, his legs moved quickly, emitting a faint white light beneath him. The white light gathered together, and a crescent moon rose. LiuLuo carried Yangyang and walked on the moon, instantly retreating over 50 meters, dodging the final round of the Golden Storm's attack. The ancient gate of LiuLuo closed heavily, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight along with the Golden Storm. The world returned to calm, and a gentle breeze blew. Standing on the crescent moon, LiuLuo held Yangyang in the air, their eyes meeting. They could see the love in each other's gazes. Although LiuLuo came here to find Yangyang, he did not find her, but their love for each other deepened and became more genuine. This felt like a refinement, removing the impurities between them. Ah, go to hell. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. LiuLuo and Yangyang's actions at this moment were even more insulting than before to Morley. I am desperately protecting the honor of the royal family, and you are exchanging glances at this time. Although the golden wings behind Morley had turned black again, he was still fast. Moon Sky Lin. LiuLuo did not take Morley's attack head-on, instead stepping on the crescent moon to dodge to the side. Moon Sky Lin was the 5th combo move he had comprehended just when Yangyang was in danger, allowing him to walk freely in the air. This was exactly what LiuLuo needed at this moment, and it made his initial doubts feel more real. This Moon Sky Lin was indeed too similar to the upgraded version of Moonwalk from the One Piece manga. Steel Hardening was also like the upgraded version of Iron Block in the manga. Although Ground Roll did not look much like Shave, the principle of movement was exactly the same. This made LiuLuo suspect that the so-called Marine 6 styles might truly have been modified from their arcade moves, making it more suitable for ordinary people to practice. However, LiuLuo could not afford to think about these things now, as Morley was already charging at him again with his wings flapping. You don't take the king seriously at all, Morley shouted angrily. Feeling more humiliation today, than he had in his entire life. Shut up. Round shield charge. The 3D game creation was activated, a long spear gripped in his hand. His left arm tightly around Hiyashin's waist, while his right hand drew circles in the air with the spear. A huge shield, embroidered with a ghostly face, appeared before Morley. Faced with this sudden, enormous shield, Morley thought little of it. He just wanted to vent his pent-up hatred. A fist gleaming with metallic luster smashed down heavily. Boom! The sound of clashing weapons echoed, and the shield dented. Just as Morley was pleased and about to throw another punch, the dented ghost face suddenly became fierce, and a massive ghostly head leaped out from the shield. Morley could not react in time. He swung his left arm to block, only to hear the sound of bones shattering, and then he was sent flying far away. Ah! Morley's face twisted in pain, and after struggling to stabilize his wings, he flew back hundreds of meters, not daring to approach LiuLuo. LiuLuo looked at him coldly, making no further moves. In fact, from the moment Hiyashin came to rescue him, he had already thought it through. Although he did not find Yangyang, Hiyashin was still by his side. As long as he kept searching, he was certain he would find Yangyang. Tianlong pirate crew, heed my command. LiuLuo stood on the crescent moon, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing a fierce wind to surge and white clouds to swirl. Leave no one on this island. Let them all die. LiuLuo's voice was indifferent, but carried an undeniable powerful momentum. The tyrant's order could not be disobeyed. Kill! 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 The Tianlong pirate crew suddenly erupted, their momentum like that of tiger. Yangyang and others led the charge, rushing towards the valley walls. To allow those who followed to ascend more easily, a ladder made of soft bones formed in the places he passed. Other captains also unleashed their abilities, crazily attacking the sides of the valley. You dare? Morley, seeing the scene, was furious. Dozens of people attacking thousands. How absurd was that? How much did they look down on them? LiuLuo stepped on the crescent moon repeatedly, reaching his maximum speed as he chased after Morley. Street Fighter had been activated, and combined with his conqueror's haki, some unstable rocks in the valley were instantly blasted away. In an instant, the weather changed, and dust flew. Over 10,000 members of the Shimo tribe fell in an instant. Morley felt his scalp tingle, watching LiuLuo draw closer, and for the first time, he had the thought of fleeing. What honor of kings, what dignity of the Shimo tribe. He wanted none of it. Suddenly, the haki scattered around began to contract, shattering Morley's last bit of inner defense. A cold chill ran down his back. He knew that if he did not leave now, he might forever remain here. Without daring to hesitate any longer, he flapped his wings and turned to flee. It's too late to think about leaving now. LiuLuo's speed might not be as fast as Morley's, but the transmission of sound and haki was faster than him. Using the control of Street Fighter, he gathered his conqueror's haki together. This power was not physical, but acted upon the soul. Even opponents of the same level as LiuLuo can briefly knock each other unconscious. For a master, unconsciousness represents death. Morley desperately flapped his wings, wanting to escape. But when he looked back, everything suddenly went dark, and his wings stopped flapping. Wanyu arrived in an instant, thrusting his spear straight at Morley's head. No surprises occurred. With a squelching sound, his head exploded like a watermelon. This scene left the resisting Shimo tribesmen frozen in place. They never expected their king to be so easily defeated. The shattered head and the spilled blood directly shattered the inner defenses of the Shimo people. Run. They are demons. They are demons. They killed the king. Killed the king. We are definitely no match for them. Run. The king is dead. We should escape. What was originally a fierce battle instantly turned into a rout, with dozens of people chasing after thousands. In the previous world, this would have been unimaginable. However, this also indirectly demonstrated the powerful strength of the Tianlong pirate group, with at least mid-level soldiers. There were also quite a few who had reached the master level, and most were at high soldier level. LiuLuo ultimately landed on the ground with Wanyu and Hiyashin. The cries for mercy, the shouts of killing, and the sound of flowing blood seemed unrelated to them. Luo, where should we go next to find Sister Yuqing? Hiyashin asked with a smile, speaking very naturally this time. If she had said this before, she would have been afraid of being called insincere, but now she was no longer afraid. Because she had proven herself today. She was the mistress of this pirate group. I don't know, let us take it one step at a time. My world isn't just about her, but also you, my brothers, and my ship. LiuLuo smiled bitterly. This was something Yangyang and the others had once said when Yangyang left. So what should we do next? Kill all of them, not leaving a single one. Every Shimo tribesman LiuLuo, see, I will leave none alive. The two spoke as they shifted their gaze to the Shimo tribesmen on either side of the bone wall. Just then, a figure suddenly entered LiuLuo's line of sight, causing him to frown. What is Xiaohua doing now? LiuLuo said in confusion. Yangyang followed LiuLuo's gaze. They saw Xiaohua constantly using spatial jumps between the caves. The purpose was very clear, to reach the highest cave where Mo Li had appeared. Could there be something there attracting him? LiuLuo couldn't help but think. Normally, for Xiaohua, only the name LiuLuo could elicit any other reaction. Inside the cave, Xiaohua continuously traversed barriers, running towards the cave that was attracting him. It's its smell. It's its smell. Xiaohua murmured, his eyes filled with impatience, a look he had never had before. Finally, after passing through dozens of cave walls, Xiaohua reached the highest cave as he wished. Following the cave inside, he entered the mountain's interior. After turning a corner, he arrived at an independent room. This room was different from the others. While other rooms had several paths leading to them, this room had only this one path. Pushing open the door, he saw countless crystal-clear objects, the most eye-catching being a small wooden box in the center of the room. Xiaohua stared intently at the small wooden box. This was what he had been looking for. Like a starving wolf hunting, he pounced on the small box, smashing some nearby jars and bottles. However, he didn't take care, quickly using his hands to open the box, but there was a small lock on it that took some effort to break. Ultimately, he managed to open it as he wished. A crystal-clear fruit, resembling crystal, appeared in the center of the box. Xiaohua picked it up with a puzzled expression, holding it in front of his eyes for a long time. Why should I eat it? I'm looking for LiuLuo, right? Will eating it help me find LiuLuo? Countless questions filled Xiaohua's mind. His instinct told him to eat the fruit immediately, but he didn't understand why he should. Finding LiuLuo was his ultimate goal. After hesitating for a long time, he finally reached a conclusion. Eating it seemed not to affect his search for LiuLuo. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a voice suddenly came from outside. LiuLuo is here. LiuLuo is here. Hearing this voice, Xiaohua's movements instantly stopped. His mouth and hands wanted to eat the fruit, but his brain wouldn't comply. Ultimately, his instinct did not overpower reason. But at least he didn't throw away the fruit and ran outside as fast as he could. No mistake, this voice was LiuLuo himself calling. It was a method known to everyone on the ship. If they couldn't find Xiaohua, they would call LiuLuo's name, and he would definitely come over on his own. Within seconds, Xiaohua had quickly reached LiuLuo's side. Where's LiuLuo? Where's LiuLuo? Xiaohua asked eagerly. However, both LiuLuo and Yangyang did not answer him, their eyes fixed tightly on the crystal-clear fruit in Xiaohua's hand. Devil's fruit? I see why you were running. Turns out you found something so good. Truly, a fool has his fortune. This is incredible. LiuLuo and Yangyang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Could it be that Xiaohua can sense the presence of the devil's fruit? If that's the case, they could strike it rich. You give me what you have, and I'll tell you where LiuLuo is, LiuLuo said with a big smile. Although he knew Xiaohua had almost taken his life before, he still felt a bit guilty when deceiving him now. Xiaohua hesitated, looking at the devil's fruit in his hand, then at LiuLuo. Ultimately, he obediently handed over the devil's fruit. Who could he blame? It was the obsession of the devil's flower that made him so determined to find LiuLuo. Here, where's LiuLuo? LiuLuo reached out to take the devil's fruit, smiling mischievously, then handed it to Yangyang and extended his right hand. I am LiuLuo. Hello, what can I do for you? Although it was a lie, he still had to take responsibility for the deception. If he was going to act, he had to do it thoroughly, and since Xiaohua found the devil's fruit, LiuLuo wanted to spend some time with him. I'm looking for LiuLuo. Who are you? I'm not looking for you, Xiaohua said anxiously, as he saw the fruit he wanted to eat being hidden away by Yangyang. I am LiuLuo. Just look for me, LiuLuo continued. That won't do. I'm looking for LiuLuo. You need to give it back to me. Xiaohua suddenly panicked, reaching out to grab it from Yangyang. But with LiuLuo beside her, he wouldn't allow him to lay hands on his wife. He directly grabbed Xiaohua's hands. I am LiuLuo. I helped you find LiuLuo, but you don't recognize me, so the devil's fruit belongs to me, LiuLuo said with a bitter smile. You found him? Where is he? Xiaohua's attention was immediately diverted. Hey, he was just here and left. Why don't you look around? LiuLuo was also really out of ideas. However, Xiaohua believed him and quickly ran towards the surrounding caves, asking everyone she met, have you seen LiuLuo? The people from the Tianlong pirates naturally knew his situation, but the Xiaohua tribe didn't. Fortunately, although Xiaohua was foolish, her strength was still very strong, and the Xiaohua tribe members were no match for her. By the time evening approached, they finally cleared the valley, though some members of the Xiaohua tribe must have hidden themselves. However, LiuLuo and the others didn't take care. When they left the valley and looked back, blood had already flooded the entrance. The entire valley, bathed in the sunset, looked disgustingly red. Upon exiting the valley, LiuLuo carved 6 large characters at the entrance. Yangyang Pirates, Massacre. Although they didn't find Yangyang this time, there wasn't much disappointment, just a sense of calm. If they found her, they would take her away. If not, they would slaughter all the Shoma people. He then led the 38 members of the Yangyang Pirates back to the Sea Dragon. In this battle, only 4 people lost their lives, and the others mostly just sustained some injuries. However, the rewards were also very rich. In the secret chamber that Shahua found, aside from gold and silver, they mainly discovered many strange flowers and herbs with various unusual effects, even a barrel of wood spirit liquid. On the ship, LiuLuo directly distributed half a barrel of wood spirit liquid to treat everyone's wounds, keeping the other half for training newcomers. LiuLuo planned to recruit some new members. After all, such a large ship couldn't have just a few people. How are your injuries, everyone? LiuLuo asked concernedly toward the pirates lying on the deck. Captain, don't worry, we can fight again. Ha. That's right, we're all healed. Several members of the atmosphere group of pirates immediately cheered. LiuLuo felt both happy and worried upon seeing this scene. He suspected that drifting at sea for too long might be affecting their intelligence. All right, then that's good. I have some great news to share with you. LiuLuo shouted loudly. After that, he took a small box from Hiyashin, which contained the Yangyang fruit. The pirates immediately reacted upon seeing the box. Could it be a devil fruit? A devil fruit? If I could get it, that would be great. Give it to you? Dream on. This one is definitely prepared for me. A pirate with 3 vertical scars on his face said grimly. He was already at the peak of the soldier level, just a step away from the master level. He was recruited in the second wave and had participated in the battle of the Devil's Flower. I don't think so. I estimate this devil fruit belongs to Zhou Yin. Another pirate spoke up. Wang Chao's face instantly darkened, but he didn't refute it. His contributions were indeed considerable. Although he couldn't compare to the captain and the others, he was still much stronger than most. Only Zhou Yin could be considered on the same level as him. But Zhou Yin was closer to the captain. Just as Wang Chao was lost in thought, Zhou Yin walked up to him. Let us go. The captain is calling us. Let's have a match, Zhou Yin said with a smile. For him, being able to compete for this devil fruit was already a form of recognition. As for whether he could get it, he didn't care. Even if someone else obtained it, they would still have to serve LiuLuo. And as long as he could serve LiuLuo, he would be very happy. Huh? Wang Chao looked confused. It turned out that while he was lost in thought, LiuLuo had already chosen the recipients of this devil fruit. One was him, and the other was Zhou Yin. Come here, stop dawdling. If you don't want it, then I'll give it to Zhou Yin, LiuLuo called out with a smile. No, Captain, I didn't hear that. Wang Chao, with his 3 gruesome scars, grinned foolishly while scratching the back of his head. LiuLuo's words shattered all his previous wild thoughts. LiuLuo wasn't biased, which made Wang Chao feel a pang of guilt. Captain, from now on, my life belongs to you. I won't dare to think randomly again. Wang Chao secretly vowed in his heart. As Wang Chao and Zhou Yin both walked over, they both got into the zone. They knew what a single devil fruit meant. With their talents, they could never compare to Wu Ming and Xing Liangyu. Only a devil fruit could allow them to accompany this ship further. Huh. Wang Chao let out a low growl and initiated the attack first, slashing his long knife diagonally. Zhou Yin didn't lag behind either. The 2 blades clashed in the middle. In a duel between soldier-level warriors, it usually didn't involve willpower, but rather the clash of swordsmanship and physicality. Sparks flew in front of the 2, and they could read the belief of victory in each other's eyes. Zhou Yin, hand over the devil fruit to me. I'll dedicate my life to the tyrant, Wang Chao said through gritted teeth. No way, the devil fruit is mine. The tyrant needs stronger warriors. Zhou Yin responded unceremoniously. The clash between blade and sword continued, and their swordsmanship was fairly matched, but Wang Chao's physique was stronger. Therefore, he often forced Zhou Yin to dodge instead of confronting him head-on. However, dodging reduced momentum, and Wang Chao capitalized on the advantage, launching a relentless series of attacks. Zhou Yin could only passively evade or defend, and as he found himself falling into a disadvantage, it seemed he was not far from losing if this continued. As the battle intensified, Zhou Yin's physical condition began to show signs of defeat. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and had 7 or 8 wounds on his body. His movements became much slower, and his reaction started to decline. In contrast, although Wang Chao was also drenched in sweat, his breathing remained relatively steady, and he had no wounds. Zhou Yin, don't be stubborn. if this continues, you're really going to get hurt. Wang Chao attempted to verbally attack again, hoping to persuade Zhou Yin. In fact, he wasn't that much stronger than Zhou Yin. Stubborn? I, Zhou Yin, am a man who will stand beside the tyrant. Zhou Yin shouted loudly this time, almost yelling it out, then glanced at LiuLuo. That man was the one he would follow for life. I can't lose, absolutely not. Zhou Yin screamed, with both hands tightly gripping his sword. He tensed his whole body, knowing that if this continued, he would definitely lose. So at this moment, he could only gamble everything for a final strike. Die for me. Zhou Yin swung his long sword downwards towards Wang Chao. Wang Chao also noticed Zhou Yin's desperate stance. A sinister smile crossed his lips. Finally can't hold back for a life-and-death struggle. Huh? Wang Chao thought to himself. To others, they would definitely think that Wang Chao would clash with Zhou Yin to determine the victor. However, in reality, Wang Chao was not just a reckless brute. His mind was quite delicate. From the very beginning, he launched a fierce attack, displaying a fierce appearance, just to make Zhou Yin believe that he was a reckless man who would definitely not dodge. He was waiting for this opportunity. Facing Zhou Yin's desperate strike, Wang Chao suddenly stomped his right leg against the air and rolled to the left with incredible speed, making it so that Zhou Yin's long sword didn't even graze him. Wang Chao's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Not only had they not expected him to dodge, but they also hadn't anticipated that he would use LiuLuo's ultimate technique, the ground roll. Although this ground roll looked clumsy and wasn't particularly fast, it was indeed impressive for a soldier-level Wang Chao. With a loud crash, Zhou Yan's long sword struck heavily against the deck, his face filled with grief and frustration. His hands were almost unable to hold onto the sword anymore. His strength was nearing its limit. How can I keep fighting like this? Zhou Yan constantly questioned himself, not daring to glance at the people around him, especially not at LiuLuo. He was afraid of seeing the mocking expressions and disdainful sneers on their faces. How can I follow a tyrant like this? What gives me the right? Zhou Yan had begun to lose his mind, his grip on the sword becoming weaker, his gaze more vacant. By the time Wang Chao was almost upon him, he still had not reacted at all. LiuLuo noticed this and frowned slightly, instantly rushing in front of Wang Chao to intercept the knife in his hand. As the black palm made contact with the long knife, sparks flew before Zhou Yan's eyes. Did you see that? Sparks may extinguish, but swords and knives endure. As long as there are swords and knives in hand, sparks can ignite anywhere, and hope will never be extinguished. LiuLuo's voice was calm, and after speaking, he didn't linger for more than a minute before turning back to his position. All right, the match is over. I declare this devil fruit belongs to Wang Chao. With LiuLuo's words, the match came to an end. In fact, LiuLuo had always kept an eye on Wang Chao. Although he seemed fierce, he was actually very meticulous and loyal. He also knew that Zhou Yan was not Wang Chao's match, but he hoped Zhou Yan would obtain this fruit, because if Zhou Yan could acquire the devil fruit, he would gain a powerful breakthrough. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan ultimately lost. Captain, my life belongs only to the celestial dragon. Only to Captain, Wang Chao excitedly said, taking the devil fruit from LiuLuo's hand. At that moment, everyone held their breath, as they were about to witness a powerful presence emerging on this ship. As a retching sound emerged, Wang Chao's face turned red as he suppressed the spasms in his stomach. A mysterious energy began to spread within his body. So bright, so dark. In the moment Wang Chao closed his eyes, he felt a dazzling light followed by darkness. When the light came, he found himself in brightness. When he fell into darkness, he felt no sense of existence. What is this ability? What kind of fruit did I eat? Wang Chao was both excited and anxious. Without light, a mirror can never shine. It is not the creator of light, but the transmitter. In places with light, he becomes the center of attention. Wang Chao's eyes suddenly opened, and with the last glimmer of the setting sun, he radiated myriad red and yellow hues. The other pirates, witnessing this scene, revealed expressions of envy and began to fantasize about what kind of devil fruit they would possess. They were not merely dreaming. After all, these people had only been on the ship for at most 2 months, yet LiuLuo had produced 2 devil fruits. An average of 1 devil fruit per month was a frequency that was indeed enviable. Of course, this also had something to do with LiuLuo's luck. But as the saying goes, luck is also part strength. What fruit is it? LiuLuo asked. Boss, my dear boss. Wang Chao came back to his senses, almost hugging LiuLuo and kissing him, his excited emotions expressed through exaggerated body language. Quick, tell us what kind of devil fruit it is. We are all waiting. Han Weiwei appeared directly in front of Wang Chao, curiously asking. The mirror fruit, it's the mirror fruit. Wang Chao danced with excitement. Mirror Mirror Fruit? Another previously unseen devil fruit. What abilities does it have? LiuLuo asked again. Boss, for now, it can only reflect light. Wang Chao paused before continuing. But I feel this devil fruit is very powerful. I'm confident I can develop it well. You can rest assured, boss. As Wang Chao finished speaking, the other pirates became even more envious. In this era, the more a devil fruit had never been seen before, the more powerful it was. Conversely, those that had appeared in the One Piece manga were not particularly strong. The devil fruit trees from that era had already weakened significantly. All right, don't rush. As long as you perform well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. LiuLuo took the opportunity to encourage the other pirates of the Celestial Dragon Pirates. Oh, tyrant, tyrant. Long live the tyrant. As a few members of the Celestial Dragon Pirates began to shout, the other pirates joined in. The atmosphere instantly heated up, and the price of this warming was that half the ship's alcohol disappeared without a trace. LiuLuo immediately vowed that in the future, whether other things were taken or not was inconsequential, but there must be plenty of alcohol. Back in the captain's quarters, LiuLuo placed some strange and unknown items in the small storage room on the left, leaving the key with Hiyashin. After a fierce battle, LiuLuo finally embraced her, leaning against the headboard of the bed. Luo, Zhou seems to have been silent the whole time, and his expression doesn't look good. I hope nothing is wrong. Hiyashin voiced her concerns. LiuLuo tilted his head in thought and shook his head helplessly. He should be fine. If he can't handle this little bit of pressure, it will be very hard for him to survive in this world, LiuLuo said, pausing. I hope he can pull himself together. LiuLuo had always held high hopes for Zhou, but today Zhou performance did disappoint him somewhat. All right, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you. LiuLuo turned his head and looked at Hiyashin. What about me? Let's talk about the first mate of the Iron Blood Pirates. Just as he mentioned the devil fruit, LiuLuo thought of the fact that Hiyashin knew the whereabouts of a devil fruit. That was the one she had tricked the first mate of the Iron Blood Pirates into stealing from Captain Zhonghua. Hearing LiuLuo's words, Hiyashin's expression slightly changed, her brows furrowing as she fell into thought. LiuLuo had been observing her expressions. He knew that the Iron Blood Pirates had always been an inescapable stain for Hiyashin. If it weren't for today's events, LiuLuo would never have brought this up, but Hiyashin's actions today had already proven herself. So LiuLuo felt it was fine to mention it. After all, it was a devil fruit. After all this time, I really don't know if he's still around, Hiyashin said naturally, without any awkwardness. Where is he? I plan to go to Yahua, floating island next. To support the area of Huagua, where there are many people and it's easier to gather information, Hiyashin pondered for a moment. Although she didn't have the exact locations of the two places in her mind, she had a general idea of where they were. The first mate of the Iron Blood Pirate crew is named Guo Liangxin, and the place he is hiding is the original location where the Iron Blood Pirate crew was established, on an island in the southeastern region of China called Shinko Island. There is indeed a route to take a look. I estimate it's unlikely, as it's been more than 3 months since then. We had agreed that the maximum would be 2 months, Hiyashin said calmly. All right, let us go take a look. If we can, great. If not, we won't lose anything, LiuLuo said gently, looking into Hiyashin's eyes and stroking her fair shoulder with his right hand. Since Hiyashin charged in today, the gap between them had nearly vanished. A full moon rose high in the sky, and the sea breeze was light today, with only the sound of the Hailong slicing through the water. In Zhou room, he buried himself in the bed alone, breathing heavily, the sound audible even from a distance. Today, he felt like a complete failure, having talked big but ended up achieving nothing. Zhou was usually regarded as the closest person to LiuLuo among the other pirates, who treated him with great respect. But today marked a real turning point, and Zhou had let himself down. This stark contrast, combined with his strong-willed nature, left him unable to recover for a moment. He felt he had no face to meet anyone. Since the moment the competition ended, he had quietly returned to his room, hiding his head under the blanket until now. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the door, and Zhou blanket suddenly fell silent. But he did not speak. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou. It was Wang Chao's voice, which made him even more reluctant to respond. Is he here to show off? Is he here to mock me? It must be. He just wants to see me make a fool of myself. Why wasn't I the one who won? Why did I lose? Why did I have to meet you? Countless thoughts surged like a tide, overwhelming Zhou mind. Finally, the knocking stopped. Wang Chao stood outside the room, hesitating for a long time before sighing and turning to leave. He had come to comfort Zhou. However, if he had been asked to give up the devil fruit before, he would never have agreed. In the hearts of all pirates, Those who could follow LiuLuo, who followed the tyrant, were undoubtedly the strongest of the strong. To call the tyrant boss and to follow all members of the Tianlong pirate crew was a dream Wang Chao would never relinquish. But now that it was over, he still hoped Zhou Yin could pull himself together, and most importantly, must not harbor any other thoughts about the Tianlong pirate crew. He had a very good relationship with Zhou Yin and knew he was quite an extreme person. I hope he can come out of this. If you dare to do anything against Tianlong, against the boss, I will personally take you down, no matter how far. Wang Chao thought to himself as he walked away, glancing back at the closed door. The next day, after LiuLuo had toured the entire ship, he still did not see Zhou Yin. After asking around, he learned that Zhou Yin had not shown up since yesterday. Forget it. Let him take his time, LiuLuo said, shaking his head. By the way, Luo Ge, should we go to Welcome Island for supplies? Yangyang asked after some thought. In the morning, LiuLuo had held a meeting to decide the upcoming goals and direction of the Hailong. Hearing this, LiuLuo glanced at Xing Liangyu and thought of the Yin brothers, Yin Su and Yin Chong. Forget it. Let us hurry to Xinkou Island first, and then to Yahua Floating Island. We just received a message from a messenger bird that the battle there is intense. All right, then let us rush to Yahua Floating Island, and let the whole world know about the Tianlong pirate crew. Yangyang cheered with a youthful exuberance. The other pirates who heard Yangyang's words began to howl again. The atmosphere of the Tianlong pirate crew was cultivated by Yangyang. The Hailong sailed through winds and waves for 12 consecutive days and finally saw the Xinkou Island mentioned by Hiyashin at noon on the 12th day. Xinkou Island is a native island of Blue Star, which was once a mountain that formed after being submerged by seawater. Its area is not very large, about the size of a city district in China. The terrain rises continuously, with the highest point over 3,000 miles above sea level, indicating how tall the original mountain was. This time, the Hailong's approach did not meet the same treatment as before. The large town seemed to fall into a dead silence. Every household had their doors closed, but LiuLuo's observation haki allowed him to sense that many people lived there. It was just unclear why they were so afraid of him. Luo Ge, something's not right. These people are all hiding. LiuLuo and his group walked down the not-so-wide street, and not a single person was in sight. This was different from what they had observed from the sea through their binoculars, where there had been many people gathered. Before LiuLuo could speak, Wu Ming, who usually spoke little, suddenly opened his mouth. I smell death. There are many dead. Wu Ming gently wrinkled his nose and said slowly, Where? LiuLuo asked. Everywhere. At this point, everyone understood why the people here were afraid of them. They had probably encountered a pirate attack before. As LiuLuo and the others walked further into the town, suddenly, the doors of every household swung open. Countless villagers rushed out armed with makeshift weapons, surrounding LiuLuo and the others. Damn pirates, you all deserve to die. How dare you come here? This time, I'll fight to the death to bite a piece of flesh from you. Each villager looked at LiuLuo and the others with a fierce hatred, wanting nothing more than to eat their flesh and drink their blood. However, LiuLuo and the others did not rush to act because they could understand the pain they had endured. Fellow villagers, although we are pirates, we are different from other pirates. LiuLuo raised his voice, trying to explain. Different? What good pirate is there? Who would be a thief if they were a good person? Exactly, look at you guys. You don't even look like good people. Faced with the crowd's insults, LiuLuo was momentarily speechless. It seemed they were resorting to personal attacks. Not looking like a good person was fine. But what did appearance have to do with it? LiuLuo knew that continuing like this would absolutely not solve the problem. So he signaled to Yangyang and the others behind him. Everyone understood and nodded, suddenly darting out. Instantly, the scene became chaotic, with all sorts of sounds mingling. But there were no cries of pain. When Yangyang and the others returned, all the people present had been tied up with the soft ropes distributed by Yangyang. LiuLuo truly did not want to harm them, and they were indeed not ordinary pirates. Okay, now you can all shut up and listen to me. I have no intention of harming you. Once you answer my questions, we will leave. Of course, if anyone has some alcohol at home, we can trade, LiuLuo said, speaking at length, finally managing to quiet the surrounding noise. At this moment, the villagers were like fish on the chopping board, and seeing that LiuLuo and the others only tied them up instead of killing them, they began to believe LiuLuo's words a little. Are you really good people? A villager asked timidly. We are not good people, but we are not bad either, LiuLuo replied with a smile. So go ahead and ask, and I will tell you. All right, does anyone know this person, Guliangxin? As soon as LiuLuo's question was asked, it stirred up a commotion among the villagers, who began to whisper to each other and discuss. Seeing this, LiuLuo knew there was hope. Eventually, the noise subsided, and a man struggled to stand up. LiuLuo signaled Yangyang to untie him. Once the ropes fell away easily, the man stood up. We all know Yangyang, but you might not be able to find him. Why? He died just a few days ago. If it weren't for him, many of us wouldn't have died. The man said angrily, but there was also a hint of regret in his eyes. Dead? How'd he die? Yangyang immediately became anxious and rushed forward to grab the man's clothes and asked urgently. The man then explained what had happened. It turned out that not long ago, a pirate crew named Tarn arrived here, led by a middle-aged man named Yangyang, who was around 40 years old. When they first arrived, they encountered Yangyang, who was guarding the shore with a long knife. Yangyang recognized that Yangyang was not to be trifled with, so no conflict occurred. However, this did not last long. After a few days on Shinko Island, Yangyang learned that Yangyang might possess a devil fruit. This was mainly because Yangyang was quite carefree, and some villagers knew he had a devil fruit. This became the fuse that led to the tragedy. That night, Yangyang suddenly launched an attack, catching everyone off guard. Although Yangyang was strong, it was difficult for him to fend off so many attackers. In the end, he was injured and fled, and it was said that he died at the top of the mountain. Ultimately, Yangyang did not find the devil fruit, and in his rage, he started to slaughter people indiscriminately. This was the reason why so many people died here. After understanding the situation, LiuLuo instructed Yangyang and the others to release the villagers, then prepare to take everyone up the mountain while it was still bright. Since Yangyang did not find the devil fruit, it was most likely hidden away by Yangyang before he died. Regardless, this trip was imperative. The value of a devil fruit was definitely worth a thorough search here. Wu Ming, Yuying, you two take a few people and stay here to recruit some crew members. See if anyone wants to leave, but don't force anyone to stay. Okay, Lu Ye. All right, boss. In the end, Wu Ming and Huang Yueying took 3 pirates to stay behind to recruit crew members, while LiuLuo led the others towards the mountain peak. The path up the mountain was not particularly difficult, but the number of people from the Tianlong pirate crew was simply too few to conduct a thorough search. Halfway up, LiuLuo was actually about to give up. Searching like this was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack with very little chance of finding anything. It was only because he saw the enthusiasm of the other crew members that he continued searching. LiuLuo then announced that whoever found the devil fruit would keep it. This further boosted their enthusiasm, and they successfully searched their way to the top of the mountain. However, the result was that they found nothing at all. They did find quite a few bodies, all dead from sword wounds, seemingly killed by the Sea Tyrant pirate crew. The wind at the mountaintop was very strong, like a roaring engine. Most importantly, the path at the peak became perilous, with cliffs everywhere. Everyone be careful, LiuLuo shouted as a reminder. If we don't find the devil fruit and lose some good men, that would be too much of a loss. No way, Luo, why don't we come back tomorrow morning? Or go to a safe place to rest for a while. The sun has already set, Yangyang said worriedly, looking at the sun that had disappeared. LiuLuo looked at the crew members who were focused on searching around him and thought for a moment. It was indeed too dangerous. The path was difficult, and there was also dense grass blocking the way. All right, let the brothers retreat for now. We'll wait until tomorrow morning to continue. Before LiuLuo could finish his sentence, a scream was heard. Help me. A pirate who was obstructed by the grass lost his footing and fell. Below was a 1,000-meter cliff. Falling down would mean certain death. Yangyang was too far away, and even if he wanted to use his soft bones to rescue him, there was no time. In a moment of desperation, LiuLuo jumped down in front of the stunned crowd. With the help of the 3D game creation, a rope quickly appeared in LiuLuo's hand, and just as he fell, he threw it up. Yangyang hurriedly grabbed it, and the others reacted as well, pulling on the rope. The rope kept extending in LiuLuo's hands, but his falling speed was not fast enough. So he added a heavy iron block under his feet. This allowed him to quickly reach the pirate and grab his arm. Due to the momentum of the fall, LiuLuo was fine, but the pirate's arm was dislocated in the process. Fortunately, he was saved. All right, pull me up, LiuLuo shouted, his voice echoing across the mountain peak at night, startling countless wild beasts and birds. Captain, thank you so much. The pirate who was saved knelt before LiuLuo, overjoyed and in tears. Just moments ago, he thought he was going to die, but he never expected Captain LiuLuo would come to his rescue. All right, we're all brothers. Let's head down the mountain now. Be careful this time. Okay, Captain is mighty. Tyrant is awesome. With the atmosphere lifted by the cheering, the way down the mountain was quite easy. After leaving the most dangerous stretch of road, LiuLuo had people clear out a flat area to prepare for rest. The night in the mountains was not peaceful. Various strange sounds echoed continuously. However, LiuLuo and the others did not mind. A few pirates were on guard, and dealing with ordinary wild beasts was no problem at all. One of the guards was Du Xiangfei, who had been saved by LiuLuo earlier. LiuLuo initially wanted him to rest, but he insisted on keeping watch. "Du, come on, let us go to the restroom together," another pirate invited Du Xiangfei. "No, you go ahead." Du Xiangfei kept his eyes scanning the surroundings, vigilantly keeping watch. The moment he was saved, he decided to give his all to serve the tyrant and the Tianlong pirate crew. Seeing Du Xiangfei refuse, the other pirate said nothing more and walked a short distance toward the cliff. The moon tonight was not very bright, hazy, and there were quite a few clouds. The wind howled, rustling the leaves on the ground. After a moment of whistling, there was no further sound. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and the rustling of the leaves became louder. "Why isn't he back yet? He has been gone for half a day," Du Xiangfei complained. In fact, he used to be a lazy person, but today he particularly disliked such people. "Xiao Wu, go check on him. Why is he taking so long to pee?" "Du Yi." A pirate named Xiao Wu hesitated. "All right, I'll go take a look," Xiao Wu said as he stood up and walked toward the place where the previous pirate had left. After more than 10 minutes, there was no sign of him. Not a sound. "Something's off." Du Xiangfei jumped up, feeling that something was wrong since the first pirate hadn't returned. Not daring to be careless, Du Xiangfei quickly turned around and walked over to Luo Mingho's side. "Luo, something's wrong." Xiao Wu and Chang Ji went to the bathroom and still haven't come back. Du Xiangfei swallowed hard and said. Luo Mingho, who had been half asleep, instantly woke up. "How long has it been? 20 minutes? Why are we only hearing about this now? I thought they were trying to slack off." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingho didn't say anything further. He knew this was not Du Xiangfei's fault. He glanced back at LiuLuo and the others who were still asleep. "Let's go. Take me to see," Luo Mingho said as he stood up. After hesitating for a moment, he called over Sun Zhanpeng, who was not far away, and the three of them headed toward the eerily quiet thicket. Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng walked on either side, with Du Xiangfei in the middle. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, they saw a patch of flattened grass. "This is the spot." The three exchanged glances. However, there were no bloodstains or signs of struggle. "Xiao Wu, Chang Ji." Du Xiangfei called out a couple of times, but there was no response, only the sound of the wind. Suddenly, in the moonlight, a broken footprint caught Luo Mingho's attention. "What is this?" The other two followed Luo Mingho's gaze, seeing a footprint missing its heel, which was very strange. A footprint without a heel could be made by anyone, as it would happen when you lift your heel. However, this broken footprint was remarkably flat, as if the person had no heel at all. The three of them couldn't help but shiver, swallowing nervously and exchanging looks. The sounds of the wind around them suddenly felt eerie. Even more bizarre was that there was only one footprint. They couldn't find a matching one, nor were there any other footprints, as if the person had just appeared there. "Luo, Sun, what should we do?" Du Xiangfei displayed an unimaginable calmness. The more it was like this, the more he felt the Tianlong pirates needed him. "Should we quickly inform the captain and let him decide?" Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng nodded in agreement. This matter was too strange, and they didn't know how to handle it. Just as the three were about to get up and return to tell LiuLuo about what happened, Du Xiangfei soudain froze en place. "What's wrong? Hurry up." Luo Mingho pulled at Du Xiangfei, but he didn't move, suddenly looking up at Luo Mingho, his eyes filled with fear. Sun Zhanpeng and Luo Mingho were startled and instinctively looked back, finding only dense trees behind them. When they turned back, they saw Du Xiangfei trembling, discreetly pointing above their heads. In an instant, Sun Zhanpeng felt a chill run down his spine. They understood Du Xiangfei's meaning. This footprint couldn't have appeared out of nowhere, nor could it just disappear. And there was a huge tree right beside them. None of the three dared to look up or move a muscle. Their body hair stood on end, and sweat quickly soaked their clothes. The once cool breeze felt icy. "What should we do? What should we do?" Although Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng were devil fruit users, the fear of humanity had already been instilled in them by that half footprint. It is said that a strong person must not only have strength, but also a strong heart, which Luo Mingho and Sun Zhanpeng clearly lacked. However, Du Xiangfei displayed an unnatural calmness. He opened his mouth and closed it, conveying a message with his lips. "Get ready to run together. 3, 2, 1. Ah, the captain is in trouble." Du Xiangfei suddenly screamed, having prepared for the worst. Even if he died, he had to send out a signal of danger. The wind howled, and a powerful pressure came from above. Du Xiangfei's mind became extraordinarily clear in that moment of crisis. His body seemed to act independently, instinctively dropping to the ground. This was a sign of the awakening of observation hockey, which even though Yangyang and others might need a long time of practice to comprehend. But unexpectedly, Du Xiangfei managed to achieve it through this danger. A gust of wind whistled past the back of Du Xiangfei's head, making his scalp tingle. Although Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng were devil fruit users, Du Xiangfei was in a much worse situation. The two managed to evade a fatal blow, but their backs and arms bore long scars. As soon as Du Xiangfei dropped to the ground, he quickly turned his head and finally saw what this unknown fear was. Grayish skin, a broken body, a twisted half-head with a scarlet eye, and huge fangs beside its mouth. Its left arm was half missing, with bone exposed. The right arm was relatively intact. But its lower body had only one leg left, and that right leg was missing half of its heel. Overall, it looked like a creature from hell, far more hideous than anything else. The moment the three of them saw it, they almost fainted from fear. This could hardly be considered human. However, knowing what it was felt better than not knowing at all, and Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng quickly prepared for battle. Their hands transformed into scissors and pincers, while Du Xiangfei lay on his back, slowly inching backward using his hands and feet. The monster, missing its strike, also paused, effectively blocking their way back. "Don't be afraid. The captain will be here soon," Du Xiangfei shouted calmly, not only to encourage himself, but also to boost Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng's spirits. Indeed, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianpeng's rapidly rising fear slightly calmed down. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard not far away. LiuLuo and the others, upon hearing Du Xiangfei's call, instantly woke up and rushed over without a moment's delay. Although they couldn't imagine what was happening, they knew that in this place, if something happened, it would definitely be significant. When that strange figure, which could evoke a physiological reaction just by looking at it, appeared in LiuLuo's line of sight, he had a bad premonition. The monster also heard the commotion behind it and slowly turned its head, which made the Tianlong pirate's expressions tense. The monster's first glance landed on LiuLuo, who stood in the middle. When LiuLuo met that scarlet eye, he sensed something unusual from its gaze. "No, this is a person," LiuLuo thought instantly. The kind of gaze was something other creatures couldn't mimic, filled with a variety of emotional colors. "Who are you?" LiuLuo asked. Just as he finished speaking, Hiyashin, who had been a bit slower, also arrived. When she appeared, the monster trembled all over. A pair of crimson eyes instantly shifted from LiuLuo to Hiyashin. LiuLuo also looked at Hiyashin in surprise, then turned to the monster. And a bold guess emerged in his mind. "He can recognize me." This was a feeling that Hiyashin could instantly understand upon seeing the monster's gaze. Therefore, the identity of this monster became clear. "You are Guoyangshin. You are Guoyangshin?" LiuLuo and Hiyashin said almost simultaneously. At the moment he was recognized, a look of panic appeared in Guoyangshin's eyes as he turned to escape. "Why is she back? Why did she come now?" Guoyangshin felt a mix of grievance and joy. He never expected that the first person he would see upon coming back to life would be the woman he had secretly loved for a long time. However, in this current state, which was worse than a ghost, his only thought was to escape forever. "Guoyangshin, stop. Weiwei, block him." As soon as LiuLuo's words were received, Han Weiwei transformed into a flash of yellow-white lightning and blocked Guoyangshin's path. When he tried to escape from another direction, Yangyang and others quickly arrived, surrounding him completely. "Get away from me!" Guoyangshin roared, filled with endless anger and a desperate desire to escape. Black-purple nails crazily grew from his right hand, and as his four fingers came together, they formed a strange long sword. The long sword had bizarre black patterns on it, exuding an aura of death. If Wu Ming were here at this moment, he would find this feeling very familiar. It was the aura of someone who had crawled back from hell. The missing leg appeared thin and weak, but when he jumped lightly, he could cover dozens of meters, and his speed was surprisingly fast. The only one with such mobility at this moment was Han Weiwei, who also had her fingers like swords, leaping high to block Guoyangshin's path once again. The short swords of her 10 fingers intertwined with the black-purple long sword in the air. The sounds of metal friction and collision echoed continuously, yet not a single spark flickered. Both of them moved extremely quickly, and their moves were perilously fierce, constantly maneuvering around trees and cliffs. Others wanted to help, but fearing they would complicate matters with their speed, could only watch patiently. In the night sky, a mass of orange flames burned fiercely. With the firelight, a terrifying figure could be seen entangled within it. While this returned, God-level reaction, aiming. Han Weiwei's speed was not just about velocity, but also her reaction. She could almost catch every movement GivesDevil made and respond accordingly. LiuLuo's VUG exploration could achieve this, but his speed did not allow him to make the perfect response. Han Weiwei was different. She was the perfect combination of speed and reaction, almost overpowering GivesDevil in their fight. However, the effect was rather ordinary, as the sword in GivesDevil's hand was extremely bizarre, always managing to narrowly deflect Han Weiwei's short swords. GivesDevil was indeed a powerful swordsman. Although his body seemed somewhat stiff, the black sword always reached unexpectedly effective positions. Occasionally, when Han Weiwei could break through his defense, she could only leave a series of sparks on him. Indeed, during the battle, Han Weiwei discovered that GivesDevil's body was as tough as steel. It looked broken but had terrifying defensive power. Get away from me. GivesDevil was genuinely uncomfortable being entangled by Han Weiwei, almost unable to attack and forced to defend passively. Whenever he had the chance to strike a few swords, they could easily be dodged by Han Weiwei. Don't force me. The long cry buzzed. GivesDevil became increasingly anxious as he fought, directly using a sword technique from his past life. The black-purple long sword emitted a strange sound, resembling the low moans of countless vengeful spirits. Hearing the sound, GivesDevil froze in place, looking at the sword in his hand. When he used this move before, he had heard a clear sword chant, but this time it was such a sound. Boundless hatred surfaced in his eyes. All of this was caused by the pirate crew called Hai Ba. That day, GivesDevil was forced to the edge of a cliff. Li Tian made him call out the devil fruit, then let him go. But GivesDevil was not the type to be afraid. So he directly ate the devil fruit and jumped off the cliff. The cliff was 1,000 feet high. No one could survive. GivesDevil was no exception. Not only did he die, but he died a miserable death. Almost all the flesh on his body was ground away. And in the end, only one relatively intact right arm remained. He thought he had died like that, but unexpectedly, after an unknown period, a strange power surged within him, allowing him to come back to life. Not only did he come back to life, but he also gained an almost immortal steel body. He was sure that the strange power came from the devil fruit he swallowed before dying. And the only fruit that could bring someone back to life in one piece seemed to be the Yomi Yomi Nomi. After Brook in one piece was resurrected, he became a walking skeleton, while GivesDevil became a broken zombie. Brook could control some abilities related to souls, but he gained a strong physical body and the ability to mutate his incomplete form. I am no longer the same. This move, Long Ming, dealt GivesDevil a heavy slap, making him realize the current world. He was no longer the old him, and the sword was no longer the old sword. Mianvila Hanveiv, seeing GivesDevil in a daze, instinctively launched an attack, her right hand's five-finger sword swiftly approaching GivesDevil's right chest. This was the best response her reflexes could provide. One strike to kill. No. Yashin cried out urgently to stop her, but it was too late. Hanveiv, sacrificing her nail-short sword to corrosion, used all her strength to thrust it hard into GivesDevil's chest. GivesDevil let out an unpleasant sound, staring blankly at the 10-finger sword embedded in his chest, then looked up at the enchanting woman before him. That delicate neck made GivesDevil's mouth involuntarily open slightly, revealing two sharp fangs. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Han Weiwei, who thought she had already won, suddenly felt the hairs on her body stand on end. The Kinbunchika haki had given her the most direct feedback, and she immediately dodged. However, when she tried to withdraw the five-finger sword, she realized it was stuck in his flesh, making it very slow to pull out. A chilling wind rushed toward her neck, a stench filling the air, and the low moans of ghosts echoed. At this moment, neither her god-level reaction nor the powerful physique of an animal-type devil fruit user was of any use in such a confined space. How could this happen? Clearly, the heart has been shattered. Why is he still not dead? This battle was truly not Han Weiwei's fault. If she had known that shattering his heart wouldn't kill him, she would definitely not have done so, putting herself in danger. She felt two icy, bone-chilling sensations at her neck, and Han Weiwei had already despaired. Even if she were to detach the five-finger sword from her hand now, it would be too late. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. I want to take a glance at LiuLuo, take a glance at Yangyang, but I am completely blocked by the black-purple flesh in front of me. Liu Yangyang, I'm leaving first. I didn't expect it to be so sudden. I'm sorry I can't search for Sister Yuching with you anymore. I'm really terrible. The worst second mate in the world. If I could live again, I would definitely lose weight in my next life. Countless thoughts flowed through Han Weiwei's mind. She was reluctant to die, unwilling to part with everything she had. But as she thought more, She felt increasingly uneasy because the anticipated intense pain had not yet arrived. What's going on? Why am I not dead yet? Could it be that heaven really wants me to lose weight? Han Weiwei suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked around. That nauseating face, those fierce, sharp teeth, were still beside her. However, Guo Yangxin's gaze had drifted to Hiyashin. Just moments ago, Guo Yangxin's consciousness had gone a bit crazy, wanting to drink blood, wanting to forget the past. Suddenly, a voice echoed deep within his soul. He was very familiar with that voice. It was indeed Hiyashin. Stop it, Guo Yangxin. Those simple 5 words instantly brought Guo Yangxin back to his senses. This was the soul mark that Hiyashin had left on him, enabling soul communication. In fact, Hiyashin had tried to communicate since she arrived on the island, but had received no response. Just when Han Weiwei was in crisis, she attempted again and unexpectedly established a bridge for communication. Everything about Guo Yangxin changed, even his sword and swordsmanship, which made it impossible for him to return to the original world. However, Hiyashin's soul mark was the only thing that had not changed, the only thing he had preserved from his life. So, I am still here. The world has not abandoned me. She has come to find me. At that moment, Hiyashin seemed like a light in Guo Yangxin's life. Without her appearance, Guo Yangxin might have been gradually tamed by that bloodthirsty impulse, ultimately losing all humanity and becoming a true monster. I'm here. I've come to find you. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Hiyashin said again, slowly walking towards Guo Yangxin. Hiyashin walked slowly, opening her arms. LiuLuo, seeing this scene, didn't think too much. First, his relationship with Hiyashin had reached a level of complete trust after their last experience. Second, if she were in Hiyashin's place and encountered Guo Yangxin at this moment, he would also open his arms to pull Guo Yangxin out of the dark world. As Hiyashin got closer to Guo Yangxin, his initial joy gradually turned into frustration, then into anger. Don't come over, don't come over. Suddenly, Guo Yangxin began to shout loudly, his emotions becoming extremely agitated. He found his appearance disgusting. Therefore, he was even less willing to tarnish the woman he loved most. Why? Liangxin, come with me. Start a new life, Hiyashin said, turning to look at LiuLuo, her face showing a rare shyness. I forgot to introduce you. This is my man, LiuLuo, captain of the Tianlong Pirates. I've also started my new life. You should start your new life too. Hiyashin said all this to resonate with Guo Yangxin, to resonate with the idea of a new life. This way, it would be easier to persuade Guo Yangxin. What she failed to account for was that she didn't know Guo Yangxin liked her. Hearing Hiyashin's words, Guo Yangxin was momentarily stunned. She already has a man, has her own lover. For some reason, Guo Yangxin suddenly felt a bit better inside. Perhaps this would prevent him from overthinking. In just a few seconds, it felt as if a chemical reagent had poured into Guo Yangxin's heart, undergoing a frenzied transformation. From love to a desire to protect. From the woman he liked to the sister he wanted to protect. Since I can no longer love you, then I will protect you. With this thought, Guo Yangxin's heart instantly calmed down, and he felt completely relaxed. The originally ghastly sound of the sword now softened significantly. Turning to look at LiuLuo, with his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, he was indeed handsome and imposing, like a strong wind howling, with an extraordinary presence. He really looks good, and his aura is strong enough to barely match Yashin. But if he wants to be my brother-in-law, he still has to fight. Suddenly, LiuLuo sensed a strong desire for victory in Guo Yangxin's eyes and secretly smiled. I'm not afraid you want to fight. I'm afraid you want to avoid it. It seems I will have to take this general under my command. Guo Yangxin's hoarse voice rang out again. Yashin is my sister. Since you want to be my brother-in-law, we still have to fight to see if you have the qualifications. Come and fight, LiuLuo said without any unnecessary words, leaping up with his long hair flying and his robe billowing, heading straight for the peak. Spear, come. As he spoke, a coiling white bone spear seemed to come to life, firmly grasped in LiuLuo's hand, and his momentum exploded instantly. The members of the Tianlong Pirates, seeing this scene, began to shout loudly. Their captain was always so domineering and handsome. Under the moonlight, at the peak, one person with one spear, there was nowhere they couldn't go. So he has such a handsome side, Hiyashin thought, feeling her legs tighten. How could she not love such a man? Lin Xiaoran's face involuntarily turned red. Recalling what happened that night, her eyes becoming dreamy. No one expected that such a straightforward girl as Lin Xiaoran would also have a moment of infatuation. Guo Yangxin saw LiuLuo like this, and not only did he not feel jealous, but instead showed a hint of a smile. After letting Han Weiwei go, the black-purple long sword pointed diagonally at the peak. The great battle was about to begin. Fight! Yangyang shouted loudly, his right leg like a spring, easily leaping 100 meters, launching an attack on LiuLuo. One person with one sword, one person with one spear. In the blink of an eye, they clashed fiercely, the spear like a dragon, overwhelming in momentum, carrying the force of 1,000 troops, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. The black sword was like a snake, strange and changeable, agile yet powerful, aided by eerie winds and strange sounds. For a time, the two fought fiercely, unable to part. Both were mid-level warriors, so they tacitly refrained from using any devil fruit abilities. Bang bang bang, woos woos woos. The spear and sword had no eyes, but the people did. Their moves were almost perilous, directly threatening vital points, yet every time the crowd covered their mouths and noses, they could easily resolve the danger. As they fought, their seemingly perilous moves resembled a performance match. Neither could gain the upper hand. The spear and sword crossed. Crimson eyes met black eyes. Both knew that if this continued, it would take a long time to determine the victor. Both exerted strength, using the recoil to retreat. LiuLuo unleashed his most powerful spear technique with the unquenchable spear. Countless powers of the devil began to gather, glowing like fireflies. In an instant, a cold-eyed white giant dragon soared into the sky, carrying the momentum of thunderclouds and fierce winds, charging towards Yangyang. A loud bird call echoed through the sky, imbued with a violent emotion, as a black-purple phoenix soared into the sky. This bird returned from death, not because it was immortal, but because it was indestructible. The white dragon and the black phoenix crossed the sky, their roars tearing through the air. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Ming and Huang Yueying rushed out of the house, their eyes fixed on the unusual scene at the mountaintop. They didn't know what was happening up there, but such an intense battle was definitely no small matter. At this moment, they could only hope that the white dragon would defeat the black phoenix. The unyielding stubbornness and indomitable will clashed continuously, consuming and tearing at each other without a moment's pause. The white dragon cried out in pain, while the black phoenix screamed in agony. Rocks flew up at the summit, the wind howled like a raging wave, and some people could barely keep their eyes open. Yangyang, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. He knew that LiuLuo's true strength required the assistance of the devil fruit abilities. Although it seemed that neither of them was using their devil fruit abilities at this moment, Yangyang had already done so. His physical body and will were both enhanced by the power of his Huangquan fruit. Luo, go hold on. Not only Yangyang, but countless others silently shouted in their hearts. Even though they knew this was not LiuLuo's true power, they didn't want LiuLuo to lose. Among them, Yangyang was the most anxious. Although she felt sorry for Yangyang's predicament, she absolutely did not want LiuLuo to lose. LiuLuo was the man she had chosen for life. But now that the two had reached a fever pitch in their battle, she could do nothing to stop them. In the sky, the white dragon and the black phoenix fought relentlessly, and for a moment, no victor could be determined. LiuLuo and Yangyang exchanged a glance, both filled with resolve. Yangyang had already decided to treat Yangyang as a sister, so he wanted to put on one last show in front of her. LiuLuo had even more reasons not to lose. He was the leader of the Tianlong pirate group, and Yangyang's man. No matter what, he could not lose today. But he also did not want to use the power of the devil fruit. He wanted to defeat Yangyang in a fair fight with his marksmanship, completely subduing Yangyang, as that would be meaningful. He refused to use the power of the devil fruit, did not want to use hockey, and would not use his strongest move, World Destruction Volcano, to defeat Yangyang, who was at the mid-level of the warrior master tier and had the physical enhancement of the Huangquan fruit. There was only one way, to break through to the high level of the gun master tier. However, breaking through to the high level of the gun master tier was no easy feat. He had unintentionally broken through to the mid-level of the gun master tier by comprehending the unquenchable gun. To break through to the high level of the gun master tier in such a short time was akin to dreaming. Just as LiuLuo was racking his brain thinking of a strategy, a piece of information entered his mind without any warning. Special task: defeat Yangyang. Use 5 points of game development experience to gain point Ray Will, 1 point of Blue Ray, Breaking Dawn. Use 10 points of game development experience to gain extreme point Will, break through to high-level gun master. The gun tip pierces through all. Use 15 points of game development experience to gain Overlord Will, break through to high-level gun master. The Overlord descends upon the world. Nothing can deceive. Task complete. Gain the utmost loyal general, Yangyang. 3 members of the Tianlong pirate group break through to master level. After absorbing this information, A smile unconsciously appeared on LiuLuo's face. So this is how game development experience is used, a special task? Awesome. However, he was also somewhat puzzled about whether the things obtained upon task completion were real. He did not believe that his devil fruit had such powerful energy. The first option was understandable. Defeating Yangyang would likely allow him to subdue him. This was a causal relationship. The second option, allowing the 3 members of the Tianlong pirate group to break through to master level, seemed a bit mystical. Would they break through just because he won? That didn't constitute a causal relationship and wasn't very scientific. Or was it that the game fruit used its mysterious power to help the 3 break through? LiuLuo thought briefly about it and decided not to dwell on it. Pondering this would yield no results. It was better not to think about it, since it was a good thing that solved his immediate problem. LiuLuo calculated that he had gained a total of 17 points of game development experience. So the question arose again. Which should he choose? The first option only required 5 points of development experience, but wouldn't support his breakthrough to high-level master, giving it a bit of a useless feeling. The second and third choices could help him break through to high-level master, but required a bit more development experience. Glancing at Yangyang across from him, LiuLuo felt that just gaining a point ray might not necessarily determine the winner. Therefore, he first ruled out the first option, leaving him with the simpler choice of whether to choose the less costly extreme point will or the more expensive overlord will. In the end, as the white dragon and black phoenix perished together in the sky, LiuLuo made his choice. It's you, extreme point. LiuLuo let out a loud shout, and the giant rocks beneath him exploded, as if the very earth trembled with him. Even the moon in the sky dared not meet LiuLuo's gaze. The reason he ultimately chose extreme point was that this was not a dire situation. He didn't want to expend too much development experience in case he faced real danger later and had nothing left to use. He suspected that the special task appeared now because he had accumulated enough points. Moreover, he could still comprehend these wills in the future. So, choosing the extreme point that was just enough to defeat Yangyang was the optimal solution. Breaking through to high-level gun master, his overall strength increased, and the density of his muscles had surpassed the limits of the human body. Even without steel hardening, ordinary bullets could not harm him in the slightest. LiuLuo calmly swept his gaze over Yangyang and then looked at the crowd. Not to mention others, even in Yangyang's eyes, there was a hint of admiration. Achieving a breakthrough in the heat of battle was something others wouldn't even dare to think about, let alone accomplish. Yet LiuLuo did it, and so effortlessly. So this is the man chosen by Yashin. He is indeed powerful. Yangyang submit. In truth, he had always understood that he was the one at a disadvantage. The ability of the Huangquan fruit was mostly passive, so he had essentially been using it all along. LiuLuo, on the other hand, had not mixed in a trace of the devil fruit's power. He hadn't even used any buff abilities. The captain is mighty. Someone in the crowd shouted, immediately triggering a chain reaction. The captain is mighty. The captain is mighty. The boss is awesome. My husband is the best. Yashin whispered excitedly, her voice drowned out by the crowd, but it couldn't stop her heart from racing with excitement. Do we keep fighting? LiuLuo ignored the chaotic shouts, quietly looking at Yangyang, who deserved his respect. Fight! Yangyang's fighting spirit surged as he jumped straight into the sky. This is my final strike, the most powerful move of my life. Consider this a farewell to the past. I am about to start a new life. Yangyang spoke calmly, but his eyes shone with new hope. Wait, Ming. With the black and purple longsword raised high, all sounds disappeared, and even the world quieted significantly. This strike was incredibly powerful. However, the only drawback was that it required a longer charging time, so Yangyang could only use it in such situations. The world had fallen silent, with only the heart and sword still humming softly. Zheng! The sword gently descended, and the world returned to its noisy state. But LiuLuo was completely the opposite. Just now he felt the world was noisy and incessant, but at this moment, the world fell silent, with only the sound of Clang echoing. The sword had no trace, hard to find. Outsiders saw Yangyang's move and thought he had merely made an empty slash. Suddenly, LiuLuo moved, thrusting the dragon bone spear straight out, a strike plain and unadorned, with only the tip of the spear sparkling like a star. This thrust by LiuLuo was perfectly timed, at exactly an arm's length, neither more nor less, with all his strength channeled into the spear tip. The extreme point will took limited power and condensed it infinitely, similarly gathering the demonic power that flowed in. The energy at the spear tip had been refined countless times. Though it was just a point, it could break through anything. Crack, crack! The sound akin to shattering glass suddenly reached everyone's ears. Just as people were puzzled, they saw a burst of intense energy erupting from the tip of LiuLuo's spear. This energy seemed like a popped balloon, its power unable to coalesce, instantly scattering and causing the onlooking dragon sea pirates to sway in all directions. It was evident that Yangyang's strike was definitely not weak. After Yangyang's strike ended, he fell back instantly. At this moment, he felt incredibly relaxed. He had done all he could do. "Are you willing to join my dragon sea pirate crew?" LiuLuo asked, sheathing his spear with a serious tone. "I am willing," Yangyang replied without any hesitation. The dragon might need him, but he needed the dragon sea pirate crew even more to start anew and find meaning in life again. The reason he chose to be Yangyang was that he wanted to completely say goodbye to his past. From now on, there would only be Yangyang in this world, and no more Yangyang. After the battle, LiuLuo and the others deemed it unnecessary to stay on the mountain any longer, so they descended that night. The Huangquan fruit had already been consumed by Yangyang. What else could he seek in solitude? After descending the mountain, the sun was about to rise. Given everyone's stamina, there was no need to rest. Once the sun fully rose, LiuLuo organized the recruitment of pirates. However, the people of Shinko Island were not very enthusiastic. Only a few youths were eager to try, but they were also restricted by their parents. It wasn't until LiuLuo brought out wooden spirits and gold coins that many people were stimulated to want to join. In the end, LiuLuo added a strong incentive, vowing to take revenge for Shinko Island and annihilate the Sea Tyrant pirate crew, which finally opened the doors to Shinko Island. Many orphans were willing to join, but since the Dragon Sea pirate crew was not just anyone could join, a few soldier-level pirates were sent as testers. After doing all this, LiuLuo stepped back, finding a stool to watch. The front was handled by Huang Yueying, Do Yangyang, and the others. "By the way, where's Guoliang?" "Guoliang?" LiuLuo asked as he received water from Hiyashin. "He's in the room, not sure what he's doing. He asked for a bunch of white cloth." Hiyashin said with a sigh, "I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Maybe if I hadn't let Guoliang go steal the devil fruit back then, the Iron Blood pirate crew wouldn't have suffered a great disaster, and there wouldn't be a Guoliang now." However, without all of this, it seems she wouldn't have met LiuLuo either. Looking at LiuLuo beside her, who was staring at her, she suddenly smiled again. "Maybe this is fate's arrangement." "What are you laughing at? So happy?" LiuLuo leaned in to ask. "I wasn't laughing at anything," she replied, and just as she lightly kissed the corner of LiuLuo's mouth like a dragonfly skimming the water, she was suddenly held down by LiuLuo's hand on her head. "Woo, woo, woo." After finally breaking free from his grasp, Hiyashin shot LiuLuo a reproachful glance and looked around to see if anyone noticed them. Just then, she saw a person wrapped entirely in white cloth walking out, which startled her into covering her mouth. LiuLuo followed her gaze and saw a deformed figure, covered in white strips of cloth, with only a pair of eyes exposed, without even a mouth or nose. No need to guess. The only one who could go without breathing was Guoliang. "This outfit does resemble a strong person," LiuLuo thought to himself. Hiyashin opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Perhaps this was his choice. This was certainly better than how things used to be. Guoliang's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. Some pointed and whispered. Guoliang pretended not to hear or see anything. From a moment he decided to start a new life, he had prepared himself for everything. "Everyone shut up, go do what you need to do." Wu Ming kicked the two pirates beside him who were whispering. He had only learned about Guoliang yesterday, but at this moment, he understood Guoliang's heart best. He had once been like that, afraid to face people. However, he was far luckier than Guoliang. Guoliang heard the voice and looked at Wu Ming. The two exchanged no words, but a glance was enough to understand each other's feelings. Did he also go through this? Although Guoliang had already decided to remain loyal to the Dragon Sea pirate crew forever, at this moment, he felt a sense of recognition. Guoliang hopped over to LiuLuo's side, bowed his head as a greeting, then positioned himself behind Hiyashin, saying nothing more. Hiyashin wanted to speak, but was stopped by LiuLuo, who gently squeezed her hand. He might not understand how Guoliang felt at this moment, but he knew that a strong person never needed consolation. This was like treating someone with a mental condition. The more you think they're sick and treat them as such, the angrier they will become. However, when you treat all their behaviors as normal, they will live much more easily. No need for many words, no need for excessive concern. He just needed to do what he liked. Not wanting to think about Guoliang anymore, LiuLuo turned his mind to another matter. Wasn't it said in last night's mission that defeating Yangyang would lead to 3 pirates breaking through to the master level? Yet there had been no news about it until now. In a forest, not long ago, Du Xiangfei, who had just acquired observation hockey, was training hard. At this moment, Du Xiangfei had his eyes closed, holding a long knife, with his speed fluctuating, continuously flipping, and the fallen leaves around him following the momentum of his blade, forming a long dragon. If someone could walk beside him at this moment, they would hear his murmuring. No one could go against the captain. Die for me. The long knife suddenly accelerated, slicing out swiftly, as if there was an enemy in front of him wanting to go against LiuLuo. The captain says kill, I kill. The captain says stop, I stop. The long knife slowed down as if LiuLuo had spoken, preventing him from killing. Between killing and not killing, it seemed to be only a word apart, yet it led to 2 completely different outcomes, and this outcome was not in Du Xiangfei's hands. Fast and slow were 2 states, but they could shift at the whim of a single person's words. No matter how fast the knife swung, it could stop in the next moment. No matter how slow it swung, it could fly up in the next moment. Unintentionally, a will of fast and slow was taking shape in Du Xiangfei's heart. The knife in his hand became increasingly casual, switching between fast and slow without needing to pause. The captain says kill, I kill. The captain says stop, I stop. Kill, stop. With his eyes closed, Du Xiangfei suddenly felt a strange power rising within him, as if someone in the void was whispering the great way in his ear. Du Xiangfei suddenly opened his eyes, and his heart was already enlightened. With a dull flash and a high shout, countless demonic powers instantly converged on the long knife. At this moment, to outsiders, it seemed that Du Xiangfei was frozen in place. But the next moment, they realized that his knife had already swung out. The falling leaves hesitated for a moment before continuing to drift down, only to find that they had been smoothly cut into 8 pieces. Who? Du Xiangfei panted excitedly, having waited too long for this moment. Mastering the demonic power was truly an intoxicating thing. It was so powerful, far stronger than any of his previous moves. This is why 100 people at the soldier level are definitely not a match for even one at the master level, because they have undergone a fundamental transformation. Their will has begun to mobilize demonic power to launch powerful attacks. This was not the end. Countless demonic powers began to converge towards his body, integrating with the cells within. Du Xiangfei joyfully watched as his rapidly expanding arms gradually returned to calm. Who? This feeling was simply wonderful, haha. It must be the good luck brought by the captain. The new captain is destined for immortality, haha. Du Xiangfei laughed heartily, casually resting the long knife on his shoulder, taking a few steps before starting to jog. He wanted to quickly share this good news with LiuLuo, to tell him about the captain he admired the most. After he left, a gust of wind blew through, causing a dozen trees to suddenly collapse, their cut surfaces incredibly smooth as if they had been cut that way. At the pirate recruitment center, LiuLuo watched as Lin Xiaoran, Du Xiangfei, and Wang Chao arrived one after another, his mind racing. Did they really break through to the master level? This isn't scientific. Or perhaps they were supposed to break through today, and the game Fruit anticipated this. If it was just an anticipation, then the reward is too lackluster. It's like just giving a heads up. It has no substantial meaning, and cannot be called a reward. If it's the mysterious ability of the game Fruit interfering, then the game Fruit is too powerful. LiuLuo looked at the 3, remaining silent. The 3 thought he was reprimanding them for being proud. After all, LiuLuo had numerous capable subordinates, and master level was not considered top-notch. Before LiuLuo could speak, Hiyashin noticed the thoughts of the 3. Although she didn't know why LiuLuo was frowning at such a good thing, she exclaimed, "You guys are amazing. This further strengthens our Tianlong pirate group." She raised her fist, excitedly saying this and waving it in front of LiuLuo. LiuLuo instantly understood her good intentions and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, very good. Very good. I was just thinking about what kind of fortune I have to have all 3 of you break through to the master level on the same day, haha. LiuLuo joked, and the 3 finally felt relieved. Boss, I thought you were unhappy, haha. Lin Xiaoran was the most direct, expressing his feelings without any extra thoughts. How could I be unhappy? Today is the happiest day, okay? Let's celebrate tonight. LiuLuo said with a smile, internally sweating. This girl really says everything. After sending off the 3, Hiyashin walked over to LiuLuo's side. What were you thinking just now? LiuLuo didn't hide it and directly told her about the special mission released by the game Fruit. Hearing this, Hiyashin's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what the hell? She never imagined that the devil Fruit could have such abilities, cautiously glancing at Gui Liang not far away and shaking her head helplessly. You really didn't lose unfairly. LiuLuo immediately sensed Hiyashin's gaze, coldly nodded, and then closed his eyes. That evening, LiuLuo looked at the crowd in a frenzy in the open space, happily holding Hiyashin and occasionally taking a sip of wine. After a day of effort, the Tianlong pirate group had recruited a total of 67 new members, plus the original 32, totaling 99 people, not counting the high-level members. Although it looked like they had already exceeded 100 people for a well-known pirate group. 100 people was still not enough. However, LiuLuo didn't plan to recruit any more on Shinko Island. He had already selected enough quality pirates and planned to leave the next day. Look over there. Hiyashin suddenly raised her head, signaling LiuLuo to look not far away. To LiuLuo's surprise, Wu Ming was sitting with GivesDevil, and even more unexpectedly, GivesDevil had removed the bandages from his mouth and accepted the drink Wu Ming offered. Tyrant, he's good. They each took a sip. The Tianlong pirate group is also good. They drank again. Wu Ming and GivesDevil were not the type to engage in conversation. After a couple of exchanges, their words ran out, and they occasionally exchanged glances, drinking another cup. They kept drinking until everyone else couldn't anymore, before finally parting ways, their bodies not swaying even a bit. These were truly two tough men, both having been through hell and climbed up from the abyss. LiuLuo looked at the two and couldn't help but smile. Very good, very good. These two quiet ones will have someone to talk to in the future. Ha ha ha. It is quite good, Hiyashin said with a wry smile, thinking of the others in the Iron Blood pirate group. I wonder if Zhang De made it out in the end, and if Zhang Hua is dead or alive. However, LiuLuo didn't give her a chance to think about other men, directly picking her up and walking toward the cabin. The moonlight spilled down and the wind howled. The wind grew stronger, the air gradually becoming humid, and dark clouds slowly pulled up the curtain as a storm quietly approached. The next morning, looking at the rain outside the house, LiuLuo rubbed his hair and ultimately decided to set off. He didn't know when the rain would stop, and waiting wasn't a solution. So the Tianlong pirate group took advantage of the heavy rain and boarded the Sea Dragon again, setting sail. Half a day later, Yangyang hurriedly ran into the captain's room. Brother Luo, it's bad. That kid Zhou Yin didn't board the ship. Yangyang's face was anxious. Not only did LiuLuo have high hopes for Zhou Yin, but Yangyang and the others also thought highly of him. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo's brows furrowed tightly. He had thought Zhou Yin would just be upset for a few days, but he didn't expect the kid to defect. Leaving the Sea Dragon without LiuLuo's orders was considered defection, with no justification. Brother Luo, should I take people to catch him? Yangyang said coldly. This kind of thing seemed trivial, but it had a very negative impact on the Tianlong pirate group, especially after recently gaining a wave of new recruits. Hearing this, LiuLuo hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, let him go. Keep the news contained within a certain range. Try not to let others know. Okay, Brother Luo, I'll tell them right away. At LiuLuo's nod, Yangyang turned and ran out. After Yangyang left, LiuLuo lost interest in training. Stepping out of the captain's room to look at the newcomers of the Tianlong pirate group, clumsily working on the ship's items under the guidance of the elders in the pouring rain. This kid, really, sigh, LiuLuo murmured helplessly. Zhou Yin had talent and loyalty. This is also why LiuLuo did not let Yangyang bring him back. Once he captured Zhou Yin, it would be as if he was nailed to the pillar of shame, with no chance of turning back. Forget it. I hope to see you again in the future. LiuLuo exhaled a breath of turbid air and stopped thinking too much. The dark clouds in the sky were pressing extremely low, the wind was strong, and the rain was heavy, making it hard to breathe. On Shinko Island, Zhou Yin watched the Sea Dragon ship disappear below the horizon, and tears silently flowed down his face. He understood that he was an extreme person. He was very clear that in this state, he could not keep up with LiuLuo's pace at all. Moreover, in this state, he could not adjust himself while remaining on the ship. Captain, wait for me. I will return as a strong person, always guarding the glory of the Tianlong pirate group. He murmured, biting his lip, and the rain instantly washed it clean. He let out a long breath. He felt his body was incredibly relaxed at this moment. The wind and rain blowing on his face felt so comfortable. A kind of indescribable clarity slowly rose within him. In the rainwater, countless demonic powers began to converge towards his body, as if every cell in him had sprouted wings. Some of the will converged on weapons, while others concentrated within the human body. However, most people extended their will through swords and gained a very powerful offensive skill. Very few could condense their will like Zhou Yin at this moment, enhancing their body in all aspects. In this relaxed state, Zhou Yin felt much clearer in his mind, and his perception of demonic power became much stronger. This condensation of will is very rare. In terms of strength, it may not be a match for offensive will. But from a long-term perspective, it far surpasses offensive will by a wide margin. Huff. Taking another deep breath, Zhou Yan closed his eyes, casually drew the long sword at his waist, and began to swing it recklessly. The faster he swung, the brighter his smile became. The sword light looked extremely complicated in the wind and rain, yet Zhou Yan's expression was very relaxed. Or rather, this relaxation made the complicated sword style seem simple. Every move connected very quickly, but this speed was not rushed. 108 sword strikes were unleashed. The countless sword shadows formed a large net, preventing even a single drop of rain from passing through. The wind was powerless, the rain was powerless, and could only allow that sword, that person, to act as they pleased in this world. Demonic power gathered again, and the sword net glowed with a blue light, rushing towards the distant sea. As the sword net entered the sea, there was only a rustling sound, yet it divided the sea water into countless small sections. Zhou Yan opened his eyes again, filled with joy. He never expected to advance to the master level under such circumstances and have comprehended two powerful wills consecutively. One was the rare will of ease, and the other was the powerful will of spontaneity. If LiuLuo knew all of this, he would surely be immensely pleased, as he had made the right judgment. If LiuLuo had sent someone to bring Zhou Yan back, there wouldn't be any of this happening now. Moreover, Zhou Yan's situation also indicates from another perspective that the reward from the game fruit and special missions truly exist and are not just simple predictions. Because if one could predict the other three, they could certainly predict Zhou Yan as well, meaning the reward should be for 4 people breaking through to master level, not 3. From this point, it can also be seen that the game fruit is indeed a very powerful and mysterious devil fruit. Time passed quickly, especially over the vast ocean. The sun rose and set, making it seem tedious for those watching, not knowing how the sun could endure such a thing. It had been nearly a month and a half since leaving Shinko Island, and the number of ships encountered along the way was relatively few, but starting a few days ago, the number of ships had increased. It seemed that they were not far from reaching Yahua floating island, and the Red Earth continent was close. In the captain's cabin, an extremely pleasant and melodious song emanated, and everyone in the Tianlong pirate group showed a relaxed expression. Xingyue danced while singing. It was unclear who she inherited this talent from, but her artistic gifts were truly astonishing. Singing, dancing, painting, playing the piano, she could pick up anything and do it well. Moreover, the songs she sang and the dances she performed were all self-choreographed. No one had taught her, nor had she learned from anyone. After finishing a song, LiuLuo and Hiyashin quickly applauded. Xingyue was the most popular presence in the Tianlong pirate group. Without her, half the people in the Tianlong pirate group would probably be bored to death. So amazing. My Xingyue is really incredible. Come here, and let Uncle give you a kiss. LiuLuo picked up the running Xingyu and gave her a heavy kiss on her chubby face. Come on, let Annie give you a kiss too. Hiyashin also adored this child immensely. Xingyue, what will you perform tonight? LiuLuo asked again. Since Xingyue began to show her talent a few days ago, she often performed for the Tianlong pirate group. This had become something everyone looked forward to, mainly because Xingyue's songs were truly beautiful. Xingyue tilted her little head, pondering for a moment. I wrote a song yesterday called The Girl on the Sea, and I plan to sing it for them today. Xingyue said grandly. During this time, with LiuLuo's careful care, Xingyue had become much more talkative. If people from her previous life heard her, they would surely think this child was lying. After all, how could a 12 or 13-year-old child write songs? However, LiuLuo and the others truly believed her. As this was not her first song, this might just be the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Of course, this also made LiuLuo wonder if it was the consequence of that devil flower stamen. But since it didn't harm Xingyue, LiuLuo didn't think much of it. At night, the Sea Dragon ship was brightly lit and bustling. Today, the only big star of the Tianlong pirate group, Xingyue, was about to perform again, dressed in a floral dress. The small Xingyue slowly walked onto the pre-built stage. From this, it could be seen that the people of the Tianlong pirate group took their big star very seriously. Xingyue was indeed everyone's spiritual sustenance. As the melodious song flowed from Xingyue's mouth, her graceful dance began to unfold. The members of the Tianlong pirate group listened as if entranced, nodding their heads and humming along with Xingyue's rhythm. Her singing seemed to cleanse the soul, driving away fatigue. Watching her dance made people feel incredibly relaxed. The members of the Tianlong pirate group did not know that at this moment, this scene was being watched by a ship in the distance. The brightly lit Sea Dragon ship was hard to miss. The Tianlong pirate group? I haven't heard of them. Their name is quite loud. I wonder if they are any good. They even have performances. Their life must be comfortable, muttered the captain of the Qinglang pirate group, Zhang Qiang, as he enjoyed Xingyue's dance through a telescope. Boss, should I go and grab some people for you? We can start our own arch troupe and perform every day, huh? Chang Jihong said with a lewd expression. The person he wanted to grab wasn't Ti Xingyue, but rather several other women from the Tianlong pirate crew. Whether it was He Yaxin, Huang Yueying, or Lin Xiaoran, they all had extremely high attractiveness. This made the Qinglang pirate crew, which had always been without women on board, very envious. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang also felt his heart stir. He stared at Chang Jihong for a few seconds, then picked up the binoculars and focused on He Yaxin, who was beside LiuLuo, gritting his teeth and finally nodding. The Wolf Fang ship began to slowly approach the Sea Dragon ship, and the 400 to 500 pirates on board showed excited smiles upon hearing the order. Due to the ability of LiuLuo fruit, He Yaxin was particularly sensitive to some soul-related perceptions. She turned her head to look at the ship that was changing direction, with massive teeth hanging at the bow. What's wrong, Yaxin? LiuLuo immediately noticed something unusual about her. He Yaxin shook her head, indicating that everything was fine. She still couldn't be sure if the other party really had intentions towards the Tianlong pirate crew. LiuLuo followed He Yaxin's gaze and could only see the swaying figures on that ship, knowing that there were quite a few people on board. However, LiuLuo turned his head again to glance at the Tianlong pirate crew, who were currently focused on watching Xingyue's performance. He smirked disdainfully. At this moment, the Tianlong pirate crew had a total of 10 devil fruit users, including LiuLuo, excluding Gue Liang, Huang Yueying, and Wang Chao, who were also devil fruit users and martial artists. They had Wu Ming, Xing Liangyu, Du Xiangfei, and Lin Xiaoran, who were all master-level martial artists, with Wu Ming and Xing Liangyu close to breaking through to high-level master status. Such a powerful team couldn't be compared to mere numbers, even if a ship approached. LiuLuo wouldn't be afraid, not to mention the 7 or 8 ships visible around them. It's fine, just keep watching Xingyue's performance. They won't stir up any waves, LiuLuo said with a smile to reassure her. Upon hearing this, He Yaxin immediately felt relieved. Indeed, so far, she hadn't seen any pirate crew that was stronger than the Tianlong pirate crew. Even the previous Inferno crew probably couldn't compare to them now. The Wolf Fang ship got closer and closer to the Sea Dragon ship, and even though the Tianlong pirate crew was seriously watching the performance, they all noticed it. Except for the new pirates, some were restless, while the older members of the Tianlong remained calm and unbothered. Seeing the scene, Qinglang pirate crew captain Zhang Qiang also looked at Chang Jihong with a puzzled expression. Generally, when a pirate crew sees another ship approaching, they would at least stand up and prepare for battle. But the Tianlong pirate crew didn't even glance in their direction. Not only were they curious, but the surrounding ships had also been paying attention since the Wolf Fang ship approached the Sea Dragon ship. Who doesn't enjoy watching a spectacle, especially on this boring sea? Qinglang approaching the Tianlong pirate crew. Were they looking for death? Some ships had heard of the Tianlong pirate crew's reputation. I wonder why they are so calm. No wonder they're the kings of the EC. They really know how to put on a show. The Qinglang pirate crew had seen them once and wondered if the Tianlong was as tough as its name suggested. No one is moving? Are they scared silly? How can they still call themselves pirates? A bunch of fools. Even 100 people wouldn't be enough to call themselves a pirate crew. It's truly a joke. Some ships mocked. Indeed, the name Tianlong pirate crew was somewhat enviable. Boom! The Wolf Fang ship finally collided with the hull of the Sea Dragon ship. This was very dangerous for the Sea Dragon ship, but it showed no reaction. In fact, many people on board were knocked over from the impact. This made the Qinglang crew believe even more that the Tianlong pirate crew was a bunch of weaklings who had just set sail, easily manipulable by them. What they didn't notice was that when the Wolf Fang ship collided with the Sea Dragon ship, a blue ripple appeared at the point of impact, and the Sea Dragon ship didn't even have a scratch. They didn't know that those who were knocked down were all newcomers who had just joined the Tianlong pirate crew a month ago. The Qinglang pirate crew had already begun to cheer, as if they had already cooked the pigeon and were just waiting to eat it. On the other side, the Tianlong pirate crew remained peaceful, with Xingyue still dancing gracefully on stage, her melodious singing captivating. The stark contrast between the two sides made Zhang Qiang feel very uncomfortable. I've arrived, and there's not even anyone to greet me? Zhang Qiang shouted loudly, then jumped heavily onto the deck of the Sea Dragon ship from several dozen meters high. The other Qinglang crew members followed suit, each trying their best to jump over. Suddenly, Xingyue's singing was drowned out by the continuous thud sounds. Xingyue also stopped singing. Zhang Qiang was very pleased with what his men had done. This was the effect he wanted, to gather all eyes on him. Is there something? A calm voice sounded, and a man with medium-length hair stood up. Zhang Qiang was very familiar with this man. He was the one sitting next to the woman who made his heart flutter. Yes, I want your wife to accompany. Before he could finish his sentence, a black-purple long sword was already pointed at his neck. A bandaged figure had appeared in front of him. This was the moment Zhang Qiang clearly sensed death. He had never felt so clearly before. Meeting those scarlet eyes, he felt as if he was staring into hell. His body trembled uncontrollably, and an urge to urinate surged, making it impossible to hold back. Yangyang, our guest has come from afar. At least let him finish speaking. Before you act, LiuLuo said, watching as yellow liquid flowed down Zhang Qiang's pants. LiuLuo's words fell, and the black-purple long sword disappeared among the bandages. Zhang Qiang kept swallowing saliva, taking deep breaths. In just a few seconds, he had brushed past death. I don't have that much time to wait for you. Speak. What is the matter? LiuLuo spoke again. Zhang Qiang's eyes darted around wildly, searching for a way to survive. Finally, he thought of something. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Chang Jihong, who was behind him. It's him who wanted to come over. It's him who wants to grab the person, Zhang Qiang said urgently, his mouth seeming to race against death. Chang Jihong was dumbfounded. He hadn't recovered from the shock just now, and now it was all on him. But he knew that if he didn't speak up, that purple long sword could take his head off in the next moment. The strength of the other party was simply too strong. He and even sensed how they had come over. It was truly terrifying. It's not me, it's him. It's him who wants to grab this beautiful lady. So he came over. It has nothing to do with me. Chang Jihong hurriedly pointed at Yaxin, saying anxiously. At this moment, there was no longer any thought of tearing faces. Both of their lives were at stake. Zhang Qiang also did not expect that the usually obedient Chang Jihong would dare to defy him at this moment. You're talking nonsense. I'll kill you right now. As Zhang Qiang spoke, his sharp nails and wolf fangs grew out. However, in the next moment, he saw his own body without a head. Where did my head go? This was his last question, followed by darkness, and the entire world was no longer related to him. After his head fell to the ground, dark purple blood sprayed out from his neck, but did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was sucked into the bandages by the powerful Yangyang. The bandages turned crimson, then slowly transformed into white. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo was not too surprised. He had known from the beginning that Yangyang was a zombie. It was quite normal for a zombie to suck blood, especially from the blood of the damned. Suddenly, LiuLuo remembered something and turned his head in panic to look at the stage, where he saw Han Weiwei had somehow run to Xingyue's side, covering her eyes and holding her in her arms. He let out a breath, gave Han Weiwei a beautiful look, and smiled again. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Seeing LiuLuo's gaze sweep over, Chang Jihong quickly knelt on the ground and began to apologize loudly. As he knelt, the other pirates behind him also knelt down. Witnessing the scene, the other pirates who had just boasted began to swallow hard. What I said before, no one is allowed to spread it, otherwise I'll cut you into 8 pieces. They were truly scared. Not to mention others, just the bandaged monster who had acted was overwhelmingly powerful. Most of the people hadn't even seen how he killed. Especially the last scene of bloodsucking left a huge psychological shadow on them. They prayed in their hearts not to encounter this Tianlong pirate group in the future. And even if they did, they must not offend them. At this moment, the old members of the Tianlong pirate group were not too shaken. They had seen many big scenes, so this was nothing. Some even wondered if the performance would continue later because the singing was simply too beautiful. However, the newcomers who had just joined were excited. They had never seen such a scene. Hundreds of people knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads, each of them unable to resist raising their heads. Some quietly observed the man who held the lives of these hundreds of people. This is our captain, the tyrant of the powerful Tianlong pirate group. Joining the Tianlong pirate group was the best choice I ever made. At this moment, LiuLuo looked at Chang Jihong, who was crying and wiping his tears, and had already lost interest, waving his hand to signal him to leave quickly. Chang Jihong was different from Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang had already been placed on the kill list. Even if he were released, he wouldn't remember your kindness. But Chang Jihong was different. Releasing him now was like saving his life, and he would surely be grateful. The main reason LiuLuo wanted to promote the name of the Tianlong pirate group was that he didn't want to encounter such blind fools again. Therefore, a spreader was naturally needed, and without the wolf of the Qinglang pirate group, Chang Jihong was the best messenger. Seeing LiuLuo's wave, Chang Jihong felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He wanted to leave this devil's place quickly, but as he stood up, he heavily knocked his head 3 times against the ground. Then, leading the Qinglang pirates, he hurried back to the ship without any delay, and the wolf-toothed ship desperately ran far away. The High Dragon ship returned to its previous liveliness. After Xingyue's performance, LiuLuo noticed the excitement of the newly joined pirates and had people bring out the stock of alcohol. After saying a few words, LiuLuo took Yangyang back to the captain's cabin. I estimate we are about to reach Yangyang floating island. There are more and more ships, Yangyang said. It's time to flex some muscles. Otherwise, people might really think our Tianlong pirate group is easy to bully. What do you plan to do? There's no alcohol on the ship, LiuLuo said with a laugh, also finding his excuse amusing. Upon hearing this, Yangyang immediately understood that this was a pretext to go and rob other ships. In their simple conversation, they decided that for the next few days, countless ships would face the fate of having no alcohol to drink. Even long after, there were rumors that the tyrant of the Tianlong pirate group was a drunkard, and because of his love for alcohol, he had a bad temper, killing someone for every drink he took. Of course, that was all in the future. The next day, Yangyang and the others received LiuLuo's orders that any passing ships must offer alcohol. Such orders, when passed down from Yangyang to the ordinary pirates, immediately caused a huge cheer. On the sea, alcohol was sometimes even more precious than gold. 7 days passed, and the Tianlong pirate group was almost immersed in drinking and robbing alcohol every day. Of course, many conflicts occurred, but LiuLuo did not let anyone kill. Although they were trying to spread their reputation, it was indeed wrong to directly rob. As a result, the Tianlong pirate group's reputation grew larger. And coupled with the rumors spread by those who previously knew LiuLuo, it really had a bit of the East Sea King vibe. However, the rumors of LiuLuo being a wine lover also spread. One day, the treasure pirate group happened to run into the Luin pirate group and sat together to drink. Have you heard? The people from the Tianlong pirate group are behind us, Yangyang said with a smile. They were almost at Yangyang floating island, close to the welcoming island, and thus were in front of the Tianlong pirate group. How could we not have heard? Whoever we see, we rob. Li Qisheng, the captain of the Luin pirate group, said with a wry smile. When I first heard, I thought someone was impersonating them. Ha! It seems LiuLuo really wants to solidify the title of East Sea King. Li Qisheng laughed, recalling the scene months ago when LiuLuo let him go, feeling a bit emotional. The growth speed of the Tianlong pirate group was truly too fast. He had also heard that they were not robbing ship by ship. Instead, they divided into nearly 7 or 8 teams to rob. Aren't they afraid of encountering conflicts? Of course not. Even a fool knows conflicts are inevitable, especially LiuLuo. It can only be that LiuLuo has absolute confidence in these 7 or 8 teams. This shows how powerful the Tianlong pirate group had become. Just then, a man who had been sitting silently next to Li Qisheng suddenly spoke. Tyrant, Qisheng, I've heard you speak highly of him. I really want to meet him. The man said in awkward Chinese. He was a new member of the Luin pirate group named LiuLuo, sharing the same name as the group, truly a coincidence. LiuLuo was born in the Hanyuan kingdom and came from a musical family. After the apocalypse, he gained the ability of the Qin fruit, which rapidly increased his strength. A person from Hanyuan, Huang Yan, the second in command of the treasure pirate group, just happened to walk over. What do you want to see him for? Want to fight? Huang Yan said without good intentions, while Li Qisheng quickly waved his hands. Yes, I want to compete with him and see who the true strong one is. LiuLuo was quite straightforward. Huang Yan pressed her lips together and gave a thumbs up. Next time I see the tyrant in person, I will definitely convey your message. No, it's all just a joke. Don't take it seriously, Li Qisheng hurriedly said, casting a glance at Yangyang. However, Yangyang was staring intently at the wine in his cup, pretending he knew nothing. Thank you, Yangyang. Please be sure to convey it. LiuLuo stood up, bowed seriously to Huang Yan to express her gratitude. For a moment, Yangyang and the others were a bit stunned, wondering if this person was really foolish or just pretending. But whether it was real or fake, Li Qisheng knew they could no longer stay here and quickly led LiuLuo away. Yangyang Island. Yangyang Island is not the name of a single island, but a collective term for the 3 islands located far from Yangyang floating island. These 3 islands appeared after the apocalypse, which is quite strange. They perfectly encircle Yangyang floating island, so to reach Yangyang floating island, one must pass through one of these 3 islands. Hence the name Yangyang, meaning the 3 islands that welcome from the front. At this moment, the construction on these 3 islands was already very complete, with various facilities fully equipped. giving a sense of returning to the time before the apocalypse. This was due to two reasons. First, there's a very large flow of people here. Second, Yahua Floating Island valued these 3 islands highly and wanted to use them as supply stations or the last line of defense. Naturally, there were many defending troops on the islands, with the commander stationed on Zhongyang Island being Vice Admiral Yang Xiuhua, a nearly 50-year-old woman. The Huagua Navy is divided into 3 branches, namely H, I, and G, named after the first letters of Huagua. Under these 3 major headquarters, they are further divided into several branches, ranging from 1 to 10. Command Center. Yang Xiuhua held a report on the sea in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. At the top of this report were written 5 large characters. Tianlong Pirate Group, the most famous 5 characters in this sea area today. The tyrant LiuLuo. I hope he is not here to cause trouble, Yang Xiuhua said coldly. Recently, the situation on the Red Earth Road had become urgent. If it weren't for the importance of these 3 Yangyang islands, she would have already gone to the front lines. Who has the time to deal with some playful pirates? Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked on. Come in, Yang Xiuhua said indifferently, without raising her head. Report, Commander. The Tianlong Pirate Group has entered our island surveillance range, a Navy officer said solemnly. All right, I understand. You can leave, Yang Xiuhua said. After the officer left, she continued to review the report. Although this report was not comprehensive, it could reveal some information. For example, the simplest observation was that the Tianlong Pirate Group was very powerful, even exceeding the definition of pirates, more like a military force. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly, the King of the East Sea. I hope you won't let me down, Yang Xiuhua thought to herself. It was precisely because the Tianlong Pirate Group was powerful that its shortcomings were even more concerning. For instance, the tyrant LiuLuo's excessive drinking and the cruel and violent nature of the white rogue ghost Liang forced Yang Xiuhua to be on guard early. On the Sea Dragon, LiuLuo looked at the flag of Huagua fluttering in the distance and felt a stir in his heart. That national flag represents an emotion that every Huagua person can never let go of. Lower the black dragon flag halfway and raise the national flag, LiuLuo commanded. In LiuLuo's heart, the black dragon flag represented more of a helplessness in the face of this world. However, the red flag was faith. With its arrival, everything else must retreat. What LiuLuo did not know was that his actions were immediately conveyed to Yang Xiuhua, laying the foundation for many subsequent events. It also led to the ships following him to imitate this behavior. This story spread, and later, such actions became a form of etiquette for all ships arriving at Yangyang Island, eagerly imitated by many. Under the command of the naval flag bearer, the Sea Dragon steadily entered the docking harbor. The members of the Tianlong Pirate Group disembarked with LiuLuo, greeted by many armed Navy personnel standing guard. I am He Chung from G3 Branch, responsible for receiving the support troops at Yangyang Island. He Chung, dressed in a blue Navy uniform with short hair, stepped forward to salute LiuLuo and then extended his right hand. I am LiuLuo, and behind me are the support troops I brought. LiuLuo greeted the other party warmly as they shook hands. Since the other party did not treat them as pirates, but as support troops, LiuLuo went along with it. Indeed, it was somewhat inappropriate to act like pirates in front of the Navy. We have arranged accommodations for you. You can follow me, He Chung said again, smiling and moving with no unnecessary delays. Okay. LiuLuo naturally followed his lead. As they walked a short distance, LiuLuo suddenly heard commotion nearby. A ship that had docked before LiuLuo had a conflict with the Navy. Where's your commander? You don't say a word to welcome me when I arrive. Do you look down on me? A fierce-looking man shouted at the Navy. He Chung frowned. He originally did not plan to get involved, as his task was just to receive LiuLuo. Other matters were not his concern. A dignified lieutenant wasn't someone who needed to be personally welcomed by everyone. He Chung ignored it, and LiuLuo certainly wouldn't intervene, as this wasn't his territory, and it wasn't his place to act. Just as they were about to leave, the fierce man suddenly kicked the Navy officer in front of him to the ground. Who do you think you are to talk to me? The fierce man shouted, showing no regard for the surrounding Navy, who had already raised their weapons and disengaged the safeties. Turning around, he happened to see He Chung and LiuLuo coming over. The military rank on He Chung's uniform was clear, indicating he was an officer. Damn it, there is someone in charge here, the fierce man said, looking at LiuLuo behind He Chung. What? Just because they are here, you think you can look down on us, the Guangdao pirate group? Damn it, these garbage pirates. They really know how to cause trouble, he cursed inwardly. He regretted taking this mission from the start. 8 out of 10 pirates coming here were no good. If it weren't for the current unfavorable situation in Huagua, He-chung would have wanted to lead his troops to take them down first. He-chung looked coldly at the fierce man and then scanned the pirates behind him. Kwangdao Pirate Group? He-chung paused. I've only heard of Tianlong, Yuhua, and Changya. I've never heard of Kwangdao. You. The fierce man felt a bit embarrassed by this remark, his hand already resting on the knife handle. This is the captain of the Tianlong Pirate Group, the tyrant LiuLuo. Would you like to get to know him? He-chung quickly said again. As He-chung's words fell, LiuLuo knew he was being used by He-chung, but he still smiled and nodded at that fierce man. Although He-chung leveraged the reputation of the Tianlong Pirate Group, LiuLuo didn't mind. He wasn't petty to that extent. Upon hearing He-chung's words and seeing LiuLuo nodding at him, the fierce-looking man relaxed, and the knife in his hand was put down. Especially upon seeing the ghostly figure in white behind LiuLuo, as well as Wu Ming with black tattoos creeping up his face, he quickly forced a hideous fake smile. All right, take them to their accommodation. If there are any issues, report to me immediately, He-chung said to the other Navy personnel. This time, the fierce man was as obedient as a cat, following the guide without looking back. Tyrant, let's go, He-chung said respectfully. LiuLuo nodded, signaling for He-chung to lead the way, but this time He-chung walked alongside LiuLuo instead of ahead of him, directing him. Initially, He-chung wasn't very impressed with the Tianlong Pirate Group, even thinking their reputation exceeded their strength. However, he didn't expect that using the Tianlong Pirate Group's name would be so effective. This made him realize that there are no false heroes beneath a great reputation. Pirates understand pirates best and know who should never be provoked. The reaction of the Kwangdao Pirate Group just now indicated that they genuinely feared the Tianlong Pirate Group. After more than half an hour, the convoy arrived at a residential area. Each building here had its name posted outside. Yuhua, is Chi Fa also here? LiuLuo asked. The Yuhua Volunteer Army has already gone to the Red Earth continent. They left more than 10 days ago. He-chung knew what LiuLuo wanted to ask. All right, you mentioned Long Night earlier. Is that also a pirate group? LiuLuo asked curiously, thinking that any group that could be mentioned alongside Tianlong and Yuhua must be formidable. Yeah, they came from the east. They were originally at number 1 Yangyang Island, but heard Yuhua was here, so they rushed over. However, coincidentally, Yuhua just left the day before. He-chung said while looking out the window. LiuLuo understood that this coincidence might not be a coincidence. He knew the Navy didn't want these two pirate groups to meet to avoid any mishaps. Are they still here? LiuLuo asked. Yes, but I heard they are leaving tomorrow, He-chung replied. This situation was like a game of kings, where one had to quickly send the other away. If LiuLuo hadn't rushed to travel overnight, he might have encountered the Long Night Pirate Group. Hearing He-chung say this made LiuLuo increasingly interested in this pirate group that was on par with Tianlong. The Long Night Pirate Group is staying in that building. He-chung hesitated for a moment before pointing to a nearby building, clearly marked with Long Night on its side. It seemed that each pirate group was given a building to stay in, which effectively prevented conflicts between them. Sure enough, within a minute, they saw another building marked with the name Tianlong. This had clearly been arranged in advance. However, as they walked past an obstruction, LiuLuo noticed a crowd gathered below the building. Some were familiar faces, like those from the Treasure and Huashan pirate groups, while others were strangers. There were quite a few people gathered. The vehicle was steady, and LiuLuo got out. He greeted the familiar faces one by one before approaching the group of strangers. I am Captain Jiang Daming of the B King Pirate Group. I am Captain Jin Xiangjuan of the Noah Pirate Group. Hearing their banter, LiuLuo recognized that they were likely from the country. However, this was not surprising, as Yahua Floating Island was originally established around Huagua, along with people from the country and Hanyuan country. Once everyone had introduced themselves, LiuLuo could finally head upstairs. He called a few familiar faces from the Treasure Pirate Group to join him, while he did not invite others. LiuLuo casually picked a room, leaving the rest to do Yangyang for allocation, and began chatting with Yang, and others. LiuLuo, have you heard of the Long Night Pirate Group? Yang said with a serious expression. LiuLuo nodded, looking puzzled. He indeed knew about the Long Night Pirate Group, but it seemed that there was no direct connection between Tianlong and Long Night. Even if the other party was competitive, it didn't warrant Yang's demeanor. Didn't you hear anything? No, what happened? LiuLuo asked. I heard that Yuhua and Long Night had a confrontation before, and in the end, Chi Fa's group lost. So when Long Night arrived, Yuhua left early. Otherwise, do you think Chi Fa would just leave? LiuLuo listened to Yang's words, but still couldn't understand. The matter between Yuhua and Long Night didn't involve him. If the other party wanted to compete, LiuLuo wouldn't be afraid. That was normal. Get to the point. LiuLuo said impatiently. I heard Chi Fa once mentioned you to Long Night, so Long Night has its eyes on your title as the king of the EC. Yangyang explained without getting angry. So that's what it is. LiuLuo frowned slightly. He didn't care much for the title king of the East Sea. His goals extended beyond the East Sea, but he wasn't willing to concede it to others. Long Night King of the East Sea, LiuLuo muttered to himself. When Yangyang said anxiously, Tyrant, don't take this lightly. They heard you were coming, and it was announced that tonight, the Sea Fighting Hall will determine who the true king of the East Sea is. Sea Fighting Hall, LiuLuo whispered, having seen the name on the way here. It looked like some sort of sports arena. Great, I also want to see this Long Night pirate group. To scare off Chi Fa. That's impressive, very impressive, haha. LiuLuo didn't seem to care much. He was very confident in his Tianlong pirate group, and also in himself. By the way, what is the name of the captain of the Long Night pirate group? LiuLuo thought, not wanting to meet them without knowing their name, which would be awkward. The Empress. I don't know her real name, Yangyang replied. A woman? LiuLuo asked, raising an eyebrow. Yangyang nodded. I heard she is very beautiful. I haven't seen her either. The Empress, haha, I'm called Tyrant, and she is called the Empress. That's interesting, very interesting. LiuLuo couldn't help but smile. He was a bit looking forward to meeting the other party, curious to see whether the Empress was beautiful or the Tyrant was charming. After some casual chatting, LiuLuo asked Han Weiwei to escort these people down. LiuLuo stood by the window, watching as they gradually disappeared, and couldn't help but glance at the building not far away. The Empress, the night without end, seemed interesting. He just wondered how strong she really was. Luo, should we inform Yangyang and the others to prepare? LiuLuo pondered for a moment and nodded. It was indeed necessary to have some psychological preparation. After all, a great person once said, underestimate your opponent in mindset, but take them seriously in action. Just as LiuLuo was holding a meeting, the military had already delivered dinner. LiuLuo wasn't too particular about it, so he ate while continuing the meeting. Brother Luo, should we send someone to investigate the Long Night pirate crew and see what talents they have? Han Weiwei said after swallowing a mouthful of food. Yes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Do Yangyang quickly raised his hand in agreement. LiuLuo nodded in affirmation. It was indeed the case, and he believed the night without end pirate crew had already gathered plenty of information about them. All right, you guys send someone to visit a few nearby pirate crews and gather some information. Sure, leave it to me. I'll take some people out after I finish eating. Han Weiwei readily agreed. Boss, should we go down later? Wu Ming said calmly, making a throat-cutting gesture at his neck. LiuLuo hesitated at this action. We'll see how it goes, but one thing can be said in advance. Don't have any reservations. If you accidentally kill someone, then so be it, LiuLuo said coldly. He didn't want to see his people suffer misfortune because they showed mercy. So what LiuLuo meant was if they could overpower them, they could hold back. If not, then they should strike to kill without too many concerns. The crowd nodded in agreement. Wu Ming's question was indeed well put, as failing to clarify this in advance could lead to unexpected consequences. Brother Luo, I'm done eating. I'm going to find a few brothers to scout the Long Night situation. Han Weiwei quickly finished her meal and stood up to leave. I'll go with you, the second officer Lin Xiaoran said, stuffing the last piece of meat into his mouth. You two be careful. Don't make too much noise if something unexpected happens, LiuLuo instructed. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of small fries. It won't be a problem, Han Weiwei replied dismissively, referring to the few pirate crews they had just met. Those crews were indeed not that impressive. Any senior member of the Tianlong pirate crew could easily replace their captain. Han Weiwei and Lin Xiaoran called a few veterans from the Tianlong pirate crew and were just about to head downstairs when they heard screams from below. Tell your captain to come down quickly. A neutral voice shouted. Who the hell are you? Our captain isn't someone you can just. Are you calling or not? The neutral voice said again. Screw you. My brothers aren't going anywhere. Even if I die here today. You scum don't deserve to see our captain. The person being held by the neutral man was an elder from the Tianlong pirate crew named Dushan, nicknamed Huhan-san. It wasn't because he was fierce, but because he had a stubborn temperament and a fierce nature, not only towards enemies but also towards himself. At this moment, with his arm nearly twisted off, he still didn't utter a word of surrender. The reason for this was that the newcomers had been extremely arrogant, demanding LiuLuo come down to see them as soon as they entered. Huhan-san couldn't tolerate such words. The reputation of the Tianlong pirate crew could not be tarnished, so if they wanted to see the captain, they should come up to see him themselves. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Stop! Who are you? Han Weiwei, although looking chubby, was surprisingly agile, jumping down the stairs in a few leaps. The man glanced at Han Weiwei. Tianlong's second officer, Fat Cat? He asked in confusion, but the next moment, He realized Han Weiwei's figure had already disappeared, and, as he turned around in panic, a fist was already in front of him. Bang! The neutral man was sent flying. At first, Han Weiwei hadn't intended to act directly, as this was not on the ship, and LiuLuo had asked them to restrain themselves. However, when she heard the term fat cat, she couldn't hold back any longer. By the time the neutral man landed, Han Weiwei had already approached, stepping on his face. What did you just say? Say it again. The neutral man initially wore a face full of grievance, but then he suddenly smiled oddly. Fat cat, haha. At this moment, Han Weiwei's anger was completely ignited, and she threw LiuLuo's earlier words out of her mind. She stomped down hard. Uffed. The neutral man's entire head exploded, but Han Weiwei quickly calmed down, her super reaction kicking in, ready to burn fat at any moment. This was because the blood and brain matter flying out of the neutral man's exploded head turned into a pile of yellow sludge. After being on guard for a while, Han Weiwei still didn't find a real trace of the opponent. Damn it, turns out to be a fake. Han Weiwei cursed loudly, kicking the sludge hard, revealing a white envelope. Before she could pick it up, she saw the words challenge letter written on it. Han Weiwei and Lin Xiaoran, who had rushed over, exchanged glances, knowing this matter was not simple, and turned back upstairs. Yaxin was sitting next to LiuLuo, focused on eating, when she suddenly stopped. Why are Weiwei and the others back? Just as Yaxin finished speaking, Han Weiwei and Lin Xiaoran pushed the door open and entered. Brother Luo, challenge letter, challenge letter. The people from Long Night brought a challenge letter. Han Weiwei said excitedly, holding a muddy envelope. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to that envelope. They had just been discussing whether the other party would send a challenge letter, and unexpectedly, right after they said it, it actually arrived. Let me see it. LiuLuo frowned as he looked at the challenge letter Han Weiwei handed over. They were eating, yet the challenge letter was covered in mud, which was quite off-putting. It seems the Long Night pirate crew is not well-intentioned. LiuLuo cursed inwardly, then used his 3D game creation ability to clean the envelope. Opening it revealed a piece of paper. The content was quite simple. Does the Sea Duel Hall dare to fight? Who will claim the title of King of the East Sea? It was signed by the Long Night pirate crew. Empress Zhuge Taomingming, a name that seemed quite formidable. Zhuge Taomingming. LiuLuo repeated softly. At this moment, the others also gathered around. Wow. Whether she is strong or not remains to be seen, but she certainly has a big mouth. Yaxin said sarcastically. Perhaps because the other party was also a woman, Yangyang felt an inexplicable hostility towards this Zhuge Taomingming. Yangyang was even more direct. After watching, he ran straight to the window, infused with demonic power, and shouted loudly outside. You didn't say when we'd meet. What kind of challenge is this? Is it a challenge in a dream? 12:30, I'll be waiting for you at the top of the Forbidden City. This was not Yangyang talking nonsense. It was because the other party hadn't written down a time. At that moment, Zhuge Taoming, who was also eating, nearly spat out his food upon hearing the shout from outside the window. The expressions of the others were also not good, both funny and angry. Ahem. Qi Xiaoluo, didn't you write down the time? Zhuge Taoming asked sternly, looking at Qi Xiaoluo. The short-haired Qi Xiaoluo, who had bangs, was responsible for writing the challenge letter. Cease. I really didn't think of it. And besides, we already spread the word that it would be tonight. All right, stop eating and hurry up and get lost. Zhuge Taoming said with an unhappy face. Sis, hurry up, or there won't be food tomorrow. This time, Qi Xiaoluo obediently turned around and left. She knew Zhuge Taoming's words were never empty. Captain, should I go again? Said Yangyang, who had a very androgynous appearance. No need, they know. It's interesting. This should be General Bone, right? Zhuge Taoming smiled as she looked out the window, a trace of a wicked smile crossing her lips. It seemed that the Long Night pirate group really understood the Heavenly Dragon pirate group well, even being able to identify Yangyang just from his voice. The sky gradually darkened, but the island was particularly lively today. Especially at the Sea Fighting Hall, it was already crowded outside. Since the Long Night pirate group wanted to obtain the title of King of the East Sea, there naturally needed to be witnesses. So the news of the competition between the Heavenly Dragon and Long Night had spread throughout the island long ago. At the top of the Sea Fighting Hall, Yang Qiuhua, who had arrived early, frowned as she looked at the crowded people below and those continuously arriving. She knew that if this continued, problems would definitely arise, and it would be her responsibility. However, reasoning often didn't work with these pirates. Ho Gong, go down and take a look. It's time to show off our muscles, Yang Qiuhua said coldly. With the addition of the two powerful pirate groups, Heavenly Dragon and Long Night, the emotions of the pirates had already been ignited. If not suppressed, There would be problems today, and they would be uncontrollable in the future. All right, then I'll warm up the crowd, Yangyang said with a fierce grin, his iron tower-like body moving towards the door. The sound of the wind, generated by his footsteps, was clearly audible. After taking a few steps, Yangyang stopped. Since he wanted to show off my muscles, I must seize this opportunity. Walking down like this is simply too weak, Yangyang thought as he walked over to the window. The sea fighting hall was only 6 stories high, and at that moment, he could see everyone's faces clearly from above. Okay, then let's start from here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangyang jumped directly out of the window. I'm coming down. Everyone get out of the way. The originally noisy crowd of pirates was instantly drowned out by Yangyang's voice. His voice was loud and deep, like a bell ringing. Everyone looked up and saw a massive figure rapidly descending. If this landed on someone, there would be no chance of survival. Run, get out of the way. In an instant, a vacuum zone appeared in front of the sea fighting hall. With a loud bang, the ground was directly smashed into a pit, and the energy released expanded the vacuum zone further, pushing a group of pirates back. Damn it, are you looking for death? One pirate shouted angrily when he saw Yangyang's figure emerging from the dust. This act would not only quickly let others recognize his pirate group, but also make it easier to recruit pirates in the future. Just after the pirate finished speaking, he suddenly felt the figure in the dust disappear, and then saw himself being overshadowed by a shadow, which was particularly clear under the light. With a loud bang, a fist larger than his head smashed the pirate into a pulp. He didn't even have a chance to say a word before dying. In an instant, there was dead silence around. Yangyang coldly scanned the surroundings, and seeing no one else speaking, returned to the front of the sea fighting hall. My name is Yangyang, Vice Commander of the H3 branch. From now on, any pirate group that can withstand one move from me can enter. Those who can't will die here, Yangyang said coldly. He didn't want to keep guarding this place. When the competition started later, who would want to guard the door? He also wanted to see whether the tyrant was powerful or the empress was impressive. Thus, in his speech, he directly crushed the hopes of some weaker pirate groups. After hearing Yangyang's words, the pirate groups stopped fighting and scrambling. For a long time, no one stepped forward. The arriving Illusion Fragrance pirate group was also very surprised by this situation. It was different from what they had imagined. After inquiring, they learned what had happened. Tung Xiang walked forward with a smile. So it's the vice commander. This little girl, Tung Xiang, greets you. Tung Xiang bowed slightly, which caught Yangyang a bit off guard. But the next moment, he remembered that there had been a pirate group called Illusion Fragrance that had made all the men in another pirate group harm each other overnight, leading to many suicides when that pirate group regained consciousness. Yangyang instantly became alert. Do you want to go in? Then you have to take a move from me. Yangyang said in a businesslike manner. All right, Tung Xiang said without further ado, shaking her hands lightly and stepping back. Yangyang wrinkled his nose, secretly thinking, this woman really smells good. Then he exerted 3 points of strength and punched towards Tung Xiang. At that moment, to others' eyes, it looked like Yangyang had held back his strength and was punching the air beside Tung Xiang. A hint of enchanting smile blossomed from the corner of Tung Xiang's mouth. As long as it's a man, he can't withstand the fragrance on me. However, recalling the origin of this skill made Tung Xiang feel a surge of hatred. It was because on that day, on the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group's ship, she failed to subdue Wu Ming and, in a fit of anger, comprehended it. But just as Tung Xiang was feeling pleased, Yangyang suddenly laughed, his voice booming like a great bell. The fist that was originally aimed straight ahead suddenly turned and punched towards Tung Xiang. Not good, Tung Xiang thought anxiously. But at that moment, the fist was already close at hand, and it was too late to dodge. She could only brace herself and take the punch. It looked like her fist was not even as big as Yangyang's thumb, but it heavily collided with Yangyang's iron fist. Unsurprisingly, Tung Xiang was sent flying. However, her flight was not clumsy. Her body flipped in the air like dancing and finally landed steadily on the ground. Seeing Tung Xiang's condition, Yangyang furrowed his brows. This woman is not ordinary. Yangyang had secretly added another layer of strength when he sensed he was being enchanted. Yet even so, he did not embarrass Tung Xiang. A woman who could wander the seas for so long was certainly not a simple character. However, Tung Xiang, with her hands behind her back, was secretly gritting her teeth. Her fist was already red from the impact, and she might even have injured her bones, if it weren't for her quick reaction just now. Immediately using the fruit ability Fragrant Bone Softness, her arm would probably be broken by now. This brute has no sense of cherishing beauty. Tung Xiang silently cursed in her heart, but her voice was very gentle. Deputy Commander Hao, I suppose this counts as a pass? Tung Xiang's voice was sweet. Her charming eyes seemed to forget the grudge of Hao Gang's punch. Hao Gang didn't speak, just nodded. However, he decided to raise the stakes, using 4 parts of his strength for every move from now on. After Tung Xiang led the members of the Illusion Fragrance Pirates into the sea fighting arena, others began to eagerly try their luck. Unfortunately, most of them were no match for Hao Gang and couldn't even withstand his first move. After that, only a few very confident pirate crews, like Lu Yin and Fei Yi, dared to challenge Hao Gang. The other pirate crews quieted down, as Hao Gang was merciless. The initial few challengers had a terrible time. Though it didn't cost them their lives, they were left with disabilities. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. The Long Night Pirates are here. The Long Night Pirates are here. A straight pathway slowly emerged from the crowd. At first glance, seeming as if people were willingly making way. But upon closer inspection, one could see the expressions of those being pushed aside were strange and even painful. At the end of the pathway stood the neatly dressed members of the Long Night Pirates, wearing black coats with a curved crescent moon on their chests. Zhuge Taoming was clearly at the forefront, standing at 175 meters tall, giving many men a sense of oppression, especially with her slightly raised eyes, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Although they didn't dare to look directly, many men present were reluctant to look away, as she was simply too beautiful. Her ethereal temperament, exquisite face, and proud figure were all pinnacle qualities. The crisp sound of her footsteps echoed on the ground as Zhuge Taoming looked straight ahead, her face devoid of unnecessary expressions. Behind her were 2 individuals. One was Su Liang, wearing glasses and looking somewhat older. As the first mate of the Long Night Pirates, it was easy to imagine he was not as simple as he appeared. The other person, if Han Weiwei were here, would definitely recognize him. He had a somewhat androgynous face, looking more like a woman in disguise, but in fact, he was a man. He was the first devil fruit user to join the Long Night Pirates, possessing the natural type mud fruit, with extraordinary strength. Following behind were Qi Xiaoluo, Zhang Chunhao, Ma Rufeng, Yang Fan, and Yao Mingyu, several captains of the Long Night Pirates, the true upper echelon. In terms of strength, they were indeed comparable to the Tianlong Pirates. After all, LiuLuo's crew only had 4 captains, 1 less than Long Night. They were Captain Wu Ming and Vice Captain Huang Yueying of the first team, Captain Luo Mingho and Vice Captain Sun Zhongping of the second team, Captain Xing Liangyu of the third team, who had no vice captain, and Captain Bai Igui of the fourth team, who also had no vice captain. Of course, LiuLuo had been preparing for a 5th team, but the leader's position had yet to be decided, so there was still no 5th team. After all, he didn't know whether to choose Wang Chao, who had just obtained a devil fruit, Du Xiangfei, who had suddenly exploded in strength, or Lin Xiaoran, who had always been inconspicuous but was not to be underestimated. Zhuge Taoming seemed to walk slowly, but she took very little time, quickly arriving in front of Hao Gang, who was guarding the door. "Deputy Commander, how have you been? What brings you here today?" Zhuge Taoming smiled. Not long ago, she and Hao Gang had met, so they could be considered acquaintances. "Isn't this all you're doing? What's the point of vying for the title of King of the East China Sea? I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me," Hao Gang said teasingly. "If you don't want to be the deputy commander anymore, you can come to me, and I'll give you the title of King of the East China Sea. Let's see if you want it." Upon hearing this, Hao Gang carefully examined Zhuge Taoming. Her calmness before the battle and the confidence in her speech gave him an indescribable feeling. Why would someone good want to be a pirate? What a pity. Hao Gang secretly sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he kept saying, "No need, no need." After a few more exchanges, Zhuge Taoming planned to lead the Long Night Pirates inside without engaging Hao Gang. Naturally, Hao Gang didn't want to engage them either. There was no need. His original purpose was to prevent powerful pirate crews from entering. Moreover, the Long Night Pirates were the main characters today. However, there would always be some who were blind or deliberately looking for trouble. Perhaps this was the nature of free-spirited pirates, wanting to show themselves at any time and place. "Hey, why can they go in directly while we can't?" A pirate with brightly colored hair stepped forward. Although the other pirates knew why Long Night could do so, they also had the mentality of wanting to watch the fun and began to shout along. For a moment, it felt like a surge of collective anger. Zhuge Taoming frowned. She truly did not want to engage Hao Gang, nor did she want the others from Long Night to fight him. First, it would be difficult to win against Hao Gang, and second, she didn't want Long Night to lose. Hao Gang's thoughts mirrored hers, which was why he chose to remain silent earlier. But now that he had been called out, he could only helplessly look back at Zhuge Taoming. His eyes clearly conveyed, "You handle it. If not, we can only fight." However, Hao Gang did not wait for Zhuge Taoming's response. as someone had already made a choice. The third team captain, Ma Rufeng, instantly waved his hands. The ability of the empty fruit quietly activated, directly separating everyone else, leaving only the brightly colored-haired pirate. His expression was one of pain as his body slowly floated into the air, his mouth opening and closing as if pleading for help, but the people present heard nothing. Then he seemed to realize something, hurriedly covering his mouth and nose, stopping his speech, his face turning red from suffocation. His eyes nearly bulged out, bloodshot. Seeing the scene, Yangyang felt a bit of compassion, but merely turned his head away, not wanting to watch. Suddenly, a crisp sound like a bubble popping echoed in the air. The nearly suffocating pirate fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Killing is one thing, but how can it be done so cruelly? A voice said faintly. People turned to look in the direction of the voice, where a group of mixed-dress individuals had appeared. The speaker was the one standing at the front of this group, holding the hand of a beautiful woman. Following behind were a man and a woman. The man was very handsome, resembling a star from before the apocalypse, while the woman was chubby and adorable. No need to guess. It was none other than the members of the Tianlong pirates. The one who had just spoken was LiuLuo himself. Although he understood the fate of pirates, when it came to killing, LiuLuo generally gave the opponent a quick death unless they were truly heinous. He could guess how painful that previous method of death was even though he hadn't experienced it himself. If you pity him, then you should take his place. Ma Rufeng knew about the Tianlong pirates, but he had never seen any of them before and did not know what LiuLuo looked like. With both hands swinging again, the power of the empty fruit erupted once more. This time he used all of his demonic strength. But the next moment, his hand was pressed down by the first mate of the Long Night pirate crew, Yangyang. It turned out that the Celestial Dragon pirate crew had arrived. I was wondering who had such momentum, Yangyang said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, it caused an uproar among everyone present. Not only did the members of the Long Night pirate crew not recognize the Celestial Dragon pirate crew, but other pirates did not recognize them either. The Long Night pirate crew had a distinctive outfit, whereas the Celestial Dragon pirate crew could only be recognized by the Black Dragon bone flag. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't recognize them at all. This is indeed the Celestial Dragon pirate crew, unmistakably so. The White Bone God General, Fat Cat. Some people recognized Yangyang and Han Weiwei behind LiuLuo. Is it the white-clothed ghost Liang? Is there any need to ask? Who else would dress like that? Looking like a ghost. The tyrant has finally arrived. Today, there will be a good show to watch, one pirate said with anticipation, only to be immediately doused with cold water by a companion beside him. Unfortunately, we can't get in. The pirate looked at his companion with frustration, suddenly feeling an urge to kill. The Long Night pirate crew. I've heard of them. They're indeed domineering, LiuLuo said as the noise around them diminished, showing no respect to the other side. Both sides knew what they were about to face, and there was no need for any pretense. Moreover, from the moment LiuLuo saved someone just now, the enmity had already been established. If you give someone face, they might not even want it. It's good enough to have heard of them. Let's go. Zhuge, Tao Mingming glanced at LiuLuo and said nonchalantly, not putting LiuLuo in his eyes at all. Then he led the members of the Long Night pirate crew into the sea fighting arena, and this time no one dared to speak out to obstruct them. LiuLuo watched that graceful figure disappear and shrugged indifferently. He didn't care about such verbal exchanges. Let us go in too, LiuLuo said, helping a pirate with colorful hair lying on the ground to the side, and then walked towards the sea fighting arena, occasionally nodding and waving at the surrounding pirates, as if he were at his home ground. Finally, he nodded at Yangyang and entered the sea fighting arena. The sea fighting arena has 6 floors, and its architecture is similar to that of the Roman Colosseum, with a very large central area, as big as 2 football fields. The surrounding stands are made of special tempered glass. While it may not be completely effective, it can certainly serve as a buffer. This tempered glass, when shattered, turns into liquid, causing minimal harm, and the people who come here to watch the matches still have some strength. Therefore, the safety measures here are quite good. As soon as LiuLuo and the others entered, a bright beam of light shone down on the Celestial Dragon pirate crew. Under the light, a black-boned dragon phantom rushed towards them. Roar! Welcome, Celestial Dragon pirate crew. An excited host shouted from a stand extending out on the 5th floor. Oh, roar, oh, Celestial Dragon pirate crew. Tyrant, tyrant. The scene instantly erupted, and, at that moment, the stands were almost filled with people. It's no wonder Yangyang was guarding the entrance, as there simply wasn't enough space. Many pirate crews had arrived early, even willing to pay a high price to secure a good seat. Amidst the roaring crowd, LiuLuo could feel all eyes gathering on them. He had experienced the spotlight before, but never quite like this. There was an indescribable excitement. This might be the benefit that fame brings. LiuLuo paused for a moment, showing no signs of nervousness, and continued to walk forward. Not far away stood a service staff member specifically there to guide them. Finally, in a central position on the third floor, the members of the Celestial Dragon pirate crew sat down, with a few familiar pirate crews kindly arranged beside them. One must admit that the military really put some thought into this. The Long Night pirate crew's position was directly opposite LiuLuo, with Zhuge Taomingming's seat facing LiuLuo. Such an arrangement was neither good nor bad. There was no way to pick faults with it. Upon seeing LiuLuo and the others sit down, the members of the Treasure Pirate crew warmly chatted with the Celestial Dragon pirate crew. LiuLuo, have you heard? Speak quickly. Don't beat around the bush, LiuLuo said, noticing that the one speaking was Yangyang, and he felt a bit apprehensive. This guy could talk endlessly. Haha, let me say it, Huangyan preemptively said, receiving a glare from Yangyang, but it didn't stop him. Tyrant, we heard that today's match has caught the attention of the entire military, and it seems that it will even be live-streamed to the frontline soldiers to boost morale. Huangyang's words completely stunned the members of the Celestial Dragon pirate crew. LiuLuo could understand that the military's higher-ups would pay attention today, but he never expected it to be live-streamed. To boost morale? Han Weiwei asked in confusion. Isn't the Long Night going to the front line tomorrow? The stronger you are, the more it will encourage the front line, Huangyan explained. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded dumbly, as if it made sense. Are you sure? LiuLuo asked skeptically, feeling that this matter was already beyond his control. Not sure, but almost certain, it was Huangyan who spoke, rather than Yangyang. LiuLuo rolled his eyes at this, feeling that it was the same as saying nothing. In fact, this matter was almost confirmed. It was just that Yangyang was too cautious. He would never give a definitive answer about anything that had not yet happened. All right, you can shut up now, LiuLuo joked, and Yangyang's words suddenly eased the previously tense atmosphere. By the way, Brother Yang, do you know when our match will start? Yang was almost 20 years older than LiuLuo, so LiuLuo, calling him brother was definitely not a loss. Don't call me brother, just call me. Call me. Yangyang couldn't think of what LiuLuo should call him for a long time. He was genuinely cautious. Forget it. You think about it first. I'll ask Yangyang, LiuLuo said impatiently. You and the Nightless should be scheduled to appear last. There will be a few smaller matches to warm up first. After hearing Huangyang's words, LiuLuo's face was full of bitterness. He had originally planned to rest early after the match today, as he hadn't slept on a comfortable bed in a long time. Damn it. Do we really need a dance performance to liven things up beforehand? LiuLuo cursed in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Just after LiuLuo finished speaking, the sound of drums echoed in the central arena, and a dozen women ran out from 2 doors, starting to dance. At that moment, a giant projection appeared in the sky, and the projection showed an oddly shaped snail. This snail belonged to the same family as the telephone snail and was called a projection snail. It not only had a communication function, but also a projection function, although it was rarer than the telephone snail. As the projection gradually became clear, a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Although LiuLuo didn't know who it was, he could roughly guess from the expressions of the Navy present. The middle-aged man said some polite words, and then pointed out the 2 major pirate groups, Long Night and Tianlong, expressing his gratitude. It is worth mentioning that in his speech, the competition for the title of King of the East Sea between the 2 pirate groups became a performance match. To others, this might seem like the military didn't want Long Night and Tianlong to truly clash. But LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming both understood in their hearts that the other side was afraid that the 2 pirate groups would further enhance their influence and fame. Once a true king of the East Sea was determined, the position of their navy would become very awkward, and at that time, these pirates would no longer listen to them, but to the pirate king instead. However, at this moment, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming both did not show any signs of displeasure. Their original purpose for coming here was not for these empty titles. In the air, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming's eyes met unexpectedly. Both sides had absolute confidence, but there was no sharpness in their gazes. This decisive battle was likely to become a performance match, since the Navy did not treat them as their own. LiuLuo certainly could not reveal the full strength of the Tianlong pirate group here. Not only could they not expose it, but they also had to keep several tricks up their sleeves. Thank you to our Admiral of the Yahua Floating Island Navy, who took the time to come and greet us. The host of the sea fighting arena wouldn't offend anyone and spoke a lot of good words. probably causing the admiral to lose interest and directly cut off the projection. The competition officially began, and the first to appear were two pirate groups that LiuLuo had never heard of, said to have come here because of a bag of gold. Another purpose of the sea fighting arena was to allow pirates to vent their emotions, providing them with a proper competition venue and a chance for a real man to go 1v1. This truly captured the hearts of pirates. Wanting fame and wanting to be real men naturally meant there was less fighting on this island. The security situation on the island improved dramatically. However, at this moment, LiuLuo and others had lost interest in watching the competition, and even some official betting projects they were too lazy to participate in. If you can't go up, LiuLuo said to Yangyang, Han Weiwei, and the four captains. The six heard this and nodded without saying much. You need to conserve your strength. I don't need to say more about this. Who else can go up? Let me see, LiuLuo said, and saw Wang Chao, Du Xiangfei, and others raise their hands. Xiaoran, you can skip. Your ability is a bit special, so you can hold back. Yueying, you should also stay hidden. LiuLuo directly passed over the two eager female contestants. All right, just you few then. It depends on the situation. Whoever wants to go up can go up. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but you must ensure your own safety. LiuLuo began to carefully explain to the few people preparing to compete, and on the opposite side, Zhuge Taoming was doing the same. The captain-level individuals were directly excluded, starting to pick from the second tier. However, in the end, the two still included each other's first mates. Although it was a performance match, it shouldn't be too lackluster. Otherwise, other pirate groups might think they were just riding on empty fame. On Yahua Floating Island, the Navy's highest command was broadcasting the live competition from the Yangyang Island Sea Fighting Arena. The camera occasionally switched from the competition arena to LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming. These two are not simple, said a naval officer with the rank of admiral, named Zhuyu, who is currently the only admiral not on the front lines. Indeed, neither of them was easy to deal with. Hopefully, they wouldn't act recklessly on the battlefield. Another naval officer with the rank of vice admiral followed up. His name was Li Fabian. If LiuLuo were here, he would definitely notice that he resembled Li Yao to some extent, especially that nose. It looked like it was carved from the same mold. No doubt, Li Fabian was Li Yao's grandfather, and Li Yao had long since returned to the Navy, currently fighting on the front lines. Suddenly, Admiral Zhuyu sighed. Whether they act recklessly or not, it's no longer our concern. Zhuyu spoke cautiously. What are we afraid of now? We, the original generals, if we can't do anything, we can only stay in the rear. Zhuyu said with a face full of indignation. They understood the reasons for being in the rear. They had agreed to it at the beginning. However, seeing the chaotic fighting on the front lines, it was just a horde blindly attacking, relying on devil fruit users to charge in. The power of ordinary soldiers had been diminished to the point of being almost invisible, which they could not tolerate. In terms of individual strength, they might not be as good as these newly promoted naval officers, but in terms of strategy and deployment, the other side still fell short. Luckily, there were still some capable and smart naval officers like Guan Shangming and Li Yao on the battlefield. Otherwise, the frontline troops might have to retreat from the Red Earth continent. The giant race was not easy to provoke. On the Red Earth continent, in an area occupied by Yahua Floating Island, Li Yao was holding a transponder snail, looking shocked. The Inferno pirates were almost completely wiped out? Why? Didn't Major Clean go to provide support? Li Yao asked a series of 3 critical questions. She could never have imagined that the troops led by the Inferno pirates would be completely annihilated. She could have thought of the Inferno troops retreating, or perhaps receiving support and achieving a great victory, but she could never have imagined a disastrous defeat. The other side hesitated for a moment before finally speaking the truth. Major Clean got lost. The person on the other end said, already prepared. With a thud, it was unclear what Li Yao kicked away. Li Yao tightly closed her eyes, afraid to look at anything, terrified that she would lose control and kick something else away. An army of over 10,000 people just vanished like that. It would have been one thing if they had just disappeared, but the ridiculous part was that it was caused by their own support troops getting lost. This was an answer Li Yao had never heard before. It was something she could never have imagined happening so absurdly. Where's Clean now? After a long time, Li Yao finally spoke again. He is with the commander. I heard he's been detained. Damn it, is being detained all there is to it? What about the lives of my soldiers? Who will compensate? Upon hearing this, Li Yao was genuinely furious, like a lioness seeing blood. What does it mean to be detained? That was clearly a form of indirect protection. Since the commander took office, as long as they were devil fruit users, they generally rank higher than ordinary commanders. At first, people could still understand it, but as the strength of the fighters grew stronger, this situation still persisted. This caused a lot of dissent among the commanders. However, it could also be understood as the commander was originally a devil fruit user, and his rise to power had a lot to do with the contributions of many devil fruit users. Moreover, the status of those devil fruit users was also gradually rising, just like the claim mentioned by Li Yao earlier, who was originally just a low-ranking officer. It was unclear what kind of madness he had experienced to be promoted to the rank of Major General. Even if the other side had achieved many military merits in recent days, basic military qualities should still be assessed. Something has happened now. The defeat of the Hellfire troops could put Li Yao's side in crisis at any moment due to the lack of flanking cover and detection. Yangyang Island. At this moment, the frontline battle does not affect the people here unless the Yahua floating island is sunk. Otherwise, the three Yangyang Islands are very safe. LiuLuo sat in the stands, holding Hiyashin, who was drowsy and about to fall asleep. Luo, we're getting ready to go on stage. With a slurp, LiuLuo sat up straight and tried hard to open his eyes. Just as his vision cleared, he saw Zhuge Taoming looking at him with a face full of disdain. What's with that expression? It's not like it's contagious. LiuLuo wiped the corner of his mouth, cursed under his breath, and turned his head to see Yashin was wiping the spot that LiuLuo had wet with a cloth she had found from somewhere, looking disgusted. LiuLuo touched his nose and said nothing more. Wait, who's going on stage first? LiuLuo asked Wang Chao and the others. I'll go first. Sun Jianping said first. Wang Chao, who originally wanted to show off, and Du Xiangfei did not compete with this old man from the Tianlong pirates. LiuLuo nodded and said nothing more. During this period, Luo Mingho and Sun Jianping had made almost no progress. However, their mentality was excellent, and LiuLuo did not expect much from them, as long as they could ensure the ship wouldn't leak. Best of 3, Yangyang goes last. But we still need one more person. Which one of you will go? LiuLuo directly asked Wang Chao and Du Xiangfei. The two exchanged glances, both unwilling to miss the opportunity to bring glory to the Tianlong pirates. Seeing the two of them glaring at each other in silence, LiuLuo knew they couldn't resolve this issue and would have to rely on himself. All right, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes on, LiuLuo said, fearing these two would cheat, and added, one round decides the winner. In the end, Wang Chao won the game, and Du Xiangfei did not persist any longer. As for their strength, they were evenly matched, both at the swordsman level, with Wang Chao having the mirror devil fruit to assist him, while Du Xiangfei had observation hockey. So if the two fought, it would truly be 50-50, just as LiuLuo was deciding on the candidates. A long-lost piece of information suddenly popped into his mind. Beginner task: promote the Tianlong pirates. Win once in this match to gain 2 points of game development experience. Reward: master-level beginner gun skills. Win twice in this match to gain 5 points of game development experience. Reward: game backpack skill. Win 3 times in this match to gain 10 points of game development experience. Reward: level 3 Will of the Game Fruit. The moment he saw the task information, LiuLuo immediately made the choice to change participants. Regardless of whether he exposed his strength or not, he had a swap. However, he then heard the information in his mind again. Participants have been selected. Changing is not allowed. LiuLuo almost broke down. He now knew that game development experience was truly a lifesaver, and he was about to enter the front line, where completing a higher-level task was what he needed most. But now he couldn't change participants, and his life was essentially in Zhuge Taoming's hands. LiuLuo began to doubt whether he had misunderstood the meaning behind the gaze he exchanged with Zhuge Taoming earlier. If Zhuge Taoming was among the first-tier participants, LiuLuo could directly concede. Zhuge Taoming had already arranged for the participants to go on stage, but seeing LiuLuo's gaze fixed on her, she began to hesitate. Did she misunderstand? Was the other side not trying to hide their strength? What does he want? After much thought, Zhuge Taoming only replaced the first mate Su Liang, not wanting to completely expose her strength, regardless of whether LiuLuo wanted to hide his. She sensed that the Navy definitely did not have good intentions. LiuLuo did not know that originally, Do Yangyang's appearance in the third match was supposed to be a guaranteed win, but due to his own reasons, it had now become uncertain. Next up are our two main character groups today, the Tianlong Pirates and the Changyang Pirates. As the host's voice fell, the lights in the sea fighting arena instantly went out, and 2 massive light columns illuminated everyone from the 2 pirate groups. The ordinary pirates of the Tianlong Pirates began to breathe rapidly. They had not anticipated such an exhilarating moment when they boarded the ship. Please welcome the Tianlong Pirates, Wang Chao, and the Changyang Pirates, Qiguang. The host read the names from the card that had just been delivered and was a bit confused. Why haven't I heard of these 2 names? Isn't the bone god general going up? What about the white ghost Liang, the underworld judge? Not only was the host puzzled after finishing reading, but others were also confused. Who are these two? Are they also from the Tianlong and Changya pirates? The answer is affirmative. Upon hearing those names, LiuLuo immediately breathed a sigh of relief and unconsciously showed Zhuge Taoming a joyful look. Is this guy sick? Zhuge Taoming still had a face full of disdain, but there was also a hint of anxiety. What does this guy's expression mean? Does he think he's guaranteed to win? Or is this Wang Chao a secret weapon that Tianlong has been hiding? Just as Zhuge Taoming was lost in thought, Qi Guang and Wang Chao had already fought in the center of the arena. Wang Chao initially held back and did not use the powers of the devil fruit, wielding an iron sword and using his swordsman-level skills to fight Qi Guang to a standstill. Qi Guang used a knife and was also at the initial stage of martial artist level. His knife seemed to be wrapped in seawater, and each strike carried significant power, like waves crashing. Every time their weapons met, Wang Chao was at a disadvantage. This made LiuLuo go from sitting and watching the match to standing up to watch. Others were also curious about why their captain was acting this way. Why are you standing up blocking our view? LiuLuo couldn't care less at this moment. He was almost dying of anxiety and couldn't help but want to jump down and fight. This is all development experience. It's crucial. LiuLuo was handing over his fate to others for the first time, so it was no wonder he was restless. Being pressed and beaten, Wang Chao knew that if he continued to be consumed this way, he would undoubtedly lose. He no longer hesitated and unleashed the skills he had developed after breaking through the swordsman level. Chasing light. Wang Chao's iron sword seemed to have a blurred azure light before it. If you looked closely, it dazzled the eyes. If you didn't look closely, it felt non-existent. But this made Wang Chao's sword's speed more than doubled, and when that light spot appeared on Qi Guang, it became particularly conspicuous. As Wang Chao rushed in with a series of sword strikes, Qi Guang, who looked panicked, was secretly laughing. In fact, if they continued to consume each other, he would definitely be the first to run out of strength because every one of his strikes was indeed powerful but consumed much more energy than others. He was the one eager to settle the outcome, and just at that moment, Wang Chao had delivered it to him. Fong of the Sea. Qi Guang's face was cold, and the knife in his hand resembled a sharp tooth wrapped in blue seawater. With a heavy chop, he slashed toward the countless light spots in front of him. He knew he would win this strike. If the light spots could concentrate together, he would definitely lose, but concentrating them was not so easy. Perhaps Wang Chao would collapse first without needing to fight back. The roar of the waves surged, as if a giant sea beast had bared its fangs and was about to bite Wang Chao. A massive shadow seemed to envelop Wang Chao, and the few rays of light in front of him appeared insignificant at this moment. The light was too small, destined to be swallowed by darkness. The smell of the sea was detectable from afar, causing many present to furrow their brows. It was not because the odor was pungent, but because they realized that Qi Guang's move was far from simple. The will contained within it touched upon themes of corrosion, decay, and darkness, these rather sinister intentions. Just when the dark fangs from the depths of the sea were about to engulf Wang Chao, and everyone thought that the Tianlong pirate group had lost this first battle, suddenly, the scattered points of light began to gather. A brilliant golden light shone in the dark waters. Break for me, Wang Chao commanded, and crystalline formations, like mirrors, appeared at various points on his body. These crystals reflected the scattered points of light together. This was something he could not have achieved before. The more he concentrated into one point, the greater the burden he had to bear with each sword strike. Although the sword light had already been thrust out, the pressure from the gathering process still had to be borne by him. What one puts in is what one gets back. This was something that the heavens calculated very clearly. Blood spurted out in mouthfuls, and his arms, gripping the iron sword, had turned crimson as if burned by raging flames. Hold on. I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose. The captain trusts me so much. I can't afford to lose even if it costs me my life. Wang Chao sought a belief in victory within himself. Qi Guang was somewhat caught off guard by Wang Chao's sudden outburst. He can actually resist until now. One should know that most people, when facing his Fong, would have their will eroded in no time. His Fong was not clean. It was covered in blood and decaying flesh, representing very evil intentions. The dazzling light continuously shone upon the foul teeth. Wang Chao struck one sword after another, the tip of his sword constantly hitting the center of Qi Guang's blade. Blood stained the surrounding dark blue mist, and the cost of gathering light against the will was enormous. However, this cost was indeed very valuable. Boom! The violently fluctuating light appeared very unstable but drove away the sea-like mist surrounding Wang Chao. The illusion of the fangs shattered from the center, and the nauseating smell instantly dissipated. When Qi Guang reacted, the light had already dispersed, and Wang Chao's violently trembling arm, holding the now shattered iron sword, was pointed at his throat. Qi Guang looked at the sword, then met Wang Chao's determined gaze, which seemed to say, "I must win. No one can stop me." Qi Guang couldn't help but shiver all over. In that moment, he was truly frightened by Wang Chao's eyes and demeanor. Blood continued to flow from Wang Chao's mouth, and all his muscles trembled. From appearances, it seemed that Qi Guang was the one who had won. But only Qi Guang knew that at this moment he had lost, and lost thoroughly. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Guang finally spoke the words that everyone had been waiting for. "I lost." Upon hearing these 3 words, Wang Chao instantly felt the sword in his hand become incredibly heavy, and he could no longer hold it. He scanned the crowd and finally found that person. The tyrant of Tianlong, LiuLuo. "I did it, Captain. I didn't embarrass you." He then looked at Du Xiangfei, who had admiration in his eyes, giving him a thumbs up, as if to say, "The captain's decision to send you was the right choice." At this moment, the two had forgotten that they had decided who would go up through rock, paper, scissors. However, everything was the best arrangement. "Tianlong is mighty, Tianlong is mighty." With a shout from Do Yangyang in the stands, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. The members of the Tianlong pirate group naturally shouted at the top of their lungs. And other pirate groups were also very excited. They had expected to see a rather poor match, but were unexpectedly treated to a spectacular performance. Although there was still a significant gap compared to top-tier pirates, the use of will was quite impressive. After Tianlong won one match, the faces of the people from Changye turned dark. However, Zhuge Taoming did not show any expression. "Who among you will go up next?" Zhuge Taoming looked toward the captains of the Changye pirate group. The captains were momentarily stunned. Hadn't it just been said that they were not allowed to go up? But they quickly understood that Zhuge Taoming was inherently a competitive person. Otherwise, she would not have come to this front-facing island to find Yua. "Sister, let me go," said Yao Mingyu, who was of similar age to Zhuge Taoming, taking the initiative to speak. As the captain of the 5th team, she was the latest addition to Changye and desperately needed an opportunity to prove herself. The others understood Yao Mingyu's intentions and did not compete with her. "All right, it doesn't matter who goes, but I want to win, understand?" Zhuge Taoming said seriously, looking at Yao Mingyu. "Don't worry, victory is assured," Yao Mingyu replied coldly. Although she was the captain of the 5th team, her strength was certainly not the weakest. She had to be among the top 3, and could even contend for first place. Her confidence stemmed from her initial stage master-level swordsmanship and the second-tier strength of her painting fruit. LiuLuo observed all this. Although he did not know what the other party said, he noticed that the next person to appear from Changye was actually someone who had initially followed Zhuge Taoming. He knew that this match was hopeless. Turning to the person preparing to go on stage, Sun Jianpeng, LiuLuo lost interest in speaking and merely offered a few words of consolation. His mind was entirely focused on the completion of the task. If he could complete the highest difficulty task, the rewards were not to be mentioned. The main thing was that he could gain 10 points of game development experience, plus the remaining 7 points, giving him a total of 17 points, which would guarantee his entry to the front lines. However, now that Sun Jianpeng had lost, he could at most get 5 points of development experience, and with the original starting point, he would only have 12 points left. Since the occurrence of game tasks was completely unpredictable, 12 points of development experience could not create special tasks, leaving him without a trump card. Sun Jianpeng noticed LiuLuo's strange expression. "Does the captain think I will definitely lose? Have I disrupted the captain's plans? Maybe I shouldn't have volunteered." Sun Jianpeng pondered many things at once. The glory of the Tianlong pirate group and his life with Luo Mingho on the Sea Dragon. They had almost become the carpenters on a ship. Unless there were issues with the ship's equipment, crew members generally would not seek them out. The team they led consisted of people without much ambition, who were secretly dubbed the renovation team by the captain's people. This was a humiliation, a deep-rooted shame for both Luo Mingho and himself. But there was no way around it. He and Luo Mingho had been unable to break through for a long time, and their strength had not increased at all. Without strength, nothing could be proven. What could be proven without strength was that they truly were the renovation team. Indeed, a group of the most useless people. With a myriad of thoughts, Sun Jianpeng finally arrived at the center of the competition. When he raised his head to look at LiuLuo, he found that the other party was still lost in thought. Maybe I've always let him down. Sun Jianpeng didn't mean to blame LiuLuo. Indeed, this was what he deserved. Everyone on the ship had improved to some extent. But only he and Luo Mingho remained stagnant. As he pondered these thoughts and lowered his head, the opposite Yao Mingyu looked puzzled. What is this person doing with his head down? Praying? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the stands. Sun Jianping, come on. No matter the outcome, you still have me. Luo Mingho noticed that something was off with Sun Jianping. He was the one who understood him best and knew what he was thinking at that moment. Okay, I will fight with all my might. Sun Jianping raised his head to look at Luo Mingho and murmured softly, then looked back at LiuLuo, finding him still vacant and lost in thought. As the host announced start, Sun Jianping and Yao Mingyu instantly entered combat mode, both clearing their minds and focusing entirely on each other. They had some combat awareness. After all, take my sword, Cold Rainfall. Yao Mingyu wielded a long sword, creating countless sword shadows in the air, which turned into drops of cold rain falling towards Sun Jianping. Although this move was a test from Yao Mingyu, it was by no means weak. She perfectly combined her swordsmanship with her painting fruit. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Swish, swish. The rain fell like beans, glistening coldly, and for a moment, Sun Jianping found it hard to defend himself. His hands quickly transformed into 2 wrenches, attempting to stop the raindrops falling from the sky. But his speed was not fast enough, and the raindrops could not be blocked by mere hands. His actions appeared utterly powerless. In no time, his clothes were drenched, and blood instantly stained his entire body. When the raindrops finally ceased, Sun Jianping stood there in a daze. Blood flowed down from his eyelids, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Is this the gap between me and top pirates? Is it really this huge? I should really die. What am I doing here? Am I just embarrassing the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group? Am I embarrassing the tyrant? Countless cries and endless despair erupted from the depths of Sun Jianping's heart. He dared not raise his head. He was afraid. He feared the questioning eyes of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group members. Are you a member of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group? How could our pirate group have trash like you? He feared the mocking gazes of the newcomers in the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group. Is this the veteran of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group? How pathetic. He was afraid to see the disappointed eyes of LiuLuo. He was scared. He was truly scared. The endless fear robbed Sun Jianping of even the courage to look up. It seemed that countless noises rang in his ears, and his vision blurred with blood. The members of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group also noticed something was off with Sun Jianping at that moment. They began to shout, but it was all in vain. Even Luo Mingho's calls could not evoke any reaction from Sun Jianping. What's wrong with this kid? What is he doing? Luo Mingho was nearly driven mad. He knew that if Sun Jianping lost like this, there would be no place for the two of them in the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group anymore. Just when Sun Jianping was on the verge of collapse, suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, piercing his ears. What the hell are you doing? Go for it. LiuLuo's scolding instantly snapped Sun Jianping back to reality. He raised his head to look at LiuLuo, who was still cursing in frustration. Although he didn't know if they would win this match, he hoped Sun Jianping could give himself and the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group an explanation. He hasn't given up on me? Yes, he hasn't given up on me, ha. At this moment, hearing LiuLuo's scolding was even more uplifting for Sun Jianping than receiving words of encouragement. There was hope in his scolding. Since you have hope, I will do my best to meet your expectations. Suddenly, Sun Jianping began to roar wildly, his arms transformed into wrenches, slowly becoming transparent and then merging into his body. Open for me. In fact, Sun Jianping had always felt a valve within his body, but he had never been able to twist it open. However, today he wanted to give it a try. He knew that valve was his last hope for victory. His blood-soaked body began to heat up, steam rising as if he were turning a boiler's pressure valve. Puff! Steam instantly enveloped Sun Jianping's body. Waves of heat surged in. Seeing this, Luo Mingho couldn't help but shed tears. He knew that after today, no one would dare to call the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group a renovation team again. Within the white mist, a red figure gradually emerged as the mist dissipated, revealing a naked man covered in numerous tiny holes. Although his appearance had changed somewhat, it was still recognizable as Sun Jianping. At this moment, Sun Jianping had entered the high-level stage of a devil fruit user, and the reason he had not broken through before was that his wrench fruit was very special. There were hardly any mid-level breakthroughs in the second stage. Only such a leap-like advancement was possible. At this moment, Sun Jianping had unlocked his potential boiler, increasing his strength, speed, and other aspects by more than 10 times. Yao Mingyu looked at the transformed Sun Jianping, momentarily taken aback. Did he have this kind of strength before, or did he just break through? Yao Mingyu was filled with questions. If the opponent had this strength from the beginning, he shouldn't have been so badly beaten by her just now. However, if he had just broken through, that seemed a bit too inexplicable. Cold wind sweeps the falling snow. Yao Mingyu launched another move, intending to test Sun Jianping once more to see if he had truly become stronger or if it was just superficial. The sword's tip pointed out 1,000 snowflakes, and the sword body floated like a cold wind painting. Every movement of Yao Mingyu left a trace of color, as if she were truly painting. This time, Sun Jianping was no longer as awkward as before. Countless pores on his body erupted with fierce gas, melting the falling snowflakes one by one. The wrenches formed by his hands dispersed the gusts of cold wind. Sun Jianping's actions made LiuLuo ecstatic. It seemed there was indeed a possibility for a 3 consecutive win. If that happened, the Heavenly Dragon Pirate group would be much safer. Yao Mingyu was unaware of the underlying dynamics in their battle. Her brows furrowed slightly. In fact, when she came down, Zhuge Tao had clearly instructed her to avoid using her true strength if possible. However, it seemed that without using her true strength, it would be very difficult for Yao Mingyu to defeat the newly unleashed Sun Jianping. At this moment, although it appeared that Yao Mingyu could not handle Sun Jianping, only he himself knew that the cold winds from just now were not that simple. If he hadn't just broken through, those cold winds would likely have easily severed the wrenches formed by his arms. At this moment, Sun Jianping's face showed no joy. Instead, it was very serious. He found it difficult to achieve victory. He could sense that his opponent was definitely not using their full strength. Facing the cold gaze of Yao Mingyu, Sun Jianping gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether he won or lost in the end, he didn't want to prove today that he was definitely not part of the renovation team. Let the battle begin. The rapidly growing Sun Jianping took the initiative to attack the petite Yao Mingyu. Yao Mingyu exhaled. This time it wasn't her fault. It was the opponent who charged at her. Facing the charging Sun Jianping, who resembled a mountain, Yao Mingyu showed no signs of nervousness. With her sword held like a pen and her wrist like a raging dragon. Using her fruit ability as ink and the countless free demonic powers in the world as paper, in an instant, a flat green mountain appeared before everyone. At that moment, Sun Jianping also charged forward, his arms transformed into levers, directly smashing toward the top of this green mountain. Boom! The mountain crumbled, appearing as if it truly existed, with huge rocks falling and creating deep pits in the ground. This startled the onlookers. While they had seen illusions created by willpower and demonic power before, they had never seen one that felt this real. LiuLuo immediately sensed something was off upon witnessing this scene. Others might not be aware of the feeling of the transition between illusion and reality, but he was very clear about it. After all, LiuLuo's ability to create 3D games involved turning illusions into reality by incorporating demonic power. Moreover, his strongest skill, Destruction Volcano, was also transformed in this manner. So, seeing Yao Mingyu's actions in the center of the arena, he sensed something unusual. She was definitely not just an ordinary warrior, LiuLuo thought. In fact, he had noticed something was off from the beginning, but now realizing something was wrong. What could he do? Who could feel it more clearly than Sun Jianping? His massive levers struck down hard, and the rebounding force almost sent him flying. His full-powered strike felt like hitting a mountain. It caused no damage to the opponent, but left him with some minor injuries. Sun Jianping landed on the ground and staggered back several steps before managing to stop. His eyes filled with shock as he stared at the mountain that had lost a corner. Although he knew the mountain was flat, it appeared very three-dimensional at this moment. Suddenly, a graceful figure flew out from behind the mountain. Yao Mingyu pointed her sword diagonally at Sun Jianping, her foot heavily stomping on the mountain. Boom! This stomp seemed to hit the accelerator, and the mountain pressed down towards Sun Jianping. The scene was too bizarre, especially for those sitting on the side bleachers, who clearly saw a mountain that looked like a piece of paper. On this mountain stood a person who was three-dimensional and full, making the combination with the paper-like mountain truly eerie. The mountain was heavily pressing down towards Sun Jianping, coming closer. This paper-like mountain made Sun Jianping feel deep down that he could definitely punch a hole in it. Therefore, he did not dodge, but swung his arms in a wide arc boom boom. Rocks flew, and smoke filled the air. The flying paper created a completely real scene. The moment Sun Jianping's lever-like arms made contact with the paper mountain, his arrogant expression changed rapidly. If he felt unprepared during the first attack, this time he was fully prepared. However, the paper-like mountain was truly unbreakable. Immense power surged from his arms, and Sun Jianping gritted his teeth as he pushed against it. All the pores in his body expelled white gas, and his entire potential was being unleashed. At that moment, Yao Mingyu, standing on a mountain, sensed that the Green Mountain could not press down any further, so she furrowed her brows and stomped down hard. Sun Jianping, who had been able to withstand the pressure, instantly bent his knees, and the mountain suddenly pressed down a segment. Surrounded by the white gas. Sun Jianping let out chilling cries. Gradually, the mountain pressed downward more and more, and the white gas began to take on a pink hue. The crowd knew that it was the blood and steam resulting from muscle ruptures merging together. Slowly, Sun Jianping's legs sank into the ground, followed by his waist, and then his chest. Boom! The mountain crashed heavily onto the ground. From LiuLuo and the others' perspective, they could not see Sun Jianping's figure. Although he appeared ragged, his actual situation was much better than it seemed, because in his potential boiler form, the stronger the force he encountered, the greater the potential he unleashed. Thus, although his entire body was pressed into the ground, it was actually beneficial for him, as the ground shared the burden of the weight with him. Taking advantage of Yao Mingyu's moment of carelessness, Sun Jianping suddenly exerted force and pushed the paper mountain upward. Yao Mingyu lost her balance and fell from the top. Sun Jianping immediately seized the opportunity and charged forward. When his massive levers grasped Yao Mingyu's hands, they quickly shrank, and a smile crossed Sun Jianping's lips. Seeing this scene, Han Weiwei and Luo Mingho were the first to laugh. They knew Sun Jianping the best. Being caught by Sun Jianping meant the outcome was essentially decided. Unless an animal-type devil fruit user could hold out, others stood no chance. The other members of the Tianlong pirates quickly reacted, showing smiles and cheering. Among them, LiuLuo was the happiest, his mouth almost unable to close. This was not just a simple victory. It represented 5 points of development experience. Winning 3 matches earned 10 points. Winning 2 earned 5 points. And now Wang Chao had already won 1 match, and he was confident about Do Yangyang's match. So as long as Sun Jianping won this match, it would mean directly earning 5 points of development experience. The importance of development experience need not be elaborated. LiuLuo looked at the scene, where Sun Jianping, standing over 2 meters tall, tightly held Yao Mingyu's hands, and he felt increasingly at ease. If Jianping can win this girl over, it would be a huge gain. LiuLuo couldn't help but think of a higher level. Unfortunately, the next second left him and everyone watching in shock. Sun Jianping, with an excited face, held Yao Mingyu's delicate white hands, thinking he could announce the match was over. Although he had made mistakes before, like that time with Han Weiwei when he was directly reversed in victory, that was because Han Weiwei was an animal-type devil fruit user with immense strength, not something an ordinary person could compare to. This time with Yao Mingyu, although Sun Jianping sensed something different about her, he didn't believe she could turn the tables. But things often happen this way. The more impossible it seems, the more likely it is to occur. Yao Mingyu looked at Sun Jianping, sneering coldly. Although the long sword can no longer be used, the fingers can still act as a sword, using them to manipulate ink. Fingers shatter mountains and rivers. Yao Mingyu cried out in pain, her trembling hands quickly sketching 2 identical images in the air. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura erupted, and a tremendous momentum burst forth. The 2 miniature images were drawn onto the massive wrench gripping Yao Mingyu's hands, the left hand sketching in midair on the wrench holding her right hand, and the right hand mirroring the action. With a whoosh whoosh, the wrench became like the mountains and rivers about to shatter, condensed hundreds of times the sword aura continuously slashing at its surface. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword were already unleashed. Bang! Bang! The wrench transformed from Sun Jianping's thumb was directly severed. The intense pain drove Sun Jianping into a frenzy, losing all sense of pity, as he swung the 2 large wrenches towards Yao Mingyu's head. The wind howled, and the force was immense. If it hit, the result would surely be like a watermelon bursting. However, Yao Mingyu's ghostly agility allowed her to easily dodge. Although Sun Jianping's power and speed were formidable at that moment, his techniques and attack methods were too poor. It was akin to a person with immense strength who didn't know how to use it. If he could break through to the martial artist master level, or even a higher tier of martial artist soldier level, Yao Mingyu would have no chance of turning the tables. But unfortunately, Sun Jianping was merely a mid-tier martial artist soldier at that moment. Moreover, he was quite unlucky. The ability he had just gained from breaking through to the 2nd-tier high level was a status-type ability, which couldn't be used for direct attacks or defense. Oh no! LiuLuo realized that the moment Yao Mingyu escaped, Sun Jianping was likely to lose. However, at that moment, LiuLuo didn't care much about the outcome of this battle. He recognized Sun Jianping's efforts and acknowledged his strength. As for gaining experience, although important, LiuLuo had come to terms with it. Sun Jianping had already done his best, surpassing his own expectations. Perhaps this is fate. What I gain is my fortune. What I lose is my destiny. Unsurprisingly, after several desperate strikes from Sun Jianping, the battle ended with Yangyang defeating him with overwhelming strength. The reason it was overwhelming was that Sun Jianping could hardly deal any damage to her. Although it looked terrifying, he either couldn't hit her, or if he did, it didn't hurt. In contrast, Yangyang's attacks were swift as a storm and silent as autumn leaves falling. Ultimately, a second-tier high-level Devil Fruit user lost to a low-tier martial artist master, a dual practitioner of both Devil Fruit and martial arts at the second-tier mid-level. This match left the spectators on edge throughout, as the situation changed constantly. They thought this was a top pirate battle between Long Night and Tianlong. After the match ended, everyone began to cheer and applaud. Although the battle between Sun Jianping and Yangyang wasn't filled with flashy skills, it highlighted the importance of a martial artist's sword techniques and strength. This was a deeply thought-provoking aspect, breaking the traditional notion that sheer strength makes one king, inspiring many pirates to commit to the path of martial arts and hone their skills. At this moment, Sun Jianping, covered in wounds, exited the arena, hesitating whether to immediately return to the stands to report to LiuLuo and the others. Although he had broken through himself, he still felt a bit afraid of being criticized by others since he lost. Just as he was hesitating, someone suddenly walked out from the passageway of the stands. Jianping, why are you dawdling? The brothers are all waiting for you. Incredible, you've actually broken through, LiuLuo said with a smile, wrapping his arm around Sun Jianping's shoulder as they walked toward the stands. Did you plan this from the start, wanting to show off today? LiuLuo joked. In truth, he had genuinely suspected this might be the case. No, I just suddenly felt I should break through today. Sun Jianping scratched his head, explaining vaguely. The way he spoke made it seem as if the breakthrough was entirely within his control. As they chatted, they reached the stands. Several pirate crews passing by congratulated Sun Jianping and the Tianlong pirate crew. Why? Although Long Night won, the slightly stronger pirate crews could tell that the person who fought for Tianlong was not their strongest. In contrast, the person who fought for Long Night was already their backbone. Most importantly, during the match, someone from Tianlong had even broken through on the spot, which definitely counted as a victory. Amidst the praises and congratulations from many pirates, Sun Jianping finally arrived at the Tianlong pirate crew's position. I didn't expect it, Jianping. You were going to show us your skills today, Han Weiwei said with a smile. Hey, but I still lost, Sun Jianping replied somewhat dejectedly. So what if you lost? I estimate that the woman you fought can rank in the top 3 of Long Night, Yangyang said exaggeratedly. The others burst into laughter. With that said, Sun Jianping indeed seemed to have lost fairly. First mate, the next battle is in your hands, Sun Jianping said seriously to Yangyang. This moment made Yangyang, who had just been joking, become serious. From the previous 2 battles, it was clear that the Long Night pirate crew possessed strength that was not typical of Tianlong. This was also the strongest opponent Yangyang had encountered since setting sail. Haha, don't be nervous. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me, LiuLuo said, noticing the sudden tension in the atmosphere. He didn't want Yangyang to feel too much pressure. Previously, when fighting against the Iron Blood pirate crew, LiuLuo had to say that Yangyang must win because he could see that the opponent was absolutely no match for Yangyang. Now, he wouldn't say such things. If Yangyang won, that would be great, but if he lost, it would be troublesome. Not only would it undermine Yangyang's confidence, but it would also strip the entire Tianlong pirate crew of their current sense of family warmth. That was something LiuLuo absolutely did not want to see. Brother Luo, don't worry, victory is assured. Yangyang lowered his head, then raised it again, smiling at LiuLuo. LiuLuo was about to say, there's no need to be so serious. It's just a match, but he was interrupted by the silently waiting Wu Ming. Order, tyrant, Wu Ming said excitedly. He and Yangyang exchanged glances, as if the excitement could be transmitted between them. Wu Ming was eager to be on the battlefield himself. Yangyang was ignited by Wu Ming's words. His breathing began to quicken, and his pupils dilated. LiuLuo's gaze flickered between Yangyang and Wu Ming, his facial expression hard to decipher. Although he wanted Yangyang to win, he didn't want to put pressure on him. Just do your best. It's not a big deal, LiuLuo said with a smile. Indeed, if it were a matter of life and death, he would firmly tell Yangyang to only seek victory and not accept defeat. But now, it was merely an ordinary competition. Yangyang wanted to say something more. All right, stop dawdling, go on. LiuLuo patted Yangyang's shoulder, signaling him to hurry up and go down. Without LiuLuo's command, Yangyang could only walk off the observation platform and into the arena. In the arena, Su Liang had been waiting for a long time. As Yangyang stepped onto the field, his tightly closed eyes instantly opened. Just this simple action unleashed a powerful aura that emanated from his entire being. This couldn't help but make Yangyang, who had initially been indifferent, feel a sense of alertness. What a strong aura, Conqueror's Haki. Yangyang pondered, noting that Su Liang's aura resembled Conqueror's Haki, but wasn't exactly the same. In terms of energy strength, it was somewhat inferior to LiuLuo's Conqueror's Haki, but contained some other elements that Yangyang couldn't quite name at the moment. White Bone General. Su Liang spoke up, his voice steady and his gaze at Yangyang calm. Yangyang didn't respond, nor did he shake his head or nod. He was just that kind of person, never playing by the rules. If you ask me, I'll speak up. Moreover, Yangyang was very displeased with the other person's calm demeanor, as if he were meeting a little brother, and that expression seemed to say to Yangyang, "So you're called White Bone General, huh? I heard you're pretty arrogant." Therefore, Yangyang naturally wouldn't give Su Liang any face. After all, he represented the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group and the tyrant LiuLuo. "I heard you're called Dragon King?" Yangyang said in a similarly indifferent tone. Paired with his slightly casual demeanor, it indeed resembled a lecture to a little brother. Su Liang remained silent in response. The two locked eyes, and the intense smell of gunpowder began to permeate the air. A sudden gust of wind started to swirl around them. In the stands, Yang Xiaohua and Hao Gang both sat up straight. So strong. This must be the power of top-tier pirates. Just the clash of their auras has reached this level. Hao Gang said with a frown. Initially, he thought the match featuring the Heavenly Dragon and Long Yi pirate groups would be unexciting, but unexpectedly, the last fighters from both sides turned out to be the first mates. This was definitely worth watching. Indeed powerful. In terms of aura, I doubt you can compete. Yang Xiaohua said, glancing at Hao Gang. Hao Gang's eyes hadn't left Yangyang and Su Liang for a moment. Hearing Yang Xiaohua's words, he merely nodded. Indeed, in terms of aura, he was no match for these two. However, his true strength lay in his understanding of martial arts and mastery of the two-color Haki. At that moment, Yangyang and Su Liang finally made their moves. Almost simultaneously, they charged at each other. Boom! Without any hesitation, Battle Spirit's surge was immediately activated, and the sounds of bones colliding with bone walls rang out clearly. Yangyang was like a human engine, while Su Liang was equally unyielding, his muscles bulging, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Each step he took left deep craters in the ground. This was a stark contrast to his previous appearance wearing glasses, looking frail. Bang! Their fists collided, and a powerful energy surged outward, spreading in all directions. They exchanged a glance, both shocked by the other's overwhelming strength. Neither had anticipated that the other's ordinary strike could be so powerful. His strength is really impressive. Is he an animal-type devil fruit user? White Bone General truly lives up to his name. Is an ordinary punch really this strong? Both were deep in thought, but their movements didn't slow down. Their fists and feet clashed continuously, each strike causing viewers to tremble, especially the ordinary pirates, who felt that any blow from either of them could potentially lead to their demise. After a few minutes of fighting with nearly 1,000 exchanges, neither had gained a clear advantage nor sustained serious injuries. At this moment, after separating, Yangyang looked at his now battered white bone gloves, frowning deeply. Su Liang's power was simply too great. He was definitely not an ordinary animal-type devil fruit user. From Yangyang's understanding of Han Wei, an ordinary animal-type user, while possessing a strength advantage, wouldn't be so terrifying. The ability to shatter the white bone gloves that Yangyang created was something even Han Wei would struggle with. Yet Su Liang seemed to do it effortlessly. Moreover, Yangyang was certain that Su Liang's ease was not an act. I didn't expect him to be this strong, Yangyang thought as he shook his hand. But isn't it more interesting this way? The name of the tyrant is the path I shall take. Armored White Bone, General's Path. Yangyang chose not to use the Blade White Bone form, but directly activated Armored White Bone, not because Blade White Bone was useless, but against someone who could overpower with sheer strength. Blade White Bone would be at a disadvantage. A path of White Bone extended directly towards Su Liang. Seeing this, Su Liang certainly wouldn't allow Yangyang to show off. He stomped hard on the ground, causing numerous cracks to appear. Even hell should tremble before me, let alone the earth. Su Liang's voice was deep, carrying an indescribable sense of fear. The densely packed cracks intertwined and spread out, ultimately crashing into the advancing path of White Bone. Boom! The intense energy collision sent countless bone fragments flying, and the originally smooth path of White Bone was now filled with cracks. Just as Yangyang stepped onto it, he had to stop. He halted. But Su Liang did not. His leg muscles looked like they were sculpted from steel, and when he came down heavily, boom! Bang bang! The path of white bone shattered into countless fragments, no longer existing. The members of the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group, watching this scene, all stood up, their faces filled with shock. Although Yangyang still had stronger moves, this attack, General's Path, was undoubtedly powerful. Unexpectedly, it was so easily countered by Su Liang. Yangyang, be careful. Suddenly, LiuLuo, watching the match, couldn't help but shout a warning, though Yangyang couldn't hear him. It was clear that LiuLuo was genuinely anxious. Losing his composure. Others weren't much better than LiuLuo. Almost everyone in the stand stood up, many covering their mouths in disbelief. In the arena, countless bone fragments flew apart, but one massive fragment shot directly in front of Yangyang. Su Liang seemed to have predicted everything. The moment his view was obstructed, his arm muscles contracted. It appeared not only the muscles shrank, but even the bones seemed to reduce in size, resembling the arms of a malnourished child. However, the metallic sheen made it clear that this seemingly weak arm was, in fact, incredibly strong. When LiuLuo saw Su Liang's extremely robust legs, which could be described as majestic, an image of an ancient, powerful beast suddenly appeared in his mind. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Combined with Su Liang's nickname Dragon King, LiuLuo was almost certain about what type of devil fruit user he was. Ancient type animal, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was a creature that could reign over other dinosaurs in ancient times, possessing terrifying strength capable of killing nearly all other land dinosaurs. Would it be that simple to become a devil fruit? The answer was clearly no. But was Yangyang simple? Whoosh! The raging wind howled past Yangyang's ears, his whole body tensed, entering a state of utmost danger. The moment the skeletal road before him obstructed his line of sight, he sensed the killing intent. The strong killing intent felt like a bone-chilling cold wind, tightening Yangyang's spine. Soft bone, celestial canopy this time. The celestial canopy did not descend from the heavens, but instead wrapped around his already bone-armored body with an extremely elastic layer of soft bone. Just as the soft bone was about to cover the last area, the obstacle in front of Yangyang exploded, and a pair of claws gleaming with a metallic sheen, filled with a strange aura, struck Yangyang's chest almost instantaneously. Boom! Yangyang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance, bouncing back up 4 or 5 times. Then his body was wrapped in bones, lying on the ground without any movement. The scene became eerily quiet, with no one daring to utter a word, and even the sound of breathing was absent. Su Liang glanced at the white figure lying in the distance, and then looked at his own strange claws. The power of his previous strike was terrifying, and the force transmission had reached its limit. That punch could be called perfect. However, Su Liang felt as if he had struck a pile of cotton, though it seemed he had sent the opponent flying. It felt as though he had not harmed him at all. What was sent flying was merely the armor, while the person was only swept away. Sure enough, the white figure gently shook his head in the dust and slowly stood up. A trace of blood hung at the corner of his mouth, but the crooked smile indicated that he was not seriously injured. Oh, Bone God General, Dragon Celestial Pirate Crew. Yangyang's actions instantly stirred the entire arena. I said it. How could the Bone God General be so easily defeated? You must be joking. Just now, someone said the Bone God General was so weak. Who said that? I didn't say anything. Yangyang listened to the noisy comments from the stands and turned to the members of the Dragon Celestial Pirate Crew, giving them a look that said he was fine. Su Liang carefully examined Yangyang's entire body, not attacking immediately. Although his previous strike was not the strongest in such a short time, it could be considered a limitless attack. However, the damage caused was indeed very unsatisfactory. Yangyang also looked at Su Liang's strange appearance at that moment. The muscle mass in his legs was larger than Yangyang's head, while his arms were pitifully thin. So it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. No wonder he has such great strength. Yangyang smiled slightly. All right, that extinguishes any thoughts of competing in strength with him. Competing in strength with a Tyrannosaurus Rex is just asking for death. Since that's the case, let's have a contest of will. Armored Bone. Path of no return. The originally shattered bones suddenly seemed to come alive, charging towards Su Liang with a menacing ferocity, like sharp fangs vowing to tear Su Liang apart. Rumble. Seeing this, Su Liang stomped hard on the ground again, and cracks spread out larger than before, some even deep enough to be called ravines. The menacing skeletal road once again met the cracks in the ground. But this time, Su Liang was disappointed. The skeletal road, like thorns in a jungle, directly devoured all the ravine cracks. Clang, clang, clang. It was as if millions of soldiers were constantly sharpening their swords. The sound was exceptionally terrifying, and many ordinary pirates in the stands covered their ears, their pupils dilating. Clang. The blades seemed to have been sharpened, and they all pulled out their swords in unison, countless menacing skeletal spikes swirling up. A white figure, like a bulldozer, charged towards Su Yang. This time, let's see how you block this. The might of 1,000,000 soldiers. Can human strength withstand it? Terrifying will. The demonic power within Do Yangyang's body had fully activated, and flames ignited on the snow-white bone armor. The flames were ignited due to the speed being so fast that it heated the air. Everyone held their breath once again, watching Do Yangyang's currently strongest strike. Su Yang also held his breath, his legs spread apart, his small right hand timing Do Yangyang's charge to deliver a fierce punch. Cannon fist, the small right hand swung in a punch that pierced the air, the explosive sound ringing out like a great bell. Boom! Finally, Su Yang's small right limb collided with Do Yangyang's fist, causing the ground beneath them to continuously sink downwards. A massive, semicircular sphere rapidly formed beneath the two, expanding outward. Miraculously, Do Yangyang's terrifying strike was indeed blocked. It was stopped barehanded by Su Yang. Countless people were stunned into silence. Is this still human? Can the human body achieve such strength? It was as if a person was standing against a missile, too terrifying. Do Yangyang also did not expect this. It wasn't until his momentum completely stopped that he had to admit this fact. Strong, ridiculously strong. This was Do Yangyang's conclusion. However, he was not the type to admit defeat. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't back down. Do Yangyang quickly condensed a mad blade in his left hand, numerous sharp blades appearing on his armor. Blade of bone. Thorny frenzy, countless blades crazily attacked Su Yang's body from all directions, driven by this bizarre and mad will. Double cannon, Su Yang unleashed both fists, like twin dragons emerging from a sea, a violent small whirlwind forming around his arms. Will clashed once again with pure power and technique. In truth, Su Yang's fists also contained will, but his will could not compare to Do Yangyang's. It fell far short. Boom! Do Yangyang was once again sent flying, while Su Yang only took a few steps back. However, Do Yangyang was smiling, while Su Yang's brow was deeply furrowed, because he felt that Do Yangyang should have flown further, and there was a strange and disgusting sensation as if he had been briefly stunned. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his right hand. This felt different from the previous impact with cotton. This time, it felt like he had only hit halfway, as if Do Yangyang's bones could move and evaded half of his attack. Su Yang's brow furrowed tightly, wondering how this guy had so many strange tricks. It was incredibly uncomfortable to fight against. Just as Su Yang was about to make another move to test him, Zhuge Taoming suddenly stood up. At this moment, it appeared on the surface that Su Yang had the upper hand. This contest can end here. What do you think, tyrant? Zhuge Taoming's voice was calm, but it emphasized the word tyrant. LiuLuo looked at Zhuge Taoming across from him, pausing slightly before speaking. I also think it can end here. The crowd cast puzzled looks at the two, and even Su Yang and Do Yangyang in the center of the arena were somewhat confused. Why? I think I can still continue fighting. This was the shared thought of both, as neither believed the loser would be themselves, and both had trump cards yet to reveal. Don't forget that the most terrifying thing about Do Yangyang is not the numerous white bones, but the black bones. As for Su Yang, he has never revealed his true strength. Only Zhuge Taoming knows that he has hidden cards. LiuLuo glanced at Do Yangyang and signaled him to return, indicating that the match could be cancelled. Zhuge Taoming also signaled Su Yang to come back. There were many voices of dissatisfaction from the audience, but neither LiuLuo nor Zhuge Taoming paid any attention. In a corner, Yang Qiuhua and Hao Gang watched Su Yang and Do Yangyang leave the arena, exchanging glances without saying a word. They were afraid? Hao Gang's expression was serious, his forehead creased. Yang Qiuhua emitted a heavy nasal sound, pausing before saying, "They're afraid of scaring us." Crackling. Hao Gang's large hands were tightly clenched together, his breathing a bit heavier. The battle between Su Yang and Do Yangyang had exceeded most people's expectations. Even if Hao Gang had personally participated, it would have been difficult to withstand any of the big moves from either of them. Of course, if it were just that, Hao Gang would have happily considered it a match, but it was clearly not the case now. The opponent had not yet shown their true strongest power at this point, which was quite frightening. This greatly undermined Hao Gang's confidence. Were they not even worthy of watching? Why stop? Keep going. Protest. The title of East Sea King hasn't been decided yet. It was one win, one loss, and one draw. Who is the East Sea King? The host, hearing the surrounding tumult, was somewhat at a loss, looking to LiuLuo and Zhuge Taimingming for guidance. But both pretended not to see. LiuLuo was not concerned about these superficial matters at the moment. He was only worried about how to handle the one win, one loss, and one draw for the game task. The last draw would be counted as such. Just as LiuLuo was anxiously contemplating, a message finally came to his mind. Because only one win and one draw were achieved in the end, you will receive 3 points of game development experience and the reward of game space fruitability. LiuLuo was so excited that he spoke out loud. 3 points. What 3 points? Yaoxin asked in confusion. LiuLuo did not hide it and told him about the game task from earlier. The first tier of task rewards was 2 points of game development experience, and the second tier's reward was 5 points. LiuLuo did not quite complete the second tier, but he was better than the first tier. So he received 3 points of development experience, as well as the game's space fruitability. A very peculiar ability appeared in his mind. It seemed to be around him, yet also seemed to be in his head, with a space of 20 compartments. This must be the game space. It really is similar to the one in the game. LiuLuo thought to himself with a smile. He planned to experiment. With a thought, he placed the water bottle he was holding into the game space. In his mind's eye, among the 2 rows of compartments, one compartment showed the shape of the water bottle, and LiuLuo suddenly understood. This compartment could only store one type of item. For example, if water was placed inside, only water could be stored. But many items of the same type could be stored. After figuring that out, LiuLuo took the water bottle out of the game space. The bottle instantly reappeared in LiuLuo's hand. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo smiled happily, like a child who had found a beloved toy. At this moment, Yangyang also walked over, and LiuLuo casually tossed the water bottle towards him. What's up? LiuYe, why do we stop? I'm not done having fun yet. Yangyang was not angry. After all, it was the Long Night team's suggestion first. So it wasn't embarrassing, otherwise Yangyang would not have stepped down. If we keep going, you'll scare those guys, LiuLuo said. And the Long Night team is going to the front lines tomorrow. At this point, LiuLuo didn't continue, but Yangyang understood, and his smile returned. If you say that, then I'm happy. Thus, Yangyang sat down with a beaming face. From time to time, someone would come over and ask why LiuLuo wouldn't let him continue. Yangyang always responded with a helpless and reluctant expression, repeating LiuLuo's earlier words. Afraid of scaring people, it can't go on. That pretentious attitude and dissatisfied tone would even earn him a thumbs up from Huiqing if he were here. Yangyang, here is another bottle of water. LiuLuo turned and tossed a water bottle over, which finally quelled Yangyang's arrogance. He didn't want this matter to be known by everyone. It wouldn't be good for future development. Now that he had obtained 3 points of game development experience, plus the remaining 7 points, it was exactly 10. If he could complete another mid-level game task, he could trigger a special task and gain another powerful hidden card. In the following Sea Fighting Hall, although there were still shouts of unwillingness to disperse, the Long Night and Tianlong teams did not converse. And the host could only helplessly announce that today's match was over. However, just as the host's words fell, an incongruous figure suddenly appeared from the farthest corner. I want to challenge the tyrant. If I win, then the title of East Sea King should belong to me, right? A very youthful-looking young man stood up. The originally noisy venue quieted for a second before it erupted again. This was even more exciting than the previous battle between Long Night and Tianlong. This was a direct challenge to the tyrant, contending for the title of East Sea King. However, his words also indicated one thing. The currently recognized East Sea King was still the tyrant of the Tianlong pirates. LiuLuo stood up amidst the cheers of the crowd, not displaying the conqueror's haki or using the Street Fighter skill, just looking at the young man normally. But in the eyes of others, LiuLuo at this moment was as immovable as a mountain, imposing and unreachable. His gaze was sharp and piercing. East Sea King, East Sea King. Tyrant, tyrant. The tyrant is still the same tyrant, huh? At some point, LiuLuo had actually gained a following. They would go crazy for LiuLuo. Of course, the most enthusiastic were the members of the Tianlong pirates, each wishing they had 2 mouths. Even a usually taciturn Wu Ming and Gue Liang could not stop talking. The calmest were the members of the Long Night pirates, or perhaps unhappy would be a more accurate description, especially upon seeing the young man. The Long Night members gritted their teeth, very displeased. Originally, not winning the title of East Sea King today was already considered a loss for them, as the challenge was initiated by them. However, without the appearance of a young man, everyone would only remember that Long Night and Tianlong had ultimately drawn, resulting in a tie. Afterward, the title of East Sea King would be something Long Night could deny the Tianlong pirates. The Tianlong pirates would truly have no way to claim it. But now, the young man had effectively reinforced the title of East Sea King back onto the Tianlong pirates. Zhuge Timingming even suspected that this young man might be from the Tianlong pirates. At this moment, seeing LiuLuo stand up, Zhuge Taomingming, although quite displeased, had to admit that LiuLuo's aura truly matched that of a king of the East Sea. Give that guy a good beating for me. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zhuge Taomingming glanced at LiuLuo and then at the handsome young man. Just when she hoped LiuLuo would decisively defeat the young man, LiuLuo spoke up. I accept your challenge, but I don't like trouble. If anyone can challenge me just like that, I'd be exhausted, LiuLuo said, deliberately pausing. So from now on, anyone who wants to challenge me must present something of equal value to a devil fruit as a gift for the challenge. As soon as LiuLuo's words fell, the scene erupted into chaos, with intense discussions breaking out. Some understood, while others did not. However, the handsome young man understood. The title of King of the East Sea was indeed worth as much as a devil fruit. And not just anyone was worthy of challenging the King of the East Sea. The young man's words exuded confidence, as if he were about to become the next King of the East Sea, and everything he said seemed to be speaking for himself, not for LiuLuo. The handsome young man was named Zhong Xiling, and when he arrived here, he was the only one on the ship. This raised suspicions among the Navy officers who received him. After sending Zhong Xiling off, the Navy boarded the ship to investigate and found signs that many people had lived here together, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly disappeared the day before. The Navy's report speculated that Zhong Xiling had killed all the people on the ship before arriving at the welcoming island. The ship he was on was a pirate ship, and it was very likely that it was not his ship, but one he borrowed. So once he arrived at his destination, there was no need to keep it. However, at this moment, LiuLuo was unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Hearing Zhong Xiling's words, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He had not expected the other party to speak like this, regardless of what the other party thought. It was too good for him. What's your name? LiuLuo asked politely. Anyone daring to challenge the King of the East Sea and helping LiuLuo greatly deserved to have their name noted. Qilin, Zhong Xiling replied indifferently. But as the last syllable of Qilin fell, lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea fighting arena, followed by a roar of a beast. Roar. Rumble. The scene in the sea fighting arena was momentarily shocked by this display of heavenly power. The thunder was indeed loud. Damn it, another show-off. LiuLuo silently cursed, and his impression of Zhong Xiling dropped significantly, feeling quite displeased. Damn, we just don't get along, LiuLuo muttered softly, then stopped talking and walked toward the competition arena on his own. He was very confident in himself. Even without just having broken through, Zhong Xiling probably wasn't his opponent. LiuLuo had seen through the young man. He was an animal-type phantom beast, the Qilin fruit, no need to ask. Otherwise, who would give themselves such a second-rate name as Qilin? Seeing that LiuLuo was no longer looking at him and had already walked toward the competition arena, Zhong Xiling gritted his teeth and thought to himself that he would make LiuLuo regret it later. He believed his strength was not inferior to Do Yangyang or Su Liang from earlier, but he couldn't understand why Chang Yi and Tianlong had called off the match. He was still too young, thinking that Chang Yi was afraid of losing. The two then entered the competition arena and exchanged distant glances. LiuLuo was already prepared to end the fight as quickly as possible, so the Navy would only think Zhong Xiling was too weak, not that LiuLuo was too strong. Unexpectedly, the host was very diligent, excitedly saying something, but before he finished, LiuLuo had already moved. Cloud rising, shattering the sky was LiuLuo's fastest skill at the moment. A mass of white clouds enveloped LiuLuo, and in an instant, he was almost in front of Zhong Xiling. Zhong Xiling's eyes hadn't even registered the host's earlier praises before he realized LiuLuo was launching a surprise attack. It couldn't really be called a surprise attack, as this match was supposed to be extra, and in theory, it had nothing to do with the host. Roar, Qilin 9. Zhong Xiling let out a strange roar, his fists instantly transforming into hooves, covered in thunder, trying to block LiuLuo's fierce strike. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying aura erupt from the cloud. Indeed, it was an aura that could instill fear even in a divine beast like the Qilin. The Conqueror's Haki and the Street Fighter's two powerful skills activated simultaneously, combined with the amplification and shaping of Slaughter Prelude. In an instant, the two auras expanded and then immediately contracted, condensing into an extremely terrifying energy that surged toward Zhong Xiling's head. In an instant, Zhong Ziling's mind went blank, his head buzzing, and all previous bodily commands were overshadowed. The host, who was relatively close and had just been speaking nonstop, suddenly fell silent, his eyes vacant, as if he had aged several years in an instant. It felt like a long time had passed. When the whispers of the demon faded and their consciousness returned to their bodies, everything was already over. A coiled dragon spear had stopped at Zhong Ziling's throat, its tip stained with blood. This was not because LiuLuo had lost control, but rather, it was intentional. Zhong Ziling's arms, which had originally been bracing to defend, now hung limply at his sides, with 2 blood holes on his shoulders, blood continuously flowing out. The 2 terrifyingly hard hooves had scratches at their wrists, and the tendons had been severed. Zhong Ziling stared blankly at all this, unsure of what had just happened. The host was dumbfounded, watching the scene, equally confused. The expressions of the audience were similar. Everything happened too quickly, from LiuLuo entering the arena to LiuLuo launching his attack, and then to the end. It took less than a minute, and the actual fighting time was even less than 2 seconds. Zhong Ziling's eyes were filled with disbelief. Shifting from the spear on his throat to LiuLuo's face, which was marked by indifference mixed with a hint of mockery. It's over. LiuLuo's voice struck Zhong Ziling's heart like a heavy hammer, shattering a heart full of fantasies and expectations. This is it. Zulfust. Is my gap with him really that big? But I don't even remember when it started. Zhong Ziling's heart was filled with countless unwillingness, but also much fear. Even when facing LiuLuo's gaze, he instinctively wanted to dodge. Damn, I thought this kid was tough. I didn't expect him to be scared so easily. LiuLuo realized Zhong Ziling's inner turmoil from his expression. It wasn't Zhong Ziling's fault. Any other person in his place would probably not be much stronger than him. One strike, just one strike, and he hadn't even seen it coming before it was over. Anyone would struggle to handle that. No, this won't do. If you don't come, there will be one less person to deliver me devil fruits in the future. LiuLuo didn't want to disturb anyone, but he didn't want to be bothered by ordinary people, or rather, by some weaklings, because ordinary people could never obtain devil fruits. However, LiuLuo was still willing to have some strong individuals who could obtain devil fruits continuously challenge him. This was a path to wealth that couldn't be cut off. Therefore, LiuLuo immediately put away his gun and suddenly turned pale, then quickly returned to his original appearance. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhong Ziling, hurriedly turning his back to the other party. Kirin, this time you have lost. LiuLuo's voice was loud, but it only made Zhong Ziling more certain of his current thoughts. He must have used all his strength to execute this move. The tyrant is already at the end of his rope. Zhong Ziling thought to himself, as if he had found the truth of the matter at that moment. Rather than saying LiuLuo was deceiving him, it was more accurate to say he was deceiving himself. A drowning person would not let go of anything that could keep him afloat. At that moment, he looked at LiuLuo's back and listened to the delayed cheers from the audience, gradually revealing a smile. Only this time. Next time I will definitely defeat you. Zhong Ziling shouted towards that somewhat fatigued back. However, the surrounding cheers were too loud, and his voice couldn't be heard at all. But that back clearly paused for a moment, even making Zhong Ziling feel that the other party was afraid. If I had a devil fruit right now, I could defeat him, Zhong Ziling thought arrogantly. Although he was injured in several places at the moment, with the recovery ability of the animal-type mythical beast, it was nothing serious. Moreover, he hadn't even used his stamina or devil power. Most importantly, according to his deduction, the tyrant LiuLuo was already at the end of his strength and could be defeated easily. Although Zhong Ziling wanted to defeat LiuLuo immediately, he didn't have a devil fruit in hand, and he had agreed to LiuLuo's rules before. So now, he could only watch LiuLuo step by step leave the arena. Yang Xiahua noticed the unwilling expression on Zhong Ziling's face and felt even more puzzled. What kind of expression is that? He can't think that LiuLuo only has one strike in him, right? Yang Xiahua said with a wry smile, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. She hadn't seen LiuLuo's expression just now, nor the acting that had extended to his eyes. Otherwise, she would probably be even more confused. She was already 40 years old and wasn't as easily fooled as Zhong Ziling. What a foolish kid. Yangyang, should we recruit him? I don't think he wants to be a pirate, Yangyang said with a sympathetic look on his face. He just thought Zhong Ziling was young and a bit foolish, not knowing that Zhong Ziling had been tricked by LiuLuo. Hearing this, Yang Xiahua hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Let us see. If there are no major issues, we can recruit him. Yangyang, where there's such perfect people. Right now, we really lack strong combat power. Otherwise, we wouldn't let the pirates run rampant, Yangyang said somewhat unwillingly. Yang Xiuhua's requirements were too many, and she was too strict with pirates and ordinary people. Otherwise, the number of people joining the Navy would have increased significantly. Shut up. Yang Xiuhua suddenly widened her eyes, filled with anger. If all those who join the Navy are a bunch of useless people, what do I need them for? To create chaos? Yang Xiuhua's words were heavy, and Hao Gang pouted, ultimately not daring to retort, lowering his head. The massive Hao Gang looked particularly comical at this moment, his huge frame displaying a face full of grievance, which made Yang Xiuhua's voice soften. You should have heard that those foolish guys on the front line have caused so many deaths. Not to mention, how many have fled the battlefield? There are so many we can't even count them. Sigh. After Yang Xiuhua finished speaking, she let out a powerless sigh, feeling extremely frustrated. The reason she was assigned to the frontline island had a lot to do with those people. Hao Gang was very clear about all this, so he knew that Yang Xiuhua's words weren't wrong. Just then, a subordinate rushed over in a panic. The commander is in trouble. There has been an incident. A major with a terrified expression ran up. Seeing the officer's face, both Hao Gang and Yang Xiuhua felt a sudden chill in their hearts. A strong sense of unease rose from within. Don't panic, what happened? Speak slowly. Although Yang Xiuhua had a very bad premonition. As the highest-ranking officer on the island and the backbone of the whole island, she had to stabilize the military's morale. Perhaps because she was calmed by Yang Xiuhua's composure. Or perhaps realizing his own loss of composure. The major's face became a bit calmer. H2 Hellfire Branch has been nearly wiped out due to lost reinforcements. At this moment, only the I-2 branch led by Major General Liu is still in their territory, but they are already in a state of isolation. Retreat. What are we waiting for? Yang Xiuhua instinctively said as soon as she heard the major's words. In her mind, if they lost their territory, they could fight back, but if they lost their people, it would be completely over. Moreover, the I-2 led by Liu was not like the H-2 Hellfire troops. It was a powerful unit, and any mishap would deal a significant blow to the entire Yahua floating island. They can't retreat. By the time Major General Liu received the news and prepared to withdraw, they were already surrounded by the giant race. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhua took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions. What is the situation now? What orders do we have from above? Speak quickly. Yang Xiuhua's speech was very fast. Report, Commander. The order from his superiors is the 3 frontline islands, led by their highest commanders, should bring as many combat forces as possible to quickly land in the south of Yahua New Land to support the Bo Delhi battlefield. All affairs on the island will be managed by deputies. All of this came too quickly and was very sudden. Not only did Yang Xiuhua fail to react in time, but LiuLuo and the other pirates were also caught off guard. Suddenly, countless soldiers surrounded the sea fighting hall. Yang Xiuhua, being a senior officer, saw the situation at the sea fighting hall and immediately understood that the people here should be considered the strongest combat power on this island. She immediately ordered the host of the sea fighting hall down and then stood up to explain the situation to everyone. When LiuLuo heard the name Liu, his previously calm expression suddenly changed drastically. The other high-ranking members of the Tianlong pirate group naturally knew who Liu was. She could be said to be the wild captain's wife of their captain. The reason she was referred to as wild was that on the Sea Dragon ship, only her legend existed. Many pirates had never seen her in person. At this moment, the expressions of the other pirate groups varied, with some worried about the frontline soldiers and others remaining calm, indifferent as if it had nothing to do with them. We've only just arrived for a day. Can we at least get some rest? One pirate group spoke up, providing a very legitimate reason. Other pirates fell into a state of observation, and many pirate groups were unwilling to go to the front lines. In fact, their purpose for coming here was merely to hear that the food and accommodation were good. Hearing this, Yang Xiuhua fell into a dilemma. Indeed, the other side's reasons were very sufficient. They weren't willing to travel thousands of miles, and one couldn't expect them to go straight to the battlefield without rest. That would be too lacking in humanity, and even if forced onto the battlefield, the outcome would likely be more harmful than beneficial. The Long Night pirate crew. Captain, should we step up and take the lead? The speaker was Zhang Chunhao, the second team leader of the Long Night pirate crew, a true warrior wielding a longsword. Upon hearing Zhang Chunhao's words, Zhuge Tao clearly hesitated. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but at this moment, many pirates were reluctant to go. If the Long Night pirate crew stepped up, they could easily become the target of everyone's ire. Originally, their reputation had already declined after failing to seize the title of King of the East Sea, and if they were to be resented by other pirate crews, it would be a significant loss. Anyway, we have to leave tomorrow, Zhang Chunhao urged anxiously again. not considering the many factors that Zhugetao was weighing. "Shut up, listen to the captain," Liuyang said coldly, glancing at Zhang Chenhao. Zhang Chenhao wanted to say more, but when he met Liuyang's gaze, he ultimately held back. It wasn't out of fear, but out of respect for the rules. Just then, a loud voice resonated throughout the hall. "Our Tianlong pirate crew is here for the first day today. Although we haven't rested, I feel like we have endless strength. Brothers, how do you feel?" LiuLuo's booming voice fell, and everyone from the Tianlong pirate crew immediately echoed in agreement. "Endless strength, endless strength, endless strength." LiuLuo gently waved his hands, signaling everyone to stop. His words were meant to tell everyone that they were not ordinary people. There was no need to talk about rest. "Major General Yang, our Tianlong pirate crew is completely fine. We came here to support Ahua in establishing a foothold in this new world so that our human race can have a place to recuperate," LiuLuo said, pausing as he locked his gaze on the group of pirates who had spoken earlier. "We are not here to enjoy life. We are not here to waste time or to freeload." Those pirates, although uncomfortable with LiuLuo's words, dared not voice their anger. The reputation of Tianlong still stood strong, and the aura of the tyrant remained. No ordinary pirate crew would dare to provoke LiuLuo. Seeing that the group of pirates did not dare to speak, LiuLuo shifted his gaze to the entire hall. His conqueror's haki quietly spread out. This time, he did not condense it but allowed it to scatter. However, he did not fully unleash it. It was just to create some atmosphere. A gust of wind suddenly blew, causing LiuLuo's hair to fly back, and his clothes billowed like waves. At this moment, Yang Qiuhua, with her enduring grace, looked at the man with flying black hair and an arrogant demeanor. Her eyes filled with admiration. This was not only because he had helped her solve the problem, but also a simple admiration a woman has for an outstanding man. Such a man is rare in the world. If he could be used by our navy, it would not be a bad thing to pay some price, Yang Qiuhua thought to herself. While Yang Qiuhua admired him, others did not share the same sentiment, especially Zhugetao, the captain of the top pirate crew, Long Night pirate crew. "Always showing off. Let's see how you handle it in the future." Zhugetao lightly bit her pristine white teeth. On one hand, it was dissatisfaction with LiuLuo's showboating. On the other hand, it was also a bit of dissatisfaction with her earlier hesitation. She was not a hesitant woman by nature, but for some reason, after encountering Tianlong, she found herself thinking too much. Just then, LiuLuo's loud voice rang out again. "Although I'm a pirate, I am also a human, and more importantly, a human from Huagua. The rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility, especially for me, LiuLuo, and our Tianlong pirate crew." LiuLuo's words were powerful and resonant. As for the Tianlong pirate crew, they were all his die-hard fans. At this moment, many other pirate crew members were also persuaded by his words. The rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. Well said. Yangyang, do not live only for myself. The treasure pirate crew was the first to step up in support of LiuLuo. After Yangyang spoke, he led everyone to stand beside the Tianlong pirate crew. Yangyang even brought along senior members like Meng Yuanfei and Huang Yan, directly walking up to LiuLuo and bowing respectfully. "The treasure pirate crew is willing to follow the orders of the king of the East Sea." "Good, stand behind me." LiuLuo and Yangyang cooperated perfectly. The reason the treasure pirate crew did this was not that they were genuinely persuaded by LiuLuo's words. If Meng Yuanfei and Huang Yan were convinced, LiuLuo could believe that. But if Yangyang was persuaded, he absolutely would not believe it. That old fox could not be swayed by mere words. In fact, Yangyang already understood that even if they did not follow orders and set out together now, they would inevitably have to leave tomorrow. However, the difference between leaving tonight and tomorrow could be completely different in the eyes of the Navy and the Ahua government. So he naturally wanted to leave now. The key was that he was publicly aligning himself with the Tianlong pirate crew and directly naming the king of the East Sea. He did not want the Navy to lead them, fearing that the Navy would treat them as cannon fodder or assign them dangerous tasks. By letting LiuLuo lead, they would not have to worry about that. The dangers could be left to the king of the East Sea, and the treasure pirate crew would not be cannon fodder. Yangyang's strategy was indeed the best. With the joining of the treasure pirate crew, several other pirate crews also joined in, but they did not have as many thoughts as Yangyang. They were simply caught up in the excitement. Once the situation began to move, it could not be stopped, and in the end, many pirate crews were scrambling to join, because everyone knew that those who joined later would be less favored. LiuLuo truly did not expect this internal competition. However, in the end, the Long Night pirate crew did not choose to follow LiuLuo, and the reasons need not be elaborated. Zhuge Tao was not a simple character either. As things were about to conclude, she executed a move to undermine the situation. She privately persuaded several pirate crews to follow the Long Night pirate crew alongside Yang Xiahua. This move not only significantly increased the Long Night pirate crew's favor in front of the Navy, but also instantly relegated the Tianlong pirate crew to the irregular side. Most importantly, her actions made the treasure pirate crew and several others appear somewhat ulterior in their motives. This made Yang and the others hesitant to face Yang Xiahua, as they indeed had their own hidden agendas. However, this also made these pirate crews completely resent the Long Night pirate crew. Zhuge Tao never expected that no matter what she did, the result would be that many pirate crews would hold a grudge against them. However, Yang Xiahua could not afford to consider these issues now. Since the pirates in the Sea Fighting Hall were willing to head to Bodley Coast for support under the leadership of LiuLuo and Zhuge Tao, Yang Xiahua naturally could not delay any longer. She had a very good relationship with Li Yao, although they had little contact with the older generation after the apocalypse. As female officers became fewer, their relationship grew closer, and their personalities and thoughts aligned well. As Yang Xiahua led many pirates away from the Sea Fighting Hall, the sky had completely darkened, and it had started to drizzle lightly. Chen Xianghua, you lead the Tianlong Volunteer Army onto one ship, while I will take the Changya Volunteer Army onto another ship. After the teams are assembled, listen to my command and be ready to depart at any time. Yang Xiahua issued orders to a middle-aged officer. Understood, Chen Xianghua replied immediately, then turned to LiuLuo and the others. Please, everyone from the Tianlong Volunteer Army, come with me. After saying this, Chen Xianghua directed the Navy personnel who had just exited their vehicles to disembark and then instructed the Tianlong pirates and the accompanying pirate crew to board the ship. The situation was urgent, and there were no extra vehicles available, so the soldiers who disembarked had to stay behind to handle the aftermath. After half an hour in the vehicle, LiuLuo followed Chen Xianghua onto a warship. It seemed Yang Xiahua had no intention of letting them pilot their own ship. However, everyone could understand the reasoning. First, it was too dispersed and difficult to command. Second, there was a lack of trust. What if someone ran away? After bringing LiuLuo and the others over, Chen Xianghua quickly directed the soldiers to get busy. LiuLuo was even more anxious than him, so he hurriedly urged the other pirates to help transport supplies. With both sides cooperating, after more than an hour of preparation, the two warships set sail towards the Bodley coast under Yang Xiahua's orders. On the main warship, Yang Xiahua was on the phone with someone, sounding cold and angry. What did you say? Yangyang Island is waiting for us to set off together? Yangyang Island was the closest to the Bodley coast, taking about 2 days and a night to reach, while Yang Xiahua's location, Zhongxian Island, would take a day and a night to arrive at Yangyang Island. Such a delay would mean 3 days and 2 nights before they could support Bodley. Why? Yang Xiahua asked coldly upon receiving a confirming reply. I don't care who he is. You tell him immediately to support Bodley, to support Rear Admiral Li Yao right now, or I will be the first to kill him when I arrive. The response seemed to provoke Yang Xiahua, who usually kept her emotions in check, causing her to shout. I said I don't care who he is. If he doesn't go, then he can wait to die. I will take the responsibility for anything. Just relay my exact words. Finally, amidst a series of angry shouts, Yang Xiahua hung up the phone. Although the call had ended, Yang Xiahua's anger could not be quelled. The highest commander of Yangyang Island was a rear admiral named Ladarius Shelton, a devil fruit user. This was not the main issue. The most important point was that Ladarius was the nephew of Admiral Amory Shelton, his only relative. Admiral Amory Shelton was the strongest follower of Fleet Admiral Zhong Yangyang. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? Yang Xiahua slammed her fist on the table. Ladarius Shelton had sufficient reasons not to support Bodley, the fear that they would arrive early and face the giants alone. This would not only fail to effectively assist Branch I-2, but would also result in heavy losses for the Navy, making it not worth the risk. On the surface, Ladarius Shelton's considerations seemed reasonable, but he forgot the most important point. The giants were currently encircling Branch I-2, so they did not have that many troops available. The arrival of Ladarius Shelton would only relieve some of the pressure on Branch I-2, which was the very meaning of support. Therefore, the fundamental reason Ladarius did not go was his fear of danger and the unwillingness to take on the role of vanguard due to potential troop losses. You better go quickly, otherwise I will definitely take you down. Yang Xiahua adjusted her breathing and looked towards the South Sea. After cursing, she took out her phone again and called the command center on Beiqian Island to inquire about the progress. Rear Admiral Xiahua, I estimate we won't be able to set off until tomorrow. You should know how difficult these pirates are to command. I am currently negotiating with them. The highest commander on Bachin Island was Rear Admiral LiuLuo, a very responsible officer, though somewhat lacking in tactics and ability. Yang Xiaohua understood he was also powerless, so she urged him a bit before hanging up the call. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the command room. Guomin. Yang Xiaohua thought it was one of her subordinates, so she did not ask further and let the person in. When the door opened, Yang Xiaohua frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Why is he here? The visitor was LiuLuo. Although Yang Xiaohua appreciated his active support in the sea fighting hall and even liked him a bit, she still felt somewhat resistant to LiuLuo while sitting in the command room. It was a natural aversion of the Navy towards powerful pirates, especially since the Tianlong pirates had a huge reputation and the tyrant LiuLuo was very well known. LiuLuo, do you have something to discuss? Yang Xiaohua stood up from her chair. I have something to ask. I want to know if you can contact Liu. LiuLuo asked straightforwardly. Yang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. She had not heard Liu mention LiuLuo before. She did not answer directly, but first asked, do you know Liu? LiuLuo thought it was a stupid question. He might be even more familiar with her than Yang Xiaohua. Yes, we are. Very good friends. LiuLuo hesitated and did not reveal his true relationship with Liu. First, Liu was now in the Navy, and he was a pirate. Revealing their relationship might negatively impact Liu. Second, he was afraid that if he revealed the truth, Yang Xiaohua would not believe him, which would be even more troublesome. He knew he could not explain it, and Yang Xiaohua would be even less likely to share the current situation of Liu with him. Friends? I haven't heard Liu mention you. We met after the New World in Qinghe City. She rescued us when she went to Qinghe University. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohua nodded, as she was aware of these events and had heard about them before. I was wondering why you were so eager to provide assistance. It turns out there's another layer to your relationship, Yang Xiaohua joked. After hearing LiuLuo's words, Yang Xiaohua inexplicably felt that LiuLuo was much more amiable. She had previously worried that LiuLuo was seeking prestige again, but now she did not need to worry. Moreover, judging from LiuLuo's current behavior, Yang Xiaohua could easily conclude that he was someone who knew how to be grateful, which greatly increased her fondness for him. However, at that moment, LiuLuo was not in the mood for small talk with Yang Xiaohua. He realized that Yang Xiaohua likely had a good relationship with Liu, so he directly asked, what is Liu's current situation? Is she safe? After listening to LiuLuo's question, Yang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. Seeing LiuLuo's anxious and puzzled expression, she quickly explained. Currently, there should be no danger, but it depends on whether other troops can provide support in time. If the support arrives quickly, there should be no problem. But what if the support is slow? It would be very dangerous. The destructive power of the giants is extremely strong, and ordinary defensive structures cannot withstand it. Even if Liu has high military quality, she probably won't be able to hold out for long. After Yang Xiaohua finished speaking, the two fell into silence. LiuLuo could tell from Yang Xiaohua's words that he was very anxious and worried. Therefore, Liu's situation might be much more dangerous than she had described. After thinking for a long time, LiuLuo finally made a decision. He needed to reach the Bodli coast as soon as possible, or else Liu would be in grave danger. I want to take a part of the people and use a speedboat to reach the Bodli coast as quickly as possible, LiuLuo said seriously. Although he was discussing this with Yang Xiaohua, he had already made up his mind. Yang Xiaohua looked into LiuLuo's eyes and saw the determination in them. Without hesitation, he nodded. I'll go with you, but we can't bring too many people, Yang Xiaohua said calmly. It wasn't because there weren't enough speedboats, but because Yang Xiaohua was afraid that taking too many people would lead to accidents with the two main ships. LiuLuo quickly understood the reason behind it. Let's bring Zhuge Taoming as well. Yang Xiaohua nodded deeply, and the two seemed to have come to the same conclusion. If LiuLuo and Yang Xiaohua were not on the ship, Zhuge Taoming and the Long Night Pirate Group could really cause chaos. This was definitely not what the two wanted to see. Therefore, this time, the number of people brought could not be too many, and they had to be evenly distributed. They couldn't leave too many or too few behind for any one pirate group. LiuLuo and Yang Xiaohua then carefully deliberated. They finally settled on 8 candidates as the vanguard team to set out. LiuLuo, Yang Xiaohua, and Zhuge Taoming were already confirmed. The previously tested Su Liang and Do Yangyang, then the captain of the Treasure Pirate Group, Yang In, the captain of the Crazy Char Pirate Group, Guo Xen, and the captain of the Magic Fish Pirate Group, Yu Xiaowang. These 8 people were almost the strongest on the 2 ships, ensuring that the 2 main ships would not fall into chaos and that their vanguard would be very strong. Once the candidates were finalized, Yang Xiuhe immediately arranged for people to call these individuals over. When they arrived, after Yang Xiuhe explained the reason for summoning them, everyone agreed. However, except for Yangyang. The others looked at LiuLuo with a mix of confusion and admiration. Initially, they thought LiuLuo stood up in the Heidu Pavilion to further enhance the reputation of the Tianlong pirate group. But now they saw LiuLuo making a decision for the greater good. They couldn't help but doubt whether they had underestimated him. Of course, LiuLuo, Yang Xiuhe, and Yangyang would not reveal that they actually had their own selfish motives. If it weren't for Li Yao being surrounded by the giant clan, they probably wouldn't be so anxious. The 8 then each relayed the situation to their respective teams and boarded the prepared speedboat to set off. The sun had already risen halfway in the sky, casting bright red sunlight over the world. Li Yao, covered in blood, retreated from the battlefield. How long until the reinforcements arrive? Li Yao asked coldly. The I-2 branch she led, although strong and not lacking in numbers, could not withstand being surrounded by the giants. Several defensive structures had been breached, and if it weren't for Li Yao leading the strongest mobile team to patch up, the I-2 might have already disappeared. Report to the commander. The earliest arriving troops will be the G8 branch led by Major General Bianing Fei. Bianing Fei, Li Yao murmured. She trusted Bianing Fei's military quality. He certainly wouldn't get lost like Major General Kouyang did before. However, the strength of the G8 branch he led was quite different. This is not the time to pick and choose, Li Yao sighed and continued to ask, what about the other support troops? When will they arrive? Major General Latteris is estimated to arrive a bit faster, and General Malorki will be coming from the Yahua New Land. Their time should be about the same as Major General Yang Xiuhe. Is that all? Yes, currently, those are the only support troops available. The others are either too far away or have other missions. After the soldier finished speaking, he noticed Li Yao looking worriedly towards the distant sounds of cannon fire, and he said with some excitement, Commander, as long as we wait for General Malorki to arrive, the giants will definitely be defeated. The soldier's eyes were filled with admiration. General Malorki was the first to land on the Yahua New Land. However, Li Yao's mindset was not as optimistic as that of the soldier, or rather, the soldier was seeing things too simply. Their defensive perimeter had already shrunk twice. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, Li Yao might have to abandon the vehicles to ensure her own safety and break out from here. Otherwise, once the defenses were breached, there would be no way out. Boom! A huge rumble came from the distance. This was the Navy's largest caliber artillery. Once the shell fired, it meant that a location was about to be breached by the giants. Hurry up and urge the reinforcements. Li Yao instructed the liaison soldier before immediately turning to leave. Not far away, the mobile team had already geared up. The huge shell was their signal, and they were about to fight again. After LiuLuo's relentless journey, they finally arrived at the Nanshan Welcome Island just after midnight the next day. Yang Xiuhe did not go ashore, but inquired with the Navy on the island about whether Major General Latteris had departed. The Navy soldier replied that their Major General had set off at dawn yesterday. This answer finally brought a smile to Yang Xiuhe's gloomy face, indicating that his words were effective. After getting the answer he wanted, Yang Xiuhe and his group did not delay on Nanshan Welcome Island and continued towards the Bodley coast. The warships sailed through the waves, and the bright round moon illuminated the path ahead. However, nearly 100 nautical miles ahead of this ship, there was also another ship moving through the night, but at a slow speed, swaying in the water. In the captain's cabin, Latteris Shelton put down the phone with a dark expression. That damn Yang Xiuhe, making me take the lead. Does he think I haven't fought against the giants before? Damn it. Latteris cursed a string of profanities, but after venting, he still issued orders to increase the speed. I absolutely cannot let her catch up before I arrive at the Bodley coast. Otherwise, I really don't know what that lunatic will do. Latteris knew the words Yang Xiuhe had once said, which his uncle had personally conveyed to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set off early. If one day I fall into her hands, then, Latteris said, a sinister smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. Yang Xiuhe's mature, graceful figure had already appeared in his mind. Although Yang Xiuhe is a bit older in this new world, it doesn't show at all. Instead, it adds a touch of charm to her. This has made many naval officers take notice of this alluring female general. Besides Yang Xiuhe, 2 other female generals are quite famous in the Navy, one being Li Yao, known as the Goddess of Storms. The other has an even greater background. She holds a higher rank than both Li Yao and Yang Xiuhe, being one of the 4 current admirals in the Navy, named Guxinlan. Although her strength and status are higher than those of Yang Xiuhe and Li Yao, her appearance pales in comparison to the 2. This has led to a poor relationship among the three, with some dissatisfaction on both sides. However, this is not the time to discuss such matters. Just as various parties were heading to support Bodeli, Liu, who was stationed at Bodeli, encountered the greatest crisis in history. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat. The sound of gunfire on the battlefield never ceased. Giants towering 100 meters tall wielded various, oversized weapons, each one a powerful siege tool. The defense line of the I-2 branch was shrinking rapidly. General Liu, this can't go on like this. If not, we should retreat, said a member of the mobile team who had just dealt with a dozen giants that had breached the defenses and was now rushing to another location. They hadn't rested all night, and even the toughest among them could no longer endure. Liu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the 20 or so naval officers following her. These officers were no ordinary soldiers. Each one had the strength of at least a division commander, otherwise they wouldn't be able to contend with the giants. Is this all that's left? Liu felt a bit dazed. The I-2 branch was the strongest unit in the I-series of the Navy, with over 40 officers of division level or above. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen as the vanguard to penetrate deep into the giants' territory. But now, with less than half of the original 40 left standing, there was a hint of desolation and anger in her days. The area of Bodeli was considered the first piece of land in the Red Earth continent that was fought for by the Yahua floating island, thus holding extraordinary significance. The land previously given to humanity by the giants was named Yahua New Land. That was a gift, unlike Bodeli. If this land were to be reclaimed by the giants, it would severely impact the morale of the entire Yahua Navy. Therefore, the military high command had ordered Liu to hold Bodeli at all costs and wait for reinforcements. However, she had been waiting here for almost 2 days, and still, no one had arrived. Liu had no choice but to entertain the thought of retreating. The losses were simply too great. Wu Haijiang, go urge the support troops again. If no one arrives by dawn, we will retreat, Liu said calmly. Understood. I'll go now, Wu Haijiang replied and turned to run towards the center of the defensive circle. After Wu Haijiang left, Liu took a deep breath and nodded to the more than 20 naval officers. Hold on until dawn. If there are still no reinforcements by then, we will retreat. Understood. Understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to follow orders, but everyone knew that if they didn't leave by dawn, they might not get the chance to escape. This was indeed humanity's most perilous time. It wasn't that they feared death, but that they had to preserve their strength. Humanity was already few in number, and there were even fewer strong ones. Next, before dawn, Liu managed to patch 3 more breaches. Just as she was preparing to retreat, she finally heard the sound of the volunteer troops. They're here. They're here. It's Major General Yangyang leading the G8 branch. A massive force was marching in from the east, conveniently eliminating several giants attacking from that direction. Finally, they have arrived. If they hadn't come, I really wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer, Liu sighed in relief, feeling that the territory beneath her feet was finally secured. After saying that, Liu led the way to welcome the G8 branch. Major General Yangyang, I've finally been waiting for you, Liu said with a wry smile. I'm sorry. General Liu, we arrived late, Yangyang said as he walked over from the east. Each time he passed a shrinking defense line, he could see how brutal the war was. It's good that you've come. Let's not reminisce. I need to arrange your next tasks, Liu said without other pleasantries, not even planning to let the G8 rest. The situation was extremely tense. While the west and south were relatively okay, the northern front of coastal Bodeli was almost breached by the giants. All right, you can arrange it. We're ready, Yangyang said without a hint of complaint. He had military training and understood that since Liu had said such words, the current situation must be dire. Okay, then I'll be straightforward. You lead the G8 to block the breach in the north, and I'll handle the other 3 fronts. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Yangyang quickly added, why don't we also secure the east, allowing the I-2 brothers to rest a bit? Upon hearing this, Liu frowned deeply. The reason the northern defense was breached was not that it was weak. On the contrary, it was the strongest. It was merely because the giants had deployed a massive force there, fearing that humans would support from the northern sea. Seeing Liu's expression, Yangyang thought he had misspoken and was about to explain when Liu spoke first. Major General Yangyang, I understand your feelings, but the giants in the north have the most troops, and I don't even know how many there are, so we must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Yangyang finally understood why Liu would make such a deployment. Understood, General Liu. Please rest assured, with me, Yangyang, the North will not let a single giant through. With Yangyang's assurance, Liu's heart settled a little. Watching Yangyang lead the soldiers of the G8 branch swiftly towards the northern defense line, Liu also headed west. The giants were fierce not only in the north, but also in the west and south. It was just that the soldiers of the I-2 branch were indeed strong. Every advance made by the giants came at a tremendous cost. After the G8 branch had moved far away, Bianing Fei's aide, Ding Quang, took a distant glance at Liu and then at Bianing Fei. We came all this way to support and didn't even get a moment's rest. Ding Quang said sarcastically. Bianing Fei shot a glare at Ding Quang, and his expression immediately darkened. Although it seemed he was accusing Liu of being inconsiderate, he was in fact also implying that Bianing Fei was inconsiderate. Ding Quang, in the past, I could overlook your behavior for the sake of General Amori Shelton. But if you dare to pull any tricks now, I will definitely kill you, Bianing Fei said, nearly bringing his head close to Ding Quang's face. His eyes, already filled with bloodshot veins from the journey, looked even more intimidating. Although Ding Quang was Bianing Fei's deputy, he was a devil fruit user and originally served under General Amori. As a result, he looked down on Bianing Fei, who was merely a martial artist with average talent. However, at this moment, he felt a bit scared. He had no doubt about the authenticity of Bianing Fei's words. Those eyes were clearly telling the truth. Ultimately, Ding Quang lowered his head, not daring to meet Bianing Fei's gaze any longer. On the other side, Liu had already clashed with the leader of the giant clan, while other soldiers from the mobile team were engaged in combat with ordinary warriors of the giant clan. The Great Jade Storm. Liu exchanged a blow with the giant clan leader, then leaped back to create distance, knowing she couldn't compete with him in strength. In the blink of an eye, a massive jade-colored storm took shape, its rapid rotation resembling a giant conical jade stone. It was beautiful, yet exuded an endless chill, causing the giant clan leader to feel an inexplicable coldness as he watched the beautiful storm approach. Mountain-splitting strike. The giant clan leader wielded a massive axe, as large as a mountain, and swung it toward the jade-colored storm, which was roughly the same size as him. The giant axe was so enormous that even a slight movement could stir up fierce winds, let alone the immense strength he was channeling at that moment. The sound of the wind roared like thunder, revealing the tremendous force behind it and the weight of the axe. Despite the thunderous roar and the fierce winds, the diminutive Liu was not frightened. She knew that her attack was unlikely to succeed. This giant leader was considerably stronger than the one she had encountered before. Could it be that the giant clan had reinforcements? Although the Red Earth continent was vast and the giant clan had lived here for millions of years, their population was not large. This was also why the giants initially agreed to coexist with Aya Floating Island on the Red Earth continent. The reproductive capacity of the giant clan was poor, and the likelihood of creating the next generation increased with their strength. Thus, the population of the giant clan would almost never grow but would develop steadily. Especially when war broke out, the giant clan could face a sharp decline in population. However, due to their stubborn nature, they would never compromise. They had never feared war. Even the extinction of their race might not mean much to them. As Liu pondered, the Great Jade Storm had already collided with the giant leader's axe. Boom! The chaotic energy surged, and the furious winds spread outwards, uprooting trees and snapping them in half. The sound of shattered stones and earth was deafening, as if the world was about to end. To avoid the chaos, Liu flew into the air, reaching a height where she could look directly at the giant leader. Hurricane Blade, Shattered Tooth. A massive jade-colored blade appeared in Liu's hand. However, the blade was peculiar. The handle was small enough for her to grip, but the blade itself was extraordinarily large, rivaling even the giant leader's axe. The jade blade was composed of countless sharp wind discs. It was more akin to a saw than a knife. The hurricane blade was a fruit skill that Liu had been using for a long time. Although her strength continued to grow, this skill had never been discarded. The power of Shattered Tooth, using small to overcome large, and condensing the large into small. As Liu finished speaking, the exaggerated hurricane blade in her hand began to shrink slowly. But as the blade shrank, its color became more vibrant. With a gentle breeze, the blade flowed like liquid, stunningly beautiful. Soon, the hurricane blade transformed into a small knife capable of slicing through fruit. At this moment, Liu's hand gripping the handle trembled slightly. The hurricane blade continued to shrink and condense. The giant leader looked at Liu with confusion, not understanding what she was doing. Earlier, when he saw the huge jade blade, he held a slight admiration for her. After all, in the eyes of the giant clan, the larger the weapon, the greater the strength. So now, seeing the nearly invisible hint of green left him perplexed. Thus, he swung his axe in a sweeping motion, hoping to resolve his confusion. The giant axe, accompanied by a howling wind, swept towards Liu, blowing her hair and nearly displacing her clothes. The giant leader's axe seemed to move slowly, but that was an illusion created by its size. In reality, it reached Liu in an instant. Liu did not use her right hand to gather the hurricane blade, shattered tooth. Instead, she was suddenly enveloped by a gust of wind, narrowly avoiding the sweeping strike of the axe. Roar! The giant leader was furious that Liu chose to evade. In the world of giants, only taking the hit was considered the right approach. Dodging was seen as conceding. After failing to sweep her away, he executed a vertical chop. The transition was smooth, showcasing that this giant leader was no simple opponent. The force was immense. The axe, resembling a mountain, overshadowed everything. Once again, Liu did not use the hurricane blade, shattered tooth. The jade blade's color became increasingly dense, a green that made one uneasy. The giant axe was like a mountain, and if it struck, Liu would have no chance of survival. However, just as the axe was about to fall, countless jade-colored holes, resembling black holes, appeared densely on its surface. What should have been a mountain-splitting strike ultimately fell softly, as Liu summoned a gust of wind with one hand to blow it back. The giant leader was shocked, unable to believe that Liu could so effortlessly block him, nor could he comprehend that his vertical chop felt as if it had lost some of its power. His large eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the giant axe that had been deflected back, feeling it was so strange. Was this still the axe that once conquered all? How could it be so easily turned back? With disbelief and determination, the giant axe was swung again, its blade, now with several large gaps, gleaming coldly, making the howling winds wail like vengeful spirits. The noise was deafening, and Liu, standing at the center, displayed a pained expression. Her black hair was disheveled, and her gaze was icy. The intensity of the hurricane blade, shattered tooth, in her right hand was nearly at its peak, resembling a wolf's tooth made of green jade. "Shatter for me," Liu exclaimed, daring to do something others would not even imagine. A gust of azure wind lifted her body towards the mountain-like giant axe. The diminutive figure, bearing an even smaller green fang, charged forward with unwavering determination and fervent bloodlust. At that moment, many soldiers witnessed this scene. The monstrous axe contrasted sharply with the exquisite Liu, providing a stark visual conflict for the soldiers. Could she really do it? This was the question all the soldiers were pondering. The disparity was too obvious, even though they had seen Liu's power before. They couldn't help but doubt her now. With a clang, Liu, wielding the hurricane blade, shattered tooth, collided with the mountain-like giant axe. The ear-piercing sound of friction causing everyone to stop what they were doing to cover their ears. The brilliant sparks generated from the collision nearly engulfed Liu's entire body. However, she did not retreat from the onslaught. The force of the axe had not yet dissipated, so it continued to descend, yet strangely, Liu's body seemed to float upwards. At first, people couldn't see clearly, but when Liu's body reached halfway up the giant axe, even a fool could understand. Did she just cut through the giant axe? Everyone has this doubt, wanting to believe but afraid to do so, because that axe is simply too exaggerated. They are confused, but the giant leader is not. He is completely convinced at this moment that his axe has been cut apart by that inconspicuous green knife in the woman's hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? The giant leader begins to roar in his heart. That giant axe is a finely tempered golden war axe that has been refined for decades. This axe was originally made from an iron mine, taken directly out and tempered into shape. So he never truly thought that one day this axe would be shattered by someone. The sparks flying out almost break the giant leader's heart, but now it's too late to change anything. Finally, the green light in Liu's hand breaks free from the sparks, severing the last connection and splitting the giant axe in half. Boom! The broken axe, larger than a house, falls towards the ground, and everyone stares blankly at this scene, unaware that danger has already descended. The earth trembles, and in an instant, countless boulders crumble. The giant soldiers are somewhat better off, but those human soldiers closer by are doomed. The stones, small compared to the giant axe, can still crush them to pieces. The splintered stones are also immensely powerful. Touching them injures, and colliding with them leads to death. Cries of agony and wails echo continuously. In an instant, it is like a hell on earth. This is war, and even success comes at an unexpected cost. Liu only glanced at the ground, her expression briefly showing pity, but it quickly transformed into coldness. She could no longer hesitate. If she didn't act now, the tragedy below would have been in vain, and even more would follow. "Die for me," Liu shouted, directly throwing the green knife in her hand. Hurricane knife, shattered tooth sword into the air, instantly creating a vortex of air. The air vortex gradually grew larger, and the raging winds overturned the land, burying the fallen soldiers from moments ago. Buzzing. The giant leader can feel how terrifying that small green knife is and dares not let it get close, directly throwing out only half of his giant axe from a distance. This time it goes even more smoothly, not even making a loud noise as if cutting tofu. It directly slices in a regular circle from the spinning half of the giant axe and continues towards the giant leader's chest. Seeing this scene, the giant leader's eyes are filled with fear. He has never encountered such a weapon. Without any hesitation, as the green light passes through the half-axe, he turns to flee. At the moment he turns, a smile appears on Liu's lips. It's over. In that instant, hurricane knife, shattered tooth suddenly accelerates, directly drilling into the giant leader's back. The giant leader suddenly halts, incredulously turning his head to look at Liu. The next moment, a blue giant sword, about 100 meters long, pierces through the giant leader's chest. Blood instantly splatters across the sky, even dyeing the sunlight red, as if the entire world has darkened. Eventually, the blood stops raging and begins to flow down from his body like a waterfall. The giant leader's vitality is indeed strong. Even so, he does not die immediately, staring at her with eyes larger than Liu's, fixed on her with confusion and disdain. It's as if he is mocking Liu for being deceitful, clearly wielding such a large weapon, yet making it so small, afraid to compare strength with him. However, Liu doesn't care about that. Only a fool would compare strength with a giant. So Liu looks back at the giant leader with disdain. Eventually, those huge eyeballs lose their color, and the tall body collapses with a roar, the ground almost buried under dust and mist. At this moment, there are hardly any soldiers left alive. Other giants, seeing their leader dead, immediately plan to flee, but no matter how fast they run, they cannot outrun that green giant knife. Heads the size of houses soar into the sky, blood pouring down like a storm soaking the land. After resolving everything, Liu finally lands on the ground. Huff. Heavy breathing and a pale face indicate that this battle was not as simple as imagined, consuming immense physical strength and demonic power. However, the gains are also significant. At least it ensures that the southwestern fronts won't face powerful attacks simultaneously. For I2, waiting for reinforcements, this is very good news. After dealing with this giant army, Liu glances at the massive corpse from a distance, says nothing, and heads back to the main camp with the mobile team. This giant leader was never mentioned in the intelligence Liu had received. Could it be that the giants are continuously reinforcing here? In that case, I2's situation is even more difficult than imagined. To hold on to a territory that the giants also covet, the cost is enormous, something humans would rather not see. With the support of the G8 branch, and after Liu slayed a giant squad, the previously precarious defense circle has surprisingly solidified again. The mobile team even rested for a day and a half at the main camp, which was something they had never dared to imagine before. In the command center, since nightfall, Liu has been sitting in her chair, feeling particularly suffocated and blocked, as if something is about to happen, but no one is telling her what it is. Has anything happened on the G8 side? Liu asked the liaison officer. No. They just reported 10 minutes ago. Ask them again. After hesitating, Liu continued, have the other branches report their situations as well. Although the liaison officer was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask more and immediately got to work. After a while, the liaison officer reported to Liu the defense situations in all areas, none of which indicated any combat. It was as if the giants had become afraid since the day Liu killed a giant squad. Something's off, something's off. Liu shook her head, standing up from her seat, sensing a hint of the calm before the storm. G8 branch garrison. Ding Quang watched as Bianing Fei, who had surveyed his side 3 times in the past hour, could no longer hold back the frustration built up over 2 days. Major General Bian, what do you mean by this? Checking 3 times in an hour. Even prisoners aren't monitored like this. Ding Quang's emotions were all evident on his face. Hearing this, Bianing Fei's expression also darkened, but he chose not to escalate the situation at this moment. He himself was aware of his problem. However, there was nothing he could do. During this time, he had been feeling restless, as if something was about to happen, especially not trusting Ding Quang's side. Just as Bianing Fei was preparing to leave after taking a look around, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Although it was nighttime, he could still see a huge black shadow approaching in the distance. Not good. Giants are ambushing. Stay alert. Bianing Fei immediately shouted. One flare after another shot into the sky, and countless massive figures appeared in sight. Nearly 100 giant warriors of all shapes and sizes, resembling moving giant peaks. This scene stunned the newly arrived G8 branch for a few seconds before the most dangerous warning sirens blared. I just said something's not right. Damn. Even you guys are launching a sneak attack. Bianing Fei cursed at the tall giants, but his eyes kept scanning Ding Quang. The implication of his words was to inform Ding Quang, "See, I'm not here inspecting you for no reason." However, at that moment, Ding Quang was not paying attention to Bianing Fei's gaze, but was instead surprised by the 100 or so giants nearby. How did they approach here so silently? YT the soldiers on guard reported back. Ding Quang was not the only one considering this. Bianing Fei, who had strong military training, also thought of it immediately. Were the people on guard? Don't tell me no one was sent, Bianing Fei said, glaring with his big eyes as he walked up to Ding Quang. I don't know, but I can assure you we did send people. It's just that the number was a bit small, Ding Quang replied, his voice getting smaller. He indeed had sent fewer people because he thought that with the giants' eyes, they could be seen from far away. But he didn't expect the giants to crawl forward and only stand up when they were right in front of them. Upon hearing Ding Quang's words, Bianing Fei's fist crackled, but he ultimately held back. Now is definitely not the time for internal strife. Immediately notify Major General LiuLuo. Have her ready to support us at any time. I estimate we won't hold out for long. Just as Bianing Fei finished speaking, a messenger ran over. Major General LiuLuo just sent a message. A large number of giants are attacking from the southwest. If we have the strength, we should quickly support them. Hearing the messenger's words, Bianing Fei and Ding Quang exchanged glances, both feeling tremendous pressure. It seemed this time it was not just a whim of the giant race, but a long-planned attack. However, Ding Quang still couldn't understand why the scouts he sent out hadn't made a sound. If the giants wanted to launch a surprise attack, they had to eliminate the scouts, and the giants' massive size would make it impossible to do so without being exposed. Therefore, Ding Quang felt that this time, under the shadow, there was more than just the giant race. Prepare for battle, shrink the defensive circle, and concentrate artillery fire. Bianing Fei immediately made the most correct deployment. If LiuLuo and her team could provide support, Bianing Fei would definitely not shrink the defensive circle, but now there was no choice. If he didn't shrink the defensive circle, they wouldn't be able to effectively strike back. Boom, boom. Countless huge shadows fell from the sky, crashing into the camp. In an instant, numerous naval soldiers disappeared without a trace, with even their bones nowhere to be seen. Huge stones became the means of long-range attack for the giants, as they continuously rained down stones on the camp. The stones in the giants' eyes were seen as massive boulders, measuring 2 or 3 meters in length and width by humans. Damn, where did they get so many stones? The giants hadn't used them before. Bianing Fei looked at the dark shadows in the sky, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Bianing Fei quickly ordered all troops to disperse and expand the defensive circle. This way, it would be impossible to confront the giants head-on. They could only be continuously eaten away by the giants. However, this would significantly prolong the time, hoping to wait for support from LiuLuo or other branches. Bianing Fei also realized that this time, the giants' attack was far from simple. Giants are intelligent, but they prefer to crush with brute force rather than using their intelligence in battle. But this time was completely different. First, they eliminated the scouts, advanced on all fours, and then suddenly launched an attack, coordinating with several other attacking units. Most importantly, the giants had begun to use long-range attacks. This was extremely terrifying. It is known that the giants disdain long-range attacks the most, yet they were now using them, which served as a terrifying warning. A warning to humanity that the giants were willing to go to any lengths to win the war. A giant named LiuLuo, after throwing a stone, slammed his fist into the ground. I feel the shame. This is not what giants should do. This is what lowly creatures do. The giant leader beside LiuLuo also looked sorrowful and angry. What is the point of winning the war this way? I should be ashamed to jump into the trench and drown. Jirari did not understand why the chief would suddenly make such a choice, using such a humiliating method to win the war. Once the war is over, I will definitely find him and ask him why. Jirari had already given up on the stone-throwing attack. Children, put down the stones in your hands and charge with me. Face-to-face combat is the proper etiquette for giants. Jirari shouted loudly. His words immediately resonated with the giant race, who began to abandon long-range attacks and charge toward the human camp across from them. Holy Coast. After 2 days of relentless travel, Radaris's fleet finally arrived here at dawn, ahead of LiuLuo and the others. The fires in this area had not ceased since last night, nor had the booming sound stopped, indicating the intensity of the war. However, Radaris did not choose to land immediately, but continued to observe from the ship until the giants noticed their arrival. Only then did Radaris breathe a sigh of relief. This is good. The giants have blocked our way. If we charge in like this, the cost will be too great. Radaris stroked his beard, his eyes full of shrewdness. He did not want to step onto this land to fight for his life. Pass the order to the entire army, stay vigilant, wait for reinforcements to arrive, and be ready to attack at any time, Radaris said seriously, but the officers around him knew what kind of person he was. Major General Radaris. This may not be good. I'm afraid the G8 defending the north won't hold. A serious-looking captain stepped forward. The G8 branch was not a strong brigade. In fact, it could be said to be a very weak unit. Therefore, Liu Cheng was very worried that the G8 branch wouldn't be able to hold out. Once the northern gate was opened, the defensive system established by the I2 branch would instantly collapse. At that time, even if other reinforcements couldn't all arrive at once, even if they could all gather, it would likely be too late to save the day. The defensive system established by the I2 branch relied on the undulating mountains to set up heavy attack weapons, allowing them to eliminate some of the giants' physical advantages and enabling ordinary soldiers to aim and shoot better. Once humanity lost these advantages, even if several times more reinforcements came, it would be useless. This was a geographical advantage that could not be solved by human effort. But Radaris didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. He only knew that once he stepped onto this land, it would be very dangerous. Lieutenant Liu Cheng, don't think too much. We should focus more on the present. If we charge up now, do you know how many brothers we'll lose? Radaris said indignantly, but Liu Cheng immediately followed his words. I'm willing to take the lead. I'll be the one to charge first, all right? Liu Cheng said reluctantly. Since last night, although the sound of cannon fire had not stopped, it was clear that it was getting weaker and quieter. You want to take the lead? What do you mean? Are you saying the Sheldons are cowards? Radaris directly moved out the Shelton family. His uncle is now a naval admiral, something Liu Cheng absolutely cannot mention. This made Liu Cheng's face turn red, but he couldn't say a word. Eventually, the warship became busy, with various attack weapons neatly arranged, yet no attack was launched, leaving the giants on the shore very puzzled. The cunning little men, who knows what bad ideas they are plotting, keep a close watch on them, a giant leader said, frowning as he glanced at the little men moving around on the ship before turning to leave, planning to take a nap. The northern attack doesn't require them. They are merely a support team, going wherever needed. Now they're directly facing Radaris's army across the sea. What else can they do but sleep? The situation here is very peaceful, both armies preparing for battle, yet there is no sign of a spark igniting. However, on the other side, Yangyang Fei and his team are not faring as well. The mountain defense perimeter has been nearly eaten away, and the soldiers of the G8 branch have nearly all died. Only a few places are still stubbornly resisting. Damn, the reinforcements from Yangyang Island should have arrived by now. If they don't come soon, we really can't hold on any longer, Ding Quang cursed. Although he is usually one to arrive late and leave early. Today he is absolutely fed up with such people. After a whole day and night of fighting, the soldiers of G8 face only two outcomes. One is to be forever asleep, and the other is to keep their eyes wide open. It's either death or fighting, with no other options. Yangyang Fei, with bloodshot eyes, watched as yet another defensive position was breached not far away. He knew that their main position would soon face even more terrifying attacks. No, we can't lose anymore. If we do, we won't have a chance to counterattack. The main position Yangyang Fei stood on was the highest point of the mountains and also the last defensive position. If this place falls, even if reinforcements arrive, they would be unable to launch a counterattack. After a moment of hesitation, Yangyang Fei made a stunning decision. That is to kill the giant leader to delay the giant's attack. The giant leader is not only a symbol of great strength among the giants, but also a representation of hierarchical power. Once the giant leader falls, the giants will immediately retreat to find a place to hold a farewell ceremony for their leader's body. This is a ritual of the giants. That is why Yangyang Fei had such an idea. Ding Quang, I plan to find a way to deal with the giant leader. If I can take care of it, the subsequent defense will be up to you. Make sure to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Yangyang Fei paused and continued. If I can't take care of it, then you should lead the brothers to retreat and regroup with Major General Liao, following his orders. Hearing Yangyang Fei's words, Ding Quang fell silent for a long time. From Yangyang Fei's words, he did not hear any arrangements for himself. Whether or not the giant leader is dealt with, the outcome for Yangyang Fei is the same. He surely wouldn't survive. Ding Quang felt he was getting to know Bianing Fei for the first time, his heart's deepest softness being sharply pricked. With a clap, Ding Quang saluted Bianing Fei standardly, saying nothing more. Bianing Fei returned the salute, also without saying anything, and turned to walk into the distance. Ding Quang didn't know why he would do this, but he knew this was their last meeting. From a day he joined the weak G8. He had never looked up to Bianing Fei, but today he felt proud of joining the G8 branch. Safe travels. I will carry on with G8. G8 will always be your Bianing Fei's army, Ding Quang murmured softly until he saw Bianing Fei's figure disappear. Off the coast of Bodley, Ratterus woke up, the sun already at its zenith. He didn't know how he had fallen asleep amidst the sound of gunfire. Lu Cheng had been waiting outside the captain's cabin. Upon seeing Ratterus come out, he quickly stepped forward. Major General Ratterus, we can't wait any longer, Lu Cheng said anxiously, grabbing Ratterus's arm. Ratterus's face immediately darkened, glancing sideways at the arm held by Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, don't push your luck. I said, without other support troops arriving, I will not attack. If we don't attack soon, it's very likely that the entire Bodley defense line will fall. Lu Cheng's face even twisted in rage. Just recently, the cannon fire had been most intense, but Lu Cheng felt a sense of fleeting hope. Losing the defense is still better than losing one's life, Ratterus said coldly. His words completely infuriated Lu Cheng. Damn it! Upon hearing Ratterus speak such insulting words against the Navy, Lu Cheng could no longer hold back and directly punched Ratterus in the face. You dare hit me? Ratterus covered the spot where he was hit, stunned for a second before reacting. He never expected Lu Cheng, who usually didn't speak like this, would dare to strike. You've gone too far, grab him. Ratterus shouted angrily at Lu Cheng, actually giving him one last chance. If he acted personally, their relationship would enter an irreparable stage. But having ordinary soldiers capture him, while Lu Cheng didn't resist, indicated that the other party was still afraid of him. Capture me? You think you're worthy? Lu Cheng directly threw away the few soldiers who had come over. He was a dignified martial artist at the general level. How could a few ordinary soldiers capture him? After saying this, Lu Cheng planned to go alone to provide support. Stop right there. Do you still want to be a Navy? Ratterus clenched his fist, coldly watching Lu Cheng turn his back. If not, so be it. Lu Cheng didn't even look back and replied before heading towards the place where the small boats were stored. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from behind. Lu Cheng had already been prepared. Without looking, he directly dove into the sea. Since Ratterus had already made a move, there was naturally no chance of letting him go. The other side was a devil fruit user, so Lu Cheng had already thought ahead and jumped into the water. Da-da-da. Countless bullets poured out, gradually turning the sea red. Damn, if you want to die, do it alone. Don't drag us down with you. Ratterus spat on the slowly calming sea, a smirk mixed with anger on his face. Then he turned to look at the other Navy soldiers, especially sweeping over Lu Cheng's subordinates, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Anyone who wants to die, step forward. Let us see who really has the final say on this ship. In the end, no one dared to meet Ratterus's gaze. Either they lowered their heads or smiled and nodded in response. In fact, aside from Lu Cheng, almost no one on this ship contradicted Ratterus. The reason Ratterus kept Lu Cheng was that he had received orders from his uncle. Lu Cheng must not be harmed. Otherwise, Ratterus would have dealt with Lu Cheng long ago. Fine, let it be. Lieutenant Lu Cheng will go ashore alone to check the situation and 1T be coming back. Just record his credit, Ratterus said while laughing. The more he spoke, the more he wanted to laugh. He felt how despicable he was at that moment, as if he were telling a joke. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran over. Commander, Major General Yang Chiuhua is almost here. Upon hearing this, Latterus's smile abruptly disappeared. So soon? Just half a day slower than us. Luckily, I've been rushing without stopping, Latterus thought to himself. According to the original speed, LiuLuo and the others should have arrived a day and a night after Latterus reached Podeli. But now it had only been half a day, indicating that LiuLuo and the others were really running like mad. The reason for their speed can be attributed to the captain of the magic fish pirate crew on the ship, Yu Xiaoguang. Yu Xiaoguang's devil fruit is called the fin fruit, a fruit that can add fish fins to anything. He cannot swim himself, but he can increase the speed of anything in the water by several times. This devil fruit may seem useless, but it can sometimes yield miraculous results. The speedboat was covered in blood. LiuLuo had just slain a massive, unfamiliar fish, which was also why they dared to take the speedboat. They weren't afraid of any fish coming to bully them because their boat was small. If it were an ordinary person, even if the boat was fast, they would probably have been swallowed by a fish long ago. We should be able to reach Yu Xiaoguang in at most 2 hours, he said excitedly, looking at the red land. We finally arrived, LiuLuo sighed in relief. He had felt uncomfortable not seeing this place for the past 2 days. He wished he could sprout wings and fly over, but Yu Xiaowang sensed his urgent feelings and added 2 pairs of fish fins to the boat, which boosted the speed of the speedboat. Just then, suddenly, the reddened water surface erupted with many bubbles. LiuLuo noticed, while the others were not so worried. No, it's a person. LiuLuo initially thought it was a fisherman or a mermaid, but when he saw the military uniform on the person, he realized it was a human. He quickly dove into the water and pulled the person up. As soon as he pulled him up, the Navy soldier fainted. However, Yang Xiuhua recognized the person. Lu Cheng, what's going on? How did he end up in the sea? Yang Xiuhua quickly sensed that things were not so simple and began to administer basic first aid to Lu Cheng. When he took off Lu Cheng's clothes, he saw the many gunshot wounds on his back. Damn, how did this person survive? LiuLuo felt his scalp tingle. He considered himself well-informed, but he had never seen someone like this. He was almost shot to pieces, yet he was still hanging on, and the main issue was that he was underwater, losing blood rapidly. Lu Cheng, can you hear me? Lu Cheng, can you hear me? Yang Xiuhua continuously called Lu Cheng's name, hoping for some response. But there was none. Apart from the faint sound of breathing, there was nothing alive about him. Just when everyone was about to give up, suddenly Lu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, then opened his eyes a crack. After a moment of confusion, he began to try to open his eyelids. Lu Cheng, what happened? Yang Xiuhua had no time for extra words. Everyone knew that even if Lu Cheng woke up now, he had no chance of surviving. Ladaris killed me. No support. Lu Cheng ultimately could not finish his words before he stopped breathing. Bang! Yang Xiuhua punched the boat, making the hull shake violently. Her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, turned towards the 2 massive warships. I knew something was off. It turns out they haven't engaged yet. Zhuge Taoming, who had been watching the 2 warships, suddenly realized that the other side shouldn't be sitting idly by. Even though they were so far away, they could still hear the sounds of gunfire, yet the coast of Padilai showed no signs of flames. LiuLuo kept adjusting his breathing. He felt he was about to explode. All his worries about Li Yao over the past few days were now transformed into boundless rage. Killing comrades, yet choosing to stand by and watch at the doorstep without providing support. Even though LiuLuo was not a member of the Navy, he would never do something like that. The entire boat fell silent, but the anger in their hearts was visible in their eyes. Not to mention the Navy, even pirates would never do such a thing. Yang Xiuhua felt both shame and anger, even a deep sense of humiliation. Gently placing Lu Cheng down, her delicate white fists were now clenched tight with veins bulging. Ladaris had noticed the speedboat when it appeared, but at first, he only used his binoculars to scan the alluring bodies of Yang Xiuhua and Zhuge Taoming. So he was completely unaware of what had transpired on the speedboat after that. He only cared about what interested him, and he never dreamed that Lu Cheng was still alive. The 2 ships had long been looking at each other from across the sea, but it wasn't until an hour and a half later that they finally drew close. Ladaris understood basic etiquette. Dressed in crisp military attire, he personally stood at the bow of the ship to welcome Yang Xiuhua and the others. What are you doing here? Why aren't you attacking or providing support? After boarding, Yang Xiuhua wasted no time and went straight to the point. Although she wanted nothing more than to kill Ladaris immediately to vent her anger, as a soldier, she still needed evidence and a confession from him. Hearing this, Ladaris smiled smugly in his heart. He had long anticipated that Yang Xiuhua would ask such a question, so he was not at all flustered. He first saluted her seriously, then slowly spoke. Report, Major General Yang Xiuhua. Our troops are eager to provide rapid support, but we just arrived here and need information from the island. We are waiting for Lieutenant Lu Cheng to return. Upon hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Those belonging to Ladaris's side appeared serious, even acting as if they were urgently wanting to attack. However, to LiuLuo and the others, Ladaris's words sounded like wild dogs scratching a metal door, irritating and infuriating, as if their hearts were being scorched by fire. Where is Lieutenant Lu Cheng? Yang Xiuhua nearly bit her teeth as she asked. I don't know. He hasn't returned yet. And it's almost time for our agreed rendezvous. Ladaris's words sounded convincing. He paused for a moment to enhance his credibility before continuing. If he doesn't return soon, then. Ladaris did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The implication was too obvious. Could it be dead? LiuLuo wore a serious smile. He couldn't help but speak up. When they first boarded, Yang Xiuhua had said she would be the one to seek justice. LiuLuo and the others recognized that Lu Cheng was indeed a member of the Navy and that Yang Xiuhua was the most suitable, so they agreed. Otherwise, LiuLuo and his pirate crew wouldn't have the patience to chat with Ladaris. Ladaris frowned as he looked at LiuLuo standing behind Yang Xiuhua, not recognizing him. By observing the standing positions of Yang Xiuhua and LiuLuo, he could roughly tell that this person's status or strength was definitely not higher than Yang Xiuhua's. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing behind her. Seeing that the other party was not wearing standard Navy attire, he could most likely judge that he was a pirate, meaning he could be swayed. Who is this brother? Ladaris asked warmly. He even reached out half-heartedly to shake hands with LiuLuo. But when he met LiuLuo's indifferent gaze, he withdrew his hand and his attitude became somewhat dismissive. He could sense that this person seemed to have a problem with him, and it was quite significant. However, he was certain that he had never seen LiuLuo before. So he attributed everything to Yang Xiuhua. Damn bastard. It must be you spreading rumors about me. You even wanted to kill me before? This time I'll definitely make you pay. With these thoughts in mind, Ladaris shifted his gaze to Yang Xiuhua. Upon seeing Yang Xiuhua's mature and attractive face, he instantly changed his mind. No, I want to toy with you. However, Yang Xiuhua was unaware of what the other party was thinking. When he saw LiuLuo stepping forward, Ladaris asked for an introduction. This is the commander of the Tianlong support army, LiuLuo, Yang Xiuhua said, noticing Ladaris's clueless expression. He added, known as the tyrant, that's him. You are the tyrant? Upon hearing Yang Xiuhua's complete introduction, Ladaris finally understood who the man in front of him was. Captain of the Tianlong pirate group, known as the tyrant LiuLuo of the East Sea. I thought so. This person feels so powerful. Turns out to be the tyrant. Ladaris examined LiuLuo from head to toe, and in his heart, he resolved to win this person over. With someone like him, they could stand at greater heights in the future. Just call me LiuLuo. You haven't answered my question yet. LiuLuo maintained his usual demeanor. With a smile that was serious and cold at the same time, it seemed like a fake smile, but not quite. It felt like he was mocking something, which others didn't understand. Yang Xiuhua noticed that LiuLuo had intervened and felt somewhat angry. After all, this matter was an internal affair of their navy. But after thinking it over, he realized that this wasn't the time to be hesitant. The quicker it was resolved, the better. Perhaps leaving it to LiuLuo and these pirates would yield unexpected results. Well, if Lieutenant Liu Cheng doesn't return within the time we talked, it might mean he has run into trouble, Ladaris said sadly. LiuLuo and the others looked at his expression and couldn't help but admire his acting skills. It was a pity he wasn't in showbiz. However, what LiuLuo and the others didn't know was that Ladaris was originally an actor. I think he is dead. What do you think? LiuLuo said, still wearing that same expression. But this time, Ladaris felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Is he laughing at me? It's still uncertain. Ladaris pondered for a moment and quickly spoke up. I think it's almost certain. What do you think? I think it's not, LiuLuo replied quickly, and Ladaris had less and less time to react. He didn't dare to look LiuLuo in the eyes anymore. His earlier desire to win LiuLuo over had completely shattered. This person was definitely someone he couldn't afford to provoke. This conclusion came to him in just a few seconds. Such a person was absolutely not someone Ladaris could get close to. Hearing LiuLuo's words, Ladaris didn't speak. He felt that LiuLuo and the others might know something, but he couldn't figure out who had leaked the information or who had passed the message. LiuLuo and the others had only been on board for a few minutes, and from the moment the two ships approached, Ladaris had not given any Navy personnel the chance to meet privately with Yang Xiuhua. I really think so. Why don't we go confirm it? LiuLuo's indifferent voice rang out again, this time with a hint of cold humor. Boom! Upon hearing LiuLuo's words, Ladaris's mind exploded, and his thoughts became somewhat chaotic. What does he mean? He knows Liu Cheng no. He has seen Liu Cheng no. He just met Liu Cheng. Ladaris seemed to have thought of the answer. He glanced at LiuLuo, then at Yang Xiuhua, and stubbornly looked at the others who had come along. He knew that these people must have just seen Liu Cheng, and they also knew everything he had done before. It's over. Those two words instantly appeared in his mind. But it was also these two words that stirred up his inner unwillingness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one could have leaked anything. They definitely couldn't know. Ladaris looked around, scanning the Navy personnel beside him. Seeing their panicked expressions and puzzled looks, he became even more convinced. Everything was fake. LiuLuo and Yang Xiuhua absolutely couldn't know. He must have been overthinking it. Right. It must be that I did something guilty, so I'm always thinking about that. How could they possibly know? With this thought, a hint of a smile crossed Ladaris's lips as he let out a long breath. This left LiuLuo and the others looking at him in confusion. Has this guy gone mad? So certain. Were you going to confirm it? Ladaris laughed halfway through, but quickly realized he shouldn't be laughing at that moment. So he immediately became serious again, but the change was slow, yet quick, very comical. It was like slurping up noodles, although the noodles disappeared almost instantly. The sauce was all over his face. Upon hearing LiuLuo's words, LiuLuo immediately understood what kind of psychology the other party was in at that moment. Look, LiuLuo turned and pointed to their previous speedboat, where a person identical to LiuLuo appeared. It was obvious they had used the power of 3D game rendering. That LiuLuo lifted a white cloth covering a body, revealing a corpse with no trace of blood. You go down and confirm. I said I could confirm, LiuLuo said, gently pushing Ladarius. However, as soon as LiuLuo applied a little force, Ladarius reflexively stepped back. But LiuLuo hadn't used much strength, so Ladarius ended up stumbling back. Isn't this unnecessary to confirm? Or have you already confirmed it? At that moment, LiuLuo's words sounded like a devil in Ladarius's ears. He knew that once this matter was exposed, he would definitely not have a good ending. You found him like this, he asked dead, right? Ladarius subconsciously asked, genuinely curious. Are you sure? LiuLuo laughed heartily. Are you sure? Are you sure? The three words echoed in Ladarius's ears along with LiuLuo's piercing laughter. He wasn't sure. He really wasn't sure if Liu Chang had died at that time. Just then, LiuLuo leaned closer to Ladarius's ear. I can confirm one thing now. You're about to die. LiuLuo's voice was filled with even more mockery. No, 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 you can't kill me. My uncle is General Amory Shelton. You can't kill me. Ladarius screamed, as if he had grasped the last straw for survival. I don't care who your uncle is. It won't matter if he's your father, LiuLuo teased. Feeling that it would be too easy to smash Ladarius's head with a punch, and it made him feel too relaxed. LiuLuo wanted him to feel despair, to feel fear, and to die in that fear and regret. Quick, 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 call Admiral Amory. Ladarius shouted to his subordinates. Realizing that talking to LiuLuo was utterly pointless, several soldiers immediately ran towards the room where the snail phone was kept. Yangyang wanted to intervene, but LiuLuo stopped him with a hand. I suddenly feel that dealing with you is of no significance at all, haha. LiuLuo laughed maniacally. Even Yangyang, who was familiar with him, frowned at this moment. This was not like LiuLuo at all, and others looked equally puzzled. What happened to LiuLuo? Initially, LiuLuo did not want to be a pirate. He wanted to uphold justice and do something for this new world. He had even considered joining the Navy to express his sense of justice, but he was afraid of being constrained. However, at this moment, he felt that the Navy in his heart had been completely overturned. So dirty, so pathetic. Pathetic to the point where, among a whole ship of people, only one just person stood up, and that person was dead. As if it wasn't enough, since LiuLuo and the others arrived. The people here clearly had the opportunity to avenge Liu Chang, yet none dared to step forward. Is this where courage and justice gather? Is this the Navy? LiuLuo did not believe it. A soldier came running towards LiuLuo with the snail phone. Admiral Amory wants to speak with you, the soldier said, handing the snail phone to LiuLuo. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo deliberately turned on the speaker function of the snail phone. I am LiuLuo, say whatever you want. Give Ladarius a chance. The Shelton family will appreciate it. The voice on the phone had a hint of pleading, but it was not strong. It was more of a threat from the Shelton family. Hearing Amory's words, fellow Navy officer Yang Qiuhua felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Get lost, LiuLuo said, finishing his words with a finality before hanging up the snail phone. The manic expression that had been on his face quickly cooled down. He was utterly disappointed in the Navy. At this moment, Ladarius had a dazed look in his eyes. He had heard LiuLuo's words, as well as his uncle Amory Shelton's. He knew that he was beyond saving now. It felt like a long time had passed. But finally, Ladarius's eyes regained some focus as he looked at the cold-faced LiuLuo. Why do you hate me so much? Ladarius asked, confused, because LiuLuo's expressed hatred seemed to exceed that of Yang Qiuhua. Others were equally puzzled, including Yangyang. At this moment, everyone was curiously waiting for LiuLuo's answer. Because, I thought you were justice, huh? Turns out you're nothing at all, huh? LiuLuo grinned, showing his teeth. LiuLuo's gaze shifted from Ladarius to other Navy personnel, then to Yang Qiuhua, finally resting on the lifeless corpse that was clearly dead. You should be justice, right? LiuLuo thought, somewhat uncertain. Yang Qiuhua looked at LiuLuo's expression, observing his demeanor. She didn't know what to do or say. All the certainties and uncertainties were laid bare, as if saying anything would be futile. Is this the Navy? Yang Qiuhua felt self-doubt for the first time. She scanned all the Navy personnel on the ship. No one dared to meet her gaze, and the more she looked, the colder her heart felt. All right, Vice Admiral Yang Xiaohua, you should handle this quickly. We need to support Podoli soon, LiuLuo said nonchalantly, as if the maniacal person just now was not him. Hearing LiuLuo's words, Yang Xiaohua looked at him again. For some reason, she felt that LiuLuo had changed, though she couldn't pinpoint how. It just felt like his eyes were brighter. He looked more handsome, and somehow more pleasing to the eye. Yang Xiaohua wasn't sure if this was just an illusion. In fact, not just her, others could also sense the change in LiuLuo. It was a change in his temperament. He seemed more composed, more radiant. Yang Xiaohua stared at LiuLuo, who was bathed in sunlight, stunned in place, before finally speaking. All right, since it's confirmed that Major Ladaris harmed Lieutenant Liu Cheng, let's detain him, and once the war is over, send him to a military court. Yang Xiaohua's words were interrupted by LiuLuo's actions. She originally intended to say that Ladaris should be sent to a military court for the other Navy personnel to reflect on their actions. However, when she saw that large head flying into the sky, she couldn't finish her sentence. Everything happened too suddenly. That head, still showing a smile, seemed to have just recalled something happy. Ladaris thought, as long as he didn't die now, he would have his uncle to negotiate for him later. So he was pleased with Yang Xiaohua's judgment. Then he suddenly saw a headless corpse, and fear instantly drowned his consciousness. Gulu gulu. The head was thrown high, rolling twice on the ground before finally stopping, causing countless Navy personnel to retreat in fear. The head blinked its eyes. The originally raised corners of its mouth slowly fell, as if it had realized something. LiuLuo, what are you doing? He is still a Navy member. We should handle this ourselves. Although Yang Xiaohua could no longer prevent Ladaris' death, she felt LiuLuo's actions were somewhat excessive. No matter what, Ladaris was still a part of the Navy and should be dealt with by the Navy, not executed by LiuLuo. Coupled with her dissatisfaction with the Navy, she wanted to protect the last dignity of the Navy at this moment. Hearing this, LiuLuo calmly looked at her and slowly said, "You are the Navy, but I am justice." Ha! Laughing, LiuLuo kicked the headless corpse into the sea. Blood immediately stained the seawater red, and countless fish began to leap out, creating splashes of red. Upon hearing LiuLuo's words and that wild laughter, not only Yang Xiaohua, but everyone on the ship couldn't help but feel goosebumps. Yang Xiaohua couldn't refute LiuLuo's words. It seemed there was nothing in this world that justice couldn't intervene in. After doing all this, LiuLuo looked at the Navy personnel on the ship. Sure enough, a Navy that does not wear justice as a cloak is not a true Navy. Haha. LiuLuo looked at the Navy, still dressed in their original uniforms, smiling sarcastically, but no one dared to retort. It turned out that the reason the Navy of the Pirate King was cloaked in justice was not without reason. Regardless of strength or territory, justice was the most important thing for the Navy. Next is your chance to survive. I will send someone to follow you. Whoever lags behind will be killed. Whoever shows fear will also be killed. LiuLuo said to all the Navy personnel, and then countless clones appeared beside them. This approach was actually very disadvantageous for LiuLuo, as he was about to face a great battle and should have maintained his best condition. However, when he saw Liu Cheng's corpse, he decided to give justice an explanation. These Navy personnel absolutely could not be let off simply because the timing was not right. Justice knows no timing, and it never arrives late. Justice stand behind them with a knife, watching them, staring at them. Yang Xiaohua looked into LiuLuo's eyes and never looked away. However, until the warship set sail, she did not utter a single word of rebuttal. From the moment LiuLuo killed Ladaris, Yang Xiaohua had already lost. She lost to herself and to the Navy she loved. Nevertheless, she still smiled in the end. Fortunately, what she lost was justice. Ahaha, Yang Xiaohua said to herself, unable to hold back her laughter. 2 lines of clear tears tracing her exquisite face, a feeling of indescribable bitterness. As the 2 warships set sail, the giant on the Bodeli coast also began to move. Countless stones filled the sky in an instant. The soft-bodied Do Yangyang instantly reacted. Countless wide, bony bandages intertwined above the hull. And when the stones fell and smashed onto the soft body, they bounced back. Moreover, they bounced back with considerable force. Most of the stones were sent back to the opposite shore, instantly halting the giant's attack. It was evident that Do Yangyang's power had increased significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 warships successfully approached the shore. Charge at LiuLuo. A shout rang out, and countless clones rushed towards the beach with the Navy. Some of the slower Navy members, who were running last, were instantly pierced by LiuLuo's clone with a shot. This scene made the other Navy members red-eyed, charging forward desperately, knowing that LiuLuo was not just scaring them. At this moment, LiuLuo had begun to recover a large number of clones and absorb the power of the devil, as he could not afford to be careless in the upcoming battle. War was not like a 1v1 duel. All sorts of accidents could happen. Death was truly hovering around you. A giant, much more robust than the other giants, stood up from the woods, and LiuLuo could tell at a glance that he was different. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. Since LiuLuo had noticed him, he naturally would not let him go. Moreover, at this moment, the sounds of cannon fire from the back of the Bodeli coast were almost inaudible. LiuLuo was also anxious. Yangyang the gun. After LiuLuo's words, a dragon's roar echoed, and a white-boned silver dragon leaped into the air, caught in LiuLuo's hand, which was a dragon-themed white-boned spear. Without further ado, he bent the spear down and soared into the clouds, launching a first probing attack at the giant leader. Seeing the rapidly approaching little figure, the giant leader's originally hazy eyes instantly lit up. With a massive wolf's fawn club in hand, he swung it towards a cloud that seemed like a baseball, accompanied by a violent wind. Bang! The wolf's fawn club collided with the cloud, producing an unexpectedly huge sound. The cloud was indeed knocked away like a baseball. However, the giant did not behave like a baseball player. He actually took 3 steps back, leaving deep footprints. The giant leader looked at the wolf's fawn club in his hand and the deep footprints he had left behind in astonishment. He felt that the strength of the giant race was being provoked by other races, although he was the lowest existence among the giant leaders. Wielding a dull wolf's fawn club, he was greatly inferior to the intermediate leader with a giant axe and the advanced leader with a longsword. But at this moment, he also felt shame. Despite the vast difference in size, he found himself lacking in strength, which he had never expected. Could it be that my 100-meter height and several thousand pounds of flesh are useless? This time, the giant leader gripped the handle of the wolf's fawn club with both hands and struck at the little figure in the air once again. LiuLuo had nearly sensed this giant's limits. Therefore, he did not intend to waste any more time. Unquenchable spear. Without the enhancement of March of the Massacre and March of Frenzy, he conjured a massive spear. The gigantic spear was comparable in size to the wolf's fawn club in the giant leader's hand. Boom! The violent wind began to run rampant, and a fierce aura spread out violently in all directions. The spear and the wolf's fawn club fell into a stalemate. LiuLuo did not use extreme will because, although it had tremendous destructive power, it was somewhat ineffective against blunt force. It was like an extremely sharp needle. While it could pierce through everything, it could not withstand the transfer of force. If LiuLuo used extreme will, the result would likely be that he quickly dealt with the giant leader, but his body would probably be injured. Because he could not offload the force of the giant leader's attack, he would have to withstand it with his own strength. However, Unquenchable Spear was different. It was doing an all-around defense, not only sharp and enduring, but also had the enhancement of power molding. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a piece of information suddenly appeared in LiuLuo's mind. Beginner task. Rescue Bodeli Base, survive 1,000 people. Gain 2 points of game development experience. Reward with basic gun skills. Survive 2,000 people. Gain 5 points of game development experience. Reward with breakthrough to second stage observation hockey. Survive 5,000 people. Gain 10 points of game development experience. Reward with breakthrough to second stage armament hockey. LiuLuo was not particularly surprised when he saw the information in his mind. He had considered it earlier. Finally, it appeared, and there was no time to wait. March of Frenzy. LiuLuo's small voice instantly entered a frenzy state. His blood began to boil, and his skin felt as if it were being roasted. The rising heat distorted the air, and the next moment, the giant spear began to twist as well. Roar. A dragon's roar shattered the sky, and the spear suddenly transformed into a fierce red dragon, engulfed in flames. The wolf's fawn club held by the giant leader began to tremble wildly, and countless sweat poured down from the giant leader like a waterfall. The muscles all over the giant leader's body began to tremble along with the wolf's fawn club, and the red dragon before him grew increasingly ferocious. Finally, the giant leader's mouth split open, and soon after, blood bursts erupted from his massive arm muscles. There is no need to mention the giant leader's face. His enormous mouth continuously roared, almost occupying his entire face, looking terrifyingly ugly. Get away from me. As March of Frenzy reached its climax, LiuLuo thrust the spear again, and this time there were no surprises. Boom! The wolf's fawn club could not withstand the force and broke into 2 pieces. The lower half remained in the giant leader's hand, but the upper half spun twice before crashing directly onto the giant leader's forehead. Along with the upper half of the wolf's fawn club, The fierce red dragon charged through the giant leader's chest and soared into the sky. Roar, roar. The massive dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, likely audible throughout the entire Bodeli. Even if those in the far south could not hear it at this moment, it did not matter. The unquenchable spear would not stop. It would definitely relay LiuLuo's incoming message to Liu's ears. Liu stood on the head of a giant's corpse, watching the red dragon roar and disappear into the sky. The frown she had been holding began to loosen slightly. The feeling was both familiar and strange, as if she had seen it somewhere before. However, she could now be sure that reinforcements had definitely arrived. She was still watching the spot where the red dragon had disappeared when suddenly a shadow enveloped it, and a giant axe, like a mountain, came crashing down. Liu's body was instantly shrouded by the qing foam, wrapping around her and swiftly moving to the side. The third giant leader, whom she had just killed, had half of its head brutally cleaved off by the empty, swinging giant axe. Ah, damn little thing! Another giant leader roared, swinging its axe at Liu one after another. Liu's figure danced in the air, like a spirit in the wind, narrowly avoiding the massive attacks, making onlookers break into a cold sweat. However, the others did not possess Liu's agility. Continuous fighting had already lasted more than a day, and this battle was unprecedentedly fierce, with 8 giant leaders appearing. Among them, 3 were intermediate leaders, and 5 were low-level leaders. Liu had slain 1 intermediate leader and 2 low-level leaders. But the other giant leaders, although entangled by the mobile team, were all in a dominant position. With only 12 members left in the mobile team, they faced imminent collapse. If there were any more casualties, the giants would immediately gain overwhelming advantage. While Liu was entangled with the intermediate giant leader, she occasionally glanced at the mobile team situation. This won't do. They can't hold on much longer. At this moment, the mobile team relied entirely on Vice Captain Wang, Xiao, and Wu Haijiang, who had been following Liu, to fend off another intermediate giant leader. The other 10 team members were struggling to hold off 3 low-level giant leaders with the support of ordinary soldiers' artillery fire. Luckily, ordinary giants wouldn't participate in the battle of the giant leaders. Otherwise, the I-2 defense line would have collapsed completely. Liu looked northward, placing all her hopes there. She knew if there were reinforcements, they would definitely come from the north. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared in Liu's line of sight. There really is reinforcements. Liu was so excited she almost cried out, and the sudden appearance of this situation completely captured her attention. It wasn't until the giant axe, as massive as a small mountain, drew near that her observation hockey went wild, alerting her to the danger. Just barely dodging the strike made Liu dare not let her mind wander again. All her focus was now on the giant leader in front of her. Given Liu's current state, the intermediate giant leader could only delay the fight. Defeating her was impossible. Just then, a loud voice echoed in the sky, momentarily drowning out the sounds of gunfire. Brothers of the I-2 branch, don't panic. The Navy G-8 branch is here to support. Hearing this call, the I-2 branch responded with even fiercer artillery fire as a welcome gesture for the arrival of the G-8 branch. Ding Quang, watching the I-2 branch comrades fighting not far away, was filled with passionate blood. He felt an unprecedented determination and belief. He would dedicate his life here. He would leave his soul in this sky, on this land, and beside Yangyang Fei. Brothers, charge with me. Let these bastards know our strength. Let them know how terrifying Yangyang Fei's troops are. Ding Quang shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Charge, charge, charge. Kill for Major General Bien. Kill. I am a soldier of Yangyang Fei. Although there were not many of them, just over 100, and each one was covered in wounds. The momentum of these 100 was filled with the will to fight to the death, relentless and unwavering. A blood-stained short knife slowly took shape above them. This knife, the Navy should know best, was the Navy's characteristic short knife, one that every sailor had once possessed. Leading the charge, Ding Quang seemed to transform into the knife's tip, his clothes torn apart by the intense will and the surrounding gathering demonic power. At this moment, both the giants and the Navy were drawn to the suddenly appearing G-8 reinforcements. Liu, although unaware of what had happened or why they appeared in such a manner, could roughly guess that Major General Yangyang Fei was likely in grave danger. She didn't know what he had done to make his soldiers so proud. Perhaps this was the scene every general had fantasized about. Every soldier under him felt proud to serve under him. Remember, I am Yangyang Fei's deputy. Die for me. Finally, the G-8 encountered the first giant charging forward. Ding Quang roared, his face full of excitement and determination. The broken short knife in the sky seemed to come alive, as if it had grown eyes, locking onto the giant. Although the giant was large, it couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. Who wouldn't fear death? Who would dare to look death in the eye? Ding Quang leaped high, and nearly 100 G8 soldiers followed him, countless cold glints flashing in their hands as they pierced into the giant's body. Die for me. Go to hell. Although the giant felt the pain in its body, it ignored these small nuisances, warily watching the short knife in the sky. Suddenly, the short knife moved, casually slicing towards the giant's neck. The giant hurriedly raised its club to block. As the short knife collided with the club, unexpectedly, no sound was heard. The short knife ignored the giant's club and passed through like a phantom. When it neared the giant's carotid artery, it erupted with a chilling light. No, road. The giant sensed everything and instinctively tried to block, but it was already too late. Before it could finish speaking, blood sprayed hundreds of meters away, and the giant's massive head rolled down like a small mountain. After killing one giant, the inconspicuous area at the knife's handle gained a small amount of blood. The knife was large, and the blood was minimal, so no one noticed it. Brothers, follow Major General Yangyang and kill the enemy. Ding Quang had now become a blood-soaked figure, but the G8 soldiers behind him were similarly battered. If they didn't speak, it would be hard to tell they were human. Kill, kill, kill. Although there were only 100 of them, their battle cries were thunderous. With their momentum, they could shake the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, dark clouds gathered, and the sound of thunder rolled in to amplify their might. The ordinary giants turned pale. As long as the military short knife didn't advance, they retreated a step back. I want to see what kind of monster you are. The intermediate giant leader, who had been fighting with Wu Haijiang and Zhao Jiguang, swung its heavy axe to push both of them away and charged towards Ding Quang. The giant ran wildly, the ground rumbling and shaking, rocks flying around. Boom! The giant leader stomped the ground fiercely, its 100-meter-tall body soared into the air, the wind and clouds changing, thunder and lightning accompanying it. The dark sky seemed to be pierced by it, creating a truly terrifying sight. Lightning wrapped around the giant like a giant python slithering over its boulder-like muscles, while the fierce wind tousled the giant leader's hair, resembling countless giant serpents writhing. Ding Quang watched the massive figure descending from the sky, with no hint of fear in his eyes, only boundless madness. He could lose, he could die, but today he must make Major General Yangyang feel the love of G8 for him. Brothers, kill, kill, kill. No one was afraid anymore. Despite the vast difference in size, their courage soared to great heights. The giant charged forward, wielding a massive axe like an ancient demon parting the dark clouds, aiming to strike down the little challengers. Ding Quang, along with the warriors of G8, soared into the air, charging towards the giant axe without a shred of fear. At that moment, the blood-stained short knife erupted from the dark clouds, intercepting the giant leader's axe mid-air. This time, the short knife did not turn to nothingness, but clashed solidly with the giant axe. The tremendous impact left a notch on the blade of the short knife. But the giant leader was not unscathed either, being knocked back hundreds of meters. Countless rocks and trees were toppled as he staggered, finally stabilizing himself against a mountain peak. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he was indeed smiling. He had grasped the weakness of Ding Quang and the others. Although the knife could transform between reality and illusion, the person wielding it was undeniably real. As long as he attacked Ding Quang and the others, the short knife would lose its true power. Ahaha, I see you're so eager to fight, the giant leader sneered, sensing it from the previous strike. Although the short knife possessed great power, its durability and sturdiness were lacking. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered a notch from his axe. The giant leader weighed the massive axe in his hand, revealing a fierce expression, and launched another attack. With each step the giant leader took, the earth trembled, and the sound of rumbling echoed continuously. The giant axe swung down again. Contrary to the giant leader's expectations, the short knife once more stood firm in front of those little things, not phasing out. Although the giant leader was pushed back again, he grew even more excited, and another notch appeared on the short knife. Once again, Ding Quang and his men found themselves in a passive position, although they were all willing to die. The short knife continued to act oblivious. Zung! The loud and piercing sounds continued, and after several minutes, the military short knife in the sky had fought dozens of rounds with the giant leader. The giant leader's repeatedly changing attack patterns had now become unrecognizable. The once green peaks had been flattened. Major General Bien, stop. Let me stand in front this time. After the short knife deflected the giant leader's attack again, one of the G8 warriors could no longer hold back. Looking at the knife filled with notches, each person's heart felt as if it had been cut. He had already died once. No one wanted to let him die again. Even though everyone knew he was already dead, they did not want him to simply dissipate like this. Stop it, Major General Bien. Another warrior suddenly placed a long sword against his neck. Despite the long sword being battle-worn, it remained sharp, and the moment it touched his skin, it cut through. Countless people raised their long swords against their necks. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The short knife in the sky, whether blown by the wind or startled by the thunder, appeared to be trembling incessantly. Deputy General Ding, it's up to you now. We'll go ahead. Deputy General Ding, farewell, we're going to find Major General Bien, ahaha. Goodbye. Ding Quang listened to the words of the surrounding soldiers, his teeth almost grinding to dust, momentarily choked up. No one wanted to be the last to leave. However, at this moment, Ding Quang had no choice. These were the words Major General Bien Fei had left him. No matter what, he had to fight until the last moment. And one more thing, the short knife in the sky was his devil fruit, the Ji fruit, condensed from Bien Fei's soul and his will before death. Therefore, he could not die, nor dare to die. Otherwise, the support G8 provided to I, too, would vanish in an instant. Since its establishment, G8 had always been a weak force. But today, Ding Quang swore he would make G8's reputation known. Brothers, safe travels. G8 will never fall. Kill. Kill. G8 launched its final charge, and in the sky, the military short knife shone with dazzling light. G8 needed to unite as one to survive. At this moment, everyone felt the emotions emanating from the short knife. The giant leader looked at the short knife and the little ones, unexpectedly launching an attack, filled with confusion. Looking at the notched short knife, seeing the fewer than 100 little people, they appeared the same, yet different. The giant leader sensed something was different, but couldn't articulate it. At this moment, there was no time for him to ponder. The blood-stained short knife had already reached him, and the little ones surged forward. The giant leader no longer hesitated, sweeping his massive axe out as the winds and thunder surged. The short knife did not disappoint the giant leader's expectations, reappearing in his attack path. Seeing this scene, the giant leader finally breathed a sigh of relief, although he didn't know what was different this time compared to before. As long as the short knife did not abandon these little ones, the scales of victory would not tip. However, the next moment, his face was filled with disbelief. Why did my axe not feel any resistance? Why did the short knife vanish into nothing? Didn't it fear that the little ones behind it would all be killed? Yes, but that's the mission of a soldier. When the giant leader's mountain-like axe struck the first person, he finally understood what was different. This time, the one at the forefront was not the same as before. Although their faces were blurred with blood, their aura was undeniable. Where did he go? This was the giant leader's final question, and the next moment, the military short knife solidified again. He could feel the notched blade, now like a saw, cutting through his flesh and bones. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the giant leader lost consciousness, his massive body collapsing to the ground. Boom! The giant's corpse fell like a mountain being toppled, creating a colossal impact. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged. He was the last member of the G8 support troops, named Ding Quang. At this moment, the last intermediate giant leader fighting LiuLuo saw this scene, and his combative spirit trembled. He sensed the scent of death, looking at the headless giant leader, feeling that death was approaching him. If the woman before him teamed up with that strange short knife, he would definitely be no match. Once he encountered any mishap, the giant's advantage would vanish instantly. Just as he hesitated about whether to retreat, a loud horn suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing the sound of the horn, the previously gloomy giants became excited, as if they had taken a stimulant. Even the corpse of the recently deceased intermediate giant leader twitched slightly. What is going on? LiuLuo looked puzzled towards the south of Padilai, where it was entirely the territory of the giants. She did not know what the horn represented, but she was certain that they were about to enter a dangerous situation. At this moment, Ding Quang did not feel much. For someone who wanted to die, the only thing he needed to do was to diligently carry out Bien Fei's orders. As for what would happen to him afterward, he was not worried at all, because the worst possibility was merely death. The brothers of G8 had all gone, and for Ding Quang at this moment, death was just a return journey. He not only felt no fear, but even had a slight sense of glee. The earth shook violently, and behind several high mountains to the south, who knew what ancient ferocious beasts were hiding? Boom! The clouds floating in the sky nearby were suddenly split apart, looking particularly awkward. Following that, the highest mountain's peak suddenly slid neatly to one side. As the peak left, a gigantic upper body appeared in its original position. This giant was different from the giants he had seen before. He wore a helmet resembling bull horns on his head, and his upper body was no longer bare, but clad in a simple woven animal skin. His face was covered in a thick beard. Holding a massive sword, he was in the midst of a chopping motion, his gaze fixed on the sword's tip, before finally looking at the site opened up by the peak he had severed. When the giant's gaze fell upon the corpse of the intermediate giant leader, whose head had been chopped off by Ding Quang, anger appeared in his eyes. Giants could die. He had imagined that before, but he had not expected that someone could sever a giant's head. "Ah, you have angered this king," the newly appeared giant roared, his beard making him look like a roaring lion. Among the giants, only a few could claim kingship, and among the dozens of leaders, only one could potentially become a king. At this moment, the giant wearing the bullhorn helmet had a very loud name among the giants, the Lion Bull King. This was because his face resembled a lion, and he particularly liked to use the sharp horns of giant bulls as decorations, hence the name. Liao looked at the distant Lion Bull King, and even she, who was usually calm, could not remain composed. The navy of Yahua, floating island, had a deep understanding of the giant race, and naturally knew what it meant for a giant to wear a helmet. The voice of the giant king, Liao, trembled, and for the first time, the impulse to escape this place appeared in her mind. She knew what kind of strength was needed to claim kingship among giants. The intermediate giant leader in front of her could be taken down by a giant king alone, able to fight 5 at once. This was not a matter of one-on-one battles, but rather a result of fighting 5 together. Therefore, fleeing was the only reasonable response that a normal Navy person could think of at this moment. However, how many were normal on the battlefield at this moment? The giant king? Ha! Ding Quang looked at the headless giant corpse that the Lion Bull King was staring at and suddenly burst into laughter. Not knowing what he had thought of, "I am Bien Ingfei's deputy commander. How could a mere giant king make me afraid?" Ding Quang felt proud that he could provoke the Lion Bull King. This was not something just anyone could do, and it was likely that no one wanted to do it. Liao looked at the mad Ding Quang, wanting to remind him, but the words stopped at her lips. "Let him be. Since you want to fight to the end, I, Liao, will accompany you to the very end, not retreating a single step." Liao's gaze became firm once again. The earth began to rumble and crack, and the roaring and low growls swept across the entire battlefield with the raging wind. Padilai Coast. Under LiuLuo's leadership, the Navy quickly occupied Padilai Coast, and with Zhuge Taoming killing the last giant, it could be officially announced that Padilai Coast had been captured. "I'll take the people and go first. Yang Chihuahua, do you want to stay behind?" LiuLuo asked while looking at the few surviving Navy personnel. The Navy brought by Ladilis had almost all died. Not a single one among 10 could survive. Their charge was almost like a death sentence, and aside from Do Yangyang providing some protection at the beginning, there was no protection afterward. "No need, we'll leave together. Let them clear the battlefield. Going in is just asking for death." Yang Xiuhua's words made the surviving Navy breathe a sigh of relief. Who would want to die when they could live? This was the difference between them and the G8 warriors. Life and death were not even considerations. What mattered was whether the soul of G8 would be extinguished and whether the Navy's reputation would be tarnished. LiuLuo glanced at the group of surviving Navy personnel, causing their cheers to be stifled in their throats. Finally, LiuLuo turned his gaze back to Yang Qiuhua's face. "All right, then let's set off." Since heaven had allowed them to survive, LiuLuo was also willing to give them a chance. "Okay, let's go." After Yang Qiuhua finished speaking, she clearly paused for a moment, realizing why she was so obedient to LiuLuo. Shouldn't the one giving orders be her, this major general? Why was it LiuLuo? Moreover, she had agreed so readily, as if everything should be this way. In fact, it wasn't just her who noticed this issue. Zhuge Taoming, who was very sensitive to power, also realized it. On the way to the defense line of the G8 branch, Zhuge Taoming frequently glanced at LiuLuo's back. This man is truly terrifying. This was the first time Zhuge Taoming felt that he was not as good as him. However, this feeling was quickly digested by Zhuge Taoming. He was the king among men, so she would be the queen among women. After nearly an hour of running, LiuLuo and the others finally arrived at the former defense line of the G8 branch. However, there was no sound of cannon fire, nor could they see a single person. What greeted their eyes was the wreckage of war, corpses, ashes, blood, and battle scars. Huge deep pits were used to block the charge of giants, and these pits were nearly filled with blood. Some had left behind a giant's corpse. while others had left countless mangled human bodies. Further in lay the base of the defensive mountains. From above, it looked like a beehive, with countless circular pits on top. These were blown out by explosives, and even now, black smoke still rose from the pits. The nauseating smell of roasted meat mixed with the scent of blood and gunpowder wafted through the air. This must have been the last resort of the defensive troops. Perhaps they had not managed to escape when detonating the bombs. Yangyang, who do you think won here? LiuLuo looked at the hellish scene before him, breathing heavily a few times before he could calm down somewhat. However, he was not a proper soldier, so he still could not tell who the final victor on this battlefield was. Yangyang, upon hearing this, did not shift her gaze from the battlefield, and after a long contemplation, finally spoke up. It should be the G8 branch that won. Yangyang exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling somewhat relieved inside. Fortunately, it was her side that won. Otherwise, she would feel even more guilty for the fallen and more ashamed of the previous actions of the Navy. Upon hearing Yangyang's words, everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. The scene here was truly too oppressive. Besides the wind and the still-burning fires, there were no other sounds. All right, let's hurry to the I-2 defense position. Since we've won here, I estimate the G8 people have already gone over. Zhuge Taoming, who had clearly spoken first to command, even ahead of LiuLuo, did not say anything wrong, but it caused some inexplicable resentment among a few others. It just didn't feel as natural as LiuLuo. It seemed LiuLuo should be the one issuing commands, while Zhuge Taoming felt somewhat pretentious. However, no one voiced their opposition directly, and the group continued moving southward. Passing through the very center of the defense circle, there was already no one here, but there were no signs of giants breaking in. Just as everyone had begun to relax a little, they spotted the enormous figure of a giant in the distance. Even LiuLuo covered his mouth in shock. This is too big. The giant was already large, but this one was absurdly enormous, at least the size of 1.5 giants. Not only was it massive, but its attire was also completely different from other giants. With exaggerated horns on its head and a sword taller than a mountain. Everything pointed to the extraordinary nature of this giant. At that moment, suddenly the dark clouds in the sky rolled, and a huge short knife shot out from the clouds, directly aiming for the giant's eye. Indeed, we can't underestimate the Navy. There's still strong fighters here. Although they were far enough away, everyone could already sense the terror of this strike. Most of the people present probably couldn't withstand it. The terrifying giant was no pushover either. Upon seeing the short knife aimed at its eye, it deftly flicked its long sword, trying to deflect the attack. But what happened next left everyone wide-eyed. The short knife seemed to be an illusory projection, actually passing through the long sword. What was going on? LiuLuo and the others instinctively swallowed hard. Strange events always sent chills down their spines. How could this be done? Is it the power of a devil fruit? LiuLuo couldn't help but think of this move, possibly executed by a devil fruit user. After all, LiuLuo distinctly felt the will of that piece of sky coalescing in the frenzied surge of demonic power. Everything could not be fake. Even if it was fake, it felt real. Therefore, it was almost certain that there must be some strange energy from a devil fruit guiding this scene. Although everyone was astonished, the terrifying giant did not panic, as if it was already accustomed to such situations. Just as the short knife was about to reach the terrifying giant's eye, it suddenly extended its other hand, with pitch-black ink gathering in its palm. Armament hockey. Almost simultaneously, everyone who saw this exclaimed in awe. It was their first time witnessing a giant using hockey. Moreover, it was armament hockey. Armament hockey was considered the most practical among the 3 types of hockey. And with the immense strength of the giant, combined with the indestructible armament hockey, it instilled a sense of powerlessness in everyone. Additionally, the giant's physique and attire were completely different from other giants, further inciting fear. The giant king's right hand, stained with the color of ink, grasped the short knife firmly. The knife shifted between reality and illusion several times, but could not escape the grip of that dark hand. Armament hockey is a form of energy that can grasp demonic power, rendering both the elemental form of a Logia devil fruit user and the current state of illusion ineffective against it. The blood-stained short knife struggled continuously in the giant king's hand, but unfortunately, the giant king's strength was simply too terrifying. Its struggles were futile. Ding Quang's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body swaying unsteadily. Liao thought to herself, "Not good," and with a wave of her hand, several strands of green wind caught Ding Quang's body. "Are you all right?" Liao rushed to Ding Quang's side and quickly asked. If Ding Quang fell now, It would be impossible for Liu alone to withstand the giant king. Blood flowed continuously from Ding Quang's mouth, and his eyes remained fixed on the short knife in the sky, revealing a look of confusion. Liu, you should retreat. There's no hope for Bode. Ding Quang finally spoke, but his words were suffocating. This was an announcement that Bode was completely beyond saving. Liu opened her mouth as if to refute, but after a pause, she ultimately did not make any sound. Indeed, there was no hope. Without Ding Quang's restraint, they would likely be defeated by the giant king in an instant. They might not even have time to escape. Ding Quang, you take Major Bien away. The I-2 branch has never had a rule of letting the supporting troops cover the retreat. Liu stood tall again, a green giant sword beginning to gather in her hand. Ding Quang wanted to refuse, but as he was about to speak, he heard Liu's voice again. I'm not asking you. I'm ordering you. Don't say it's you, Ding Quang. Even he, Bianing Fei, must obediently listen to me. Liu's words carried a commanding aura that brooked no argument, leaving Ding Quang momentarily stunned. Liu didn't care what he thought or wanted to do. The green wind surged beneath her feet as she charged towards the giant king. Let him go. Liu conjured countless massive wind discs in front of her, attacking the weak points of the giant king. The giant king was simply too large, and Liu's attack speed was fast enough, which made it difficult for the giant king to defend. This was also why Liu and Ding Quang could hold out for so long. The giant king glared fiercely at Liu, swinging its left hand to barely block a few of the more dangerous wind discs. Even the ones that hit only left some minor wounds. In Liu's eyes, the massive wind discs felt like a drop in the ocean against the giant king. However, Liu did achieve her desired effect. Her goal was to distract the giant king from using its left hand to wield the giant sword. A hint of joy flashed across her face as she finally found a suitable angle for her ultimate move, the hurricane blade shattered tooth. I told you to let him go. Can't you hear me? Liu's handsome face twisted into a fierce expression as she summoned all her strength to throw the small green glow from her palm. The green glow was incredibly fast, drawing a fine green line between Liu and the giant king, becoming even less noticeable under the evening sun. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on the giant king's face. Both its hands moved simultaneously, but the left hand wielding the giant sword was moving too slowly and too far away to provide any rescue. Only the right hand, which was close enough, immediately flung away the short knife, hurriedly protecting its eyes. If one looked closely at the massive black palm, they would find something the size of a tick trying desperately to burrow in. After magnifying countless times, the enormous black palm did not appear as dark as imagined. In fact, some areas showed hints of brown or dark gray. This proved that the current giant king did not possess such a strong level of haki. It could even be said that it was only just taking shape. Finally, the green tick bit through the giant king's skin, sliding inside. But such a wound did not cause the giant king to bleed a single drop or feel a hint of pain. However, the fear in the giant king's heart had not dissipated. In fact, it grew stronger. It hurt so much. Suddenly, the giant king cried out in pain, continuously shaking his right hand as if trying to throw off something terrifying on it. Others watched the frenzied giant king in confusion, until a blue light broke through the skin of the giant king's right hand, followed by a massive blue sword that seemed to grow out of his right hand. Blood gushed out, and the blue sword continued to grow larger, and in the blink of an eye, the giant king's hand was completely severed. Oh, my hand. The giant king used the time gained by losing his right hand to cut off his own right palm from the forearm with the sword he held in his left hand. He could feel that if he hesitated any longer, the blue sword, like a saw, would cut off his entire arm. Hurry up and go. Liu shouted to Ding Quang in the distance, seeing that the giant king had dealt with her hurricane blade shattered teeth. But in the next second, the short dagger reappeared, stabbing into his abdomen while the giant king was lost in madness. Roar! The giant king let out a tremendous roar. The continuous injuries challenged his position as king, and he was furious and violent. His eyes turned blood red, mixed with the filthy blood all over him, as he threw his long sword aside and grabbed the dagger that was still trying to cut him, biting it with his mouth. No! Seeing this, Ding Quang felt immense pain and collapsed to the ground, but this pain only lasted for a brief second. The next moment, he felt an incredible lightness in his body, as the demonic power within him stopped functioning and consuming. The dagger that was constantly being bitten was crushed by the giant king's teeth in the next moment, countless fragments flying around, making a final attack in the giant king's mouth. Blood continuously gushed from the giant's mouth, causing him to roar in pain once again. Ding Quang watched and suddenly laughed. This might be what Yangyang wanted most. To sever the connection brought by the shushu fruit, and then give the giant king one last lesson. Don't put everything in your mouth. In fact, Yangyang had always been a humorous person. It was just that Ding Quang had never noticed before. He only knew that the G8 branch was the weakest among the G-series navy. And the reason he was sent here was to find an opportunity to replace this seemingly weak position of the rear admiral. Under the setting sun, behind the giant king was a mass of fiery red clouds, about to dissipate as the sun disappeared. It was unclear if it was an illusion, but that cloud transformed in Ding Quang's eyes into Yangyang's head. He was saying his final goodbye. Yangyang, you're really something. I respect you, huh? I respect you. In this life, I only respect you. Ding Quang recalled how, previously, in the defense works north of Bodli, Yangyang, a mere junior martial artist at the brigade level, had killed a leader and 6 giant warriors. Amidst countless explosives, he broke through to the intermediate brigade level with his life and ignited the fuse with his life. Even in the explosion, his name would not be overshadowed. The final fireworks burned all enemies, blocking the way. I can die, but you absolutely cannot live. What kind of person could say such words? He did it because he wanted the G8 branch number to be passed down forever, wanting this land to still belong to humanity. Yangyang's strength amplified the explosive power of the explosives several times, eliminating several giants, including the giant leader. Because of Yangyang's actions, although his body was instantly destroyed, it also made his soul extraordinarily powerful in that moment. This is why Ding Quang later used the power of the shushu fruit to seal it within a military knife and continue to fight. But now that the short dagger was also shattered, it represented the last remaining item of Yangyang in this world was also broken. There were no tears in Ding Quang's eyes, only determination. Yangyang's last actions had told him what choice to make at this moment. I want the G8 number to be passed down forever, but if this world needs us to disappear, please don't hesitate. Ding Quang seemed to have figured everything out. His eyes shone with light, and a strong aura began to gather. General Liu, you should leave. He will stop them at G8. Ding Quang's voice became somewhat harsh, his eyes fixed on Liu, with no intention of compromising. When Liu met that gaze, for the first time in her life, she compromised, because she saw in his eyes an indifference to death and a longing for the upcoming battle. Liu knew that Ding Quang no longer intended to leave this land. At this moment, she felt some regret. Perhaps when she learned that the Inferno support army had been completely wiped out, she should have retreated from this land. Just look around the desolate land now. Countless craters from explosions, countless severed limbs and corpses. This war has achieved nothing and will only plunge more support troops in a crisis. Tears uncontrollably flowed from Liu's eyes as she looked around. There were already very few soldiers left in the I-2 branch. Retreat. The entire army withdraws northeast, back to Yahuanu land. Liu's voice was carried far away by the wind, and the surviving soldiers on the battlefield could hear it. The retreat order was not what these survivors most wanted to hear. Some soldiers even took mad actions, igniting explosives they had prepared. When the first deafening explosion sounded, it triggered a chain reaction across the battlefield. Boom, boom. Countless explosions were brief yet dense, urgent yet prolonged. No, no. Liu, seeing this scene, went mad and rushed into one smoke-filled pit after another, occasionally finding a few ragged strips of cloth wrapped in dirt. As a leader, soldiers required her to remain calm at all times. Superiors required her to remain calm at all times, and she herself also required to face everything with a calm demeanor. But those soldiers did not possess such high standards. They were exhausted, they were going crazy. Their comrades, their friends, their hope of emerging from the apocalypse was all destroyed here. The reason they went to Bodli, knowing they would face great danger, was that they couldn't bear to leave this land behind, because this place had once been the only land humanity occupied beyond Yahua, Floating Island, and Yahuanu Island. Since its inception, the I-2 branch had always guarded this land. At this moment, Ding Quang was also stunned by the sudden change. Looking at the battlefield filled with thick smoke and hearing the thunderous sounds around him, a faint smile crossed his lips. Being able to walk the path he chose was a kind of happiness. All of this was the choice of the warriors themselves. Ding Quang's steps grew larger, and slowly his legs began to run, charging towards the terrifying, blood-soaked giant king. The final fire forged the last blade. I opened the edge with my soul. I forged the knife with my flesh and blood. As Ding Quang ran, his whole body radiated a fiery red light, as if he were enveloped in a flame. This blade of farewell, this edge of separation, was determined and unwilling to be reborn. The flames almost swallowed Ding Quang, the red light turning purple and black. The originally violent momentum began to converge, and the immense energy started to gather towards the center. The gravel on the ground that Ding Quang passed through began to crystallize, leaving proof of their existence in this world. The giant king looked at the strange little person rushing towards him, his heart, already consumed by rage, could not help but remind himself to be cautious. His right hand was almost useless, and with his left hand holding the giant's sword. His originally large eyes narrowed for the first time, revealing an even colder and more focused light through the slits. The giant's sword was neither slashing nor chopping, but thrusting straight out, a posture rarely used by such powerful giants. This was because it was difficult for them to fully exert their strength in such a manner. Ordinary giants did not have enough control over their power. Even those with excellent control found it hard to manage the transmission of their strength, so thrusting was generally not used by giants. However, at this moment, the giant king decided to use it. His muscles, like mountains and rocks, tense to the extreme, each tremble seeming intentional. The power surged from his waist to his upper arm, reinforced once, then further intensified by twisting at the elbow. The air was continuously torn apart, and a fire ignited at the tip of the enormous sword. This strike could already be considered the giant's strongest blow, aimed fiercely at the ground. At this moment, within the flames on the ground, Ding Quang's figure had vanished, leaving only a short knife bursting forth from the fire, blood-stained and entwined with flames. It resembled a new blade, yet also an old edge. The giant king's pupils trembled at this sight. The wound on his abdomen was caused by such a knife. Roar! The giant king let out a tremendous roar before the giant sword collided with the short knife to boost his morale. Boom! Bang! First, there was a violent explosion. The energy from their encounter almost instantly plunged the area into chaos. No one knew what had happened, only able to make some judgments based on the giant king's expressions. Liu looked into the giant king's eyes, incredulous in that moment. Could it be that Ding Quang won? In the next moment, a massive broken sword flew out from the smoke, almost making Liu want to cheer. But following the broken sword was a much smaller broken knife, the short knife having broken into two pieces, with the front half now flying out. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, the tip of the broken blade flying out of the smoke, aimed directly at the giant king's eye. The giant king's expression changed dramatically. From surprise to fear, and then to terror, his left hand had already raised the sword to stab downward, leaving him no time to defend. His right arm was missing half, and he couldn't react in time. With a piercing sound, under the giant king's terrified expression, the blade tip pierced into the giant king's eyeball. The enormous eyeball made the blade tip appear small, and in an instant of contact, it burrowed in. The giant king threw away his sword with his left hand, covering his left eye, and began to emit a series of painful howls. I will kill you all, kill you. Filled with resentful curses, the giant king never imagined he would fall so hard in front of these humans, who were like ants to him. First, he lost an arm, then he was stabbed in the abdomen, and now he was blind in one eye. He could never have anticipated all of this. Retreat, retreat. Liu felt it was the best opportunity to retreat. Her stamina was nearing its limit, and she no longer had the conditions to continue fighting. Preserving humanity's strength was a basic principle that a general like her should uphold. After shouting a few times, she felt a fierce wind rushing from her left side. Without needing to guess, she knew it must be the giant's hand. The giant king would never allow those who harmed him to leave so easily. Enduring the intense pain, he swiped at Liu's tiny figure. In an instant, Liu's hair stood on end, and the blue wind instinctively wrapped around her, lifting her into the air. Yet, she was still swept by the giant's legs, and her whole body spun around, crashing violently into the distance. The moment she hit the ground, that sense of crisis came over her like a shadow. Without even looking, she flew forward again. Just as she left that area, a massive hand came crashing down. Had she been a moment slower, she might have become a meat patty by now. Even though she managed to dodge, the powerful force of the hand still disrupted her balance, sending her crashing against nearby rocks. Boom! Countless stones rolled down, nearly burying Liu, but this time she did not feel that overwhelming sense of crisis. Who? Liu gasped for breath, blood pouring from her mouth, nose, and ears. She could no longer feel most of her body, and her head was somewhat numb. Bang, bang, bang. The stones pressing down on her trembled wildly, as if terrified by the approaching giant beast. Through the gaps in the stones, Liu could vaguely see the giant leg slowly approaching her. She struggled to get up, but her whole body felt unresponsive, and the stones on top of her were incredibly heavy. Am I going to die? Is my life going to end like this? As she watched the giant leg getting closer step by step, she had already given up, even imagining the gruesome scene of her death. Perhaps I should have never left the sea dragon. I wonder what LiuLuo and the others are doing. Did he and Yashin have a child? I also wonder if they found Yangyang. I really miss him. For some reason, at this moment, Liu's mind was filled with thoughts of LiuLuo. She knew this was longing. She realized that she missed LiuLuo at this moment. In just a few seconds, Liu's mind began to recall everything about her and LiuLuo. From their first meeting, where they did not get along well, to LiuLuo knocking down all her beliefs on the first pirate ship they encountered. Fortunately, he later established new beliefs for her, preventing her heart from dying at that moment. From that moment on, her heart had already involuntarily opened its door for LiuLuo. Just then, the last bit of light before her suddenly vanished, and the ringing in her ears grew louder, as if the messenger of hell was drawing near. She knew the giant king was outside, and her life was about to end. It's such a pity I can't see you again. A silent tear slid down from her eye socket as she closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. Liu, Liu, are you there? Liu instantly recognized the owner of the voice. Her heart couldn't help but race for a moment before settling back down. How could he possibly come here? It must be a hallucination. At that moment, a faint light shone in, and she felt a tremendous force enveloping her body. Just arriving, LiuLuo was frantically searching for Liu, unable to spare time to fight the giant. Suddenly, he saw the largest giant grab something humanoid from a pile of stones. LiuLuo was stunned. Liu, damn! All his strength erupted in an instant, the sheer force even causing his leg muscles to burst with blood. A crescent moon appeared in midair, and a figure quickly kicked off it, charging toward the giant who stood 100 meters tall. The giant was holding a woman, about to put her into its mouth, its massive jaws already open, and its bloodied face was now displaying an excited smile, making it all the more horrifying. The other small creature that had injured him had already disappeared, and now only this remained. He intended to treat the loser in the cruelest way possible. In the giant clan, the victorious side could choose to eat the defeated side, which meant the latter had not earned the respect of the former. LiuLuo watched this scene in the sky, his heart racing as he felt he was moving faster than ever before in his life. Several crescent moons appeared in succession, quickly fading away. Let her go. LiuLuo's figure was already hard to catch, but his voice was filled with energy. This time, Liu was sure she hadn't misheard. The one who had prepared for death now struggled to open her eyes. But what met her gaze was a terrifying giant mouth, with several blood-stained, translucent lines stretched between the upper and lower lips. The yellowed teeth were full of dirt, and a massive tongue hung down, revealing a gaping throat that looked like an abyss, its crimson flesh walls constantly writhing. This is so disgusting. Liu felt despair as she sensed endless fear, never imagining she would die this way. She regretted opening her eyes, seeing such a horrifying sight. Indeed, the abyss should not be gazed upon. Before, when Liu hadn't looked, she hadn't felt how terrifying death was, only feeling a bit of regret. But now she felt the horror of death, or rather, the terror before death. Liu couldn't help but scream. Suddenly, she noticed the only remaining eyeball of the giant king turned to the right. As if the giant king was too close to her, and its eye was so large, she instinctively looked over. There, a crescent moon appeared below her body, followed by a black figure emerging atop the crescent. With the faint moonlight, Liu vaguely scanned the face, a face she could never forget. Just as Liu was about to feel joy, a massive arm without hands swung blood and struck, extinguishing the crescent and sending that figure flying. No, no. Liu's mouth couldn't form words anymore. She could only scream internally. This time, she was completely despaired, her eyes fixed on the black shadow until it disappeared into the darkness. In the next moment, the two fingers that were gripping her suddenly released, as she had reached directly above the giant king's mouth. This time it seems really over, but being able to see you one last time is already a blessing from heaven. The wind lifted Liu's hair, her eyes tightly closed, waiting for death to arrive. However, she waited and waited, but did not feel the sensation of falling. Instead, she heard the giant king's furious roar. Roar! Damn little bug! I will definitely eat you. Liu sensed something was wrong and used all her strength to open her eyes a crack, instantly seeing a face she had been longing for. LiuLuo, he. From Liu's perspective, she might not know what LiuLuo had just done, but from Yangyang and the others' perspective, it was very clear. From the beginning, LiuLuo had split into several copies. Knowing that the Giant King was not to be trifled with, he had made thorough preparations. He sent several clones to distract the Giant King's judgment, and only at the moment Liu was falling did his true self choose to act and save her. At this moment, LiuLuo held Liu in his arms, standing on the crescent moon as he flew towards Yangyang and the others. Not knowing how Liu's body was, he didn't want to fight the Giant King. If he had to, it would be after ensuring Liu was okay. However, the Giant King had other thoughts. Although LiuLuo's speed was indeed fast, the Giant King was not slow either, especially now that he was in a furious state. His speed was much faster than usual. A massive fist swung toward LiuLuo's back. LiuLuo held Liu with one arm, unafraid of the Giant King. But he was afraid Liu would be harmed again. So he dodged whenever possible, unwilling to take it head-on. Moonlight. A crescent moon reappeared beneath LiuLuo's feet, and he immediately executed a ground flip combat move, almost identical to Shave, allowing him to turn sharply in the air, narrowly evading the Giant King's punch. As the Giant King's second punch came, LiuLuo's earlier panic had faded, because below him, a path of white bones reached to the sky. "Don't panic, I'm here." Still the same kind of childish line, but LiuLuo felt very reassured, and the woman in his arms felt inexplicably at ease. When will Yangyang's delusions be cured? LiuLuo doesn't even say anything about it. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile appeared at the corner of Liu's mouth, but suddenly her vision darkened, and she finally couldn't hold on and fainted. LiuLuo landed safely, leaving the Giant King to Yangyang to deal with. With his strength, there wouldn't be any accidents, especially since Su Liang and others had followed up. After landing, LiuLuo quickly laid Liu flat on the ground to check her injuries. At this moment, everyone could see that LiuLuo and Liu's relationship was definitely not ordinary. Yang Xiaohua had the intention to ask, but knew it wasn't the right time. Liu's injuries were not considered severe in this era, but they were not light either. Almost all her bones were broken, but fortunately, her internal organs were unharmed. However, with her recovery ability as a devil fruit user, these injuries were nothing. After LiuLuo finished checking, he finally felt relieved. He let out a long sigh. Lying straight next to Liu, he had truly been scared, feeling that at that moment, he was no longer himself. It felt as if his body was not under his control, but the one controlling it was clever enough. He used all abilities like bug exploration and 3D game creation. Yang Xiaohua did not join the battle against the Giant King, her eyes darting back and forth between LiuLuo and Liu. She has already guessed the possible relationship between the two, but she just can't believe it. LiuLuo does have a woman, and Hiyashin is someone she has met. So what exactly is Liu's relationship with LiuLuo and Hiyashin? But does Hiyashin even know about Liu's existence? For a moment, the strong General Yang Xiaohua also became an ordinary woman filled with gossip in her mind. Boom! On the battlefield, there are not many ordinary giant warriors left. Only a few leaders and the Giant King are still struggling. However, it seems that the defeat of the giant tribe is only a matter of time. Not good. He has to escape. After Yang Xiaohua finished speaking, she ran towards the battlefield, her voice startling LiuLuo, who was lying down, making him sit up quickly. He saw that the Giant King, who was being besieged by Yangyang and Su Liang, was now covered in wounds, his face almost beaten to a pulp. Somehow, he found his broken sword and sent Su Liang, who was attacking with sheer force, flying, then hurled the broken sword at Yangyang, blocking her attack. Then, he opened his arms and ran south without looking back. It was unclear if Yang Xiaohua's voice had disturbed Liu, but she actually woke up quietly. Seeing this, LiuLuo had no mood to care about the Giant King's life or death. "Yao, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" LiuLuo hurriedly asked with concern. It was the first time Liu had seen LiuLuo like this. Her heart was both excited and happy. The excitement was from surviving a calamity, and the happiness was from seeing LiuLuo again. Roar! At this moment, the remaining giant leaders let out war cries, blocking Yang Xiaohua and the others from pursuing the Giant King. Liu slightly turned her head and saw this scene, her expression changing repeatedly, making LiuLuo think something was wrong with her body, causing him to panic. "Luo, go kill the Giant King. We absolutely cannot let him escape." After hearing Liu's words, LiuLuo finally felt relieved. "Oh, so you're concerned about the Giant King's life? You're like this, yet you still care about him," LiuLuo said, somewhat irritably. Hurry up, this giant almost killed me. Can you let him get away? Liao knew that LiuLuo was someone who would respond better to soft persuasion than hard pressure. Sure enough, as soon as LiuLuo heard this, his eyes widened in shock, but after confirming that Liao was really fine, he rushed towards the giant king. Yangyang and the others had already been held back by the giant leaders, and at this moment, the giant king had already run far away. LiuLuo assessed the situation, and without caring about Yangyang and the others, he chased after the massive figure of the giant king alone. Zhuge Taoming swung her sword to block a punch from a giant leader, her eyes watching LiuLuo chase after the giant king, her eyes darting around. No, I can't let him increase his reputation any further. I have to be the one to kill the giant king, otherwise, the long night will really be suppressed by the heavenly dragon. Thinking of this, Zhuge Taoming produced a yellow paper from her sleeve, then pressed it to her legs with her delicate fingers. At that moment, a punch from the giant leader came at her, but it missed. As Zhuge Taoming's speed increased several times, instantly dodging the giant leader's punch and quickly breaking through the giant's blockade, pursuing LiuLuo. Seeing Zhuge Taoming chase out, Yangyang couldn't help but marvel what incredible speed. Then she subconsciously glanced at Su Liang, who was also observing her. The two exchanged a glance, then looked at LiuLuo, who was pursuing the giant king in the distance, and ultimately, they tacitly chose not to pursue together. They knew that for LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming, this was also a competition, the first clash between the captains of the Heavenly Dragon and the Nightless Pirate Group. Though it wasn't a direct confrontation, it could still signify something. Therefore, Yangyang and Su Liang chose not to intervene. It was a sign of respect for each other's pirate groups and for the two captains. The poor giant king, unaware, had become the wager for the two captains to determine the victor. Although the giant king was heavily injured, he was certainly not weak. His endurance and physical strength were truly formidable. By the time Yangyang and the others dealt with the other giants, the giant king's figure had already become a small black dot, and LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming had long vanished from sight. This giant king is really outrageous. How can he run so well even in this state? Yangyang rubbed her temples, looking at the giant king that was about to disappear, wondering if Luo had caught up. After saying this, Yangyang seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Liao, saying, "Sister-in-law, you scared us to death just now. You have no idea." Luo was almost in tears from worry. Yangyang spoke very naturally, and the term sister-in-law came out without a hint of awkwardness, immediately confirming various speculations from earlier. That little bastard LiuLuo, he previously tricked me into thinking they were just ordinary friends. I spit. Yang Xiuhua thought maliciously as she glanced at Liao, who could just sit up. Yangyang, were you the only one who came? Liao's tone was also very natural. Wei Wei and Yangyang's words trailed off, her eyes instinctively avoiding Liao's gaze, then swept over the crowd. Xingyue and the others are back there. They should arrive tomorrow or the day after. Liao naturally knew what words he had swallowed, and at this moment, her identity was different. So Yangyang was aware of this and didn't speak carelessly. At this time, Yang Xiuhua spoke up. The troops from the southern front are already at Latteris. Our island's troops should arrive tomorrow. Liao showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. Without her asking, Yang Xiuhua naturally began to explain the issue regarding Latteris. Damn it. It should be killed, Liao said, while also striking the ground with her fist a couple of times. They should all be killed, those scum. Yang Xiuhua didn't speak, but her expression was also filled with rage. She knew that the scum Liao referred to included more than just Latteris. It encompassed all of Amory Shelton's subordinates, and even the current Navy Marshal Zongjing Yangheng was under suspicion. Yang Xiuhua didn't know what impression Liao had of the Navy after this battle, but she was indeed caught in confusion. Is such a Navy just? The sky grew darker, and the moon's faint light slowly cast down upon the earth. The war had ended. Some fortunate surviving soldiers crawled out from the mud and deep pits. However, even if they survived, they had almost lost the ability to continue fighting, suffering from various injuries and disabilities. Although the battle was over, the tasks of clearing the battlefield and treating the wounded made the night extremely difficult to endure. Some even couldn't survive the night. Equally difficult to endure was the giant king, who felt he might not make it through the night either. Who huff? Who? The giant king's heavy breathing was particularly loud in the night, like a torn bellows. LiuLuo sometimes feared that he would suffocate from not being able to catch his breath. However, at this moment, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming were not in a much better situation. Neither of them had expected the giant king to run so well. Zhuge Taoming had already used nearly 20 acceleration talismans, but they were still ineffective. After all, Her acceleration talismans could only speed her up for a very short time. Moreover, her legs couldn't keep going forever, so she wasn't actually much faster than LiuLuo. Instead, after the effect of her acceleration talismans faded, LiuLuo could always overtake her. And by the time Zhuge Taoming could no longer use the acceleration talismans, she was directly left behind by LiuLuo. Damn it! How can you run so fast? LiuLuo cursed inwardly as he looked at the giant king ahead, whose legs were moving slowly. Damn it, Zhuge Taoming thought, looking at the small black dot in the distance, feeling resentful. Why didn't you die from running? How are you so capable? In fact, LiuLuo's stamina was also nearing its limit at this moment. Finally, the giant king slowly stopped his steps, causing both LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming to show expressions of joy. Finally, he stopped running. If he kept going, they would have to give up. The giant king halted, and LiuLuo stopped as well. At this moment, he didn't even know how far he had run, for how long, or where he had ended up. What he could see was a river ahead, surrounded by enormous trees, each tree's top resembling a house, which was very strange. The giant king's body stiffened for a few seconds, and then suddenly fell backward in a free-fall manner. Boom! The giant king's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, crushing countless trees. Numerous bright-colored specks flew out from the dust, resembling fireflies. But in the giant's world, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming saw countless enormous glowing birds flying out from the treetop houses. These giant, glowing birds all rushed toward the culprit who had destroyed their home, directly targeting the giant king's head. Under the gentle light of the glowing birds, LiuLuo and the recently arrived Zhuge Taoming could see the expression on the giant king's face. The one-eyed giant king had a face full of scars and blood, with even his mouth torn open. Yet on this terrifying face, there was an eerie smile. Yes, that was right. The giant king showed no resistance to the attacks of the glowing birds. He was smiling, looking at LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming with a single eye. LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming exchanged terrified glances, unable to help but shiver. LiuLuo took a deep breath, the fear on his face slowly dissipating. Did you want to turn into a ghost and kill me? LiuLuo's words also reminded Zhuge Taoming that the giant king was definitely not going to survive now. Although both of them didn't understand why the giant king was smiling, and why it was so strange. No, Zhuge Taoming's eyes darted around, her previously calm expression starting to become agitated again. It seemed he deliberately brought us here. Hearing Zhuge Taoming's words, LiuLuo also realized that he had desperately lured them here. Both of them were not fools and quickly understood the meaning of the giant king's smile, which likely had to do with this area, these surrounding trees, and the glowing giant birds flying in the sky. Bug exploration quietly opened, and LiuLuo's analytical ability became even stronger, continuously incorporating various elements from the surroundings into his mind. Huge trees, wooden houses on top of the trees, glowing giant birds in the sky, the giant king's eerie smile. After processing this information, LiuLuo could at least conclude this. The glowing giant birds living in the treetop houses might take our lives. LiuLuo's voice became very calm because he sensed a crisis quietly approaching. Zhuge Taoming didn't know why LiuLuo reached this conclusion so quickly, but after getting the answer, she speculated a bit and came to a similar conclusion. The change was likely these seemingly transparent, very strange giant birds. Zhuge Taoming suddenly exclaimed, her face showing a strange expression. What is that? Damn, there really are ghosts. LiuLuo's voice trembled slightly. He saw countless glowing giant birds attacking the giant king's head, but they left no damage on the giant king's body. However, a faint shadow was being pulled out from the giant king's head. Just then, the entire forest suddenly lit up, with every tree's wooden house glowing. Now that LiuLuo and the others were close, they could see more clearly. The glowing giant birds looked very strange. Their wings were divided into two pairs, one large and one small, and their heads were just glowing spheres without any decorations. Looking very simple, they flew out from these treetop houses, some emitting a gentle white light, while others had a faint pink hue in their light. Unless compared side by side, it was hard to tell. Notably, those treetop houses had no doors or windows. They were just wooden lumps that resembled houses. The glowing giant birds seemed to have no physical form, directly passing through. After the glowing giant birds emerged, they all rushed toward the shadow, floating from the giant king's corpse. When the first glowing bird passed through the shadow, a piece of the shadow disappeared, and the light of the glowing bird became even brighter. Not good. LiuLuo saw this scene, his expression turned terrified, and he instinctively grabbed Zhuge Taoming next to him, turning to run. These things consume souls. LiuLuo was almost certain that once they finished devouring the Giant King's soul, they would definitely not spare them. The main issue was that these creatures' method of attack was too strange and mysterious. LiuLuo didn't even know how to deal with them, or if his attacks would have any effect on them. So at this moment, running was the only correct choice. Zhuge Taoming also realized the horror of the situation, completely unaware that her hand was being pulled by LiuLuo. After running several hundred meters, the Giant King's soul had already been devoured more than half, and they were still far from the edge of the forest. Here, Zhuge Taoming unexpectedly took out a piece of yellow paper and handed it to LiuLuo. LiuLuo casually took it, looking at the mysterious lines drawn on the yellow paper, and said in surprise, "Is this a talisman? Just use it. No time for nonsense," Zhuge Taoming said. And after finishing, LiuLuo didn't dare to waste time either and imitated her. In an instant, both of their bodies shot out, moving several times faster than before. This is indeed a good thing. Is this girl a devil fruit user, or just a Taoist? LiuLuo wondered. After the apocalypse, he had seen quite a few new things. Martial arts that were once considered showy became extraordinarily powerful with the infusion of devilish power. However, he had never seen the legendary things like Taoist methods, talismans, and formations. But now was not the time for LiuLuo to ponder these details. Because at the edge of the forest, many treetop houses were just now lighting up, as if they were old people moving very slowly. It is precisely because of their ink stains that when the glowing birds from the treetop houses fly out, the soul of the Giant King has already been gnawed to the bone, perhaps out of anger. These young people do not understand the importance of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, or they might be frustrated that the Giant King is too small to satisfy them. A hollow appears on their heads, emitting a piercing screech. However, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming only smell the foul odor of a rotten persimmon, which only gets worse as they run toward the edge of the forest. In fact, these glowing giant birds and the trees with wooden houses are one and the same, which can be understood as one being the soul and the other the body. The only difference from other animals is that while the souls and bodies of other animals cannot be separated, their bodies can wander with their souls. These trees, on the other hand, are reversed. Their bodies cannot move, but only their souls can roam. They thrive on the red earth continent because their physical condition perfectly counters the enormous size and strength of the giants. No matter how strong they are, it is useless. They directly attack the soul. Therefore, the giant race has always kept a safe distance from this forest, even giving it a name, the Forest of Eternal Night, because they glow and can instantly illuminate the world. Most importantly, once they light up, it means you will forever have to stay here, accompanying them in their glow. It really stinks. As LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming run quickly, their breathing becomes very rapid. This forces them to breathe in the extremely foul air around them. Both cover their mouths, but it is of no use, not even a little bit of obstruction. Gradually, their expressions shift from disgust to struggle and pain. One can only imagine how foul the smell is. It has already caused physical discomfort, and the acrid odor is simply indescribable. Stinky socks, rotting corpses, cesspools. These are far from enough. Ugh. Zhuge Taoming can't hold it any longer, bends over, and almost vomits up her overnight meal. "I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die, ugh." Nausea is contagious. Seeing Zhuge Taoming vomit, LiuLuo immediately starts to vomit as well. They both stop in their tracks and begin to retch on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, the scent of their vomit is, at this moment, the most beautiful smell in the world to the Eternal Night birds. They think this will let the Eternal Night birds know that both LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming are living beings. Although both living and recently deceased beings have souls, the Eternal Night birds see a fundamental difference between them. The souls of dead beings are their food, while the souls of living beings are essential for them to continue their lineage and nurture the next generation. A pink glowing Eternal Night bird excitedly calls out again and rushes towards LiuLuo. LiuLuo first senses another wave of extremely nauseating odor, causing his already empty stomach to churn again. But this moment, he also realizes the impending danger. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit and the tearing pain in his stomach, he rolls to the side to evade. The Eternal Night bird ultimately returns empty-handed. It attacks once and then ascends back into the sky. Although LiuLuo cannot see its expression, he feels a wave of sadness. LiuLuo thinks this is the end, but another one rushes towards him, and he agilely dodges again. One after another, they sense LiuLuo's strength, and the speed of their rotation increases. Almost as soon as one is just attacked, another one is already coming. "Get the hell out of here," LiuLuo curses. At first, he didn't dare to engage with these birds, but this way isn't a solution either. A long spear appears in his hand, and he stabs fiercely at the approaching Eternal Night Bird's head. The Eternal Night Bird does not even attempt to dodge LiuLuo's spear. Even though it is imbued with extreme will, it has no effect. Zhuge Taoming watches helplessly as the Eternal Night Bird flies right through LiuLuo's body. Then, the other Eternal Night Birds immediately halt their movements and return to the sky, leaving LiuLuo standing there in a daze. LiuLuo. Zhuge Taoming calls out in panic, knowing that if something happens to LiuLuo, she won't be in a good position either. LiuLuo has no reaction, which frightens Zhuge Taoming. She hurriedly rushes to LiuLuo's side, just about to check his breathing, when LiuLuo suddenly takes a deep breath, his eyes regaining clarity. Damn, it was me, LiuLuo thinks. He felt his whole self shaking wildly, but he knew his feet hadn't moved. It was his soul that was shaking. At this moment, the shaking soul finally stops, and that feeling of motion sickness comes rushing back, the desire to vomit reappearing. Ugh! LiuLuo, are you okay? Zhuge Taoming looks at the awakened LiuLuo, feeling very happy. At least she doesn't have to fight alone anymore. After a few dry heaves, LiuLuo endures the pain in his stomach and stands up. There is really nothing left in his stomach. He probably vomited all the stomach acid out. Fine. LiuLuo supports Zhuge Taoming's shoulder, looking at her face. What a beautiful face. With such an excellent face and delicate features, it is truly enviable. What are you doing? Zhuge Taoming pushes LiuLuo's hand away from her shoulder. Are you sick? LiuLuo stumbles back from the push, immediately realizing, his eyes filled with astonishment. What the hell did I just say? At this moment, he doesn't feel much embarrassment, but rather a chill. This is really terrifying. Especially now, having recognized something's off. Seeing Zhuge Taoming's face still makes him feel so fond of her. LiuLuo shudders all over and steps back from Zhuge Taoming. I really find you incredibly beautiful. As he spoke, LiuLuo kept swallowing saliva, looking at Zhuge Taoming with a lecherous expression. Zhuge Taoming notices his abnormality at this moment and doesn't pay attention to his words or his appearance. What is wrong with you? Why are you like this? Zhuge Taoming asks in a panic. Just as her words fall, a wave of foul odor comes from behind. And then an Eternal Night Bird emitting white light passes through her body. Just like LiuLuo's reaction when the shaking soul settles down. Zhuge Taoming also takes a deep breath first. Her gaze, which was originally on LiuLuo, slowly changes. Why is he so handsome? A thought flashes through Zhuge Taoming's mind, scaring her to step back several paces, shocked. Seeing her expression, LiuLuo knows she is likely experiencing the same feelings as he is. What on earth is going on? The Eternal Night Bird. When choosing to reproduce, the male Eternal Night Bird selects a living being for soul assimilation. Once the male Eternal Night Bird successfully assimilates, it proves its strength, and then a female Eternal Night Bird will also choose another being of the same kind for soul assimilation. If the being whose soul has been assimilated does not engage in their reproductive actions, the assimilation is ineffective. It's like a virus. If its switch is not triggered, it will slowly die out. There is no threat from artificial beings. Once a creature is assimilated by a soul and begins the process of biological reproduction, when they enter the state of celestial beings, this virus will merge the souls of both individuals, resulting in a new nightless bird. However, at this point, the nightless bird has not truly hatched. The host's body will be sensed and entwined by the roots of the new life, the nightless tree. They will then be pulled into the ground. When the roots of a nightless tree absorb enough nutrients and detach from the original nightless tree, it will become a true nightless bird tree. When the roots push the new tree out of the soil, the nightless bird will be able to fly. This is the extremely complex method of reproduction for the nightless bird tree. However, nightless birds generally do not leave their tree houses voluntarily unless attracted by a soul, or if their residing nightless tree is destroyed. At this moment, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming both felt a burning sensation throughout their bodies, a heat that seemed to come from their souls. Each held onto a tree, looking at each other from a distance, their eyes full of love and wild desire. Yet neither dared to take a step forward. They knew that the moment they did, they would be stepping into the abyss. Neither had any energy for anything else. They needed to use all their mental strength to resist the temptation from their hearts. I'm going crazy. LiuLuo's nails dug deep into the tree bark, the area swelling as if he could poke a hole in the tree. Zhuge Taoming was even worse. Her eyes were watery, a rosy hue spreading from her face to her neck and shoulders. Her teeth were clenched on her lips. blood flowing from her mouth as if she was about to bite them off. At first, the pain kept her awake, but it was no longer effective. She even forgot that her teeth were biting her lips, her entire focus on the man across from her. Every move he made was filled with temptation. The next morning, at the southern defense line abode, in the tent where LiuLuo was. "What did you say?" LiuLuo looked at Yang Qiuhua with wide eyes, incredulous that the corpse of the giant king was found, but LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming were not. "That's right. Shortly after LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming went out to hunt the giant king last night, Yang Qiuhua sent people to follow them. But when they arrived, they only found the corpse of the giant king." "Don't rush," Yang Qiuhua said as calmly as possible. "There are signs of a struggle on the road, indicating that LiuLuo and the others were indeed fighting the giant king. Although the giant king died from exhaustion, it was definitely due to LiuLuo and the others' efforts." Hearing Yang Qiuhua's words, LiuLuo calmed down slightly. "Are there any signs of battle at the place where the giant king died?" "No." Yang Qiuhua squinted, recalling the soldier's reports, gently shaking his head. "There were some signs, but it didn't really look like a battle, and even less like a fight with the giant king." "What do you mean?" LiuLuo asked, confused. "If it wasn't a fight with the giant king, who else could it be? Could it be that a new creature appeared, and there was an unexpected conflict?" At this moment, the Red Earth continent indeed had many unknown creatures, and there were certainly some powerful ones as well. "Forget it. Let me call that soldier over. Let him tell you himself," Yang Qiuhua said, calling on name. Shortly after, the soldier came in. "Tell General LiuLuo everything you saw," Yang Qiuhua commanded. The soldier began recounting everything he had witnessed in that strange forest to LiuLuo. "A scuffle?" LiuLuo frowned deeply after hearing the soldier's account. "And there were some traces of blood?" The soldier nodded. This was indeed what he had seen. He was also puzzled at the time, as that battlefield absolutely could not have been left by a fight with the giant king. It looked more like a human wrestling match from before the apocalypse. Yes, it resembled the battle traces of wrestling before the apocalypse. The ground was in disarray, with signs of rolling and tumbling. However, he had seen LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming's strength before. If the two had come into conflict, it definitely wouldn't have resulted in such a scene. Not to mention destroying the heavens and the earth, they could have cleared the surrounding forest completely. LiuLuo pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. She asked again, "Have you searched other places? Are there any traces of leaving the forest?" From a soldier's account, she could deduce that LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming's unexpected situation should have happened in that peculiar forest. "We searched other places as well, but there were no traces." The soldier replied again. After that, LiuLuo asked a few more questions, but clearly did not get the answer she wanted. Finally, with a furrowed brow, she watched the soldier leave. Just as the soldier was leaving, he was suddenly called back by Yang Qiuhua. "There are too many doubts about this matter. Do not spread it for now." Yang Qiuhua's voice became serious. "If it affects the morale of the army, I'll hold you accountable." "Understood." The soldier immediately saluted, already determined in his heart that he wouldn't speak of this matter to anyone. The soldier left the tent. LiuLuo's heart began to panic. It was her insistence that LiuLuo pursue the giant king. She bore the main responsibility for this matter. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was her feelings for LiuLuo. In her most difficult time, this man appeared like a crescent moon and saved her. If before she could only say that she liked LiuLuo, from that moment on, she understood what love was. "No." LiuLuo thought of this and suddenly sat up straight. "Sister Qiuhua, I have to go see for myself. I can't let him disappear without a trace." When Yang Qiuhua heard this, she wanted to stop her immediately because LiuLuo's injuries had only just allowed her to sit up. But after thinking it over, if their roles were reversed, she probably would feel the same way. "I'll go with you," Yang Qiuhua said, leaning down to LiuLuo's ear and lowering her voice. "Don't let the people from Tianlong and Chanya know for now. We still haven't figured out the situation, and it would be worse if it gets out." LiuLuo nodded at these words, but she knew that if something really happened to LiuLuo, it would be impossible to keep it hidden. "I suspect they're already suspicious," LiuLuo said cautiously. "Let us take it one step at a time. Besides, I feel that with LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming's strength, they shouldn't encounter any accidents," Yang Qiuhua said, and as she spoke, a slight smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Not sure if she was comforting LiuLuo or herself. Regardless, the two pirate groups, Tianlong and Chanya, had followed her here. If LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming really went missing, she would certainly not be able to escape. The two did not speak further. With Yang Qiuhua's help, LiuLuo slowly stood up. One had to say that the recovery ability of a devil fruit user was truly abnormal. Just yesterday, she looked like she was about to die, and today, she could stand up. In fact, LiuLuo's body was not as good as it seemed. This standing up was only made possible by using some of her fruit abilities to make her body feel lighter. Why don't I go by myself? You don't have to worry. Yang Xiaohua's words had not finished before they were interrupted by Li Yao. If I don't see it for myself, how can I be at ease? Li Yao said with a bitter smile. Yang Xiaohua opened his mouth but ultimately did not speak, helping Li Yao out of the tent. They happened to run into Do Yangyang and Su Liang, who were walking over. Hey, sister-in-law, has brother Luo returned? Do Yangyang was not too concerned about LiuLuo's safety, as he couldn't even imagine that LiuLuo would encounter any mishaps. He was here because Su Liang had pulled him along, sensing that something was off. LiuLuo might not come to find Do Yangyang, but if Zhuge Taoming returned, he would definitely tell him. Moreover, given the strength of LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming, even if the Giant King was powerful, they should have dealt with him by now. Li Yao and Yang Xiaohua exchanged a glance, silently asking what to do. Let us just bluff our way through. The two quickly communicated with their eyes. Oh, and hasn't he come back yet? I heard from soldiers who chased after him that the Giant King has incredible stamina and has escaped quite far, Li Yao said, which was indeed the truth. She continued, I estimate they are already on their way back, so don't worry. Li Yao looked at Su Liang, who had been silent all along. The two exchanged a glance, and Su Liang didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? He wondered. Perhaps he was, after all. The captain's strength was well known, and it would be difficult for anything to go wrong. Seeing that the two had cleared the way, Li Yao and Yang Xiaohua finally took the opportunity to leave under the pretense of a patrol. After walking a bit, they saw that Do Yangyang and Su Liang had already left, so they hurried in the direction LiuLuo had gone. Once they exited the camp, Yang Xiaohua carried Li Yao on his back. Li Yao wasn't heavy, and Yang Xiaohua was a mid-level master, so even as a man, she didn't feel burdened. However, she would let a man ride on her back. When the sun was high in the sky, Yang Xiaohua and Li Yao arrived at the dense forest the soldiers mentioned. From a distance, they could already smell a strong stench. They knew it was the smell of decaying bodies, specifically the Giant King's corpse. On the battlefield, they would usually burn the bodies directly. The two went through the forest multiple times and found the area where the soldiers said there were signs of struggle. However, after a night of wind and sun, it had changed significantly. If it weren't for the scratch marks left by nails on the tree trunks, they might not have found it. Although they found the place, there were no new discoveries, and it was less intuitive than the soldiers' descriptions. By now, the ground looked indistinguishable from other areas. Yao. Yang Xiaohua looked at the almost vanished traces on the ground and said to Li Yao, do you think they might have discovered something new and, after killing the Giant King, didn't he come back? That possibility was non-existent and was very likely, given that on the Red Earth continent, they understood very little, and there were many strange things here that could easily lure them away. Let's hope so. Li Yao bit her lip and didn't say much more. Yang Xiaohua's conclusion was the best outcome, which she certainly hoped for, but at this moment, she had a vague feeling that something was off. Looking up, she turned around to survey the surrounding trees. The trees were strange, but not unusual since there were so many odd things on the Red Earth Road that seeing them often made them less strange. After scanning around, Yang Xiaohua saw that Li Yao hadn't made any discoveries either. Let us go back for now. Maybe LiuLuo and the others have returned by now. Li Yao nodded in agreement. Let us go. After saying that, the two headed towards the edge of the forest. Just as they were about to exit the forest, suddenly, Li Yao stopped in her tracks. She felt that something was off, but there had been so many strange occurrences on the Red Earth continent that she doubted her instincts. A small blade of wind appeared between her right, middle, and index fingers. Before it could fully materialize, Li Yao thrust it directly into the nearby tree trunk. Thud! The wind blade penetrated the wood and slowly dissipated, leaving a small cut about the length of her thumb on the tree. Inside the tiny cut, there was no blood flowing out as Li Yao had imagined, nor did she hear any strange sounds. This tree was just as she recognized it, with brown bark and yellow wood. Li Yao shook her head in disappointment, confirming that she had indeed overthought it. Yang Xiaohua, seeing Li Yao's action, didn't find anything wrong. Rather, he thought that Li Yao was very observant. The two then stopped talking and continued walking into the distance. Not long after they left, the tree that Li Yao had cut with the wind blade, which had originally been yellow, gradually turned red. It became increasingly red, as if it could bleed. This little wound was still too small. The nightless bird tree, true to its name, was actually most active at night. During the day, it rested like a light bulb, but resting didn't mean they wouldn't come out. However, generally, they were reluctant to move unless faced with a life-threatening situation. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, The main force of the front welcoming island finally arrived at the Padilai coast. Yangyang stood on the deck, looking at Do Yangyang and the others who came to greet him, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Previously, she had promised Liao to let her have LiuLuo all to herself, which was already a significant concession, but that was in the past. LiuLuo should have come pick her up. In this respect, Yangyang trusted LiuLuo's character, but she had some doubts about Liao's character. Just as she stepped off the ship, Yangyang, where's your brother Luo? Han Weiwei noticed Yangyang's displeasure and subtly gestured to Do Yangyang. The boss is quite the flirt. I guess that means the subordinates have to work a little harder. Unfortunately, Do Yangyang didn't understand this at all. He was completely oblivious to that angle and thought Han Weiwei was just joking around since she hadn't seen him for a couple of days, expressing her feelings of missing him. He winked back at Han Weiwei before saying to Yangyang, sister-in-law, Brother Luo and the captain of the Long Night Pirate Group went to hunt the Giant King and haven't returned yet. Upon hearing Do Yangyang's answer, Yangyang's expression immediately softened. Oh, so that is how it is. I see. Oh, is that so? Yangyang raised the corners of her mouth and shook off the seawater that had splashed on her pants. When will they be back? I don't know. They left last night. Just as Do Yangyang was about to greet the others, he suddenly paused, revealing a look of confusion in his eyes, and said slowly, They should be back today, right? He was very clear about the Giant King situation, even if the opponent had good stamina. It was impossible for him to run for a day and night. Moreover, even if LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming couldn't catch up immediately, they wouldn't simply be chasing after him. So the Giant King must have already been killed. And most likely, he had died last night. So the question was, if he died last night, even if they chased him down until dawn and killed him, it would only have taken them 4 or 5 hours. They should have returned by now. Even if they chased until dawn and then rested for 2 hours, it had already been 8 or 9 hours since dawn. Assuming dawn was at 7 in the morning, LiuLuo and the others should have returned by now. But they hadn't. His abnormal way of speaking immediately raised suspicions among others. As everyone observed his constantly changing expressions, the initially joyful hearts tightened instantly. Hanui Terosli Asked, Yangyang. Are you okay? Although she was asking Do Yangyang, she was actually inquiring about LiuLuo's situation. I'm fine. Do Yangyang's face suddenly broke into a smile. There is definitely nothing wrong. The Giant King is almost beaten to a pulp. Brother Luo can handle it with one hand. I must be overthinking it. Brother Luo is so strong. What is the Giant King to him? Plus, there's Zhuge Taoming with him. Do Yangyang had witnessed the specific situation that day, but the others were unaware. Yangyang looked at Do Yangyang's expression, thought for a moment, and asked again, Really? Are you okay? Do Yangyang opened his mouth to say I'm fine, but then he heard members of the Long Night Pirates nearby asking Su Liang the same question. The two were not far apart and turned to look at each other. Both wanted to quickly say I'm fine, but at that moment, the words got stuck in their throats. As they exchanged glances, they couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. No, something's wrong, they said in unison. After speaking, they ignored everyone else and ran towards the I-2 base. At that moment, they recalled the scene from that morning when they met Liao, and felt that Liao and Yang Qiuhua's expressions were very subtle. I hope I'm just overthinking it. The two dared not think further and transformed into 2 afterimages, rushing from a northern defense line of the Bodeli position towards the southern defense line. The sudden change in Do Yangyang and Su Liang immediately alerted others. Members of the Heavenly Dragon and Long Night Pirate crews exchanged glances. For a moment, they couldn't believe it. They knew all too well how powerful their captain was. They had all created miracles before. However, the emotion of panic is contagious. When the first person realized that their captain might have encountered an accident and might never return, the second, third, and others began to show fearful expressions. Han Weiwei, who was originally thinking about how to balance the distance between the two sisters-in-law, now looked at the place where Do Yangyang and Su Liang had disappeared. She was momentarily stunned and turned to Yangyang, asking, Sister-in-law, they were just joking, right? Upon hearing Han Weiwei's question, not only the members of the Heavenly Dragon Pirates, but even those from the Long Night Pirates focused their attention on Yangyang. At that moment, she was the most authoritative person in the Heavenly Dragon Pirates. Gulp. Yangyang's pale neck moved slightly. She didn't know how to answer this question, but the inner turmoil she felt was undeniable. LiuLuo is in trouble. No, I can't panic. Don't you know your captain? Yangyang said, avoiding everyone's gaze, and began fiddling with her wet pant legs. She lowered her head and said again, If they haven't return by tonight, we need to go look for them. Yangyang's voice was as calm as possible, but by the end, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Tonight? If they haven't returned by tonight, does that mean something has happened? To southern defense line. Yang Xiaohua supported Liao as they walked heavily towards their tent. Several soldiers greeted them along the way, but they both did not respond. What happened, generals? The soldiers looked at the slender figures of the two generals, confused. Just then, a dispute broke out in the distance. Do Yangyang, I hope you can show some respect. Respect my ass. Where's my sister-in-law? Where did she go? Do Yangyang grabbed Wu Haijiang by the collar, his face twisted in a fierce expression. Su Liang stood behind Do Yangyang, his cold gaze fixed on Wu Haijiang's face. Wu Haijiang was at a loss as to what had happened to the two. Hadn't they been fine before? How could they turn hostile so quickly? Could it be that they're dogs? But from their expressions, he could tell that if he didn't give them an explanation today, he might not make it through the day. General Liao and General Yang Xiaohua went out to inspect the defense line. They should be back soon, Wu Haijiang said anxiously. This was what Liao had told him before leaving. He didn't know what they were doing specifically, and since Liao didn't tell him, he never asked. Do Yangyang released Wu Haijiang's collar and said coldly, "Then take me to where they went to inspect." "I don't know. They should be back any minute now." Wu Haijiang defended himself, doubting whether Liao and the others were even at the defense line. "Damn it. I told you to take me there." Do Yangyang erupted in anger again, grabbing Wu Haijiang's collar once more. This time, Su Liang also took action. His fist, the size of a sand pot, was already swinging towards Wu Haijiang's head as he felt overwhelmed by his inner irritation. The more stable he usually was, the more irritated he became at this moment. That feeling of being unable to control himself was even more frustrating. Just then, a voice echoed from afar, weak yet commanding, revealing it to be a patient. "Stop." Although the voice was weak, its momentum was not diminished, even carrying a powerful sense of pressure. "Do Yangyang, are you trying to rebel?" Upon hearing this voice, Do Yangyang and Su Liang's eyes lit up, and they ignored Wu Haijiang, walking towards Liao and Yang Xiaohua, who had just returned. Wu Haijiang looked at Liao and Yang Xiaohua, finally returning, and let out a long sigh of relief. Do Yangyang asked hopefully, "Sister-in-law, where's Brother Luo?" "I heard Yao Xin and the others have arrived," Liao answered vaguely, then looked into the distance. "So they are coming." "Sister-in-law, I'm asking you where Brother Luo is?" Do Yangyang's voice was noticeably louder than before, and his expression gradually turned cold. His respect for Liao was entirely reflected in his close relationship with LiuLuo, so if LiuLuo wasn't around, he and Liao actually had no connection. This time, Liao knew she had to answer directly, and she didn't want to evade responsibility. LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming have not returned yet. Upon hearing this, Do Yangyang and Su Liang were both taken aback. Really not back. It was already past 4 o'clock. They should have returned by now. What could have happened on the way? Do Yangyang and Su Liang's minds were racing, and they wanted to check the direction LiuLuo had left yesterday. Liao watched as the two ran toward the place they had just returned from and further clarified. "You two just came back. We already searched that route. We found the giant king's body, but there was no trace of LiuLuo and the others." "What do you mean?" Do Yangyang and Su Liang stopped in their tracks. "No sign of Brother Luo? No sign of Taoming?" They both frowned, asking in confusion. "Yes." Liao nodded helplessly and recounted everything she and Yang Xiaohua had seen, including the marks that looked like someone had rolled around. If there were signs of a battle, then with LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming's strength, Do Yangyang and Su Liang really shouldn't be worried. What they feared was this kind of silent disappearance. There were too many strange things on this land. What if they encountered some highly poisonous creatures or other entities beyond comprehension? That would be troublesome. After listening to Liao, the two furrowed their brows and stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Yang Xiaohua spoke up to comfort them. "Don't worry too much. Maybe they'll come back soon." Perhaps they were just delayed by something that caught their attention. Yang Xiaohua's words did little to ease their mood. Everyone knew this was just a way to comfort them. Even if LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming were attracted by something, they should have left some message or mark on the way. But there was nothing, not a single clue left behind. At this moment, Yao Xin and the others had already walked over. This was the second meeting between Liao and her, and it was not pleasant each time. The first time, LiuLuo was taken away, and the second time, he was lost. She felt that there was no good fortune associated with meeting Liao. It wasn't jealousy, but it just felt that way, and the facts were clear. "Is LiuLuo not back yet?" Yao Xin asked. In truth, she felt it even without asking. "Not yet," Liao replied, looking at Yao Xin with a hint of apology in her eyes. "I've already sent someone to look for him." Upon hearing Liao's words, Yao Xin looked at her, seeing the apology in her gaze and scanning her dusty figure. Finally, Hiyashin slowly walked over to her and gently embraced her. Hiyashin knew that Liu must have gone through a lot of hardship during this time. Although it seemed that nothing good came from meeting Liu, those bad things were not her fault. Hiyashin could clearly distinguish between good and bad. So even if LiuLuo was now missing, it couldn't be blamed on Liu. Holding Liu in her arms and feeling her trembling body, Hiyashin could understand the torment she was experiencing inside. Although it wasn't her fault, it was indeed on her territory that someone went missing while supporting her. Hiyashin spoke softly. Don't be nervous, it's not your fault. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Hiyashin's words caused Liu to start sobbing quietly. This was unexpected for everyone. Very few had seen Liu cry. Even when her faith collapsed, she didn't shed tears. This showed how significant LiuLuo was in her heart, especially after experiencing life and death. Her feelings for LiuLuo had erupted. But now, the deeper her feelings for LiuLuo, the more painful it was for her. Don't forget, it was she who sent LiuLuo to hunt the Giant King. It began to drizzle in the sky. The J1 branch, led by General Malorki to support the I-2 branch, was nearing the vicinity of the Bodley area. General Malorki, the I-2 branch has repelled the attacks of the Giant Clan, and the Giant King has been slain. The messenger's cheerful voice rang from afar. Really? Malorki frowned, somewhat incredulous. The Giant King was killed? I have witnessed the strength of the Giant King. I could hardly deal with it alone and could only manage to entangle it. Yes. The reinforcements from a front island have arrived, mainly the captains of the Tianlong and Changya pirate crews, who reached Bodley ahead of time. The messenger replied again. The information from the I-2 branch was very detailed, although it was a little late because all the messengers had died, and it took some time to realize this issue. Tianlong, Changya. Malorki murmured these two names, which he had seen in reports while in the Navy. I heard that the captain of the Tianlong pirate crew knows Liu, and Guan Shangming seems to be called LiuLuo. The Changya pirate crew. Information about these two pirate crews began to surface in Malorki's mind. Beside Malorki, a seemingly frail man spoke ominously, to be able to kill the Giant King. It seems that the strength of these two pirate crews cannot be underestimated. He was Malorki's vice captain, also a rear admiral, but his position was slightly higher than that of ordinary rear admirals. This time, Malorki left the guarded Mingyue Cliff with only one rear admiral. He dared not bring more. Mingyue Cliff was a naturally easy to defend but hard to attack line of defense, and even the height of the giants had no advantage there, making it strategically very important. Sure, do you think we should still help with what General Shelton asked us to do? Malorki turned his head to look at the frail man. Hearing this, Shore turned to meet Malorki's gaze. Haven't you dispelled that thought yet? It was one thing not to know the true strength of the Tianlong and Changya pirate crews before. But now that we know, are you still daring to make a move on them? Besides, it's not your nephew who died. Why are you in such a hurry? Shore didn't quite understand why Malorki asked this, as the answer should be clear. If the other party were weak, it would be one thing to clear them out easily. However, they were the ones who could even kill the Giant King. Thus, Shore paused for a moment and said, I think this matter needs to be considered over a longer term. Malorki nodded in agreement upon hearing this. It was the first time he understood this four-character idiom so clearly. Let's not worry about the Tianlong and Changya pirate crews. I'm no longer their subordinate. So I don't have to listen to them, Malorki suddenly said, his expression very serious. Shore quickly replied, Yes, General Malorki, you are now a general too. He knew that Malorki was just an ordinary officer under Shelton before. Upon hearing Shore's words, Malorki's serious demeanor eased up significantly. With both beauties gathered, I originally thought they would be grateful to me, but I didn't expect them to steal the spotlight. Malorki looked at the setting sun, feeling somewhat despondent. Liu's relationship is too complicated. Forget it. Malorki's eyes suddenly lit up. Yangshihua might still be feasible. Shore listened to what he said and was left speechless for a long time. Your thoughts are too lively. The leap is a bit too big. Jumping to women so suddenly. However, Shore didn't mind too much, as he had seen a lot. This was a lecherous ghost, when he was still under General Shelton. He had the best relationship with Major Latterus, who was also General Shelton's nephew. Upon hearing the news of Latterus's death, he was saddened for a long time, saying that the world had lost a confidant. The sun is about to set. We should be able to reach Bodley tonight. Shore also looked at the setting sun. The reason they could arrive earlier than expected was all thanks to Malorki's probing of the two beauties in the army. The dark red sun dyed the sparse clouds at the horizon an exceptionally bright red. The sun was about to set. The southern defense line of Bodley, Liu, Hiyashin, Do Yangyang, and others were gazing into the distance towards the south. This process continued until the sky turned completely dark. When the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, people had to admit that it was indeed dark, but unfortunately, the person they were waiting for still hadn't appeared. A thought emerged in Liu's mind. The situation is dire. With the cover of night, two streams of tears slowly flowed from her eyes. At this moment, she was filled with the most regret. Why did she let LiuLuo go chase that giant king? What harm would it have done to let him escape? After all, Bode had already held the line. Endless regret nearly consumed Liu. Her vision began to blur, and her body uncontrollably wanted to sway, as it was actually because her legs were too weak to support her. Hiyashin, quick to react, caught Liu. Liu, are you okay? Hiyashin asked anxiously. In Liu's blurred vision, she saw Hiyashin's expression twisted in rage, constantly roaring questions at her. Where's LiuLuo? Where have you hidden LiuLuo? Then others, including Yang Xiaohai, Do Yangyang, Han Weiwei, and others, rushed towards her, all looking fierce as if they wanted to tear her apart. Luo, where are you? Liu's vision suddenly went black, and she fainted completely. Aiya. Wake up. Don't panic. Han Weiwei had strong feelings for Liu, and she also knew that this was not Liu's fault. Do Yangyang, seeing Liu fainted, also felt a pang of sympathy. Looking at the cold distance, he felt anxious. Luo Go, where have you gone? It's all my fault. I should have gone with Luo Go in the first place instead of insisting on fair competition. Su Liang and Do Yangyang thought similarly. LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming had clearly gone missing, and the responsibility did not lie heavily on Liu. They both should bear the main responsibility. Given the situation at the time, others might not have been able to break through the giant's defenses, but they could have. However, discussing this now was pointless. They needed to broaden their search area, or else. Su Yang said in a low voice. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant, or else it might really be dire. Yang Xiaohai, while tending to the already unconscious Liu, spoke up. All soldiers at Yangyang Island can be sent out, but we must leave a few to guard the camp. Everyone understood her meaning. Indeed, it was hard to establish the camp, and they couldn't just abandon it. Although giants were hard to launch sneak attacks during previous battles, Liu and the others had discovered that other races were also involved. So they had to be cautious. Okay, I'll stay, and everyone else can go look for them, Hiyashin said, looking at Do Yangyang's anxious demeanor, pressing his hand down. Being too anxious can lead to problems. Let's stay at the camp. Su Yang sighed upon hearing this. Hiyashin's words were indeed correct. His heart was already in chaos, and he was no longer suitable to be in command. I'll stay too, Su Yang said, looking at Liang, who was dressed in a neutral outfit. Liang, you lead the team to look for the captain. Okay, don't worry, Liang Gu, I will definitely bring the captain back, Liang said firmly. Yang Xiaohai looked at the situation and felt relieved. With these few staying behind at the camp, ordinary troops wouldn't be able to break in. Moreover, if an accident occurred, the others could quickly provide support and form a counter-encirclement. Under the night, only 1,000 troops remained at the I-2 camp, while the other soldiers had followed the two pirate crews to search for people. This was no small task. Even with so many people, it was still difficult to conduct a carpet search. So Han Weiwei and the others began their search from both sides of the forest where LiuLuo had disappeared. As the sky gradually brightened, the eastern defense line abode was near Mingyue Cliff and the Yahuan New Land, meaning there had originally been very few soldiers stationed there. Now, after the great battle and the disappearance of LiuLuo and the others, the defense line had shrunk and there were no troops left to guard it. Malaki, who had taken a long time to arrive here, looked at the dilapidated tents and found that there wasn't a single person. What's going on? Not a single person? Malaki pulled open the door of one of the tents. Can Liu and Yang Xiaohai even fight? If we were enemies, wouldn't they be? Malaki spoke, a curve appearing on his lips. Xiao'er looked at Malaki's expression, speechless. I hope nothing unexpected happens between the Tianlong and Chanya pirate crews this time. Otherwise, it would be really tough to leave this place. General Malaki, I suspect they must have shrunk their defenses, Xiao'er reminded. If it were any other time, he wouldn't bother to say this, but he was afraid Malaki would use this as an excuse to find trouble later, which would be embarrassing. Malaki instantly suppressed his wicked smile, muttering unhappily, shrinking defenses? He felt displeased that he hadn't captured any dirt on Yang Xiaohai and Liu. There shouldn't be a single soldier left here, Malaki justified himself. Xiao'er also found this strange. Even if they were shrinking defenses, there shouldn't be not a single soldier left. This was clearly inappropriate for the military quality of Liu and Yang Xiaohai. Could something have happened again? In an instant, Xiao'er thought of a giant counterattack, and recently the Navy had received intelligence that a mysterious race was allying with the giants. Xiao Er's eyes widened in surprise. General, should we move quickly? I feel something has happened here. Something has happened. Malaki's eyes also held surprise. Then he seemed to think of something. Then let's hurry. We can all end up dead. Xiao Er was once again speechless. He knew what Malaki had just thought of, only thinking with his lower body. He'll end up dead at the hands of a woman sooner or later, Malaki thought to himself, looking at the hurried figure running away. Because they were moving quickly, it was less than an hour before Malaki arrived at the I-2 main camp. Along the way, they encountered patrolling soldiers and learned what had happened here. Heaven is helping me, Malaki exclaimed, licking his lips with his large tongue. It seems the heavens want me to capture these 2 flowers this time. Brother Ladaris, I will fulfill your wish. Listening to Malaki's words, Xiao Er's squinted eyes also sparkled with a different light. Previously, he would never have set his sights on LiuLuo and Yangyang, but he knew Malaki's character. Today he would eat no matter what. LiuLuo is seriously injured, and only Yangyang is around. Perhaps we can really take them down, Xiao Er thought to himself. Yangyang's strength was about the same as his, or even weaker, so it could almost be said that he had them in the bag. Just as they entered the camp, LiuLuo and Yangyang had already come out. Moreover, beside them was a woman of extraordinary beauty, rivaling LiuLuo and Yangyang, with a hint of superiority. LiuLuo, heavily injured, had lost her usual imposing demeanor, giving off a delicate feeling that greatly increased Xiao Er's appetite. Yangyang still looked the same, like a ripe peach, exuding an enticing sweetness all the time. The woman they didn't recognize had a face of extraordinary beauty, with a kind of cold elegance that ordinary people could hardly perceive. As for the 2 men following the 3 women, they had already been automatically ignored by them. Malaki swallowed hard and then blinked, showing a serious expression. Lieutenant General LiuLuo, Lieutenant General Yangyang, how did you lead your troops? If we were enemies, we would have already attacked your chest by now, Malaki said, pausing as he swept his gaze over the 3 women's chests, which were only a step away from their hearts. Under the previous circumstances, they shouldn't have used this excuse to pick a fight, but now the captains of the Tianlong and Chanya pirate groups were missing, and all the crew members were out searching. Moreover, almost all the soldiers had also gone out. So Malaki could easily use this excuse to charge the 2 of them with negligence of military affairs. LiuLuo and Yangyang didn't think too much about it. They knew they had indeed made a mistake and had been careless. Hearing Malaki's words now filled them with trepidation. If what Malaki said were true, it would indeed lead to serious consequences. Thank you for the reminder, General Malaki. We were foolish, LiuLuo and Yangyang said in unison, bowing slightly. Hiyashin, at this moment as an observer, stood aside and felt that something was off. Why do I feel that this fat guy's gaze is wrong? It has been wrong from the start, Hiyashin thought to herself. Could it be? Hiyashin didn't dare to think further. Although she had heard about the incident with Ladaris, she thought it was just an isolated case among the Navy. Forget it. Considering the efforts you 2 have put into the battle, I won't hold this against you. Malaki stepped forward, gently holding the hands of LiuLuo and Yangyang. But you mustn't make the same mistake again. As soon as Malaki's words fell, Yangyang broke free from Malaki's large hand. But LiuLuo couldn't escape due to her weakness. At first, LiuLuo didn't think much, but when she struggled and couldn't break free, she sensed something was wrong. She raised her head and glared angrily at Malaki. The moment Malaki met LiuLuo's gaze, he quickly released his hands, realizing he was too eager. This wasn't the right time to act. Mainly just now that hand as soft as warm jade had really made him itch with desire. Yangyang saw everything clearly and felt a chill in her heart. Is this still the Navy? Is this what he calls justice? They had sacrificed their lives for this land, but unexpectedly, the reinforcements came to act like thugs. This not only lacked any semblance of justice, but also had no ordinary virtue. LiuLuo and Yangyang's eyes fixed on Malaki, glaring at him, making him quite uncomfortable, leaving him unsure of what these 2 women were thinking. Do you want to kill me? Ha! I've had enough fun today. None of you can escape. Now that you have no army and no strong fighters, you are my mercy. Just then, Hiyashin suddenly spoke up. Oh, how rare. Touching his woman's hand in front of the tyrant woman. At this point, Hiyashin's tone suddenly turned icy. You're really seeking death. Hiyashin had no goodwill towards the Navy anymore, and there was no need to give them any face. Her words sounded like a tongue twister, but everyone present understood. Previously, Do Yangyang and Su Liang at the back couldn't see clearly, but upon hearing Hiyashin's words, Do Yangyang couldn't hold back any longer. You're seeking death. Everything came too suddenly. When Malaki heard Hiyashin's words and was still processing them in his mind, he suddenly felt a chill spreading from his soul to his limbs. When he sensed something was wrong, his body felt paralyzed, and at that moment, Yangyang, who was standing behind LiuLuo, had already charged in front of him. Not good. I've fallen into their trap. These people are truly insidious, Maloki cursed in his heart, but his body couldn't move at all. Just then, a huge door suddenly appeared in front of Maloki and Yangyang. The door was open, and Yangyang clearly knew that Maloki was behind it. But he couldn't see his figure inside. With nowhere to vent his strength, Yangyang could only pass through the door, and the next moment, a door appeared in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters. The door opened again, and Yangyang's figure emerged from it. The sudden feeling of weightlessness startled Yangyang. What the hell? Is this going to kill me? This was a danger Yangyang had never encountered before. At a height of 1,000 meters, if he really fell, not to mention Yangyang, anyone would meet the same fate of becoming a meat pie. Because it was too high, and the sky hadn't fully brightened, no one saw Yangyang in the sky. They could only see a small black dot when his scream echoed. General, this one is mine, okay? The one behind all this masterpiece, Shower, proposed a condition to Maloki. Ha, no problem. Maloki laughed heartily. At this moment, he had already broken free from the shackles of his soul. You get one, I get two, ah. In the midst of his laughter, Maloki had already launched an attack on Yang Xiahua. The palm of his hand, the size of a fan, seemed to turn into a ping-pong paddle, with a powerful energy ball spinning rapidly in his palm. When Maloki swung his right arm, that energy ball shot towards Yang Xiahua's shoulder at high speed. Everything happened too suddenly, and the distance between Yang Xiahua and Maloki was too close to evade. The rapidly spinning energy ball pierced through Yang Xiahua's shoulder, sending her flying. Following that, Yang Xiahua's left shoulder and thigh also suffered attacks. In an instant, Yang Xiahua had lost her ability to fight. It wasn't that Maloki was reluctant to use deadly force. At this moment, Yang Xiahua was already a dead woman. With the ability of the ball fruit developed to its peak at such a close distance and in full eruption, there was no way for Yang Xiahua to survive. However, he couldn't bear to kill Yang Xiahua just like that. He might still need to heal her later. Since he had already made his move, Maloki naturally wouldn't let go of Hiyashin, who had just used her fruit ability against him. However, 3 energy balls passed through her body, only leaving faint green ripples. Indeed a devil fruit user. I've never seen such a body before. Maloki looked at Hiyashin's body with a longing expression, feeling very disgusted. Shower, standing aside, saw Maloki's expression and felt offended. This is what you just promised to give me. Shower rushed towards Hiyashin at the fastest speed, very anxious. General Maloki, leave this woman to me. Maloki, upon hearing this, remained silent and looked at Su Liang, who had been standing still and was previously with Yangyang. You saw it too. If you join my team, that woman will be yours. How about it? Maloki pointed at Yang Xiahua, who was no longer combat effective, not far away. At this moment, he indeed showcased his strength. Yangyang was already dead in his heart. Falling from 1,000 meters high, there was simply no way to survive. Yang Xiahua has already been incapacitated, and LiuLuo doesn't even need to lift a finger. Even a soldier-level warrior could easily defeat her at this moment. Hiyashin is entangled with Xiao Air, who possesses the door fruit. Although there are no signs of victory, when he joins in, Hiyashin will definitely be unable to withstand it. Therefore, the only variable now is Su Liang, who has not yet made a move. Although Maloki is not afraid of Su Liang, seeing that the other party has T-acted, he can definitely incite him. Is there anything more thrilling than inciting a woman's protector in front of her? Maloki has already revealed an evil smile, as if he can already see the answer. At this moment, an angry voice echoed in the sky. Ah, armor of bones, path of despair. From a height of 100 meters, a massive road of white bones appeared, twisting and menacingly charging toward Maloki on the ground. Yangyang had indeed panicked before. The sky was not his domain. However, fortunately, he was high enough off the ground. This instead gave him a long time to think. Thus, a parachute made of soft bones grew from his back. At 500 meters in the air, Yangyang detached from the huge parachute and rushed toward the road of bones below. Boom! The battle essence surge has begun. Since his last breakthrough, Yangyang's battle essence surge has spread throughout his body. One by one, the bones were broken, releasing a rich aura of death and intent to kill. The howling wind rushed past Yangyang's ears, and adrenaline surged. The blood vessels in his eyes burst forth with brightness. I think you should take care of him first. Su Liang glanced at Yangyang falling from the sky. Otherwise, you won't have the qualifications to fight me. Although Su Liang did not act immediately, it was because these women had little relation to him, so he never thought about surrendering. I'll take care of you first. However, To everyone's surprise, Malorky suddenly charged at Su Liang. In 3 steps, a basketball-sized energy ball condensed in Malorky's hand. Die for me. Su Liang, watching Malorky's strange move, did not dare to be careless. Cannon fist. As Su Liang's fist was unleashed, his yellow skin began to transform, and the incredibly hard dinosaur skin quickly covered his right arm. Die for me. Boom! The two collided swiftly, and a massive energy wave directly sent Li Yao and Yang Chihua nearby flying. At this moment, the soldiers stationed here finally reacted, but before they could rush over, they were immediately surrounded by the Navy of the J-1 branch. The Navy of the I-2 branch was not lacking in bloodlust and immediately clashed with the enemy, fists and feet flying, evolving into a gunfight. A huge flare was shot into the sky. At this moment, beneath Su Liang and Malorky, a large pit had already formed. The massive energy ball in Malorky's hands had stripped away the layer of skin on Su Liang's arm, but he had indeed underestimated Su Liang. Get lost. Su Liang's right arm, covered in blood and muscle tissue, suddenly exerted force, and a powerful energy burst forth from his muscle fibers. In terms of strength, no one could match him. The immense force sent Malorky flying, just in time to meet Yangyang, who was descending. Their coordination this time was remarkably seamless. The road of bones still appeared in front of Malorky, and at this moment, panic flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Su Liang to be able to knock him away, nor did he expect the terrifying aura approaching him from the road of bones. With no time to think further, Malorky quickly curled into a ball in the air. A powerful spherical energy shield formed around him for protection. At this moment, Yangyang had reached the very end of the road of bones. The tyrant's woman is not something you can touch. Yangyang's roar, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, echoed in the air. The massive spherical energy shield showed countless dense cracks under Yangyang's impact. Creak, creak. The sounds grew increasingly dense, and the speed at which the cracks spread also accelerated, striking deep into Malorky's heart. He began to regret it. However, the regret was not for his greed over the 2 women, but for being too careless. He, a devil fruit user, had not even used his peak second stage power. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent shockwave erupted in the sky, and a figure drenched in blood fell from the air amidst the white dust and smoke. Not good. Xiao Er, who was entangled with Hiyashin, instantly became distracted upon seeing Malorky defeated. Hiyashin is especially sensitive to the mental and spiritual aspects. Even if the opponent has a moment of distraction, she can perfectly seize the opportunity. Shadow grip. Hiyashin seized this gap, her right hand reaching out from a distance, gently grasping the position of Malorky's heart. When Xiao Er saw Hiyashin's action, he felt a sudden tightening in his heart. It became even tighter. He felt as if his heart was being squeezed, making it suddenly difficult to breathe, and his heartbeat slowed. His blood felt thick and hard to flow. No, no. Xiao Er sensed the terror and immediately dismissed the thought of rescuing Malorky. A simple wooden door appeared directly in front of him. Without any hesitation, Xiao Er quickly dove inside, and when Hiyashin rushed over, the door left only a handle in the void. Hiyashin, fearing the unexpected, could only let the handle disappear before her eyes. To the south, a kilometer away, concealed by trees and rocks, an ordinary wooden door appeared, and the previously vanished Xiao Er emerged from it. Damn it, you scare me to death. Xiao Er pressed his hand against his heart, confirming he was fine now. He let out a few breaths, unwillingly cursing, I didn't get the lamb, but I got myself into trouble. However, at this moment, if he were to return, he would definitely not dare. Yet thinking of Hiyashin's graceful figure, he couldn't help but jealously curse again. What the hell is LiuLuo? A pirate that deserves such 2 world-class beauties. As he spoke, he spat heavily on the ground, truly feeling that God was blind. However, he did not know that this very sentence would determine the fate of his life. God might be blind, but he definitely couldn't be deaf. Before Xiao Er arrived, someone was already there. It was Wu Ming and Huang Yueying, who were rushing back after seeing the flare. Wu Ming, relying on his super keen perception, covered Huang Yueying's mouth as soon as the wooden door appeared amidst the fluctuations of the devil's power and hid. The appearance of the flare already indicated that there were enemies invading, so they guessed that it was likely the enemy. The 2 of them, hidden among the bushes, could not make a judgment upon hearing Xiao Er's first 2 sentences. But when they heard the 3rd sentence cursing LiuLuo, Huang Yueying and Wu Ming exchanged glances and nodded slightly. It was confirmed. Anyone who dares to insult the captain must be captured and await the captain's personal punishment. Wu Ming had never believed that LiuLuo would encounter any accidents. He was even more convinced of this than Do Yangyang, though he didn't know why he was so sure. In the next moment, Wu Ming moved, hidden in the darkness like a cunning leopard. His legs instantly surged with powerful strength, and he pounced out from the bushes, the sword at his waist already drawn as he made his move. A black blade slashed through the slightly brightening sky, leaving a faint mark. Woo-woo. Just as Xiao Air had just breathed a sigh of relief. He had no idea there was an ambush here. When 2 gusts of wind blew by, his arm stung slightly. The next moment, he felt no more sensation. When the cool blade was placed on his shoulder, and he was shocked and wanted to turn his body, he found his arms were unresponsive. In the next instant, cold sweat covered his body, and intense pain coursed through him. He realized he had become a fish on a chopping block. Almost as a reflex, a door appeared before Xiao Air again. But this time he didn't have the courage to take a step forward because the knife on his neck felt even colder. Thud! Xiao Air's legs went weak. Instead of stepping forward, he knelt directly on the ground, begging for his life. Shut up! A woman's voice came from behind him. I'll spare your life, but you dare insult our captain? You still want to live? At this moment, Xiao Air realized where this disaster had come from. Indeed, misfortune came from the mouth, and illness entered through the mouth. Just because of the 2 words LiuLuo, he had paid the price of losing both arms, and his heart was instantly filled with fear and regret. This girl, ugh, you dare call her girl? Call her Lady Huang Yueying. Her fierce voice came through. She was truly furious, daring to have ideas about the captain's wife. That was tantamount to putting a green hat on the entire ship. This was intolerable. Lady, I was wrong, I shouldn't have insulted LiuLuo, Xiao Air's words were interrupted again. You also call him LiuLuo? Call. Huang Yueying glanced at Wu Ming beside her, wanting to say grandfather, but thought it was inappropriate. You call him grandfather, right? Huang Yueying's eyes rolled around. The captain might not even recognize you as his grandson, so you could just call him tyrant. At this moment, Xiao Air listened to the woman behind him, who could talk for so long just because of a title, which showed she was mentally immature, and he began to pay attention. He thought about saving his life first and finding an opportunity to use the power of the door fruit to escape later. Xiao Air scolded himself fiercely. Lady, I'm not human. I shouldn't have insulted the tyrant. I really am not human. With my trash nature, I don't deserve to have ideas about the tyrant's women. That's right. With your kind of trash, you don't deserve to have ideas about the sisters. You should take a good look at what you are. Wu Ming stood there with his sword, motionless, almost holding his breath. Huang Yueying continued to cooperate with Xiao Air in scolding him. Finally, after a while of cursing, she pulled out a pair of handcuffs. But they weren't made of metal because there was no shine at all. Huang Yueying held the handcuffs, looking at the still, cursing Xiao Air. And seeing that his arms had been neatly cut off, it seemed she could only lock them on his legs. Xiao Air continued to scold himself. Having cursed from his ancestors down to the 18th generation, regardless of gender, he had scolded them all. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching from behind. This is an opportunity, Xiao Air thought, but his mouth didn't slow down, still cursing madly. Crack! Suddenly a sound echoed, and Xiao Air felt a tightness in his leg, scaring yellow liquid to flow between his legs. He thought Huang Yueying was going to cut off his legs too. I didn't expect this woman to be so vicious. Xiao Air's face was filled with pain, but this should make her let her guard down. Unfortunately, the next moment, a strange energy came from his right leg, around his ankle. This energy seemed like cement as it flowed through his body, blocking all the fruit abilities within him and pulling away a large portion of his strength. At this moment, Xiao Air couldn't care less about the knife on his neck because he knew that without his arms, losing the devil fruit ability meant he had no chance of escape. He turned to look. It turned out there were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was the one holding the knife, who had remained silent, and his presence was hard to perceive. All right, this time you really can't escape, Huang Yueying chuckled. Didn't you say you wanted to find the captain to atone for your sins? I'll grant you that, ha! Xiao Air had completely given up on escaping, unwillingly asking, is this sea prism stone? Hee, exactly. Huang Yueying's smile in Xiao Air's eyes was like that of a devil. And the silent Wu Ming was truly a perfect match. Xiao Air couldn't escape by himself, so he now thought of his abandoned superior, Malorki. If Malorki were here, he definitely wouldn't have been so easily ambushed. If Malorki could defeat the enemy, then perhaps he still had a chance. Malorki, however, had no idea that Xiao Air was thinking of him. He only felt glad when the other party left. At that moment, Malorki thought Xiao Air was simply dodging, only to realize he had truly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Malorki was covered in blood. After that collision, he had taken Xu Yue and Do Yangyang with utmost seriousness. However, the result was unsatisfactory. He found that the more serious he was, the stronger the two opponents became, especially when he used his most powerful move, War Axe Strike. Yangyang and LiuLuo actually both broke through to the second-tier high level. One transformed into a bone giant, while the other unleashed an Overlord Roar. The two cooperated, and the Overlord Roar directly withstood most of the attack power of the War Axe Strike, shaking Malorky's mind. The bone giant Yangyang directly punched Malorky, breaking his right arm that was swinging down. At that moment, Malorky understood how foolish his previous thoughts had been. If he had known that this was still not the limit of Yangyang and LiuLuo, he might have truly collapsed. He realized he didn't even have the qualification to fight desperately. At this moment, the battles of ordinary Navy soldiers also came to a halt, and the time to reveal the victor was approaching. The sun had just peeked out a little, and the battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke and fog, making it impossible to see the specific situation. When a huge figure slowly emerged from the smoke, everyone knew the answer. Not long ago, Liao and Yang, who had just woken up from a coma, saw this scene and held their breath, not daring to move. It wasn't until they clearly saw the clear eyes of the bone giant that they dared to be sure. Oh. Upon seeing this scene, two soldiers and the soldiers led by Yang began to cheer. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the newly arrived J1 branch looked ashen. They had no idea what they were about to face. At this moment, Yangyang stood with LiuLuo on his shoulder, and beneath LiuLuo lay Malorky, resembling a dead dog. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Malorky, who was on the verge of death, suddenly moved, launching an attack with both hands and feet. LiuLuo reached out to grab him, but missed. Malorky's speed had reached its limit, much faster than during their previous fight. LiuLuo knew this speed couldn't be maintained for long, but seeing Malorky rushing out gave him a sense of relief. Though he secretly thought, this is bad. This move was Malorky's ability from the ball fruit called crossover, which basketball players would recognize as a rapid breakthrough. Thus, this momentary burst of speed was extremely fast. Malorky had feigned weakness earlier to find this opportunity, knowing he only had one chance to survive. That chance was the two women not far away, LiuLuo's companions. Ironically, his life and death hinged entirely on these two women, leading to constant reversals. At that moment, Yangyang watched as Malorky charged toward Liao and Hiyashin, feeling somewhat at a loss. He didn't know what to do if these two sisters-in-law really fell into Malorky's hands. At a critical moment, Hiyashin stepped forward, standing in front of Liao and Yang. She looked at the rapidly approaching Malorky, as fast as lightning, and thought, "You are not worthy." Malorky, hearing Hiyashin's words, was instantly enraged. Everything about him revolved around these women. Yet now he heard someone say he wasn't even worthy. "Ah, you shameless wench." Though he had lost, he couldn't believe he was unworthy. After all, he was a dignified Navy admiral, a being one level below the Emperor and above all others. "I'll kill you first." Malorky revealed a cruel smile as he raised his battle axe. His remaining left hand gathered an immense amount of energy, swinging his entire left arm up high, waiting for a downward strike. The position where Hiyashin stood seemed like a giant basketball hoop, waiting for Malorky's descent. Looking at Malorky falling from the sky, Liao and Yang showed little fear in their eyes, fully prepared. They absolutely could not fall into the enemy's hands. The moment they did, they would bite their tongues and die. However, Hiyashin had no such intention. She turned her head to glance at Liao and smiled as she spoke. "Today, it seems I am firmly seated as the First Lady." After saying this, she ignored Liao and turned to face the already prepared Malorky, showing a determined gaze. "No, you cannot block me. No one can break through me except my man." As their eyes clashed, it seemed they could feel each other's inner thoughts. "Gate of the Netherworld, open," Hiyashin exclaimed, and at the moment Malorky landed, a massive ancient door appeared before him. She had been waiting for this moment. Had she released the gate of the Netherworld earlier, Malorky might have chosen to evade. But now, with his downward strike already underway, the powerful force did not allow him to interrupt her skill. Otherwise, without Hiyashin's intervention, Malorky would collapse without a fight. Malorky realized he had been tricked, but there was no other way at this moment. He could only shatter the ancient door before him to survive. Creak, creak. The gate of the Netherworld was a double door, unlike the single door created by the door fruit. Moreover, the gate of the Netherworld opened inward, while the door created by the other was opened outward. One door was painted with demonic faces and fangs, surrounded by countless devils. The other depicted gentle white clouds and bustling city life. The two scenes were completely different and very eerie. At this moment, both doors opened simultaneously to either side, creating a gap wide enough for a person's shoulder. Through the crack, LiuLuo could vaguely see the scene inside the gate, where humans acted like ghosts. Ghosts walked among the city, and demons tasted the suffering of the world, a myriad of hells. The reality and illusion continuously shifted. At that moment, LiuLuo's left arm heavily struck the gate of the netherworld. A fierce wind arose, and the force was so great that even the gate of the netherworld couldn't withstand it. The originally shoulder-width gap opened wider. Suddenly, a small, dark ghost, seeing the large opening, attempted to crawl out, originally wanting to break through the door. LiuLuo saw this scene and thought it was Yangyang's follow-up attack, inwardly exclaiming sneaky, and rolled back to evade. The moment LiuLuo moved away, the gate of the netherworld began to close, and ultimately, that small, charred ghost extended an arm out. Boom! The two doors slammed shut and slowly turned to nothingness. But the small ghost's arm was left outside. The small ghost's charred arm ignited in the sunlight, as if doused in oil, crackling and popping. At that moment, Yangyang's arm also exhibited the same condition as the ghost's hand, igniting in flames. Watching Yangyang's pained expression and the mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, LiuLuo finally understood. The small ghost earlier was not some follow-up attack from Yangyang, but a backlash from the gate of the netherworld. However, at this point, LiuLuo could no longer attack Yangyang, as Yangyang and Su Liang had already rushed over from the right. LiuLuo shouted in frustration and fled to his left, which was south. Yangyang reached Yangyang's side, but did not rush to chase LiuLuo. Sister-in-law, are you okay? I'm Yufine. Yangyang wanted to wave her hand to indicate she was okay, but touched her burned muscles and winced. She had been burned, and it was strange. There were no visible scars, but only she knew how much it hurt. Don't worry about me. You two go catch that bastard, Yangyang said, looking at the wildly fleeing LiuLuo. Yangyang and Su Liang were about to pursue, but immediately stopped because many figures appeared not far away. They were likely the ones who had gone to search for LiuLuo, returning upon seeing the signal flare. No need to chase. He won't get away. Liu, struggling to rise from the ground, gently pulled Yangyang's arm to check carefully. Hiss. Although Yangyang tried to suppress her pain, she ultimately found it hard to endure. It hurts, right? Liu looked up into Yangyang's eyes, and though she couldn't feel it herself, she could imagine the pain of the backlash. From now on, you are the big one, and I'll be the small one, Liu suddenly whispered in Yangyang's ear, but added, no matter if he comes back or not. Upon hearing this, Yangyang's expression first changed, and the pain in her arm seemed to dissipate. But after hearing Liu's subsequent words, her face fell. Liu's meaning was clear. She was expressing her acknowledgement, respect, and gratitude to Yangyang. If Yangyang hadn't stopped LiuLuo this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They might have only had death as an option, either being killed or committing suicide. Therefore, Yangyang's recent actions were truly a lifesaver for Liu and Yang Qiuhua. The scene shifted. At this moment, LiuLuo was rushing towards the southern defense line with incredible speed, only to confront a person head-on. This person looked quite strange, completely shrouded in white cloth, with a severed left arm and a short right leg, using a sharp steel rod as support. The most terrifying aspect was that the person's nose and mouth were tightly wrapped, leaving only a pair of purple-brown eyeballs exposed. Even in this intense moment of escape, LiuLuo couldn't help but wonder, does this person not need to breathe? As he got a little closer to the strange figure, he reached a conclusion. However, this conclusion was somewhat difficult for him to accept. LiuLuo could sense no breath from the other party, not even a heartbeat. It was as if he was facing a corpse. But how could a corpse move and leap? LiuLuo's pupils suddenly constricted, and he thought, what kind of person have I provoked? They are all so terrifying. The two men he fought earlier were terrifyingly strong, and the woman who had blocked him was terrifyingly tough. But now, this figure whose gender he couldn't discern was purely terrifying. Those deep, emotionless purple-brown pupils seemed to be a gateway to hell. Suddenly, the terrifying man's sword began to wail, as if thousands of vengeful spirits were swirling around it, ready to break free from their cage. As guessed, this terrifying man was indeed Liang, the fourth captain of the Sky Dragon Pirates. That woman is not someone you can touch. You absolutely shouldn't let her get hurt. Liang spoke for the first time. His voice was devoid of anger, merely harsh, like a chaotic wind passing through a valley. That woman? Is she the one who blocked me earlier? LiuLuo tightened his fists and cursed himself. Damn it, if I had known, I would have just fled directly. Just as LiuLuo was regretting, the sword in Liang's hand, which had been howling, was finally drawn out. In a hoarse voice, he softly uttered 2 words. The next moment, it was as if a vengeful spirit had been unleashed. A strange scream echoed through the sky, and without even mentioning Malorky's reaction, many ordinary soldiers instantly bled from their orifices and collapsed to the ground, unaware of what had happened. Even martial artists weren't much better off. They writhed on the ground in agony, screaming. The night was half over, and fear scattered the soul. LiuLuo began murmuring a mantra, and suddenly the sounds swirling around him began to coalesce onto his long knife, causing relief for the others. However, Malorky felt otherwise. It was as if a malevolent spirit were roaring in his ear while he was in a dream. That soul-shaking tremor of fear instantly overwhelmed his mind, and he didn't know what to do, instinctively wanting to flee. Nevertheless, Malorky's speed was indeed fast. Just before being engulfed by the dark blade light, his body had almost moved away, with only his remaining left arm suffering the consequences. The black blade light swept across, sending an arm flying into the air, but unexpectedly. There was no explosive blood, only a black liquid that flowed like mud. However, Malorky had indeed escaped. His strength at the peak of the second stage of a devil fruit was truly remarkable. Malorky, having lost both arms, dared not run back. At that moment, he was like a headless fly, dashing towards the west. To the north were Yangyang and others, and to the south was that terrifying man. His choices were limited. LiuLuo watched Malorky flee, then glanced at the black knife in his hand, gently picked it up, and licked the blood off it, choosing not to pursue further, because he saw that someone was also coming from the west. 2 gunshots rang out suddenly. As Malorky was running for his life, he abruptly twisted his body, trying to dodge the 2 bullets that shot towards him. He desperately leaned to the side, and the bullets grazed his abdomen and back, leaving behind 2 streaks of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets surged toward him again, and Malorky twisted his body into various angles to dodge, receiving numerous cuts on his body. At first, Malorky thought the opponent's shooting was a bit off, but when every bullet could accurately avoid him while leaving marks on his body, he realized that the person wasn't a poor shot. Rather, everything was going according to their plan. Finally, he cast a reluctant glance at the cold man in the distance, blowing smoke from his gun. He knew this route was blocked and turned to flee towards the east. To the east were 2 women, one wielding a long whip and the other holding a long sword. They were none other than LiuLuo, the captain of the 1st team of the Long Night Pirates, and Yangyang, the captain of the 5th team. At this moment, Malorky no longer dared to take any interest in the women's appearances. He just wanted to survive and leave this place. Get out of my way, Malorky shouted in agony, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing Malorky's miserable state, LiuLuo and Yangyang exchanged glances and couldn't help but show sympathetic expressions. How could they bully a grown man into tears? The people of the Sky Dragon were truly despicable, especially that last cold-hearted gunman. Wasn't he just bullying people on purpose? That was too much. Usually, they would let it go, but LiuLuo, feeling the mood was particularly bad today, said, "You had to come meddling here. Zhuge Tao had been missing for nearly a day and night. How could they be in a good mood?" Hearing this, Malorky's eyes burst with rare brightness. "I'm here to assist. I'm here to assist. I'm not the enemy." When a person realizes they cannot solve everything with strength, they think of using their mouth to deceive and ambush. Malorky did both. He had ambushed Yashin and was now trying to deceive LiuLuo. Yangyang rolled her eyes and raised her sword to strike. "Do you take us for fools? Just because we didn't deal with you directly? You think you can get away with it?" The 2 women Malorky wanted to get close to had nothing to do with this at the moment, which is why they spoke this way. The others did not immediately take down Malorky, who had significantly weakened, because they wanted to leave him to the person in charge. With a swish, a dazzling blade aura slashed towards Malorky. If it were in the past, he could have easily blocked it. However, at this moment, having lost both arms and with his devilish power nearly depleted, he found himself in an extreme predicament. Supporting himself on his left leg, he used his right foot to launch a right spinning energy ball, barely managing to dissipate the brilliant blade aura. After doing all this, his stamina and devilish power had reached their limit, and he simply collapsed onto the ground. Turning his head to look around, he saw people surrounding him from all sides and realized that he was now the proverbial turtle in a jar. Suddenly, Malorky cried out loud, unabashedly weeping. He never expected that a naval admiral would have such a day. After Malorky was locked by Hailu stone at the ankles, he was brought before Liu and others. Seeing Liu and Yang Chihuahua again, although both were injured, it did not affect their figures. They remained graceful and enchanting. This time, he no longer had the previous thoughts, nor dare to have them. Perhaps he didn't even want to have them in the future. General Malorki, long time no see. Liu was the first to speak. Long time no see? Malorki thought. You've lost both arms, and you say it's long time no see? He stayed silent. Hee. Why are you silent now? He Yaoxin said with a smile, touching Liu's jade-like hand. Can you still touch LiuLuo's woman? Malorki raised his eyes to take a glance at that jade hand, the hand that could take his life. Suddenly, it felt like he woke from a dream, as if his dreamlike experiences all started from that delicate hand, as white as jade. His whole body couldn't help but shake, his large frame trembling several times. Can't touch, Awu. The tears that had originally stopped burst forth again. Malorki looked at that slender jade hand and cried out loud. Many soldiers, including those from the Tianlong pirate group, also looked at that hand. It was indeed beautiful, but it didn't seem that terrifying. However, some soldiers from the Changya pirate group, after taking a glance, shivered and quickly averted their eyes. Although they knew they might never touch that hand, it served as a reminder. LiuLuo's woman did not have any designs on her, whether he is present or not. Just as Malorki was in pain, the ones who ran the farthest, Han Weiwei, Wu Ming, and others, returned, and they even brought back Xiao Er, who they thought had escaped. The moment He Yaoxin saw Xiao Er, her anger surged. Xiao Er had once been very greedy for her body. However, seeing Xiao Er and Malorki in the same miserable state, her anger diminished somewhat. Upon seeing He Yaoxin's gaze, Xiao Er quickly shrank his neck in fear. But since both his arms were severed by Wu Ming, he could only lift two bare shoulders, looking particularly ridiculous. Yet when he saw that the person who was crying loudly from afar was actually Malorki, his expression became even more bizarre. You old bastard, you can cry too? Malorki was surprised to see that Xiao Er hadn't escaped and suddenly stopped crying, a strange sense of joy rising in his heart. So you didn't run away either? Malorki's voice carried an inexplicable mockery. Let you escape first. At this moment, Malorki felt much more balanced, although the disaster was caused by him. The responsibility had to be evened out. Moreover, in his heart, Xiao Er now bore the guilt of a deserter. Hearing this, Xiao Er's already pale face turned even whiter, and he immediately retorted, So you don't have arms anymore, huh? Serves you right for being greedy. Aren't you the same? Yeah, you didn't run away either. Now we are both prisoners. Xiao Er was no longer afraid of him. After exchanging a few insults and realizing they were in the same predicament, they finally just glared at each other fiercely and ceased their quarrel. Everyone looked at the two, surrounded in the middle with strange expressions. These two, surprisingly, still have a mood to argue. Should we say they are optimistic or pessimistic? Just then, a messenger hurriedly ran over, looking at the letters on his clothes. He was from the J-Series Navy, brought by Malorki. The Navy soldier held a transponder snail, his expression even more peculiar. He wanted to step forward to talk to Malorki, but didn't dare, so he could only kneel before Liu and cautiously said, Lieutenant General Liu. It's a call from Admiral Amory Shelton. Is he looking for him? Liu asked as she nodded towards Malorki. Yes, the soldier quickly nodded. You didn't tell him what happened here? Hearing this, the soldier shook his head. The messenger had no right to speak, only responsible for relaying messages. Then give it to him. Liu frowned. I want to hear what they have to say. The timing of Amory's call was somewhat delicate. Malorki certainly couldn't take the call, and under Liu's gaze, the soldier directly activated the speaker. Malorki glanced at Liu, and then a knife was placed against his neck from behind. Admiral Amory, this is Malorki, a low voice came through the transponder snail. General Malorki, have you reached Potterley yet? I have. Malorki instinctively glanced at Liu. Then about your matter. The voice from the transponder snail cut off mid-sentence. A barely noticeable sinister smile flashed across Malorki's lips. What matter? The voice on the other end was stunned for a few seconds. About LiuLuo's situation, General Malorki. Have you forgotten? The tone of the transponder snail had already turned cold, especially the word you was pronounced particularly clearly. Since you said it yourself. Then don't blame me. If we have to die, let's die together, Malorki thought darkly. At this moment, when the people around heard the name, LiuLuo, they immediately became restless and took a few small steps forward. Under Liu's gaze, Malorki continued, Of course, I haven't forgotten. You asked me to kill LiuLuo, right? If possible, you also wanted me to replace the commander of the I-2 branch, right, Admiral Amory? On the other side, Amory Shelton, holding the transponder snail, had a drastic change in expression upon hearing Malorki's words, feeling something was amiss. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately said nothing and directly hung up the transponder snail. How could such a thing be mentioned? Even if Malorki were foolish, he wouldn't directly say it. So he speculated. Malorki might be in trouble. He then picked up another transponder snail and dialed a number. Have Harris go to Potterly to investigate the situation. Without waiting for the other party to respond, he hung up the transponder snail. Back at Malorky's side, he hadn't expected Amory to hang up so decisively. Feeling somewhat awkward, he glanced at Liu. Liu remained silent, staring at Malorky for a long time. It wasn't until Malorky felt his scalp tingle that he heard Liu speak. What you said is true. Absolutely true. How could I dare to lie to you? Malorky answered without thinking. Liu didn't speak, looking toward Xiao Er. Xiao Er, with a pitiful expression, said it's true. Hearing the words from both of them, the members of the Tianlong pirate group present burst into anger. Do Yangyang grabbed Malorky. Is it you two who caused Luo Ji's disappearance? No. Malorky shouted in fear. We only knew about the tyrant's disappearance, that's why. That's why we dared. Thief, you really have guts. Yaoxin scolded angrily. It was unclear whether she was scolding Malorky, Amory, or both. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, south defense line of Potterly, two blurry figures rushed toward the main base of Branch I-2. Just before they arrived, the slimmer figure suddenly stopped the other person. At this moment, the two stood still, allowing their appearances to be seen clearly. It was a man and a woman. The man had sharp eyebrows and a high nose. His face was not particularly fair, but very clean. Compared to the man, the woman was much more beautiful, with fair skin and exquisite features on an oval face. She was stunningly beautiful. The handsome woman gently tugged at the man's hand, saying, I'm still a bit scared. Ha! You can be afraid too. The man laughed heartily upon hearing this. The beautiful woman, hearing this, pinched him playfully. The man had no choice but to plead for mercy, and the woman finally let go of the small piece of flesh she had pinched. If anyone else in the camp had seen this scene, they would surely have been astonished, because these two were the captains of the missing Tianlong and Chanya pirate groups. Who would have thought they could flirt with each other? Zhuge Taoming then spoke again. Luo, I'm serious. What should I do if they don't want to join Tianlong? Then let them stay in Chanya, or just disband Chanya. LiuLuo said, feeling that his thoughts might be too simplistic. So he added, if that doesn't work, then let Tianlong and Chanya merge. Merge? That's easier said than done. Merging requires a hierarchy, and the people of Chanya are not easy to deal with. They might not be willing to submit. Zhuge Taoming pouted and sighed, saying, forget it. I just can't bear to see them leave me. But I can't do without you, so I won't think about it anymore. If you can't do without me, that's right. I can't do without you either, LiuLuo said as he embraced Zhuge Taoming. She did not resist at all. On the contrary, she was very cooperative, even ignoring the playful left hand of hers. If the members of the Chanya pirate group knew this, many pirates would probably jump into the sea in despair. Naturally, many admired Zhuge Taoming, but very few could get within a meter of her. And even those within a meter could not have any physical contact with her, except for her second mate, Liang. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go in, LiuLuo said, worried that some unexpected incident might occur in Tianlong and Chanya during his absence. He peeled Zhuge Taoming off of him, who was clinging to him like an octopus. Who? Okay, let's talk later. Zhuge Taoming adjusted her breathing and said tremulously, making LiuLuo feel restless. Forget it. Let's wait a bit before going in. LiuLuo took Zhuge Taoming's delicate hand and rushed toward an empty tent. I can't help it. This was the reason why they had not returned for 2 days. Moreover, it was even worse than now. The two had almost stuck together without separating. This was caused by the poison of the Wuye bird tree in their souls being externalized. Originally, it was meant to allow them to open their souls through physical union, ultimately triggering the poison of the Wuye bird tree, twisting the two souls into a new Wuye bird tree. However, that day, just as LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming were immersed in ecstasy and gradually losing consciousness, a message suddenly appeared in LiuLuo's mind, which briefly pulled him out of his joy. He then used all his willpower at that moment to choose the special task that appeared in his mind. Special task: remove the soul poison of the Wuye bird tree. Use 5 points of game development experience to obtain the separation will, forcibly separating Zhuge Taoming's soul. Use 10 points of game development experience to obtain the super guard will, allowing you to perfectly maintain your original intention and control Zhuge Taoming's soul. Use 15 points of game development experience to obtain the Yangyang will. Your and Zhuge Taoming's souls will be eternally entangled, strengthening each other's souls. Task completed. Obtained. Several members of the Chanya pirate group and 5 members of the Tianlong pirate group broke through to the master level. LiuLuo's mind could not think anymore. But he still knew one last thing. Good things are not necessarily expensive, but expensive things are relatively good. So LiuLuo chose the last option, spending all his 15 points of game development experience. He allowed their souls to continuously wander within each other's bodies, like a yin-yang diagram, with I within you, you within me. In each fusion, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming could feel their souls growing stronger. The pink poison of the Weeb bird tree, or rather, the egg within their souls, was gradually being expelled. However, it could not be expelled all at once. Naturally, when a bit was expelled, that egg could no longer hatch. At this moment, a female voice came from inside the tent. It was Zhuge Taoming's voice. I estimate it will take a little over a week to expel this poison completely. Following that, there were the sounds of dressing. Anyway, now that we're back, it doesn't seem matter how long it takes, LiuLuo said with a smile. Hee, Zhuge Taoming chuckled, responding without any shyness. Exactly. As their souls had been entangled for a long time, even though they had not spent much time together, they felt very familiar and trusted each other. After they dressed, they exited the tent and continued toward the main base. Main base. Hiyashin and Liao exchanged glances, while Malorki and Shower knelt on the ground. Liao asked Hiyashin, "Sister, how do you want to deal with these two?" Since she had promised Hiyashin to let the other party take charge, she naturally had to call her sister. In fact, Hiyashin was a little older than Liao. Just kill them directly. Hiyashin's voice was drawn out. It was too cheap for them. Let's wait for Luo to come back before dealing with it. Hiyashin spoke, not knowing why, but feeling as if LiuLuo would never have an accident and would definitely return. Hearing Hiyashin finally finish her words, Malorki and Shower, who were kneeling on the ground, dared to breathe a sigh of relief. They felt secretly pleased. LiuLuo might not necessarily come back. Moreover, having been missing for 2 nights and a day on this Red Earth continent, the likelihood of him returning was very low. How could they not be happy? Even though they had previously mocked each other, at this moment, hearing such words, they could not help but look at each other, seeing joy in each other's eyes. From Hiyashin's words, as long as LiuLuo did not come back, they could live on, and even if they could not live forever, it still bought them a chance to escape. Who wants to die if they can live? Liao watched the expressions of the two and sneered inwardly. However, she did not contradict Hiyashin's words, saying, "It's all up to my sister." Hearing Liao completely affirm Hiyashin's words again, Malorki and Shower were even more ecstatic, almost laughing out loud, barely stopping themselves from bowing in thanks. "Come here," Liao shouted to the soldiers outside the tent. "Take them away. Separate them and lock them up. No one can check on them without my orders." Yes, for soldiers immediately grabbed Malorki and Shower, who, although severely injured and weak, cooperated very well. As long as I'm not dead, there's a chance to survive, Malorki thought to himself. He didn't pay much attention to the sea prison stone handcuffs. After all, there were many loyal soldiers among the surrendering J1 Navy who were devoted to him. Coupled with Shaw's fruit ability, once they escaped, as long as their luck wasn't as low as Shaw's had been before, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to catch them. Shaw and Malorki were each being held by 2 Navy soldiers, like they were chickens, yet there was not a hint of complaint on their faces. They exchanged a glance, both filled with joy. Just as the 2 Navy soldiers lifted the tent flap, the sunlight outside blinded them momentarily. Although they couldn't see, they could feel it. Malorki had a bad premonition and anxiously asked, "Why aren't we leaving?" No one answered him, but the brief blindness passed, and he could vaguely see the outside world. The outlines of 2 figures became increasingly clear. So someone is blocking the way. No wonder we aren't leaving, Malorki thought to himself. But the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. Who were these people? And why did they look so miserable? A male voice entered Malorki's ears, followed by a man and a woman who appeared before him like a golden boy and a jade girl, intensifying his bad premonition. LiuLuo had been walking quietly, wanting to surprise Liao and the others, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Upon seeing the sea prison stone handcuffs on the 2, he realized they were not ordinary people, but devil fruit users. The appearance of 2 unknown devil fruit users in the camp led LiuLuo to guess that something unexpected had happened in the camp, and he couldn't afford to play around any longer. The 2 soldiers were from the navy that Yang Chihuahua had brought over, so they recognized LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming. Faced with the sudden appearance of the 2, the 4 soldiers were so excited that they didn't know what to say, stammering for a long time without uttering a word. Just as the tent flap that had just fallen was lifted again, a stunning face with slightly red eyes peeked out. The moment Hiyashin heard LiuLuo's voice, her soul seemed to tremble, and she rushed out immediately. "LiuLuo, I knew you would be fine." Hiyashin, regardless of how many people were watching, directly leaped into LiuLuo's embrace. "You're back at last. We were so worried." LiuLuo tightly held Hiyashin in his arms, feeling her fear and longing. Seeing this scene, Even LiuLuo and Shaw, no matter how foolish, could tell that the golden boy and jade girl who had just appeared were LiuLuo and Zhuge, whom they thought would never return before leaving the tent. Boom! It felt as if a cannonball exploded in LiuLuo's head, leaving him momentarily blank, not knowing how to react. Instinctively, 2 streams of bitter tears flowed down his face. He didn't know how much time passed before LiuLuo snapped back to reality. In LiuLuo's arms was not 1 woman, but 2. Liao and Hiyashin, the 2 women who led him to hell. The women he had longed for and struggled to obtain were now openly throwing themselves into another man's embrace. A predatory glint appeared in LiuLuo's eyes as he looked at LiuLuo. This made LiuLuo, who had already entered the 2nd stage of observation haki, range perception, feel it instantly. One hand around Hiyashin's waist and the other around Liao's. His originally gentle gaze turned sharp in an instant, directed at LiuLuo. LiuLuo instinctively chose to dodge that gaze, but upon realizing LiuLuo's return meant his chances of survival were slim, he raised his head to meet LiuLuo's eyes. Who are these 2? LiuLuo pinched the waists of both women playfully. What's going on? Hearing this, Liao and Hiyashin finally got out of LiuLuo's embrace. Hiyashin answered, "They are 2 scumbags who tried to harm Sister Yao and Sister Chihuahua." LiuLuo immediately understood, so that's why this guy suddenly changed his expression upon seeing me. They had intended to put a green hat on him, but encountered the real deal instead. Dangerous light flickered in LiuLuo's eyes. Shaw, seeing LiuLuo's gaze directed at him, was scared out of his wits. I didn't have any ulterior motives. It was all him, all him. It had nothing to do with me. LiuLuo, knowing he could not escape, immediately retorted, "Shut your mouth. Do you dare say you didn't want to?" However, his words were equivalent to a confession. Shaw instinctively looked at Liao and Hiyashin, their stunning faces, but quickly shifted his gaze away. Damn it, Shaw started to say, but suddenly lost his words. He realized he had been cornered by LiuLuo, saying I didn't want would mean insulting Liao and Hiyashin, while saying I wanted to felt like looking for death. Damn it, Shaw struggled to break free from the soldier's restraint, charging straight into LiuLuo's chest. He knocked LiuLuo off balance and then lunged to bite him. He was truly infuriated with LiuLuo. Everything was because of this guy. LiuLuo was no pushover either, biting back. 1 fat and 1 thin, 1 big and 1 small, but with their arms restrained and legs shackled, they could only use their mouths. The sounds of their biting echoed, resembling 2 dogs fighting. LiuLuo watched the 2 rolling and biting each other with a deeply furrowed brow. Even though he had killed countless people, he still felt uncomfortable seeing this scene. He recalled the woman from the Broken Army pirates, whose tasks had never been completed, wondering if those women had survived. Roar. In the midst of it, LiuLuo and Shaw continuously let out beastly roars, their faces devoid of good flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the scene, LiuLuo closed his eyes and shook his head. All right, Yangyang, send them on their way. Okay, Brother Luo, Yangyang said, spreading her hands. Fingers pointed at the 2 still on the ground, biting each other. Countless bone bullets shot out. The sound of bullets entering flesh echoed, and the 2 could no longer continue biting, letting out cries of agony. Yangyang showed no mercy. Those who dared to touch LiuLuo's women had to be prepared to die. The deaths of LiuLuo and Shaw could be said to be well-deserved. In fact, many people had already known their fate beforehand, so there was no surprise or discontent at this moment. A group of people welcomed LiuLuo and Zhuge close to the tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Su Liang couldn't wait to ask, "Captain, where have you and the tyrant been during this time? We were nearly worried to death." He couldn't quite understand the feeling of being with Zhuge. It felt as if they were lovers, especially the way they coincidentally locked eyes, filled with an indescribable something. Su Liang's question was what everyone else wanted to know, and all eyes turned to Zhuge and LiuLuo. The 2 exchanged a glance, knowing that this matter had to be explained. Otherwise, these people would definitely not feel at ease. However, they had already thought about it on the way and decided not to fully disclose their situation, but to inform only a few trusted confidants, the die-hard loyalists. Thus, LiuLuo recounted their experiences, omitting some inappropriate details. It was those trees. Liao covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. I felt something was off about those trees. I even cut through the bark of one. Yang Xiahua, who understood best, added, "It was truly terrifying. Who would have thought it was those trees? We even observed them for a while." The 2 of them could not imagine that if they had activated those nightless bird trees at that time, they might have already been planted underground. This place was indeed frightening, and even Yangyang, who was usually fearless, couldn't help but shiver at that moment. Such things were truly hard to guard against. It was chilling to think about. A group of people felt fear towards the nightless bird trees, while also feeling fortunate for LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming. Suddenly, Su Liang stepped in front of LiuLuo and bowed deeply. "What are you doing?" LiuLuo hurriedly wanted to help Su Liang up. "Get up quickly. Let's talk properly." However, he ultimately couldn't lift Su Liang, underestimating his strength. If Su Liang didn't want to get up, no one present could lift him. "Su Liang, get up," Zhuge Taoming said, her eyes filled with emotion as she gently helped him up. "Let's talk properly." Su Liang and Zhuge Taoming exchanged a glance and then looked at LiuLuo, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Your Majesty, for not holding grudges and saving the captain of my long night pirates. We will remember this kindness." In LiuLuo's story, he ultimately used his mental strength to defeat the nightless bird tree and save Zhuge Taoming in the process. This made Su Liang understand why Zhuge Taoming's gaze towards LiuLuo was unusual. After all, it was a life-saving grace. No matter how strong Zhuge Taoming was, she was still a woman, and it was inevitable that she would feel grateful. However, Su Liang hoped that Zhuge Taoming's feelings for LiuLuo wouldn't develop further. If LiuLuo only had one woman, that would be fine, but now he was known to have two, and there was even one who was not present. Su Liang, who always regarded Zhuge Taoming as a sister, did not think LiuLuo was a good match for her. "Your Majesty, if you need anything from us in the long night, we will never refuse, even if it costs us our lives," Su Liang said very seriously, intending to use the Long Night Pirate's promise to repay LiuLuo's immense favor to Zhuge Taoming. The others from the Long Night Pirates immediately understood Su Liang's intention and shouted in unison, "Your Majesty, if you have any tasks, just command us. The Long Night Pirates will never refuse, even if it means death." Hearing this, LiuLuo wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. "As long as you think it's fine, it's fine. Your captain has already become mine. Do you think saying this will change anything?" Zhuge Taoming also cast an awkward glance at LiuLuo. "I'm already his. Does it make sense for you to say this?" However, the members of the Long Night Pirates and the Tianlong Pirates were unaware of this situation, or else it would have been quite embarrassing. In contrast, Liao and Hiyashin were very sensitive to such matters and sensed something was off. The two exchanged confused glances, unsure. Did LiuLuo really manage to take Zhuge Taoming so easily? Although they didn't think they were inferior to Zhuge Taoming in terms of value, Zhuge Taoming's value might indeed be higher. After all, the Long Night Pirates were well established, and Liao's broken eye, too, was not enough to compare, not to mention Hiyashin, who only had Gue Liang. Although Gue Liang was indeed quite powerful, he couldn't compare to the Long Night Pirates. Ultimately, with LiuLuo's perfunctory response and Zhuge Taoming's help, the members of the Long Night Pirates finally left first. Once Liao saw the Long Night Pirates leave, she exchanged a glance with Hiyashin. "Oh no, I feel like my wound has burst open." LiuLuo, hearing this, genuinely thought Liao's wound had opened. "Are you all right?" LiuLuo moved to lift the back that Liao was covering, only to see that the wound hadn't opened at all, not even a drop of blood. "All right, you all go down. I'll change your bandage." Seeing the situation on Liao's back, LiuLuo immediately understood what she wanted. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She wanted to get close. Apart from Liao, Hiyashin remained while everyone else left. Hiyashin watched Yangyang leave last, close the tent flap, and suddenly reached out to grab LiuLuo's ear. What exactly is going on? Hiyashin knew LiuLuo well. She could tell that he had concealed many things in the story he just told. LiuLuo wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Wasn't it agreed that we would get close? Did I think too much? It hurts, it hurts." LiuLuo gently tugged at Hiyashin's hand that was holding his ear. "What are you doing? What's going on?" Before LiuLuo could free his left ear from Hiyashin's grip, he suddenly felt his right ear being pulled as well. Liao also started to exert pressure, threateningly saying, "Are you going to say it or not? Confess and be lenient. Resist and be harsh. You know the drill." "No. You two let go first. Is that okay? Is it normal for a wife to grab her husband's ear like this when they first meet? Don't I have any dignity?" LiuLuo said with grievance. Just as he finished speaking, the tent flap was suddenly lifted again. Yang Qiuhua had originally left, but returned after realizing she still had Liao's medicine with her. She was used to staying with Liao for the past few days, so she didn't announce her return. At that moment, Yang Qiuhua saw LiuLuo, who was usually respected and admired, being grabbed by both Liao and Hiyashin by the ears, with a face full of flattery. She froze on the spot. When Liao and Hiyashin noticed Yang Qiuhua entering, they were also stunned. They hadn't expected anyone to come in. LiuLuo was even more dumbfounded. Feeling his mind go blank, and utterly embarrassed. Ahem. Yang Qiuhua quickly placed the medicine bottle she was holding on the ground. This is Li Yao's wound treatment medicine. I didn't see anything, she said, hurriedly leaving the scene at the fastest speed. It's over, it's over. LiuLuo snatched his ears back from the two women. My lifetime reputation has been ruined by you two reckless women. Li Yao and He Yaxin also felt that this matter indeed tarnished LiuLuo's image, and they had to take some responsibility. Li Yao comforted him. It's fine, it's fine. Qiuhua is one of us, so it's no big deal. Yes, Qiuhua is one of us, He Yaxin immediately chimed in. What do you mean she is one of us? LiuLuo was instantly dumbfounded. Aren't you playing tricks? How is she one of us? LiuLuo was unhappy that it ended like this. How is she not? Li Yao rolled her eyes at LiuLuo. Don't drag this out. Hurry up and get to the point. Let's get to the point. What is going on between you and Zhuge Taoming? LiuLuo was stunned again. What's going on? After returning this time, I feel like these women are acting strangely. Although Li Yao and He Yaxin seemed fine on the surface before, they would never stand on the same side like this. What's going on? It's nothing, LiuLuo argued evasively. At this moment, he didn't know how to explain this to the two of them. Moreover, he was afraid that Li Yao and He Yaxin wouldn't accept it. First, LiuLuo was also afraid inside. What if Li Yao and He Yaxin disagreed? Second, he felt it was unfair to the two women in front of him. Although he was forced into this situation, what is done, and it's not something he could just walk away from. Now, he and Zhuge Taoming were completely inseparable. When Li Yao and He Yaxin heard LiuLuo's words, they exchanged glances and then looked at LiuLuo together. Are you going to say something or not? It seemed that the two women really sensed something. It's nothing. What do you want me to say? LiuLuo put on a helpless expression. I saved her. Maybe she feels a bit grateful. Li Yao and He Yaxin didn't say anything this time, but there was still a look of suspicion in their eyes. Seeing this, LiuLuo knew it was time to step up his game. So, he reached out and hugged the two women, saying, it's really just this little thing. What else could it be? Zhuge Taoming is also a captain, and I'm a captain too. What could she see in me? Upon hearing LiuLuo's words, Li Yao and He Yaxin couldn't help but nod. This was indeed the truth. Li Yao and He Yaxin began to believe him a bit more, exchanging glances. Maybe we were just overthinking it? Seeing the expressions on the two women's faces, LiuLuo secretly sighed in relief. It seemed he had temporarily deceived them. Wait, no. He Yaxin suddenly spoke up. LiuLuo was startled. Did he reveal any flaws? He quickly asked, what's wrong? Where's it not right? Seeing LiuLuo so nervous, Li Yao said, why are you panicking? I'm not panicking. Why should I panic? LiuLuo pretended to be relaxed. Li Yao didn't press further, but casually rested her hand on LiuLuo's shoulder. He Yaxin spoke again, no. How did you use your mental power to expel the poison from the Nightless Bird's book? So that where it's wrong, LiuLuo's heart rate, which had just sped up, slowed down again. Game mission, LiuLuo sighed. Now I've used up my life-saving trump card. He didn't lie in that statement. Even his sigh was genuine. He casually squeezed Li Yao's hand that was resting on him. Li Yao was puzzled by this. She didn't know about this matter since her relationship with LiuLuo hadn't been close enough for him to share the secret with her. After their relationship improved, they hadn't spent much time together, so there hadn't been a chance to discuss it. Seeing Li Yao's confusion, He Yaxin didn't hesitate and explained LiuLuo's game mission to her. At this moment, she increasingly believed LiuLuo's words because all the logic made sense. After listening to He Yaxin's explanation, Li Yao was even more convinced. The two women looked at LiuLuo as if to say, now, that makes sense. Li Yao smiled as she snatched her hand back from LiuLuo, gently pinching his cheek, saying, I told you were hiding this from me. Huh? Seeing LiuLuo's aggrieved look, she felt a bit guilty. He had just returned and had gone through life and death, yet upon coming back, he was immediately suspected and interrogated. Seeing the expressions on the two women's faces, LiuLuo thought it was settled. He rolled his eyes and immediately put on an angry face. Now you believe me, right? LiuLuo gently moved Li Yao's hand aside, saying, I almost lost my life. I finally came back, and you treat me like this. Ha ha. LiuLuo turned his head away, but he kept an eye on the two women from the corner of his eye. The crying child gets the milk, and what he can get next depends on this moment. Sure enough, as soon as LiuLuo finished speaking, Li Yao and He Yaxin both leaned in. You're really angry. He Yaxin laughed as she hugged LiuLuo from behind, resting his head on her softness. We were just playing around. Hee hee. Exactly. I was just messing with you. Li Yao chimed in with He Yaxin. Seeing this situation, LiuLuo thought that today he would have a big feast. Snorting coldly, he said nothing. Liu and LiuLuo hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they had spent little time together. So Liu didn't understand LiuLuo's temperament and thought he was genuinely angry. Additionally, she felt guilty because LiuLuo had gotten into trouble because she urged him to chase after the giant king. "Luo, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry," Liu said softly. Both LiuLuo and Yangyang were taken aback. This tone from Liu, a strong woman, was quite unusual. LiuLuo felt the pain coming from his back. It was probably Yangyang expressing her opinion, telling LiuLuo not to go too far. She knew LiuLuo very well and understood what he was trying to do. The reason she didn't expose him was that it was part of their way of getting along, and also because LiuLuo had just returned. She wanted to reward him. "Sister Yao, how can I not be angry? I just came back, and you treat me like a criminal." LiuLuo's tone softened a lot as he feared hurting Liu. Liu said again, "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Don't be angry." It was LiuLuo's first time seeing Liu act spoiled, and he felt a wave of tenderness, but his back was in extreme pain. He glanced at Yangyang, thinking, "Look at how Liu is, and then look at you. Just wait and see how I deal with you." LiuLuo turned his body to shake off Yangyang's toxic hands and hugged Liu. "Sister Yao, I'm really sad. I almost died out there. It's one thing if you don't care, but still," LiuLuo said with a face full of grievances, looking like he was about to cry. "Luo." Liu wanted to speak, but was interrupted by LiuLuo. "Sister Yao, I don't blame you. At least you have a kind word for me." Unlike some people, Yangyang looked at LiuLuo in surprise. She didn't expect him to say such things. How despicable. The usually strong Liu had completely changed today. "Sister Yangyang." Liu gently tugged at Yangyang. "Just apologize to him. Consider my debt to you." Why does this sound so green tea? Yangyang's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Liu, as if she didn't recognize her. Suddenly seeing Liu winking at her, she immediately understood. "I said, even if I became the older sister today, you can't change so much all at once." However, at this moment, Liu had her back to LiuLuo, so he couldn't see her face, only Yangyang's astonished expression. "Ah, my good sister Yao, you're still strong," LiuLuo thought happily, his heart starting to heat up. He glared at Yangyang, waiting for her to give in. No surprise. Yangyang, looking reluctant, finally said after a long hesitation, "All right, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Is this your attitude towards an apology?" LiuLuo curled his lips. Now that he has Liu, why worry about not being able to bind Yangyang? Yangyang gritted her teeth and said softly, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have wronged you. If apologies were useful, why would we need the police?" LiuLuo remained unyielding. All right. What do you want me to do?" Yangyang said fiercely. "That's exactly what I've been waiting for," LiuLuo said with a grin, pulling Yangyang over and heading toward the bed nearby. Previously, LiuLuo had only experienced the joys of a shared relationship once and had longed for it. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to seize it. Just as they were about to reach the bed, suddenly, the two women twisted back and executed a capture move on him. One of them seized one of his arms and pinned his upper body down on the bed. LiuLuo was taken aback. This was not what he wanted. "What are you two doing? Are you trying to murder your husband?" LiuLuo shouted in panic. Liu spoke first. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You can really act. After going out, you didn't learn anything else, but you learned to act aggrieved." LiuLuo's heart raced upon hearing her words, realizing she had discovered his lie regarding Zhuge. I'll let you act. Yangyang had long been unable to contain herself. Seeing this, LiuLuo realized he hadn't exposed himself and immediately began to struggle in cooperation. He struggled very cooperatively, and the two women were also very cooperative. As he struggled, their holds became increasingly unstable, and eventually, LiuLuo managed to counter-capture them. Pressing one hand down on each of them on the bed, the fierce struggle nearly shook the bed apart, and their painful cries were kept to a minimum, fearing the soldiers outside would hear. At this moment, Liu was the highest commander in the area, yet she was being commanded herself. The jade frost and cold dew, autumn leaves dancing in the wind. The weather had turned cold, and time passed quickly. It had been a week since LiuLuo and Zhuge returned. In Do Yangyang's tent. "Yangyang, where's your brother Luo?" Yangyang asked in confusion. LiuLuo had previously told her he was coming to find Do Yangyang, which is why she came looking for him, as they needed to discuss preparation for the second batch of support troops arriving from Mingyue Cliff tomorrow. The current situation was that they had completely turned against General Amori Shelton. Originally, Mingyue Cliff was defended by Miluoki, but now that Miluoki was dead, they did not know what the arrival of the enemy meant. As for the news of Miluoki's death, Liao had reported it to her superior, General Guxinlan, saying he had died in battle, and Amori had chosen not to disclose the matter. Luo, Luye. Do Yangyang's eyes darted around. He said he went to find. Who was it? He Yaxin frowned. Who did he go to find? He went to find Wu Ming, yes. He went to find Wu Ming and Huang Yueying. Do Yangyang finally managed to spit it out, sweat nearly forming on his forehead. LiuLuo had already told her about the matter with Zhuge Taoming and asked her to provide cover for them to detoxify. At that moment, LiuLuo was with Zhuge Taoming in a cave not far away, purging the last trace of the nightbird trees, poison from their souls. When the two reached their peak, a wisp of pink smoke wafted out from above their heads, instantly merging their souls perfectly together, accompanied by an unimaginable sense of joy. Both of them couldn't help but call out in pleasure from the sensation in their souls. At that moment, an information line appeared in LiuLuo's mind. Special mission completed, gained the allegiance of 5 generals from the pirate crew, namely Su Liang, Li Yang, Qi Xiaoluo, Yang Fan, and Yao Mingyu. 5. It turned out to be 5. LiuLuo shouted out in excitement. There were only 7 people in the Long Night pirate crew that LiuLuo had his eye on. At this moment, aside from the captains of the 2nd and 3rd teams, everyone else had arrived. Zhuge Taoming had not yet fully recovered from the sensation and asked weakly, "What 5?" LiuLuo had previously informed her about the game mission, so it was easy to explain. "Then our poison is completely detoxified, right?" Zhuge Taoming said happily. LiuLuo smiled back. "Yes, it's completely cleared." Upon hearing LiuLuo's words and seeing his smile, Zhuge Taoming's expression suddenly changed, and she bit down hard on LiuLuo's shoulder. The pain made LiuLuo shiver, but he didn't dare to move, unsure of what had suddenly happened to her. When Zhuge Taoming released her bite, LiuLuo winced in pain. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" LiuLuo asked through gritted teeth. Zhuge Taoming saw LiuLuo's expression and suddenly smiled, then put on an angry facade. "Who told you to be so happy? Don't you want to detoxify with me?" Upon hearing this, LiuLuo immediately understood. Well, since there was no backing out, to prove his feelings, he could only go for another round. Thus, the temperature in the cave rose sharply. Their souls merged once again, and this time, unlike before, LiuLuo could feel their souls spinning faster and more smoothly. With each rotation, their souls would grow a little stronger. As Zhuge Taoming's voice grew higher, the speed of the soul's rotation also increased. Inside the cave, the animal skins they were lying on began to move without wind, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Then, a powerful suction force emanated from their foreheads. The two leaned closer until their foreheads touched. When their foreheads finally made contact, the suction force became even stronger, as if it could penetrate the barriers of soul and flesh. LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming did not dare to be careless and quickly felt this special power. They both knew it was extraordinary. After a long time, LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming walked out of the cave. LiuLuo held Zhuge Taoming's delicate hand, walking towards the camp while playing with his beard. LiuLuo's beard could even bend and sway at will, while Zhuge Taoming's hair suddenly tickled LiuLuo's ear, making him shiver. "So itchy." LiuLuo's voice trembled. Seeing this, Zhuge Taoming laughed. "This is so interesting. We can actually control our hair." This was their harvest from a cave, akin to a secret technique from the One Piece manga called Life Return. However, the current manifestation was only a reaction on their own bodies. If the two spun their souls, they could form an invisible yin-yang diagram. This yin-yang diagram posed no harm to the body, but directly affected the soul. If in the future LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming's souls became strong enough, they could even directly extract other souls from their bodies. LiuLuo and Zhuge Taoming named this skill Yin-Yang Vortex, and the so-called Life Return was merely a small part of this skill. Moreover, as their souls grew stronger, they could control the demonic powers within their bodies and every single cell with ease. At this moment, looking at Zhuge Tao's delicate face and her irresistible figure, LiuLuo felt that the 15 points of game development experience were truly worth it. There's no need to mention the Yin-Yang Vortex. And let's not forget that 5 members of the Long Night pirate crew are joining, which means 5 pirates from the Heavenly Dragon pirate crew will also break through to the master level. Not just worth it, it's practically a windfall. Just then, suddenly, the phone snail he carried in his pocket rang. Oh no, this is bad. This phone snail is known only to Do Yangyang, and if she contacts him, it means there's an emergency. LiuLuo hurriedly pulled out the phone snail from his pocket. "Luo Gu, your sister-in-law is looking for you." As soon as the call connected, Do Yangyang's anxious voice came through. "Where are you? Hurry back." Hearing Do Yangyang's words, LiuLuo felt a bit relieved. It seemed he hadn't been exposed. Your sister-in-law is looking for me? Yeah, Xin is looking for you. Hurry back. I just told her you want to find Wu Ming and the others. Yeah, Xin just left, probably headed to Wu Ming's place. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo knew it was bad news, so he quickly hung up and ran towards the camp. Fortunately, the cave they were in was not far from the camp. LiuLuo had anticipated this possibility beforehand. As they were about to reach the camp, they parted ways. LiuLuo rushed towards Wu Ming's tent, but halfway there, he suddenly stopped. No, going now would make things worse. LiuLuo thought for a moment and turned towards Han Weiwei's tent, planning to find Xingyu. In Wu Ming's tent, Wu Ming and Huang Yueying were practicing. Yaxin hurriedly arrived and directly asked, "Has Luoge come over?" "Luoye." "No." Huang Yueying and Wu Ming quickly stood up. "Did Luoge look for me for something?" Yaxin explained, "It's nothing. Yangyang just said she came to look for you." Huang Yueying said in confusion, "Oh, is that so? We've been practicing all along. Luoge hasn't come here." "He hasn't come?" Yaxin frowned. "Then where could he be?" "All right, I'll go look for him again." Yaxin didn't continue to disturb Wu Ming and the others and turned to leave. Seeing Yaxin about to go, Huang Yueying quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, should we look for him together?" "No need. It's not urgent," Yaxin perfunctorily replied to Huang Yueying, her frown deepening. She had felt something was off with LiuLuo these past couple of days, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. It just seemed like his behavior was suspicious, and he seemed to be hiding something from her and Liao. Just as Yaxin was walking back, she turned a corner and suddenly saw a man carrying a little girl approaching. "Isn't that LiuLuo? Uncle, when can we go back to that kind of house we stayed in before?" Xingyue asked LiuLuo with anticipation. The house Xingyue referred to was the one on Welcome Island, where they had stayed for just one day, so she was very nostalgic about it. "I don't know. Maybe in a while we'll go back, and we'll live in an even better house," LiuLuo said, glancing at Yaxin. LiuLuo feigned surprise and asked Yaxin, "Hey, Xin, what are you doing here? Are you looking for Yueying?" Yaxin was momentarily speechless and took Xingyue from LiuLuo's arms, asking, "What do you need Yueying for?" LiuLuo casually pinched Xingyue's cheek. "Let Aunt Yueying give you a pointed nose." Xingyue giggled at LiuLuo's teasing. Xingyue said she wanted to find Yueying to play, "So I just brought her over from Weiwei's," LiuLuo said with a smile, his face showing no signs of panic. Yaxin looked around, wondering if she was overthinking things. LiuLuo asked again, "What are you doing here?" Yaxin then remembered her original purpose for finding LiuLuo. "Tomorrow, the people from Minjiya will be coming, and Yao Mei wants you to go over and discuss how to deal with it." "Oh," LiuLuo continued to tease Xingyue, seemingly indifferent. "Why do you need to come find me personally? You could just send someone." He was testing Yaxin, trying to gauge how suspicious she was and what level of suspicion she had reached, so he could be prepared. Yaxin initially thought she was overthinking it, but upon hearing LiuLuo's words, she immediately sensed something was off. LiuLuo's words seemed harmless, but they were actually very strange, because it was quite logical for her to seek him out personally. A wife looking for her husband, what's wrong with that? Only someone with a guilty conscience would ask such a thing. Suddenly, LiuLuo caught a glimpse of Yaxin's suddenly sharp gaze and thought to himself, "This is bad." He heard Yaxin softly say, "Is there something wrong with me personally looking for you?" Her voice carried a hint of anger. Previously, Yaxin would personally look for LiuLuo for any matter, because if she didn't look for him, they would still have to return to the same room, which was essentially the same as finding him. LiuLuo's heart raced, and BUG exploration quickly activated. He had never imagined that one day he would use this fruit ability on his own woman. His brain raced, analyzing the tiny gaps left in their conversation, attempting to find a reasonable answer within those gaps. Got it. LiuLuo no longer avoided Yaxin's questioning gaze, but instead pretended not to understand and looked straight at her. "What kind of look is that? I don't understand." "If I don't understand, then if I had something to hide, I would definitely understand your current suspicion. So my lack of understanding actually means I have nothing to hide. Why are you angry?" "There's nothing wrong with you looking for me. It's just that I'm not used to it." LiuLuo lightly rubbed Yaxin's face. "You see how often Liao personally looked for someone? That is such a waste of time." Yaxin met LiuLuo's sincere gaze, wondering if she had misunderstood again. LiuLuo's words indeed had no faults. This place was different from the ship before, where superiors never personally sought someone out, and even peers wouldn't do so. Most of the time, they would have subordinates convey messages. Why have I been so paranoid lately? Is my devil fruit malfunctioning? Yaxin thought to herself. Recently, ever since her battle with Malorki, she had felt a sense of needing to break through to a higher level. LiuLuo looked at Hiyashin, who hadn't spoken for a long time, feeling secretly pleased. Xin, do you want to go with me to find Wu Ming? Facing LiuLuo's question, Hiyashin was taken aback. No need, you take Xingyue over there. Saying this, she handed Xingyue back to LiuLuo. All right, then I'll head over, LiuLuo said, no longer saying much, and walked towards Wu Ming's direction. The moment he turned his back to Hiyashin, a triumphant smile involuntarily appeared on LiuLuo's face. This is really thrilling. Uncle, what's wrong with your face? It's so funny, huh? Xingyue's sudden remark made LiuLuo's heart tremble violently and caused Hiyashin to stop in her tracks. Haha, is this grimace funny? Later, let Aunt Wang make one for you. Sure. I'll also have Aunt Wang make one for me later. LiuLuo, hearing footsteps not far behind him, started to move again. He was about to let out a sigh, but seeing Xingyue's eyes fixed on him, he swallowed the breath back to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. After sending Xingyue to Wu Ming and Huang Yueying, LiuLuo didn't delay any longer and went to look for Liao. On the way, he found that Zhuge Tao was already there, and he even winked at LiuLuo as he entered, startling LiuLuo into dodging repeatedly. After the earlier fierce competition with Hiyashin, he couldn't afford to be careless again, mainly because his little heart couldn't take it. When Liao saw LiuLuo had arrived, her expression turned serious. Since everyone is here, let's discuss how to deal with the arrival of Major General Harris tomorrow. He is under Milwaukee. LiuLuo thought for a moment and calmly said, I think we need to clarify his purpose for coming first, and why he didn't come with Milwaukee before. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Xiahua chimed in, LiuLuo is right. I also think Major General Harris's purpose is not that simple. It is very likely that he is sent to investigate. What to investigate is obvious, the cause of Milwaukee's death. When a general dies in battle, the higher-ups will definitely want to ascertain the cause of death. It can't just be whatever Liao and the others say. A major general? Liao shook her head slightly. He is not qualified enough. I suspect the person coming this time may not be as simple as we think. You mean? Hiyashin seemed to know what Liao wanted to say. Liao followed up on Hiyashin's words. I suspect that Harris is not the real commander. A major general is completely insufficient. At least it should be a lieutenant general, and one who can command respect. Then if you say that, there are only a few lieutenant generals who can command respect, Guan Shangming and Walbert. Yang Xiahua said, shaking his head again. Guan Shangming is in the far east at the new Great Wall. He absolutely can't come, so it can only be Walbert. Walbert is not easy to deal with. Liao frowned slightly and explained to the people around her. Walbert is a lieutenant general with the ability of the bear fruit, and his strength is extraordinary. But he is extremely principled. Liao glanced at LiuLuo and added, he is even more principled than Guan Shangming. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo and the others immediately understood. They knew Guan Shangming very well. He is as strong as the sun and not afraid of plots, but afraid of overt schemes. They wondered if Walbert was the same. After chatting for a while, they found that there was not much to discuss regarding someone like Walbert. It was easy to target him. They could only meet force with force. At night, Walbert looked at the long line of lights gathering not far away, knowing it must be Major General Harris from Minjiuya, who he was to meet. He had not been planned to support Bodeli, but after General Milwaukee was killed, he was dispatched from Jiko. This is also why Minjiuya is only 4 or 5 days away from Bodeli, yet Harris needed a week to get there, because he is waiting for Walbert to enter Bodeli together. This way, the I-2 branch and the Navy at Yangyang Island would be unprepared. Indeed, if Liao had not guessed that Walbert would come, they might not have been overly cautious about a major general. Under the night sky, 2 long fire dragons finally collided. By the campfire, sparks occasionally flew out as 2 people sat in front of the fire, occasionally fiddling with branches. Lieutenant General Walbert, I will follow your command this time. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I trust your character very much, Harris said, a tear involuntarily rolling down his cheek, shining brightly in the firelight. I believe you will give General Milwaukee justice. Walbert patted Harris's shoulder. Don't worry. If the situation is really different from what Lieutenant General Liao reported, I will definitely give General Milwaukee justice. Sigh. Harris suddenly sighed. Actually, I don't want to believe that Lieutenant General Liao and the others are lying about the military situation, but I just can't believe that General Milwaukee is dead. Walbert looked at the flames in front of him, recalling the days when he met Milwaukee. They were once both members of the vanguard of the Red Earth continent. They had a deep friendship. I don't believe you died like this either. Although there are no undeserving deaths on the battlefield, your death seems too simple. Walbert murmured, his gaze somewhat confused. From the moment he received the notification, he had already planted the seed of doubt in his heart. He had witnessed the power of the giant king and knew that Milwaukee might not be the Giant King's match. But the similar death of Shower made this matter seem very questionable. Shower's devil fruit is the door fruit. Once someone wants to escape, almost no one can stop them. Yet he died alongside Milwaukee. What happened at that time? Walbert felt that even if there were no conspiracies from LiuLuo and others, there must have been significant military errors. The sky gradually brightened. After resting for a night, Walbert and Harris entered Bodeli's defense line together. This time there were guards. So the news of Harris's arrival immediately reached LiuLuo and the others' ears. Has he arrived? Is it only Major General Harris? LiuLuo asked through the phone snail. The voice on the other end replied, I only saw Major General Harris. He should be the highest commander. Has he hidden? Walbert, Lieutenant General. LiuLuo's brows furrowed. It seems things are worse than she imagined. If Walbert has not hidden, then the other party may not have much hostility towards her. But if the other party is hiding, it means they may be very suspicious of her, and on a subconscious level, they have already regarded her as an enemy. Just as LiuLuo was pondering, suddenly a pair of hands wrapped around her slender waist from behind. Immediately, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, Don't panic. I'm still here. LiuLuo felt as if she had been electrocuted, trembling uncontrollably. She hung up the phone snail and turned to wrap her arms around the man's neck behind her. LiuLuo. LiuLuo's breathing became somewhat heavy. I find I can't live without you. LiuLuo pulled LiuLuo's waist towards him, grinning wickedly. What? You still want to leave? LiuLuo's actions made LiuLuo's heart race even faster, completely forgetting the troublesome matters from earlier. She slowly closed her eyes, wanting to enjoy the joy this man brought her. Under the sunlight, LiuLuo walked confidently at the front, followed by Yangyang, LiuLuo, and others. At this moment, there was an indescribable confidence about LiuLuo, making Hiyashin suspect that she had taken hormones earlier. In the distance, LiuLuo and the others saw Major General Harris, who stood about 1.8 meters tall with an average appearance, but his hooked nose gave him a sharp impression. Harris also noticed LiuLuo and the others. Is this the woman who caused Milwaukee and Shao to fall? She really is extraordinary, Harris thought to himself, as it was his first time meeting LiuLuo and Yangyang. At this moment, he was also intimidated by the aura that LiuLuo exuded. From behind LiuLuo, he saw Yangyang following closely, and then LiuLuo and others. After all, this place was nominally the main base of the I-2 branch. Which two women are they? Harris looked at the absent Zhuge Taoming and Hiyashin and was also amazed. How could there be so many beautiful women in the Minjiyuya base? There were hardly any women, let alone beauties. Such a lineup of 4 great beauties might only be seen in movies before the apocalypse. LiuLuo noticed that Harris did not take the initiative to introduce himself and decided to speak first. Hello, I am LiuLuo, the highest commander of the Borderly region. Harris, of course, knew the rules and quickly introduced himself. Sorry, I am Harris, leading the J6 branch here for support, ready to be dispatched by Major General LiuLuo at any time. After that, LiuLuo introduced the others to Harris before taking him back to the tent. Throughout the encounter, Harris did not mention anyone else, only introducing his deputy Carter. LiuLuo and the others did not ask further questions. At noon, a welcome ceremony was held for the arriving J6 branch, but since the battle had just ended, there was plenty of meat, but hardly any vegetables. During the meal, Walbert secretly slipped into the territory of the I-2 branch to gather information. I heard that you defeated the Giant King. Is that true? Walbert asked excitedly, with a look of admiration for heroes. The soldier being questioned hesitated for a moment and replied, Of course it's true. The Giant King's corpse is just to the south. This soldier was actually not one of the original I-2 branch soldiers. After Milwaukee was killed, the J-Series soldiers were separated and joined the I-2 branch. Thus, he had never seen the Giant King, and all he knew was what he had heard from some surviving I-2 soldiers over the past few days. The soldier's words and behavior had completely exposed him in Walbert's eyes. From his hesitation, Walbert realized he was one of the J-Series soldiers brought by Milwaukee. That's amazing, Walbert said, his face filled with admiration, his body trembling slightly. So who killed the Giant King in the end? The soldier did not think much and replied. It was the captains of the 2 pirate groups, Tianlong and Changya. One was the tyrant LiuLuo, and the other was the Empress Zhuge Taoming. The soldier spoke with pride. These 2 were his idols. Walbert did not give the soldier time to react and quickly asked, Wasn't it said that the Giant King was killed by General Milwaukee? That was General Milwaukee, the soldier said with a smile, shaking his head. Aye. They had already finished the fight by the time he arrived. How could it be his kill? After saying this, the soldier stopped talking to Walbert, fearing he might slip up and embarrass himself. Walbert watched the departing soldier, his eyes narrowing with a glint of ferocity occasionally flashing. Although his conversation with the soldier had not revealed anything about General Malorky's cause of death, he had already grasped the truth. Before Malorky and the others arrived, the Giant King had already been killed, so how could there be a mutual destruction with the Giant King? However, Woolbird was also puzzled. The information he had gathered was too smooth, as if no one was trying to cover it up. These soldiers clearly did not understand the gravity of the situation. He sensed a strange aura in this matter. Nevertheless, he believed what the soldier said was probably the truth. Liao, Tianlong, Changye, Woolbird pondered as he walked. Could it be that Malorky had some conflict with the two pirate groups? At this thought, Woolbird suddenly jolted. If that were the case, then Liao should not have been on peaceful terms with the Tianlong and Changye pirate groups all along. Unless Liao and Yang had already betrayed the navy. Suddenly, Woolbird recalled the inexplicable death of Rear Admiral Ladaris. His eyes burst with a flash of understanding. He seemed to grasp the cause and effect of this matter. Yang had betrayed the navy from the very beginning, colluding with the Tianlong and Changye pirate groups. After meeting with Rear Admiral Ladaris, he was ruthlessly killed by Ladaris, who discovered the secret, and the cause of his death was blamed on the giant. After arriving in Bordelli and defeating the giant race, they pulled Liao into their group. Then it was easy to explain why Malorky was murdered. Woolbird speculated that after Malorky arrived here, he might have sensed something was wrong, but did not dare to confirm it. Ultimately, he was poisoned or ambushed without knowing, which led to Xiao's death alongside him. This might also explain why Xiao's door fruit could not escape. As Woolbird thought about it, he realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The autumn breeze brushed against his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. This was not the most terrifying part. The most frightening thing was, if all of this was indeed as he imagined, then what was the ultimate goal of these pirate groups? Changye, Tianlong. Woolbird's pupils suddenly shook, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Tianlong, people, could it be that the purpose of these pirate groups was to create celestial dragons? Woolbird was startled by the scenario he imagined in his mind. If that were true, they would be in great danger. It could be said to be extremely dangerous, because these soldiers were completely unguarded against the newly arrived navy. It meant that Liao and her group were also unguarded against them. Why was that the case? The answer was obvious. They had no intention of letting them leave this place. With this thought, Woolbird no longer hesitated and hurried back to his hiding place, afraid to do anything that might expose him. It was not until the afternoon that Major General Harris returned. Woolbird quickly found him and expressed the thoughts that were on his mind. Upon hearing Woolbird's views, Major General Harris immediately frowned, showing a reluctant disbelief. As he continued to listen to Woolbird's fearful recounting of the conspiracy involving the two pirate groups and the I-2 branch, Harris sneered coldly within. He had not expected things to be so simple. It seemed there was no need for him to say much more. Since you've already figured it out, let me add some more fuel to the fire. Thus, after Harris finished listening to Woolbird, he immediately shared the information he had gathered. Woolbird, Major General, I suspect you may be right about this. Earlier, I also inquired about some matters. They said that when General Malorky arrived, he only met with Liao and the others briefly before quickly getting into a conflict. At this point, Harris paused, leaving the rest unsaid, allowing Woolbird to imagine the rest. Moreover, Harris is not afraid of Woolbird verifying what he said, because it is the truth and it really happened. It's just that ordinary Navy personnel have no idea what actually happened at that time. Bang! Woolbird slammed his fist down and shattered the wooden table, gritting his teeth. How bold, truly bold. They are really going to rebel. Even now, they're not thinking about unity, but rather about these crooked ways. They really want to destroy humanity. They are sinners of a human race. After cursing, Woolbird was breathing heavily, clearly very angry. Hearing this, Harris glanced at Woolbird out of the corner of his eye, rubbed his lips, and lowered his head, not joining Woolbird in cursing. He knew that Woolbird was cursing him. Who would casually curse themselves? That old guy is alarmist. Humanity won't just be extinguished. I've seen One Piece. The humans after that are living just fine. Therefore, Harris believed that the world was still uncertain, and it was a good time to seize power and profit. Once the situation stabilized, there would be no opportunity for that. Suddenly, after Woolbird cursed for a while, he shifted his gaze to Harris and said, "We can't stay here any longer. Since they're not planning to guard against us, they certainly don't plan to let me leave here. We need to come up with a plan soon." Woolbird's words snapped Harris awake. He indeed hadn't thought of this. He didn't want to lose his life here. So he quickly asked, "General Woolbird, what should we do now?" Woolbird looked at Harris, his eyes darting around, thinking for a long time, before finally making a firm decision. "We can't stay here any longer, not even for a day. We leave tonight." Upon hearing this, Harris frowned. This wouldn't do. General Amory had asked him to investigate whether the Long Night and Dragon pirate groups would possibly belong to them. Moreover, after probing for a whole afternoon, he indeed found that there were some conflicts between the Long Night and the Dragon. For example, he had unintentionally seen the first mate of the Long Night pirate group glance at the Dragon Tyrant several times. If it was just the first mate of the Long Night pirate group, that would be one thing. Later, he also discovered that the captains of the Long Night pirate group, including LiuLuo, were also quite displeased with the Dragon Tyrant. Thinking of this, Harris hesitated for a moment and shared his findings. Harris, are you thinking? Wildboard's eyes shone with appreciation. He thought that even at this life and death moment, Harris was still considering recruiting some powerful figures for the Navy to weaken the enemy's strength. He couldn't help but greatly admire Harris in his heart, and had even thought about how to praise Harris to his superiors during the report. When Harris met Wildboard's gaze, he felt speechless. This old guy was indeed a good person. It was really great. Almost every time, he didn't have to put in much effort. He had already thought out the path for him. With a serious expression, Harris continued Wildboard's words. That's right, General Wildboard, I want to weaken their strength. In this way, we can also add several powerful warriors to our army. Why not? Good. Wildboard exclaimed 3 times, his eyes full of praise. With a general like you in the Navy, it truly is a blessing for humanity. I thought the Navy nowadays was all like Liu. Harris's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only force himself to say, General Wildboard, you flatter me. Then he tried to regain his serious demeanor and said, I'll contact the Long Night pirate group tonight, and we'll find a chance to leave here tomorrow night. After hesitating for a long time, Wildboard finally shook his head. We must leave today, Wildboard said firmly. We leave today. They absolutely won't expect it. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid they will be on guard. Indeed, no one would think they would come and go on the same day. Harris nodded in agreement. Compared to General Amory's task, he felt his life was a bit more important. All right, then I'll see if I can persuade the Long Night pirate group this afternoon to leave with us. You don't need to be too stubborn. If you can't persuade them, there's no need to force it. Wildboard paused and continued. Remember, if you can't persuade them, you absolutely must not let the Long Night pirate group know that we are leaving tonight. Hearing this, Harris nodded, understanding. In fact, although he sensed the conflict between Long Night and Dragon, he had never really thought he could take the Long Night pirate group away. However, he still had to give a try, since it was a task assigned by Amory. The results would have to wait until after dark. The autumn leaves turned yellow, and the weather was slightly cool, as the sun in the west was about to disappear. Inside the main tent, apart from the Long Night pirate group members, LiuLuo, Liu, and others were present. I asked my subordinates, and indeed someone has inquired about some matters with them. Although they didn't ask directly, it's certain that it is Wildboard hiding, Liu said calmly. He hasn't come to find us. It seems he has already treated us as enemies. Yangyang glanced at the door and felt a bit uncomfortable. Clearly, they were not in the wrong, yet it seemed they had made a huge mistake. The reason they did not cover up Milourki's death was that it was difficult to conceal. Hiding it would only raise further suspicion. Secondly, they also wanted to test the Navy to see if this organization was truly worth risking their lives for. Most importantly, they had no way to explain that this incident was caused by Milourki touching her hand with ill intentions. They could only let the other party find out for themselves, then coincidentally let the matter pass. That would be the most perfect outcome. But now it seemed the result was already quite obvious. Liu also looked toward the door, frowning. Could it be that the one coming this time is not General Wildboard? Did we guess wrong? Liu had to think this way because, according to external rumors, Wildboard was a very upright and somewhat intelligent person. But she didn't know that Wildboard had once been a comrade of Milourki. The other party had already taken them as hypothetical enemies. Yangyang and Liu exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads, indicating it shouldn't be anyone else. LiuLuo looked at the two's forlorn expressions and suddenly laughed. It seems that this so-called General Wildboard is just a name. The others nodded in agreement. But we never fully relied on this from the beginning, LiuLuo said as he scanned the people around, finally landing on Liu and Yangyang. It seems you can't take the Navy lightly. Upon hearing this, both Liu and Yangyang's pupils trembled. Liu was a bit better, but Yangyang couldn't help but take a step back, just enough to distance herself from Liu and LiuLuo. She suspected that this was prearranged between Liu and LiuLuo. After all, Liu and LiuLuo's relationship was extraordinary. It was entirely possible for Liu to completely betray the Navy for LiuLuo. Seeing Yangyang like this, Liu immediately explained, "This has nothing to do with me." However, Yangyang clearly did not believe it, which made Liu quite frustrated. She turned to LiuLuo. signaling him to provide a reasonable explanation. However, LiuLuo did not explain his earlier words, but instead asked himself, what is the need for such a navy? Are we just waiting for them to harm everyone? What do you mean? Yangyang asked coldly. LiuLuo looked directly at her icy gaze, making her somewhat flustered. Then he calmly said, my meaning is simple. Such a navy cannot lead humanity onto the right path. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuhua immediately retorted, but according to One Piece, humanity will not go extinct, and it will be very prosperous. Don't forget, the navy in that world stand for justice. LiuLuo's voice was resolute, as if he had already made a certain decision. The justice he spoke of was not merely the two characters on the navy's uniforms, but a reminder to Yang Qiuhua that the navy of that era was definitely not the same as the current navy. In other words, the navy had undergone a significant transformation. Boom! LiuLuo's words detonated like a nuclear bomb in the minds of countless people, introducing a new mode of thinking. LiuLuo's words had another meaning, which was that they were the true embodiment of the navy in the world of One Piece. Coupled with the name of the dragon pirates at this moment, one could not help but think of who the true masters of the navy in One Piece are. The Celestial Dragons. Was it merely a coincidence that the dragon pirates were associated with the Celestial Dragons? Yang Qiuhua was stunned, covering her mouth and not saying a word, as if she had stumbled upon the secret of the entire world. Her eyes revealed disbelief, along with a hint of caution, as if afraid that if people found out, they would be silenced. The others were in similar situations. Only Hiyashin and Do Yangyang appeared slightly more composed. Hiyashin had always known that LiuLuo harbored immense energy. Do Yangyang had suspected this possibility from the moment the pirate group was named. Brother Luo, I knew it. The Dragon Pirates is definitely not a randomly chosen name, Do Yangyang said, trying to control her breathing and acting indifferent. In fact, even if she had thought of it in advance, confirming LiuLuo's ambition at this moment was still a shocking matter. After a moment of deadly silence, suddenly, Hiyashin spoke up. She simply raised her hand and said two words. Celestial Dragon. Immediately, others began to shout along. Celestial Dragon, Celestial Dragon, Celestial Dragon. Gradually, Liao joined the ranks, and her eyes locked tightly on Yang Qiuhua. Since LiuLuo had already made things clear, Liao naturally had to support him, making Yang Qiuhua the focal point of criticism. If she could not join, then the outcome seemed very clear, death. This news was certainly not meant to be spread now. Otherwise, the current navy would fight to the death to eliminate this force. LiuLuo originally did not intend to reveal this matter now, but unexpectedly encountered such a situation. And now it seemed that not resisting was not an option. Thus, it was better to have a spiritual goal, a banner to lead them on their path forward. At this moment, Yang Qiuhua saw all eyes gathering on her, and even noticed by Gu Liang and Wu Ming blocking the door, realizing she needed to make a decision immediately. I think Yang Qiuhua scanned the people around her, finally landing on LiuLuo. We absolutely cannot let Harris and Walbert leave. Now is not the time for us to confront the Navy directly. As Yang Qiuhua's words fell, the expressions of the others softened. Although not explicitly stated, they showed their stance. Others also knew this was her last bit of dignity. She was different from Liao. Liao could feel justified in betraying due to her relationship with LiuLuo, but Yang Qiuhua could not. Liao walked to Yang Qiuhua's side, took her hand, and then looked at LiuLuo. Sister Qiuhua is right. Now is definitely not the time to engage the Navy in direct combat. Others nodded, and only LiuLuo smirked at this scene. Don't worry, we don't want it, and neither does the Navy. In fact, the Navy wants it even less. Upon hearing LiuLuo's words, everyone was somewhat puzzled about the underlying meaning. In fact, for the entire Navy, the real enemy at the moment was only Admiral Amori. Other Navy members either had no contact with LiuLuo or were decent Navy officers themselves. LiuLuo deliberately left something unsaid, and seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he explained, we all forgot about one person, and that is Admiral Amori. He is very clear about why all this is happening. So he absolutely does not want us to really defect from the Navy and pose a threat to him. Once the bodily region rebels, the first to suffer would be Minjiuya, and from a certain perspective, Minjiuya is already basically under Amori's control. So the current situation is that Amori wants to deal with LiuLuo and the others, but does not dare to tear his face apart. He knows this, but Walbert does not. If he escalates things to the higher-ups, what will we do? Someone expressed their concern. LiuLuo smiled upon hearing this and continued to explain, don't worry about that. Don't forget about Harris. Do you think he's here for no reason? If the Navy wants to go to war with us, which troops do you think they would send? Upon hearing this, Everyone's spirits lifted as they quickly understood. If the Navy wanted to go to war with them, they would naturally send troops from the nearest Mingyuya, and Amori absolutely did not want to go to war with them. Therefore, the result is that Amori will do everything possible to prevent Walbert from escalating matters to the higher-ups. Even if it does go up, Amori will have to defend LiuLuo and the others. At the very least, Amori will not tear his face apart with the people of Bodily before humanity has firmly established itself. However, settling accounts after the autumn harvest is certain. It's just unknown who will settle accounts with whom by then. At this moment, Yangyang looked at LiuLuo with a different expression than before. Although LiuLuo had done nothing, his insights and overarching perspective were something she had not anticipated. If before she felt a sense of helplessness, at this moment she believed that the celestial dragons would surely soar again, and they would be the true navy. In a secluded area of the forest, Harris was currently on the phone with Amori, asking for instructions on the next steps, whether they should really retreat tonight, as previously discussed with Walbert. On the other end of the line, Amori was feeling a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, he had indeed intended to let Harris create some circumstances that might lead to a rebellion in Bodily. But that was also to make the higher-ups suspicious of the I-2 branch and undermine their trust in each other. Once the timing was right, he could easily deal with the I-2 branch and LiuLuo's group. However, now he did not expect Walbert to nearly solidify the rebellion charges against the I-2 branch. He also did not expect the upright Walbert to be so foolish, leading him to be in a difficult position now. He did not want to really go to war with Bodily, as that would not only be detrimental to the overall situation in humanity, but also provide him with no benefits at all. For Amory, there are things he would never do without personal gain. Holding the phone bug, he pondered for a moment and said, "Harris, you must change Admiral Walbert's view. We absolutely cannot let the top brass receive such erroneous information. It's not yet time for us to deal with Podley. I still rely on him to guard the western gate." Hearing Amory's firm voice through the phone bug, Harris furrowed his brow and looked distressed. "You were the one who made Walbert suspicious of the I-2 branch, and now you're the one preventing suspicion. What am I supposed to do?" "Hello, Harris. Did you hear what I said?" As Harris listened to the voice coming from the phone bug again, he quickly replied, "Yes, General Amory. I will execute your orders immediately and ensure the mission is completed." "Good." Amory's voice was heavy. "Is there anything else?" "General Amory, I have one more matter to discuss with you." "Go ahead." "I have noticed that the Long Night Pirates seem to be unfriendly towards the Celestial Dragon Pirates. I want to see if I can bring the Long Night Pirates back to Mingwa Cliff with me." After hearing Harris's words, General Amory fell silent for a moment again. "Give it a try. My intelligence also indicates that there is a conflict between the Long Night Pirates and the Celestial Dragon Pirates, which occurred at Yangyang Island." Amory paused before continuing. "If we can recruit the Long Night Pirates under our banner, I will consider it a significant achievement for you." Upon hearing this, Harris immediately forgot about the difficulties he had just faced and responded with high spirits. "Okay, General Amory, I will do my best. In this era, what could be more refreshing than rising in rank and wealth?" Suddenly, Harris became very enthusiastic. After hanging up the phone with General Amory, he began to ponder how to bring Walbert back. After thinking for a long time, he still had no good ideas, as if he was in a deadlock with no way out. Until Harris walked out of the woods and saw LiuLuo and others coming out of the main tent, and an idea suddenly came to him. "Since I can't persuade you alone, I can only let them act with me." Harris first put in a lot of effort, using the pretext of discovering some irregularities to convey to Walbert that he might be wrong, while calming him down to prevent him from leaving hastily that night. Then, he waited until the night was deep and quiet before quietly entering the main tent. At this time, there were not many people in the tent, only LiuLuo, Liao, and Yangyang were present. Liao called softly, but her brows were full of doubt. "Are you sure Major Harris will come?" "He sent someone to tell me," LiuLuo said, looking innocent, shrugging. "I don't know what the situation is." LiuLuo truly couldn't understand or guess what Harris meant. After their meeting today, LiuLuo was about to return to his tent when suddenly a soldier handed him a note. At that moment, LiuLuo was already confused. In this era, there are still people passing notes? However, LiuLuo opened the note to take a look. The content was simple, stating that LiuLuo was to gather Liao and Yangyang tonight for an important discussion. The signatory was Major Harris. That's why LiuLuo was still with the two women so late. Yangyang gently rubbed her forehead, her eyes flashing with some dangerous light. Could it be that he has heard some rumors? LiuLuo and Liao exchanged glances and said in unison, "Impossible, we just settled down." Moreover, All the people present at that time were definitely our own, Liao added. So why? Why would he come to discuss things with us? Yangyang Fruitto, her two brows playfully coming together, and with her tight skin and perfect features, she hardly looked like a woman approaching 40. This was the first time LiuLuo had seen Yangyang like this, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds, but quickly came back to his senses. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded outside, and the three exchanged glances, knowing that the truth would soon be revealed. Liao saw the shadow moving outside and said, "Just come in. I've sent away all the soldiers outside." As soon as she finished speaking, the tent flap was lifted. The person who came in was indeed Harris. With the arrival of the main figure, LiuLuo and the others quickly understood Harris's intentions. As Harris revealed his thoughts, Liao and Yangyang couldn't help but exchange shocked glances. LiuLuo was right. Harris's role was indeed to prevent Walbert from sending the I-2 branch to the Navy's opposing side. In other words, to prevent them from completely defecting. "It seems you really are General Amory's person," Liao observed, looking at the pretentious Harris, her heart already made up. "I didn't expect you to guess everything," Yangyang said, looking at LiuLuo, who was speaking confidently. A ripple of thought stirred in her heart. She turned a glance at Liao, thinking, "No wonder you all have been won over by such a man." However, at this moment, LiuLuo and Harris had no idea what the two women were thinking. Major Harris, not expecting Admiral Walbert to think this way, truly. LiuLuo supported his forehead with his right hand, revealing a sorrowful expression. "It's really a case of the Avenger being swift while the loved one suffers." Seeing this, Harris calmly said, "Don't be upset. I'm here, aren't I? I had heard some rumors about Major Latteris's malice, which is why I became suspicious. But when I looked into it, I didn't expect that even General Malorky was." Harris didn't finish his sentence, his face full of grief and anger. Seeing this, Liao took over the conversation coldly, saying, "We also didn't want to cause any more trouble at this time, so we didn't report the situation accurately, fearing it would disturb the morale of the troops. I didn't expect it would lead to such a misunderstanding, and they even sent people to investigate secretly." Yangyang cooperated, saying, "We have been fighting desperately in the front. I didn't expect it would turn out this way." In fact, at this moment, the two were secretly laughing. "If it weren't for you not wanting to conflict with us now, you probably would have wished for Walbert to report this matter to the higher-ups." The four of them expressed their frustrations and sorrows to each other, and under their hidden agendas, they devised a strategy. Both sides knew that Walbert's suspicions stemmed from Latteris. First, it was said that Yangyang had betrayed the Navy and killed Latteris. Therefore, as long as they clarified that Latteris got what he deserved and that Yangyang did not betray the Navy, then all of Walbert's speculations would become nonsense. Thus, the strategy was quite simple. They would have Liu Cheng, who was harmed by Latteris, send his subordinates to Major Harris to report the grievance and demand to clear the name. At that time, Harris would directly inquire about the situation from Liao and Yangyang. Then, Liao and the others would explain it away with the reason of fearing it would affect the stability of the troops. This way, they could also gain a reputation for considering the overall situation, which was what Walbert liked most. In the end, all of Admiral Walbert's speculations would become baseless and unconvincing. After the four of them finalized their strategy, Harris stood up to leave. LiuLuo glanced disdainfully at Harris as he left. If Amori knew that LiuLuo and the others were already considering reorganizing the Navy, he wouldn't know what to think. Moreover, after LiuLuo's maneuvering, no one would further doubt the loyalty of the I-2 branch. This would allow them to recruit soldiers with even more audacity. When LiuLuo truly showed his fangs, even the deer wouldn't have a chance to escape. Liao looked at LiuLuo's expression, somewhat mesmerized. She didn't know when this man had become so charming. In the past, her ideals could still make her leave LiuLuo's side, but now she found it impossible to part from him. Yangyang noticed Liao's demeanor and couldn't help but interrupt. "LiuLuo, what shall we do next?" LiuLuo turned to her, hesitated for a moment, and said, "We don't need to do anything. Someone else is busy for us. We just need to cooperate with him fully." At this point, LiuLuo suddenly remembered Yangyang Island. "Sister Chihuahua, I estimate you'll need to return to Yangyang Island in a few days." LiuLuo's voice was filled with excitement. Yangyang Island was a very important area, with great potential for training and recruiting soldiers. "Yes, I know the importance of Yangyang Island, but with how gang around, there shouldn't be any accidents," Yangyang said confidently, smiling. She had a lot of faith in Hao Gang. He was definitely her loyal supporter. LiuLuo smiled back. "Sister Chihuahua, I'm not talking about central Yangyang Island, but South Yangyang Island." After LiuLuo finished speaking, Both Yang Qiuhua and Liao showed puzzled expressions. Liao interjected, "Why South Qianying Island? Sister Qiuhua has always been in Central Qianying Island. It used to be Central Qianying Island, but with the mention of Admiral Walbird. It might not be just one island anymore," LiuLuo said with a smile. The highest commander of South Qianying Island had already been killed, so someone would definitely need to take over. Originally, the most suitable candidate should be someone from Yang Qiuhua's group or a subordinate of Lattice. However, once Walbird's words reached the higher-ups, Lattice's subordinates would undoubtedly lose this opportunity and might even be investigated. Even if General Amori wanted to intervene, he would avoid being implicated because Lattice was his nephew. On the other hand, Yang Qiuhua, because of what Walbird did, would give a naval marshal the impression of being someone who understands the big picture and is loyal. Thus, the two island masters would surely fall under her control. The thought of having both Qianying Islands under his control made LiuLuo unable to help but smile. No one is more suitable than you to be the commander of South Qianying Island. After LiuLuo spoke, the two women immediately reacted, and upon reflection, they seemed to agree. They all started laughing. However, when Liao laughed, she thought of some uncomfortable matters, causing her laughter to abruptly stop. She had no disloyalty towards LiuLuo, but once he really started building his navy, her relationship with him would mean she was tied to the same ship. Yang Qiuhua, however, was different. She had no constraints and could leave whenever she wanted, which made Liao feel a bit uneasy. Noticing something was off with Liao, LiuLuo asked, "Sister Yao, what's wrong?" LiuLuo's women were all a bit older than him, so sometimes he would call them sister in front of others. "It's nothing." Liao shifted her gaze from Yang Qiuhua to LiuLuo, suddenly feeling that things had been too smooth in the past few days. LiuLuo didn't think much of it and smiled. "What do you mean? Isn't smooth sailing good?" Yang Qiuhua kept switching her gaze between the two, as she also felt a sense of separation from the group. She knew that if she didn't find a way to integrate into this collective, not to mention LiuLuo not saying anything, even she herself wouldn't feel secure. In the following 2 days, Liao and the others cooperated with Harris to put on a series of good shows for Walbird in the shadows. With Harris involved, Walbird's attitude underwent a complete turnaround. After all, Harris's identity was akin to that of a deceased family member, making his words very persuasive. By the 3rd day, Walbird finally decided to reveal his identity, intending to apologize to Liao and the others. Walbird's nature was indeed not bad, especially upon hearing the story of Lattice killing Lu Cheng, which almost made him tear down the tent in anger. According to Harris and Liao, when Walbird learned the truth, he slapped himself hard twice, causing blood to flow, indicating how much he hated the matter and felt ashamed of his actions. That morning, just after Liao and the others finished their meal, Harris brought Walbird over. Liao had previously had contact with Walbird, so they recognized each other. Her brows furrowed immediately, feigning an incredulous expression. "Admiral Walbird, how could you be here?" Walbird showed a look of shame, lowering his head and then raising it again. "I've been here for 3 days. The marshal sent me to investigate the cause of Malorki's death," Walbird said in a low voice. Seeing this, Liao and the others naturally already knew, but at this moment, they could only continue to act surprised and a bit angry. "You," Yang Qiuhua stepped forward, pointing at Walbird and quickly lowering her hand again. "You came to investigate us? We're out here bleeding and fighting, and someone still doubts us. This is just ridiculous." Liao's expression turned serious, her eyes fierce. "Walbird, is what you said true?" Facing the two women's onslaught and already feeling guilty, Walbird immediately capitulated, nodded, and dared not meet their gazes, lowering his head as a form of acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Seeing this, LiuLuo felt a surge of joy. "Letting you be unable to distinguish right from wrong, letting you guess randomly all day, unable to tell good from bad. This is the result I wanted." The more guilty Walbird felt, the more likely they were to gain greater benefits. However, standing next to Walbird, Harris was unwilling to witness this scene and hoped that LiuLuo and the others would not benefit from it. His goal was simply to prevent Walbird from completely pushing the navy of Bodeli toward rebellion. Therefore, he quickly interjected to Walbird, "Actually, this isn't entirely Walbird's fault. Before Harris could finish, a thunderous voice erupted nearby. "Shut up. Wrong is wrong. My thoughts were selfish, preconceived notions almost ruined everything, almost wronged good people." Walbird's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Harris. He was indeed an upright person, but such people often have a flaw. Once they are wrong, they must seek redemption. Harris's actions at this moment were obstructing Walbird's self-redemption, which made him anxious. Harris didn't dare to speak again. First, Walbird was a rear admiral and was his superior. And second, Walbert's imposing aura was fully unleashed, scaring him. Let's not forget that Walbert was a serious, mid-tier user of a devil fruit. After scolding Harris, Walbert took a couple of deep breaths, turned to Liao and Yang. Ladies generals, women are not inferior to men. It was I, Walbert, who misjudged you. If there is any task in the future, I will certainly face it without hesitation. Walbert finished speaking and bowed slightly. Liao and Yang exchanged glances, thinking that this matter was settled. The two hurried forward to help Walbert up, with Liao saying, "General Walbert, who hasn't made a mistake? And you corrected it right away? It's no problem." Walbert, being helped up, opened his mouth but didn't speak, his eyes filled with shame. His expression as if he had made a decision. "With two of you guarding Bodeli, that is truly a blessing for a human race. I will report this truthfully to the marshal." Walbert's voice was very firm. Harris thought to himself that it was bad news and looked at LiuLuo not far away. The barely noticeable smile on LiuLuo's face made Harris's heart sink. This is bad. This bastard must have had a plan all along. Now, not only have they not been alienated from headquarters, but headquarters trusts them even more. However, it was too late to see through all this now. The fish had already been eaten, and only now did he remember to close the cat. It wasn't that Harris was too foolish, but that the enemy was too cunning. Harris bit his lip unwillingly, not wanting to look at LiuLuo's smirk, and turned to look at the stunning Zhuge Tamingming beside him. The leaders of the Dragon and Long Night pirate groups were standing together, with Hiyashin standing behind LiuLuo. Fortunately, there is one thing that has been done perfectly. At least, I have successfully persuaded the Long Night pirate group, so I haven't lost anything, and in fact I've gained. Harris thought to himself. He wasn't surprised at all by the Long Night pirate group's allegiance. First, he knew that the Long Night and Dragon pirate groups had conflicts. The saying a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers was exactly this principle. Secondly, the current situation of Bodeli had completely been taken over by the Dragon, and the Long Night pirate group had lost their place to survive, needing a base to continue competing with the Dragon. Coincidentally, the unclaimed Mingyue Cliff could provide this condition for the Long Night pirate group. After 2 days of negotiations last night, Harris successfully persuaded the Long Night pirate group to join his side. As for how to take the Long Night pirate group's people away, that was very simple. He didn't even need any orders, just saying goodbye after leaving was enough. The Long Night pirate group's people didn't belong to any branch. As he thought about this, Harris envisioned that he should be promoted to Rear Admiral when he returned. The previous gloom instantly dissipated, and a smile returned to his face. LiuLuo looked at the quietly smiling Harris with confusion. From a moment the other party looked at him, LiuLuo had already noticed. So he had been observing Harris out of the corner of his eye. What's this kid so happy about? LiuLuo wondered, inadvertently glancing at the stunning Zhuge Tamingming beside him, and suddenly understood. Hee. LiuLuo secretly laughed. Everything was as expected. He just felt a bit reluctant to part with Zhuge Tamingming. However, it's also good to be apart for a while. He was sure Hiyashin and Liao had already noticed something. LiuLuo didn't yet know how to tell these two women about this, but in a way, it turned out to be a good thing. It was likely that the Long Night pirate group leaving with Harris would break the suspicions of the two women. While LiuLuo was lost in thought, the conversation between Walbert and Liao was nearing its end. The general idea was that Walbert would definitely convey to his superiors the loyalty of Liao and Yang to the Navy, that the Navy could completely trust these two. Liao and Yang were repeatedly humble. After sending off Rear Admiral Walbert, Liao looked at his tall figure, her lips moving slightly. Yang glanced at Liao's expression, then looked at Walbert's back, feeling a bit uncomfortable about deceiving him. Suddenly, LiuLuo's voice came from behind. It's not that you deceived him. He deceived himself before. What does that have to do with you? In the end, Walbert was a good person, and Liao and Yang were also good people, which is why they felt such sympathy. Hearing this, both Liao and Yang eyes lit up with surprise. LiuLuo continued, "You're actually helping him. Otherwise, he would have truly been deceived." The two women thought about it and agreed. If it weren't for the acting over these past few days, they wouldn't have minded being wronged. The saddest part would be Lu Chong, the man who once dedicated himself to humanity. If he were wronged like this, it would truly be the greatest irony for humanity. As night fell, after finishing dinner, LiuLuo quietly slipped away from everyone's sight. After confirming that no one was following him, he transformed into a shadow and rushed towards the distant mountains. In a cave, Zhuge Tamingming sat by the entrance, gazing into the distance. "I don't know how long it will be until we meet again, and I don't know if we can be open next time," Zhuge Tamingming thought, unable to suppress her reluctance. Under the moonlight, a swift figure quickly approached. Seeing this, Zhuge Tamingming's lips curled up slightly, and she shook her head gently. Not wanting to think too much, she felt that she would live her life for him. My treasure, have you been here for a long time? LiuLuo's voice came from afar. Under the gentle moonlight, Zhuge Tamingming's smile revealed her pearly white teeth. I just arrived. This was their agreement. Whenever the moon appeared in the sky, it was their meeting time. Tonight's moon was exceptionally bright, like a bronze mirror hanging in the sky, with a vague reflection of the world below. Hearing Zhuge Tamingming's voice, LiuLuo quickened his pace and, after a few seconds, finally reached her side. In the dim moonlight, Zhuge Tamingming seemed like a celestial being, with an elegant figure and stunning beauty. Each time LiuLuo saw her, he was mesmerized. Perhaps this was why their enthusiasm for meeting had never diminished, even though they met every day. She was simply too beautiful to resist. Their gazes collided, and their hearts raced. Slowly, they embraced, their lips intertwining. After a long time, Zhuge Tamingming finally pushed LiuLuo away. LiuLuo licked his lips and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhuge Tamingming's cheeks were flushed, and she struggled to stabilize her breathing, saying, "There's something important to discuss." "Huh? What important thing? Is it about Harris?" LiuLuo had a bad feeling. "Yes." Zhuge Tamingming's expression dimmed, her gaze shifting away from LiuLuo's face. "He is leaving tomorrow, and I have to leave with the long night." Upon hearing this, LiuLuo fell silent for a long time. He was reluctant to let Zhuge Tamingming leave him, but now the whole world didn't think the dragon would merge with the long night, so it was the perfect time to exploit this cognitive bias for the greatest reward. From the moment Harris approached Zhuge Tamingming, LiuLuo had already realized this was the best opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. The timing, the location, and the people were all in place. This was crucial for LiuLuo's future development. Once he truly took action, they could directly seize Mingyue Cliff, threatening the new continent of Ahua and the Navy headquarters. LiuLuo hesitated for a long time, showing a pained expression. "Forget it. Let's not go. We'll think of a way for Mingyue later. I also don't want you to leave me." Zhuge Tamingming couldn't help but laugh at LiuLuo's expression and words, saying, "You're really someone who just goes with the flow." As she spoke, Zhuge Tamingming gently cupped LiuLuo's head with her warm hands and placed it against her chest, then looked up at the moon in the sky. "This time, I'm going not just for you, but also for myself." Zhuge Tamingming's expression was very determined. "If I can take Mingyue for you, then when things are exposed later, Yao Jie and the others won't dare to be disrespectful to me, and your brothers won't side with them." Upon hearing this, LiuLuo's heart tightened. The longer he stayed with Zhuge Tamingming, the more he forgot that she was a woman with a life of her own. Perhaps in front of LiuLuo, she was too gentle like a kitten, making him forget that she was a true tigress. LiuLuo looked up and found Zhuge Tamingming gazing up at the moon, her eyes very deep. Perhaps sensing LiuLuo's gaze, Zhuge Tamingming lowered her head, her expression instantly softening, revealing her small tiger teeth at the corners of her mouth. LiuLuo's heart was struck hard by an invisible blow. Perhaps only in front of me would she show such a demeanor, making me forget her title among pirates, the Empress. "What are you looking at?" Zhuge Tamingming's voice was very sweet. LiuLuo laughed along with her, saying, "Seeing you is truly a happy thing. What a smooth talker. Haha, then let me show you whether my words are smooth or rich, haha." LiuLuo wasn't a pretentious person. Since this matter couldn't be changed, he decided to enjoy the night. The wind wasn't too strong, occasionally making strange sounds at the cave entrance. The not-so-dense clouds were trying to block the moonlight. After finishing her military affairs, Liao planned to find LiuLuo after saying goodbye to Yangyang. Things finally had a good ending today, and it was a satisfactory answer LiuLuo gave to everyone after announcing the establishment of the Tianlong Navy. It also made everyone very confident in him. Liao was increasingly satisfied with LiuLuo. Now that she was done with her tasks, she planned to reward him. Since Yashin saved her last time, the relationship between the two women had become very good, although LiuLuo still found it hard to enjoy the blessing of having both women. However, it was much better than before, and both women were becoming bolder and more open. When Liao arrived outside LiuLuo and Yashin's tent, her brows furrowed. She could sense that there was only one person in the room, and the breathing was short. It should be Yashin. At this moment, Yashin also noticed Liao outside the tent. "Is that you, Yao Mei? Come in." Liao lifted the curtain and saw that indeed only Yashin was there, practicing, while LiuLuo was nowhere to be found. "Sister Yashin, where's Luo?" Usually, she would call LiuLuo, "Luo, go outside," but in private. Since LiuLuo was the youngest, they just called him Luo. Did he not go to find you? Liao sat up straight, frowning. He left after dinner. I thought he went to find you. No, Liao quickly said. He hasn't come to find me at all. As the two spoke, their gazes met, filled with an unusual sense of doubt. Just as the two women hesitated about whether to go out searching for LiuLuo, he seemed to sense it in advance and happened to return, looking at the two graceful figures in the tent. LiuLuo thought to himself, oh no, I can't say I want to find Liao now. Previously, whenever he secretly met Zhuge Taomingming, he would tell Yaxin that he was going to find Liao and tell Liao that he was going to find Yaxin. Because this kind of thing involved other layers, the two women would never bring it up or feel embarrassed to reconcile. What to do? Should I say I went to find Yangyang? No, there wouldn't be much to talk about with her. It's impossible to chat for this long. As LiuLuo walked toward the tent, he was calculating how to explain his disappearance to the two women. As LiuLuo got closer, the two women quickly noticed his arrival. The tent's curtain was pulled aside from both sides, revealing two exquisite, beautiful faces, but their expressions were not pleasant. Gumin, the two women said in unison, their voices carrying a chill. LiuLuo couldn't help but swallow hard. What to do? It seems tonight I might not make it out of this tent alive. The closer LiuLuo got, the more he could feel the ill intentions and faint killing aura from the two women. No way. You both want to murder your husband? Looking at the stance of the two women, LiuLuo thought, no, I absolutely cannot show weakness. Otherwise, I definitely won't have a good outcome tonight. Thus, LiuLuo's steps suddenly became firm, and his expression relaxed. Looking at the two women, his eyes seemed to bloom with peach blossoms. LiuLuo looked at the two women with a mischievous smile, rubbing his palms together. Ladies, your husband is waiting for you. Hearing LiuLuo's words and seeing his cheeky demeanor, he didn't look like someone guilty at all. The two women's eyes shifted to the edges, exchanging glances. Could it be that we misunderstood him again? No, he must be hiding something from us these past few days. The cold light in the two women's eyes flickered, but Liao said in a cooperative manner, yes, we are waiting for my husband. Yaxin followed up with a sarcastic tone, but we don't know where our husband has been gallivanting around. Upon hearing this, LiuLuo knew that these two must have discovered something. It was possible they had found out he often secretly watched Zhuge Taomingming, or that their occasional interactions had changed from before. These details, though very subtle, were extremely alarming for women like Liao and Yaxin. Their sixth sense was terrifying. LiuLuo knew that if he continued using his previous methods today, he might not be able to dodge it. Ha ha ha! LiuLuo suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over, leaving the two women stunned. The hands hidden behind, ready to grab his ear, froze. What's going on? At this moment, LiuLuo suddenly stopped laughing, quickly approaching the two women. Are you two suspecting that I have my eyes on another woman? Upon hearing LiuLuo's question, many thoughts flashed through the two women's minds. Retreating while advancing? That's a good idea. The two women were not naive. They thought of this inferior trick of emotional deception. The two women sneered repeatedly, grabbing LiuLuo's ear and pulling him into the tent. We aren't suspecting, we are certain. LiuLuo, you're doomed. The killing intent had already seeped from the fingers gripping LiuLuo's ear, their gaze icy and expressions fierce, showing no signs of concealment. LiuLuo's expression was twisted in pain for being tugged, but inwardly, he was sneering. Trying to deceive me? If you two had known earlier, you probably wouldn't be waiting for me here. However, LiuLuo knew in his heart that if he couldn't give these two a satisfactory answer today, they wouldn't let it go easily. Hiss! LiuLuo's expression was pained as he tried to pull his ears back with both hands, saying it hurts. Let go, hissing as he was dragged into the tent. Liao said coldly, as if interrogating a criminal, just say it yourself. It's better than us saying it. In this regard, Yaxin was indeed not as good as Liao, so she chose to put on a facade of knowing the truth and looked coldly at LiuLuo. Seeing the two of them, LiuLuo felt it was very amusing. If it weren't for the fact that he grew up in an orphanage and had never told a single truth, he might really be scared by the two of them. When he was in the orphanage, in order not to be bullied, not to be punished by the headmaster, and not to be adopted by someone he disliked, he lied a lot. You think I'm advancing by retreating? Then I'll show you what advancing by advancing really is. LiuLuo furrowed his brow, pretending to be panicked as if Liao and Yaxin had discovered his secret. LiuLuo paused again, his face full of confusion. Wait, I haven't told anyone about this. How do you know? Upon hearing this, the two women's hearts raced uncontrollably. There really is something going on. I knew it. The two women couldn't help but exchange glances, seeing shock and certainty in each other's eyes. Yaxin couldn't hold back first. Tell me, do you like Zhuge Taimingming? Although Liao also suspected that LiuLuo had a crush on Zhuge Taimingming, hearing Hiyashin be so direct made her feel uneasy. If LiuLuo really felt this way, how would he treat the Long Night Pirate Group regarding his earlier claim of creating a new navy? How would he treat her and Hiyashin in the future, or even the missing Yangyang? However, she then thought that Zhuge Taimingming was known as the Empress, capable of being a pirate group captain not inferior to the Heavenly Dragon Pirate Group. She must be a strong woman among strong women. Even if LiuLuo was very strong, he probably wouldn't be able to win her over. Could it be that LiuLuo's feelings were unrequited? At this moment, after a brief moment of being stunned, LiuLuo suddenly spoke. Wow, your imagination is really powerful. You even thought of this. LiuLuo had a look of surprise on his face. It was unclear whether he was surprised by the women's imagination or by the fact that they guessed the truth. However, he needed to correct one point. It wasn't that he had a crush on Zhuge Taimingming, but rather that Zhuge Taimingming couldn't do without him. Of course, LiuLuo also. Liao couldn't contain herself and furrowed her brows, asking, "What do you mean?" Hiyashin had a hint of joy in her eyes. She was hoping her guess was wrong. LiuLuo chuckled, trying to create suspense to pique the interest of the two women, which felt more genuine. In fact, he was mentally organizing how to say it, aiming to be less insincere while getting through today's ordeal. Stop laughing and just say it. The two women, anxious, tugged at LiuLuo's ears again. LiuLuo quickly dodged and said urgently, don't pull, I'll say it. Have you been secretly watching Zhuge Taimingming these days? Yes. The two women replied emphatically, indignantly. Then Haven T, you noticed that I've also been secretly watching Yang Xiaohua? The two women were not fools. In fact, they were very clever. However, there's one characteristic of smart people. What you tell them, they might not believe, but what they come up with on their own, they will believe 99. Liao and Hiyashin's minds were racing. LiuLuo was telling the truth. He had indeed been secretly watching Yang Xiaohua these past few days because he was genuinely worried about her. If the headquarters really came down, she would be the only one in control of 2 forward islands. It was difficult for him to feel at ease, leaving her outside. However, at this moment, his words sounded different in Liao and Hiyashin's ears. By putting Yang Xiaohua and Zhuge Taimingming together, they could immediately understand LiuLuo's concerns about Yang Xiaohua. After all, as LiuLuo's women, they were also worried about Yang Xiaohua, who had no restraints whatsoever. So, while Zhuge Taimingming was not under LiuLuo's control, she represented a faction and could be considered on the same level as Yang Xiaohua. In this way, without needing LiuLuo to say anything, the two women would automatically understand that LiuLuo was also worried about Zhuge Taimingming, which was why he was secretly watching her like he did with Yang Xiaohua. Moreover, this was something LiuLuo himself said, with Yang Xiaohua as a contrast for assurance, making it highly credible given the actual situation. The expressions of the two women changed repeatedly before they finally exchanged glances. Their expressions slowly solidified, and they looked coldly at LiuLuo. What is going on? You don't believe it? LiuLuo was truly a bit panicked this time. Did they really have substantive evidence? You don't believe it? LiuLuo's voice sounded a bit guilty, and his expression was somewhat flustered. However, to the two women, this felt just right. It was because he was afraid we wouldn't believe him that he acted this way. Looks like he really cares about us. The two women exchanged glances. Their eyes communicated. Although we guessed wrong, we absolutely cannot admit it. Once we admit it, the man will get angry. So, we need to be angrier than him. So he has to coax us. The two women almost simultaneously let out a cold snort and turned their heads away. What's going on? Just as LiuLuo was feeling flustered, hesitating about whether to come clean, he suddenly heard Hiyashin say, "But you can't keep secretly watching her. What if she misunderstands?" At this moment, Liao, feeling a bit guilty, chimed in, "Exactly. What if they think that neither I nor Sister Yashin has any charm?" LiuLuo's lips trembled wildly, and he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. "Damn, you scare me to death. I thought you had some evidence." Finally calming down, he stopped the upward curve of his lips and pretended to look aggrieved as he said, "I can't help it. All I think about is them. And they're right next to me. How can I not look?" Well, Hiyashin also felt a bit guilty. That doesn't work either. It's fine if we find out, but what if Yangyang and the others see it? What will they think? Liao seized the opportunity and quickly said, Exactly. How will they see us as the big sisters?" LiuLuo watched the two women's performance and couldn't help but lower his head, unable to stop his lips from curving up. After laughing, he finally dared to raise his head. All right, I admit I was wrong. LiuLuo appeared reluctant. "I won't look anymore." Upon hearing this, the two women were also glad to back down. Yangyang walked to LiuLuo's side and linked her arm with his, saying, "It's not that we blame you, it's just that this really can easily lead to misunderstandings." Liao then immediately changed the subject, asking seriously, "Luo, how do you plan to handle the matter with Sister Qiuhua and Zhuge Taomingming? What else can be done? Yang Qiuhua can't be dealt with. I can only trust her. As for Zhuge Taomingming, there's no need to deal with it anymore, since it has already been handled." Thus, LiuLuo helplessly shrugged his shoulders, wondering what else he could do. He would just take it one step at a time. "Exactly," Liao said pretentiously, as if she were genuinely contemplating the matter. In fact, she had thought about it long ago. If she were too forceful with these two, it might backfire. However, if she intentionally tried to please them, it could disrupt the hierarchy. So the best approach, as LiuLuo said, was to give them enough trust and let them develop on their own. As long as she remained vigilant in her heart, that would suffice. LiuLuo chuckled inwardly. She was quite good at pretending. He stepped forward and hugged her, causing Liao to let out a soft moan. "It's late at night. Let's not think about these things," LiuLuo said, his warm breath brushing past Liao's ear, making her shiver. It was only then that she remembered the purpose of coming here today, and her face turned crimson, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. She glanced at Yangyang, who was also blushing, her watery eyes half closed, her lips slightly parted, breathing softly like orchids. It turned out that it had already begun. The bright moon hung high, and the chill permeated the air. The cold wind swept through the clouds, making the crows tuck in their wings. The two women beside LiuLuo had already fallen into a deep sleep, but he lay there staring at the tent ceiling for half an hour, unable to fall asleep. Although he found it quite amusing before, he now felt a growing sense of guilt towards the two women. He thought about the next day, It was tonight that Zhuge Tao was clearly going to leave, and the day they would meet again was uncertain. He felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. However, Zhuge Tao had already decided to leave, and LiuLuo could not stop her. He hoped that when they met next time, they could clarify their relationship and be straightforward in their interactions in the future. As he thought about this, LiuLuo's eyelids began to droop, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next evening, LiuLuo once again disappeared from in front of Liao and the other woman. However, this time they did not become suspicious because news had just come in that Harris had left and the long night pirate crew had quietly departed with him. This news made the two women even more convinced of LiuLuo's words from yesterday. Left. Liao furrowed her brows slightly, but soon relaxed. "Well, that's good. It saves us the trouble of dealing with it." Yangyang nodded in agreement. Just then, LiuLuo appeared not far away. From a distance, it was clear that he was not in a good mood. "What's wrong?" Yangyang joked. "Could it be that someone was dumped?" Liao teased as well. Who would have thought that our brother Luo would have such a time?" The two women knew LiuLuo was unhappy because of the departure of the long night pirate crew. But since the departure of the long night pirate crew was actually good for the current situation, they teased him like this. Unfortunately, they did not know that the real reason LiuLuo was upset was that he could no longer have private meetings with the female captain of the long night pirate crew. If they had known this, they might not have teased LiuLuo at that moment. LiuLuo put on a fake smile and said, "How can you be happy when she leaves? Whether she stays or goes, it's all fine," Liao said with a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. "We're happy because we see you unhappy, haha." Yangyang took the opportunity to mock him. "Zhuge Tao clearly doesn't think much of you." But then she paused. "But we two sisters can still think highly of you, haha." LiuLuo pretended to be angry and lowered his head. In a moment his expression was hidden. A smile crept onto his face. "You two silly girls, when you get surprised, you better support me." Time passed quickly, and over 2 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. In these 2 months, Bodli had undergone a significant transformation. Various defensive fortifications had been repaired to be even taller and sturdier than before. The population had increased by several times, all thanks to the secret cultivation from the 2 forward islands, who were quietly transported here. As expected, more than a month ago, Yang Qiuhua returned to the forward islands, officially taking control of the 2 forward islands. When she left, Yang Qiuhua requested some personnel support from LiuLuo to take with her, fearing that with the expanded territory, there would not be enough management personnel. LiuLuo understood her true intentions very well. She wanted LiuLuo to send people to help her manage the 2 forward islands, which would also serve as a gesture of loyalty and help her share the burden. In the end, LiuLuo sent 4 people, Sun Zhanpeng, Luo Mingho, Wang Chao, and Lin Xiaoran, to accompany Yang Qiuhua to the forward islands. Today's weather was rather gloomy. After LiuLuo finished practicing a set of marksmanship, he planned to find Liao. Liao had a separate office. In Bodli, although LiuLuo was the hidden boss on the surface, Liao was still the person in charge here. Just as LiuLuo arrived at the door, he heard a surprised voice coming from inside the room. It was Liao on the phone. What did you say? The Hellfire pirate crew is here? Hellfire? The red-haired gang? Since the last time he heard about them almost being wiped out due to the support army getting lost, there had been no news of them. He never expected they would come here today. LiuLuo pushed the door open. Is it the red-haired gang? LiuLuo asked excitedly. After all, he and the red-haired leader were somewhat familiar. Liao did not answer, only nodded, continuing to speak into the phone. Is it just 7 or 8 of them, right? The phone call paused for a moment, and she seemed a bit flustered. All right, I understand. Let me know if there are any new developments. After hanging up, Liao turned to LiuLuo. The Hellfire pirate crew has reached the southern defensive line. I've already let them in. They should be here soon. Now that LiuLuo had calmed down from his excitement, he asked seriously, Liao, what do you think about these people? Liao understood the implication of LiuLuo's question. He was asking whether they should keep these people. From a strength perspective, they were indeed a powerful force, making one envious. Liao thought for a moment and shook her head. Let's wait and see. This group is not easy to control. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't let them leave so easily. This was indeed the case. Liao was very familiar with the Hellfire crew, especially since they had pursued her for a long time back in the day. LiuLuo nodded and said, then let's see what kind of people they have become. Almost an hour later, the Hellfire crew finally arrived at the headquarters of Bodli, where LiuLuo and the others were located. Mo Huiwan, red-haired sister, and the Iron Barbie, bore a scar on her face and looked somewhat displeased. This tyrant, we arrive, and he doesn't even come out to welcome us. Upon hearing this, the red-haired leader slowed his pace, but ultimately remained silent. Wu Yoshu, the big guy, let out a cold grunt. Those who can still get by in the Navy are what kind of people? Don't you know by now? Mo Huiwan frowned and said, it shouldn't be. I don't think the tyrant is that kind of person. Don't forget, we were sold out just because we had a few arguments with people. It's nonsense to say we got lost. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to harm us. Wu Yoshu paused for a moment, his face somewhat twisted as he continued. If LiuLuo can thrive in such an environment, he definitely isn't a good person. Mo Huiwan didn't rush to refute this time, as the current Navy was indeed like that. Otherwise, Chi Fa wouldn't be so disheartened, wanting to completely leave this place. However, she didn't argue back. But suddenly a voice began to counter. You can't say that, brother. The environment is bad. But we also need to see what kind of people are mixing in the water. My captain is not what you think. Not far away, a man holding a flute was quietly watching Chi Hua and his group from a tree. The appearance of this person made the members of Yu Hua tense up. It wasn't that they were afraid, but this person was too strange. They hadn't sensed him at all. It's worth noting that Chi Fa and the first mate, Quang Shi, were both at the second level of Kinbunchika Haki and had perception of things within a certain domain. They were also quite vigilant. Yet they still hadn't discovered this person in advance. So this person was either much stronger than them or had mastered some assassination techniques. Chi Fa's expression turned slightly unpleasant. He didn't like being toyed with. Who are you? Chi Fa roughly knew that the other party must be LiuLuo's subordinate, but he had never seen this person before. I am Chao Yefeng, captain of the 5th team of the Tianlong Pirates. The man spoke as he jumped down from the tree. I have come under the orders of the tyrant to welcome you all. Chi Fa's pupils slightly twitched, but in the end, he didn't make any move and didn't introduce himself, waving his hand to signal Chao Yefeng to lead the way. Chao Yefeng didn't mind, leading the Yu Hua group into the headquarters and heading towards the house where LiuLuo was. Chao Yefeng had only joined Tianlong last month, and the reason he became the captain of the 5th team so quickly was due to 2 reasons. First, his strength was sufficient, at the peak of the intermediate master level, and he had the potential to break through to a higher level at any time. Second, this person had a strong emotional attachment to the Tianlong Pirates, almost like a devoted fan, having traveled a long distance to find them. LiuLuo would naturally not let him down. In LiuLuo's private courtyard, a lavish feast was laid out. From a distance, he saw Chao Yefeng leading Chi Fa and the others walking over slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Looks like there's a chance, LiuLuo said lightly. Liao and the others also nodded. The reason LiuLuo sent Chao Yefeng to welcome them was not a casual arrangement, but to test what kind of Yuhua they were dealing with. If Chi Fa's temper was still as irritable as before, he definitely wouldn't really tear the face off. At most, he would just take down Chao Yefeng. If Chi Fa's character had been tempered, Then LiuLuo would also want to see if the other party was too slick, which would be hard to control. Just then, as Chi Fa approached, he saw LiuLuo standing in the center of the crowd. "Tyrant, what kind of greeting is this, sending a killer to welcome me?" Chi Fa asked with a smile, but his eyes were filled with cold light. The reason he had suppressed himself until now was that he understood one principle. Bullying those below him was useless. They were also just following orders. LiuLuo laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Looks like it's working. Chi Fa, you still have that temper? Haha, just joking with you." LiuLuo stood up and quickly welcomed him. "Come, sit down." If Chi Fa had come to him without asking any questions, then his cunning would be quite terrifying. And LiuLuo did not want to invite a wolf into his home. But Chi Fa was still the same Chi Fa. The saying that one's nature is hard to change was indeed true. The other members of Yuhua, seeing LiuLuo's demeanor, had their earlier grievances dissipate. Once everyone was seated and the Yuhua members had almost finished eating, LiuLuo finally asked, "Chi Fa, what have you been up to these days? How come there's no news at all?" Chi Fa paused, his hand that was about to pick up food froze in midair. Indeed, he hadn't had such delicious food in a long time. However, hearing LiuLuo's words, his appetite vanished. Chi Fa put down his chopsticks and said in a deep voice, "During this time, I've been following the headquarters orders, providing support here and there. The original brothers have all been wiped out, and the new recruits." Huh! Chi Fa couldn't help but sneer when they got to their posts. They left the place to the others, and in the end, we got nothing, just me and my old brothers. As Chi Fa finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. "The Navy is truly worthless. We shouldn't have come here. We lost thousands of brothers for nothing," the big man Wu Yoshu said bluntly, disregarding Li Yao and the others' identities. LiuLuo couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Damn it. If this continues, it's a wonder you won't be tricked to death." However, everyone was curious at that moment. How did Chi Fa let Wu Yoshu finish such a straightforward statement? Chi Fa looked at everyone's expressions, his gaze finally landing on LiuLuo's face. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I really can't stay with the Navy anymore. It's too humiliating. We might as well honestly go back to being pirates." Chi Fa's voice was somewhat frivolous, laced with sarcasm. It was a mockery of his own overestimation of himself, as well as a critique of the current Navy. LiuLuo looked at Chi Fa's expression. He actually understood very well. It was just like Liu Cheng back in the day, once full of passion, thinking he could change something. But the final result. LiuLuo patted Chi Fa's shoulder, his expression serious as he said, "Some people might laugh at you, Chi Fa, but that person can never be me, LiuLuo, and it definitely won't be Tianlong." The other Yuhua members, hearing LiuLuo's words, had some gratitude in their eyes. These words were something others wouldn't say to them. During this time, they had indeed suffered a lot, feeling like a mere tool wherever they went. Not being valued was one thing. They thought that hard work would yield results, but the result of their efforts was thousands of brothers dying in battle, while the culprit easily escaped responsibility. After being detained for a while, they returned to their original positions under the guise of merit. This was also the reason why Yuhua wanted to leave. They originally hoped to give the fallen brothers an explanation, but now they were completely disheartened. LiuLuo paused to calm his emotions and said again, "So are you planning to go back to the sea to be a pirate?" Chi Fa was taken aback by the question. What else? The others also didn't understand why LiuLuo would ask such a question. LiuLuo continued, "The pirates today are not pirates under human rule." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood. The pirates now seemed free and easy, but the current world was not like the one in the comics. Humanity had already ruled the entire world. LiuLuo's meaning was quite simple. Being a pirate now is very irresponsible. The members of Yuhua all lowered their heads. Even the most gluttonous Mo Hui put down her chopsticks. Redhead stared at LiuLuo with sharp eyes, not moving an inch. "What? Do you want to persuade me to stay?" Facing Redhead's serious question, LiuLuo nodded directly. "There's no good wine, no good feast," Redhead murmured softly, stood up, and left. The others from the Hellfire also got up one after another, following Redhead. Although LiuLuo's words were not wrong, there was one thing he could not sway the Hellfire people with. No one can advise others to be magnanimous without experiencing their suffering. LiuLuo silently watched Redhead's back for a moment, as the others' eyes were fixed on LiuLuo's face, waiting for his order. Should he keep the Hellfire people, or let them leave? Suddenly, LiuLuo stood up and shouted at the Hellfire group, "If you don't trust the current Navy, do you trust my Navy?" Hearing LiuLuo's words, the Hellfire members instantly stopped in their tracks and turned around, looking at him with disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about?" This was the first reaction from Hellfire. Although the current Navy was quite terrible, It must be said that the Navy was still very powerful. However, when Redhead and others scanned Yangyang and the others, they saw the confident and proud expressions on their faces. They began to believe it a little. Really? Redhead stared at LiuLuo, his eyes seeming to speak. LiuLuo smiled and nodded. 2 front islands, plus a complete bodily area, nearly 1,000 master-level strongmen, 20,000 warriors, and 80,000 regular Navy. As LiuLuo spoke, he raised his right hand, making a clapping gesture, and slowly approached Redhead. He hadn't mentioned everything. He also had a team infiltrating the enemy's interior. The Long Night Pirate Group. That Client who caused your entire army to be wiped out will definitely die. 1,000 cuts and 1,000 pieces. This is my promise to Hellfire. LiuLuo's voice was filled with a bloody and fierce aura. Redhead's eyes became more and more intense, and his whole aura began to swell. Although the others from Hellfire were impulsive and wanted to agree immediately, they did not dare to answer LiuLuo easily at this moment, and all eyes were gathered on Redhead. Damn, I said before, I will never bow to anyone in this life, just to you. After saying that, Redhead slammed his right hand against LiuLuo's, then gripped it tightly. This was a man's declaration, a promise between men. In LiuLuo's ear, Redhead said, "From the first time I met you, I felt something was off. I didn't expect to really fall into your hands." LiuLuo also leaned towards Redhead's ear and said, "Haha, from the first time I met you. I knew you couldn't run away, ahaha. However, what I promise you, I will definitely do. Then I shall sell my life to you from now on." After the two finished speaking, they let go, pulled away, and exchanged smiles with their eyes. "Oh, Tianlong, Tianlong," Do Yangyang shouted madly. And the atmosphere group began to get restless. Later, LiuLuo did not fully incorporate the Hellfire group into the Tianlong, forming a new team. Instead, he established a Tianlong Hellfire division, laying the groundwork for the upcoming Tianlong Long Night division and also for the future formation of the Navy. Tianlong had taken a significant step in their direction. Just the next day after Hellfire arrived at Bodley, LiuLuo suddenly had to leave. He didn't even have time to attend the banquet for the formal joining of the Tianlong Hellfire division. The only thing that could make LiuLuo put down Hellfire and leave was one thing. Information about the Shimmer tribe that Yang Qiuhua had just sent from the front island, including that a pirate group from the Sun Kingdom had discovered what seemed to be Yun Yuqing's whereabouts. Thus, within an hour of receiving the news, LiuLuo was already preparing the ship and couldn't wait to set off. He, Xian, and Li Yao said nothing, because they had felt in recent days that if one day they also got lost, LiuLuo would act just like this. As soon as he had news, he would set off immediately. On the coast of Bodley, he, Exen, Li Yao, Han Weiwei, and others waved their right hands, watching the ship that had rehoisted the Black Dragon flag grow smaller and smaller until they could no longer see the people on board. Han Weiwei pouted, looking aggrieved. "Bro Luo left this time, and didn't even take me along, What do you mean by that?" Li Yao shot her an annoyed glance. "You don't want to stay with us?" He, Exen, hearing this, also shifted her gaze from the disappearing black dot back, saying with a sarcastic tone, "Weiwei, it seems that I and your sister-in-law, Li Yao, have wronged you." He, Han Weiwei, and Li Yao immediately put on fake smiles. No, you two sisters-in-law are the best. How could you wrong me? That's not true." Huang Yueying, Redhead, and others looked at Han Weiwei's expression and laughed along. This time, LiuLuo left without taking many people. Aside from Do Yangyang, he only took Wu Ming and Xing Liangyu from the original group. The others were all newcomers who joined later, such as Chao Yefeng. On the Sea Dragon, Do Yangyang stood on the deck, arms outstretched to welcome the sea breeze, saying, "Bro Luo, it's been over 2 months since we went to sea. I'm a bit excited." LiuLuo gazed into the distance, his eyes deep. "Excited? I'm excited too. But I hope this time, I want to make a wasted trip." Although he spoke of excitement, his voice was somewhat heavy. "Don't worry, this time Sister Yuqing shouldn't be able to run away," Do Yangyang said confidently, because this news basically confirmed that it was Yun Yuqing. Being together with the Shimmer tribe, and being twins, there probably were only the 2 sisters, Yun Yuqing and Yun Yucai, in this world. "Yun Yucai, I hope you can convince me." LiuLuo's eyes narrowed, his voice growing cold. "If not, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death." The sky began to drizzle, and as the wind grew stronger, the rain also intensified. They didn't expect to encounter a storm right after they set sail. LiuLuo and Do Yangyang hurried back to the cabin. Damn it, how could it start raining just like that, without any preparation? Do Yangyang cursed as he took the towel handed to him by others. "Wait." LiuLuo looked at the rain outside, frowning deeply. "This rain is not right." Wu Ming frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Bro Luo? What's not right?" LiuLuo shook his head. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but he felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, outside the window, a pirate fell to the ground without any warning. LiuLuo's eyes widened in terror, hurriedly saying, "Not good. This rain is poisonous." Poisonous? Yangyang was puzzled, as he felt no discomfort in his body at all. LiuLuo didn't answer Yangyang, but quickly shouted outside, "Quick, go back to the cabin to avoid the rain." Immediately, the rain is poisonous. At the same time, LiuLuo completely activated his observation haki, trying to find the hidden enemy. Others might not feel anything due to not being deeply poisoned, but LiuLuo was very clear, because this poison was different from other poisons. It acted on the spirit and soul. It would first anesthetize your soul, causing you to unknowingly become more and more poisoned. LiuLuo also became much stronger in soul due to his previous dual cultivation with Zhuge Taoming, which allowed him to sense things better. Because LiuLuo's soul was strong enough, his observation haki was also much stronger than that of others. After inspecting the entire sea dragon, LiuLuo surprisingly did not find that potential enemy. "This is quite tricky," he murmured softly. Although Yangyang and the others could not sense the toxin, they were still attentive to LiuLuo's words. "Brother Luo, should I go look underwater?" Yangyang volunteered, as he had consumed the devil's flower and was immune to the forces of the sea. LiuLuo shook his head, saying that they were in the light while the enemy was in the dark. If they weren't careful, finding them wouldn't be a surprise, but a fright. Without needing LiuLuo to say anything, he noticed that the crew outside had already hidden in the cabin. Since they had come, they would definitely come out. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to agree. Right now, it was unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey. LiuLuo couldn't figure out who the visitors were. The others began to think as well. He really didn't have many enemies. The Xiao clan counted as one, and General Amori counted as another. As for the others, they were not worthy of mention and didn't have the strength to seek revenge on him. They were here to seek death, not revenge. It seemed they had been watching him for a long time since he had just come out. He could roughly guess. At this moment, Yangyang suddenly said, "I suspect it's that old guy Amori." LiuLuo laughed upon hearing this. "Why do you say it's Amori?" LiuLuo wanted to hear Yangyang's opinion. If he really became a navy from a pirate in the future, Yangyang would have to guard a territory and could no longer be as carefree as before. "We just came out, and they arrived, so they must have been ambushed long ago. There aren't many people with this kind of strength." Yangyang continued after LiuLuo nodded in agreement. "As for the Xiao clan, I think it's impossible for them to reach this place. They have no reason to. But Amori is different. His hatred for us is intense, and we still have his leverage." The leverage Yangyang mentioned was Amori ordering me Luo Erji to kill LiuLuo. However, LiuLuo did not intend to threaten anyone with this leverage. Instead, he planned to capture the opponent directly and deal with him himself. LiuLuo smiled after hearing Yangyang's words. It seemed that Yangyang had indeed grown a lot. In the future, he could be released without any issues and could stand on his own. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to start using your brain," LiuLuo teased. The others also laughed upon hearing this, and the tense atmosphere had quietly dissipated. The enemy was only fearful when unknown. Once identified, it was actually not a big deal. The howling wind gradually subsided, and the rain lessened. Finally, it stopped altogether. However, while the rain had stopped, 3 people had appeared on the ship, all wrapped in strange clothing. They looked like they were wearing raincoats, drenched from head to toe, presumably having come from the sea. This surprised LiuLuo and the others even more. Being able to hide in the sea, LiuLuo and his group had suspected it before. However, the fact that the other party could utilize the rain's ability indicated that they were definitely users of devil fruit. Could it be that they had also consumed the petals of the devil's flower? But none of this mattered, since the other party had already shown themselves. LiuLuo naturally had no reason not to greet them. He pushed open the cabin door and walked out slowly, with Yangyang, Wu Ming, and the others following closely behind. LiuLuo smiled and said softly, "Since you've come, why not say hello?" The person standing in the middle let out a cold laugh. From the voice, it seemed to be a woman. "Isn't this just a greeting?" As she spoke, the woman took out a strange bell from her clothing and started to shake it gently. The sound of the bell gradually came through, and in an instant, LiuLuo felt his head become chaotic. At that moment, he understood what the toxin's effect was and why it had not acted until now. He had previously thought that they were not poisoned deeply enough. The reason the previous pirate fell suddenly was that they were too weak. The toxin didn't even need to activate to make them faint. "Brother Luo, Brother Luo." Yangyang shook his head frantically, but became increasingly dizzy. It was not a feeling of drowsiness, but a binding force from his soul. At this moment, Wu Ming, however, was a bit stronger than Do Yangyang. It wasn't that his strength surpassed Do Yangyang's, but he had previously experienced resisting such forces. With a swish, Wu Ming struggled to draw his sword. However, this only drew laughter from the three opponents. Haha, this is hilarious. You can't even tell each other apart, yet you want to draw your sword. Scoffed the man on the left. The man on the right added, if he really strikes at LiuLuo, that would save us some effort. The two laughed loudly, looking at Wu Ming, who was swaying and unsure of whom to point his sword at. However, the only one who didn't laugh was the woman in the middle. She vaguely sensed that Wu Ming was a terrifying individual. Be careful, the woman suddenly said, kicking the man on the left aside. But she was still a step too late. Wu Ming's sword had already slipped from his hand and was flying towards a man on the left. Soul-chasing death. After throwing the knife, Wu Ming couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. However, the flying knife ignited with black flames and moved at great speed. When the target was kicked aside by the woman, it surprisingly changed direction. All three were stunned. The woman was astonished because she didn't expect Wu Ming's move to be able to track. The target of the black knife was dumbfounded, his smile still lingering on his face. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Wu Ming's overestimation of himself. But now he was about to become a victim of Wu Ming's blade. The other person was both shocked and scared. He never expected that someone who had been affected by the elder sister's soul toxin could still unleash skills. With a splash, the flaming black knife struck down from the top of the left man's head, cutting him in half without hesitation. Blood and flesh were instantly incinerated by the black flames, leaving only a charred skeleton that fell heavily onto the deck. Clang, clang. I will kill you. The woman reacted instinctively, her face showing a look of hatred, her eyes fixed on Wu Ming. Old 3, take action, leave no one behind. I will kill you. The man called Old 3 had gone mad, drawing a long knife and charging towards Wu Ming. At this moment, except for LiuLuo, who was leaning against the mast and hadn't fallen, everyone else had lost consciousness. And Wu Ming lay there, motionless, even stretching his head forward as if waiting for the opponent to strike. Old 3 showed no mercy, raising his large knife with all his might, determined to cleave Wu Ming's head in two. The blade shimmered, already close to Wu Ming's neck. Suddenly, Old 3 heard the elder sister behind him call out, "Be careful," once more. These two words seemed to be a death warrant for the two brothers. The moment the third brother heard them, he was startled and quickly looked at LiuLuo, who was the only one still standing. He found that LiuLuo had not moved from his original position. "Sister, what should I be careful about? Is it just a simple concern for me to be a little cautious?" The next moment, the third brother saw his own body but without a head. He realized he had overthought it. His sister was not concerned about him at all, but was warning him to be careful of what was behind him. Because at that moment, another LiuLuo had appeared behind him. How can there be two LiuLuos? This question lingered in the third brother's mind as he completely fell into darkness and died. The woman witnessed this scene but did not choose to rescue him immediately. Instead, she instinctively stepped back until she reached the railing of the ship. Then, looking at the LiuLuo, who was in his original position, slowly turning into nothingness, she asked in surprise, "How come you're fine?" LiuLuo shrugged with a smile and said, "I don't know. Do you want to shake your bell again?" Hearing LiuLuo's words, the woman instinctively took out the bell, thinking she truly couldn't believe her soul breath poison would fail. However, before she could shake the bell, she saw LiuLuo charging towards her with astonishing speed. Not good, he did it on purpose. Without a second thought, the woman turned and leaped into the sea. With a splash, a huge wave erupted. When the woman fell into the water, her unease calmed down a bit. LiuLuo was powerful, and he was also a devil fruit user. He couldn't possibly jump into the sea to catch her. But just as she began to relax, she heard the sound of someone else hitting the water. It was LiuLuo. He actually jumped into the sea. The woman's instinct to swim away slowly stopped. "You dare to go into the water? Are you out of your mind?" The woman surfaced and looked at LiuLuo, who had plunged into the water and was motionless. LiuLuo didn't move, and neither did she, although she didn't believe that a devil fruit user could be saved after entering seawater. LiuLuo was too strange to be treated like an ordinary person. For instance, just now, LiuLuo had shown no reaction to her soul breath poison. She even suspected that he had been pretending to be dazed earlier. In fact, LiuLuo had indeed started to feel dazed at the beginning. If at that time the three of them had launched their strongest attack, LiuLuo might have already been separated from his head. Unfortunately, they didn't. The woman was too cautious, and as long as LiuLuo was standing, she absolutely wouldn't take action, while the two men were too foolish. Having killed one before Wu Ming fainted, the woman watched LiuLuo, who was still floating with his head down, and softly called out, "LiuLuo, LiuLuo." Suddenly, LiuLuo splashed up a huge wave and shot his head up. "Why are you calling me?" "Ha!" LiuLuo laughed and charged toward the woman again. He originally wanted to wait for her to come over on her own, but he didn't expect her to be so alert. Hearing LiuLuo's mocking voice, the woman was both surprised and angry, but dared not express her rage. She couldn't even think about why LiuLuo could enter the sea without any issues. Without looking back, she swam away into the distance. Damn it, how could this happen? The intel was completely wrong. The woman cursed the informant's ancestors in her heart. Though Yangyang's earlier guess was indeed correct. The three of them were indeed sent by Amori and had been lying in wait here for a long time. Today, they finally waited for an opportunity. However, they did not expect that this opportunity would lead to their own demise at the hands of the enemy. This was also not Amori's fault. The information he received truly did not contain any news about LiuLuo eating the devil flower. The reason for this was indeed karma. The time had not yet come. Because the Navy's attitude towards pirates had changed drastically, it led to later pirates having no trust in the Navy at all. If they could deceive, they would deceive. After all, there was not a single truth in the matter. The pirates who arrived earlier had a relatively good attitude towards the Navy, but did not know the story of the king of the East Sea, the tyrant. Therefore, they were unaware. This led to the majority of the information being incorrect. For example, in the intel, Wu Ming was merely a pawn, not even a core member of the Tianlong pirate group. On the vast sea, two small black dots swam through the water at an astonishing speed, even faster than some fish. Finally, the black dot ahead stopped. "Why aren't you running? Keep going." LiuLuo's teasing voice came from behind the woman again, making her grit her teeth in anger, but she had no way to deal with LiuLuo. At this moment, she was nearly exhausted. If she continued running, she felt she would drown in the sea. Most importantly, the LiuLuo behind her seemed completely unfazed, hanging back and repeatedly tormenting her with words. Lu Fang had never experienced such humiliation in her life. "What do you want?" Lu Fang's voice trembled, and she was already prepared for death. LiuLuo feigned surprise, then pressed his voice low and said, "No way, no way. It seems like someone wants to come and kill me. Why are people these days so upside down?" Lu Fang's body trembled involuntarily. "Damn it, I seem to have forgotten that I am the murderer." Lu Fang's face turned pale as she said with a trembling voice, "Do whatever you want, just don't insult me here." "No way, no way." LiuLuo's voice remained sharp and teasing. "A murderer still wants dignity? And one who's been caught? Haha, too much." Lu Fang thought uncle can tolerate it, but aunt cannot. With her pale hands, she exerted all her strength to slap the water surface, sending countless droplets flying. "Go!" The droplets shot towards LiuLuo like bullets. This was the strongest attack Lu Fang could muster at the moment. But then, she heard that mocking voice again amidst the raindrops. "No way, drip, drip. Does that count as an attack?" LiuLuo didn't even move. All the raindrops stopped right in front of his face, as if an invisible glass was blocking them. How is this possible? In fact, Lu Fang didn't hold any hope that this move could defeat LiuLuo. She didn't even think it could hit him. But the fact that he didn't move and easily neutralized her attack left her feeling humiliated. "Here you go." LiuLuo waved his hand, unleashing a powerful momentum that pushed the droplets back, and the force was several times stronger than before. Boom, boom. Each tiny droplet created countless explosive sounds. Suddenly, Lu Fang understood what it meant to pierce through the air. But what was the use of saying this now? Lu Fang instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Reflecting on everything that had happened since the apocalypse, Lu Fang's heart was filled with regret. She had not yet found a devil fruit for her brother. The enemy who killed her mother was still at large. At this moment, she had already fallen into a desperate situation, but fortunately, her death would not be in vain. After all, she had completed one thing, repaying all of Amori's kindness. The images of her brother, her mother, each figure continuously flashed through her mind. Just when she was about to be overwhelmed by sadness, she suddenly realized. It seemed like a long time had passed. Why had she not felt any pain yet? Why could she still think? Nervously, she slowly opened her eyes, and a man's face appeared before her, quickly enlarging. Lu Fang screamed in fright, but she forgot that she was in the sea, and 2 mouthfuls of seawater were suddenly sucked into her chest. However, now her hands and feet were weak, and in her panic, she couldn't float up from the water. At that moment, a pair of strong arms suddenly appeared around her waist. Instantly, Lu Fang felt like an octopus, quickly climbing up, and finally her head broke the surface of the water. Gulfdo de número. Go. Lu Fang, having survived a disaster, now felt the pain of death. She no longer wanted to bravely face death as she had before. She kept coughing, trying to expel the seawater that had choked her. Even though LiuLuo's hands around her waist had risen slightly due to her smooth clothes, she didn't care at all. LiuLuo glanced at Lu Fong and at that moment realized how beautiful she was. His heart stirred. Then he noticed that Lu Fong was completely oblivious, which emboldened LiuLuo. Cough, 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 cough. Lu Fong also sensed something was off, but she was flustered and didn't know what to do. If she made him angry out of shame, would he leave her here? Or would he become beastly? And Lu Fong thought and couldn't help but shiver, ultimately saying nothing and silently enduring. But while she could bear it, her body couldn't withstand it. No dough could endure such repeated kneading. Lu Fong's complexion slowly turned rosy, and her breathing began to quicken. The waterproof suit tightly pressed against LiuLuo's body, almost sticking to her skin, making it feel as if she were not wearing anything at all. So smooth. Lu Fong could also feel that LiuLuo's body was like a furnace, about to explode. Something's wrong. Why am I feeling this way? LiuLuo realized his problem at this moment. Even with the unique attraction women have towards men, LiuLuo shouldn't be so shameless towards a woman he had just met. His willpower seemed to have been discarded, and his body had no ability to resist. This feeling was very similar to when he was with Zhuge Tao under the Weibird tree, where he was still somewhat conscious but had no strength to resist upon meeting. How could this happen? Clearly, our poison had already been resolved. LiuLuo couldn't understand, but at this moment his mind was incapable of thinking clearly, as his body was already prepared for more intense actions. The sea water surged, and droplets at that moment seemed to have souls, creating entwined white shadows that rippled under the sunlight. Splash, splash. The sea waves crashed against the sea dragon. At this moment, Do Yangyang, Wu Ming, and others had already woken up. Do Yangyang groggily sat up, slowly recalling why he had fainted. That rain, that bell, those three people. I didn't die. Do Yangyang thought of these things, suddenly excitedly standing up, then saw Wu Ming also shakily getting to his feet. He turned around to look at the others on the boat and found that everyone else was fine. Only some were still unconscious. Then he saw blood and bodies. How could everyone be dead? Suddenly, Do Yangyang's eyes widened, his pupils sharply contracting. He realized he hadn't seen LiuLuo after looking around. Where's Brother Luo? Brother Luo? Brother Luo? Do Yangyang shouted, suddenly feeling as if he had lost his soul, urgency, panic, and helplessness spreading from his body to his spirit. Wu Ming, who had just woken up and was still a bit dazed, immediately came to his senses upon hearing Do Yangyang's fearful cries. Do Yangyang went to search the first floor of the cabin, while Wu Ming stumbled up the stairs to the second floor, trying to find a laughing LiuLuo in some corner. Unfortunately, Do Yangyang searched the entire first floor and planned to go down to the bottom of the cabin to look, then ran out to ask Wu Ming, "Is there anyone on the second floor?" "No." Wu Ming's voice trembled. "There's still many places on the second floor I haven't checked. You should look more carefully." You should also search carefully," Do Yangyang said, turning to head towards the bottom of the cabin. At this time, others were also waking up one after another, joining the search for LiuLuo. They searched the first floor again, checked the warehouse, finished searching the second floor, and found nothing in the captain's room on the third floor either. A group of people walked onto the deck with their heads down, as if they had lost their souls, not knowing what to think. Do Yangyang suddenly knelt on the ground, pounding the deck with his fists, crying out heartbreakingly, venting his inner panic and pain. None of them wanted to make any guesses before, because their first reaction upon realizing LiuLuo was missing was that he had perished along with the enemy. They had all just experienced that feeling of soul-crushing helplessness, unable to resist. Even if LiuLuo was powerful, under those circumstances, he likely could only match Wu Ming's strength at most, able to deliver a final blow. Therefore, when LiuLuo fainted after severely injuring the enemy, and the enemy killed him afterward, they probably fled quickly with LiuLuo's body due to their serious injuries. Why take LiuLuo's body? It could be explained that someone wanted to see LiuLuo's corpse with their own eyes to feel at ease. Other than this situation, what else could it be? To pursue the enemy? They had thought of that before. But one point was illogical. If LiuLuo had not been poisoned, the enemy would have had almost no chance to escape. If LiuLuo had been poisoned, then there would have been no possibility of defeating the enemy. So there would be no pursuit. Most importantly, even if they pursued the enemy, so much time had passed now. They should have returned by now. But they hadn't. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The newly joined team leader, Chao Yefeng, was filled with agitation. How could the king of the East Sea, tyrant, die? I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Chow Yefeng shouted as if he had gone mad, suddenly grabbing a nearby pirate and asking, "Do you believe it? Do you believe it?" The pirate looked at Chow Yefeng's bloodthirsty gaze, frightened, stuttering, and unable to speak. "Damn it, say something. If you don't speak, I'll kill you," Chow Yefeng roared, a curved knife appearing in his hand, ready to slash at the pirate's neck. "Chow Yefeng, stop." Wu Ming quickly intervened, hidden blade. Wu Ming raised his right hand as if holding an invisible knife. In the next moment, as Chow Yefeng's curved knife touched the pirate's neck, a faint black light glimmered. Clang! The sound of iron clashing echoed, blocking the unprepared Chow Yefeng. Then, Wu Ming swiftly rushed in front of Chow Yefeng, grabbing his collar. "Brother Luo has no idea at all. Are you planning to rebel, Chow Yefeng?" Wu Ming's voice was filled with endless coldness. No killing intent erupted, but Chow Yefeng felt the breath of death. He was certain that if he dared to nod, it would be his last nod. And no. At this moment, Chow Yefeng calmed down. Indeed, it was not the time to panic. Do Yangyang's eyes showed no sparkle. It was as if he hadn't seen or heard what had just happened. Not far away, Xing Liangyu still wore a cold expression. Just a moment ago, when Chow Yefeng did not escalate the conflict with Wu Ming, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "All right." Wu Ming adjusted his emotions, took a few deep breaths, and said, "Everyone, return to your positions and wait for the captain's return." At this point, Wu Ming paused before continuing. "If there is no news in 3 days, we will immediately return to the coast of Madilai." The others, upon hearing Wu Ming's words, wanted to say something but did not know what to say, and finally, one by one, they lowered their heads and returned to their posts. The reason Wu Ming acted this way was that he did not want the news of LiuLuo's disappearance to spread. Although it was deemed missing, Wu Ming had already sensed that LiuLuo's situation was dire. Therefore, he wanted to use these 3 days to discuss with the people from Bodeli how to handle this matter. Wu Ming saw that everyone around had left. Looking at Do Yangyang kneeling on the ground, he revealed a pained expression. He could feel the sorrow in Do Yangyang's heart at this moment. However, if he did not step up to take charge now, everything would be over. Not daring to look at Do Yangyang again, he gritted his teeth and turned towards the captain's cabin on the 3rd floor. On every ship, only the captain's cabin has a telephone snail. This is the rule to prevent any insider from leaking information. This rule is an unspoken one, but it is a must follow. Therefore, even cadres like Wu Ming and Do Yangyang do not have their own telephone snails. Because you may not be an insider, but you cannot guarantee that an insider won't use your telephone snail to leak information. Wu Ming nervously picked up the telephone snail, hesitated for a moment, and eventually dialed the number. It didn't take long before the other end was connected. "Hello, LiuLuo, it's me. Yao may want to pick up General Zhuanfeng." Zhuanfeng from Minghui Cliff. Wu Ming knew this person, and in an instant, he realized that this ambush was a carefully orchestrated plan. They had probably just left the coast of Bodeli when those who ambushed them had already relayed the information to Amori. Immediately, Amori dispatched Zhuanfeng to Bodeli to verify the results. Wu Ming quickly prepared to explain, "Sister-in-law, this is Wu Ming. I want to discuss something with you." Yaoxin, upon hearing Wu Ming's voice, felt her hand holding the telephone snail suddenly tremble, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Under normal circumstances, this call should not be made by Wu Ming. Even if LiuLuo was busy, it should have been Do Yangyang who came instead. "Where is Brother Luo?" Yaoxin's voice began to tremble. "Brother Luo." Wu Ming felt something stuck in his throat, unable to speak. Just then, a shout came from outside the captain's cabin. Wu Ming vaguely heard words like "Captain" and "Brother Luo." Could it be that we were all wrong? The captain really went out to chase the enemies? But why has it taken so long? Countless questions began to swirl in Wu Ming's mind. However, none of that mattered. If LiuLuo was indeed okay, that would be the best outcome, regardless of what he had been doing. "Sister Yaoxin, Brother Luo might have returned. I'll go check and let you know later." As Wu Ming spoke, he ran towards the door. Pushing open the captain's cabin door, cheers surged like waves. On the deck, the man hugging Do Yangyang was none other than LiuLuo. When Wu Ming saw LiuLuo also saw him. LiuLuo understood what he was doing as he emerged from the captain's cabin. He thought to himself, Wu Ming truly has the demeanor of a great general, calm in a crisis, capable of managing a situation. However, he couldn't pay attention to Wu Ming right now. He exchanged a glance with him, signaling him to report safety to Li Yao and the others first. Now, he needed to comfort Do Yangyang properly. Do Yangyang was different from Wu Ming. He didn't care much about power. What he valued most was emotion. This might also relate to Do Yangyang's parents' divorce when he was young. "All right, Yangyang, see, I'm fine, right?" LiuLuo looked at Do Yangyang, who was crying uncontrollably, and smiled wryly. Woo, woo. Yangyang didn't speak, only cried. He was genuinely scared. He had never imagined what he would do if this world had no LiuLuo. However, after crying for a while, Yangyang ignored LiuLuo and returned to his room, telling others not to disturb him. Everyone smiled, but said nothing. They all knew he was just embarrassed. At this moment, Wu Ming had already come down. Brother Luo, you're back. Wu Ming had an unmistakable smile on his face. Everyone on the ship knew that Wu Ming's smile was a rare sight. LiuLuo nodded in satisfaction and said, Have you cleared things up with your sister-in-law? I've cleared it up. Sister Liao didn't know and scared Sister Yaoxin. All right, I'll call her later. LiuLuo turned to the people around. All right, everyone, get back to your tasks. The crisis is averted. Oh. The crowd erupted in cheers before dispersing. LiuLuo noticed that a few core members were about to leave and quickly called out, meeting in the conference room in an hour. Okay, everyone nodded, indicating they understood, and hurriedly left. At this point, LiuLuo brought the woman he had captured back to his captain's cabin. Everyone recognized this woman as one of the assailants from earlier. From this, they confirmed that the captain had indeed gone out to chase the enemies, just not expecting to be gone for so long. Also, why did LiuLuo bring her back? In the captain's cabin, LiuLuo took a set of women's clothing from the cabinet and tossed it onto the bed. Change into this. LiuLuo's voice was somewhat indifferent. After calming down, he had asked about the poison used by Lu Fong and realized why his poison had relapsed. The reason was that Lu Fong was a devil fruit user, and her devil fruit was called the water drop fruit. This is not the main point. The main point is that she is a Miao woman, and after the revival of demonic powers, she actually researched Gu techniques. By combining demonic abilities with Gu techniques, she developed a type of poison that can physically attack the soul. This is the same soul-confusing rain that Yangyang and the others encountered before. Although LiuLuo did not faint due to his powerful soul and the yin-yang rotation force, he unexpectedly drew out the soul poison he had previously been afflicted with. Lu Fong's eyes lacked any luster, but upon hearing LiuLuo's words, she walked toward the bed. In front of LiuLuo, she changed out of her original clothes without any hesitation. LiuLuo watched the whole time, but his gaze was very pure. Let's pretend the previous events never happened. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but first, you need to help me with something, LiuLuo said. This is also why he went to such lengths to capture Lu Fong alive. He wanted her to help him with the task. This time, LiuLuo brought very few people, and only a few of them were capable fighters, but the place they were going to was fraught with danger. Even just dealing with a single Yin Yu Kai would not be easy, and most importantly, Yin Yu Qing was in their hands. LiuLuo feared that the other party might act out of desperation, which could be disastrous. When he witnessed Lu Fong's abilities, he immediately took an interest in her. If he could stealthily retrieve Yin Yu Qing, that would be ideal. At this moment, Lu Fong's expression finally showed some change. Really? Lu Fong was somewhat skeptical. She had seen too many men, not to mention that her abilities were quite rare. Just her looks and figure were not the type that men would easily overlook. However, seeing LiuLuo's utterly desireless gaze, she began to believe him a little. Of course, at the same time, she also started to doubt her own appeal. LiuLuo pinched his nose and nodded. As long as you help me finish the task, you can leave at any time. Lu Fong frowned and sneered. I knew it. Men are all like this. She caught the flaw in LiuLuo's words. I can leave only after helping him finish the task. What if the task can never be completed? Wouldn't that mean I can never leave? LiuLuo saw Lu Fong's expression and understood what she was thinking. Help me take down a place and rescue a person. Once you rescue them, you can leave at any time, LiuLuo said, meeting Lu Fong's doubtful gaze, and added, I won't stop you and won't let anyone else stop you from leaving. Lu Fong looked into LiuLuo's eyes and paused for 3 seconds. All right, it's a deal. It's a deal, LiuLuo confirmed. What happened between him and Lu Fong this time was completely different from what had happened with Zhuge Taoming before. First of all, Lu Fong had come to kill them, but failed, which did not absolve her of guilt. Therefore, even if LiuLuo forcefully took her, he felt no sense of guilt. He wouldn't feel the same sense of responsibility he had felt with Zhuge Taoming. In fact, LiuLuo was somewhat eager to shake off Lu Fong. After setting the rules, LiuLuo sighed in relief, and Lu Fong also exhaled. All right, it's settled. You stay here for now, and I'll arrange a place for you to stay later, LiuLuo said before walking out of the captain's cabin without looking back, preparing to hold a meeting to discuss Lu Fong's situation with others. After LiuLuo closed the door behind him, Lu Fong slumped down. Damn it, she muttered angrily at the spot where LiuLuo had just vanished. Ouch, my leg, my waist, ugh. What a brute. While cursing, she rubbed her thighs and slender waist. LiuLuo's hand had previously gripped her waist to prevent her from moving, which was utterly inhumane. Lost in thought, Lu Fang lay on the bed and started to cry softly. After a few minutes, her crying suddenly stopped, and she lifted her head, revealing her red eyes. No, my brother is still in General Amori's hands. I wonder if he knows I haven't completed the mission. Will he? Lu Fang dared not think further. No, I need to find a chance to leave here and quickly contact General Amori, Lu Fang resolutely said, making up her mind. That night, Lu Fang had already been kicked out of the captain's cabin by LiuLuo and was assigned an independent room. The room was situated between Yangyang and Chao Yefeng, because besides LiuLuo, these two had the strongest observation haki, allowing them to monitor Lu Fang's movements at all times. At this moment, Lu Fang lay on the bed, rubbing her waist while staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Should I escape today? Today, their vigilance should be at its peak. It's not the best choice, but my time is running out. If I can't contact General Amori soon, my brother might be in danger. She was well aware that her brother, LiuLuo, was utterly useless. General Amori might kill LiuLuo out of frustration. However, if General Amori knew she was still alive, her useless brother would suddenly have value. That value would be to keep Lu Fang in check. After much consideration, Lu Fang sat up straight. No, I must escape as soon as possible. Saying this, Lu Fang quietly got out of bed. The moment she stepped down, Yangyang and Chao Yefeng, who had been sleeping, immediately opened their eyes wide. When Lu Fang gently opened her room door and took her first step, she heard a creak, and the doors on both sides swung open. Lu Fang remained calm. She had anticipated this. There was no way no one would be monitoring her. She was just testing the extent of their surveillance. Damn, they really are strict. Lu Fang retreated, closed the door again, and leaned against the back of the door, unable to suppress a few deep breaths. With a click, the doors on both sides also closed again. Lu Fang clenched her fists in frustration. Damn it, how am I supposed to escape now? 3 days later. Finally, today Lu Fang found an opportunity to escape. After the sun set, they suddenly encountered two frenzied sea kings, and their progress was interrupted by the appearance of a sea dragon. In a fit of anger, they attacked the sea dragon. Lu Fang knew this was an opportunity. She immediately took advantage of the chaos to retrieve her special clothes from the captain's cabin and jumped into the sea. The two sea kings bought her over 10 minutes of time. These two sea kings were fierce and had significantly strengthened. After dealing with the sea kings, Yangyang and Chao Yefeng, who were monitoring Lu Fang, quickly realized she was missing. They hurriedly found LiuLuo to report the situation. Missing? How long has she been missing? LiuLuo asked. Chao Yefeng quickly replied, just when those two sea dragons were thrashing about. We came out and forgot about her. LiuLuo frowned, but did not blame them. Lu Fang was determined to escape, which was hard to prevent. After all, they were both human and not actual monitors. All right, you've all worked hard these past few days. It's not entirely your fault. Let me handle this myself, LiuLuo said. Yangyang and Chao Yefeng originally thought they would be scolded today, but unexpectedly, LiuLuo not only didn't scold them, but also comforted them. This moved the two greatly. Chao Yefeng eagerly said, Boss, Liang and I will go find her and definitely bring her back. No need. She can't run far. LiuLuo calmly smiled and replied. Upon hearing this, the two saw LiuLuo's expression and guessed that this situation was already within LiuLuo's expectations, so they didn't insist. After that, LiuLuo didn't rush to chase Lu Fang, but first returned to the captain's cabin. He opened a cabinet, and sure enough, that distinctive outfit was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, LiuLuo's lips curled into a wicked smile. He had previously asked Lu Fang to change out of that outfit to prevent her from escaping. So he knew from the start that if Lu Fang wanted to escape, she would definitely steal that outfit, as stealing the ship was too conspicuous and unrealistic. Since LiuLuo had anticipated this from the beginning, he must have been prepared. Hee. LiuLuo couldn't help but laugh, looking out into the darkness. Did you think you were the only one who could use poison? After saying this, LiuLuo lay down on the ship, preparing to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Fang had already swum several miles and finally stopped. Gasping for breath while laughing, she thought they shouldn't be able to catch up now. This time, Lu Fang was fully prepared. She didn't swim toward the dock, but rather to the left. She planned to wait a few days before swimming back. Just when Lu Fang was feeling pleased with her plan, she suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over her body. What's happening? I've never experienced this before. So itchy. Lu Fang scratched at her body with her hands, but was afraid to reach under her clothes. She thought that if she exposed her skin, the seawater would seep in, and then she would truly be done for. In fact, she had felt something earlier. but it wasn't very intense. Splashing in the water, Lu Fong kept thrashing about, but the itching sensation didn't lessen at all. I can't take it anymore. It's driving me crazy. Lu Fong wished she could take off the distinctive outer garment and scratch her body vigorously, but she didn't dare. Finally, Lu Fong couldn't hold on any longer. No, I need to quickly find a piece of land to take off this outfit. At this moment, Lu Fong realized that the problem lay with the outfit. Only by taking it off could she resolve the issue. However, she couldn't take it off right now, which trapped her in a vicious cycle. The only way to break this cycle was to return the way she came, back to the ship she had escaped from. As she swam back toward the direction she came from, she kept praying in her heart, hoping that the ship would hurry and come find her. She was truly itching mad. Lu Fong swam desperately in the sea, constantly praying, "LiuLuo, you must be smart about this. I haven't gone far. If you can't find the right direction, then just return the same way." Lu Fong was extremely scared now. The more she swam back, the more anxious she felt, fearing that LiuLuo's ship had gone in the wrong direction. She could only suffer the consequences. Finally, after more than an hour, she saw the ship she had once wanted to distance herself from, but now, seeing it again, her mindset was completely different. It was Lu Fong's lifeline. The moment she saw the ship, Lu Fong, who was almost out of strength, suddenly felt invigorated, quickly waving her arms and kicking her legs. Under the moonlight, the graceful Lu Fong was soon spotted by the pirates on the ship. In the captain's cabin, a pirate rushed over. "Captain, we found someone in the sea. It should be that woman who escaped not long ago." The pirate's voice was filled with doubt. Today's events were truly strange. Originally, the female prisoner had escaped, and the captain wasn't worried at all, which was already odd. Now, the escaped female prisoner was returning. Isn't that strange? LiuLuo licked his lips and muttered to himself. So she came back. The pirate outside heard LiuLuo speaking, but didn't catch it clearly, thinking LiuLuo had given an order. "Captain, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." "Oh, it's nothing, nothing," LiuLuo quickly responded to the door. "Just tell others that she has returned, and to ignore her. Just act like nothing happened." The pirate hesitated for a few seconds, probably unable to comprehend it. "All right, Captain, I'll go tell the others." With that, the pirate jogged away. LiuLuo blinked, a sly smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. Before he collapsed onto the pillow, under the soft moonlight and the roaring waves, Lu Fong quietly approached the sea dragon, then climbed aboard as quickly as possible to avoid being detected. However, as soon as she got on board, she found 7 or 8 people shining lights at her. Lu Fong gasped, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at the pirates who had already spotted her. How'd they find me? Why was there no warning at all, as if they were waiting for me? Countless guesses flashed through her mind, but at that moment, the itchiness of her body had reached its limit. She had to hurry back to her room, as long as she could take off this outfit. She didn't care what would happen to her afterward. With that thought, Lu Fong no longer hesitated. "Don't stop me, ah." Lu Fong dashed toward her room on the 2nd floor. When she passed by the first pirate, she realized that he didn't react at all. Why is that? I'm still a fugitive. This was disrespectful to criminals. In a moment of surprise, Lu Fong's physical pain overcame her, and she quickly ran toward her room. Along the way, she encountered several pirates, but everyone seemed to ignore her, showing no interest at all, until she reached her room door. With no reaction from the people in the rooms on either side, she finally confirmed. During these few hours, no one knew that she had escaped. Instantly, Lu Fong felt relaxed. She opened her room and hurried inside to take off the distinctive outfit. As the clothes came off, Lu Fong thought the itching would go away. But instead, she fell into a state of panic. Her entire body still itched, and without the clothing covering her, she felt even itchier. So itchy. It's driving me crazy. Lu Fong rolled and scratched on the bed, but seemed to be of little use. What to do? Lu Fong kept asking herself. This must be his doing. How despicable and shameless. Lu Fong immediately found the answer. But this answer was not what she wanted to see. If I go to see him now, he will definitely know that I just ran away, but if I don't find him, I'll be unbearably itchy. After much consideration, Lu Fong decided to look for LiuLuo. She realized that even if LiuLuo didn't know now, he would eventually discover that the clothes were missing, which would also reveal that she had fled before. Therefore, this matter could not be avoided. Since it couldn't be avoided, there was no need to hide. Lu Fong found a suitable reason for herself to take this step. She simply threw on a piece of clothing, wrapped her arms around her chest, and quickly left the room, running towards the only room on the 3rd floor. Lu Fong stepped heavily on the stairs, hoping to catch LiuLuo's attention. This way, when she reached the captain's room, he would call her indirectly. Otherwise, it would be very awkward. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. When she arrived at the door of the captain's room, everything was silent, and the imagined "who is it?" did not come. This was very awkward. Lu Fang didn't know how to start. A person who was just about to run away ended up coming back to confess. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? Lu Fang fidgeted at the door, the itchiness on her body becoming unbearable. Forget it. If I'm going to die, then so be it. I can't endure this torture any longer. Lu Fang gathered all her courage and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As the knocking sounded, Lu Fang's heart raced even faster. After a few seconds, a voice finally came from inside. Who is it? The voice sounded groggy, even accompanied by the sound of someone swallowing saliva. Lu Fang's face turned red, her voice trembling. Lu Fang? Lu Fang? A surprised voice came from inside. Hearing that tone, Lu Fang was startled. If I come to find him at this late hour, he won't misunderstand my intentions. Will he? Lu Fang thought it was very likely, and quickly said, Don't misunderstand. I'm here to relieve the itch. As soon as Lu Fang's words fell, her face turned completely crimson, and she realized the ambiguity in her statement. Relieve the itch. Relieve the itch where? At this late hour. What kind of girl would come knocking to relieve an itch? Lu Fang was on the verge of breaking down, her body tormented by the itch, and her mind overwhelmed by shame. She roared countless times in her heart. What should I do? Should I run? At that moment, another voice reminded her. Run? Won't your itch stop? Again, the mention of relieving the itch. Just as Lu Fang was about to collapse, LiuLuo's surprised and excited voice came from inside. Relieve the itch? Then come in. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Fang hesitated. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to escape. Memories of 3 days ago flooded her mind when LiuLuo had caught her. In the vast sea, she felt like a small boat being tossed around, almost fainting. If LiuLuo hadn't been there, she probably would have drowned. Thinking of this made Lu Fang's face burn hotter, her body itching from within. After LiuLuo spoke, he noticed the door remained silent, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation, desire, and a hint of wickedness arose in his heart. If Lu Fang heard his words and still came in, what would that signify? Thinking of this, LiuLuo quickly shook his head. This was not his original intention. What he wanted was to make Lu Fang abandon any thoughts of running away in the future. After all, this kind of thing falls under the category of not fearing the thief stealing, just fearing the thief remembering, and he really didn't want to be on guard every day. Creak! Suddenly, the door slowly opened, first letting in the moonlight. Then, Lu Fang's fair right leg stepped inside. Her delicate little feet, with 5 toes like jade beads, were flawless. However, there were several obvious red marks on her fair thighs. But there was a strange allure that made LiuLuo unable to look away. It's over. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo's heart felt like it had been switched on, racing faster. Gulp. LiuLuo swallowed, shifting his gaze to Lu Fang's face, which was flushed with embarrassment, hard to conceal. Their eyes met in the air, and Lu Fang's body trembled involuntarily, as if she had been electrified, a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. A warm current surged in her abdomen, flowing downward, making her unable to help but tighten her legs. Seeing Lu Fang like this, LiuLuo's mouth curled into an evil smile. Were you itchy? LiuLuo asked in a very serious tone. Lu Fang felt herself almost fainting at his words. How could he be so shameless? But for some reason, the more LiuLuo acted this way, the more inexplicable pleasure she felt. Finally, gritting her teeth, she said, I'm itchy all over. Oh, LiuLuo said, half surprised, half doubtful, waving at Lu Fang. So you came to find me to scratch your itch? Upon hearing this, Lu Fang cursed him in her heart, but her legs moved uncontrollably towards LiuLuo. Lu Fang hesitated for a moment, finally steeling herself. I just stole that special outfit and wanted to escape. After saying this, Lu Fang lowered her head, like a student who had done something wrong, waiting for the teacher's punishment. However, 5 breaths passed, and there was no response. Wait a minute. I've made myself clear enough. Does she not understand why I'm itchy? Lu Fang felt an urgent need, constantly rubbing her body, the itch unbearable. Finally, LiuLuo spoke. LiuLuo said in surprise, You want to escape? You stole my outfit? Lu Fang didn't speak. She just nodded her head, thinking, Please give me the antidote quickly. I can't hold on any longer. That outfit of mine contained a whole bag of itch powder, which was a secret recipe from Aiguaja. Aiguaja was someone who later joined the Tianlong pirate group, a member of a minority ethnic group in Huagua, and he had some unique herbal recipes. LiuLuo had prepared quite a bit for this sea trip. At this moment, LiuLuo, seeing Lu Fang's desperate expression as she raised her head, looked surprised, and said, "You wore that outfit?" Lu Fong nodded in shame and anger. She realized LiuLuo was doing this on purpose. He was definitely doing this to make her uncomfortable. Seeing her expression, LiuLuo knew that if he continued to play around, it would explode, so he immediately returned to a serious demeanor. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" LiuLuo said with a mock reproach, giving Lu Fong a blank stare. "Itchiness is uncomfortable, right? I've experienced it once too. You can't imagine how it feels." While saying this, LiuLuo took Lu Fong's outer jacket. When LiuLuo's fingers touched her neck, Lu Fong's body trembled slightly, but in the end, she still didn't resist and closed her eyes. When LiuLuo pulled down her outer jacket halfway, he was also taken aback. "This, you came in bare?" LiuLuo paused for a few seconds, but ultimately pulled the outer jacket completely off. Lu Fong never opened her eyes. LiuLuo jumped off the bed and took a small bottle from a nearby cabinet, extracting a round pill from it. "Here, open your mouth," LiuLuo said, his breathing slightly uneven. "Open my mouth." Lu Fong still had her eyes closed, but her eyelids were twitching repeatedly, as if she was about to open them. "Is this still a human? It turns out it's an oral antidote. Are you taking off my clothes?" However, Lu Fong obediently opened her mouth, wanting quickly to relieve the itch on her body. The first thing her lips touched was LiuLuo's fingers, which held a pill between two fingers. Slowly bringing it to her mouth, Lu Fong tried to use her tongue to pull the pill down, but it was unsuccessful. Just as she was about to open her eyes, her body suddenly convulsed as if it had been electrocuted. Finally, she managed to take the medicine. But it was not just the medicine she ingested. The itch all over her body was relieved, but the inner excitement had just begun. This time, she didn't want to be as passive as before. However, her opponent was the experienced LiuLuo, and in the end, she was still defeated. On the bed, Lu Fong, who had been cured, lay softly on the pillow. "If you dare to run away again, this will be your punishment." A cold voice came from behind Lu Fong, causing her body and mind to tremble. She didn't speak, waiting a few seconds until she felt the man lying down again behind her. Then she got up, picked up her clothes from the floor, and prepared to leave. LiuLuo closed his eyes, remaining silent. This is her punishment. If she hadn't tried to escape, she definitely wouldn't have received such punishment. She can only blame herself. Until the door of the room was gently closed, a trace of panic arose deep within LiuLuo's heart. There are many methods of punishment. Why this one? LiuLuo didn't dare to think further, which eased his guilt a bit. At this moment, Lu Fong, who had closed the door, was bathed in the bright moonlight, feeling confused and unsure of what to do. She stood outside the door, staring blankly at the moon above. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Fong irritably tugged at her hair, feeling an inexplicable emotion rising from her heart. Why is he so bad? It still makes my heart flutter? Lu Fong couldn't understand, looking at the moon above, recalling the callous words he spoke at the last moment. 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down, particularly shining and dazzling under the moonlight. Suddenly, Lu Fong burst out laughing, glancing back at the tightly closed door, pouting slightly, looking a bit aggrieved. "Who told me I came to kill you? Just consider it as something I owe you. However, this kind of punishment isn't too bad." At this moment, Lu Fong felt somewhat relieved, no longer hesitating, tightening her clothes, and walking towards her room on the 2nd floor. Thud, 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 thud. LiuLuo heard the light footsteps and sat up, looking out the window. Outside the window, only the last glimpse of a high ponytail whip remained, before completely disappearing. LiuLuo didn't know if he was overthinking, but he did sense a light and comfortable feeling from Lu Fong's footsteps as she descended the stairs. What was going on? Could it be? LiuLuo didn't dare to think too much. In the following days, the Halong ship returned to its usual calm. However, every few days, Lu Fong would disappear for an hour or half an hour, and then obediently go to the captain's room to seek punishment. So the crew on the ship, when Lu Fong was absent, no longer cared as much as they did at the beginning. In fact, when Lu Fong disappeared, the crew didn't even notice. In the captain's room, LiuLuo felt inexplicably annoyed today. After practicing for a while, he still couldn't calm his mind. So he eventually went to the martial arts room on the 2nd floor, performing a set of gun techniques, which finally settled his heart a bit. What's going on today? LiuLuo couldn't help but murmur to himself, as the long gun in his hand turned into dots of light and disappeared. Just then, Yangyang suddenly walked in from outside. Seeing LiuLuo here, he asked in surprise, "Luo, what are you doing here?" LiuLuo raised his eyebrows slightly, smiling as he replied, "Why can't I be here?" Yangyang grinned mischievously, raising an eyebrow. "You definitely can't be here, otherwise." who would interrogate the female prisoners. LiuLuo suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing why he had been distracted all day. It was time to interrogate the prisoners. By now, everyone on the ship was accustomed to Lu Fang's little escapes every 3 days and big escapes every 5 days. Naturally, LiuLuo also had his little interrogations every 3 days and big interrogations every 5 days, and the two were very in tune, having a lot of fun. Today was the 5th day since the last interrogation, so Lu Fang was bound to escape. LiuLuo quickly walked over to Yangyang, glanced around, and whispered, "Has she escaped yet?" Yangyang frowned at LiuLuo's words, realizing something was off. "She didn't come to find you?" Upon hearing Yangyang's response, LiuLuo's heart sank. He didn't bother to continue talking with Yangyang and hurried to Lu Fang's room. He pushed open the door, and everything inside was neatly arranged. The items on the bed were also tidy. It was evident that the person living here was likely a diligent person, and most likely a woman. LiuLuo looked at the empty room and asked Yangyang, who had chased after him, "How long has she been missing?" "I heard Xiao Yifeng mention that she's been missing for at least 2 hours. Yangyang replied anxiously, glancing inside. "More than 2 hours?" LiuLuo couldn't help but scratch his head. Logically, she should have returned by now. Just then, Yangyang cautiously said, "Luo, what if you've been tricked?" LiuLuo rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Only Yangyang would say something like that. No one else would dare to speak to LiuLuo like this. Get lost. LiuLuo was both amused and angry. "No woman can trick you, Luo. Immediately send someone out to search around. I suspect something has happened." LiuLuo had a bad feeling. Yangyang, upon hearing this, stopped joking and immediately went out to gather other crew members to prepare to search for Lu Fang. After Yangyang left, LiuLuo walked into Lu Fang's room alone. He gently sat on the bed, which had no wrinkles, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. This was his first time here. It had been inappropriate to come before, but now that he was here, he couldn't find her. "Where did you go?" LiuLuo softly asked, slowly lying back on the bed. Suddenly, something bumped against the back of his head. LiuLuo turned around and pulled out the object. It was a palm-sized notebook with the word "special case" written on it. LiuLuo didn't pay much attention and casually flipped through the notebook. LiuLuo's movement stopped. Looking surprised, "Is this a diary?" His expression instantly became serious as he began to flip through it page by page, which recorded everything from meeting General Amori to the present. It also explained why she came to kill LiuLuo and why Lu Fang had stolen before. Because of her brother. Later on, it was about how she became infatuated with that man, who seemed devil-like. Each time, she played the role of a prisoner. From yesterday's diary, LiuLuo could see that today was indeed her escape date. LiuLuo's frown deepened. If it were on the ship, he wasn't afraid of accidents, but rather the sea. Lu Fang's diary also revealed that to eliminate her sense of shame, she always escaped seriously towards the south. Each time, she managed to escape quite a distance. LiuLuo immediately got out of bed and ran out. When he encountered the first crew member, he quickly instructed, "Tell the people in the control room to turn south and proceed at full speed." "Okay, Captain," the crew member said and hurried away. LiuLuo ran to the captain's room on the 3rd floor, took out the binoculars, and stood at the highest point to look far south. He searched for targets one by one. Suddenly, a strange ship appeared in LiuLuo's sight. Why hadn't he noticed it before? LiuLuo muttered softly. If this ship had been spotted earlier, the observer would have definitely informed him, but no one had said anything. Was the observer slacking off? Or had they really not noticed? Just then, an unbelievable scene appeared that turned LiuLuo's worldview upside down and clarified the issue of awkwardness. It was definitely not the observer slacking off. He saw that strange fishing boat suddenly dive into the water. LiuLuo was dumbfounded. How could this ship be as agile as a fish? LiuLuo, disbelieving, put down the binoculars and rubbed his eyes a few times. Looking again, the fishing boat was submerged in the seawater, with something resembling a chimney sticking out of the water surface. At this moment, it looked like a whale swimming in the sea. Damn, this is truly unbelievable. LiuLuo could almost confirm that Lu Fang's disappearance was definitely related to this fishing boat. He immediately ordered the sea dragon to quickly approach this fishing boat for investigation. Yangyang and others, upon hearing LiuLuo's call, were initially skeptical. When they actually saw the fish-like fishing boat swimming in the water, they were also stunned. "Wow, it can even roll and jump," Yangyang exclaimed, her mouth wide open, as this situation exceeded everyone's imagination. However, after some discussion, they quickly speculated that this might be related to the human fruit, a very strange devil fruit from One Piece. Everyone's expressions turned excited, even more so than if they had discovered a devil fruit. Human fruit, ship shape, this was something they had never encountered before. As the sea dragon continued to approach, the fishing boat, now possessing a soul, quickly noticed the sea dragon. However, instead of fleeing in fear, it approached the sea dragon instead. Seeing this scene, LiuLuo and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. They were not afraid of a fishing boat in human form. Rather, they were worried it might escape. Finally, the two boats drew closer, and the lively fishing boat completely emerged from the water. Splashing sounds echoed as the seawater parted, and the bow of the fishing boat rose high, as if leaping in the sea. Now up close, LiuLuo saw that the deck was littered with bones, causing his previously excited heart to cool rapidly. A killing intent involuntarily spread from him. It seemed that the fishing boat also sensed LiuLuo's killing aura, as its chimney emitted thick white smoke. The sound of the horn was loud. This was an old-fashioned fishing boat. If it weren't for the apocalypse, people scrambling for survival, it might never have had the chance to go to sea again. Preparing to board, LiuLuo frowned and said, "Notify everyone that once we board, the sea dragon should move further away." LiuLuo told the others behind him. If a battle broke out, they couldn't care about the ordinary crew members. And this fishing boat was massive. Even if it wasn't their opponent, it would still pose a huge threat to ordinary people. Understood. Yangyang and the others said seriously. The next moment, LiuLuo leaped into the air and flew toward the nearby fishing boat, with the others following closely behind. Clang! LiuLuo gently landed on the deck of the fishing boat. Yangyang, Xing Liangyu, and Chao Yefeng also landed steadily. During this time, LiuLuo had expected the fishing boat to launch an attack, but it did not. However, this did not make LiuLuo let his guard down, as the bones scattered across the deck were not lying. This fishing boat was not friendly. LiuLuo stomped on the deck and shouted, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" A deathly silence ensued, only the sound of waves and the creaking of ship parts. LiuLuo's heart sank when he saw this fishing boat appear in the south. He had already imagined that Lu Feng would undoubtedly be attracted to it, so Lu Feng must be here. But now that no one answered him, what did that mean? "Can you understand me?" LiuLuo's voice turned cold, and he activated both the Street Fighter and Conqueror's Haki, causing numerous bones around him to turn to dust and be blown into the sea by the wind. Still, there was silence, no response. "Can't you speak?" That shouldn't be the case. Whatever it was, once it ate the human fruit, its intelligence would reach that of a normal human. "Yangyang, you and Yefeng go upstairs and search carefully. I'll check below deck. Liangyu, you stay in the middle to support. If anything unexpected happens, call Wu Ming for help." LiuLuo had previously avoided putting all his eggs in one basket. Although confident, he didn't dare to be arrogant. The burden on him was not just his own. Since the last time he went missing, he had felt it. If something happened to him, the entire Qianying Island and Bode would immediately fall into chaos, and even Mingwei Cliff would be thrown into disarray. So he left Wu Ming on the Sea Dragon as the final support, or in case of an emergency. Wu Ming could quickly control the situation and respond in the best, fastest way. LiuLuo had the most faith in Wu Ming. Upon hearing LiuLuo's words, Yangyang and the others quickly sprang into action. LiuLuo pushed open the cabin door. Creak! The rusty iron door made a piercing sound. LiuLuo noticed fresh scratch marks at the bottom of the door frame, instantly widening his eyes. It seemed that someone had indeed been here not long ago. That person could almost certainly be Lu Feng, who had disappeared because of her escape. LiuLuo continued walking inside, and the rooms were all rusty, with many marine creatures even parasitizing here. After all, this ship was different from others. It was an existence that played in the seawater every day. Passing by one room after another, LiuLuo felt a deep chill. It seemed as if something still lived in these rooms. But LiuLuo could be certain it was definitely not human. LiuLuo zeroed in on a room and kicked it open. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was kicked away by LiuLuo. Unexpectedly, for LiuLuo, the facilities in the room were intact, with no signs of flooding. He instinctively glanced at the door frame, noting the large gap that would allow seawater to enter. Could it be that the fishing boat itself was protecting these rooms? LiuLuo wandered around, but found nothing. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a foul, fishy wind blowing from the direction of the bathroom. A green, oily spirit appeared in his line of sight. Grass, such things do exist. LiuLuo remained calm, gathering the momentum of Street Fighter and the domineering aura of the Overlord color, and directly lunged at the incoming spirit. The spirit dissipated in an instant. However, its cries echoed far and wide, and countless footsteps began to sound outside the door. LiuLuo quickly stepped outside and saw many spirits leisurely passing through the rusty door. At this moment, LiuLuo concluded that when Lu Fang arrived earlier, she had not disturbed these spirits. Not wanting to waste time here, LiuLuo hurried to the end of the corridor, where there was a passage leading to the basement. Standing before the dark entrance, he furrowed his brow. For the first time, he felt a bit anxious. A phrase echoed in his mind: when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. This dark passage gave LiuLuo that very feeling. His observation haki clearly indicated that there would be danger down below. LiuLuo hesitated. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed a black cloth hanging on the iron sheet that had been flipped up in the passage. LiuLuo's eyes widened. This was Lu Fang's special outfit. He recognized it immediately, as it held too many stories between the two of them. He turned to look at the spirits slowly drifting toward him, frowning. He wasn't afraid of these spirits. Dealing with them was effortless. However, LiuLuo needed a reason to risk his life for a female convict. Lu Fang was there to kill him, and that fact would never change. If he really encountered an accident, what would Liao and he Yaxin do in the future? And who would bring Yangyang back? Countless questions and reasons to prevent him from going down flooded his mind. They told him to turn around, deal with these spirits, and then leave, as if he had never encountered Lu Fang. Everything she had done in recent days was merely her attempt to assassinate him, and it was time to pay the debt. With that thought, LiuLuo straightened up, completely turning his body toward the approaching spirits. Kill! A long spear formed in LiuLuo's hand in an instant. He charged at the spirits, thrusting and sweeping with all his might to vent his inner dissatisfaction. Yes, it was dissatisfaction. LiuLuo felt his own discontent. This was not what he wanted. Suddenly, he recalled a line from Lu Fang's diary: perhaps everything is wrong, but I was wrong very seriously. LiuLuo let out a roar, his face flushed, whether from anger or shame. The spear in his hand danced wildly, obliterating several spirits in front of him. He turned with the spear on his back and ran toward the dark passage, then leaped into it. In this life, I, LiuLuo, have never owed anyone. Since you have used your feelings, I cannot betray you. This was what LiuLuo thought in his heart. His pace quickened as he ran down the stairs. Talp, talp, tap, creak, creak. With each step he took, the old stairs emitted a piercing sound, as if he were stepping on an old man's leg. It made one anxious, causing one to unconsciously look down. But the more he looked, the darker it became. Slowly, that faint light disappeared entirely. LiuLuo was plunged into darkness. Lu Fang, Lu Fang. LiuLuo shouted her name loudly, hoping to hear a response, but unfortunately, nothing came as he had imagined. The surroundings were silent, as if monsters were lurking everywhere, even swallowing the sound of LiuLuo's voice. Finally, LiuLuo's feet no longer touched the descending steps. He knew he had reached the bottom of the ship's cabin. A chill slowly seeped into LiuLuo's body, and even with his physical condition, he couldn't help but shiver. Lu Fang, Lu Fang. LiuLuo still held on, calling out her name. Where are you? Speak up. Creak, creak. This time, there was finally some movement. It was footsteps, the sound of someone stepping on the old wooden planks. In the darkness, Gufeng's pupils contracted to the limit, but he still couldn't see anything. The next moment, a giant searchlight appeared in Gufeng's hand. Bang! The massive beam of light instantly illuminated the area in front of LiuLuo, where the footsteps were coming from. Seeing what was making the noise, fear filled LiuLuo's eyes, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, only to feel something hard behind him. It must be a wall. This gave LiuLuo a little sense of security, allowing him to gather his demonic power and form a spear in his hand. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and fight the monster in front of him, he suddenly felt something liquid dripping onto his head. LiuLuo touched it, then brought his hand to his face, and under the light, he could see clearly. It was blood. Grass. LiuLuo's hair stood on end, and without looking back, he hurriedly ran forward. He realized that what he had leaned against earlier was not a wall at all. Turning around, he saw that, just like the monster in front of him, it stood about 3 meters tall, its body composed of different human tissues. Yellowish thick liquid and red blood continuously oozing from it. It was both disgusting and terrifying, making LiuLuo feel as if his nerves were being pulled. LiuLuo stood between the 2 corpse-like monsters, his whole body slightly trembling. For the first time, he felt such fear, even rendering him unable to fight back. Terror filled his mind, constantly reminding him to flee. To his left was the path he had come from. As long as he stepped onto that path, everything would be over. LiuLuo instinctively placed his right foot on the stairs leading back up. However, his movement immediately halted. In the captain's cabin of the fishing boat, a very beautiful woman suddenly sat up in bed, her hands tightly clenched together. It was clear that she was very anxious. The reason for her anxiety was the circular space floating in front of her, displaying the scene of LiuLuo in the ship's cabin below. Thus, the woman's identity became clear. It was none other than the missing Lu Fong. LiuLuo's guesses were mostly correct. Lu Fong had indeed been distracted by this fishing boat while escaping. However, what Lu Fong experienced on this boat was much better than LiuLuo. Almost from the moment she boarded, she received a warm welcome from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is the name of the fishing boat, which Lu Fong named because she was the first living person Xiaoyu had seen in such a long time. Usually it was submerged in the sea, playing around, and rarely encountered other vessels. Previously, LiuLuo guessed that this ship had consumed the human fruit, which turned out to be correct. Xiaoyu indeed was a fishing boat that had eaten the human fruit. The fruit did not take away its ability to swim in the sea. After that, Lu Fong became the best friend of Xiaoyu, and one could even say she became Xiaoyu's mother. This was because any life Xiaoyu had previously encountered did not possess the intelligence of Lu Fong, and ultimately, they all died on the ship due to the inability to communicate with Xiaoyu. The white bones on the ship were formed this way. It was because Xiaoyu was kind-hearted and could not bear to part with what he considered friends. So he kept those remains on the ship and even took care of them. Once Lu Fong gained Xiaoyu's recognition, she could almost completely control Xiaoyu. At that moment, thoughts she hadn't considered for a long time flooded back into her mind. With Xiaoyu's help, she could completely escape LiuLuo's grasp. So she escaped, taking Xiaoyu with her. During this time, her guilt towards her brother and shame about her own actions finally overcame what she called love. However, after escaping for a while, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken her diary. Thus, she decided to return. She was determined to take her diary with her. Only by retrieving her diary could she truly consider herself free. So, this was the reason Xiaoyu reappeared here. She just didn't expect that LiuLuo would follow her and board the ship. Lu Fong quickly told Xiaoyu to remain silent. This was also why LiuLuo could not communicate with Xiaoyu. She could almost control everything on this ship, and Xiaoyu had given her that control. Therefore, everything LiuLuo saw along the way was what Lu Fong had created and allowed him to see. The purpose of all this was for Lu Fong to test whether the diary was worth retrieving. Or rather, her initial reason for returning to get the diary was just an excuse, a reason she could not let go of. Now, she wanted LiuLuo to shatter her excuse and destroy her hope. That way, she could leave easily. Originally, when LiuLuo stayed at the entrance of the cabin's bottom, she was already prepared to leave. But unexpectedly, LiuLuo ultimately descended to the bottom of the ship's cabin. So what now? Would he escape, facing his most terrifying thing? Indeed, this was one of Xiaoyu's abilities. He could sense the most fearful thing in the hearts of anyone who entered his belly, meaning the bottom of the ship. And what LiuLuo feared most was a monster stitched together from corpses, reminiscent of the friends who had disappeared from his orphanage. Just then, footsteps were heard coming from below the captain's room. Lu Fong knew others were coming. Xiaoyu, stop them. Lu Fong paused and added, don't hurt them. No one responded to her words, but she knew Xiaoyu heard her. At this moment, Yangyang, who had planned to check the captain's room on the 3rd floor, suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the 2nd floor. I clearly searched once already, right? Yangyang frowned. Did I miss something? Yangyang, unwilling to give up, returned to the 2nd floor to check again. This time, when he entered the 1st room, the scene inside was completely different from the first time he came. This made Yangyang's eyes widen, as if he had seen a ghost. Immediately afterward, the walls of the room began to retract, and the entire area of the room expanded dozens of times. Bang! The door behind Yangyang was slammed shut. Oh no! Yangyang thought to himself, quickly turning around to open the door, but it was too late. The door had vanished. Even Yangyang, who feared nothing, felt a bit frightened at this moment. The unknown was the most terrifying. He had no idea what would happen next. Moreover, Yangyang began to worry about the others, wondering if they were also encountering troublesome situations. Liangyu, Liangyu. Yangyang shouted at the top of his lungs. Can you hear me? Liangyu. No one replied. Yangyang couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it. This is really bad. Seeing no one answer, Yangyang quickly surveyed his surroundings. The walls were all far away from him. Yangyang tried to approach one of the walls, but unfortunately, every step forward made the wall retreat the same distance. The 4 walls kept him trapped in the center. Damn it! Yangyang stomped his foot in anger. Bone blade, 1,000 slashes. Do Yangyang couldn't get close to those walls, but his bones could. His entire body was suddenly covered with fierce bone blades and spikes. Then he struck the distant wall. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sharp bone weapons instantly hit the wall. However, to Do Yangyang's surprise, those sharp bone blades and spikes actually penetrated the wall. At this point, Do Yangyang was at a loss. He sat down on the ground and rolled his eyes. Well then, I guess I'll wait for LiuLuo to come save me. He was able to think this way. However, the next moment made him sit up straight as the walls began to bulge, as if some monster was about to break through. Damn, I was just worried about having nothing to do. Do Yangyang actually became excited. As the bulging of the walls grew more intense, something finally burst out. A person. Do Yangyang froze in an instant. Someone actually ran out from the wall. Hey, who are you? The person across from him had no expression, and there was no spark in their eyes. When this so-called person approached him, Do Yangyang felt no human presence from them. The so-called human presence includes heartbeat and warmth, but Do Yangyang felt none of that from this person. So, the guy running towards him was not human at all, just a monster wearing human skin. I really want to see what you are, Do Yangyang said as he ran towards that person, ready for anything. Do Yangyang's entire body was already clad in bone armor, entering the bone armor form. This time, although he still seemed to be running in place concerning the surrounding walls, he was rapidly approaching that person. As they were about to meet, Do Yangyang leaped into the air, quickly forming a long knife in his hand, and slashed at the person's neck. No surprises occurred. A huge head flew into the air. Blood instantly stained Do Yangyang's bone armor red. Do Yangyang was stunned. This looked like a person. The current scene is completely different from what Do Yangyang had imagined. Just as Do Yangyang was trying to figure things out, people kept running out from the walls. This time, there were 5 of them, each armed with sharp weapons. Without much effort, Do Yangyang quickly killed these 5. Then came 10, then 100, and this time 1,000. Do Yangyang finally panicked. What the hell is this place? Is it never-ending? Do Yangyang cursed, but seeing the dense crowd rushing towards him, he didn't sit idly by. Die, all of you! Do Yangyang roared, using General's Path. In the next moment, he transformed into a humanoid truck, racing through the crowd. Bang, bang. In an instant, people were being knocked away, disappearing into the air. Do Yangyang had long realized that these people were not real. They were energy constructs. When Do Yangyang stopped, there was no one left, just a road paved with white bones. Do Yangyang opened his armor's visor, breathing heavily. It's over now, right? Just as the words left his mouth, the walls began to pulsate again. Do Yangyang was speechless. At this rate, he might not be able to wait for reinforcements. Even if he wouldn't be killed, he would definitely be worn out. The walls pulsated more violently, and Do Yangyang stood up straight, ready to fight. However, this time, there weren't the thousands of people Do Yangyang had imagined. Instead, large fishmen began to appear. At this moment, Do Yangyang felt a sense of challenge. To confirm his thoughts, he shot a row of bone projectiles at the fishmen. The fishmen reacted quickly, trying to dodge to the left, but Do Yangyang, having anticipated his movement, shot another row of bone projectiles, smashing its head. Much stronger than the previous ones, Do Yangyang muttered, then saw 5 fishmen appear from the wall, a smile immediately spreading across his face. As expected, just as he thought, this seemed to be a game. At this moment, he probably wasn't his real self. He was likely just a fragment of consciousness or a soul. Watching the 5 fishmen charging at him, Do Yangyang's smile grew even more pronounced. Since it's a game, then I have to put in some effort. Do Yangyang guessed that this was likely a consciousness space for training. There was no such thing as life or death. Only victory or defeat. With that in mind, Do Yangyang let go. Since he couldn't die, he might as well treat it like a game, which was his favorite thing, though he hadn't encountered it since the apocalypse. Real-life games were rare even before the apocalypse. While Do Yangyang was enjoying himself on the first floor, Chao Yifeng was also facing a dilemma. He was trapped on the first floor, which seemed to have turned into a maze. As an assassin who only recognized people and not paths, he tried to call for help, but no one responded. Seeing that he couldn't escape the maze, Chao Yifeng began to destroy walls, but his destruction was slower than the maze's ability to repair itself. While tearing down walls, he suddenly realized, hey, I've guessed this wall before. This wasn't due to Chao Yifeng's lack of skill. Rather, his abilities were focused on assassination and were all single-target skills. On the deck, Xing Liangyu had his hands in his pockets, his expression cold and doubtful, occasionally scanning the surroundings. He felt something was off, as if someone had covered his ears and blurred his vision. Xing Liangyu shook his head, but everything in front of him was quite clear. How strange. Why would he feel this way? Xing Liangyu was puzzled. Forget it. No one is asking for help anyway. Xing Liangyu slowly relaxed, leaning against the railing, enjoying the sea breeze. At the bottom of the cabin, LiuLuo's legs seemed to move on their own, slowly approaching the steps he had come down from. The corpse-like monsters on either side were also slowly closing in on LiuLuo, putting immense pressure on him. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Lu Fang, are you there? LiuLuo's foot had already stepped onto the stairs, his voice trembling as he shouted. If you hear me, answer me. Creak, creak. The only sound around him was the footsteps of the corpse-like monsters. It seemed LiuLuo had long anticipated this outcome. The reason for his actions seemed merely to ease his own conscience. In the captain's room, Lu Fang watched everything, tears shimmering in her eyes, slowly lowering her head. She understood she had been abandoned. This wasn't LiuLuo's fault. Indeed, if no one answered, he should have left. This seemed like a question that could never yield a correct answer. LiuLuo's last shout was to allow himself to leave with a clear conscience. Wasn't the obstacle set by Lu Fang the same? As long as LiuLuo turned around and ran up the stairs, he could completely say goodbye to this undefined love. Next time we meet, we won't know each other anymore. Lu Fang watched LiuLuo quickly ascend the stairs, disappearing into the darkness on the screen, her voice growing colder. Everything is over. Just as she was about to wave her hand to turn off the strange screen, she suddenly froze. Damn it! LiuLuo roared in anger. That woman is going to die sooner or later. The last one almost took my life, and now another one shows up. LiuLuo's grim face reappeared on the screen. Anger etched on his face, fear also visible. That's why it looked so grim. LiuLuo shouted, eyes closed as he hurled the long spear in his hand at the approaching corpse-like monsters. This was his challenge to fear, and also his response to that distorted love. Lu Fang, are you dead yet? LiuLuo continued to shout, his right hand trembling as he created another long spear, throwing it at another corpse-like monster. If you're not dead, let me know. Don't let me find you, or you'll be in for it. Gu Feng muttered incessantly, his expression somewhat frenzied, a side effect of confronting fear. He realized that the long spear, which had been infused with extreme willpower, only caused the two corpse-like monsters to roar in pain when thrown and didn't inflict much damage. What's going on? LiuLuo's mind was in a state of confusion, unable to pinpoint where the problem lay. This is the terrifying aspect of fear. Once a person faces their deepest fears, no matter how superhuman they are, or how much of a detective they are, it is of no use. Although LiuLuo was confused, it was precisely because of his confusion that he thought of this skill, bug exploration. Countless pieces of information began to converge in LiuLuo's mind. Unfortunately, as the information increased, LiuLuo's mind not only didn't clear up, but became even more chaotic. LiuLuo was afraid that if he continued like this, he would go insane. This was a natural instinctive reaction to life. He turned off this skill. However, the activation of bug exploration was not completely useless, as it provided him with the first piece of information at the last moment. There must be something strange here. It is blocking your progress and preventing you from finding your goal. LiuLuo didn't have time to think it through and immediately made a decision. You're going to get me killed. LiuLuo shouted as he saw that his attacks were completely ineffective, and he rushed through the gap between the two corpse monsters. Since you are blocking me, I must go in and take a look. Although the two corpse monsters looked terrifying, their movements were very slow, allowing LiuLuo to pass by them. Beyond the corpse monsters was an impenetrable darkness. The previous light was blocked by the corpse monsters, as if it never existed. At this moment, LiuLuo seemed to forget that he could create a searchlight. He began to fumble around in the darkness, still shouting Lu Fang's name, sometimes cursing, sometimes coaxing. In a strange screen, although Lu Fang could not see what LiuLuo was doing, she could hear his words and couldn't help but laugh. She felt that this was enough. LiuLuo had already given an answer to that distorted feeling. Lu Fang knew what to do next. Her diary would continue to be written. All right, shall you? Stop it, Lu Fang said with a smile, feeling sweet and warm inside. This was the first time she felt this way, completely different from before. This sweetness was like honey, while the previous feeling was like saccharin, overly sweet but not memorable. After speaking, Lu Fang planned to leave the captain's cabin and go find LiuLuo. Xiao Yu, why aren't you speaking? Lu Fang asked, a bit puzzled, as she reached for the doorknob. Clunk, clunk. Lu Fang tried to pull the door twice, but it wouldn't budge, as if it were locked. Xiao Yu did not respond at all. Something was wrong. Lu Fang furrowed her brows, her eyes showing a look of surprise. Xiao Yu, can you hear me? Lu Fang pounded on the door. Xiao Yu, say something. At some point, Lu Fang's words became similar to LiuLuo's. Likewise, Lu Fang received no reply. What on earth is going on? Lu Fang tried to calm herself down and began to analyze what had happened. The ship had not rocked violently, so it shouldn't be an issue with Xiao Yu's vessel. It shouldn't be a conflict with the Tianlong pirate group. Lu Fang thought of the person who had almost entered the captain's cabin earlier. She didn't know who it was, but she was certain it was LiuLuo's people. LiuLuo must have sent someone onto the ship, most likely Yangyang and the others. Lu Fang's brows knitted together in a frown, looking serious. Could it be that I let Xiao Yu stop them and cause some accident? Lu Fang knew that Xiao Yu had some strange abilities. These abilities could only be applied to those who boarded the ship and involved mental and soul powers. She had some understanding of this area, so she knew the dangers involved. If it really was her fault that Xiao Yu was harmed, Lu Fang felt she would never forgive herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. At this moment, Lu Fang panicked. Please don't scare me. Talk to me. At the bottom of the ship's cabin, Gu Feng walked in the darkness, unsure of where he was. He couldn't see the two corpse monsters, which made him feel a bit more comfortable. At this moment, he touched something angular. It seemed to be a huge wooden box. Could it be that Lu Fang is locked inside here? LiuLuo had already imagined this fishing boat as a potential enemy. Bang, bang, bang. LiuLuo knocked on the wooden box and pressed his ear against it. Lu Fang, are you in there? I'm here to find you. Still no answer. LiuLuo, not giving up, asked again, but it was still silent. Looks like I have to open you, LiuLuo said as he increased his strength, but found that although the box was made of wood, it was surprisingly sturdy. LiuLuo didn't dare to be too violent. He didn't know what was inside the box, so he began to feel around, hoping to find some kind of switch, but he found none. However, he did make a discovery. The box had a lid, and it wasn't tightly sealed. There was a gap. LiuLuo slowly pried the lid open along the gap. After a period of effort, a loud crack sounded, startling LiuLuo. The last gap was pried open, and it was time to lift the lid. LiuLuo's breathing quickened. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, he hoped that Lu Fang was not inside. He took a deep breath and slowly pushed the lid up. To his surprise, light shone through the crack as the lid opened. LiuLuo's heart raced. As the lid opened wider, the light grew dimmer, shifting from dazzling to gentle, and then finally became dark again. LiuLuo could finally see what was inside the box. Corpses, many corpses, piled together haphazardly. Their faces seemed as if they had just died, and all the corpses shared a characteristic. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were bulging, as if they had seen something terrifying before dying. LiuLuo was also startled and quickly jumped down from the wooden box. As he lost his support, the lid crashed down, and the originally dim light seemed to burst forth. The entire bottom of the ship's cabin instantly brightened. The previously terrifying corpse monsters disappeared, and the wooden box became very clear. Then a roar was heard. LiuLuo saw a person crouched between two wooden boxes, reaching inside as if trying to grab something. What the hell is going on? LiuLuo was stunned, scared stiff against the side of the box. Then he heard a cacophony of footsteps and shouting from above. The person crouched on the box became even more frantic, their entire arm reaching into the gap of the box, their face pressed against the box. Back and forth they rubbed. Unsurprisingly, blood quickly stained the person's face, but it wasn't just their face that was stained. Their eyes were also covered in blood. Just as LiuLuo was curious about what the man was trying to grab, the box suddenly became transparent, and he could see clearly what the man was reaching for. It turned out to be a devil fruit. LiuLuo was shocked, but also understood the man's actions at this moment. By now, someone had come down to the bottom of the ship's cabin. The man became even more frantic, shouting, but LiuLuo couldn't make out what he was saying. He speculated that this might have happened at some point in time on this ship. When LiuLuo thought of this, he suddenly realized that his mind seemed to become clearer, and he understood various things. What is this situation? What am I supposed to do? LiuLuo had already guessed that this might be the work of the fishing boat that had eaten the human fruit. But what could their intention be? Is Lu Fang here or not? After his mind became sharper, he began to ponder more questions. However, LiuLuo still had no answers. But he vaguely felt that as long as he solved the problem in front of him, everything might have an answer. But for now, he was still in the questioning phase. So, LiuLuo patiently continued to watch the story unfold. The crowd had already begun to tear each other apart, and LiuLuo saw that the devil fruit had already broken its skin, with blood mixing with juice flowing into the wooden planks. This was the human fruit. LiuLuo exclaimed in surprise. He had not expected that this boat had eaten the human fruit in this way. People on the fishing boat were killing each other, as if they had gone mad. Blood completely flooded the bottom of the cabin. Death and rebirth gathered together at this moment. LiuLuo could feel what seemed like the sound of a heartbeat coming from two boxes. This made him, who was leaning against the box, quickly dodge away. No way. LiuLuo carefully touched the wooden box beside him. This can't be your heart, right? LiuLuo recalled how he had just been messing with this wooden box and almost dismantled it. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect that. LiuLuo clasped his hands together, feeling very sorry. Just then, a strange laughing voice emerged, reminiscent of a baby, startling LiuLuo even more. He thought the fishing boat was seeking revenge. However, he encountered no danger. Instead, those who were harming each other began to be packed into wooden boxes by the fishing boat that had just come back to life. One by one, seeing this scene, LiuLuo understood why there had been so many corpses in the boxes earlier. So this was how it came to be. However, LiuLuo was very curious about why the revived fishing boat would do this. Logically speaking, these people posed no threat to the fishing boat that had already eaten the human fruit. Just like what he had seen earlier, they could be easily extinguished. Yet, the fishing boat did not spare these people. Was it because they had lost their humanity? That indeed seemed to be the case. Just as LiuLuo was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice. This voice came from all directions, shattering all the illusions in front of LiuLuo, only to restart again. You have overcome the most terrifying thing in your heart, so help me out too. Is this what it means to be human? Is this what I am supposed to become? Is this what companions are? LiuLuo finally finished reading the questions. Still 3 questions. When LiuLuo heard the fishing boat's questions, his first reaction was that its intelligence was truly no different from that of humans. In fact, its level of thought was even higher than that of ordinary humans. He believed that these questions involved profound philosophical issues, indicating that it had the ability for self-reflection. It had eaten the human fruit, so it had become human, but its first encounter with humans was the process in the earlier illusion. This process led to its doubts about some definitions of human. This might also explain why this fishing boat had been drifting alone for such a long time. It loved to dive because it wanted to avoid so-called humans. It only raised some animals on the boat, yet always ended up letting them die. Synopsis. With the arrival of the devil fruits on Blue Star, Oda admitted that he is a prophetic fruit user. The Pirate King is merely an adaptation of the prophetic visions he has foreseen. At that time in the manga, the devil fruit tree had already begun to wither, and the world of pirates was approaching its end. You cannot imagine how many devil fruits have been submerged by the tide of history. You cannot guess how terrifying the original pirate world was. The owner of the money fruit can be said to be a cheater, letting you know what it means to do whatever you want with money.